Family, who understands? I traveled to the Spirit Hall and was forced by Bibi Dong to go undercover at the 7-treasure Glazed tile school. When I awakened my martial soul, Su Yuntao mistakenly thought the red sky sword was a useless martial soul, but the crystal ball detected my innate full soul power and unexpectedly granted me a twin martial soul. This start is too thrilling. Let me tell you, when that broken crystal ball lit up in my hand like a nuclear bomb, everyone was dumbfounded. That guy named Su Yuntao had his eyes bulging wider than copper bells, repeating just 2 words, strange. Strange. I was so pleased at that moment. It was simply incredible. But to talk about this, I have to start from 3 days ago. Jiang Yu, a glorious traveler. Let me tell you, I have great luck. I open my eyes in the Spirit Hall, and the Pope Bibi Dong is like my half-mother. Life was good. I just had to open my mouth for food and stretch out my hand for clothes. If I was thirsty, cough. Anyway, it was top-tier VIP treatment. My senior sister, Hulaina, looked after me every day, and life was quite pleasant. But good times didn't last long. 3 days ago, I was just about to cuddle with my senior sister when the door was suddenly kicked open with a loud bang. Good heavens, Bibi Dong personally arrived, and without saying a word, dragged my senior sister out. Then, she had a candlelight chat with me that lasted all night. What do we talk about? The core idea was simple. She wanted me to go undercover at the 7-treasure Glazed tile school. I was stunned. I said I wouldn't go. Historically, undercover agents never had a good ending, and my delicate body couldn't handle that kind of turmoil. Guess what happened next? Without saying anything, Bibi Dong crushed a passing cockroach into a molecular state right in front of me with her soul power. Family, who understands? I immediately changed my mind. I said, for the great cause of the Spirit Hall, JiangYu must comply. Actually, I was just being cowardly, but I had to find a way to save face, right? So, with a heart full of please don't pick me, I arrived at the recruitment site of the 7-treasure Glazed tile school. The scene was packed with people, all aspiring soul masters chasing their dreams. I blended into the crowd, aiming to keep a low profile. Soon it was time for identity verification, and let me tell you, my palms were sweaty. My household registration certificate, specially provided by the Spirit Hall, was a high-quality counterfeit. Watching the guy in front of me get dragged away for having a fake document, my heart was almost about to explode. When it was my turn, I expressionlessly handed over my documents, silently reciting, "Don't see me," 100 times in my heart. The person in charge checked it, looked at it, and surprisingly let me through. Phew, my anxious heart finally relaxed. Once I calmed down, I had time to look around. Good heavens, this place was extravagantly rich. It practically blinded me. The large pagoda in the middle of the square was made entirely of gemstones. Shining brilliantly, it was clear they were incredibly wealthy. I instantly understood why Bibi Dong was so wary of them. Their financial power was terrifying. After everyone had completed their identity verification, the large door at the end of the square opened, and a group of people walked out. The leader, looking as handsome as a star, was elegant and easygoing, introducing himself as Ning Fengji. As soon as he spoke, the young girls below were mesmerized. Next came the main event, the martial soul awakening ceremony. Guess who was in charge? Someone from the Spirit Hall. The leader was called Su Cha, and he had a familiar face. Behind him, Su Yuntao, the legendary blind-eyed God King. Everyone who awakened a martial soul through him was either a God King or a loser. Seeing him, I immediately felt reassured. The ceremony began, and the guys from the Spirit Hall all activated their martial souls. There were lone wolves, fire wolves, and ghostly wolves. Let me tell you, the most ridiculous part was when I actually heard someone shout, "Husky, activate." I nearly couldn't hold back my laughter. Truly, anything could be a martial soul these days. The first few batches of kids awakened all sorts of odd martial souls: bricks, stools, blue silver grass, all useless martial souls, eliminated on the spot. I was delighted, thinking at this rate, I might be safe and could head back home to continue my leisurely life. JiangYu. It was my turn. As I stepped forward, I heard several elegantly dressed little kids whispering nearby, saying things like "dressed so shabby, clearly a commoner, and definitely won't awaken a good martial soul." Why would I care about them? Ridiculous. The one awakening me was exactly that brother, Su Yuntao. With an honest expression, he had me stand in the center of the array and began to inject soul power. Let me tell you, that feeling was warm and more comfortable than a spa. Then, I felt the power within me surge toward my right hand. As the golden light dissipated, I opened my palm, and there lay a plain, even somewhat rusty, iron sword. Just when I thought I could leave as planned, I caught a glimpse out of the corner of my eye at the sword's body, where 2 small characters were engraved: Red Sky. My mind went buzz. The Red Sky Sword. That is a famously powerful sword from our Chinese history. It was used by Liu Bang, the founding emperor of the Han Dynasty, to slay the white serpent during his uprising. At the same time, a set of sword techniques popped in my mind, including the Heaven-Slaying Sword Technique, Earth Fiend Sword Technique, and Human Sword Unity, all sounding incredibly powerful. However, Su Yintao took one look and sighed. Alas, useless martial soul, just a broken iron sword. Family, who understands? I nearly laughed out loud. The blind-eyed God King Su Yintao, his bad luck is a golden sign. With his words, wouldn't my future start out as a God King? He routinely handed me the blue crystal ball. Let's measure your soul power. As soon as I placed my hand on it, the scene from the beginning unfolded. That broken crystal ball, which had been a weak point of light, suddenly lit up like the sun, radiating brilliant light. Su Yintao was completely frozen, stuttering out 4 words. Innate. Full. Soul. Power. He was dumbfounded, looking at my broken iron sword and then at the explosive crystal ball, his face full of disbelief. But in the end, he shook his head and lamented, "What a pity, a useless martial soul is still a useless martial soul." Could I let him say that? I immediately pulled out Master Yu Shaojing's famous saying, "There are no useless martial souls, only useless soul masters." As soon as I said that, I clearly felt that handsome sect leader Ning Fengji in the distance had his eyes light up, locking onto me like a searchlight. He whispered a few words to the person beside him, and that person immediately walked over to me. Sure enough, just after Su Yintao finished registering me, the manager Xiao from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School rushed over with a beaming smile. "JiangYu, congratulations, you've passed the assessment." I pointed to my own nose with a face full of disbelief. The undercover mission actually started off so smoothly. I quickly calculated in my heart, although Ning Fengji seemed nice, I couldn't betray Bibi Dong. That woman had raised me for so many years, I had to repay that kindness. All right, this undercover mission, I had to take it on. Manager Xiao led me to the rest area, where a variety of delicious foods were set up. Just as I was about to indulge, I suddenly felt something was wrong with my left hand. A burst of purple light shot out from my palm, scaring me to quickly dive onto the table. As the light dissipated, a sword appeared in my left hand. This sword was incredibly cool, entirely silver, with a ruby-encrusted hilt, looking both stylish and flashy. Just as I felt it looked familiar, another memory flooded my mind, something about Hongming, Purple Chi Dao, and the flying Peng God General. In an instant, I understood. This was the divine sword from the Legend of Sword and Fairy 3, the one Jing Tian had at the end. Good heavens, twin martial souls. Right hand red sky, left hand divine demon sword. This luck was so overwhelming it scared me. Even Tang, San would have to kneel before me. I forcefully suppressed my excitement and stored the divine demon sword away. This had to be kept as a trump card and couldn't be easily exposed. When I crawled out from under the table, I just happened to see the few little brats who had mocked me earlier being kicked out under the pretext of failing the assessment. I knew full well that this was definitely Ning Fengji trying to win me over. This guy really knows how to play his cards. As soon as the recruitment ceremony ended, I was taken aside by Xiao Guanshi and headed straight to the Qibao Hall. The Grand Hall was as resplendent as a royal palace, with guards stationed at the entrance exuding an intimidating aura, clearly tough characters. After passing through several large doors, I surprisingly ended up in a dining hall. At a huge long table sat 4 people. At the head of the table was Ning Fengji, flanked by 2 old men, one in a white robe looking stern, and the other in a gray robe looking thin, both radiating strong presences. And there was also a little girl about 5 or 6 years old, dressed in a white princess dress, looking like a porcelain doll. She jumped off her chair and pointed at me, asking in a baby voice, "Daddy, is this the genius you said with innate full soul power? Doesn't look any different to me." Ning Fengji immediately put on a stern face. "Rong Rong, no rudeness." "Ning Rong Rong." My heart skipped a beat. The little girl in front of me is the future willful little witch. To be honest, I'm really not into this kind of Sunder princess. I prefer someone like Zhu Zhuqing, who is cold on the outside but warm on the inside. The 2 old men beside her immediately started defending her, one saying, "Fengji, don't scare Rong Rong," and the other adding, "Exactly, our little Rong Rong is precious." Ning Fengji looked helpless, clearly at a loss with these 2 lively old men and his precious daughter. He turned his head and resumed his gentle smile, saying to me kindly, "Xiaoyu, don't mind, my daughter has been spoiled by me." I quickly waved my hand. "Uncle, it's fine, I'm not angry." Ning Fengji looked at me with more satisfaction and smiled. "Good child. You haven't eaten enough, have you? Come over and have some more food. Let me tell you, this meal was like a grand banquet plus version." Ning Fengji was truly enthusiastic, personally serving me a bowl of abalone chicken porridge. The way he was acting, anyone who didn't know would think I was his long-lost son. I had just taken a couple of sips when the little girl named Rong Rong poked me with her finger. "Hey, I heard you have innate full soul power." Show me your martial soul. Well, the main character has arrived. I thought to myself, it's clear as day. Ning Fengji called me here for this. All right, let me show you. I stretched out my right hand, and with a flash of red light, that rusty, battered iron sword appeared in my grip. Wow. Let me tell you, at that moment, the air in the entire hall froze. The sword Douluo frowned so tightly that he could squash a mosquito. His eyes were filled with amusement, which translated to, "Are you kidding me, buddy? This piece of scrap metal, and you have full innate soul power? Do you think my decades of sword practice were for nothing?" Beside him, the bone Douluo had a face like an old man looking at a smartphone, probably both of their worldviews shattered by my sword. What Master Yu Xiaojing's martial soul theory suggested became nothing but a scrap of paper in my hands. However, a big shot is a big shot, despite their shock. Their faces quickly returned to calm. Who cares what the martial soul is? Full innate soul power is real hard currency. This thing is roughly equivalent to a VIP ticket to becoming a titled Douluo with a 90 chance. For them, the 7-treasure Glazed Tile School, I was like a divine weapon falling from the sky. Their future hope against the spirit hall. Ning Fengji's face was blooming with joy, and he immediately started calling me brother. "Xiaoyu, from now on, we are family. If you have any difficulties, just tell uncle." Saying this, he took out a blue token from his pocket and shoved it into my hand. "From today on, you are the core disciple of our 7-treasure Glazed Tile School, and the sword Douluo will be your teacher." I quickly put on a look of surprise and joy, almost bursting out laughing inside. This round is a heavenly start. Then, Ning Fengji began to play the emotional card, asking about my family situation. I immediately switched to my Oscar-winning mode, my eyes dimming and my voice becoming melancholic. "It's gone. I'm all alone now. Who understands a family situation, right? The orphan persona is simply universal. At times like this." Ning Fengji was immediately heartbroken, squatting down to stroke my head, being incredibly gentle. "Good child, from now on, this is your home." I casually buried my head on his shoulder, and tears came pouring down. Goodness, even the sword Douluo and bone Douluo, those two old veterans, looked moved. "Keep acting. Just keep acting." After finishing the meal, the sword Douluo didn't say a word and directly took me out to hunt for soul rings. Let me tell you, that scene was incredible. When he unleashed his martial soul, a 2-meter-long giant sword, the 7-killing sword, appeared out of thin air, with 9 soul rings swirling around. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 so dazzling that it almost blinded me. He chanted a few incantations, and the sword suddenly grew larger. Then he wrapped an arm around me and flew with the sword. Wow, I experienced a real-life fantasy adventure. It felt amazing. In the blink of an eye, we arrived at the Sunset Forest. The sword Douluo was exuding an aura of dominance. "Kid, tell me, what kind of soul ring do you want? Feel free to choose. I'll get it for you. I have long thought about it. It must be fire attribute. My Chixiao Sword, as the name suggests, is related to fire. I have to give it a try." As I walked over, the soul beasts around saw the sword Douluo and ran away faster than rabbits, as if they had seen a ghost. Various mandala snakes and hell wolves parted ways for us in groups. After searching for a while, I finally locked onto a target. A large snake, entirely fire red and as tough as rock, over 5 meters long, looked fierce. I pointed at it and said, "Predecessor, it's this one." The sword Douluo took a glance and frowned again. "Red steel snake? You have good taste. It has dual fire and steel attributes. But you should choose another one. This one is over 500 years old. Your first soul ring's limit is 423 years. Absorbing it would result in your body exploding." 500 years? Hearing this, I was not scared at all, but rather more excited. Come on, who am I? A transmigrator. Tang San can absorb soul rings beyond his level. Why can't I? He is Xintian Gong. I have Hongming Purple Chi, although I haven't practiced it yet. I can't lose my protagonist aura. Fortune favors the bold. Let's do it. My attitude was incredibly resolute. "Senior, I have made up my mind. This is it. Please take action." The sword Douluo looked at me with a gaze that seemed to be stunned by my reckless determination, and he didn't try to dissuade me any further. He directly charged forward with the 7-killing sword in hand. The red steel snake wanted to escape, but under the pressure of the sword Douluo's killing intent, it couldn't even move. It panicked, flames erupting all over its body, and its scales shot towards the sword Douluo like rain of fire. Guess what happened? The sword Douluo couldn't be bothered to dodge. He simply swung his sword casually. First soul skill, Sword Chi Storm. The torrential rain of fire instantly turned to ash. The remaining sword energy pierced through and directly bisected the giant snake. Instant kill. Is this the power of a titled Douluo? It's outrageous. He threw me a dagger and told me to finish it off. To be honest, as a modern-day otaku, I had never even killed a chicken. And now I had to kill such a huge snake. My hands were trembling. Seeing my hesitation, the sword Douluo coldly said, "The world of soul masters is one of slaughter. If you don't even have the courage to swing a sword, you might as well go back." These words instantly awakened me. Right, this isn't a peaceful era. This is a world that devours people. If you don't kill, you will be killed. The notion of a saintly heart here is just a joke. My expression changed, and I grabbed the dagger and charged forward, stabbing fiercely at the snake's head. Soon, a yellow soul ring floated up from the snake's body. I quickly sat cross-legged and began to absorb it. Let me tell you, when the power of that soul ring rushed into my body, it felt like all my bones were about to fall apart. The pain was so intense that I almost passed out on the spot. But I gritted my teeth and didn't make a sound. And the sword watched from aside with a gaze full of approval. I don't know how long it took, but that tearing pain finally passed. I suddenly opened my eyes, feeling a surge of power throughout my body. I did it. I couldn't wait to summon my martial soul to see my first soul skill. But then, an unexpected change occurred. As soon as my broken iron sword came out, with a duong, all the rust instantly fell off, and countless golden rays burst forth. The originally broken sword transformed into a peerless divine weapon inlaid with colorful gems and exquisite jade. On the blade, the two characters turned into pure gold, exuding a chilling light, looking incredibly handsome. The sword Douluo was completely stunned on the spot, mumbling, "What is going on?" I was overjoyed inside. I had bet right. The legendary Chixiao Sword of Liu Bang only revealed its true form after slaying the white snake, and I have slain the red steel snake, achieving the same effect. Suddenly, Sword Douluo heard me muttering about the Chixiao sword, and he looked as if he had been struck by lightning. His face changed dramatically, and his voice began to tremble. "Kid, did you say your martial soul is the Chixiao sword?" I nodded. The next second, this old man in his 90s burst into tears and choked out, "Oh my God, I can actually see the Chixiao sword with my own eyes. The martial soul that ranks first among the top 10 swords in the world, known as the King of Swords. After more than 3,000 years, it has finally appeared again." I was completely dumbfounded at that moment. What the heck? The #1 sword martial soul in the world? The Emperor of Swords? Only then did I realize that over 3,000 years ago, the #1 sect on the continent was called the Chixiao Sword sect, which later declined because no one could awaken the Chixiao Sword. The 7-killing sword from Sword Douluo's family could only rank 3rd on the legendary leaderboard. Wow, I was completely elated. The #1 weapon martial soul in the world. What is Tang San's broken hammer worth? What is the blue-silver emperor worth? How will he act so arrogantly in front of me in the future? I couldn't help but burst into laughter. Sword Douluo slapped my head. "What are you laughing at? Come on, use your first soul skill on me. Let me see its power." I still feel a bit embarrassed. "This isn't good. What if I hurt you?" He glared at me. "If you can hurt even a single hair on me, I will withdraw from the Soul Master world on the spot." All right then, I won't hold back. The soul ring lit up, and I directly unleashed my first soul skill, Chixiao Sword Formation. Dozens of fiery sword shadows shot out in an instant, heading straight for the center of Sword Douluo's forehead. And guess what happened? Those sword shadows stopped right in front of him, blocked by an invisible wall of energy. But my flames are not ordinary. Their color instantly changed from fiery red to brilliant gold, and the temperature skyrocketed. Sword Douluo's protective killing intent was actually sizzling from the heat, and it looked like it was about to break through. His expression changed, and he quickly increased his strength to bounce my sword shadows back. Extreme fire. Sword Douluo was shocked. "Kid, quickly retract your soul skill." I just wanted to tease a bit. "Senior, can't you hold on that quickly? Stop talking nonsense." The Sword Douluo swore for the first time, his face turning green. "If you keep talking nonsense, I'll break your bones and give them to the old man as toys." I was so scared that I quickly withdrew my hand. Only then did he regain his composure, looking at me with an incredibly complicated expression. No wonder the Chixiao Sword sect can compete with the Spear Hall. It turns out they possess the ultimate fire. "Kid, you've given me quite a surprise." Suddenly, his gaze turned cold, and his hand rested on the sword hilt. "Now, swear in front of me that you will forever be loyal to the 7-treasure Glazed sect and never betray it." I felt a jolt in my heart. Oh no, I'm an undercover agent. How can I swear now? But looking at his demeanor, if I say anything negative, I'll be done for today. In a flash, I came up with an idea. I raised my hand and solemnly swore. I, JiangYu, vow to forever be loyal to the 7-treasure Glazed Tile School and will never do anything to harm the sect. Hee hee. I replaced betrayal with harm. Wordplay. I'm a pro at this. As long as I don't take action myself, it doesn't count as breaking the oath. The sword Douluo nodded in satisfaction. And I passed this test. He also asked me to give my ultimate fire a name, and I blurted out, Imperial Fire, the sword of the Emperor. Matched with the fire of the Emperor, no problem. Back at the sect, the sword Douluo directly pulled me into the 7 treasure hall. In no time, Ning Fengji and the Bone Douluo rushed out in a hurry, looking as excited as if they had won the lottery. I revealed the brand new Chixiao Sword, and Ning Fengji was instantly overjoyed. Even Bone Douluo, whose icy demeanor had remained unchanged for 10,000 years, couldn't hold back. I even saw him sneak a glance at Sword Douluo, his eyes full of schadenfreude, probably calculating his heart. Haha, old man, look at you today. Once this kid grows up, let's see who still dares to say you're the #1 sword in the world. At that time, it'll be your turn to get beaten up. Family, who understands? I just love watching this kind of love and hate drama between the old-timers. Alright, let me summarize my month-long undercover life for you. On June 1st, I successfully infiltrated the 7-treasure Glazed Tile School and became a core disciple. The first step of my plan was perfect. On June 3rd, after absorbing the soul ring, my soul power skyrocketed to level 13. Sword Douluo began to teach me everything. From distraction control to the 7-killing sword technique, I was overwhelmed. On July 3rd, the sect's newcomer competition took place, and I took first place without any suspense. However, there were a couple of newcomers worth noting. One named Su Linya, with a martial soul called Purple Lightning Hammer, quite impressive. Another named Lin Gang, with a martial soul called Earth Savage Dragon, also a tough opponent. Besides these two, there were a few other newcomers I had to jot down, like Fang Yuan and Yi Huang. All of them are tough characters. But let me tell you, none of that matters. What's important is that in 2 days, on July 5th, a major calamity in my life was coming. Good heavens, that old sword Douluo said he wanted to check my training results, but instead, he sent his 13-year-old apprentice to spar with me. Can you believe it? A 13-year-old kid with soul power of level 29. Is that reasonable? It's not reasonable. His martial soul is called Chixiao Sword, and it's just incredibly powerful. What was the result? Do I even need to ask? I was pinned to the ground and got a beating. At that moment, I realized, looking up at Sword Douluo's face that couldn't hide its wicked smile, I understood. Old man, you set me up. You're definitely jealous of my damn talent. Those who are not envied are mediocre. I understand. I get it. Just when I was bruised and questioning my life, Ning Rongrong actually appeared. Let me tell you, at that moment, she was holding a healing ointment, and behind her seemed to shine with holy light, like the goddess Athena descending. What happened next? Family, who understands? 1 second, she was like the Virgin Mary. The next, she turned into a little devil clown. She mixed itching powder into my medicine. I exploded, this little witch. 3 days without a beating, and the roof would be lifted. I directly grabbed her and gave her a good spanking, making her cry and shout that she would tell Ning Fengji and the old sword Douluo to come punish me. The next day, I was on edge, and guess what? She didn't tell on me. Hey, this little girl has 2 faces. So, half a year passed, and I had established a rivalry with Ning Rongrong, constantly battling wits. Almost like a sect version of Tom and Jerry. She put chili powder in my porridge, and I added mustard oil to her water cup. We both had our victories. But to be honest, through all this, our relationship actually got closer. I found out she was just a spoiled little brat, not bad-hearted. Of course, that thought vanished the moment I drank that bowl of chili porridge. Another half a year passed, and I finally mastered the 7-killing sword technique and the 3 aperture control heart. During this time, I accidentally fell into an awkward position while practicing with Ning Rongrong. And ever since then, our relationship became, in the blink of an eye, it was the end of May the following year. And the next day was Ning Rongrong's martial soul awakening day. I had just hidden my undercover diary when I heard a knock on the door. I opened it, and lo and behold, it was Ning Rongrong. This little witch came to my place in the middle of the night. What was she doing? She said there was a meteor outside and specifically came to invite me to watch it together. I was dead tired, and I almost said roll, but instead, I told her I was going to sleep, and she should go watch it herself. But then this little witch jumped onto my bed, grabbed my hand, and pulled it onto her, threatening me that if I didn't accompany her to watch the meteor, she would accuse me of harassment. What else can I do? I ended up with something like this. I can only yield and go out with her. We arrived at a small patch of grass, and suddenly this girl became emo, starting to worry about awakening her martial soul tomorrow, afraid her talent wouldn't be good enough, and worried that Ning Fengji wouldn't love her anymore. I thought to myself, isn't this just unnecessary worry? At that moment, I casually pulled up a few strands of blue silvergrass and made her a grass ring, fooling her into thinking that wearing it would guarantee her innate soul power to be level 9. She said, "You're lying," without even preparing a script. But her hands were quite honest as she snatched it from me and put it on. Just as we were bickering, I tell you, something outrageous happened. A huge purple shooting star actually fell from the sky, and it was coming straight for us. I exclaimed, "What the heck? Does this shooting star have GPS navigation?" I wanted to run, but then I found I couldn't move, as if I had been paralyzed. Just when it seemed we were about to be crushed and become the shame of time travelers, the shooting star suddenly stopped right in front of us, shot out 2 beams of light, and each of us received a jade pendant before it flew away. We looked at each other in surprise. The jade pendant was quite exquisite, shaped like a small tree. That silly girl Ning Rongrong thought it was a gift from the heavens, but when I took a pair, I realized that these 2 jade pendants could combine into a complete one. As soon as I put them together, the pendants started to glow, and 2 green dots shot into our bodies, then separated with a snap. In that instant, I felt as if an indescribable connection had formed between Ning Rongrong and me. I'm familiar with this script. It's from Sword and Fairy 3, right? Jing Tian and Shui Jian? Whatever. As long as the cheat comes, who cares where it came from? In the blink of an eye, it was the next day, the Soul Master Awakening ceremony. The scale was grand, with Ning Fengji, Sword Douluo, and Bon Douluo all presiding over the 7 treasure pavilion. The first few dozen disciples awakened their powers. Their talents were decent, but nothing surprising, until a girl named Lin Jing appeared, looking quite impressive, and immediately threw me a flirtatious glance. She awakened a Earth Barbarian Dragon martial soul with innate soul power at level 8, and Ning Fengji couldn't hold back a smile at that moment. Then, the main character made her entrance. Ning Rongrong walked confidently onto the stage in a blue dress. As she stepped into the magic circle, a burst of colorful light erupted, and a small, exquisite 7-treasure glazed tower appeared in her palm. The highlight came when she placed her hand on the crystal ball. It hummed, and the blue light almost burst the ball. Innate soul power at level 9. I tell you, the whole place went crazy. Ning Fengji's old father-in-law, sect leader Ning, laughed like a 200-pound child right on the spot, completely forgetting about his elegance and composure. Sword Douluo and Bon Douluo were also grinning from ear to ear, saying that the revival of the sect is in sight. Me? Of course I wasn't surprised. As a member of the protagonist group, how could I not have some connections? In the corner, her half-brother Ning Hengji turned green with jealousy. That little jealous look in his eyes was impossible to hide. To celebrate the birth of this once-in-a-thousand-years genius, Ning Fengji announced a party on the spot. Various old beast meats were barbecued right there, like tender rabbit and powerful magic cow meat, making my mouth water. I was hiding in the corner, gnawing on a rabbit leg, when that Lin Jing brought over 2 glasses of wine, saying she wanted to communicate and get closer to me. Before I had a chance to refuse, Ning Rongrong rushed over like a protective little hen, blocking Lin Jing, and said in a cool manner, "He doesn't like drinking alcohol. He only drinks milk, and it has to be freshly squeezed." Saying that, she directly handed me a cup of milk. What could I do? I could only cooperate and take a big gulp. Seeing the situation, Lin Jing left in a huff. I was just about to complain that Ning Rongrong was blocking my romantic prospects when she invited me to her room at night and asked me to tell her the story of empresses in the palace. I thought it was fine, so I said to her, "Just remember to leave the door open for me. I don't want to climb through the window again like a thief." Later that night, I made my way to her room and, sure enough, the maid at the door was gone. We took turns telling and listening. She was cracking walnuts, and it was quite enjoyable. After 2 hours, my throat was dry from talking, but I finally managed to make her happy. However, when I was leaving, I had a brainwave and habitually climbed out the window. As soon as I landed, my feet slipped, and I ended up sitting down hard. Who would throw a banana peel on the ground without any sense of public morality? Then I heard Ning Rongrong inside, stifling her laughter. Great, it was this little witch's doing again. 3 days later, Ning Rongrong's soul power broke through to level 10. At this speed, it seemed her innate soul power was already very close to level 10. Now we had to go hunt for soul rings. Ning Rongrong specifically wanted me to go with her. I was initially sleeping soundly in my bed when the sword barged in and dragged me out of bed. Let me tell you, morning grumpiness doesn't care who you are. Even if the King of Heaven comes, he would still get a sword from me. In my groggy state, I accidentally released my first soul skill and singed the sword Douluo's eyebrows. The consequence was that he kicked me out of the door, and my clothes were thrown out of the window by him, so I had to change outside. The place for hunting soul beasts wasn't far. It was in the valley behind the castle, with a huge light shield outside. Ning Fengji revealed his 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda, chanted a spell, and the light shield opened a gap. Once inside, I found that the soul beasts here were all raised in captivity, with each group having its own territory and not interfering with each other. Ning Fengji spoke up, Rong Rong, our first soul ring from the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda usually comes from power-type soul beasts. I told you Uncle Ning started giving Rong Rong a lesson, saying that choosing a strength-type soul beast is to build a good physical foundation, so that when she absorbs more powerful soul rings in the future, she won't die from exploding her body. Then he casually listed 3 types: the great strength diamond bear, the violent giant ape, and the golden armored elephant, letting Rong Rong choose. Guess what happened? This young lady took a glance and directly decided. Then I'll go with the great strength diamond bear. It looks the cutest. Family, who understands? At that moment, I just wanted to kneel before her. Choosing a soul beast was like shopping at a pet store. It was all about cuteness. She didn't consider anything about combat power or compatibility at all. I was grumbling to myself when my cheat master, the sword Douluo, directly gave me an order. Xiao Yu, go catch one for Rong Rong, and let me see if you've been slacking off lately. Good gracious. I felt like an old man on the subway, staring at his phone. Why me? This old man is definitely settling a score. It's not like I accidentally burned one of his eyebrows last time. Is it really necessary? You two title law are standing here as mascots while I, a mere soul master at a low level, am sent to take on a group of soul beasts? Where's the justice in that? Of course, I only dare to shout this in my heart. Outwardly, I was all flattery. Master, I'm still not very skilled with the 7-killing sword technique you taught me. Why don't you come down and demonstrate it for me? A mere 100-year soul beast is like squishing an ant for you. Stop talking nonsense. Sword Douluo frowned. If you keep dragging your feet, I'll just throw you in there. Saying this, he took out a small tube from his pocket and tossed it at my feet. Here, a soul binding device. Pick one, press the button, and when your soul power is infused, the rope will come out. Just catch it and pull it back. Don't say I don't care about you. Ning Fengji was still smiling and pouring motivational words into me. Young people should gain more experience. It's beneficial. The Bone Douluo next to him was holding back a grin, almost showing it on his face as if to say, go on, enjoy the show. Fine. I can't go against the big boss. What else can I do? I'll just do it for Rong Rong. Even Ning Rong Rong rarely added a bit of encouragement. But I had no time to feel happy. The great strength King Kong Bear is a soul beast known for its toughness. And now I have to face a whole family of them. I held the soul-fixing device tightly, inching forward with trepidation, my heart pounding, given my master's vengeful nature. I hoped this thing wasn't a subpar product. If it failed at a critical moment, I feared I might end up being embraced to death by this group of bears. As I got closer and took a look, I was shocked to find that these weren't soul beasts at all. They were clearly a bunch of pandas living out their retirement in a zoo. Each one was lounging around, some even chatting and goofing off. I even witnessed one silly panda lift its rear and let out a loud fart right in front of another sleeping bear. The awakened bear was quite a character itself. As soon as it opened its eyes, without a word, it swiped a paw and executed a classic move on the offending panda. I have come to realize that these captive soul beasts have long lost their sense of crisis. I seized the opportunity and pressed the button for the soul binding device. With a whoosh, a glowing lasso sprang out. I imitated the cowboys I saw on TV and searched for a while, finally locking onto the one that looked the most spirited. That guy had a tuft of red curly hair on his forehead, resembling a delinquent youth, and his muscular build stood in stark contrast to the chubby bears beside him. When I took another look at the pattern on its chest, it read 413 years. Perfect. I flicked my wrist, and the ring accurately slipped around its neck. With my soul power injected, I yanked it hard. I have to say, this soul tool is really useful. I easily dragged over a few 100 pounds of fat bear. The bear, scared in midair, was whimpering and flailing its forepaws. I didn't take care about it and just dragged it back. How about this one? I pointed to the howling bear behind me, looking for praise. Not bad, the sword Douluo nodded. The meat is firm, it looks strong, good. I just breathed a sigh of relief when the old man suddenly changed his tone. But it's lively and kicking. How can Rong Rong absorb it? Go. Beat it half to death. Just leave a breath. I really am. Okay, a working person, a working spirit, whatever the boss says goes. I just turned around when the powerful golden bear came to its senses, let out a roar, and tore off the halo from its neck. With a forceful grip of its 2 paws, there was a crack, and my master's soul-binding tool shattered. My soul-binding tool. The sword Douluo turned pale with anger, feeling heartbroken. Disciple, teach this beast a lesson. I said, yes, master. But in my heart, I'd already given that bear 1,000 likes. Well done, brother bear. Let this old man bleed a little. However, I didn't hold back either because that bear had already slapped me, and the force of the slap deformed my face, turning my hairstyle from a spirited young man into that of a homeless person. First soul skill, Crimson Sky, sword formation. As soon as my martial soul activated, dozens of sword shadows engulfed in golden flames materialized and shot straight towards it. This fire was no ordinary fire. The proud defense of the mighty golden bear was instantly broken, and a burnt meat smell wafted from its paw. It howled in pain, forcefully swatting away the flying swords. And then, with red eyes, charged towards me like a freight train. I haven't used my soul skills anymore. I need to conserve my soul power. I directly took the stance of the 7 killing sword technique. The first move, long rainbow, piercing the sun. I even secretly infused a trace of the Hongmeng purple chi that I had cultivated for a year into the sword. Let me tell you, this Hongmeng purple chi is simply a cheat. Although I have just started, my physical fitness is already incomparable to what it was a year ago. I leaped into the air, the Chixiao Sword engulfed in golden flames, and I slashed down at the charging big bear. Bang! With a loud crash, I landed steadily, sheathed my sword, and didn't even look back. Just one word, cool. A few seconds later, the huge brown bear collapsed behind me. The sword Douluo showed a satisfied smile, but still said the same thing. What are you showing off for? Hurry up and come back. TCH, so proud. Can't you just compliment me once without acting like it would kill you? I hurried back, and what followed was a large-scale double-standard scene. Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo, those two old men, were like performing magic tricks, covering Rongrong's eyes with a silk scarf, then handing her a specially made dagger, and then supporting her on the left and right, afraid that she would bump into something. I was so angry that I was trembling. Why didn't I get this treatment when I was struggling there just now? I'm just a kid too. The two old men supported Rongrong's hand and delivered the final blow to that bear. A circle of yellow soul rings appeared, and the Bone Douluo even dispersed the smell of blood. Rongrong sat cross-legged and began to absorb the soul ring. The process was very painful. Her little face turned pale, and it looked like she was about to cry out. I quickly said from the side, "Hold on, it will be over soon." I felt the same way the first time. Hearing my voice, she actually quieted down, gritting her teeth and not making another sound. Before long, the soul ring was successfully absorbed and was placed on the first layer of her 7-treasure glazed tile. When the sword Dalu removed her eye mask, she looked at the yellow halo that had appeared on her martial soul with curiosity. Ning Fengji walked over and gently explained, "Rongrong, this is called a soul ring. From now on, you are a true soul master." I was more anxious than anyone else and leaned in to say, "Hurry up. Let me see your soul skill." "Sure." Ning Rongrong also got excited, raised her treasure tower, and chanted, "7 treasures are famous. First, strength." A beam of colorful light fell on me, and I instantly felt my strength surge by 30%. No wonder it's the #1 support martial soul in the continent. I sincerely admired it. But then this little witch stared at me and said softly, "It's a pity my martial soul has no attacking power. Otherwise, I could hit you." I was speechless. What was even more outrageous was that the two people next to me, who were also banned from competing, were grinning and stirring the pot. "Rongrong, don't be afraid. If you want to fight him, just tell Grandpa Jian, and Grandpa will help you deal with him. And I will help my baby Rongrong too." I suddenly felt that this undercover job was getting a bit hard to continue, and I even started to miss the days in the spirit hall, lying on teacher Bibi Dong's lap, listening to stories. A few days later, the sect held a big event to select guardian partners for Ning Rongrong and the other direct descendants. In simple terms, it was about choosing a lifelong battle partner, which would likely develop into a marital relationship in the future. Once this news came out, all the outer disciples of the sect went crazy. This was a golden opportunity to transform from a wild chicken to a phoenix, with the spotlight finally on me. The square was packed with people. The sect master, elders, protectors, and all the high-ranking officials were present. The scene was like a grand meeting, and the leader spoke for over an hour, making me doze off. The competition rules were simple and brutal. 3,000 people competing for 100 spots. In the first round, it was a free-for-all, and defeating 10 opponents with soul power not lower than yours would count as advancing. I stood there for half a day without anyone daring to challenge me. Of course, with the title of the sword fighting Daluo's direct disciple, who would want to seek humiliation for no reason. On the high platform, Ning Fengji looked at me and smiled, asking sword fighting Daluo, "Uncle Jian, I've wanted Xiao Yu to be Rongrong's partner for a long time. Why do you insist on having him participate in the competition?" My master stroked his beard with a solemn expression. That kid is prone to arrogance and needs to be disciplined. Besides, if he can't even defeat his fellow disciples, how will he compete with those from the Spirit Hall's golden generation in the future? Goodness, so he was waiting for me here. He also revealed to Bon Douluo that he plans to throw me into a hellish place called the Earth Fire Rock Valley for special training a while. I certainly had no idea that I had been clearly arranged and was still waiting for my opponent on the field. Finally, a guy stepped forward. Chun Tong, Wuhuan Green Vine Giant, a level 16 attack type, Soul Master. When his Wuhuan manifested, I almost couldn't hold back my laughter. He was covered in green, with his hair and skin turning green, looking like a shrunken version of a Hulk. Sorry, I held back my laughter and said, JiangYu level 16, please give me your guidance. He seemed used to it and said helplessly, come on. As soon as he finished speaking, several thick vines lashed out towards me. I didn't use any soul techniques at all. With a surge of power from my legs, my figure flashed, and relying on the enhanced speed from the primordial purple energy, I instantly rushed to his front. He only felt a blur before his eyes. The vines had shattered all around, and my sword was already resting on his neck. I lost. He had a look of disbelief on his face. I easily handled it. This is called Dimension Reduction Strike. Next up is my personal show, one after another, just like chopping vegetables, and soon I gathered enough 10 heads. After finishing, I became the 9th one to enter the rest area. I hadn't had a drop of water since morning, and my stomach had long started protesting. Gurgle, gurgle. I was so hungry that my stomach was touching my back when I heard a familiar voice behind me. I turned around and saw Ning Rongrong standing there, holding something in her hand. Wow, it turned out to be 2 warm meat buns. Let me tell you, this is like giving charcoal in snowy weather. I didn't bother being polite and grabbed one to shove into my mouth. It was so delicious. Just as I took a bite, I heard Ning Rongrong's stomach gurgling. Family, who understands? This girl was starving herself and still brought me the buns. I quickly handed her the other one. Stop pretending. Eat quickly. She stubbornly said she wasn't hungry. I directly put my bun back. If you're not eating, then I want to eat either. This trick worked. She immediately compromised, picked up the bun, and started munching, but ate too fast and got oil all over her mouth. I was both amused and annoyed, so I casually helped her wipe the corner of her mouth. Let me tell you, the guys participating nearby were practically wide-eyed. Their envious and jealous looks almost screamed dog food is so delicious on their faces. After finishing and wiping her mouth, Ning Rongrong turned back and glared at those guys, threatening, if anyone dares to talk about today, you know what will happen. Wow. Those guys were so scared they nodded like little chicks, saying they wouldn't dare. Looking at her little back, I felt quite warm inside. But I immediately reminded myself, calm down, I'm here to be an undercover agent. I can't really get caught up in this. I just finished digesting my steam buns, and before I could even settle into my seat, that old fox Ning Fengji got on stage and directly announced the start of the second round. Damn, they didn't even let us have a sip of water. The rules are simple and straightforward, which I like. There are 100 iron models of 7 treasures glazed towers set up in the square, and among the 300 of us remaining, whoever can grab one and hold it for an hour without being robbed will advance. Plus, this time there's no limit on soul power. It's all-out war. So what happened? All 300 people in the venue looked at each other, playing a game of who's the undercover. Not want to be the first to stick their neck out. Family, who understands? These people are dragging their feet, and I can't wait any longer. So I just walked out of the line and headed straight for that pile of iron lumps. I can hear that group behind me chattering away. Who's this guy? So bold? You don't know? He's the direct disciple of the sword-fighting lord, Jiang Yu. What's the use of being handsome? You better not just be a pretty face. I couldn't be bothered with them. Casually picked up an iron tower. Hey, it's quite heavy, probably around 20 pounds. I had just steadied myself when a guy who looked like a chubby tiger jumped out and immediately started talking tough. Kid, I want that iron tower in your hand. Saying this, he unleashed his black elephant martial soul. At that moment, I had only one thought. Is this guy suffering from some serious illness? I didn't bother with any nonsense and just charged at him with a punch. Whoosh! That guy went flying, performing an aerial stunt, landing far away. Come on, what do you think I've been eating and drinking since I was a kid? My physique can't be that of an ordinary person. The whole place fell silent. Just a moment ago, they were calling me a showpiece, and now their mouths were agape like they could fit a chicken egg in. Just then, a guy in a black cloak emerged from the crowd, looking quite handsome and exuding a strong presence. He introduced himself. Xiao Fan, Martial Soul, Ice Cold Fire. Level 16 Agility Attack System. Please give me your guidance. Wow, that name, that Martial Soul, that entrance. Isn't this just a perfect example of a web novel male lead? His backstory flashed through my mind. Mutated martial soul, family annihilated, escaped with a younger sister. TSK, I'm quite familiar with this script. Just before the fight started, a cute girl with twin ponytails began shouting from a distance. Xiao Fan, go for it. I glanced over, and wow, she was quite pretty. Isn't this the legendary Xiao Mei? The childhood sweetheart and younger sister of the main character, all set. Ning Rongrong didn't want to be outdone either, shouting from the side. Jiang Yu, if you dare lose, you're dead. I was really. Thank you for your encouragement. Xiao Fan immediately launched an attack, sending 7 ice and fireballs towards me like homing missiles. I wasn't going to hold back either. I swung my Chixiao Sword, and 7 fire swords met them head-on. He had a backup plan, trying to freeze my sword with cold air. I just laughed. Playing with fire? Little brother, you're a bit too naive. With a thought, I broke through. My fire swords instantly melted the ice, cutting off all his escape routes. That guy was straightforward and directly admitted defeat, saying, I lost. Not bad. I appreciated him a bit. After this fight, no one dared to provoke me anymore. I just held my iron peace and watched the show from the sidelines. The chaos behind me was something else. Everyone pulled out their best tricks to vie for spots. By sunset, the 100 spots were finally filled. The last step was pairing up. 100 auxiliary system direct disciples, and our 100 qualifiers could form teams freely. I was exchanging glances with Ning Rongrong when suddenly an extremely stunning cousin of hers named Ning Yufei burst in. She got straight to the point. Hey, handsome, pick me, okay? She even bent over deliberately. Wow, that cleavage was deep. I thought to myself, this trick won't work on me. Cease. I directly rejected it. Sorry, I'm taken. As soon as I finished speaking, Ning Rongrong dashed over like a little cannonball. No doubt about it. He's mine. You're too late. Once that cousin left, I deliberately teased her. Who said we agreed on that? This little girl got so mad her cheeks puffed up. No way. You're mine. You're not allowed to team up with a busted girl. Ha ha ha. In the end, we still shook hands and officially formed an alliance. As a result, she immediately gave me a title, Exclusive Meat Shield. All right then, a meat shield it is. That night, this girl insisted on dragging me to her room for a private feast. The meat of the soft-bone rabbit was incredibly delicious. We were just messing around, even competing to spit out grape seeds, making a huge mess in the room, and almost got killed by her maid's glare. Anyway, we kept this up until late at night. The next morning, my door was kicked open with a loud bang. I was about to curse, but when I looked, it was my cheap master, Sword de Law. Great, I swallowed back my curse. Without saying a word, he grabbed me and said we were in Notting City. At that moment, my heart sank. Oh no, could my undercover identity have been exposed? But he didn't even enter the city. Instead, he took me flying to a desolate volcano. Once we arrived, he said, this is called the Earth Fire Rock Valley. You'll practice here. When your soul power reaches level 20, I'll come back to get you. After saying that, he tossed me a storage ring with food, drinks, and supplies, and a glowing rock. Then he just flew away. I was standing in the wind, feeling a bit disheveled. No, how should I respond? Should I call or send a WeChat message? This old man is really unreliable. There's no choice. I'm already here. This terrible place, the ground suddenly spews fire. Like a minefield. I found a safe spot to pitch my tent and fell asleep immediately. The following days were just a monotonous cycle of training, and more training. After a month, my soul power had indeed risen to level 17. But practicing swordplay every day was incredibly boring. I tell you, I swung my sword thousands of times each day, and it felt like my arm was about to develop its own ideas and run away from home. Just when I was about to master my skills, I suddenly heard someone talking. Xiao Wu, let's go check out the front. Bro, slow down. Good heavens. I was startled. Xiao Wu, Tang San, what are they doing in this godforsaken place? I quickly put away my sword, and 2 people popped out from behind a rock. But they weren't who I expected. Just a pretty muscular guy paired with a fiery red-haired girl. My heart sank for a moment, and I instantly recognized them. Huo Wu Shuang. Huo Wu. That pair of siblings from the Flame Academy gave Tang San a lot of trouble in the original story. The girl had sharp eyes and spotted me immediately. Brother, look, there's someone over there. Huo Wu Shuang's gaze, let me tell you, was like he was looking at some rare protected animal, full of confusion. Whose kid is this? He looks so innocent. How did he end up in this creepy place? Family, who understands? My appearance is just too deceptive. He walked over, forcing a smile that he thought was friendly. But to me, it was even scarier than the fire on the ground. Little brother, what are you doing here all alone? What can I do? Can I still barbecue here? I calmly replied, cultivation. Those 2 words completely stunned him. Cultivation? Here. His expression seemed to say that I must have some kind of problem. He said that as a soul master. He wouldn't dare stay here for long, even with a fire dragon martial soul. And here I was, a little kid with such boldness. His sister, Huowu, immediately started to spill the beans, pointing at her brother and revealing him. When my brother first came here, he was so scared he almost wet his pants. Later, when my parents said they would take him to the Fire Rock Valley, he listened more than anyone. Huo Wuxuang's face instantly turned green, and he hurriedly told her to shut up. It was hilarious. This was purely a broadcast of black history. He cleared his throat and introduced himself. My name is Huo Wuxuang. My martial soul is the one-horned fire Tyrannosaurus, and I'm a level 35 soul master. This is my sister, Huo Wu, and our grandfather is the sect master of the Blaze sect. Oh, I see. So he is from the third generation of a sect. My apologies. I couldn't be bothered with small talk and directly revealed my identity. Jiang Yu, core disciple of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Now, it was their turn to be shocked. The reputation of the top 3 sects still holds weight. Huo Wuxuang, being quite the social butterfly, immediately started to call me brother. I took the opportunity to ask what they were doing here. It couldn't just be for a team-building exercise, right? Huo Wuxuang pointed at Huo Wu and said, my sister just reached level 30, and we are here to find her a special soul beast for her 3rd soul ring. I was puzzled at the time. I had stayed in this broken place for a month and hadn't seen a single trace of the soul beast. Then, they told me that what they were looking for was called a fire sprite, which is the essence condensed from the volcanic crater and only appears in the most core areas. Wow, an innate spiritual object? I definitely want to see that. I immediately expressed, hey, Fire Bro, take me with you, I want to see it too. Fire Wuxuang probably thought that having an extra person would mean more help. And without a second thought, he agreed. So I joined their little team. It was incredibly hot along the way, like the ground was heated, and it would occasionally spew fire. Huo was like a curious baby, chattering nonstop and almost digging up my entire family history. Just when the two of them were about to be grilled to medium doneness and were ready to give up, a small, fiery creature suddenly appeared ahead. Huo was so excited she almost jumped up. Fire sprite. I also leaned over to take a look. Wow, it was quite cute. It was about the size of a baby, made entirely of flames, with a red gem on its forehead. Huo Wuxuang was analyzing it like a Baidu encyclopedia. There's a gem on its head, 6 ribbons floating by its ears. This is 1,600 years old. Xiao Wu. The age is perfect. It can be absorbed. Huo Wu let out a shout and charged forward, swift and decisive. She directly summoned her martial spirit, and a flame shadow that looked just like her appeared behind her. Then, with a flick of her fiery whip, she swung it out. As a result, the little fire sprite didn't dodge at all. It tilted its head, wearing an expression as if to say, humans are so strange. Just as the whip was about to hit it, a fiery red halo suddenly popped out from its body, and with a bang, it sent the flame whip flying. I realized at that moment, isn't this just the signature soul skill resisting fire ring that Huo Wu later used? So it came from here. This little thing put all its talent points into defense. After failing to land a hit, the fire sprite turned and ran. How could Huo Wuxuang let it escape? He immediately activated his martial soul, transforming into a dragon man covered in dark red scales. With his 3rd soul skill, Golden Scale Fire Dragon, unleashed, his momentum surged as he chased after it. The brother and sister were in perfect sync, simultaneously using their 2nd soul skills, launching 2 fireballs of different colors to flank the sprite. One had a locking effect, while the other had an explosive effect, working together seamlessly. With a loud bang, the fire sprite was blown away, but it rolled on the ground, completely unharmed, perfectly defended by that halo. Huo Wuxuang was also fired up, directly using his 1st soul skill, turning himself into a massive fire wheel and barreling towards the fire sprite. At that moment, I thought, bro is cooked. Sure enough, there was a huge bang, and he was sent flying higher than before, tracing a perfect parabolic arc, landing face first on the ground. The brother and sister were exhausted, but they still couldn't break through the defense. Huo Wu's fighting spirit flared up. Gritting her teeth, she refused to give up. I don't think this is a big deal, so I thought I'd help them out, since Huo Wu would still cause some trouble for Tang San later on. I grabbed the Chixiao Sword and charged forward. Soul skills wouldn't work on this thing, so I needed to use something special. I condensed the killing intent taught to me by the Sword Dual and unleashed the Killing Slash, a mental attack that ignores physical defenses. An invisible blade instantly struck the fire spirit's halo. Crack! A barely noticeable fissure appeared on the halo. Now's the time. I shouted in my heart to fire. The red sky sword array was activated, and a beam of sword light drilled into the crack. Although the halo healed instantly, it was already enough. The fire spirit let out a mournful cry, and its halo completely dissipated, causing it to drop straight down from the air. The entire arena fell silent. The Huo siblings stared at me in shock, their jaws nearly dislocated. Especially Huo. Her gaze was such that you could almost see the words "You're so handsome" written on her face. I coughed to break the awkwardness. What are you waiting for? Go get the soul ring. Only then did Huo seem to awaken from her daze. Her cheeks flushed as she ran over. Although I felt a bit guilty, I still gave the fire spirit a quick resolution. Soon, a circle of purple 1,000-year soul rings appeared. She immediately sat cross-legged and began to absorb them. The process was clearly very painful. Huo was sweating profusely and her face turned pale. Huo was anxiously pacing nearby, like an ant on a hot pan. I looked at Huo, who seemed to be on the verge of giving up, and decided to use a bit of provocation. I coolly said, "Hey, didn't you say you wanted to be the strongest control type, soul master? If you can't even handle this little hardship, you might as well go home and get married. Find a strong husband to take care of you." This had an immediate effect. Huo's previously drooping spirit instantly perked up, as if she had been injected with adrenaline. And she managed to withstand wave after wave of energy impact. Her brother also caught on and cheered her on from the side. "Go, Xiao. Don't let them look down on you." Finally, the purple soul ring completely merged with her body. She succeeded. Huo opened her eyes, stood up, ignored her brother, and walked straight up to me, saying thank you. Just as I was about to say you're welcome, she suddenly wrapped her arms around my neck, and then her warm and soft lips pressed against mine. I was completely stunned. I was kissed forcefully, and this was my first kiss. If we don't count the hundreds of times I was kissed by Bibi Dong and the others when I was a kid. No way. This is a great humiliation that I cannot tolerate. How can a grown man be taken advantage of by a little girl? I immediately turned the tables and took the initiative. After a few seconds, Huo finally pushed me away. Her face flushed and breathlessly said, "I didn't expect you to be such a dirty rogue." I laughed. "You started first. This is just a matter of reciprocity. I can't let you, a girl, suffer a loss. Now we're even." This was my first kiss. How can that be considered even? Who isn't? I looked innocent. "Do you know that you're scaring me like this? I'm still just a kid." "Kid?" Huo looked skeptical. "The way you did it just now was anything but childish." Just as we were bickering, Huo suddenly rushed over, grabbed my hand, and had a serious expression. "I don't care. You kissed my sister, so you have to take responsibility. Be my brother-in-law." Huh? I was stunned. A kiss, and now I have to get married? What kind of ridiculous logic is this? Huo was also anxious and told her brother to let go. But Huo was still mumbling. "This is for your own good. This kid has high talent, a strong background, looks decent, and you like him. Just knock him out and take him home, and let us make it happen." I was taken aback and couldn't help but comment. I say, "You two are doing a comedy act, right? If I didn't know better, I'd think you came from the Yin Society." To my surprise, Huo proudly replied, "The Yin Society? Oh, you mean that small sect? Their leader, surnamed Gu, comes to our Chihuahua sect every year to deliver gifts." Wow, I can't believe there's really a Yin sect in this world. Has Boss Gu expanded his business to another world? I feel like my worldview has been slightly shaken. I shook my head, too lazy to argue with this pair of clowns any longer. "All right, since you've got your soul ring, I advise you to hurry up and take your brother home. This place is not somewhere you should be staying." I tell you, as soon as I finished speaking, that little hot-tempered Huo instantly got angry. Wow. She immediately switched to her tsundere mode. "Who does that little brat look down on? You can stay, but I can't." After saying that, she put her hands on her hips and tilted her chin at her brother. "Brother, we're not leaving. We're practicing right here. I have to prove it to him." Her brother, Huo, looked like his face had fallen apart in an instant, looking like a bitter melon. I could tell he didn't want to stay in this godforsaken place for even a second, but he couldn't resist his sister's spoiled behavior. In the end, he could only grit his teeth and agree, while trying to put on a calm facade. "Don't worry, little Wu. Brother will protect you." I was almost laughing out loud inside. "Dude, your legs were shaking like a sewing machine just now. I saw it all. Fine, if you want to stay, just don't bother me." I went back to practicing my sword. Can you believe it? Just like that. A few months passed. The three of us somehow ended up living a strange cohabitation in this desolate place. One day, as usual, I finished my sword practice and was all sweaty, preparing to take a bath in a cave we discovered recently. Inside that cave, it was incredible. It was actually a natural hot spring. I quickly stripped down to just my shorts and jumped right in. The water temperature was so comfortable with a lot of mist. It felt like a fairyland. I found a comfortable position leaning against a rock and closed my eyes to enjoy life. Just as I was feeling great, I instinctively stretched, and my hand seemed to touch something soft. I was still puzzled when suddenly a scream that could topple the roof rang in my ears. As soon as I opened my eyes, my soul almost flew away. In the mist, Huowu's face, both shy and angry, was less than half a meter away from me. It's over. I'm done for. Even jumping into the yellow river won't clear my name this time. You dirty pervert, she shouted, causing the entire cave to echo. I was really brain-fried at that moment and quickly explained. It's a misunderstanding. It's definitely a misunderstanding. The fog is so thick. I really didn't see you. As a result, she got even angrier, pointing at my hand and saying, "Then why don't you get her dirty hand off?" I just realized it and quickly pulled my hand back, instinctively replying, "The sensation is not bad. Family, who understands?" At that moment, I was purely relying on muscle memory, just speaking the truth. As soon as I said that, I saw that Fire Dance's hair was about to catch fire, and her martial soul instantly manifested, almost boiling the entire hot spring pool. You ruined my innocence. How do you account for this? As soon as I saw the situation, I realized explanations were useless. So I made up my mind and stood up from the water, looking at her with great sincerity. This way, you can look at me as you please. I accidentally touched you just now, so now you can touch me back. I'm a man. I could take a bit of a loss. If you touch me 3 times, we'll call it even. Well, this trick of mine, using magic to counter magic, completely left her stunned. She gasped and covered her eyes, but her fingers were wide apart, and she was still cursing me for being shameless. So how did this end? She didn't touch me, but she didn't let me off either. Right there in the hot spring, she unleashed a series of fire-type soul techniques on me, nearly sending me away on the spot. By the time I crawled out of the cave, covered in dirt and looking disheveled, Huowu Shuang was outside happily grilling chicken wings. As soon as he saw my thunderstruck appearance and then glanced at Huowu, who walked out looking refreshed, his expression instantly changed. It became particularly lewd and understanding. He rushed over, stuffed the biggest bunch of chicken wings into my hands, patted my shoulder, and with a face that said, "Brother, I understand you," he said, "Little you, come on, eat more to replenish your energy. Look at you, you can barely stand. You must be exhausted." What? Dude, what are you imagining? I was beaten up by your sister. It's not what you think. Just like that, another year has passed. The 3 of us finally left that hellish place and arrived at a small town nearby called Nebula Town. The first thing we did was find the biggest tavern and feast. This guy Huowu Shuang is also a character. As soon as he sat down, he shouted at the owner, "Boss, 10 pounds of sauced beef, 30 skewers of grilled kidneys, a plate of iron plate chives, and a whole roasted lamb." I couldn't help but feel my eyelids twitch, especially at those 30 skewers of grilled kidneys. After ordering, he even made a point to wink at me. Well, he's been thinking that I've been completely drained this past year. We were enjoying our meal when a particularly harsh voice suddenly rang out. "Who dares to take my seat?" As soon as I heard it, I thought, here comes the classic plot. A flamboyantly dressed young dandy, followed by a few lackeys, swaggered over to our table. He was quite arrogant at first, but when he saw Huowu, his eyes went wide and he nearly drooled. "Beautiful lady, my father is the Lord of Nodding City. How about we be friends?" Huowu rolled her eyes so hard they almost went to the sky and simply said one word, "Scram." This stirred up a hornet's nest. The guy got furious and unleashed his martial spirit. A blue-eyed white wolf with 2 yellow soul rings, a great soul master daring to act so brazenly here. He reached out and overturned all the dishes on our table. Damn, wasting food is shameful. Huowu Shuang exploded on the spot, and as soon as his martial soul was unleashed, it showed 2 yellow and 1 purple, soul master. He directly slapped towards me. As a result, a gray-robed man who had been silent behind that young master moved. That guy was a soul zone. With one move, he sent Huowu Shuang flying, causing him to spit out blood. Can I tolerate this? My friend was attacked. I must seek revenge. I drew my Chixiao Sword and directly engaged him. Don't think just because he's a soul zone, I'm a pushover. I launched my first soul skill, but he blocked it with his Iron Seal martial soul. Seeing my good talent, that guy even developed a murderous intent, directly activating his 4th soul skill. A huge Iron Seal came crashing down from above. There was no choice but to go all out. I unleashed my ultimate skill, the Sky-Slaying Sword technique, which drained all my soul power, but at last, I managed to cleave through his attack. However, I was also on my limit, barely able to stand. The gray-robed man saw my weakness and grinned, preparing to deliver a finishing blow. Just at that critical moment, a loud shout came from another corner of the tavern. "Stop bullying the weak. What kind of soul master is that?" I turned my head and saw a middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance but a somewhat pretentious demeanor, accompanied by an old man and a young boy. As soon as the middle-aged man approached, he assumed a masterly stance and began to reprimand the man in the gray robe. The gray-robed man initially wanted to retort, but then the old man next to the middle-aged man revealed his identity as the principal of Notting Academy. At this point, the group of young men completely wilted and left in disgrace. With the crisis averted, the middle-aged man immediately came up to me, his eyes shining as he looked at my sword, asking all sorts of questions. Finally, he cleared his throat and, with a proud expression, said, "Little friend, I see you have good potential. No one on the continent understands martial souls better than I do. Would you be willing to take me as your master?" The little boy beside him couldn't help but roll his eyes. I couldn't help but laugh. "Isn't this you Xiaojiang, that master of theory? Become his disciple? What a joke." I shook my head directly and said, "Sorry, that's not possible." He was stunned at that moment, probably never having been rejected before, and still tried to persuade me. "Think it over. If you miss me, you'll regret it for a lifetime." I couldn't help but laugh. "No need to trouble yourself. Master, I already have a master." "Who is he?" he asked, not willing to give up, with an expression that seemed to say he didn't believe anyone could be better than him. I looked at him and said word by word, "Sword path, dust, heart." Yu Xiaojiang's face instantly turned green, as if he had eaten a fly. "Sword Douluo?" The little boy beside him, named Xiao San, who is the future Tang San, looked at me in shock. As for me, I was also curiously examining him. This kid looks dark and plain right now, but who would have thought that his father, grandfather, and great-uncle are all titled Douluo, and his mother is a 100,000 year soul beast? This background is simply like having a cheat code written on his face. I tell you, he has basically opened his heavenly eye on this journey. It's pure Truman Show. His father, Tang Hao, is behind him acting as a bodyguard, clearing away all the truly dangerous monsters. What he calls training is, to put it simply, just going to the countryside to gild himself, going through the motions, and then going back to inherit the family business. And now, this theoretical master beside him, named Yu Xiaojiang, is still tangled up about why I don't worship him as a master, with a face that looks like he's been constipated for 3 days and nights. It's still Tang San, this kid, who knows how to read the room and quickly steps in to smooth things over, saying that the master-student relationship depends on fate and shouldn't be forced. Wow, what a well-crafted statement. His emotional intelligence is off the charts. Only then did Yu Xiaojiang take the opportunity to back down, clear his throat, and insincerely say to me, "All right, since you already have a master, I won't force it. If you have any questions about cultivation in the future, feel free to come find me at Notting Academy." Oh, that tone, that posture, makes him look like a hermit. If someone didn't know better, they might think he's a titled Douluo. After saying that, he proudly pointed at Tang San and said, "We still need to hunt for my disciple's second soul ring, so we won't disturb you." That boastful attitude was just shy of having my disciple is a genius written all over his face. Just as he was about to leave, my buddy Huo Wushuang wasn't having it. This guy is straightforward, and after getting hurt, his brain works fast. Upon seeing a powerful soul master following Yu Xiaojiang, he immediately wanted to recruit him. He called out to Yu Xiaojiang, "Hey, wait, we're also about to hunt for soul rings. And my brother Jiang Yu is already at level 20. Why don't we go together? It would be good to have someone to look out for each other on the way." As soon as he said this, Yu Xiaojiang suddenly turned around. His eyes locked back onto me like a radar, filled with disbelief. "You're also at level 20? His expression was as if he was saying, "How is that possible? Another one?" I tell you, his gaze toward me instantly became fervent, as if he had discovered some rare treasure. Almost wanted to pack me up and take me away on the spot. I can see through his little schemes. He must be thinking that it would be a great opportunity for me to witness his impressive theoretical knowledge on the way, and maybe, just maybe, I'd be so moved, so in awe, that I'd bow down and switch allegiance. It's a nice thought. However, since Huo Wushuang spoke up, I couldn't refuse. It would be interesting to observe this future sea god and his invincible theoretical teacher up close. So, our group temporarily formed a team and marched into the Stardow Forest. This place, how should I put it? It's just full of trees, particularly big ones, blocking out the sun. After walking for a long time, it felt like we were going in circles. Along the way, we encountered quite a few soul beasts, like 10-year-old pink ladies and 100-year-old little wildcats, which were hardly worth mentioning. When everyone got tired, we found a big tree to rest under. I tell you, flags should not be raised recklessly. We had just sat down, our butts hadn't even warmed the seats, and trouble struck. We were leaning against that big tree, with several huge vines wrapped around it, and suddenly, without a sound, they started to move. Who understands what it's like for family members? 1 second it was a plant, and the next second it mutated. In a flash, 6 vines acted separately, binding us precisely, None of the 6 of us escaped, all tightly wrapped up. When the green skin of the vine broke open, it was pitch black inside. Yu Xiaojiang's face turned pale, and he shouted, "It's a ghost vine. A 600-year-old ghost vine. This thing is the hardest to deal with." And guess what? Just a second ago, he was terrified, and the next second, the mood changed dramatically. He looked at Tang San, who was bound up like a zongzi, and actually showed a face full of joy, starting a live demonstration. "Little San, don't be afraid. This is a treasure. The 600-year-old ghost vine is perfect for your second spirit ring. Its parasitic ability is simply a perfect match with your blue silvergrass." Good heavens. At that moment, I wanted to applaud him. This mindset, this speed of changing expressions, truly a master. Emotional management is all about being in control. He wasn't too worried at all. After all, with that Spirit Hall Dean Sun around, it felt like having a mobile safe. But I sensed something was wrong. This vine is poisonous. Neurotoxic. I felt my whole body weaken, and my soul power was also slowing down. Yu Xiaojing realized it too and shouted at Dean Sun, "Old Sun, act quickly. If you don't, we're all done for." Dean Sun was also a practical type. Without saying a word, he unleashed his martial spirit. With a whoosh, a several-meter-long fire giant scythe appeared in his hand, with 4 soul rings in yellow and purple. Looking quite intimidating, he shouted "Flame Slash," and with one sweep of the scythe, the ghost vine wrapped around him was instantly turned to ash. Plants are afraid of fire. That's common knowledge. After breaking free, he quickly rescued Yu Xiaojing and Tang San. When he was ready to come save us, he found it was unnecessary. The fire siblings, Huo Wu Shuang and Huo Wu, erupted with flames, burning the vines clean. On my side, it was even simpler. As soon as the Chixiao Sword came out, the golden imperial flames swept through, making those ghost vines retreat as if they had seen a ghost. But unfortunately, it was too late. Yu Xiaojing looked at my calm demeanor with increased admiration in his eyes. He was probably contemplating how to take me away. In his mind, a grand fantasy of twin stars shining in the spirit master world, with Yu Xiaojing becoming a generation master, was playing out. While he was dreaming, Dean Sun had already unleashed his ultimate move, the second soul skill, Flame Totem, sending a sky full of fire tadpoles up to burn the ghost vine's main body down to just one bare vine. Dean Sun brought the ghost vine down to low health, and then, very appropriately, handed a small knife to Tang San. "Go ahead, the final blow is yours." Tang San was also tough. He took the knife and quickly stabbed it into the core of the ghost vine with precision and decisiveness, completely unlike a child. Soon, a yellow soul ring floated up, and Tang San sat cross-legged to start absorbing it. Once he finished absorbing, good heavens, Yu Xiaojing's desire to perform came up again. He smiled at me, and that smile seemed anything but sincere. "Xiao he called affectionately. "Look, little San just advanced to a great soul master, and your levels are about the same. Why not spar a bit? It would benefit both of you." I thought to myself, here it comes, the main event. I also wanted to see just how strong this guy was. I directly agreed, "Sure." The stage was instantly set. A flash of blue light appeared from Tang San's side, and a bunch of blue silver grass sprang up from his hand. After absorbing the ghost vine spirit ring, his grass looked noticeably different, covered in black snake patterns and filled with small thorns, becoming as thick as an arm, coiling around him like dozens of big snakes. Tang San, Martial Spirit Blue Silvergrass, Level 21 Control System Spirit Master, please teach me. I won't waste words. A flash of firelight appeared, and the Chixiao Sword was in my hand, with a yellow soul ring floating up and down. Jiang Yu, Martial Soul Chixiao Sword, Level 20 Powerful Attack Type Weapon Soul Master. I specifically said, my sword is fire attribute. It counters you go first. Tang San was also unceremonious, stepping on his ghost shadow misty step and swooped over. The sky was filled with blue-silver grass vines swirling towards me from all directions, while he hid behind the vines, playing tactics. It was interesting, but I wasn't worried at all. Let me tell you, no matter how mutated his grass is, it's still grass. My fire, however, is imperial fire. With a swing of the Chixiao Sword, golden flames surged forward, and his proud vines dissolved upon contact, instantly burned away, creating a broad path. Seeing his martial soul being completely suppressed, Tang San was unwilling to give up. He didn't use the Haotian hammer or hidden weapons, but twisted several blue-silver grasses together to form a grass arrow, using his so-called hidden weapon technique to shoot it at me. This move did have some merit, but I'd already seen through it. I aimed the Chixiao Sword at the junction of the grass arrow, the weakest point, and struck down. Slash! The flames on the sword erupted violently. directly disintegrating it from the inside. With his martial soul ineffective, Tang San gave up and switched to close combat. He let out a loud shout, leaping into the air, and used the control crane catching dragon technique to grab toward the top of my head. I looked at him and couldn't help but want to laugh. Talman's ultimate skill? Goodness, who doesn't know a few tricks? I immediately took a solid horse stance, channeling all my strength into my arms, watching him descend from the sky, not dodging or avoiding. Did he think he could suppress me with the force of his fall? How naive. Grounded sky cannon. I threw both fists out, from bottom to top, and directly collided with his claw. With a loud bang, Tang San was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, soaring over 10 meters before crashing to the ground. His so-called soft, overcoming hard technique was nothing but a joke in the face of absolute power. My Baji Quan emphasizes unmatched strength, one force overcoming 10 skills. Tang San lay on the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Yu Xiaojiang turned pale with fright and hurried over to help him. As for me, I quickly ran over as well, wearing a particularly guilty expression. Oh no, I'm sorry. I didn't control my strength and hurt you. If I had known, I would have gone lighter. Let me tell you, Tang San is someone with a heavy protagonist halo and a strong sense of self-esteem. As soon as I said to take it easy, his stubborn temper flared up immediately, struggling and saying, "No, you mustn't hold back. Next time, remember to hit harder." Huh. I was stunned at that moment. Who understands family? How does this protagonist also have a bit of M attribute? It's the first time I've seen someone make such a request. All right then, since you say so, I'll definitely satisfy you next time. Beside us, Huo Wushuang's eyes widened, leaning over to Huo Wu, drooling and saying, "Sister, your future husband is too fierce. When you marry him, can you ask him to teach me this punching technique?" This made Huo Wu blush deeply, and she stepped on his foot in embarrassment. After this round, Yu Xiaojiang looked at me with an even more unusual gaze, practically dripping with possessiveness, like a creepy uncle, making me feel uneasy all over. To showcase his knowledge, he started to give me a lesson, launching into his personal theoretical knowledge conference. He cleared his throat and took on a Master S pose. Xiaoyu Chixiao Sword, Extreme Flames, Imperial Aura. Going for a strong attack route is not wrong. However, there are two development paths for strong attack systems. Wow. It was a full-on promotion session as he started selling me his theories. After rambling on for a while, he summarized it into two paths. One is high burst and high output, taking the opponent down with one set of skills, but the drawback is poor sustainability, suitable for beast martial souls like those tough guys. The other is continuous output, a steady stream, low soul power consumption, excelling in endurance. Huo Wushuang, that simple-minded muscle man, immediately shouted, "I choose the first one. As a man, it should be explosive. Who needs endurance?" After I listened, I felt happy inside. Endurance? That a good thing. I smiled slightly and said to Yu Xiaojiang, "Master, I choose the second option. Compared to a brief intensity, I prefer something more enduring. This way, I can better enjoy the fun of battle." When Yu Xiaojiang heard that I had accepted his suggestion, he was quite pleased and immediately patted his chest, saying he would personally help me find the most suitable soul ring. So we set off again, and along the way, we saw quite a few fire tribute soul beasts. Unfortunately, either their age was too low, or they weren't suitable for me. Instead, it was Huo Wushuang who seemed a bit tempted. However, being tempted was one thing, but he was still far from the required level, so he could only watch longingly. Let me tell you, this guy Yu Xiaojiang has a solid theoretical knowledge. He immediately started analyzing and said that since I want to take the route of a protracted battle, I can't choose a soul beast that just bursts out and then fades away. Goodness. He squinted his eyes like an old mystic and listed 3 candidates for me: the Duckbill Flame Dragon, the Iron Shell Sword Beast, and the Fire God Bug. After saying that, he sighed and mentioned that there was actually a better option called the Crimson Flame Roaring Tiger, but unfortunately it's too rare, and I probably couldn't find one in the entire Stardew Forest. Upon hearing this, my eyes lit up. There's something even better? I have to go for the best. If I can't find it, I can always downgrade. But as soon as that name came out, Huo Wushuang beside me gasped, and I was completely taken aback. I was wondering if this muscular guy was a complete illiterate. How'd he know this? As soon as he opened his mouth, he said it was one of the 6 great kings among the tiger-type soul beasts, comparable to a century-old soul beast at birth, with extraordinary talent, which is why it was hunted to near extinction by humans. At that moment, Yu Xiaojiang's gaze towards him changed. I bet he was definitely wondering, where did this big fool hear such secrets? He probably suspected the guy's identity. Sure enough, the next second, he started to indirectly test Huo Wushuang, asking if she knew about legendary soul beasts like the vermilion bird and the golden crow. Huo Wushuang responded fluently, mentioning that the vermilion bird resides in the southern Fengwu Mountain, and their sect even has feathers as proof. That the golden crow appeared in the western Tang Valley 10,000 years ago and later ascended to heaven with the sun god. She spoke with such detail that Yu Xiaojiang's eyes lit up, excited as if he had discovered a treasure, repeatedly muttering about Fengwu Mountain and Tang Valley, feeling like he was about to set off on a treasure hunt. After chatting while walking for more than half an hour, we finally arrived at a hilly area. The soul beasts here were obviously more numerous and fiercer, with thousand-year-old ones starting to appear in clusters. Just after we fended off a group of phantom wolves, we heard a strange, raucous sound. Turning around, we saw a fully red, dragon-shaped soul beast with a duck bill charging straight at us, its tail burning with a fierce flame. Yu Xiaojiang immediately became excited and said, "Duck-billed flame dragon. That's the one." I was still processing everything when Huo Wushuang came up to me, warmly calling me brother-in-law and reminding me that this creature's flames had a stunning effect, telling me to be careful. His sister, Huo Wu, was so angry that she was stamping her feet, her face all red, telling him to stop calling me that. In response, Huo Wushuang casually said, "If I like it, why hide it?" Family members, who understands? These two siblings are acting out a drama here. What is even funnier is that when Tang San heard Huo Wu's nickname, Xiao Wu, he momentarily lost focus, his gaze becoming incredibly gentle. At that moment, I thought to myself, this team is too hard to manage. One is lost in the past, and the other is acting out a family drama. Huo Wu was so upset with her brother that she directly turned the tables on him. "Brother, aren't you concerned about him? Then go help him deal with that duckbill flame dragon." Huo Wushuang was instantly dumbfounded, pointing at himself and saying, "I'm still injured." But he couldn't resist his sister pretending to be angry. So in the end, he could only rush forward with a face full of indignation, muttering, "Who told you to be my sister?" I looked at this obvious younger sister complex and couldn't help but laugh. With someone to play for me, I naturally didn't hold back. However, Huo Wushuang was injured after all, and he was in a terrible situation fighting that 700-year-old duck-billed flame dragon, his hair almost singed. Just at that moment, let me tell you, the most absurd scene appeared. A roar of a tiger echoed, and the legendary red flame, roaring tiger we had just discussed dashed past us in a flash. Yes, you heard that right. It ran past us. It didn't even glance at us, as if it had seen a ghost. I was stunned at that moment. It looked too much like a certain universe's #1 tough tiger. Before we could react, a large group of soul beasts, including longhorned bulls and ghostly wolves, came rushing out from the depths of the forest, all desperately trying to escape. It was like a real-life animal migration, nearly trampling Yu Xiaojiang. The duck-billed flame dragon was also dumbfounded. It squawked a few times towards the back, as if saying, "Oh my, there's a ghost." And then it didn't look back as it rushed past Huo Wushuang, joining the fleeing crowd. Yu Xiaojiang's face instantly turned pale. He finally realized something was wrong. What kind of terrifying thing could scare a soul beast of the level of the red flame roaring tiger to such an extent? He shouted at the top of his lungs, "Run!" and then dragged Tang San away in a panic, looking so flustered that he had completely lost his master demeanor. I didn't hesitate either, grabbing Huo Wu's hand and running. Just then, a terrifying figure shot out from the depths of the forest. It was a creature over 5 meters long, with 3 massive lion heads. A dog? Yes, a 3-headed hellhound. Each head was thicker than my waist, and it moved so fast that I could only see after images. This thing could even speak, cursing and searching for some bugs. When Yu Xiaojiang turned around and saw it, he was nearly scared to death and shouted, "3-headed crimson demon hound, 100,000-year soul beast." At that moment, my mind went blank. 10,000 years? What a joke. This thing was already right behind us. Yu Xiaojiang was also anxious. He summoned his spirit, Luo Sanpao, which looked like a mix between a corgi and a pig. With his hands together, he shouted, "Fart like smoke, hypnotize and put to sleep, Luo Sanpao." Suddenly, there was a loud bang, and a thick yellow gas sprayed out from Luo Sanpao's rear. The smell was something else. The fire dance siblings were immediately stunned. They probably had never seen such a bizarre attack method. I was shocked too. What kind of heaven-defying soul skill was this? It was all about surprise, right? Guess what? That 3-headed red demon dog was actually stunned for a moment by this biochemical weapon. It was probably the first time in its beastly life to encounter such a tactic, which was quite humiliating. Unfortunately, it only paused for that brief moment. Once it reacted, it became furious, and all 3 heads opened their mouths to let out a massive roar. The sound wave carried a terrifying mental attack, and all of us felt darkness before instantly fainting. When I regained consciousness, I was jolted awake by a sharp pain. It turned out that after the three-headed dog knocked us out, it realized no one could answer its questions and was scratching its head in confusion. Goodness, the three of its heads even started arguing about which one to scratch first, engaging in mental self-consumption. Eventually, it grew impatient, stepped on Yu Xiaojiang, nearly injuring him internally, and threatened him about whether he had seen a giant ice silkworm. Yu Xiaojiang was so scared he nearly wet himself, but still stubbornly insisted on educating it that ice silkworms only existed in the far north. As a result, the three-headed dog became furious. "Are you teaching me how to do my job?" and kicked Yu Xiaojiang unconscious. Just as it was about to go on a killing spree, suddenly, a light burst forth from both me and Tang San. Tang San's side was a peaceful white light, while I was enveloped in a more domineering golden light, with wisps of faint purple gas swirling around. As soon as the purple gas appeared, the three-headed red demon dog immediately became timid. The expressions on all three heads were filled with terror, as if it had seen some natural enemy. It didn't dare to let out a sound and tucked its tail between its legs, running back deep into the forest. I still haven't figured out what this automatic protection feature on me is, but I felt a voice echoing in my head, and then I became completely alert. When I opened my eyes, a giant silkworm, about 7 or 8 meters long, plump and white, with 10 golden stripes on its body, was crawling out from a crack in the ground, curiously examining me with its shiny golden little eyes. I was dumbfounded at the time, and my first reaction was, are we supposed to eat this thing roasted or fried? It's so fatty, it must taste amazing. As a result, that big meat bug heard me mumbling and started drooling, asking me what I was roasting. I said, "Roasting you." It got anxious and said, "How can you eat such a cute baby?" Then it began a very melodramatic self-introduction, claiming it was the embodiment of wisdom and beauty, a hero of chivalry, and a celestial dream ice silkworm that had cultivated for 1,000,000 years. I just laughed and said, "Did you plagiarize that line from Stephen Chow? Did you pay for the copyright? 1,000,000 years, huh? Why don't you say you're a creation left over from Pangu opening the heavens?" The celestial dream ice silkworm was not pleased with my retort and boasted that it would become my unprecedented 1,000,000-year soul ring. I thought to myself, no way. Your combat power looks weaker than that duck-billed flame dragon earlier. I don't want you. Just as I was about to refuse, it became anxious and said to me solemnly, "You have no say in this. Don't worry, I'll be gentle. Even though I'm large, you just need to endure a little." Before I could react, an extremely cold breath sprayed over me, and I instantly became immobile. I watched helplessly as its huge head pressed against my forehead, and then I completely lost consciousness. Just before passing out, I could only hear its triumphant laughter echoing throughout the forest. I tell you, just when I was dazed by that big ice bug in the core area of the starry forest, wow, it was a stormy scene. Suddenly, a silver shadow emerged from a big pool, and the aura it exuded, Tiske, made all the powerful soul beasts in the forest, including the handsome-faced leader, kneel down in an instant. That big guy was still there pledging loyalty, saying, "My lord, don't worry, I'll catch that runaway ice silkworm for you right away." But guess what that silver shadow said? It laughed and said, "No need, I found something more interesting than that stinky bug." After saying that, it decided to take a stroll in the human world. I thought to myself, this more interesting thing. It wouldn't be talking about me, would it? Anyway, that big guy didn't dare to say much and mention arranging bodyguards, but he was refused again. Then the silver shadow dropped a line. "Isn't Xiao Wu already there?" That's enough. On the other side, I felt like I had fallen into a pure white server, with code flying everywhere, all white light dots. Just when I thought I was going to be a data ghost here, suddenly the entire space lit up like it had been activated. 10 beams of golden light flashed blindingly, and eventually turned into 10 gigantic golden halos, hovering in midair. As these 10 golden rings spun, wow, the entire space expanded directly, transforming from a one-bedroom apartment into a large flat. Then, beside these 10 sun-like orbs of light, a small grayish light cluster quietly appeared, looking quite emo. Those 10 big golden balls seemed to be quite hostile towards it, flashing golden light at it frantically, trying to drive it away. Guess what happened next? That gray little cluster seemed to enter Do Not Disturb mode and didn't move at all. At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed in my mind. "So your name is Jiang Yu." I was startled and thought, who's speaking? I looked around for a long time, but didn't see anything at all. "Stop looking, little brother." That voice came again, with a hint of mischief. "This is your sea of consciousness, and it will be my home from now on. This place was originally too small, so I've expanded it for you. Now it can barely fit." I hadn't reacted yet when he continued. "All right, I just went through your memories. Wow, Teacher Hashimoto? Teacher Mikami? Who are they? Your lineup of teachers is quite luxurious, isn't it? There must be hundreds of them, right? What do they teach you? Gun skills or stick techniques? My face immediately turned red. Who understands what family feels? The hard drive was opened in front of me. I quickly coughed twice and said nonsense. Cough, cough. It's just an ordinary stick teacher, teaching some exercises for strengthening the body. Oh, not bad. That voice really believed it. Nowadays, not many young people practice weapons. You have a bright future, kid. I thought to myself, don't flatter me too much, or I might just dig out a 3-bedroom apartment right here. I quickly changed the topic. So, are you really that million-year soul beast? Of course. That voice, it's the heavenly dream ice silkworm, and I'm so proud of it. In the entire Douluo Continent, besides me, who else is there? Since you're so impressive, why do you have to rush to become my spirit ring? I directly hit the nail on the head. Ahem. Well, the heavenly dream ice silkworm suddenly got stuck, and after a long pause, it sighed deeply. Forget it, since we're bound together now. I want to hide it from you. I have no choice. If I don't run away, I'll be drained dry by those fairies in the Douluo forest. Wow, that is a lot of information. You have no idea how perverted those guys are. The voice of the heavenly dream, ice silkworm, suddenly became filled with indignation. Every time they absorb my essence, they tie me up and play with me. It's simply inhumane. Forget it, you're still young. I want to tell you these things. In short, from now on, stay away from those guys in the Douluo forest. All right, got it. I nodded, thinking to myself that I have no such hobby. Then the heavenly dream ice silkworm began to tell me its tragic history. Simply put, it was just an ordinary ice silkworm, whose daily task was to avoid natural enemies and wait to be sent to the silkworm queen as a tool for reproduction. As a result, one time, in an attempt to escape, it accidentally fell into an ice hole. I thought I was done for, but guess what? Below was a pile of 10,000-year cold marrow. The more it spoke, the more excited it became, and I was directly amazed. When I woke up, I became a million-year soul beast. However, it couldn't get out either. That ice hole was incredibly tough. Fortunately, there wasn't much in there, just plenty of 10,000-year cold marrow. So it started living the ultimate lazy life of eating and sleeping. This went on from 10,000 years to 100,000 years, and it grew its first golden pattern. At that time, I finally managed to break through the ice wall and thought I was invincible. But as soon as I went out, I was schooled by a normal million-year soul beast. The tone of the heavenly dream ice silkworm became dejected again, and I realized I was just a fragile mage with a blue bar. My combat power was about 0. The outside world was too dangerous, forget it. I'd better go home and be lazy. So it drilled back into the ice hole and continued eating. Until it had eaten all the 10,000-year cold marrow in the entire ice hole, it had developed 9 golden patterns and reached 900,000 years of cultivation. This time it drilled out from the bottom of the ice hole and fell directly into the sea, drifting all the way from the extreme north to the southern part of the continent. As a result, it encountered a tough opponent again. Although I scared it away with my spiritual power, I still couldn't win. Finally, when it reached the shore, it was worse off. Directly captured by the soul beasts of the Douluo forest. Those guys realized I was a walking all-purpose pill. Whoever consumed me would level up. So they dragged me back to their lair and tormented me every day. The voice of the heavenly dream ice silkworm even had a crying tone. I really couldn't take it anymore. So I released my aura and attracted all the 100,000-year soul beasts in the forest, hoping to let them fight each other. Guess what happened? They fought for a while and actually stopped. They decided to team up and absorb me together. I was almost stunned by this guy's experience. He is simply the strongest mouthpiece of 2025, highlighting how life has repeatedly crushed me. Of course I have to run. Tianming Ice Silkworm suddenly thought of a brilliant idea. I decided to become a soul ring for humans. This way, I can retain my consciousness and use a human's hands to deal with those bastards. After careful selection, I found a titled law, but that guy was useless. With a bang, he was directly blown apart by my spiritual power. Later, I tried several others, all of which failed. Thousands of years passed, and my soul power was almost drained. Just when I was about to lose hope, the 10th golden pattern appeared on my body. Bro, I made it. The first million-year soul beast since ancient times. Although I gained power, I still couldn't defeat that group. I could only sneak out and then discovered you and that kid next to you. He paused. Both of you had strong spiritual power, but yours was more compatible. So in the end, I chose you. So, does that mean I'm better than Tang-san? I was instantly overjoyed. This directly crushes the protagonist in terms of talent. Of course, Tianming Ice Silkworm immediately started to paint a bright future for me. saying that in the future, when you encounter those 10,000-year soul beasts, you must turn them all into your soul rings and bones. My revenge depends entirely on you. No problem. I agreed immediately. Come on. Who would want a 10,000-year soul ring? Leave it to Tang San? Don't even think about it. Don't worry, bro won't let you suffer. Tianming Ice Silkworm excitedly said. Now, let me tell you about the beginner's gift package I prepared for you. Your fire sword attribute is not suitable, so I chose your demon sword. Although this is a million-year soul ring, to avoid blowing you up, the energy will be distributed over time, and the power currently displayed is about 800 years. But don't worry, the energy in my body is enough to elevate all your future 10 soul rings to the 10,000-year level. My heart raced as I listened. However, brother doesn't have a soul bone to give you. It changed the subject. I felt a jolt in my heart, but it took a big breath and said, I can give you an additional martial soul. It's ice attribute. Moreover, this first soul ring is unprecedented, directly giving you 4 soul skills. Damn, I couldn't hold it in and cursed. 3 martial souls? What the hell is this? I'm taking off right here. This isn't just impressive, this is beyond impressive. The martial soul I'm giving you doesn't have a form yet. The Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm explained, you need to absorb an ice attribute soul ring to define its shape. Preferably a beast martial soul, which can also strengthen your body. What are those 4 soul skills? I asked eagerly. They're all mental type auxiliary skills, with no offensive power. They are mental detection, which gives you a portable map, mental sharing, which allows you to have a group chat with teammates, mental interference field, a range intelligence decreasing aura, and soul shock, a single target mental control skill. I thought about it for a moment. Wow, even though I didn't increase my attack, this has directly transformed me from a berserker into a tactical master. I already had enough output, and this is just a perfect enhancement. All right, the people outside are waking up. You should go out now, Tianming Binkin reminded. I forced myself to wake up from the immense joy, and while the person next to me was still quiet, I quickly summoned my demon sword. Sure enough, there was a dazzling yellow soul ring on the sword's body. The most outrageous part was that a gray mist suddenly emerged from the red gem in the middle of the hilt, which then slowly turned into an ice blue color. In the mist, a stunning figure flashed by, wearing a blue long dress, looking like a fairy, but before I could see clearly, she swooshed back into the gem. What was that figure? I was stunned. How did my sword have a beautiful woman hidden inside? Given that appearance, could it be Long Kuei? My goodness, is my sword actually a wife blind box? I tried for a long time to call her out again, but the sword was as unresponsive as if it had crashed. Just then, Tang Sin next to me stirred, looking like he was about to wake up. My eyes flashed, and a brilliant idea popped into my mind. I quickly retracted my martial soul, grabbed a dozen or so freshly dug blue silvergrass from the ground, and stuffed them into Tang San's mouth. Then I dashed away in a single leap, lay down on the ground, and pretended to be asleep. Sure enough, after a little while, I heard Tang Sin wake up with a muffled sound. As soon as he sat up, he spat out the grass from his mouth, looking completely bewildered. I timed it perfectly and let out a fake yawn as if I had just woken up, seeing the dirt at the corner of his mouth. I suppressed a laugh and said, Tang San, no matter how hungry you are, you can't eat grass. Although your martial spirit is blue silvergrass, this thing won't replenish your energy. Here, I have some buns. Saying this, I pulled out a vegetable bun that had been sitting in the soul guide for several days and had started to go a bit sour, and handed it to him. Tang Sin was probably really hungry as he took it and started to chew. The moment he took a bite, his expression changed dramatically. How is it? Tastes good, right? I looked at him with anticipation. He might have been concerned about his image, as he forced himself to swallow that sour bun and even managed to smile. This bun tastes amazing. I didn't expect the pickled vegetable filling to be this delicious. Pickled vegetable filling? I pretended to be surprised, but this was clearly a vegetable filling. Tang San's face instantly turned green. After holding in for a while, he forced a save, I think. This bun has aged, and the flavor has actually become richer, like wine. Watching him struggle to explain, I almost laughed out loud. You definitely took a silent loss on this one. Not long after, Huo Wu and the others also woke up one by one. The last awake was Yu Xiaojiang, who looked like he had the worst mental strength. When he woke up, he appeared flushed and wobbly, as if he had drunk fake alcohol. Once he regained his composure, we didn't dare linger and started heading towards the edge of the forest, preparing to find my second spirit ring. On the way, we encountered that duck-billed flame dragon again, but after experiencing the million-year gift pack from the Sky Dream Ice Silkworm, I had lost interest in such small fry. Soon, we spotted an entirely fire-red tiger at the edge of the forest. Yu Xiaojiang recognized it immediately, an 800-year-old crimson flame roaring tiger. But then he shook his head. What a pity, it's too high in age. You can't absorb your second spirit ring from it. I rolled my eyes in my heart. Who do I despise? I've absorbed even the essence of millions of years, although it's in installments. But the heavenly dream ice silkworm said that my body can handle 900 years without any problem. No need to trouble the master. I'll take it head on. I believe in myself. My future brother-in-law, Huo Wushuang, is the strongest. He shouted, brother-in-law, I believe in you, and charged forward. The crimson flame roaring tiger is no pushover either, and it fought back fiercely against Huo Wushuang. Moreover, this guy's fire attacks are particularly insidious, capable of stacking damage continuously, like boiling a frog in warm water. Huo Wushuang was caught off guard and began to slow down from the burns, and it looked like he wouldn't be able to hold on much longer. I acted decisively, and the Chixiao Sword shot out, a golden flame directly severing the tiger's attack. Seeing this, Tang Sen also wanted to help, swinging several strands of blue silvergrass. What was the result? As soon as his grass got close to the tiger, it was burned to ashes. I can see that Tang San's brows are tightly knitted together. His precious blue silvergrass is afraid of fire. And this weakness is too fatal. I'm afraid he will come back to deliver again, so I smiled and said, little three brothers, you take a break. I'll handle this little cat. I meant well, but when this reached Tang San's ears, it probably sounded a bit harsh. His proud temperament couldn't stand it, and his expression changed immediately. I saw him reach to his waist and pull out a sharp iron nail from the soul guide called 24 Bridges on a Moonlit Night. And he suddenly flicked it out using the Tang Sek's hidden weapon technique. Goodness, those nails went thud 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 into the flesh of the crimson flame roaring tiger. That kid Tang San is really ruthless. Thankfully, he didn't poison it, otherwise this big cat would have been done for right there. As soon as I saw this situation, I couldn't delay any longer, so I unleashed my ultimate move. The Chixiao Sword formation activated. With a flash of the yellow soul ring, over a dozen flaming great swords shot straight into that tiger's body. It was a scene of blood and flesh flying everywhere. The tiger let out a tragic roar and then fell to its knees, unwillingly taking its last breath. Then everyone, the most classic scene arrived. A circle of bright yellow soul rings erupted all at once. I quickly sat cross-legged and began to absorb. Let me tell you, that feeling was like plugging into a super fast charger. A massive amount of energy flooded into my body all at once. Although the amount was huge, my physical fitness was top-notch. The heavenly dream eye silkworm had already transformed me. I'm not afraid of a 1,000-year spirit ring, let alone a 900-year one. I'm as steady as a rock. My spirit power level shot up rapidly, faster than a year of hard training. Beside me, that old guy Yu Xiaojiang looked dumbfounded, his mouth gaping wide enough to fit an egg, probably thinking, this ISNT scientific. Don't spirit rings usually make people go through hell to absorb? Huo Wushuang, that big brother-in-law of mine, was so proud, calling me his brother-in-law and saying my physical fitness was excellent. Goodness, once he said that, Huo Wu immediately exploded, her face turning as red as a monkey's butt, and she stepped on her brother's foot. Huo Wushuang looked aggrieved and said, I'm not talking nonsense. Last time in the Earthfire Rock Valley, I heard you two in the cave. You were shouting to use more strength and not to stop. Wow. Family, who understands? The speed of this car just shot up to 180. Huo Wu was so anxious she was almost crying, quickly explaining that I was just giving her a foot massage because she had sprained her ankle. But look at Huo Wushuang's expression. It was like he understood everything. No need for an explanation. It was ridiculous. This misunderstanding got out of hand, just as the two siblings were pulling at each other. I finished up. After absorbing the spirit ring, I slowly opened my eyes. Wow, the information about the second spirit ability exploded in my mind. It was so powerful, it was a bit outrageous. Yu Xiaojiang was the first to come over, acting like a researcher, insisting on asking me about the spirit ability's effects. Could I tell him the truth? Absolutely not. This old guy and his disciple will be my rivals in the future. So I told him half-truths. Hey, it's just a single target attack, can shoot a little flame sword that goes BU to hit people up to 9 times, each hit more painful than the last. But only against the same target. Just acting tough. But actually, my spirit ability is way better. Not only can it switch targets, but the more I hit, the less spirit power it consumes. It's practically a perpetual motion machine. But once Yu Xiaojiang heard it, he was already amazed, shaking his head and saying there's no strongest spirit ability, only the most suitable one, spouting a bunch of theories. Over there, Tang San had that little jealous look on his face. It was practically written all over him, probably wondering why the gap between people is so huge. After leaving the Stardew Forest, I was ready to part ways with Xiaojiang and the others. This old brother started again, holding my hand and saying with deep emotion, "Xiaoyu, come under my wing. I guarantee you'll become a titled Douluo and reach the pinnacle of spirit masters." I almost couldn't hold back my laughter at that moment. I was rolling my eyes in my heart, thinking, come on, you're a great soul master. Don't you know your own weight? If it weren't for Tang San having the protagonist halo, you would have been ruined long ago. And claiming to be at the peak of soul masters, who do you think you are? Besides, I was raised by the Pope Bibi Dong. The grace of her nurturing is greater than the sky. How could I betray her and hang out with you? Don't even think about it. I directly refused, saying that my master has been very kind to me, and I could never change my allegiance. Guess what happened next? This old guy not only didn't get angry, but also looked at me with admiration and applauded. Tang San couldn't stand it, and probably wondered if his teacher had some special preferences. Before leaving, Tang San even made a serious remark, saying that I would definitely be surprised next time we meet. I glanced back at him, that proud little look, fine, I'll wait. Then I took the two siblings, Huo Wu and Huo Shuang, and rushed towards Tiando City. After 3 days of travel, we reached a place called Nanjing City, ready to take a break. We found the best hotel in the city, called the Rose Hotel. Let me tell you, this hotel is really grand. The welcoming lady at the entrance, Su, was incredibly beautiful with an amazing figure. As soon as Huo Shuang saw her, he was completely mesmerized, grabbing her hand and not letting go. It was quite embarrassing. Huo Wu was beside him, utterly humiliated. We weren't short on money either, so we booked 3 rooms, one for each of us, very comfortable. But then at night, this battle maniac, Huo Wu, wouldn't let me sleep and insisted on dragging me to the hotel's training ground for sparring. Folks, I'd already gone easy on her, winning 7 matches in a row, yet she still wasn't satisfied and insisted on another round. I was dead tired, thinking I might as well let her win one. But this girl played dirty, using a move called Huo Wu Long Zhua Shou, feinting and then scratching my abs. Good grief, my freshly trained 8-pack was almost ruined. She did win and was getting all excited about it. I complained a bit about her scratching me. And then she leaned down and started blowing on my abs. She said it would feel better if she blew on it. I was completely stunned. That scene was way too easy to misinterpret. The next morning, the 3 of us ran into each other in the hallway. Huo Wu had dark circles under her eyes and looked exhausted. Her brother asked her what was wrong, and she immediately replied, "Oh, don't mention it. I just got a bit tired last night with Jiang Yu." What the hell? I nearly spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. Could you be any more ambiguous? I quickly tried to smooth things over, saying it was blowing, just blowing a bit of beer, nothing else. As soon as Huo Shuang heard there was beer, he got excited and insisted on drinking in the morning. When we got to the restaurant, that guy chugged down a whole bunch of beer, finishing off more than 10 bottles in a row while I hadn't even finished one. He was bragging about being the king of beer, but before he could finish his sentence, his face turned green, and he made an excuse to go to the bathroom. He definitely wanted to find a place to throw up. You know how men are, they care about their image. After Huo Shuang threw up, he didn't come back directly. In a small alley, he heard someone shouting for help. He rushed over and lo and behold, it was the beautiful hostess Su from last night. She was surrounded by a few thugs. His heroic spirit kicked in, and he shouted, "Let go of that girl." The thugs weren't pushovers either. They revealed their spirit souls, one soul ancestor with 2 little brothers. The leader was called Crow, level 39, almost a soul master. But Huo Shuang wasn't intimidated at all. He unleashed his spirit, the unicorn fire violent dragon. 2 yellow and 1 purple, the best spirit ring configuration, dazzling the eyes of his opponents. When those guys saw that, they were shocked, thinking they had encountered a genius. But they were outnumbered 3-1. And Huo Shuang had just finished drinking, so his mind was still a bit hazy. After a series of combos, Huo Shuang quickly found himself at a disadvantage and ended up getting hurt. We waited in the hotel for half a day without seeing anyone. Suddenly, I heard that some young men were fighting with bullies outside, and I thought to myself, this is bad, it must be those guys. I grabbed Huo Wu and rushed outside. As soon as we arrived, we saw Huo Wu Shuang had been injured. Huo Wu's temper flared up instantly. How dare they hit my brother? I'll make you pay 100-fold. As she unleashed her martial spirit, a flash of red light shone, and I quickly drew out the Chixiao Sword. I heard Huo Wu shout loudly, "Get lost." The light of her 3rd soul ring flashed, and a circle of dazzling fire rings erupted around her, which was her resistance fire ring. When this thing exploded, wow, it was dazzling. With a bang, those 3 local thugs were sent flying like bowling pins, and the encirclement was instantly shattered. Huo Wu rushed in with a swift step, supporting her brother Huo Wu Shuang, anxiously asking, "Brother, Are you okay? Can you hold on? Let me tell you about this guy, Huo Wushuang. He's a pure, iron-blooded tough guy. Even when he's in so much pain that his face is about to cramp up, he still manages to force a smile and says, "It's fine. It's just a small scene. I can handle it myself." As soon as he finished speaking, I strolled over to his side. I understand him too well. This guy has a strong sense of pride, especially in front of his sister. If you directly say, "I'll help you," he might get upset on the spot. So, I cleared my throat, patted his shoulder, and said, "Hey, Brother Hua, how can we let you take all the glory alone? We need to leave some shining moments for our brothers too. 3 against 3, now that's fair competition." With that, I reached out my hand. Huo Wu understood immediately. Her little hand clapped onto mine, and she said with great momentum, "Right? We fight side by side." The look in Huo Wushuang's eyes at that moment. Let me tell you, it instantly warmed my heart. This is what brotherhood is about, sharing the burden together, no need for extra words. He wasn't being pretentious anymore. He stretched out his big hand, and our 3 hands tightly stacked together. To be honest, Huo Wushuang is a good person, although he's a bit thick-headed. Physically strong to an unbelievable degree, and a total siscon, he's genuine. Unlike Tang San, who looks all pure and innocent but has 1,000 schemes in his heart. Even his teacher almost sent him away when they first met. I wouldn't dare to be friends with someone like that. The battle instantly broke out. Huo Wushuang was the first to target the guy called Crow. The injuries he had were caused by that guy as Crow feathers, so he had to make things right. A fireball exploded and flew straight at Crow's face. Crow didn't dare to be careless either, with his 1,000-year spirit ring shining. He spread his black wings and wrapped himself up like a ball, creating a solid defense. On the other side, Huo Wu faced off against the agile attacker named Bao. Anyone who understands knows that control-type fighters have a natural advantage over agility-type fighters. Huo Wu waved her little hand, and a fire whip several meters long appeared, splitting into 4 in the air, making a big loop and tightly binding Bao. That left just me and the guy named Hu. He looked at me with only 2 spirit rings and had a relaxed expression, even threatening me. "Kid, I advise you not to make a move. I won't hold back." I laughed at that moment. "Go ahead and give it a try." The Chixiao Sword in my hand flashed with red light, and the second soul ring lit up. A small fire-flying sword shot out with a whoosh. Ahu also let out a roar, trying to use his tiger roar soundwave attack, but what happened? My little flying sword just trembled slightly, and it was completely ineffective. It directly plunged into his body with a thud. Strangely, he seemed to feel no pain and even laughed on the spot. So it turns out it's just for show, looks good, but is useless. I was overjoyed. "Buddy, you've already fallen in my trap. Underestimating the enemy can be fatal." This move of mine focuses on continuous damage over time and stacking debuffs, with increasing damage the more you hit. I thought to myself, such a cool move deserves a powerful name, so I called it the Sword of Glory Piercing the Heavens. The little flame sword stabbed him again and again. And by the 6th strike, he finally realized something was wrong, but unfortunately, it was too late. He was so dazed from the burns that he collapsed with his eyes rolled back. Well, it turns out I, with the lowest soul power, was the first to end the battle. Seeing that I was done, Huo Wushuang and Huo Wu's competitive spirit kicked in, and they immediately increased their intensity. In no time, the other 2 were also down. Huo Wushuang is quite ruthless too. He stacked the 3 of them on top of each other like a human pyramid, then shot a fireball, burning their behinds red to teach them a lesson. At that moment, the girl named Su ran over, bowing and thanking us profusely, tears in her eyes, saying that if it weren't for us, she would have been sold to a brothel. Huo Wushuang immediately burst with heroism, took her hand with a concerned look, and said, "Oh, I couldn't just stand by and do nothing. Look at your little hand. So cold. You must be scared. Cool, me. Let me warm you up." Huo Wu rolled her eyes dramatically beside him. My brother-in-law is great at everything. Except when he sees a beautiful woman, he can't help himself. And his taste is particularly unique. He prefers mature women. In his words, he likes the 3 virtues of mature women. I could see that Su was indeed quite mature, so it was no surprise he couldn't resist. I wasn't dazzled by beauty. I just asked Su what was going on. Guess what? It was the same old high-interest loan scheme. Her grandfather fell ill and borrowed a gold soul coin from a crow, agreeing on a 3% interest rate. But then it turned into 10 coins due to compound interest. Can't pay it back. Then they'll sell you to Yihong Lu to settle the debt. These scumbags are essentially running a human trafficking operation under the guise of lending. Huo Wushuang exploded in anger, rushing over and slapping the 3 awake. Then pulled out 10 gold soul coins and threw them on the ground. "Here's your money. If you dare to trouble Su again, next time it won't just be your butts on fire." If you don't want to be roasted like a little bird, then get lost. The three of them were so scared they fled, rolling and scrambling away. Once this was settled, Su insisted on repaying the favor and wanted to serve us. Huo Wushuang was delighted to hear this and immediately accepted, saying he needed a personal maid. Well, his father was worried about him falling in love early, so he had only muscle-bound men serving him before. Now he finally had the chance. So, our group became four as we continued towards Tiando City. Along the way, we took a shortcut through a place called the Silent Forest. That night, we set up camp in the forest and with 4 people in one tent. It was quite awkward. In the end, how do we divide it? Su and Huo Wu slept in the middle, while I and Huo Wushuang guarded on either side. I tell you, in the middle of the night, I was completely frozen. I felt a smooth and hot thigh directly on me, and I was so stunned at that moment. Who understands what it's like? Family. Right next to me is Huo Wu. What's worse is that she let out a particularly faint hum. I was so scared that I didn't dare to move. This girl is too sensitive, right? If there were any more movements, what would happen? For the sake of her reputation, I could only endure the pain and enjoy the pleasure, acting as a human-shaped pillow for the whole night. The next day, when I opened my eyes, good heavens, the person next to me was gone. Just as I was wondering, I saw Huo Wu sneak in with a flushed face, having changed into a new outfit. When we locked eyes, her face turned beet red all the way to her ears. I didn't say anything, pretended to just wake up, and said good morning before heading out to practice. The cultivation technique I practice is called Hongming Purple Qi Dao. I have to absorb the purple qi at the moment the sun rises. As soon as I started to circulate my energy, I felt the heavenly dream ice silkworm, which had been sleeping in my body, suddenly wake up for a moment. Although it quickly fell back asleep, I finally understood that as long as there is enough Hongming Purple Qi, I can completely awaken it. After 3 more days of travel, we finally exited that broken forest, and it was time to part ways outside Tiando City. The Fire Sect is in the north of the city, while our 7-treasure Glazed Tile Sect is in the south, which is not on the way. After bidding farewell to the Fire Wushuang siblings, Fire Wushuang manfully patted Fire Dance's shoulder and said to her, "Sister, with an outstanding man like JiangYu, you can't just think about tying him down. What you need to do is keep getting stronger, catch up to his pace, and stand at the peak together with him. Only then will your position be unshakable." Wow, this big brother-in-law really sees things quite clearly. I returned to the 7 Treasures Glazed Sect alone, and I was so tired that I collapsed in a bed and fell asleep. As a result, the next morning, I was woken up by the sound of a rooster crowing. When I opened my eyes, I realized something was even more off. There was a smooth, big white leg pressing down on my lower abdomen, rubbing against my sensitive area. I took a closer look, and to my surprise, the person in my arms was Ning Rongrong. How did this little witch end up in my bed? I slapped her little butt from behind. "Get up." Ning Rongrong was startled awake, initially looking furious, but when she saw it was me, her anger instantly vanished. Without caring about any girl-like modesty, she directly waved her little fists and pounded my chest. "Stinky JiangYu, bad JiangYu, you finally came back. You didn't even say a word before you left." Later, I found out that she had been waiting for me in my room every day, calculating that I should be back soon, wanting to give me a surprise. But after waiting for a few days, she ended up falling asleep on my bed. While talking, she even pretended to sneeze. As soon as I saw her pitiful look, my heart softened, and I said, all right, it's all my fault. I accept whatever punishment you want to give me." Upon hearing this, a glint of cunning flashed in her eyes, and her coughing immediately stopped. It was then that I realized, wow, I've been tricked again by this little witch. I watched as she picked up a feather pen, dipped it in some ink, and started doing performance art right on my face. After about 10 minutes, a pattern of the 7-treasure glazed pagoda appeared on my face. She even announced, "The punishment is that you can't wash or wipe your face all day today, or the punishment will be doubled." Great, I had no choice but to go out with this big painted face, ready to report to my master, Sword of Law. When I arrived at the entrance of the 7-treasure hall, the guard, that big brother with the golden dragon, was first taken aback when he saw me, and then, upon seeing the tattoo on my face, he nearly burst out laughing. I wanted to be polite with him either, and I said directly, "If you want to laugh, just laugh." He actually knows how to handle things, and, with a concerned look, he asked who did it, and said he would help me teach him a lesson. I thought for a moment, and said, "It was our sect leader's little princess, Ning Rongrong." I tell you, Brother Jinlong's face instantly turned green, his expression more unpleasant than crying. One moment he was heroic, and the next he shrank back, embodying the principle of being able to bend and stretch. To make amends, he gritted his teeth and said he would give me his treasured latest collection of beast ear girl illustrations. I wasn't polite about it. and took it on the spot. When I entered the grand dining hall, sure enough, Sect Master Ning Fengji and Douluo Jian were having breakfast. When Douluo Jian saw me, he was momentarily stunned. Why are you back? Ning Fengji's attention was entirely on my face. I instantly became a method actor, tears flowing as I dramatically lamented. Uncle Ning, this past year outside, I missed the sect every moment. So I painted the 7 treasures glazed tower on my face to relieve my longing. Then I embellished and recounted my experiences from the past year. After hearing it, Ning Fengji was deeply moved and praised me on the spot. Xiao Yu, I didn't expect you to have such a profound sense of belonging to the sect. It comforts my heart. Douluo Jian looked at me with approval. Smelly kid, not bad. You've reached level 20 so quickly, and your second soul ring is the Crimson Flame Roaring Tiger. Not worse than my time. Hey, I tell you. As soon as the old man said that, I felt good inside, but someone next to me started to undermine it. My grandpa, the Bon Douluo, directly backstabbed my master, cleared his throat, and said, I say, old Jian, your memory isn't very good, is it? Xiao Yu is this big, and you were only level 17 back then, right? What was your second soul ring again? Comparing it to the Crimson Flame Roaring Tiger, isn't that just asking for trouble? This is called the blue is derived from the indigo, understand? Goodness, my master's old face instantly couldn't hold up, turning as red as a monkey's, but stubbornly retorting. Old Bone, are you itching for a beating? Having him admit his talent isn't as good as mine is harder than killing him. Just when it was so awkward that you could use your toes to scratch out a 3-bedroom apartment, a savior arrived. The door creaked open, and in walked a person dressed in a black robe, wrapped up like a mysterious delivery. This person walked straight to Uncle Ning, that is, Sect Master Ning Fengji, and murmured a few words. The voice was so low, but my ears were sharp enough to catch 2 keywords. Spirit Hall Spy. I see. At that moment, the hairs on my back stood up in an instant. Family members, who understands? My heart sank. Oh no, it's over, I'm done for. Am I going to get my account deleted at lightning speed, right after leaving the newbie village? Is my undercover career about to end before it even starts? Uncle Ning's face instantly darkened. He turned to look at me, forcing out a smile that was uglier than crying. Xiao Yu, come with Uncle Ning to a place. At that moment, my mind was already rehearsing 100 escape routes, but just look at my master and his old partner, the 2 titled Douluos standing there. Where could I run? Running now would just be a confession of guilt. I could only brace myself and follow along. Then I was taken into a gloomy iron tower and sat in a creaking iron cage, like an old elevator directly pulling us up. Finally, it stopped on a floor that I must say was simply hell on earth. Even through the thick iron door, I could hear the wailing and howling inside. The sounds of whips and screams, rising and falling. Pushing open the innermost room, wow, a strong man was tied to a wooden frame, beaten to a pulp, with a bright red brand on his chest, and a branding iron was still burning in the brazier beside him. One of the subordinates immediately came forward to report. Master, he confessed. Ning Fengji took the confession, and upon reading it, his brows furrowed into a knot. This strong man was named Ding Feng, originally an elite of the sect, but he had been seduced by the spirit hall using a beauty trap. But that wasn't the main point. The key was that at the end of his confession, my name, Jiang Yu, was clearly written. It even stated that I was the highest level secret agent planted by the spirit hall. At that moment, I wanted to give him a quality 3-piece combo, bro. Do I even know you? You got beaten up, and now you want to pull a genius to take the blame for you, huh? Uncle Ning turned his head and, with a forced smile, said to me, Xiao Yu, don't worry. Uncle believes you're not a traitor. I have a clear mind, just like a mirror. This old fox is saying he trusts me, but his eyes are saying, you better give me an explanation, kid. Sure enough, none of the big shots are naive. The guy named Ding Feng is still gasping for breath, trying to hold on. I know, he is my contact. He is a secret agent. My master, the sword-fighting Douluo, is quite protective and immediately retorted. Nonsense. With this kid's intelligence, he can do such meticulous work? I don't believe it for a second. I thank you. At that moment, I almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Do I have an IQ problem? Just kidding, I was just fooling. Oh no, when I was coaxing Bibi Dong, you old man were probably still playing in the mud. But I held it in. Right then and there, I took a step back and played the card of retreating to advance, focusing on sincerity. I stepped forward with a face full of indignation and said, Uncle Ning, Master, this matter cannot just be settled like this. This is an insult to my character, for the sake of my innocence. I earnestly request the sect to thoroughly investigate this matter and give me justice. Sure enough, as soon as I said this, Ning Fengji's gaze toward me softened significantly. He immediately sent that mysterious man in black to search my room. Before long, that guy returned, holding a small iron box that I had hidden well. When I saw it, my heart tightened, but I had to keep up the act, so I rushed over and shouted, "Uncle Ning, no. That's my privacy." One acting performance. Even the Oscars owe me a little golden man. Seeing my reaction, Ning Fengji became even more convinced that something was amiss and directly ordered, "Open it." That mysterious person with the code, named 9523. Wow. A Soul King level. In a flash, pick the lock. The box popped open, and inside was a small blue notebook. Ning Fengji snatched it and opened it. What was written in there was so heartfelt. It talked about how on June 1st, I joined the warm family of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. And on July 3rd, I took first place in the newcomer competition, saying I couldn't let my master down. With various thoughts about my secret crush on Ning Rongrong mixed in, how she was so noble and how I was not worthy of her. Hoping she would awaken a top-tier martial soul, that her happiness was my happiness, and finally denouncing the Spirit Hall as villains. Vowing to work hard to cultivate and protect Rongrong and the sect in the future. Oh my, I was almost moved to tears by what I wrote. After reading it, Ning Fengji's face was as bright as a blooming chrysanthemum, and he immediately declared, "Good boy. Look at you. What's there that can't be seen? Uncle doesn't oppose your relationship with Rongrong. I would be happy for you to be my son-in-law." Son-in-law? My master and Grandpa Bone were also surprised. Snatching the notebook to take a look. After reading it, my master scolded me for daring to joke about him in my diary, while also patting my shoulder with satisfaction. "Remember what you said, protect Rongrong well." What can I say? I could only nod shyly yet firmly. "Uncle Ning, master, I will work hard." Luckily, I had prepared in advance and put a fake diary in the box. Otherwise, I would have been done for today. With the crisis averted, Ning Fengji's killing intent returned. He turned to Ding Feng, smiling as he said, "I'll give you another chance. Spill the names of your accomplices, or I'll send you to the palace to be a eunuch." As soon as those words were spoken, Ding Feng completely broke down and, like bamboo shoots falling from a bamboo tube, revealed the names of all the undercover agents. With a wave of his hand, Ning Fengji granted him a quick end and ordered the capture of the entire string of traitors. What shocked me the most was that one usually meek manager of the Xiao family, after being captured, suddenly became incredibly defiant. He wasn't doing it for money or women. He was doing it for ideals. It was as if he had been injected with adrenaline, shouting, "Long live the Pope. Long live the Spirit Hall. I will fight for the happiness of all common people." I was completely at a loss. The power of belief is truly terrifying. In the end, all these people were dragged to the central square for public execution. Watching the manager of the Xiao family die with such fervor, I felt quite uncomfortable inside. Back in my room, I finally took out my real treasure. Who understands family? The most dangerous place is the safest place. My true undercover diary was carefully taken apart page by page and hidden within the layers of books like the Rabbit Ear Girl Collection, Classic Fox Demon Illustrated, and White Tiger Girl Collection. This thing is my electronic ibuprofen. Who would have thought that such a huge secret was hidden inside? The guy searching my room was probably also a man. He flipped through the cover and took it for teenage boys reading material, not bothering to look closely. I was using a special adhesive to reattach the pages of a book when my buddy Gene Long came to find me. As soon as he walked in, he saw the explosive picture albums on my desk and a puddle of milky, sticky liquid that had spilled out. He was taken aback at first. Then a sly smile appeared on his face, one that said, "I get you, young man," full of energy, and he patted my shoulder saying, "Bro, be more careful next time. It looks pretty unseemly on the table." What else can I say? This misunderstanding is simply a divine assist. I can only nod repeatedly with a face full of shame. Perfect. After a while, the sect organized a strength test for the young disciples. One by one, people went up, showing soul power levels of 3 and 6 segments. Finally, it was my turn. I didn't think much and walked up to the big stone tablet, gathered my strength, and casually slapped it. Guess what happened? The stone tablet that measured strength buzzed loudly, and the light on it shot up like it was on a rocket, zooming straight to the 9th level, and it looked like it wanted to go even higher. The whole tablet started to crack. The middle-aged guy in charge of recording was wide-eyed, probably thinking to himself, "This kid is not human. He's a little monster." I'm telling you, this is not me bragging. Just as that big brother was about to make a move, afraid that the stone tablet would explode and hurt people, guess what happened? That light suddenly stopped. Goodness, it was just a hair's breadth away from breaking through the sky. I was overjoyed inside. Although my soul power progress was slowed down because I was practicing that Hongming purple chi, but look at the reward. It was worth it. This power is simply far ahead. Immediately after, That big brother took us to measure our soul power. Let me tell you, everyone who can come here is no ordinary person, at least level 19. When it was my turn, I measured and jumped straight to level 23. I was stunned myself. Absorbing a soul ring directly raised me 3 levels, which is equivalent to a year of hard training for free. It seems that the million-year foundation of the heavenly dream eye silkworm is indeed substantial. Not only did it expand my spiritual sea, but also gave my soul power a super boost. The way the people around looked at me, full of envy and jealousy, but no hatred. After all, we are from the same sect. They regarded me more as a target of the top achiever. After going through a whole set of procedures comparable to a physical examination, that middle-aged brother finally led us to the 7 Treasures Hall. On the way, he said that a big client had come to the sect, wanting to borrow a genius. I wondered in my heart, who is so important that the sect leader Ning would lend out his precious gem? It must not be from another sect. What a strong relationship that must be. A name flashed through my mind, and if it was who I thought it was, then it would be interesting. As soon as we entered the hall, goodness, the 3 giants, sect leader Ning, Sword Dalu, and Bondaw, were all there, chatting with the young man. The young man was only about 22 or 23 years old. He wasn't stunning, but his features were well defined, and his aura was perfectly controlled. Although he was dressed quite ordinarily, there was an air of nobility about him that couldn't be hidden. His black hair was neatly tied back, more delicate than a girl's. My heart sank. I thought, here we go, it's almost certain. When sect leader Ning saw us, he stood up and introduced. Come, let me introduce you. This is His Highness the Prince of the Tiando Empire, Xue Qinghe. As soon as Xue Qinghe stood up, he smiled warmly. Teacher, you are too polite. We are all family, just call me brother. As soon as he said this, many people's favorability instantly shot up. After all, he is a prince, and he has no airs about him. Family members understand. His approachability is simply remarkable. Later I found out that the Tiando Empire was going to establish a crown prince, and the emperor had given several sons a test. The first challenge was to each gather 7 soul masters to form a team and then compete against each other. Whoever wins is the best. Xue Qinghe's brothers are not to be underestimated. Even the twin stars of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, Yu Tianheng, got snatched away. Although he invited the Fire Wushuang siblings, their overall strength was still lacking, which is why he came to our 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School to recruit people. It seemed that sect leader Ning wanted to go through the motions, handing a roster to Xue Qinghe, meaning he could pick whoever he wanted. Before Xue Qinghe could even speak, I stepped forward and recommended myself. Brother, choose me. Give me a chance. I was calculating in my heart, and it was making a lot of noise. Xue Qinghe? Isn't that just Qian Rengshu? My future big sister. I must cling to her thigh. After all, we drank from the same person's milk. Although she didn't drink much, I drank a lot. Rounded up, that makes us like siblings from different parents. I have to help her. Xue Qinghe immediately looked at me differently, probably thinking this kid is quite brave. Ning Zhongzhu was also very proud, boasting about me, saying I was the disciple of the sword Dalu, a leading figure of the younger generation in the sect, and that my martial soul quality was not inferior to the 7 killing sword. Xue Qinghe's eyes lit up, and with great interest said, Little brother, your talent is so good. I wonder if my older brother can have a look at your martial soul. No problem. I thought to myself, I must make you satisfied. I shouted loudly, Chixiao Sword, and struck what I thought was a very cool pose. A strong light burst from my hand, and a large sword, entirely fire red with jewels embedded in the hilt, appeared in my grasp. The sword had 2 small pure gold characters engraved on it, Chixiao. 2 circles of yellow soul rings floated up and down along the blade. Xue Qinghe was immediately stunned. He could definitely sense that the aura of my sword was far stronger than that of the 7-kill sword. He made an instant decision and bowed to Master Ning. Teacher, I have decided. Please let brother JiangYu go in a battle. 3 days later, Xue Qinghe arrived in a top-of-the-line luxury carriage to pick me up, giving me quite a bit of face. The carriage was incredibly stable. It was said to be equipped with the latest royal shock absorbers. Along the way, Xue Qinghe treated me like a cherished pet, offering me snacks and asking questions with great enthusiasm. Honestly, I had considered directly using a secret code with her, saying something like the king covers the tiger. But then I thought better of it. This matter was too confidential. What if she didn't trust me and treated me as an insider? Who would I complain to then? It was better to play it safe for now. Upon arriving at the palace, we entered a loft, where I found 2 familiar faces already there, the Fire Brothers, Huo Wushuang and Huo Wu. As soon as Huo Wushuang saw me, he jumped up from his chair, excitedly exclaiming, Little brother you, I didn't expect the genius the prince mentioned to be you. Now we can fight side by side again. Huowu didn't say anything, but had a big grin on her face, looking like a blooming flower. Seeing that we knew each other, Xue Qinghe was quite pleased. It saved us the trouble of getting acquainted. He then introduced us to the other teammates. A muscular guy named Talon with a powerful gorilla spirit, a sensitive attacker, a control type, and a food type whose spirit was actually a banana. Wow, this lineup was pretty complete. Next was the pre-battle mobilization, and Xue Qinghe analyzed our opponents. One was his brother Xue Beng's team, led by Yu Qianheng, the captain of the Royal Battle Team. The other brother had recruited Yu Tianxin from the Thunder Academy. The last one was even more formidable, having brought in Feng Xiaotian and members of the Elephant Armor sect. Each of them was a tough opponent. Half an hour later, we arrived at the arena. Along the way, we encountered a captain of the Imperial Guard, who looked like a pretty boy. Xue Qinghe quietly told me that the guy was nearly 60 and a soul master. I was shocked with that level of maintenance. He would be trending every day back home. He also mentioned that there was a master in the palace, a eunuch with the surname Chao. I couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed there were always skilled eunuchs named Chao wherever we went. By the arena, several other princes were already present, and they looked at us with sharp gazes, filled with hostility. I quickly locked onto the Royal Battle Team. Yu Qianheng occupied the center position. Next to him was the flamboyantly dressed Duguyan. However, my gaze fell on another girl. She wore a black robe, a veil, and had long blue hair, exuding an aura that warned others to stay away. Yi Lingling. I was itching with excitement. The 9-heart sea buttercup, this was a top-tier healer. With her around, my teammates would be like unkillable cockroaches. It was such a waste for someone of her talent to stay in the Royal Battle Team. I had to think of a way to recruit her. Before long, Emperor Xuye arrived, adorned in a golden robe and crown, his aura fully unleashed. After a series of formalities, Xue Beng jumped out and was the first to challenge us. He must have thought that with a level 20 to 30 soul master on our team, we were an easy target. Xue Qinghe calmly accepted the challenge. Our two teams immediately took the stage, and the referee waved the flag. Both sides announced your names. Huo Wushuang was the first to shout. Huo Wushuang, Martial Spirit. Unicorn Fire Violent Dragon, level 36 attack type battle spirit. Yu Qianheng on the opposite side laughed. You still have that fiery temper. We fought so many times. Today let's see who is better. Huo Wushuang's fighting spirit was ignited. All right. The referee issued the command. The match begins. As soon as the words fell, both team leaders activated their martial spirits. Unicorn Fire Violent Dragon, possessed. Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus, possessed. Huo Wushuang was fine. He just looked a bit more muscular. But Yu Qianheng's transformation was exaggerated. With a sudden rip, his right arm's clothing burned away, and his entire arm instantly swelled, covered in blue-purple dragon scales. His hand transforming into a fierce dragon claw, crackling with electricity. What a dominating presence. With this transformation, the Royal Battle Team no longer held back, and one by one, they began to perform their own transformations. Let me tell you, the most impressive one is that Duguyan. She moves like a beautiful snake, wrapping around Yu Tianheng's back, her body radiating green light. With a crack, Yu Tianheng's hair instantly turned green. Family, who understands? This buff isn't very damaging, but it's extremely insulting. She is also transformed. Her lower body has merged into a thick snake tail, and her little tongue is hissing, looking quite formidable. Then there are the two brothers from the Shi family, with a Xuanwu turtle martial soul. Wow, they're hardcore. A complete set of turtle armor grows on their bodies. Even the belly has a plastron, their limbs have shortened, and they've completely turned into two upright turtle warriors. And then there's that one called Yu Feng, whose arms have transformed into wings, taking off right from the spot. Only the last one, named Yi Lingling, is quietly standing there, looking serene, without making a move at all. Of course we can't lose our momentum here. Jiang Yu specially wore a white robe today, and when he took out the Chixiao Sword, his aura was simply extraordinary. Let me tell you, even the Snow Knight Emperor in the stands was stunned and asked the person next to him who this handsome young man was. The old eunuch beside him was also taken aback and said, "This is from the 7-treasure Glazed School, a disciple of the Sword Law," and even joked with the emperor, "It's a pity such talent doesn't join our internal court." I couldn't hear anything on the field at that moment. If I had heard it, I would have definitely seen the old man on the subway looking at his phone. Are you serious, dude? You want the direct disciple of the sword fighting master to be your sister? Jiang Yu probably also felt something, as he inexplicably sneezed and felt a chill down his back. Just then, everyone on our side had also completed their transformations. Talon turned into a black-haired gorilla. Another guy had a 3-meter-long iron chain glowing with blood, and one had already flown into the sky. But the most explosive moment was our team's food-type support, Gao Liji. He yelled at the top of his lungs with 2 soul spells. I have a giant banana. I have a sesame banana. Bang! Suddenly, 6 bananas appeared out of thin air in his hand. Huo Wu turned green at that moment, looking disgusted. That's so gross. I'm not eating that. The rest of us don't really care. We swallowed it whole, skin and all. Hey, don't say it. It actually tastes pretty good, and I feel like my speed has increased a lot. When Jiang Yu saw that Huo Wu wasn't eating, he directly grabbed the last banana from Gao Liji's hand and held it up to Huo Wu's mouth, half coaxing and half tricking. Come on, eat it. Only then can you cut down that healer over there. For victory, you can't say no to a banana. Even if it's a sausage, you have to eat it. Huo Wu blushed, probably feeling the effects of love, and opened her mouth to eat the banana. The battle instantly erupted. Huo Wuzhong and Yu Qianheng, 2 muscular men, crashed into each other directly, while Tyrone, the powerful gorilla, shouted as he charged in to help. When Yu Qianheng threw a punch, he immediately felt something was off. Damn, this guy is just a great soul master. How could his pure strength be fiercer than a soul sovereign's? As he struggled, the lone Duguyan behind him immediately released poison, spreading a red mist that gave their entire team buffs to attack and speed. Following that, the flying Yufeng and the ground-running Black Panther Osro executed a perfect high-altitude dive and ground shadow combo, targeting Huo Wuzhong. Not a chance. JiangYu had been keeping an eye on them, and with a hum, the Chixiao Sword formation was activated. Dozens of flying swords enveloped Osro, engulfed in golden flames, creating a scene of high-temperature steam. Osro was almost dehydrated on the spot, with a puddle forming beneath his feet, losing his speed advantage entirely. Seeing his teammate about to fall, Yu Qianheng panicked and stopped holding back, directly unleashing his ultimate move. Third soul skill, Thunder Fury. He instantly went berserk, with his attack power skyrocketing by 100% and soul power increasing by 50%, transforming into a humanoid beast, swatting Tyrone away with a single claw. Huo Wuzhong wasn't afraid either, activating his third soul skill, Golden Scale Fire Dragon Transformation, with golden scales shining all over his body, meeting the attack head-on. Just at this critical moment, our team's chain user, Yashi, finally found an opportunity, shouting bind. Several blood-red chains burst out from the ground, tightly binding Yufeng in the sky, rendering its wings immobile, and it plummeted down. On the other side, Huo Wu finally reached the back line of the Emperor's battle team, preparing to ambush the healer Yilingling. However, with a thud, the 2 turtle brothers from the Shijia team blocked her path. Huo Wu struck with a fire whip, making a crisp sound. But the turtle shell didn't even leave a mark. This girl was tough. When she couldn't win, she started muttering about grinding the turtle shell into powder to give to Jiang Yu to increase his strength. I tell you, Jiang Yu happened to arrive right next to her and heard it clearly, his face turning green. He thought to himself, is this something a carbon-based life form could come up with? He quickly interrupted Huo Wu's spellcasting, directing her to attack the turtle's feet and joints. Huo Wu was smart and immediately conjured 2 small white fireballs, targeting the lower body. Jiang Yu also charged up, slashing at the turtle shell with his sword. With a ripping sound, he actually carved a fiery red mark into it. This strike directly caused the 2 turtle brothers to reel back, their health surging. To make matters worse, Yilingling finally made her move. The 9-heart begonia flower in her hand shone brightly, and countless petals fell, instantly restoring all the members of the Emperor's battle team to peak condition. Damn, how are we supposed to fight? This healing ability is just too insane. Jiang Yu was dumbfounded, probably overwhelmed by this terrifying healing power. As a result, Huo Wu, who was next to him, noticed that he was staring intently at Yilingling and immediately got jealous, twisting Jiang Yu's ear right there on the battlefield. And the 2 of them started flirting openly in front of everyone. The 2 turtle brothers on the opposite side, both singles since birth, were infuriated by the situation. Damn, we're in a fight here, showing off their love in front of us. This is unacceptable. The 2 of them roared in anger, their second spirit rings lighting up. The turtle shells on their backs and chests suddenly detached with a snap, flying into their hands and transforming into 4 massive turtle shell shields. They then hurled these shields at Jiang Yu and Huo Wu, spinning them like Captain America's shield. Jiang Yu quickly shielded Huo Wu behind him and executed the Earth Fiend sword technique, causing stones on the ground to instantly coalesce into a giant stone shield, withstanding the impact of 3 turtle shell shields, which ultimately shattered with a loud bang. The last shield was aimed directly at Jiang Yu's face, but he blocked it with his Chixiao Sword engulfed in golden flames, the high temperature even causing the turtle shell to melt slightly. The 2 turtle brothers were alarmed and exchanged glances, immediately unleashing their strongest soul skill, the third soul skill, Turtle Shell Explosion. With a loud bang, the 4 turtle shell shields exploded into 32 sharp fragments, shooting towards JiangYu like a rain of flowers. They really let their guard down this time. At the critical moment, Huowu rushed out from behind JiangYu without a second thought, using her body to shield him. Several fragments instantly sliced through her arms and calves, with wounds deep enough to see bone. She gritted her teeth and unleashed a resistance fire ring to deflect the remaining fragments. But with so much blood lost, she was on the verge of collapsing. Huowu. JiangYu quickly pulled her into his arms, his eyes turning red in an instant. The killing intent so intense that I could feel the temperature drop from far away. Huowu, dazed in his embrace, muttered, "Only I can hit you," before completely passing out. This ignited the powder keg. JiangYu swung the Chixiao Sword fiercely, and the Chixiao Sword formation erupted with full force. Dozens of flying swords filled with raging fury directly smashing the 2 turtle brothers, shields and all, sending them crashing to the ground, instantly losing their combat ability. Having dealt with the obstructing turtles, JiangYu suddenly appeared in front of Yi Lingling like a ghost. The Chixiao Sword swiftly pressed against her delicate neck. "Treat my people." Just these 5 words were cold and piercing. Yi Lingling initially wanted to act tough, saying something about them having to admit defeat first. But when JiangYu applied pressure with the sword, a line of blood instantly appeared on her neck. She immediately caved, looking innocent. "Fine, I'll heal, no need to be so fierce." She quickly activated her martial soul, and a small flower flew over, healing Huowu's wounds at a visible speed, and before long, Huowu regained consciousness. JiangYu looked at the effect and couldn't help but mumble. What a waste not to open a beauty salon with this skill. Once Huowu was fine, JiangYu retracted his sword and thanked her. Just as he turned to leave, he suddenly remembered something and turned back sharply. "Sorry, but I need to trouble you a bit more." Yi Lingling was left dumbfounded, completely bewildered. Before she could react, JiangYu rushed in front of her, delivering a punch to her stomach, and then swiftly moved behind her, delivering a chop to the back of her neck. After finishing all this, JiangYu circled back, waiting for her to faint. Yi Lingling's eyes were glazed over, and just before she passed out, she used her last bit of strength to ask, "Why punch my stomach if you want to knock me out?" JiangYu replied sincerely, "I was afraid you would resist." I estimate that Yi Lingling was so angered by this answer that she fainted. Now they've stirred up a hornet's nest. When Duguyan saw her best friend being treated so ruthlessly, she went into a rage on the spot, her hair standing on end without the wind. And her third soul skill, Purple Phosphor Poison, was activated immediately. The purple toxic mist quickly spread throughout the entire venue. I tell you, when this poisonous mist came out, the entire venue fell silent. Guess what JiangYu did? He remained calm and pulled out a gourd from his pocket, then took out a packet of powder. Goodness. I was thinking, what are you trying to do? Perform the legend of the White Snake live. He tossed the packet of powder into the air and threw the gourd up, and with a swoosh, the Chixiao Sword split the gourd open. The strong liquor poured down, mixing with the powder and then ignited by his imperial fire. I swear, that scene was unbelievable. Just moments ago, the overwhelming purple poisonous mist vanished as if it had met its nemesis. Duguyan stood there dumbfounded, her mouth agape as if she could fit an egg in it. Probably the first time in her life she saw her proud poison being countered like that. The entire audience was stunned. Even the Emperor of Snowy Night in the VIP section had a face full of question marks, probably wondering if this kid had opened some technological and ruthless move. But the Crown Prince Xue Qinghe, let me tell you, his gaze towards JiangYu changed completely. It was so fiery, he almost wanted to directly say, "Man, you successfully caught my attention. Who understands this bossy vibe?" With Duguyan's strongest crowd control skill wasted, the royal fighting team was basically half defeated. Captain Yu Tianheng was being treated like a punching bag by Huowu Shuang and Talon, especially Talon, who even used a family secret technique on him, called the Wild Diamond Fist. With one punch, Yu Tianheng lost all combat ability and fell to the ground, unable to get up. Once the captain went down, the remaining 2 agile attackers, Osro and Yufeng, couldn't stir up any waves either and were quickly dealt with by our side. The whole match was won cleanly and decisively, and the royal fighting team was carried off in the first round. This made the Avalanche Prince furious, his face turning green, probably regretting it a lot. On the contrary, Xue Qinghe was smiling, looking extremely pleased. Next came the second match, Thunder Academy versus Wind God Academy. I was actually prepared to take a nap, but when I looked up, lo and behold, there was a pointy-eared elf girl standing in the Wind God Academy team. A real-life elf. Blonde hair, blue eyes, and an incredible figure, wearing a tight green outfit. She looked like she walked straight out of game. You couldn't model a face this perfect. I was completely stunned, and even when Wu pinched my waist, I barely felt it. As the match began, both sides were filled with tension. On Thunder Academy's side, there was a drummer support named Gu Ting, who immediately started drumming, setting off an electromagnetic field that paralyzed everyone on the Wind God Academy side, making their movements a bit slower. Then the elf girl, whose name seemed to be Fuya, shot 3 arrows in quick succession at the drummer. The drummer was quite impressive too. He activated a lightning shield that managed to block them. Then the 2 captains, Yu Qianxin and Feng Xiaodian, went head-to-head. One was a blue electric tyrannosaurus, and the other a gale double-headed wolf, claw against claw. It was an intense battle. Just then, a muscle-bound man over 2 meters tall, named Lei Gang, jumped out from Thunder Academy, threatening the elf girl that he would crush her. At that moment, I couldn't help but laugh. You spoke too soon, buddy. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, Huyan Li from the Shanfeng Academy stepped up. That physique was even bigger than Lei Gang's, like a humanoid mammoth. Without saying a word, he directly lifted Lei Gang and slammed him to the ground, rubbing him furiously. It was real physical friction, sparks flying everywhere, truly experiencing what it meant to be overwhelmingly superior in physical power. With one less strong man from the Thunder Academy, the situation instantly collapsed. The Flying Thunder Eagle Soul Master tried to ambush Feng Xiaotian, but was directly knocked down from the sky by a guy wielding a trident with a single move, piercing his wings. After that, it was basically a one-sided massacre. Before long, only Yu Tianxin was left standing alone in the Thunder Academy. Although he was fierce, he couldn't hold out against the crowd on the other side. After fighting with Feng Xiaotian for a long time, he eventually exhausted his soul power and had no choice but to admit defeat. During the break in the competition, the palace had prepared some snacks and drinks. I tell you, that milk tea cost dozens of gold soul coins for just 1 cup. Jiang Yu, while cursing the royal family for their extravagance, drank faster than anyone else. After finishing, he saw Yilingling hiding in a corner, secretly eating grilled sausages. Goodness, there were 9 sausages neatly arranged on a plate. Jiang Yu casually approached her and started his persuasion tactics. Yilingling was still angrily questioning him about why he knocked her out on stage. But he twisted his words around, saying things like, I treat my friends well. If you become my friend, someone will protect you, and I treat women well. You're a woman too, so I'll treat you well. He completely wrapped her around his finger. This girl was quite naive. After thinking for a while, she actually found it reasonable and ended up believing him. She took the biggest grilled sausage from the plate and handed it to Jiang Yu. And the 2 clinked their sausages together like they were toasting with cups, thus becoming friends. I watched in shock from aside, thinking this girl was way too easy to deceive. After forming a bond with Yilingling, Jiang Yu, probably due to drinking too much milk tea, urgently needed to find a restroom. The palace was so big that after wandering around for a long time, he still couldn't find one. Instead, he heard cries for help coming from near the lake in the depths of the garden. He ran over to see a little girl in palace-made attire struggling in the lake. Being a good person, he jumped in without hesitation and pulled her out. However, as soon as the girl was on the shore, her first words weren't to thank him, but to anxiously shout, "My bunny! Quickly save my bunny!" Jiang Yu then realized that she had fallen in while trying to rescue a rabbit that had fallen into the water. He was speechless, but decided to help her, jumping back in to fetch the wet rabbit as well. The palace maid hugged the rabbit and thanked him profusely. She was quite pretty, with skin so tender it seemed like you could squeeze water out of it. Jiang Yu couldn't help but ask her where the restroom was and casually remarked that it wasn't worth falling in for a rabbit. The palace maid pointed out the way and then asked him what his name was. In a hurry to find a restroom, Jiang Yu replied without looking back, Jiang Yu. The girl behind him waved her hand and shouted, "My name is Ake." Hearing that name, Jiang Yu paused for a moment, thinking, Ake? I'm still Wei Xiaobao. Anyway, I just thought that to myself and quickly found a corner to take care of my personal business. Who understands, right? The palace garden was as big as a maze, and I almost had to fertilize the ground right there. By the time I rushed back to the arena, wow, Wu was in a panic, grabbing me and saying, "Buddy, if you don't come back soon, our Crown Prince experience card is going to expire." I said, "Don't worry, it's not a big deal. The finals are about to officially start." Let me tell you, it was a collision of muscles and passion right from the start. Our big guy, Talon, faced off against another muscle man from the Elephant Armor sect, Huyan Zhuang. Their physiques were like 2 moving refrigerators. Talon opened with a combo of 2 soul skills, targeting Huyuan's face directly with a "What are you looking at?" approach. Huyan Zhuang wasn't a pushover either. He immediately activated his second skill, Flying Elephant Charge, and soared 3 meters into the air, crashing down like a human cannonball, converting all his defensive power into attack power. With a loud bang, Talon took the hit head-on and staggered back several steps, his arms going numb. He was shocked, realizing that the diamond mammoth spirit of the elephant armor sect was no joke. Seeing he was about to lose, Talon got anxious and unleashed his secret technique. He roared primal might, and his aura surged, doubling his strength. With one punch, he sent Huiyuan Zhuang, who was still in midair, flying like a bowling ball. And guess what happened next? Just as Talon knocked his brother down, their older brother Huan Li rushed over in a frenzy, his eyes red, charging like a mad bull while shouting, looking for death. I thought this wouldn't work, bullying my teammate. I directly dodged and stood in front of him. At that moment, I was so composed, standing with my hands behind my back, and said in the most indifferent tone, "I'm in a good mood today. I don't want to see blood. If you know what's good for you, step aside." As a result, that guy burst out laughing. "Little brother, go home and drink milk." Hey, now that you mention it, I'm not sleepy anymore. Drink milk? Do you think I don't want to? Compare to teacher Bibi Dong. Cough cough, the key is she won't let me. She insists I'm grown up. Just when I was lost in thought for a moment, this guy actually launched a sneak attack. His purple 1,000-year soul ring lit up, and he suddenly gained weight, pouncing on me like a mountain falling from the sky. I thought about dodging, but then I realized my body couldn't move. I was locked by his so-called pressure kill skill, which was a guaranteed hit. Does anyone understand? I watched helplessly as a mountain of meat fell from the sky. My heart sank. Was I really going to meet my end here today? Just at this critical moment, a familiar voice suddenly rang in my head. "Kid, are you in trouble?" "Wow, Tianming, you're finally awake." He directly said, "Stop talking nonsense. Let me help you deal with this pig first. Extend your finger." I am someone who listens to advice. Whatever Tianming tells me to do, I do it. At that moment, without even thinking, I pointed my finger forward. A beam of ice blue light shot out in an instant, freezing the massive meat mountain in the sky into a giant ice sculpture. I quickly rolled to dodge, and with a loud bang, the ice block smashed onto the ground, cracking the arena. I was so stunned that I asked Tianming what that move was called. He proudly said, "Tianming's finger." After saying that, he exhausted his energy and went back to sleep, telling me to visit the extreme north when I had the chance. At that moment, everyone was dumbfounded. How could I, a fire-type soul master, shoot out an ice projectile? The big shots started to speculate, saying I must have some ice-type soul bone, especially that Snow Knight Emperor. His gaze towards me was different, as if he was looking at a rare treasure. He immediately whispered to the eunuch beside him, "Go check which princess is still unmarried and of suitable age, and arrange it for me." Wow, is he really planning to arrange a marriage for me? He actually picked the 9th princess, whose name is just Ke. On the arena, the opponent, Feng Xiaotian, was also dumbfounded, looking at me as if I were a monster. A girl from his team, Fuya, who was skilled with a bow, didn't believe in evil and shot an arrow at me. I directly drew my great sword, activated the Chixiao Sword formation, and swiped away all her arrows, conveniently tearing her clothes into strips. I directly replicated a classic move of Sange, the torn clothes sword technique. Although it was a bit crude, it was really effective against girls. Huo Wu was dumbfounded beside me, spat at me, and called me a little pervert, then ran off to help her brother fight Feng Xiaotian. As a result, Feng Xiaotian was also a strange one. After being whipped by Huo Wu, not only did he not get angry, but he also confessed right there, saying it was the first time a girl had hurt him and that I successfully caught his attention. Asking if we could grab a meal together, Huo Wu pointed at me and said with great authority, "Sister's flower has an owner. See that? That's my boyfriend." He was very jealous. I was completely thrown off. Feng Xiaotian immediately lost his composure, howling as he charged at me. His expression was one of jealousy that made him look unrecognizable. I was also angry. How dare he try to steal my girl in front of me? I was initially thinking of wooing this talent, but now it seemed unnecessary. I directly used the heavenly severing sword technique to knock him from the sky to the ground, making him understand what it meant to be far ahead. Once Feng Xiaotian fell, their team crumbled, and we easily won the match. Now, the position of the crown prince of Shui Qinghe was secured. Just as I was pondering how to help Qianren Xue with her career, right after the match ended, suddenly a guy in a flying fish suit rushed in and whispered to the emperor. The next second, the old emperor slammed the table. His face turned green. How outrageous! The Liangshan Principality is rebelling. At that moment, I had just one thought. Can't we wait until the crown prince is officially appointed before causing trouble? Shui Qinghe came over to explain to me that the Liangshan Principality had discovered a purple gold mine, and the Empire wanted to nationalize it. But they refused and directly allied with the Xinghua Empire. He wanted to go suppress the rebellion, make a great achievement, and solidify the Crown Prince's position completely, asking me to go back and relay a message to Ningfengji to seek help from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Of course I understand. Isn't this just making me a messenger? All right, no problem. When I was saying goodbye to Huo Wu and the others, that girl was particularly enthusiastic and directly stamped several marks on my face. I boarded the carriage of the Zwiking faction with a face full of lip prints. On the way back in the carriage, I was closing my eyes pondering this matter when suddenly there was a sudden break. Right after that, whoosh. A cold arrow shot in directly through the window. Damn, under the Emperor's feet, right in the heart of the Imperial City. Is there still someone who dares to carry out an assassination in the street? I was instantly furious. How could this be tolerated? I summoned the Chixiao Sword, pierced through the car roof with a single strike, and jumped out. With a swift motion, I unleashed a set of Chixiao Sword formations towards the 5 black-clad individuals outside. And guess what happened? Just as my sword formation was unleashed, those bastards also revealed their weapons. Good grief, they were all at the 4-ring soul sect level. The best configuration. They really invested a lot in this. The leader took out a flute, and as he played, a fire dragon several meters long charged straight at me. I couldn't help but laugh at the time. Playing with fire in front of me? You really don't know your place. With my Imperial Fire. Even Ma Hongjun would have to call me brother. I directly activated my Imperial Fire protection, and the golden flames wrapped around me. Guess what? That fire dragon came charging at me, but didn't even singe a hair. It was devoured by my flames like a buffet. Instead, it made my own fire burn even brighter. The guy playing the flute on the opposite side was completely stunned, his eyes nearly popping out, probably thinking that the script is wrong. How can a Soul Master let me give a big Soul Master a blue buff? Another guy in black couldn't stand it anymore and shouted, "Something's off. I don't believe you can counter all attributes." Then he manifested his martial soul, growing 2 large fangs and a giant sea lion behind him. Let me tell you, that was a sharp-toothed sea lion, a rare breed. He immediately unleashed a water cannon, spraying it like a Gatling gun, trying to trap me in my movements. Ridiculous. Water does extinguish fire, but that water better be at fire hydrant level, right? With that little water gun of yours, it wouldn't even be warm enough to scrub my Imperial Fire. Before the water bullets could even reach me, they evaporated into steam. Seeing that the ranged attack wasn't working, that guy charged in directly, trying to use his big fangs to make a cut on me. I thought to myself, "You're a killer, but you look like a zombie." I swung my Chixiao Sword, and with a crack, I shattered his proud, big white teeth, right on the spot. He cried out in pain. Now, the remaining 3 were completely panicked, whispering to each other, "What should we do? Should we retreat? If this gets out, how will we survive in the killer circle after being defeated by a big Soul Master?" Then guess what happened? One of the older guys gave a passionate speech, saying we can't retreat. If we do, we'll have to get jobs. Working has no future. Who understands it's 2025? And even workers in the other world are feeling so emo. To avoid working, these guys were really putting in the effort, instantly uniting their front to decide they must take me down. As soon as they decided, a guy with a bow and arrow tossed his bow aside and manifested his martial soul. A fully armored rhinoceros emerged, and this guy's body instantly expanded, looking like a small tank. He was the leader of this group, a level 46 Soul Master. Without saying a word, he directly formed a stone as big as a small mountain. Mountain meteor strike. It came crashing down towards my head. Let me tell you, by this point, my soul power was indeed running low. After all, 2 fists can't fight. 5 hands? Just when I was on the defensive, I realized a shocking fact. There was actually a support in their team, a control and buff support. It was just a burly man, and his martial soul was a chrysanthemum. I was completely taken aback. This was just like Chung Yaojin taking on Kai Wenji's script. He activated his ultimate, and golden chrysanthemums fell everywhere, petals flying through the air, smelling quite nice. But when I inhaled, oh no, my body went limp and I couldn't exert any strength. And that wasn't all. He then gave his teammates a buff. The city is filled with golden armor, and those guys instantly donned a layer of shiny golden shells, their defense skyrocketing by 30. Now, it was impossible to fight back. The enemy strategy had shifted from a sacrificial style to that of a tanky assassin. That rhinoceros guy, boosted by the buff, went crazy with his attacks. I was controlled and could only take the hits. This was insane. Just when I felt like I was about to be finished, reinforcements arrived. A large group of city guards came storming in, surrounding us. Leading them was a general named Zhao Yi, who looked quite refined. But when he revealed his martial soul, I was stunned. A shining silver spear with 7 soul rings. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black, black. A soul sage. The faces of those guys in black turned green. They had just been shouting about how they would never work, but now I bet they were thinking that prison food wasn't so bad after all. I quickly seized the opportunity to shout, "Who sent you here? Speak up, and I'll plead for you." Guess what happened? Those guys turned cowardly so fast. The guy who just a moment ago was tough immediately knelt down and said, "Big brother, don't kill me. We're just doing this for the money." I was dumbfounded. With such little backbone, how could they even call themselves assassins? But the commander of the city guard, Jiang Yu, didn't give them chance at all. He had his own KPIs to meet. Without a second thought, he activated his 7-soul ring and unleashed his ultimate move, True Body of the Weapon's Soul. He transformed into a beam of light and merged into his spear, which instantly grew to several dozen meters long. With a whoosh, he skewered all 5 black-clad men like candied hawthorns, killing them on the spot. Goodness, when a soul sage strikes, it's just that simple and brutal. As the bodies fell, a copper medal dropped from one of them with a clatter. Zhao Yi picked it up, and upon seeing it, his face turned pale. It was engraved with a large character for Marshall. He stammered, "Marshall? Marshall Soul Hall's people?" I was stunned when I heard it. "No way, sir. Is it really a case of our own people attacking our own? I'm a man of the Pope, and Bibi Dong sent me as an undercover agent. But then the Spirit Hall sent someone to assassinate me? What is this called? This is called a workplace backstab. It's too difficult to be an undercover agent. Not only do I have to guard against the enemy, but I also have to watch out for my own people coming at me hard." This situation blew up instantly. My master, Ning Fengji, exploded right on the spot and took Grandpa Jian straight to the Spirit Hall in Tiando City to demand an explanation from Salas. On the way, Grandpa Jian even had doubts, saying the Spirit Hall wouldn't stoop this low. But guess what my cunning master said? He said, "Whether they did it or not isn't important. What matters is that everyone now thinks they did it." Goodness, I was blown away. It turns out I'm just a tool. My assassination became a card for him to strike against the Spirit Hall. On the other side, the real Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong, was also furious. She was raging in the Pope's hall, asking who dared to act on their own and touch her people. Her subordinates all said there was no such thing. Bibi Dong realized this was a setup. She was smart and immediately issued a papal decree, offering a reward of 10,000 gold coins for the real culprit, mainly to prove her innocence. At the same time, she wrote a letter scolding the 7-treasure Glazed Tile School, telling them to stop making a fuss. After doing all this, she muttered to herself, worried that I, as an undercover agent, wouldn't be able to withstand the beauty trap of the 7-treasure Glazed Tile School. After all, cough, she knows me best. Speaking of beauty traps, indeed came. Just after I escaped danger and returned to the 7-treasure Glazed Tile School, Lady Ning Rong rushed over to calm me down. How did she calm me? By kneeling beside the bed and massaging my feet. Let me tell you, her technique was professional. I was so moved at the time. Rong, your skills are impressive. She had a proud look on her face and said, "Humph, if it weren't for seeing you getting hurt, I wouldn't be doing this. Your feet smell too bad." I went along with her. "Why don't you help me wash them again?" Goodness, the young lady got angry and directly tossed my foot aside, running off. I thought she was really mad, but not 2 minutes later, she came back with a large basin of water. This girl is tough on the outside, but soft on the inside. She pressed my foot into the basin, and I gasped in shock. Ice-cold water. "Hey, do you soak your feet in cold water at home?" She looked innocent. Well, what could I say? Might as well do it myself. I secretly used my imperial fire to heat from the soles of my feet, and the water quickly bubbled up warm. Ning Rong was curious. "Why is the water warm?" I seriously made up an excuse. Maybe it was heated by the sun. She actually believed me. "Family, what do you think? She's innocent, right?" Watching her seriously scrub my feet, I suddenly started to miss the days at the Spirit Hall. Back then, someone fed me during meals. 6 young ladies attended to me while I bathed, and at night, Hulaina would hug me to sleep. Sigh, the undercover life is tough. While I was enjoying the young ladies' foot bath service, Ning Fengji had already breached the Spirit Hall. The experts he brought, like the Dragon and Tiger Soul generals, were fierce, and they quickly took down the hall's guards with ease. Finally, the master of the Heaven Do Hall, an old man named Salas, came out, ready to say something harsh, but when he looked up and saw Grandpa Jian next to my master, he instantly swallowed his words. The aura Grandpa Jian exuded was something else. I could feel it even through the screen. The oppressive feeling was overwhelming. Old man Salas immediately shrank back, treating Grandpa Jian with utmost respect, almost bending at a 90-degree angle. But my master Ning Fengji didn't care about his platinum or red gold status. He directly started to scold. Salas, you finally crawled out. Stop with the empty talk. My talented disciple was attacked by your spirit hall's assassins. Don't you think you should give me an explanation? Wow, my master's momentum did not resemble that of a support-type soul master at all. He was like a domineering CEO. Salas, this old man, was also a soul master but was left dumbfounded by the confrontation. However, being a seasoned veteran, he quickly regained his composure and started to play dumb. What are you saying? I don't know anything. Sec Master Ning, you need to speak with evidence. You can't just spread rumors. He crossed his arms, and that arrogant expression returned. What status does our spirit hall have? Why will we resort to such lowly tactics? If we're talking about geniuses, who can compare to our golden generation? I think there must be some misunderstanding. My master sneered. Your mouth is quite tough. I've long heard that you, Salas, are the most skilled at turning black into white in the spirit hall. Now that I've met you, it's indeed true to your reputation. Saying this, he directly revealed the spirit hall token he had found on the assassin. Now, how do you explain this? Huh? Why would an assassin have your spirit hall's token? Is your management in such a poor state that tokens can be easily stolen? As soon as these words were spoken, Salas's face turned pale. He truly didn't know about this. How could anyone come to cause trouble without informing him, the local authority? Now, he was in a bind, unable to speak out. This was a classic backstab from a teammate, leaving him speechless. Just as the two old men were about to fight, the atmosphere frozen. A sharp eagle's cry suddenly echoed from above, like a fighter jet. Following that, a golden giant eagle swooped down from the sky and landed at the entrance of the hall. As the golden light dissipated, it transformed into a small, slender man with 8 soul rings on his back, another soul, Dalu. Without saying a word, he took out a golden token and shouted loudly, "The Pope's decree has arrived." Upon seeing him, Salas quickly bowed and greeted, "Greetings to His Holiness the Pope." The messenger, named Lord Dalu, with a blank expression, began to convey Pope Bibi Dong's orders. I tell you, Bibi Dong is truly impressive. Her commands were simple and straightforward. First, the assassination of the 7 treasure Glazed Tile School's disciple has nothing to do with the Spirit Hall. Second, to prove its innocence, the Spirit Hall will offer a substantial bounty to capture the real culprit across the continent. Salas was left dumbfounded after hearing this. What was this operation? But my master, Ning Fengji's face instantly darkened, murmuring, "What a Bibi Dong. This woman is too terrifying." Family, who understands? This operation is simply textbook-level crisis management. With this move, she directly pulled the Spirit Hall out of the mire and turned the tables, accusing us of making trouble for no reason. Her skills are countless times more brilliant than her husband, who only knows how to fight. This matter ended just like that. My master, though frustrated, could only take his people back for now. That night, Salas was in a great mood, surrounded by beautiful women in his hall, watching a group of ladies in black stockings and short skirts dance, pondering which lady to choose for the night, when suddenly a subordinate came to report that Duke Yuxiao was requesting an audience. Upon hearing this, Salas instructed them to let him in, then waved his hand to the startled dancers, saying, "Why have you stopped? Continue the music and the dance." Shortly after, an old man who looked ethereal but was actually quite flashy walked in. This old man was Duke Yuxiao, known for being quite the lecher, having married over 300 wives and even took an 18-year-old last year. Simply outrageous. They were old acquaintances, and as soon as Duke Yuxiao entered, he inquired about the assassination, feigning concern and asking if he should find some writers to help clear the Spirit Hall's name. Salas, puffed up with pride, recounted the Pope's decree, claiming the matter was resolved. After hearing this, Duke Yuxiao's eyes glimmered for a moment before he revealed his true intentions. It turned out that a vassal state of the Tiando Empire called Liangshan Principality was planning to rebel and ally with the Xinglu Empire. The emperor, Xia, was furious and decided to send troops to suppress it, even sending several princes to the front lines for experience. However, the Avalanche Prince fell off his horse and couldn't go. Duke Yuxiao was another prince and the teacher of Shiwechen, so he wanted Salas to send some experts to protect his precious disciple. He promised a reward of 100,000 gold soul coins, along with Shiwechen's future gratitude. Salas calculated it out and found this deal quite profitable. By helping Shiwechen, he would have an insider in the Tiando Empire in the future. So he waved his hand generously, sending 3 soul saints and 10 soul emperors over. Duke Yuxiao was delighted, unable to close his mouth. After this matter spread, the entire continent was in an uproar due to the Spirit Hall's bounty notice. Upon hearing it wasn't the Spirit Hall's doing, I was completely at ease. These days at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School have been incredibly pleasant. I don't know if my master and Ning Fengji had a change of heart, but they sent several personal maids to attend to me, serving tea, massaging my back and legs. Ning Rongrong, this little rich girl, came over every day to give me massages, leaving the maids dumbfounded, probably wondering what kind of drugs this little demoness from the sect had taken. One hot day, I was lounging in the sect's swimming pool. Ning Rongrong came over with her people, set up a sunshade, arranged the lounge chairs, and even brought my favorite mango shaved ice. As I emerged from the water, a maid was ready with a towel to dry me off, while a few maids with fan spirit abilities were fanning me from the side, creating a breeze that felt just like air conditioning, making me incredibly comfortable. I am lying on the chair, feeling that life has reached its peak. Ning Rongrong is chattering beside me. I heard them say that Brother Qinghe has come to find my father again, and it seems like he is going to some place to fight. Do you think fighting is fun? I lazily replied, yeah, it should be more exciting than playing PUBG. Wait, it seems I've overlooked something. Fighting. Qinghe. I suddenly sat up from the recliner. My mind instantly became clear. Qinghe is going to war? What a joke. Others may not know, but I am very clear about it. She is Qianren. Right now, she is using the swan martial soul from the Tiando royal family, and that thing's attack power is about the same as a green caterpillar. Going to the battlefield. Isn't she just a moving target? She can't expose her seraphim martial soul. No, I have to go see her. I casually found an excuse to go to the bathroom, put on my clothes, and rushed to the Seven Treasure Pavilion. When I arrived at the main hall, I happened to see Qinghe in golden armor, standing there heroically, making a vow to Ning Fengji. Teacher, this battle concerns the reputation of the empire. I must go. Seeing his determined attitude, Ning Fengji did not persuade him otherwise and directly assigned him a Soul Emperor, 10 Soul Kings, and an additional 500 Flying Tiger Guards, which were the elite troops of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. As soon as I saw the situation, I rushed in and shouted at Ning Fengji, Uncle Ning, I want to go too. I pointed to the Xuecheng River and said, I've heard that the battlefield is the best place to train a person. I want to become stronger so I can protect Rongrong in the future. Ning Fengji initially disagreed, thinking I was too young. So, I brought up the glorious story of my master, the Sword Daw, who single-handedly repelled thousands of enemies in the military. I praised him vigorously. After hearing this, Ning Fengji felt it made sense, self-deprecatingly said he was too conservative, and then agreed. I was so excited in my heart, finally able to witness the ancient wars of this other world with my own eyes, and I could also protect my future wife at the same time. What a two-for-one deal. A few days later, after the oath-taking ceremony, the 100,000 troops set off in grand procession. I rode together with Qinghe, and she introduced me to how amazing Marshal Galong was. I listened while snuggling against her, and the feeling of the soft armor was quite nice. The army marched day and night, covering over 600 miles in 3 days before stopping to rest. At night, while setting up camp, it was only natural for me to share a tent with Qinghe. The beds in the military camp were just blankets laid over haystacks, but they were quite comfortable. Qianren was afraid of being exposed, so she slept in her soft armor, while I, on the other hand, ended up in just a pair of shorts. Soon, I fell asleep and had a wonderful dream. In my dream, it felt like I was holding 2 warm, fluffy white buns, soft and springy, and I was completely enchanted, primarily indulging in a dream food show. And what happened? Folks, I was actually holding Qianren. She was disguised as a man, and after I had my way with her all night, her face turned completely red, but she couldn't complain and had to endure it. The next morning, I woke up feeling refreshed and went outside to practice my unique skill, Ba Duan Jin, for strengthening the kidneys and waist. When I finished and returned to the tent, Qianren had already prepared breakfast. As soon as I saw the snow-white steamed buns on the table, my eyes lit up. Wow, we're having steamed buns for breakfast. My favorite. I grabbed one and started munching on it. I didn't even notice that Qianren's face had turned the color of pig liver. Quietly muttering to herself, steamed buns, I hate steamed buns the most. I finished all the steamed buns in one go, feeling full and ready to continue my journey. 9 days later, the army finally reached the territory of the Liangshan Principality. However, just 10 miles away from the first city, General Galong suddenly ordered the entire army to halt and not advance. This stop lasted for 3 whole days. The new recruits began to murmur, doubting whether the general had lost his nerve. Just when the morale was wavering, Galong suddenly summoned all the commanders and a few of us princes to the main tent. Galong, dressed in shining silver armor, holding a trident helmet, sat solemnly at the head of the hall. Jiang Yu, who had come to the tent with Xue Qinghe, couldn't help but scrutinize this commander of the three armies. Galong appeared to be a middle-aged man, with a thick mustache at the corners of his mouth, looking no different from ordinary people, yet he was a true soul Douluo powerhouse. At his age, having such cultivation clearly indicated he was a genius, and he might have a chance to break through to become a titled Douluo in the future. Coupled with his outstanding military abilities, Galong could definitely be considered a rare talent on the continent. The Emperor of the Heavenly Empire had a good eye for people. Chapter 71. Zhuge Xian. It was a sunny day. Reinforcements from several major principalities arrived one after another. Although these soldiers were not as well equipped as the Imperial Guards, they were all veterans who had been on the battlefield and seen blood, totaling over 50,000. Together with Galong's 100,000 troops, there were a total of 150,000, which was 3 times more than the Liangshan Principality's 50,000 regular army. Moreover, the equipment of the Imperial Guards was the most advanced in the Tiandou Empire, with weapons and armor made of tungsten steel and having undergone 100 forging processes. As long as Galong's military talent was not like Sun Shawantan's, there was basically no possibility of losing. The entire Tiandou allied forces exuded a vigorous energy, and everyone was filled with confidence about this war. It seemed as if capturing the Liangshan Principality would be effortless. Some even thought about setting off at noon and possibly enjoying the joy of victory in Yunsan City by night. The 3 armies were ordered to march. In the central area of the camp, Galong rode a strong white horse, his gaze fixed intensely on the soldiers. Then he shouted loudly and drew the secret silver sword from his waist. I will not return until Liangshan is conquered. The thunderous roar instantly echoed through the skies, and the soldiers responded as if they had been injected with adrenaline. I will not return until Liangshan is conquered. Even Jiang Yu, amidst the army, felt a surge of emotions and couldn't help but feel a sense of heroism. Outside Yunsan City, 150,000 troops stood in formation, ready to break through the thick city walls. Galong furrowed his brows as he looked at the city ahead. This city was indeed the fortress of the Liangshan Principality, surrounded on both sides by huge rocks, with the remaining hundreds of square meters of city walls made of hard rock. The walls were over 20 meters high, piercing the clouds, and the entire city resembled a steel fortress, making even someone like General Galong feel a bit uneasy. However, as the commander of the 3 armies, he knew he could not show any sign of cowardice in front of everyone. General Galong of the Tiandou Empire, under imperial command to conquer the Liangshan Principality. The city defenders, if you open the city and surrender to welcome the royal army, I will surely petition His Majesty to spare you the crime of rebellion. Galong raised his sword and issued a powerful voice, causing his white horse to rear up. At that moment, Galong truly had the demeanor of a great general. Creak. After a moment, the city gate slowly opened. In the middle of the road, a group of women was drying grains, chatting as they did so, and their expressions showed no signs of panic. Logically, with the army approaching, they shouldn't be so calm. Something was amiss, and Galong immediately sensed that something was wrong. However, he couldn't guess what the city defender was up to. At that moment, a tall figure appeared at the city gate. The person had sword-like brows and starry eyes, exuding a heroic aura, dressed in silver armor, clearly not an ordinary person. To his surprise, it was General Galong himself leading the troops. The person on the city wall showed a look of surprise. I am Zhuge Xian, the commander of Yunsan City. I have long admired the general's name, but serving the king is my duty. The Liangshan Principality has shown me kindness, and I will never betray it. The gate is open. I wonder if the general has the courage to lead the army in for a discussion. Zhuge Xian then drew a jade flute from his waist, put it to his lips, and began to play, sending a chilling sound from the flute to the outside of the city, making those who heard it shiver in fear. What a clever tactic. Jiang Yu was slightly stunned, thinking, are you playing the empty city ploy here? Just then, the general of the Tungluan Principality, Hua Wu, rode forward to Galong. He had fought against Zhuge Xian 3 times before. The first time, he lost over 1,000 troops. The second time, he lost 3,000. And by the third time, he had learned to be smarter and avoided falling into Zhuge Xian's trap, but still lost 5,000 troops, not expecting that the opponent would change tactics again. This person was quite cunning and was one of the 3 great generals under the Duke of Liangshan. Hua Wu blushed slightly as he said, in my humble opinion, there must be ambushes in the city. You must not fall for Zhuge Xian's cunning plan. Having fought for decades, Galong certainly wouldn't miss the underlying meaning here. Zhuge Xian was clearly trying to lure him into the city, intending to catch him in a trap. He would never fall for it. General Hua makes a good point. Galong chuckled. This person, although clever, is too arrogant. Thinking that a mere bait and switch can deceive us into the city. It's simply laughable. After hearing Galong's analysis, Jiang Yu couldn't help but roll his eyes. He was the commander of the 3 armies of the empire, and yet he couldn't even see through this. Even he could tell that Yunsan City was clearly weak in troop strength, which was why they had to set up such a ploy. General Galong, Jiang Yu didn't want to see the army waste time outside the city like this. This was the first battle with the Liangshan Principality. If they didn't even fight and retreated, it would be a significant blow to morale. Once morale was lost, it would be hard to rebuild. I think the troops in Yunsan City must have gone elsewhere, which is why Zhuge Xian used this empty city tactic. The women inside are just a feint. If he hadn't used this tactic, I might not have seen it, but now I'm certain this is just Zhuge Xian's trick. Jiang Yu immediately advised Galong. Young brother. Galong was somewhat displeased. Having fought in wars for many years and never lost, Jiang Yu's words clearly mocked him for failing to see through this ploy. If it weren't for the fact that he was a disciple of the Sword Daw, Galong would have already lost his temper. This chapter isn't over yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. The 2 armies faced each other, filled with tension. You, at such a young age, shouldn't rashly comment on military matters, Galong said mockingly, clearly looking down on him. If Galong can't even see through such a small trick, then I have overestimated him. However, a great opportunity is right in front of us, and I absolutely cannot miss it. Although Jiang Yu was somewhat impatient, he understood that Galong was the commander of the army, and without his orders, the soldiers would never act on their own. So Jiang Yu could only continue to suggest that if the marshal did not believe him, he could send scouts to the city to check the situation inside before making any decisions. Galong felt that Jiang Yu was making a big deal out of nothing, but after thinking it over, he did not refuse. After all, sending someone to investigate wouldn't hurt. Pass down my order commanding the scout camp leader, Hitreda, to lead 100 agile strategists to the city to observe the enemy situation. With Galong's command, the nearby guards quickly rode off towards the back of the army. Before long, 101 agile strategists, all dressed in green robes, soared into the air. These individuals all possessed flying-type martial souls. Although their soul ring configurations were not particularly outstanding, they all had at least the cultivation level of soul respect and held a significant position within the army. On the city tower, Zhuge Xian's expression changed drastically. He had not anticipated that Galong would bring agile strategists this time. It was known that the entire Heaven Do Empire had only over 300 agile strategists, and these were all directly under the Heaven Do Emperor. The Snow Knight Emperor actually allocated them to Galong. It seemed he was determined to take down the Liangshan Principality. This was bad. As he watched the figures in the sky getting closer to Yunsan City, Zhuge Xian began to think of countermeasures. Jiang Yu was not wrong. Since the Duke of Liangshan announced his separation from the Heaven Do Empire, he had anticipated that the Snow Knight Emperor would send an army to attack. Therefore, he had already ordered the wealthy merchants, strong men, and those with soul power in the city to relocate to Liangshan City. Now only a group of the old, weak, sick, and disabled remained, along with over 1,000 personnel led by Zhuge Xian. Otherwise, he would not have dared to set up an empty city scheme. Originally, this plan should have been foolproof, but it was seen through by Jiang Yu. Zhuge Xian could only blame himself for not accounting for the little monster Jiang Yu on the opposite side, who easily saw through his scheme. Zhuge Xian was indeed a talent, but it was a pity he did not expect that Galong had brought air support this time. Jiang Yu looked at the hundreds of figures in the sky and couldn't help but laugh. These agile strategists were all agile attack-type soul masters, and even arrows might not hit them. Zhuge Xian's conspiracy was about to fall apart. Quickly close the city gates and send people to transport granite stones to the city gate to block it. Zhuge Xian no longer pretended, as once the deception was seen through, it would lose its deterrent effect. For now, he could only rely on the solid defenses of Yunsan City to hold on. Fire arrows. No matter whether it's useful or not, shoot down a few agile strategists if we can. With Zhuge Xian's order, the troops in the city moved. 500 archers quickly knocked their arrows and shot at the figures that were getting closer in the sky. A volley resulted in 500 arrows being shot. The agile strategists did not expect the enemy to suddenly launch an attack. In their moment of carelessness, many were hit by arrows, but fortunately, most were not in vital areas. Only a few fell between the cliffs and crashed to the ground. After this attack, the remaining agile strategists became alert and immediately began to ascend higher into the sky, stopping only after they were out of the arrow's range. Was it really a feigned attack? Seeing the enemy suddenly shoot arrows, Galong couldn't help but shiver, and his expression became suspicious. The leading Atreida was the first to rush into the city. His martial soul was a falcon. Although it was only about 60 centimeters long, its wingspan exceeded a meter. Surrounding his body were 4 soul rings of white, yellow, yellow, and yellow. Although Atreida was over 500 meters above the ground, thanks to the keen eyesight provided by his falcon martial soul, the scenery on the ground was like a panoramic view through a high-power telescope. There were no ambushes in the city. At most, there were only over 1,000 soldiers stationed at the city gate. Report to the marshal. There are no ambushes in the city. Atreida's voice rang out loudly. Chapter 72. Golden Feather Scale Dragon. What? Gulong was immediately filled with fear. If it weren't for Jiang Yu's reminder, he would have almost fallen into Zhuge Xian's feigned attack. Such a humiliation, if it got out, would leave a mark in history. Except the main character would not be Gulong, but Zhuge Xian, and he would be the one laughed at. Fortunately, he listened to this kid. Gulong's gaze turned to Jiang Yu. He did not expect that someone so young could have such keen perception, a quality that even seasoned generals might not possess. Soldiers! Gulong raised his sword and shouted angrily. The city is weakly defended. Now is the perfect opportunity to attack. Charge! After Gulong issued his command, the 3 armies shouted in unison, roar, roar, roar. At the front were the shield bearers, holding rectangular shields that were 90 centimeters wide and 130 centimeters long, made from 3 layers of hardwood. The leather covering was specially treated and then covered with a layer of cloth, further reinforced with metal fittings to increase strength. Behind the shield bearers were the spear soldiers, each equipped with an iron short sword weighing around 1 kilogram, with extremely sharp tips, and the grip was designed to fit the shape of the fingers perfectly. They carried a long spear on their backs, with a metal shaft at the front, accompanied by an iron spear tip and a wooden shaft at the back, wrapped with a long rope that could be used as both a javelin and a short spear. As the attacking army got closer to the city gate, Zhuge Xian ordered an attack. 500 archers wrapped their arrows in oilcloth and dipped them into a barrel of black liquid. If Jiang Yu saw this, he would recognize it as a precious resource from Blue Star. Oil. The moment the arrows touched the sparks, they ignited. Shoot! Zhuge Xian shouted, and the arrows flew towards the soldiers below. Even with shields to defend, many were hit by the flaming arrows, igniting their armor. In a short time, at least hundreds of soldiers were mercilessly consumed by the flames, turning to ashes. But even so, they could only grit their teeth and charge forward. As long as the commander did not order a retreat, they could not take a step back. This was the resolve of an imperial soldier. After paying a hefty price, some soldiers finally reached the city gate. They immediately released their martial souls, although they only had 1 white soul ring each. Most had beast martial souls and had some strength. They worked together to crash into the gate. The massive city gate shook slightly, but quickly returned to normal. Marshal, Hua Wu reminded, this heart attack is not a solution. Among the generals of the Liangshan Principality, Zhuge Xian is the best at defending cities. He once led 800 elite soldiers to withstand tens of thousands of enemies, causing the other side to stagnate for months and eventually retreat without success. Oh, Gulong frowned. He did not expect that such a small Liangshan Principality would have such a figure. After years of battles, encountering countless enemies, even those known as the 4 great military geniuses of Xingluo did not intimidate him. But now he had almost fallen for Zhuge Xian's tricks. General Hua, do you know this person's background? In the entire Douluo Continent, there are only a handful of generals that can earn Gulong's admiration. Apart from the 4 from the Star Luo Empire, there's also the Valkyrie from the Atarinda Kingdom, Milusha. Now, there's also Zhuge Xian. This person has a very mysterious background. Hua Wu's eyes lit up, gripping the handle of his sword. He said solemnly, I heard that he comes from a hidden sect, but I don't know which one. His martial soul is a scroll named the Thunder Map, which contains violent thunder power. Once he releases the true form of his martial soul, Zhuge Xian can cover a radius of hundreds of meters with thunder, making his attack range extremely wide. Hidden sects. Gulong had heard of them as well. Although these hidden sects have not participated in the affairs of the continent for a long time, they are not lacking in strong individuals. Moreover, the locations of their sects and the martial souls they inherit are quite mysterious. Even the Spirit Hall may not be able to find their traces. It is said that these hidden sects prohibit their disciples from going out to train, but Zhuge Xian is an exception. Gulong couldn't help but become very interested in the figure at the city gate. A sect capable of nurturing such talent must not be simple. However, since he has already involved himself in the conflicts on the continent, no matter what his background is, he must pay the price. This commander will meet him. Gulong then roared, and a strong light erupted from him. Soon, a massive dragon-like creature appeared behind him. It was a giant dragon entirely covered in pure black, its body wrapped in heavy scales. Its thick dragon arms looked as big as a bathtub, and its 2 legs were upright like human legs. The tail behind it was several meters long, and at the tip of the tail were 9 round golden feathered wings. This was Gulong's martial soul, the golden feather scale dragon. He earned the title of 9 Lives Divine Dragon because of his martial soul. Although the golden feather scale dragon and the blue lightning tyrant dragon are both subdragon species, their abilities are completely different. One is known for its defense and incredible recovery ability, while the other is famous for its explosive power and unmatched attack strength. Revered as the #1 beast martial soul in the Douluo Continent, Gulong's soul rings were clearly the best soul ring configuration. As soon as the 7th soul ring lit up, his entire body rapidly expanded, eventually transforming into a giant dragon several meters long, which was the golden feather scale dragon behind him. This chapter is not over yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. 3rd soul skill, flying feather golden scale wings. Gulong's voice came from the mouth of the giant dragon, and then the golden feathered wings at the tip of his tail began to spin rapidly, lifting his massive body quickly into the air. Once he reached the level of the city gate, the golden feather blades on his body shot out rapidly from the tail feathers. The target was the soldiers guarding the city tower, with Zhuge Xian receiving special attention. Dozens of feather blades shot towards him. Thunder map, appear. Zhuge Xian was not flustered. He calmly summoned his martial soul, a yellow light emanating from his body and gathering at his right palm. Then, a grand and imposing blueprint quietly emerged, depicting a giant holding a hammer, with wings growing from its ribs, looking extremely ugly. After the 7th soul ring lit up, Zhuge Xian transformed into a beam of light and surged into the blueprint, which gradually grew larger and then flew into the sky. 5th soul skill, Thunder Flash. The giant in the blueprint opened its mouth, and a sound like thunder resonated through the clouds. Suddenly, explosive lightning flashed in the clouds, and the feather blades in front of Zhuge Xian were instantly shattered, then struck towards Gulong. Although Zhuge Xian was only a rank 73 soul saint, he often won against opponents of the same rank due to the uniqueness of his martial soul, and even those with higher soul power might not be his match. However, Gulong was clearly not among them. The lightning struck Gulong, but did not cause him significant harm. The golden feather scale dragon's defense is on par with that of the armored giant rhinoceros, diamond mammoth, white armor earth dragon, and Lin armor crocodile, even ranking first among the 5 defensive martial souls. Despite Zhuge Xian's power, he was still just a soul saint, while Gulong was an 83rd rank soul Dalu. Although the golden feather blades were neutralized by Zhuge Xian, his attack did not harm Gulong. Instead, the soldiers stationed on the city tower suffered heavy casualties, with about 100 killed instantly. The attack of a soul Dalu is not something these lower-ranked soul masters can withstand. Zhuge Xian watched helplessly as the soldiers were killed by Gulong. Although he felt anxious, he knew that the priority now was to quickly stop Gulong. 6th soul skill, Thunder Dragon Tornado Storm. The thunder map instantly released an astonishing thunder power. A bright yellow light surged into the sky, and then a tornado storm with a diameter of over 100 meters formed in an instant. The storm crackled with thunder, and countless bolts of lightning seemed ready to jump out from within. This was Zhuge Xian's strongest attack. He was quite confident in this 6th soul skill. Chapter 73, Night Raid. The violent thunderstorm emitted an extremely strong pressure, forcing even Gulong to retreat continuously. Even though its defense was astonishing, it still felt a bit numb from the power of the lightning. Truly, the lightning element ranks among the top of all elements. Gulong couldn't help but feel a sense of dread. With the assistance of the wind element, this attack was indeed formidable. If it weren't for his advantage in soul power, he might have suffered a serious injury. After witnessing Zhuge Xian's strength, Gulong no longer dared to underestimate him. There have been precedents in the Spirit Master world where a soul saint defeated a soul Dalu. Back then, the Haoqian Doa Tang Hao managed to make a renowned soul Dalu doubt his life while only being a newly ascended soul saint. Of course, this was just an exception. Gulong did not believe that Zhuge Xian possessed Tang Hao's strength. The reason the Haoqian Doa could challenge opponents of higher ranks was not only due to his own strength, but also benefited from the secret techniques of the Haoqian sect. But how should one say it? Better safe than sorry. Gulong did not want to capsize in this ditch. Although Zhuge Xian could not compare to Tang Hao, he would certainly not be much inferior to Zhao Wuji. That unparalleled powerhouse, known as the Immutable King, could break through encirclement against 16 similarly ranked cardinals. But facing a Seoul Douluo-level powerhouse, he would likely only be able to achieve this level. Zhuge Xian looked to be in his 40s, but had actually broken through to the Soul Saint realm. Compared to the talented Soul Master from the Heaven Do Empire, who was said to have the best chance of breaking Tang Hao's record, Peak of Fire, Qin Ming, he was not lacking at all. Gelong suddenly felt a desire to conquer. Zhuge Xian not only had remarkable talent in cultivation, but also possessed insights into military matters that far surpassed ordinary people, making him a genius of both wisdom and courage. If he could submit to the empire, the strength of the Heaven Do Empire would be further enhanced. In recent years, the talents of the Heaven Do military have dwindled, far less than the talent-rich Star Luo Empire. Although Gelong did not fear any of the 4 great generals of Star Luo, if they teamed up, he truly would not be a match for them, as one tree cannot hold up a mountain. If he had Zhuge Xian's assistance, then his pressure would be greatly reduced, and he would not have to oversee everything like he does now. He also wanted to fish around like his other colleagues and enjoy other pleasures. However, the immense burden of the empire rested solely on Gelong's shoulders. Even if he had the intention to escape, he had no means to do so. Realizing this, Gelong unconsciously eased his grip slightly. Although his strikes still carried significant power, he aimed not to inflict any particularly severe injuries on Zhuge Xian. He didn't want to harm Zhuge Xian, as he was a great asset. On the opposite side, the already transformed Zhuge Xian had no intention of holding back, instead unleashing a power even greater than usual amidst the crisis. With this ebb and flow, the two engaged in dozens of exchanges, unable to gain the upper hand. Coupled with the archers on the city tower providing cover, Gelong found it difficult to subdue Zhuge Xian. Maintaining the true form of his martial soul was extremely draining on soul power, and seeing that continuing the fight would yield no advantage. He had no choice but to retreat below the city tower and immediately released his martial soul's true form. Sound to retreat, Gelong shouted, announcing the withdrawal of the 3 armies. In the army's tent, Gelong, seated at the commander's position, had a somewhat unpredictable expression. The generals inside the tent dared not even breathe, as no one expected that a mere 1,000 or so troops could block the gates of Yinshan City against a coalition of 100,000. For them, this was a tremendous humiliation. At that moment, a young man dressed in golden armor stepped forward and spoke first. I request permission, Marshal. Please grant me 500 elite troops. Tonight, I will personally lead them to secretly infiltrate the city from the cliffs of Yinshan, and at that time, I will signal with a beacon and coordinate with you, Marshal, to open the city gates from within. Shuezhu's attitude was extremely respectful. Although he was a prince of the Tiando Empire, Gelong was not only a highly regarded minister of the emperor, but also commanded a 1,000,000-strong army and was a sole master of the Contra level. He had long harbored the intention to win Gelong over. Among the princes, Shui Qinghe undoubtedly had the greatest advantage. He not only had the support of Ning Fengji, but also maintained close relationships with 3 committee members of the Tiando Royal Academy. However, if he could bring Gelong under his command, he would no longer fear the influence of Shui Qinghe. With 1,000,000 troops as his backing, he would have a chance to inherit the throne. Gelong raised his eyebrows slightly, looking at Shuezhu with some appreciation. It was rare for him to have such courage. To be honest, he had some fondness for Shuezhu. The martial soul of this 3rd prince was not the ordinary swan martial soul passed down by the royal family, but a mutated martial soul, the explosive swan. This martial soul possessed considerable offensive capabilities, and Shuezhu was also a rare assault-type soul master within the royal family. However, Gelong did not quite agree with Shuezhu's suggestion. The terrain of Yinshan City was extremely perilous. The cliffs on both sides offered no cover and were completely exposed. It was impossible for Gelong to allow a prince to take such a risk, as it would not be easy to explain to the emperor. The courage of the 3rd prince was commendable, befitting a royal descendant, but the likelihood of success for this plan was very low, and the risks involved were significant. It was better to reconsider. Gelong waved his hand, not agreeing. Marshal Gelong, I actually agree with this plan. Jiang Yu felt that Shuezhu's proposal had some maneuverable space. With slight modifications, it was very likely to succeed, so he expressed his thoughts. Before the 3rd prince led the elite troops into Yinshan City, he suggested that Marshal Gelong lead the army to challenge the city gates to attract the attention of the guards inside the city. Then, the 3rd prince could use ropes to scale the cliffs and enter the city to wait for the right moment to open the gates. Young master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. JiangYu's plan was undoubtedly more refined. After dark, visibility was already low, even with torches illuminating the city tower. As long as a suitable place was selected for infiltration, they would not necessarily be exposed. Moreover, the large army outside would certainly attract most of the guards' attention. Hearing Jiang Yu's suggestion, Gaelong couldn't help but ponder. After everything that had happened during the day, he no longer viewed Jiang Yu as a child. This plan was more reliable than the one Zhu proposed, and the chances of success were higher. Gaelong was also quite tempted. This battle was under the spotlight of the entire continent. Taking advantage of the fact that the Star Luo Empire had not intervened yet, he could subdue the Liangshan Principality with overwhelming force. By then, it would be too late for Star Luo Empire to intervene. So Gaelong was somewhat in agreement with Jiang Yu's plan. However, he still did not make an immediate decision. With great rewards came equally great risks. A marshal who hesitates to make a decision will face chaos. Although Zhu did not know why someone from Xueqing's faction was speaking for him, he understood that this was a golden opportunity to achieve merit. If he could be the first to enter Yinshan City, then he would be the one to receive the credit for this battle. At that time, if his father were pleased, the position of crown prince might very well belong to him. Zhu. Thinking of this, he felt somewhat impatient. Then it settled. Gaelong steeled his resolve, slamming his hand on the table, and immediately issued the military order. Please have His Highness the Third Prince lead 500 elite troops ahead. I will command the army to head to the battlefield. Seeing that Gaelong finally agreed, Zhu was exceptionally excited. After receiving the command, he immediately left the tent to select elite soldiers from the camp. Chapter 74, A Clever Plan. The moon was bright and the stars sparse. Outside Yinshan City, a fierce battle was taking place. Soldiers on both sides held torches, illuminating the area for dozens of miles as if it were daytime. As before, shield soldiers remained at the front of the line, while archers behind them drew their bows and shot arrows at the city tower, covering their comrades who were advancing. Looking at the sea of soldiers below, Zhuge Xian's expression was quite grim. What was Gaelong planning? Night battles were a taboo in military confrontations. It was well known that visibility was extremely low at night. Generally, sieges were conducted during the day. Given that Gaelong had just failed to attack, Zhuge Xian had expected him to at least rest for a day before making another move. But now he was leading his army to attack the city again. Did he intend to deny them any chance to rest? Zhuge Xian speculated that although they had won the previous battle, they had lost over 100 soldiers. Even though the Tiando coalition had suffered more casualties, their opponent had a full 150,000 troops, and this loss was merely a drop in the bucket for them. For Zhuge Xian's side, this accounted for a tenth of their total strength, which they could not afford to lose. Gaelong, you underestimate me too much. How could I fall for such a minor tactic? Zhuge Xian immediately summoned his personal guard and ordered him to leave only the archers stationed on the city tower, while allowing the remaining soldiers to rest near the city gate. This way, even if the situation became urgent, they could quickly rush to provide support. Just when Zhuge Xian thought everything was foolproof, a hidden troop appeared on the cliff to the right of Yinshan City. In addition to bringing all the agile strategists, Zhu's remaining soldiers mostly possessed martial souls that allowed for easy movement, such as leopards, rabbits, and cats. They were all tied with sturdy ropes, and the ends were wrapped with sharp claws. While they could not compare to Tang San's heavenly claws, they were sufficient to embed into solid rock. Furthermore, to be safe, these soldiers were something similar to wolf claws on their hands, so even if the hooks accidentally slipped off, they could still embed the wolf claws into the stone and avoid falling off the cliff. After equipping themselves, Zhu hooked his claw onto a large rock and secured it, then swiftly descended the 1,000-meter cliff. Although he was afraid of alerting the enemy and did not unleash his martial soul, Zhu was quite adept at handling the situation thanks to the power bestowed upon him by the exploding swan. Seeing the third prince lead the charge, the other soldiers were greatly encouraged and began to descend the cliff using ropes. Marshal, intensify the attack and divert all enemy attention to below the city tower. Jiang Yu quickly reminded Gaelong. Although it was pitch black in the distance, he still managed to make out hundreds of figures on the cliff above. Jiang Yu had not cultivated the purple extreme demon eye, but the transformation brought about by the primordial purple chi was astonishing. It was likely not much inferior to the legendary 1,000-mile eye. Zhu had already begun to act. This was a crucial moment, and if Zhuge Xian discovered it, things would not bode well. The entire army charged. Gaelong no longer hesitated, drawing his sword and issuing the order to advance. The horn for the charge immediately sounded. The 100,000 Imperial Guards charged forward in a well-ordered formation, while the remaining 50,000 allied troops, coming from various principalities, were noticeably disorganized and lacked coordination. However, Gelong did not blame them. In his eyes, these allied troops were merely there to bolster their numbers. Not good. They are launching a full-scale attack. Zhuge Xian sensed something was amiss. The enemy was clearly desperate. Despite increasing casualties, their pace of attack did not slow down. Some soldiers had already set up long ladders, preparing to climb to the city tower. Although the archers had spotted them in time and shot arrows that prevented their success, as more and more enemies charged forward, the number of soldiers on the ladders not only did not decrease, but instead increased, climbing several meters in no time. Seeing the situation was dire, Zhuge Xian quickly issued a series of military orders, instructing all soldiers resting below the city to support from the tower and ordering someone to pour oil on the ladders. But at that moment, while Zhuge Xian was focused on the situation below the city tower, Xuezhu had already led his men into the city. Looking at the massive stone at the city gate, Xuezhu could no longer afford to remain concealed. This time he had brought 500 elite soldiers, and with the support of over 100,000 troops outside, even if Zhuge Xian discovered them, they could still hold their ground for a while. Brothers, unleash your martial souls. In an instant, a fiery red light radiated from Xuezhu, followed by a majestic swan engulfed in flames appearing behind him. The swan had a pair of red wings, and its beak was exceptionally sharp, with 4 soul rings, yellow, yellow, purple, and purple, arranged neatly on its body. As soon as the exploding swan martial soul manifested, Xuezhu's muscles began to swell rapidly, making him appear significantly larger. Third soul skill, Fierce Fire Special Attack. The purple soul ring on Xuezhu's body suddenly lit up, and fierce flames enveloped him entirely. The wings behind him flared open, propelling him forward. Although the massive stone at the city gate was heavy, it was just an ordinary stone. Under Xuezhu's attack, it instantly shattered and scattered around. What sound is that? Zhuge Xian also heard the commotion inside the city and quickly moved toward the rear. Looking down, he saw flames and the 500 elite soldiers led by Xuezhu. This is bad. How did they get into the city? Zhuge Xian realized he had fallen into the enemy's trap. It turned out that Gelong had delayed his attack to draw his attention, and the enemies in the city had taken the opportunity to infiltrate from the cliffs on both sides. I was careless. Zhuge Xian felt a wave of regret. Even he had not anticipated that the enemy would enter the city from the towering cliffs. Now, he had only 2 choices. Either divide his troops to head to the city gate or ignore them and focus all his efforts on resisting the external enemy at the city walls. However, neither choice could salvage the situation in Yinshan City. At that moment, Gelong was already flying toward the city tower. At this point, I can only repay the Duke's kindness with my life. With a sense of impending doom, Zhuge Xian quickly unleashed the thunderous diagram. Although he was no match for Gelong, he chose to attack first. As the thunderous diagram unfolded, his third soul ring gradually lit up, and the power of lightning within the diagram transformed into golden birds that surged forth frantically. These lightning element creatures were even more ferocious than ordinary soul beasts. Third soul skill, Copper Wall, and Iron Bastion. Gelong also refused to back down, instantly conjuring a massive stone wall made of solid rock in front of him. Although the lightning birds were powerful, they failed to break through Gelong's defense. Just as the two were locked in a stalemate, Xuezhu had already led his subordinates to open the gates of Yinshan City. The titled alliance outside rushed into the city with a thunderous roar. An hour later, in the city lord's mansion of Yinshan City, Gelong looked at Zhuge Xian with a smug expression on his face. Although this person was formidable, he had ultimately become his captive. Since you are a talented individual, I will spare your life. After I report to His Majesty, you may remain in the army. Gelong said in as calm a tone as possible. No need. Although Zhuge Xian was tied up, he maintained an air of pride, showing no sign of fear. A loyal minister does not serve 2 masters. The Duke of Liangshan has shown me kindness. How could I betray him? Besides, I am merely a defeated foe beneath the marshal. With your abilities, you do not need my assistance. Hearing Zhuge Xian's words, Gelong admired him even more. Who does not appreciate a loyal minister? This only intensified his desire to recruit him. That is not how it works. Gelong smiled and said, I have fought on the battlefield for many years and encountered countless enemies, but I have rarely faced such a dire situation as today. If it weren't for a little brother who pointed it out to me, I might have fallen for your ploy and failed to breach Yinshan City. Little brother? Zhuge Xian looked skeptical. Are you saying that a child uncovered my empty city scheme? What a joke. He could hardly believe Gelong's words. thinking it was merely an insult intended to demean him. Indeed, this little brother, Golong immediately pointed at Jiang Yu. Chapter 75. The Choice of Qianren Shui. When Zhuge Xian learned that it was a child who had seen through his scheme, his mouth dropped open in disbelief, as if it could fit a giant Oscar sausage. If this person had been Golong, he would not have been surprised at all, given that Golong was a renowned military god on the Douluo Continent, commanding 1,000,000 troops of the Tiando Empire. Now, Golong was telling him that it was a child who had turned the tide. For a moment, Zhuge Xian found it hard to accept. General Zhuge, you are quite clever, Jiang Yu said with a calm expression, as expected of someone with the surname Zhuge. If it weren't for me, you might have truly been able to defend Yinshan City. As a qualified Huaguo citizen, Jiang Yu had a fair understanding of the traditional 4 great masterpieces, especially Romance of the Three Kingdoms and Water Margin. After being influenced by these traditional cultures, Jiang Yu was more than capable of outsmarting the brute force of the Douluo Continent. Although Zhuge Xian has some brains, he is clearly inferior to Jiang Yu. After all, some people once regarded Romance of the Three Kingdoms as a military manual. Although it was Jiang Yu's first time on the battlefield, he was only advising from the sidelines and did not participate in the actual command, thus avoiding the situation where Zhao Kuo merely talked about strategy without practical experience. Zhuge Xian was so frustrated that he didn't even want to speak. He usually prided himself on his extraordinary talent, but didn't expect to be schooled by a child. Zhuge Xian, Golong really didn't want to miss out on this outstanding talent, so he continued to persuade him, I value your skills, which is why I advise you. The small kingdom of Liangshan is not worth your loyalty. You seem like a smart person. It would be better to join the empire and achieve great accomplishments with me. Haha, thank you for your kind intentions. Marshal, Zhuge Xian said disdainfully. Zhuge Xian will never join the Tiando Empire. Please, Marshal, stop wasting your efforts and give me a straightforward answer. This is a hard nut to crack. Golong instantly judged that someone like him would never surrender. Since that's the case, he must not be kept alive. Push him out and execute him. Golong looked regretful. It was a pity that such talent would not pledge loyalty to the empire, but he could not let it fall into the hands of other forces, especially the Xingluo Empire. Marshal Ge, please listen to me. Jiang Yu quickly intervened. Please spare his life for now. We can keep him confined in the camp and spread the message that Zhuge Xian has already joined our Tiando Empire. This way, the morale of the Liangshan army will be destabilized. Remember, attacking the city is secondary. Winning hearts is paramount. As soon as Jiang Yu finished speaking, a glint of brilliance shot from Xueqing's eyes. He initially thought he had already held Jiang Yu in high regard, but he realized he had underestimated the other party's intelligence. It seems I've stumbled upon a treasure. Qianren Shui began to calculate. Given his talent, breaking through to the tidal door realm was not difficult. Coupled with his strong military talent, he would have an excellent commander when the Spirit Hall eradicates the 2 major empires. I need to find a way to make him firmly stand on my side. But how to make him abandon the 7-treasure Glazed tile school? Money and status do not seem to attract him. Could it be necessary to use the beauty trap? Qianren Shui quickly thought of a solution. Since ancient times, it has been difficult for heroes to resist the lure of beauty. Even the wisest of men can be lost in women. But where can I find a beauty for him? This kid seems to have very high standards. If it's not a stunning beauty, he probably wouldn't even look at her. Should I personally take the stage? Qianren Shui quickly shook her head to dismiss this idea. After all, she is a direct descendant of the noble 6-winged angel family. How could she use seduction on a man? That would be a disgrace to her family. If her grandfather found out, he would probably not agree with such actions. Anyway, there's no rush. Let's first build a good relationship with him and see how it goes later. Qianren Shui couldn't help but sigh that she was too impatient. After all, Jiang Yu was still a child. It was better to wait until he grew up a bit before slowly considering it. She had been lurking in the Tiando Empire for so long, so she could afford to be patient. Heart strategy. Golong carefully pondered Jiang Yu's words and decided to adopt his strategy. Indeed, it was a clever plan, and they proceeded with it. Although he initially underestimated Jiang Yu, after all that had happened, he had seen his exceptional qualities and had already put away his contempt. He would basically follow Jiang Yu's good suggestions. 7 days later, the news of Zhuge Xian's defection was already making waves in the Liangshan Principality. At first, the Duke of Liangshan refused to believe that Zhuge Xian would betray him and even ordered that anyone who dared to discuss it would be executed without mercy. However, as more and more soldiers from the principality fled back to Liangshan City, Zhuge Xian's allegiance to the Tiando Empire seemed to have become an established fact. Even the Duke of Liangshan began to have doubts. As the saying goes, 3 men make a tiger, and many voices can tarnish gold, no matter how strong the relationship. It could not withstand the constant provocation from those around, especially someone as cunning as the Duke of Liangshan. At this moment, the Tiando allied forces led by Golong had already arrived at the next city, Linshan City. Throughout the journey, Golong was in a great mood. According to the scouts' reports, under Jiang Yu's planning, the Duke of Liangshan had already become deeply convinced of Zhuge Xian's allegiance to the empire. Now he understood why Jiang Yu had asked him to find opportunities to subtly let some defectors return to Liangshan City. It was all to sow discord between the ruler and his subjects. This scheme of discord was simply perfect. Golong now looked at Jiang Yu with different eyes, filled with admiration. If it weren't for Golong's status, he would really want to take Jiang Yu as his teacher. In his view, learning has no age limit. What matters is ability, and age is not the most important factor. However, in this continent, people still pay great attention to such customs. Golong could not break this rule. Nevertheless, Jiang Yu's status in Golong's heart had already become extraordinary. Little brother, Linshan City is just ahead. Golong smiled brightly and asked Jiang Yu, what do you think we should do? I will follow your lead. Jiang Yu was speechless. You, a dignified commander-in-chief, are relying on a child to fight a war? If this gets out, it would surely make others laugh. Let's take a look first. Jiang Yu did not make a decision immediately as he did not know much about Linshan City, so he couldn't make a random judgment. After all, war is not child's play. It requires caution. Upon arriving near the gate of Linshan City, Jiang Yu was somewhat surprised because there wasn't a single soldier on the city tower, and even the city gates were wide open. There was actually no one inside. This is not scientific. Could it be another empty city scheme? No, the same tactic is brilliant the first time, but foolish the second. What exactly is the commander of Linshan City planning? Jiang Yu couldn't figure it out for a moment. General Hua. Golong also felt something was off. So he called over Hua Wu and asked, do you know who the commander of Linshan City is? This subordinate knows a little. Hua Wu immediately responded with a fist salute. This person is named Pan Yu, and his brother is the unparalleled general of the Liangshan Principality, Pan Feng. Although he is not as talented as his brother, he is indeed a fierce general. Pan Yu's martial spirit is a wolf-toothed club, and his soul power has also broken through to the soul emperor realm. He once split a giant stone weighing 1,000 pounds with his wolf-toothed club, making him known for his innate strength. However, it is said that he has more bravery than wisdom, and his combat style does not seem to suggest he would use strategies. That's strange. After hearing Hua Wu's words, Jiang Yu was puzzled. If that were the case, why was Linshan City completely empty? Did Pan Yu flee without fighting? That seemed unlikely. After all, his brother is the general of the Liangshan Principality. How could he not understand the consequences of such actions? Marshal, although Jiang Yu did not guess the underlying mystery, he still suggested, please send scouts to Linshan City to take a look. If it is confirmed that there are no ambushes, then send soldiers in batches and at different times to enter the city. At this moment, Gailong was completely obedient to Jiang Yu's advice and immediately dispatched all the agile strategists into the city. Half an hour later, Zida later returned to report that there were indeed no ambushes inside the city, only some unthreatening civilians remaining. 2nd Battalion Commander Gailong ordered the strong man beside him. Led your 2nd Battalion into the city first to scout the way for the army. Yes, Marshal. Shen Quan immediately accepted the order and led the 2nd Battalion soldiers toward Linshan City. The Thunderfire Battalion excels at disarming traps and executing small-scale assault missions. Gailong explained to Jiang Yu. So they are bomb disposal experts and flying tigers. Jiang Yu instantly understood the advantages of the Thunderfire Battalion, and it was indeed the right choice for Gailong to have them lead the charge. Unexpectedly, Linshan City did not have enemy ambushes, and even after the Tiando allied forces had all entered the city, there was no sign of soldiers from the Liangshan Principality. They seemed to have retreated long ago. Gailong was extremely excited to capture a city without any effort. Only Jiang Yu frowned deeply. What could be the reason for the city's defenders to abandon it? What conspiracy could be at play here? Gailong did not think as much as Jiang Yu. After calming the remaining civilians in the city, he left 1,000 Imperial Guards to garrison Linshan City and continued on his way. After noon, the sun released intense rays, and a thick heat pervaded the air. The ground gradually became scorching under this energy, and even the leaves by the roadside began to emit faint smoke after being exposed to the sun. It wasn't too long before they started to burn. It was evident that today's weather was much hotter than usual. The various principalities had long adapted to such sweltering weather, but it was the Imperial Guards of the Tiando Empire who suffered. The Tiando Imperial City was located in the northern part of the continent, where the weather was not very hot, and this group of Imperial guards, who had spent years in the Imperial City, was experiencing such extreme heat for the first time. After marching just 100 meters, dozens of guards began to suffer from heat stroke. Gailong had no choice but to let the accompanying doctors take them back to Linshan City, while the remaining soldiers had to continue on, hoping to reach the vicinity of Yinshan City before dark. In the evening, as the sun sank lower in the sky, the heat in the air was not as intense as it had been at noon, and the Tiando allied forces were finally not far from Yinshan City. Marshal Huawu pointed to a dense forest ahead and said, "Crossing this forest will bring us to the territory of Yinshan City." Looking at the thick forest, Jiang Yu's eyelids jumped inexplicably, and he felt an uneasy sensation. Although he couldn't articulate the reason, he sensed that the forest was dangerous. Marshal Gailong, Jiang Yu couldn't help but remind, "The military texts say to avoid entering forests. We should take another route." "That is not suitable," Huawu immediately opposed. "Marshal, if we detour, it will add 500 miles to our journey, and we might not reach Yinshan City by tomorrow." "I see." Although Gailong trusted Jiang Yu, he chose to take the forest route, thinking that the defenders of Linshan City had likely already led their soldiers back to Liangshan City, and there would be no danger on the road. This marshal has decided to continue moving forward. However, before Jiang Yu could finish speaking, Gailong began to explain. "Don't worry, this forest isn't too large. Even if there are ambushes, they're 1 many, and we have over 100,000 men on our side. With such a large advantage, there is no need to worry." Thus, under Gailong's insistence, the army began to advance into the forest. Although this forest was not as large as an ordinary hunting sole forest, the trees were particularly tall. The shortest were around 20 meters, and there were many towering trees over 100 meters high. The underbrush was also lush, growing up to the ankles of humans. However, the sole beasts here were not very old, mostly just 10-year-old beasts, and 100-year-old beasts were rarely seen. Seeing the more than 100,000 soldiers of the Tiando allied forces, these sole beasts scattered in fear of being captured. Even the usually aggressive, violent bear-soul beasts did not dare to block the army's path, wisely avoiding them. After half an hour, the army had not encountered any dangerous situations, indicating that there were likely no ambushes inside. Gailong felt that Jiang Yu was overly cautious. "Cheer up." Seeing the soldiers' exhausted expressions, Gailong said, "In another half an hour, we should be able to get out of this forest. Once we reach the vicinity of Yinshan City, we'll set up camp for the night, allowing you all to rest well before we launch an attack on Yinshan City." Hearing Gailong's words, although the soldiers were still fatigued, they could only muster their spirits to continue forward, thinking that rest was just around the corner. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just then, over 100 flaming arrows shot through the layers of leaves and landed on the ground. Immediately afterward, it began to rain from the sky. But the rain carried a foul odor, and upon touching the flames, it ignited rapidly. Oil fire. Gailong's expression changed drastically. This was not good. They were actually using fire attacks. Gailong did not expect the people of the Liangshan Principality to be so reckless. It should be noted that water and fire are merciless. All countries on the continent had a tacit understanding to prohibit the use of water and fire attacks, even in the most intense wars, because such actions were considered too damaging to the heavens. In the past, those who employed such tactics would not have good outcomes. It was said that even the luck of a nation could be severely diminished as a result. No one would doubt the words of the title Dalu. Therefore, even in wars between the two empires, fire attacks, such a vicious tactic would not be used. Gailong ordered the army to take the forest path precisely because he did not believe the Liangshan Principality would dare to use fire attacks. He did not expect to be proven wrong so quickly. Due to the hot weather, the trees in the forest would catch fire even with a slight spark, let alone hundreds of flaming arrows aided by oil. In an instant, the entire forest was engulfed in a raging fire, and soon thousands of soldiers were burned to a crisp. Watching as each living person turned into a fiery figure, emitting painful groans before becoming charred corpses, even Gailong, a battle-hardened general, couldn't he help but feel nauseous, let alone the others, especially Jiang Yu. Although he had seen such scenes in dramas, he realized how the shock of drama could not compare to the brutality of real-life events. These vibrant lives were instantly consumed by the merciless flames when they had just been hoping to rest after reaching Yinshan City. Unfortunately, they would never reach Yinshan City. This was Jiang Yu's first realization of the cruelty of war. Fighting was far from the fun he had imagined. Just as Jiang Yu was stunned, a flaming arrow shot towards him. "Be careful!" Shui Qinghe, who had been paying attention to Jiang Yu, quickly rushed over and pushed him away when he saw him looking dazed. Fortunately, Qinghe acted quickly, and the fire arrow missed its target. As he rolled forward while holding Jiang Yu, "Calm down." At this crucial moment, Gelong did not lose his composure. As the supreme commander of the Imperial Army, he quickly issued orders. All soul masters with water attribute martial souls were to immediately extinguish the fire, while those with defensive martial souls and high soul power stood on the periphery. Gelong shouted, "Hurry!" Although only a small portion of the hundreds of thousands of soldiers had soul power, over 1,000 could still be gathered, even if most of them only had one soul ring. In this situation, they could only rely on their soul skills to resist the surrounding flames. 7th Soul Skill. As the only soul Douluo present, Gelong activated his martial soul's true body without hesitation, transforming into a giant dragon. He charged into the area where the fire was burning most fiercely, using his body to block its spread. His martial soul, the golden feather scale dragon, was known for its defensive power. Although the flames were extremely fierce, they were just ordinary fire, and with Gelong's soul Douluo cultivation, these flames could not harm him for the time being. Controlling water and binding. Water bullet. Summon Tide. Many water attribute soul masters release their soul skills. The 3rd soul skill, Oath of Rain. Captain Jia He of the 3rd Battalion of the Tiando Imperial Guard was a level 39 soul master with a water attribute martial soul. His martial soul was a water-blue frog-like creature, but unlike ordinary frogs, this blue frog had a body somewhat similar to a human, with much larger frog claws. The blue frog also carried a sword-shaped weapon formed from condensed water on its back, known as the water sword frog. After activating his martial soul, Jiahe's hands transformed into frog claws, and the water sword appeared on his right arm. As the purple 1,000-year soul ring lit up, Jiahe raised his arm, and the water sword shot straight up into the sky. Then, a torrential rain began to pour down from the clouds, falling in the direction indicated by the water sword. Although Jiahe's 3rd soul skill was not particularly powerful, it proved to be extremely effective at that moment, even surpassing the golden feather scale dragon. With the rain, the flames in the forest gradually became less fierce, and the fire arrows shooting from the sky were extinguished by the rain. As long as they were not shot into the body, there would be no impact. With the help of these water attribute soldiers, the fire gradually diminished. Although it was not completely extinguished yet, the damage was far less than at the beginning, and everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. "How are you?" "This is not the time to be dazed," Qinghe asked Jiang Yu, who was beneath him, with concern, not even noticing their awkward position. A faint fragrance gradually brought Jiang Yu back to his senses, and seeing Qianrenxue so close, his breathing involuntarily quickened. Although the person in front of him appeared to be male, Jiang Yu knew that beneath this skin lay extraordinary beauty, the future angel goddess. Inhaling the faint body fragrance from Qianrenxue, Jiang Yu felt his heart flutter. So fragrant. Seeing Jiang Yu's dazed expression, Qianrenxue smiled helplessly. Although you have a fire attribute martial soul, asking you to help in this situation is just adding fuel to the fire. But you should at least take care of yourself. You came to help me, and now I'm the one protecting you. She rarely let down her guard, teasing Jiang Yu. However, with her somewhat feminine face, it seemed less like teasing and more like acting cute. The proud and aloof goddess actually acting cute. Just imagining that scene is beautiful. Only Jiang Yu could enjoy such treatment. "Thank you, Your Highness." Jiang Yu flipped over, pressing Qianrenxue beneath him, and a smile appeared on his face. "Thank you." "You." Seeing the sincerity in Jiang Yu's eyes, a blush flashed across Qianrenxue's face. And for the first time, her frozen heart felt a sense of panic, beating wildly. "What's happening to me?" "P.S. Just a kid." Qianrenxue suddenly felt a bit ashamed. Was this just like those old men chasing after young girls? "Qianrenxue, you are the inheritor of the angel martial soul. You can't act like this." Jiang Yu had no idea that his simple gratitude had caused a ripple in Qianrenxue's heart. He just wanted to thank her sincerely. Chapter 77. Qianrenxue's flaw. "Get off me. You're on top of me." A blush appeared on Qianrenxue's face. "Oh." Jiang Yu finally realized that their position was indeed awkward, quickly scratching his head and standing up. But unexpectedly, he stepped on a dry twig on the ground. And soon Jiang Yu tripped and fell back on top of Qianrenxue again. Bang! Luckily, Qianrenxue turned her head in time, and they did not end up lip to lip. However, even so, she felt the immense force coming from him, compressing her chest to the point where it felt as flat as a pancake. Jiang Yu couldn't help but sigh. It turned out that Qianrenxue's disguise was not perfect after all. Perhaps it was because her soul bone had not yet broken through the 100,000-year mark. The angel divine armor of the spirit hall consisted of 6 pieces of soul bones, each nearly 99,999 years old, and all from the same type of soul beast. Jiang Yu speculated that the soul bone Qianrenxue absorbed should be the head soul bone, the ever-changing disguised skull. If this head soul bone could truly evolve to the 100,000-year level, Qianrenxue's disguise would definitely have no flaws at all. Unlike now. Fortunately, it was Jiang Yu who was on top of her. If it had been someone else, they would have likely suspected her identity immediately. What are you thinking about? Qianrenxue asked, as she saw Jiang Yu lost in thought. I was thinking about wanting to eat grape jelly. Jiang Yu unconsciously blurted out his thoughts without realizing anything was wrong. When he realized something was off and was about to think of a way to cover it up, he was surprised to see Qianrenxue looking puzzled. Grape jelly? What is that? I've only heard of grape wine, grape cake. What is grape jelly? Is it good? Looking at Qianrenxue's innocent expression, Jiang Yu didn't know how to respond. It wasn't just a matter of whether it was good or not. Of course. It tasted pretty good. Everyone who has had it said it was good. Drink, drink, drink. Jiang Yu awkwardly replied, it's quite good. Is that so? Qianrenxue seemed somewhat doubtful. I don't believe it, unless you can make it for me to eat. That's a bit difficult. Just as Jiang Yu and Qianrenxue were exchanging words, a soul emperor from the 7-treasure Glazed tile school rushed over from a distance. Your Highness, Xiao Yu. Ninglang asked with concern, how are you two doing? The scene earlier was too chaotic, and by the time he reacted, Xueqinghe had already disappeared. He had searched for a long time before finally spotting Xueqinghe and Jiang Yu, the direct disciple of the Sword Dalu. Jiang Yu quickly climbed up from Qianrenxue's body. With the experience from earlier, he didn't trip this time. Seeing Ninglang gradually approaching, he waved his hand and said, Uncle Lang, it's nothing. The middle-aged man ahead was a key member of the 7-treasure Glazed tile school, having made many contributions to the sect, which is why Ning Fengji granted him the surname Ning. Due to being a disciple of the Sword Dalu, Jiang Yu had some connections with Ninglang. Although he was only a soul emperor, he could generally hold his own against ordinary soul saints in a fight. Ninglang's martial soul, the Lang bird, had the bloodline of the Phoenix divine beast and inherently mastered the 9 nether mystic flame, which was definitely not inferior to the Phoenix evil fire controlled by Ma Hongjun before he consumed the 10 Suns pill, and might even be stronger. However, Ninglang's Lang bird martial soul had not undergone a retrogression phenomenon, so he could not fully develop the power of the 9 nether mystic flame. Even so, Ninglang's strength should not be underestimated. Jiang Yu had even heard the Sword Dalu say that Ninglang had at least a 50% chance of breaking through to the title Dalu level. If he encountered a fortuitous event and obtained a top-grade fire attribute treasure, the probability would rise to 90%, which was already quite terrifying. Although the 7-treasure Glazed tile school was currently nominally at the top of the 7 major sects in the world with thousands of disciples, only 1.5 had a real chance of breaking through to the title Dalu level. One was Jiang Yu, and the other half was the disciple of Bone Dalu, who possessed the Taotai divine, bull, martial, soul, Xianshun. As the favored disciple of the Sword Dalu, Jiang Yu had often sparred with him. The earth power contained in Xianshun's Taotai divine bull was extremely dense. According to Jiang Yu's estimates, it was not far from reaching peak power. After all, Bone Dalu had said that the Taotai divine bull had the bloodline of the earth element holy dragon, and it would not be inferior to the blue lightning tyrant dragon. If it weren't for the extreme rarity of this martial soul, which had not yet formed a unified force, how could the blue lightning tyrant dragon sect take the lead? If Ninglang could have a fortuitous event, then the 7-treasure Glazed tile school would have 2.5 people with the hope of breaking through to the title Dalu level. The reason Ning Fengji sent Ninglang to protect Xueqinghe along the way was actually for another plan. The climate in the Liangshan Duchy was extremely hot, so there was a great possibility of fire attribute treasures appearing, and he hoped Ninglang could take a chance here. Unexpectedly, this group of scoundrels from the Liangshan Duchy actually used fire attacks. Fortunately, Marshal Gulong reacted in time. Otherwise, the casualties would have been even greater. Ninglang sighed. Although he also played with fire, he had never directed flames at innocent people, unlike these shameless people from the Liangshan Duchy. To win, they would stop at nothing. Uncle Lang, don't worry, they will definitely pay the price. Jiang Yu's expression instantly turned cold. At that time, whether it was the person who came up with this idea or the one who executed this strategy, none would escape. Young master, there's more in this chapter. Please click next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. This was the first time he felt such anger. Even Ninglang couldn't help but shiver at the expression on Jiang Yu's face. He hadn't expected that Jiang Yu, who rarely got angry, could be so terrifying when he did. After the fire was completely extinguished, Gelong eagerly led the army to move forward rapidly. The soldiers became united in their hatred after this incident, and the previous feelings of fatigue were replaced by a strong desire for revenge, making them all feel invigorated. A journey that originally required half an hour took only about 10 minutes. Exiting the forest, a huge valley entrance appeared before everyone. According to Hua Wu, as long as they passed through the entrance ahead, they would be close to Yin Mountain City. Hitreda, lead the way to scout. If there are any issues, whistle to signal. This time, Gelong dared not be careless. Yes, Marshal. Hitreda immediately spread his wings and took the remaining agile strategists to scout ahead. They were gone for half an hour. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh until a whistle sound came from the valley. Bad news, it's an enemy ambush. Gelong's brow furrowed instantly. He drew his sword and shouted, "Form ranks." Moments later, Hitreda stumbled out of the valley, looking disheveled, and only about a dozen agile strategists followed him, while the others seemed to be in grave danger. Sure enough, Hitreda cried out in anguish, "Marshal, there's an ambush in the valley. Although my subordinates fought with all their might, we couldn't bring all our companions out." What? Gelong could no longer suppress his anger. He knew how difficult it was to train this group of agile strategists. Emperor Shui Yi had specifically allocated over 100 people to him out of trust, but now there were only about 10 left. Moreover, they had suffered losses in a place like the Liangshan Duchy. For the always proud Gelong, this was an enormous humiliation. He would wash away this shame with the enemy's blood and vowed not to rest until he achieved his goal. All troops attack. Gelong rode his trusty steed, charging ahead into the valley, and at the same time, a strong light burst forth from him as his martial soul instantly manifested. He wanted this group of scoundrels to know how terrifying the wrath of his soul, Douluo, could be. Marshal Jiang Yu saw that Gelong had been blinded by rage and quickly urged Shui Qinghe to chase after him. Ning Lang and the other disciples from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School also followed closely to protect him, as their strength could still resist the enemy's ambush. The situation on Shui Chun and Shui Zhu's side was similar to that of Shui Qinghe. They were also well guarded. These people were all high-level soul masters and were not afraid of mere battlefield skirmishes. At their level, ordinary soldiers found it hard to injure them. Moreover, the Liangshan Duchy's standing army was only about 50,000. Even if they mobilized the entire nation, it still couldn't compare to the Tiando allied forces. The valley ahead wasn't very large. How many people could they hide? Now that they were on guard, the ambushers inside had already lost their concealment and could hardly do anything. Perhaps the enemy knew this, as the ambushers in the valley had completely retreated. The Tiando allied forces successfully exited the valley. A massive fortress appeared before everyone 100 meters ahead. And what was even more astonishing was that the location in the city was occupied by a volcano. The closer they got to Yin Mountain City, the higher the surrounding temperature rose, and even the breath they exhaled became scorching. Not to mention the temperature on the ground. If a raw egg were dropped onto the ground, it would instantly turn into a fried egg. However, the Tiando allied forces did not complain as expected. They all persevered. At this moment, the fire of revenge in their hearts was no less than the weather in Yin Mountain City. The will for revenge overshadowed everything. Soon, Gelong arrived at the entrance of Yin Mountain City. Who set the ambush? Dared to come out and fight. Gelong shouted at the city tower, having lost patience to say any more idle words to the enemy. Creak, 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 the city gates suddenly swung open. Chapter 78. The Justice of a Group Assault. Before long, thousands of fully armed soldiers emerged from the city. Once they had come out, the city gates closed again, and the entire troop was split into two. 3 middle-aged men dressed in general's attire rode horses slowly towards the front. Truly, Marshal Gelong, your title of a 9 Lives Divine Dragon is indeed well-deserved. The muscular man in the middle couldn't help but admire Gelong's strong vitality. Even such a huge fire couldn't kill him. Marshal, this man has fought against the Liangshan Principality before. Hua Wu immediately explained to Gelong. This person is Pan Yu. The one on his left is the city guard in Shan City, Niu Jin, and the man on his right I haven't seen before. But since he can stand alongside the other two, he must have some skills. Whoever they are, they will have to pay the price, Gelong said, his teeth clenching in anger, feeling more furious than ever before. I am Pan Yu, my brother. Before the muscular man could finish speaking, Gelong charged forward on his horse, his hand resting on the jade stone at his waist. A strong yellow light flashed, and a crescent-shaped long knife, over 2 meters long, suddenly appeared in his hand. Gelong pointed the long knife towards the ground, then pulled on the reins to signal his horse to speed up, causing sparks to fly as the dragging long knife instantly tore through the ground. Damn it. Pan Yu was so angry that he wanted to rub the blue silver grass on the ground hard. This was too unchivalrous. According to the rules of battle, before two armies engage, the leaders should first introduce themselves and boast a bit to set the scene before the fighting begins. Moreover, combat should follow a turn-based system. How could Gaelong be so reckless, charging into attack right away like this? Even a brash person like Pan Yu felt inferior. Am I someone to be bullied? Pan Yu was anxious. Although he knew the gap in soul power between him and Gaelong was significant, he still unleashed his martial soul. A surge of black light erupted, and a black spike club appeared in his right hand. Before anyone could react, the club swelled in the wind, growing over 2 meters long, with spikes that looked as sharp as real wolf fangs. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black. 6 soul rings hovered above the spiked club, shining with captivating brilliance. Although Pan Yu's talent was not as great as his brother Pan Feng's, his innate soul power had reached level 7, coupled with his Wolf Fang Club martial soul, making him a well-known figure among the surrounding principalities. He even had the title of the best club in Liangshan. As a major principality affiliated with the Tiando Empire, Liangshan had a population of over 1 million. For Pan Yu to be called the best club martial soul indicates he indeed had unique abilities. 6th soul skill, Wolf Fang Mountain Opening Club. Pan Yu immediately used his strongest soul skill to respond to Gaelong's sudden attack. With the enhancement of the soul skill, the weight of the Wolf Fang Club in his hand suddenly surged. This 6 soul ring came from a 20,000-year-old great power demon ape soul beast. This type of soul beast is known for its immense strength, containing the bloodline of the Titan giant ape. It is a hybrid of the Titan giant ape and the diamond ape, surpassing the great power diamond bear in pure strength. Pan Yu swung the Wolf Fang Club towards Gaelong. Although Gaelong was a soul Douluo, he was a defensive type and might not be able to suppress this attacking soul emperor. However, Pan Yu was thinking too simply. Gaelong was wielding his long knife in a martial soul state, and with the speed enhancement, the power behind that knife was indeed formidable. As he approached Pan Yu, Gaelong's horse suddenly leaped into the air. Gaelong exerted all his strength, swinging the long knife downwards at high speed. Bang! Pan Yu raised the Wolf Fang Club to block above his head, but upon contact with the crescent-shaped long knife, he was shaken by the force coming from it, nearly losing his grip. It was at that moment that Pan Yu realized the terrifying nature of a soul Douluo. Gaelong hadn't even used a soul skill and was already overpowering him, a strong attacking soul master with sheer strength. Jin, why aren't you making a move? Gradually, Pan Yu felt he couldn't hold on much longer and disregarded the battlefield rules. Since Gaelong had broken the rules first, insisting on following them would only seem foolish. Brother Pan, hold on. Jin, without any hesitation, unleashed his martial soul. It was a massive axe about 3 meters long, entirely black, with a fierce golden-horned black bull carved on the axe head. Black flames erupted suddenly, enveloping the entire axe. Jin, a level 63 strong attack soul emperor. With a martial soul, fiery black bull axe contained a black flame known as Black Demon Flame, which had the effect of impacting the soul. Black Bull's breath. The 6 soul ring on Jin's axe instantly lit up, and a black flame surged forth from the axe. Despite appearing as just a flame, it served as a soul emperor's strongest soul skill and was not as simple as it looked. This black flame reached temperatures of over 10,000 degrees and carried a special power that impacted the soul, creating a howling sound wherever it passed, even causing tiny particles in the air to rapidly diminish. Gaelong also sensed the power of the black flame and immediately released his 6th soul skill, Golden Scaled Dragon Armor Shield. A rich golden light erupted from his body, gradually covering him with golden scales. Little Master, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. The black flame rushed towards the scaled armor shield, but could never break through Gaelong's defense. Are you kidding me? The Golden Feather Scale Dragon is a top-tier defensive martial soul. Moreover, Gaelong's soul power was much higher than Jin's. Even a titled Douluo would have to exert considerable effort to break through his golden scale dragon armor shield. Back when Gaelong fought against Dugu, he relied on this defense to withstand over 100 rounds. In the end, it was Dugu in a fit of rage, who unleashed the terrifying poison within him to end the match. Otherwise, Gaelong could have held out for over 100 rounds. Jin was just a mere soul emperor. How could he possibly break Gaelong's super strong defense? Li Rue stopped dawdling. Seeing that Jin's attack had failed, Pan Yu anxiously called out to another companion. At this point, he could no longer care about anything else. He wanted Gaelong to see what a justice group assault looked like. Sigh. Looks like I have to make a move. The person named Li Rue, although clad in bright armor, looked somewhat frail, and his aura did not resemble that of a seasoned warrior, but rather carried a scholarly air. Mirror Demon, Li Rue shouted, instantly surrounded by a thick black mist. Within 100 meters around him, a chilling aura suddenly filled the air, as if all warmth had vanished in that moment. When the black mist dissipated, a strange creature appeared behind Li Rue. It was a black copper mirror. But astonishingly, the mirror had a human body, and the surface even bore human facial features. Everything looked so eerie. The mirror martial soul is supposed to belong to the weapon martial souls, but the performance of the mirror demon clearly seems a bit special. The soul rings actually cover Li Rue's body, with 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black soul rings slowly rising from beneath his feet, climbing all the way to the top of his head, and then continuing to cycle downwards. What kind of martial soul is this? Even Jiang Yu had never seen such a peculiar martial soul before. It wasn't even recorded in the Martial Soul Hall's texts. Jiang Yu was filled with intense curiosity about this novel martial soul and wanted to know what its abilities were. 5th soul skill, Mirror Space. The black soul ring in the 5th position on Li Rue's body suddenly lit up, and then a huge, strange scene made of mirrors appeared around him, sealing off an area of 100 meters in all directions and forming a peculiar space. Everyone unleashed their attacks. As soon as Li Rue's voice fell, the hundreds of soldiers wrapped inside also threw their spears. Wolf Fong 1,000 pounds. Pan Yu also swung his Wolf Fong club. Black Demon split earth. Niu Jin, unwilling to fall behind, raised his giant axe and smashed it down hard onto the ground, a stream of black demonic flames shooting straight towards Go Long strangely. These attacks multiplied under the reflection of the mirrors, and even the spears seemed to be everywhere after passing through the glass mirrors. The entire mirror space was covered by the attacks launched by the spears, Pan Yu, and Niu Jin. Chapter 79, Go Long. 3,000. Seeing that there was no way to avoid it, Go Long had no choice but to retract his long knife and concentrate fully on dealing with the overwhelming attacks. Marshal. Upon witnessing this scene, the leader of the Imperial Guards outside couldn't help but worry for Go Long's safety. The people of the Liangshan Principality were truly shameless, even resorting to such cowardly acts of besieging. It was simply a new low for Soul Masters. All troops, heed the command, charge. Retake the marshal. The commander of the Imperial Guards and vice commander of the Tiando Allied Forces, Shangwan Xinshin, quickly waved his sword and rode forward. Surround and besiege. Let these shameless guys see what true besieging is. The charge of tens of thousands of people was a rare spectacle. In an instant, dust rose, and even hundreds of meters away, one could see the clouds of dust. It was far from the scenes in TV dramas where a few hundred people dared to claim they were tens of thousands strong. At this moment, the mirror space was gradually collapsing. Although Li Rue's soul skill was peculiar, it was not without flaws. Even a title Douluo's soul skill would have weaknesses, let alone he was just a mere soul emperor. This mirror space also had a time limit. Given Li Rue's current cultivation, it could only last for about 3 minutes. Go Long was indeed a defense-type soul Douluo. He managed to hold on against the overwhelming attacks, although his arms were scratched with several cuts. For a seasoned warrior like him, this was merely routine. The combined attacks of 3 soul emperors still couldn't defeat Go Long, and soon the mirror space shattered. At that moment, the Tiando Allied forces charged forward. Tens of thousands against over 1,000 in a frontal clash. Who would win or lose was obvious. When a dozen people surrounded one, the defending troops of Yin Mountain City quickly realized who the righteous side was. Which bastard broke the rules? Is there still any law? When the side being bullied was their own, the soldiers of the Yin Mountain Army regretted their previous actions. It wasn't until the Tiando Allied forces finished their fun that they paused for a moment. Just when the defenders of Yin Mountain City thought everything was finally over, another round of beatings followed. Space transfer. Just as everyone thought the job was done, Li Rue's 6th soul ring suddenly flickered. The mirrors behind him immediately floated into the air, and then a strong beam of light erupted from within, shooting towards a spot 500 meters away. At that moment, another beam of light descended upon Li Rue, and he turned into a point of light and flew into the mirror, disappearing before everyone's eyes. Is this mirror really that powerful? JiangYu was somewhat surprised. It even contained spatial power. Generally speaking, spatial and temporal powers are very strong abilities that far surpass other elements. No wonder the Liangshan Principality dared to openly declare independence from the Tiando Empire. It turns out they had exceptional talents assisting them. Whether it was the previous Zhuge Xian or Li Rue, they were both remarkable individuals capable of standing alone. Such people are rare, even among the two great empires and the martial soul hall. No wonder the Liangshan Principality has consistently held the upper hand in conflicts with several surrounding principalities. This person's martial soul is indeed strange. Seeing Li Rue escape, a hint of unusual color flashed in Golong's eyes. Although the martial souls on the continent are varied and bizarre, he had never seen such a peculiar mirror martial soul before. Spare me, Marshal Ge. Pan Yu, who had been knocked down by Golong's deputy, was the first to plead for mercy. All the strategies were thought of by Li Rue, and it was Niu Jin who executed them. Everything had nothing to do with him, and he begged Marshal Ge to spare him. Ha! Niu Jin spat on Pan Yu's face, not expecting the younger brother of Liangshan's #1 general to be such a coward. He thought he was so impressive. Pan Yu, you coward. Having you as a brother is a huge shame for General Pan Feng. Niu Jin had a proud expression. As a man of Liangshan, my head may be severed, blood may flow, but I will never lose my dignity. Niu Jin, seeing himself insulted by a brash man, Pan Yu's face instantly turned red. But he couldn't think of a rebuttal. At that moment, even he felt somewhat ashamed. If it weren't for his life being at stake, he wouldn't want to be like this. But the situation was stronger than the person. At this point, it was clear that life was more important than mere dignity. The little ones of the Tiando Empire, those who set fire in the forest just now, were all following my grandpa's orders. There's a head to the grievances and a master to the debts. This matter has nothing to do with anyone else. If you have the guts, come for my grandpa alone. Niu Jin shouted loudly, and the surrounding imperial guards all became furious upon hearing this. From their expressions, it was clear they wished they could immediately tear Niu Jin apart. The dignified Tiando's first Iron Army was actually called Little Ones for the first time in history. It was no wonder they were angry. What a man! Golong turned his gaze to Niu Jin and sneered. It seems not all the people of the Liangshan Principality are cowards. But the tactic of goading me will not work. Golong's expression suddenly became serious. From the moment you use fire attacks, you should have known there would be a price to pay. Convey my orders, flatten Yin Mountain City. After the city is breached, not a single defending general is to be spared, all to be executed. Golong showed no signs of mercy. War is far more brutal than battles between soul masters. In a certain sense, a merciful general is not a qualified general. Marshal Ge, spare me. This chapter is not over. Please click the next page to continue reading. Pan Yu's face was ashen as he repeatedly bowed his head, pleading for mercy from Golong. He didn't want to die in Yin Mountain City. He still had immense wealth and 19 wives and concubines back in Liangshan City. If he were gone, all of that would belong to someone else. Golong couldn't be bothered to even glance at someone as spineless as Pan Yu. If he could die rather than submit, he would deserve respect, but now, Golong had no good feelings toward this dog-like general. With a command from Golong, the army fiercely launched an attack on Yinshan City. The remaining defenders on the city walls, seeing several generals captured by the enemy, instantly lost all morale, each looking dejected. Half an hour later, the sturdy city walls were finally breached. Golong kept his promise and forced all the defenders of Yinshan City into the forest, then ordered his soldiers to dig a pit 100 meters deep to bury them alive. Seeing this scene, JiangYu didn't know what to say. Although he wanted to stop Golong's actions, he couldn't bring himself to counsel him when he thought of the young soldiers who had fought alongside him. If the people of Yinshan City hadn't started the fire first, how could those people be eternally buried in this forest? When the last clump of earth filled the pit, Golong knelt down towards the distance and bowed his head several times to the ground. Everyone knew he was paying tribute to those poor soldiers who had no remains left. After doing all this, Golong picked up a piece of wood from the ground and scraped the excess surface of his sword clean. Then he carved a few large characters on it. Forest of Heroic Souls. After finishing the carving, Golong walked 100 meters forward. He walked slowly over this short distance, each step seeming laborious, looking no different from an ordinary old man, not at all like a powerhouse of the Contra level. When he reached the scorched ground, Golong finally stopped and inserted the wooden piece into the ground. It can be imagined that these soldiers, seeing the defenders of Yinshan City buried alongside them 100 meters away, would feel a bit of consolation. After breaching Yinshan City, the crowd was not as happy as expected. They just wanted to quickly flatten the Liangshan Principality and not let the war drag on any longer. Strangely, the next few cities were not guarded by soldiers from the Liangshan Principality, and the Tiando alliance led by Golong easily occupied several large cities without losing a single soldier. Late at night, all was silent. However, the main tent of Golong's army still flickered with candlelight. "Little brother, look at this." Golong handed a plate of shelled walnuts to Jiang Yu and pointed to the route map on the table, seeking advice. The Liangshan Principality had a total of 9 cities, and they had already breached 6, leaving only Dushan City, Yashan City, and Liangshan City to achieve great success. Gailong also knew that the next cities would not be as simple as before. The remaining 3 cities formed a triangular position, and they were not far apart. With Gailong's experience, he could see that the Duke of Liangshan had deliberately abandoned the previous cities, concentrating all his forces within these 3 strongholds. Although our army's progress has been relatively smooth, we haven't annihilated many enemy troops. The Liangshan Principality still has at least 40,000 to nearly 50,000 standing troops. Gailong said seriously, and our Tiando alliance has already lost about 10,000 soldiers, but the advantage is not as obvious as it seems. Historically, the attacking side faces much greater pressure than the defending side. Moreover, the Liangshan army has the inherent advantage of fighting on their home turf, while our supply line is stretched too long. Although part of our supplies can rely on support from several major principalities, it is not a long-term strategy. Gailong also knew that siege warfare was the most time-consuming. Sometimes, it might even take a year or 2 without any progress. The Liangshan army might not care, but they could not afford to consider it. If they were stuck here for too long, it would not be favorable for the army. If the Xinglua Empire took advantage of this opportunity to make any moves, it would be disastrous. The commander is worried about a protracted war. Jiang Yu immediately saw Gailong's concerns. As soon as he finished speaking, a look of appreciation appeared on Gailong's face. Indeed, talking with smart people could save a lot of unnecessary effort, and the efficiency was much faster. I wonder if my little brother has any strategies? Gailong looked at Jiang Yu with anticipation. Chapter 80. The conflict caused by the soft-boned rabbit. I haven't thought of anything yet. Jiang Yu casually tossed a walnut into his mouth, and with a crunch, the plump kernel broke into small pieces. Jiang Yu swallowed it with satisfaction. These walnuts came from the outer regions, where sunlight was abundant, grass and water flourished, and even the soil was more fertile than in other places. The fruits and nuts produced there were regarded as a treasure of the continent, known as the granary of the Tiando Empire. To protect it from falling into the hands of the Xinglua Empire, the empire had specifically stationed 100,000 elite soldiers there for a long time. Gailong's brows immediately furrowed into a line. He had placed all his hopes on Jiang Yu, but unexpectedly, he couldn't come up with a good idea either. What to do? They couldn't just stay here and waste time. This was all money. Gailong could already imagine the expression on the face of the empire's finance minister. He knew how stingy this old friend was, but he couldn't blame him. After all, the empire's financial assessments were very strict every year. If the reports fell below expectations, the finance minister would also have to bear the consequences. If they wasted too much time in the Liangshan Principality, it would definitely affect this year's imperial financial income, which would undoubtedly be very bad for the residents of the empire. Even the imperial ministers would be affected. At the end of the year, their bonuses and allowances would be significantly reduced. In the years when the empire's finances declined, a lot of the money that should have been distributed was cut. And although Gailong was a high-ranking minister, he still had a family to support. The daily food expenses for his 3,000 clansmen alone consumed over 1,000 gold soul coins. Even noble families didn't have surplus grain. General Gailong. Fortunately, Jiang Yu noticed that Gailong seemed a bit dazed and offered him a suggestion, which helped him regain some focus. The next morning, just as the sky was getting cool, a 1,000-man troop set out from the main camp towards Yashan City. Itreda also flew into the air to scout the situation. Not far from the city gate, these guards stopped in front of the defending soldiers, set up several wooden frames, and started a charcoal fire. They then took out some soft-boned rabbits and grass chickens from their bags and began to roast them on the frames. Before long, the smell of meat wafted up to the city walls. Hey, brothers on the opposite side, come down and eat roasted rabbit. A clever soldier, recalling what Jiang Yu had taught him the day before, said, "This is tender and juicy, soft-boned rabbit." Upon hearing this, a strong man dressed as a deputy general couldn't help but get angry. "Bah, how can you eat such cute rabbits? Isn't that similar to being a beast?" Zhao Wu's favorite was the rabbit-eared girls. He had collected almost all the albums featuring them, and his favorite was the one featuring soft-boned rabbits. Seeing the enemy below roasting his favorite soft-boned rabbits, Zhao Wu wished he could immediately rush down and beat them up to vent his anger. Just as Zhao Wu was about to take action, the Lord of Yashan City beside him reached out to stop him. "Don't be fooled. Can't you see the enemy is doing this on purpose? It is unknown who is so cunning, having found out that you like soft-boned rabbits, and used such a despicable trick to lure you into a trap." The clever soldier who just shouted had pupils that constantly changed, with every move of the city tower reflected in his eyes. Although his martial soul was just an ordinary hawk, it granted him extremely powerful visual abilities. Strange. Why are the people in the city so angry before I even start cursing? Could it be that he doesn't like eating rabbit meat? As the saying goes, unintentionally planting willows can lead to shade. Even Jiang Yu did not expect that the deputy commander of Yashan City was actually a loyal fan of soft-boned rabbits. The crude words he taught the soldiers, which couldn't even be broadcasted on television, had not yet been spoken when the people in the city became furious. He almost fell into the trap and rushed out of the city gate, adding fuel to the fire. This Imperial Guard was quite clever, quickly guessing the deputy commander's weakness, and immediately fanned the flames by saying, "These are all fresh female rabbits, raised on a specialized ranch since they were young, and they usually eat only pure blue silvergrass. The meat is exceptionally delicious." Saying this, he tore off a piece of rabbit meat and chewed it, displaying an extremely enjoyable expression. This infuriated me. Jiao Wu saw the enemy's smug look and could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. He immediately released his martial soul. Ironclad Lion Hawk, possession activated. Jiao Wu shouted loudly, and a rich yellow light emanated from him, followed by the appearance of a giant male eagle behind him. This enormous creature had a lion-like massive body, standing on 4 legs, with gray and white wings. Its hindquarters covered in yellow beast fur. Its eagle-like head and forelimbs were adorned with golden eagle feathers. The entire upper body was wrapped in thick fluff, resembling armor that protected it. Its eagle-like beak and feet were also golden yellow, especially the sharp claws that were over 10 centimeters long, looking exceptionally bright and giving an overwhelming feeling. 5 dazzling soul rings appeared around Jiao Wu. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, purple. Jiao Wu, deputy commander of Yashan City, ranked among the 4 fierce generals of the Liangshan Principality, martial soul, ironclad lion hawk. After activating his martial soul, a pair of wings grew from Jiao Wu's back, stretching over 9 meters long. Without a second thought, he jumped off the city tower, flapping his wings and flying directly toward the Tiando army. Jiao Wu, the commander of Yashan City, saw Jiao Wu's impulsiveness and feared he might encounter danger, quickly instructing his subordinates to assemble the soldiers and rush to the city gate to support him. Little master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. First soul skill, Featherblade. Jiao Wu's wings suddenly shot out sharp feather blades, indiscriminately shooting toward the ground. Eagle Hawk, possession activated. Ho Liang reacted immediately, summoning his martial soul, and activated his first soul skill, Eagle's Roar. A huge scream erupted from his mouth, affecting an area of 100 meters, causing birds to flee from the woods to escape. Even the feather blades were nearly knocked to the ground by the sound of the eagle's roar, but fortunately, the soul power fluctuations tightly wrapped around the feather blades, preventing them from being affected. Feather blade breaks through the air. Ho Liang skillfully flapped his wings behind him, avoiding the passing feather blades. But the others were not so lucky and had no time to dodge. This shows the gap between the 2's martial souls. Both had first soul skills, but Ho Liang's was far inferior to Jiao Wu's. This is the advantage of high-level martial souls. Although both had eagle-type martial souls, Jiao Wu's first soul skill was the powerful feather blade, while Ho Liang's was merely a roar. Sky Split Slash. Seeing that Ho Liang had dodged his first soul skill, Jiao Wu quickly released a new soul skill. As the third soul ring lit up, a strong light suddenly flashed from the wings behind Jiao Wu. He kept flapping his long wings, and a violent sound immediately erupted in the air. Before Ho Liang could react, he was left with several fresh red scars on his body, as if he had been slashed several times. Jiao Wu's third soul skill originated from a magical soul beast, the Sky Split Bird, whose signature attack was to compress air into an extremely fierce attack, formless and invisible. It was very difficult for ordinary people to notice. Ho Liang accidentally fell into the trap. The morale of the Yashan City defenders was immediately shaken, and over 1,000 soldiers nearby rushed forward with weapons in hand. Although the Imperial Guard was known as the most elite unit of the Empire, they usually trained in Tiando City and had never experienced real battlefield slaughter. This expedition to the Liangshan Principality was their first involvement in real combat. In contrast, the Yashan City defenders were elite troops drawn from various major cities, carrying a strong aura of killing intent. In a single charge, the Imperial Guard was scattered, and they hurriedly fled in a panic under Ho Liang's leadership. Returning to the Allied Army's camp, Ho Liang counted the remaining soldiers and found that there were only over 700 left. In just a short amount of time, the Imperial Guard had lost 300 men. Ho Yang could not imagine what the marshal would say when he found out, but even so, he still entered the central military tent, waiting for Gelong's thunderous wrath. After reporting the results of the battle, Ho Yang lowered his head, preparing to accept the marshal's punishment. However, unexpectedly, the young boy sitting next to the commander, who had been eating a chicken leg, spoke first. "Continue, don't stop," Jiang Yu said in a deep voice. "Every 3 hours, I trouble Captain Ho to lead the soldiers to challenge at the city gate. Remember, you must not win, but don't lose too disgracefully either. It's up to Captain Ho to find the right balance." This, Ho Yang hesitated. He had never heard of anyone fighting like this, making such a request. "Do as this little brother says." "Yes, Marshal." After observing for some time, Ho Yang knew that the one truly making decisions in the Allied army was the handsome young boy in front of him, which sounded somewhat ridiculous. However, soldiers see obedience to orders as their duty. As a former member of the Imperial Guard, Ho Yang understood what unconditional obedience meant. However, he had little experience in losing gracefully. To avoid affecting the marshal's major plans, he had to request, as for how to lose without revealing anything and leaving no flaws. "I have no experience. I fear I may not be able to handle it. So, I asked the marshal to send a third team, led by Captain Pan Hai, to assist. For such matters, Uncle Pan has more experience." Ho Yang earnestly pleaded. The Pan he mentioned was also a legend in the Imperial Guard. Battles he participated in almost always ended in losses. Therefore, Pan Hai was known as the perpetual loser. However, as a noble, others felt it inappropriate to say much. So he could remain in the Imperial Guard, and not only was he not reassigned, but also promoted to captain based on his seniority, which was not uncommon in the Imperial Guard. Gelong knew a bit about Pan Hai and, out of face saving, had no way to object to a noble. Now was the time for them to play their role. "Approved, go." After Gelong finished speaking, he couldn't help but laugh. He hadn't expected that such a playboy could be of use. It seems that JiangYu's words also made sense. Utilize each person's talents and resources. Everyone has their use. Gelong's admiration for JiangYu grew even broader in his heart, like a spring gushing forth without end, nearly overflowing. "Brother Xiaoyu, if the plan goes smoothly, how long will it take us to conquer Yashanqing?" Gelong squatted down and earnestly asked. JiangYu did not answer immediately. He simply tossed the chicken bone in his hand onto the plate. Seeing this, Gelong quickly picked up a towel and handed it to him. JiangYu was not polite and wiped his greasy hands clean. 3 days. JiangYu jumped off the chair and walked towards the tent entrance. The sunlight outside reflected a bright silver glow on him, making JiangYu look almost divine. Even Gelong couldn't help but exclaim in amazement, "What an incredible kid." Chapter 81, Delicious Abalone. With the addition of Pan Hai, the Lucky Koi, the Tiando allied forces indeed completed JiangYu's task of losing every battle. Initially, the commander defending Yashanqing suspected it was an enemy plot, but Pan Hai's poor performance gradually made him lower his guard. A useless general can exhaust 3 armies. And Pan Hai vividly demonstrated the truth of this saying. After numerous victories, the defending forces of Yashanqing became deeply complacent, not realizing that the so-called elite guard of Tiando was merely a facade, and in a situation where both sides had equal forces. They were even inferior to the local garrison, which was utterly ridiculous. Within 3 days, the elite guard launched several challenges, all of which ended in utter defeat. After yet another victory over the buffoon below the city tower, the commander of Yashanqing, Lu Yan, couldn't help but celebrate. He immediately ordered his men to prepare some small dishes and a pot of fragrant tea. Had they not yet completely dealt with the Tiando allied forces, he would have ordered some liquor as well. "Brother, let me raise a cup of tea in place of wine." Lu Yan personally poured Zhao Wu a cup of strong tea. Although his rank was somewhat higher, Zhao Wu was one of the 4 brave generals of the Liangshan Principality. Had it not been for Lu Yan discovering this talent, Zhao Wu would not have remained in Yashanqing as Lu Yan's deputy without any complaints. Lu Yan understood this, so he always treated Zhao Wu like a brother, without any hint of superiority. "Thank you, brother." Zhao Wu raised his teacup and drank it all in one go, then said heartily, "People on the continent say Gelong is the god of the Tiando army, but in my humble opinion, he is just a silver bullet with a wax tip, relying solely on the cultivation of a soul Douluo. When it comes to strategy, he is far behind you, brother." Hearing his younger brother's flattery, Lu Yan felt a bit puffed up, being able to deal with the god of the Tiando army without any effort. He felt a tinge of pride. In the camp of the Tiando allied forces, after consecutive defeats, the soldiers grew anxious, and even the vice commander, Shang Wanqinshin, couldn't understand why Gaelong didn't lead the army directly to attack the city, but instead sent people to challenge Yashanqing in batches, creating such trouble. It's time. After hearing Gaelong's report, Jiang Yu suddenly opened his eyes while lying in a reclining chair, his gaze sharp as lightning. Seeing this, Gaelong instantly became invigorated. Although he knew it was a tactic to make the enemy lower their guard, he felt extremely frustrated after losing so many battles in these days. Hearing that they could finally vent their frustrations, Gaelong immediately became energized. This time, he would personally take the field. Commander Go, I entrust you to wear a soldier's uniform and lead over 1,000 elite soldiers to challenge them, while ordering Vice Commander Shangwan to be ready to support with the main army at any moment. A smile appeared on Jiang Yu's face. After waiting for 3 days, he finally found the best opportunity. Got it. I'll prepare right away. Gaelong immediately left the tent, and after making all the arrangements, he changed into a soldier's outfit and personally selected elite troops to rush towards Yashanqing. After Lu Yin and Zhao Wu finished celebrating, they saw a cloud of dust rising in the distance, and upon seeing the flags, they knew the Tian-Do allied forces had come to challenge again, which made them feel irritated. These remnants of defeated soldiers had barely settled down before daring to cause trouble again, as if they didn't take them seriously at all. Big brother, this time I will kill them without leaving a single piece behind. Let us see if they dare to cause trouble again next time. Zhao Wu, filled with anger, grabbed his weapon and rode out of the city on his black horse. A group of soldiers followed closely behind, ready to reap this group of oblivious elite guards once again, as they had previously plundered much wealth from these people. It is well known that the elite guards are well treated, and many noble descendants among them carry enough wealth to keep the local garrison entertained in the city's biggest brothel for months. When the Yashan defenders saw the enemy coming again, they all rushed to the city gates to fight. Who didn't know that the elite guards were just paper tigers? No one could resist such a lucrative opportunity. Unfortunately, they didn't know that this time was different. The leader was Gaelong. After luring the Yashan defenders out, Gaelong did not rush to reveal his identity, but quietly waited for the right moment to draw them all into an encirclement. When the time was ripe, Gaelong instantly released his martial soul, his wings spreading wide behind him as he flew towards the city gate. Soul Douluo strongman, this is bad. Lu Yin, watching from the city tower, saw a soldier with 8 dazzling soul rings and realized the situation was dire. Even he could guess that the person was Gaelong. Just as Lu Yin was about to command his men to quickly close the city gates, Gaelong had already dashed into the city. And by the time reinforcements descended from the city tower, it was too late. These soldiers could hardly contend with a Soul Douluo's strength. With a single soul skill, Gaelong claimed dozens of lives. Meanwhile, the elite guards outside easily made the Yashan defenders flee in disarray. When did they become so fierce? This question lingered in the minds of all the Yashan defenders. Why had the enemy become so strong today? They simply didn't understand. A group of pent-up strong men can be terrifying when they go wild. Even the blue silver grass on the ground could be trampled to pieces, let alone humans. In less than 10 minutes, the elite guards had the Yashan defenders begging for mercy. Zhao Wu, one of the 4 brave generals of the Liangshan Principality, was also in a precarious situation under the siege of 3 Soul Kings. Just then, Shangwan Qianxin arrived with the main army towards Yashanqing. Lu Yin's face instantly turned ashen. He knew that the Liangshan Principality situation was hopeless. After Yashanqing was breached, they could no longer form a triangular siege with the other 2 cities. And even Liangshan City could not be defended. Lu Yin immediately fell into a painful dilemma. As the saying goes, a good bird chooses its tree to perch on. Since the Liangshan Principality was on the verge of collapse, why not leave early and seek a bigger backing? In less than a minute, Lu Yin came to a realization. It didn't matter where he served. Truly siding with the Tian-Do Empire might yield even greater benefits. He was not an old-fashioned person. The saying that loyal subjects do not serve 2 masters was mere nonsense to him, far less practical than profit. Soon, Yashanqing was breached by the elite guards, and Lu Yin's first words upon surrendering were to seek to abandon the darkness for the light, throwing himself into the embrace of the great Tian-Do Empire, and firmly drawing a line with the Liangshan Principality, even volunteering to attack Liangshan City. Until this moment, Zhao Wu finally saw the ugly face of his confidant Lu Yin. He never expected that the elder brother he had always respected would do such despicable acts. Bah, Lu Yin, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Without an ounce of backbone, daring to betray the principality that raised you, Zhao Wu shouted angrily. To associate with you was the biggest mistake I ever made. The difference in their characters was immediately obvious. Jiang Yu appreciated loyal and righteous individuals, but in the current situation, a villain was undoubtedly more useful. Golong understood this point as well and immediately had all the stubborn elements dragged out and executed. As for Lu Lian, why not spare his life for now? After settling everything, Jiang Yu had Golong send people to change into the uniforms of the Yashan garrison and pretend to be defeated soldiers heading to Dushan City. If they successfully infiltrated the city, the subsequent attack by the allied forces on Dushan City would become very easy. What a brilliant plan! Golong was deeply impressed by Jiang Yu's wisdom. He couldn't help but wonder how his mind worked. At such a young age, he possessed such intelligence. Compared to Jiang Yu, the brains of others seemed almost like pig brains. Golong was extremely glad that Jiang Yu was from the Tiando Empire. If he were from the Star Luo Empire or the Spirit Hall, Golong wouldn't know how to deal with it. After settling matters in the city, Golong held a banquet at the Lord's mansion to entertain the meritorious officials. However, Jiang Yu did not like to attend such occasions. He preferred to keep a low profile. After all, if everyone found out that all the strategies were devised by him, it would definitely cause a stir. This would also affect Jiang Yu, so it was better to be cautious. Seeing that Jiang Yu did not want to attend the celebration banquet, Golong did not force him and immediately arranged for several of the most beautiful maidservants in the Lord's mansion to serve Jiang Yu during his meal. He also knew that he should not be polite in this regard. As soon as he entered the luxurious room arranged by Golong, several stunning maidservants welcomed him in. After he was seated, the maidservants began to work in unison. Some fanned him from behind, while others picked up chopsticks to personally feed Jiang Yu. One maidservant held a golden basin beside him, waiting for Jiang Yu to spit out the bones from his mouth. Such a decadent life should indeed be criticized. Jiang Yu couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. Even eating a meal involved so many beautiful young ladies serving him. Just opening his mouth meant someone would be there to feed him. It was simply excessive. "Sister, I want to eat abalone," Jiang Yu said, pointing to a plate of rich, fragrant abalone beside him. The maidservant immediately delivered the abalone into Jiang Yu's mouth, allowing him to savor it. To be honest, although the abalone had a slight fishy taste, it was extremely delicious and had a very chewy texture. "Sister, where is this abalone from?" Jiang Yu casually asked. The maidservant smiled, pleased to see Jiang Yu enjoy the abalone she selected herself. Each piece was top quality, and the taste was naturally different. "My lord, these are all personally selected by this servant. I may not know much about other things, but I am somewhat familiar with abalone," the maidservant said with a smile. Golong had already instructed them to make Jiang Yu comfortable, and they did not dare to be negligent, since even the highest commander had spoken. This young boy's identity was certainly not ordinary. These maidservants knew what to do. Perhaps if Jiang Yu was satisfied, they would also have a better time. Originally, according to the initial plan, Zhu Zhuqing was supposed to appear when the protagonist obtained the second soul ring, and then have some widely appreciated interactions with the protagonist. However, upon further consideration, the protagonist was still too young, so Zhu Zhuqing's appearance was postponed a bit. But it would be soon. Haha, old rules. Please collect and vote for recommendations. Chapter 82, Hercules. The next day, after Golong left 10,000 Imperial Guards in Yashan City, he led the army to Dushan City. Just after dawn, the army gathered at the training ground, and Jiang Yu supported his waist while accompanying Chixiao. "What is wrong with your waist?" Chixiao asked, puzzled. "Did you strain it?" It's nothing," Jiang Yu replied, awkwardly. It was really because the group of maidservants was too enthusiastic last night. After dinner, they insisted on giving him a massage. Jiang Yu, fearing they would be hurt, gave in. Little did he expect that one of the maidservants was a bit too strong, which was why his waist was sore this morning. Of course, Jiang Yu didn't want Qianren to know about such an embarrassing incident and could only brush it off. "The bed in the Lord's mansion is too hard. My waist isn't used to it." "Is that so?" Qianren clearly didn't believe Jiang Yu's explanation. She thought the bed in the Lord's mansion was too soft. Jiang Yu saw that he couldn't fool her, and he couldn't help but feel sarcastic inside. "What does my waist pain have to do with you? Why ask so much?" "Brother Qinghe, we should hurry to the training ground. It will be bad if we're late," Jiang Yu said, running towards the door before waiting for Chixiao to respond. This kid, Qianren shook her head helplessly. Since Jiang Yu was unwilling to say more, she was too lazy to ask further. After all, it was a big deal. Even if he had hurt his waist, it wouldn't affect the overall situation. When everyone had gathered, Golong announced that the three armies would head to Dushan City. He specifically took Lu Lian along. If it weren't for needing the identity of a Yashan city lord, Gulong would have killed this shameless villain long ago. He had no good feelings towards traitors. Dushan City. One of the three main cities of the Liangshan Principality, the main body of the city was made of granite, with walls approximately 30 meters high, and dozens of watchtowers built on both sides where the archers of Dushan City were stationed. It could be said that the defense of Dushan City was second only to Liangshan City among the 9 major cities of the Liangshan Principality. After hearing Lu Lian's intelligence, Gulong raised his eyebrows slightly. Dushan City was simply a steel fortress. If Jiang Yu hadn't already devised a complete plan, even with an army of 150,000, it would be hard to breach this stronghold. After the army reached a hillside area, Gulong led the Soul Masters and elite soldiers to change into the uniforms of a Yashan garrison. In accordance with Jiang Yu's plan to coordinate with the companions who had previously infiltrated the city, Gulong understood the principle of capturing the king first. Only by controlling the city lord of Dushan City could the garrison inside be subdued easily, making it effortless to capture Dushan City. It is worth mentioning that this time, the 3 princes also volunteered to join, as this was a great achievement, and no one wanted to fall behind. As for safety, they were not worried. Experts would accompany them. Shueqinga had members from the 7-treasure Glazed Tile School by her side, and even JiangYu would follow along. Although Shueqin didn't have much combat power, she had her retainers and people from the Spirit Hall, so there was no need for concern. As for Shueju, his mutated martial soul had considerable combat power, so self-protection was more than sufficient. After handing over command of the army to Shangwan Qinxin, Gulong set off with his entourage. After crossing hills and traversing a 1,000-meter plain, everyone arrived at the city gate of Dushan City. More defeated soldiers are coming. A burly middle-aged man on the city tower frowned deeply upon seeing the group of soldiers in familiar uniforms below. What are Lu Lian and Zhao Wu doing? Cheng Feng sighed and said, in just a few days, the people of the Tiando Empire have breached Yashan City. They're simply useless. Cheng Feng's position in the Liangshan Principality was even higher than Zhao Wu's. Besides the 3 great generals, he was the first among the 5 tiger generals of Liangshan, known as the Loyal Martial General. One of the 3 strongest armies in Liangshan Principality, the Tengjiao Army, was personally trained by him. The 10,000 soldiers of Dushan City were all elite members of the Tengjiao Army, and Cheng Feng believed they were certainly not inferior to the so-called Imperial Guard. It should be noted that their usual opponents were fierce soul beasts, which were far from being comparable to ordinary humans. General Cheng, Lu Lian shouted towards the city wall, as per Gulong's orders. I am Lu Lian. The enemy breached Yashan City a few days ago, and I fought my way out of the encirclement with my life to bring this group of subordinates to seek refuge with General Cheng. It really is Lu Lian. Cheng Feng carefully looked at the figure below the city and quickly confirmed his identity. Both were ministers of the same court and were very familiar with each other's features. Cheng Feng even knew that Lu Lian's concubine had a mole on her thigh. How could he not recognize him? Seeing that it was Lu Lian, Cheng Feng had no doubts, especially since soldiers had been coming into the city in succession over the past few days. The urgent task now was to repel the Tiando allied forces. As for Lu Lian's responsibilities, they could discuss them later. Open the city. With a command from Cheng Feng, the heavy black iron city gates slowly opened. It took over 100 strong soldiers to push open this iron gate that weighed 10,000 pounds. Seeing the city gates wide open, the enemy had no defensive measures, and Gulong couldn't help but feel delighted. This mission was going even more smoothly than expected, and it was stable. After entering the city, Lu Lian was invited up to the city wall. It was reasonable for Gulong, as his personal guard, to accompany him, so the people nearby did not stop them. As soon as they reached the city wall, before Cheng Feng could speak, Gulong released his martial soul. 8-ring soul Douluo. Cheng Feng immediately sensed something was wrong. There were no soul Douluo in the Liangshan Principality. Lu Lian's personal guard was actually a soul Douluo, which was impossible. There was only one possibility. Lu Lian had defected, and that personal guard was Gulong, the commander-in-chief of the Tiando Empire as 3 armies. This made more sense. Mighty 8 possession. Cheng Feng did not hesitate for a moment, and with a roar, he pounded his chest with his fists. After releasing his martial soul, his height instantly surged from 1.8 meters to about 2 meters. His strong muscles nearly broke through his armor, and the skin exposed gradually turned iron black. His eyes changed from black to yellow, and his teeth protruded from his already thick lips, with his limbs muscles looking as solid as steel. 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black soul rings rose simultaneously from his feet. Chung Feng, a level 69 assault-type Soul Emperor, had the martial soul, mighty ape, known for its copper skin and iron bones, and immense strength. Although there are many types of ape martial souls, there are not many above high-level martial souls. Besides the Titan giant ape, which has never appeared in Human Soul Masters, only 10 types have reached high-level martial soul status. Chung Feng's mighty ape was even above the inherited martial soul of the Power Ape clan, ranking alongside the similarly named mighty demon ape, making it a twin star of ape martial souls, the king of monkeys. According to logic, the ruler of the ape family should be the Titan giant ape. But this soul beast is too domineering, and no soul master has ever awakened the Titan giant ape martial soul. Therefore, it is not counted. Fifth soul skill, Power Hammer. Chung Feng suddenly stepped forward, and his footfalls on the ground produced a series of loud thuds. This demonstrated his immense power. Chung Feng's fist suddenly smashed towards Golong, and a heavy yellow energy sphere the size of a small sun shot out from his fists. Under the locking effect of the energy sphere, Golong, despite multiple evasions, could not dodge Chung Feng's attack. Seeing that he could not escape, he could only operate his soul power to brace for impact. To obtain his fifth soul ring, Chung Feng had expended great effort, sacrificing 100 soldiers to successfully trap a 10,000-year-old frenzied Iron Ape soul beast, then hunted it down to acquire the Power Hammer soul skill. His strength could be instantly increased by 150% under the effect of this soul skill. For a power-type soul master, this was undoubtedly very advantageous. Chung Feng could even compete with Pan Feng, known as the Indomitable General, thanks to his fifth soul skill. As his fists came down, Golong felt a powerful force crashing against his body, as if he had been struck hard with a hammer, causing his armor to shake. Fortunately, Golong had a profound soul power cultivation. Otherwise, he might have been pushed back by this blow. Although he was not a power-type soul master, his soul power was over 10 levels higher than Chung Feng's. The higher a soul master's cultivation, the harder it became to progress. Sometimes, it might take years just to advance a single level of soul power. Therefore, the gap of one level in soul power could be described as a gulf. Even with the Titan giant ape martial soul, Chung Feng might not be Golong's match. After a few exchanges, Chung Feng found himself at a disadvantage and was quickly suppressed by Golong. Meanwhile, the Imperial Guard had also taken control of the city gates. Although the defenders of Dushan City attempted to regain control, they were all repelled by the Imperial Guard without exception. Shangwan Qinshin then led the army towards Dushan City. Even though the guards on the arrow tower continuously shot sharp arrows, the number of soldiers was simply too great for every one that fell. Dozens moved closer to the city gates. Before long, the soldiers with higher soul power were the first to reach the city gates. With the addition of this fresh force, the control of the entire city gate was firmly in the hands of the Tiando allied forces. The defenders of Dushan City, even fighting desperately, had no effect and instead suffered heavy losses. All of this unfolded after Golong had subdued Chung Feng, and the situation was settled. The defenders of Dushan City, though unwilling, could no longer change the situation. In the blink of an eye, Dushan City had fallen. The next target was Liangshan City, and the mood of all the soldiers became excited. As long as they captured Liangshan City, everyone could be promoted, make a fortune, and then indulge in pleasures with beautiful women. Just thinking about this made everyone eager to rush to Liangshan City, where they could do as they pleased after breaching the city. Chapter 83. 1,000 sharp arrows shoot Tang San. 10,000 strong men dig a hole. Liangshan City. This place is less than 500 miles from the border of the Xinglua Empire. Crossing this city and traveling another 300 miles leads to the border city controlled by the Tiando Empire. Because of this, trade between Liangshan City and the Xinglua Empire is very frequent. In particular, the pitaya fruit produced in the city has become a popular fruit in the Xinglua Empire. It is precisely because of the strategic importance of Liangshan City that Emperor Shuya could not allow the Liangshan Principality to break away from the empire's control. Originally, he wanted the border troops to pacify the Duke of Liangshan, but he abandoned this idea due to the Xinglua Empire's continuous reinforcement of troops to Longxing City. Appearing to covet the border, pulling one hair can move the whole body. Once the border is lost, the Xinglua army can connect with the Duke of Liangshan, putting several principalities under the Tiando Empire in danger. In case they defect to the Xinglua Empire, it would pose a threat to the empire's rule. Therefore, after careful consideration, the Snowy Night Emperor dispatched Golong to quell the unrest. In the Duke of Liangshan's mansion, an elderly man dressed in a luxurious brocade robe sat upright in the main hall. his face showing deep concern. He never expected the Tiando allied forces to arrive so quickly. The Duke of Liangshan spoke in a deep voice. "Gentlemen, do you have any strategies to repel the strong enemy? Galong has besieged the city for 10 days. Although the supplies within the city are sufficient, if this continues, the people will be in a state of panic, and that is not a long-term solution. My lord, do not worry." A robust man, as strong as a small mountain, calmly responded. He wore dazzling golden armor, a luxurious red cloak draped over his back, and carried a sharp giant axe weighing over 100 pounds. This was Pan Feng, the foremost general of Liangshan Duchy, the commander of the Liangshan army, and a peerless general, as well as the strongest soul master in Liangshan. A level 77 assault-type soul saint, a true pillar of the duchy. "With my subordinates here, Liangshan City will never fall," Pan Feng confidently assured. The Duke of Liangshan let out a sigh of relief. He had great confidence in Pan Feng's abilities. "My lord." At that moment, another person stepped forward. This man had a face like a crowned jade and stood tall with a heroic demeanor. "My subordinates have already crafted 100,000 sharp arrows. With Liangshan City's solid defenses, we only need to hold the city. If the Tiando allied forces invade, our archers can respond to them." The speaker was Li Guang, one of the 3 great generals of Liangshan Duchy, whose soul power was not much inferior to Pan Feng's. Since Zhuge Xian defected to the Tiando Empire, the Duke of Liangshan regarded these two as his right and left arms. The Duke followed their strategies without question, as he was not adept in military matters and entrusted everything in the army to his favored generals. 100 meters away from Liangshan City, at the Tiando army's camp, the army had been stationed here for several days. Galong had only ordered to surround the city and had not taken any further action. This was undoubtedly a huge test for many soldiers eager to achieve merit. It felt like a beautiful woman stripping right in front of you, and yet you could only watch, unable to act. Who could withstand that? If it weren't for Galong's high prestige in the army, this group of soldiers might have long since disobeyed military orders and acted on their own. In fact, Galong also had his grievances. He wanted to attack Liangshan City sooner, but Jiang Yu instructed him to surround rather than attack. Galong wanted to know the reason, but Jiang Yu wore a mysterious expression and said nothing. Galong could only choose to trust him because he knew Jiang Yu would not take unnecessary risks. As long as he followed Jiang Yu's orders, Liangshan City would surely fall. At this moment, Jiang Yu was playing Go with Xue Qinghe in the tent, waiting for an opportunity. Xue Qinghe also knew Jiang Yu was waiting for a chance, so he felt at ease staying in the tent with Jiang Yu for these few days. Besides playing Go, the two tried other games, but each time Jiang Yu had the upper hand, which made Xue Qinghe somewhat unconvinced. It wasn't until he suggested playing Go that he discovered Jiang Yu wasn't very skilled at it. So Xue Qinghe dragged Jiang Yu into the tent to play Go every day. For some reason, she enjoyed watching Jiang Yu suffer defeats. The worse he lost, the happier she became. Jiang Yu even suspected that Qian Rinxue had been undercover for too long and developed a strange psychology. In the evening, thick fog suddenly drifted in the sky, enveloping the entire Liangshan city. What Jiang Yu was waiting for was this dense fog. Upon arriving here, he learned about the weather changes and discovered that Liangshan City experiences heavy fog once a month. Jiang Yu then suggested to Galong not to attack the city yet. Just like Zhuge Liang borrowed arrows with straw boats in ancient times, Jiang Yu planned to use straw men to borrow arrows. Once the thick fog rose, Jiang Yu instructed Galong to push out the over 1,000 straw men they had prepared in advance. There was no shortage of blue silver grass around the camp, which was more than enough for making straw men. To make them more realistic, Jiang Yu had thin armor fitted on them, and even their faces were covered with a portrait of a single person. If someone familiar saw it, they would definitely recognize who it was. Tang San, as no one else was more suitable for blue silver grass. This was also Jiang Yu's wicked sense of humor. After neatly placing these over 1,000 straw men on a cart, Galong ordered heavily armored soldiers to push the cart towards Liangshan City. Under the cover of the fog, these armored straw men instantly deceived the guards on the city walls. When the city's general saw the enemy attacking at this moment, he wasted no time and immediately ordered his men to fire arrows. A volley of arrows shot out was 1,000 sharp arrows, and soon the straw men were covered in arrows. After the mission was accomplished, the heavily armored soldiers retreated the cart back to the camp. The defending army saw the enemy retreat and instantly wore smiles of joy, looking quite pleased with themselves. It wasn't until the arrows were all shot that they realized something was wrong. The enemy hadn't decreased at all. Had they shot all their arrows into thin air? When the fog dispersed, The defending general finally realized upon seeing the over 1,000-strong men below the city. The enemy was indeed cunning, even thinking of using strong men to impersonate soldiers, which was simply unbelievable. No wonder they could break through various defenses in such a short time, pressing down on Liangshan City. After the heavily armored soldiers pushed the strong men back again, Galong led 50,000 allied forces from various duchies to launch an attack on the city gates. Until now, the Imperial Guard had always been the main force for attacking the city. It was now time for these allied forces to show their strength. Meanwhile, the main force of the Imperial Guard was not idle either. They were busy digging a tunnel in their tents. The tunnel's opening pointed directly at Liangshan City. With the defending army's arrows all depleted, they could only throw stones down at the city, but fortunately, there were plenty of stone resources inside the city, so they weren't lacking for the time being. However, there was a problem. Although the impact of the stones was great, the enemy, having prepared for it, could easily dodge. The hit rate was indeed not comparable to arrows. Half an hour later, the allied forces climbed up the city walls, but the defending soldiers were not to be underestimated. They bravely repelled wave after wave of enemies climbing up the walls. The defending army was clearly very experienced in defense and under their full mobilization. Whenever there was a gap on the city walls, they could always promptly send troops to fill the breach. They truly managed to patch up wherever there was a leak. Fortunately, Galong followed Jiang Yu's advice and made two preparations, not placing all his hopes on these allied forces. Just as the battle of the city gate was in full swing, the large tunnel inside the tents was also successfully advancing deeper. Tens of thousands of strong men exerted force simultaneously at one entrance, with the tunnel continuously swallowing up materials, and the tunnel was getting deeper and deeper, advancing dozens of meters every few minutes. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before they could dig from the Tiando camp into Liangshan City. The day the city falls is just around the corner. When the enemy launched a fierce attack on the city, Pan Feng left the Duke's mansion and led his personal guards towards the city walls. While Li Guang dispatched elite troops to establish solid defenses at various key points near the Duke's mansion. Wooden fences, spikes, and various defensive structures were set up at the street entrances. All soldiers were fully equipped, and even some large siege weapons were all in place. Thus, even if the enemy breached the city, they would still find it difficult to break through the defenses surrounding the Duke's mansion. Chapter 84. The Lord of Thunder and Magnetism Nighttime. The moon was bright and the stars sparse. The bright moon in the sky seemed to emit a faint red glow. Influenced by the war, the battle for Liangshan City had reached its most critical moment. At this stage, both sides could only rely on sheer willpower to launch relentless attacks against each other. The city walls were already covered with corpses, yet everyone maintained a calm expression. It wasn't that they were cold-blooded. Rather, at this stage of the battle, everyone had become numb to death. One side aimed to protect their last home, while the other sought to maintain the empire's rule. In this irreconcilable conflict, both sides fought like crazed beasts. There could be no pause until a winner was determined. Although the allied forces of the duchies were poorly equipped, they were all young and vigorous soldiers, still full of blood and spirit. The Liangshan army, initially in a downturn, gradually stabilized after receiving support from Pan Feng. Both sides had been battling on the city walls for several hours, and still no victor had emerged. Boom! The sound of a massive explosion changed the stalemate of the battle. The Imperial Guard had finally breached Liangshan City. When this group of soldiers entered the city, Pan Feng sensed something was amiss. His earlier bravado crumbled in an instant. Even with his overflowing confidence, he had to admit that the situation for Liangshan City was dire and beyond human intervention. However, even so, as the backbone of all the soldiers, he could not show the slightest hint of fear. "Brothers, charge with me." A surge of bravery erupted from Pan Feng as he urged his men to reclaim their ground and drive the invaders back. Charge, charge, charge! The Liangshan army ignited with an overwhelming fighting spirit. With their homeland at their backs, they had no retreat left. When the last line of defense fell, some would abandon resistance, while others would hold out until the last moment. Clearly, the Liangshan army belonged to the latter. All the officers under Pan Feng's command exhibited the responsibilities of a commander at this moment, charging to the front lines, showing that if the commanders risked their lives, so would the soldiers. Not a single person flinched. In the final struggle, some had already lost their weapons, and even their soul power had dried up, yet they still refused to give up, fighting back with their hands and feet. Those who lost their hands bit at the enemy with their teeth. Though the city was breached, the advance of the Tiando allied forces was extremely slow, moving only 3 meters in 2 hours. The brutality of this war far exceeded Jiang Yu's imagination. much bloodier than any game. Even the air was thick with a strong metallic smell, mixed with sweat and a sense of desperation that made one nauseous. Not only Jiang Yu, but even Su Qinghe and the other guards of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School found it hard to accept. Many among them had experience in killing, but collectively, they had not killed as many in a minute on the battlefield as they had here. The impact of this was unimaginable. The battles between soul masters paled in comparison. After all, unless there were deep-seated grudges, conflicts among soul masters usually ended without fatal consequences, whereas war was not like that. Those who stepped onto the battlefield could no longer be called human. More accurately, they had become irrational beasts, driven solely by the instinct to kill. Any hesitation could lead to their own death, and, at such times, few could maintain their rationality. The fighting between both sides intensified, continuing throughout the night without pause. Seeing the gates of Liangshan City breached, Gelong did not want to miss this opportunity. If they retreated now, it would be nearly impossible to breach the city again. The dawn of victory was in sight. They had to persevere and could not entertain any wavering thoughts. Everyone on the Douluo Continent possessed a martial soul. Although not everyone had soul power, their physical condition was significantly stronger than that of ordinary people on Blue Star. The war had lasted all night, aside from some fatigue. They felt no discomfort. Many looked as if they had been invigorated, their faces showing passionate fighting spirit. If we can't take Liangshan City, the entire army will be punished. Gelong was anxious, roaring in anger, as his soul skills were unleashed without restraint. The besieged Liangshan army was not foolish. They knew it was difficult to defeat a soul Douluo with personal strength alone, so they continually threw stones from the periphery to create chaos for Gelong. What truly held Gelong back were Pan Feng and several other formidable generals, all at least soul kings. Sixth soul skill, hammer shakes the mountains and rivers. Pan Feng wielded a silver giant hammer, about 3 meters long, with a massive ferocious beast carved on the handle and patterns on the hammerhead that resembled lightning. 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black shining soul rings circled around him, with thunderous sounds emanating from the hammerhead. Pan Feng, martial soul, thunder hammer, infused with violent lightning elements. A level 77 attack type, Soul Emperor. Once the soul ring lit up, the thunder hammer flew from Pan Feng's hands, unleashing a surge of electric power, disrupting the area with a strong electromagnetic field. Sixth soul skill, Thunder Cannon. Following Pan Feng, another middle-aged soul master unleashed his strongest attack. His martial soul was a strange creature formed from concentrated lightning elements, with horns resembling those of a deer and a body very similar to that of a goat. After his martial soul manifested, the middle-aged soul master grew a pair of long deer horns on his head, flashing with bolts of lightning. This was his martial soul, the Lord of Thunder and Magnetism, a mutated martial soul that clearly indicated a successful mutation based on its imposing aura. This chapter is not yet finished. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Much stronger than that useless Yu Xiaojing. The deer horns on the middle-aged soul master suddenly exploded with intense lightning, transforming into a massive electric ball in the air and crashing towards Gelong lightning amplification. The soul master holding a yellow circular shield also released a support soul skill to enhance the lightning power. The hammer and the ball surged towards Gelong, striking fiercely against his body. Even with golden scaled armor for protection, Gelong could not hold out for long and was forced to retreat repeatedly. Especially the terrifying power emanating from the thunder hammer made Gelong feel a lingering fear. If it weren't for his high soul power, he would have been knocked down by such a terrifying blow. It seemed Pan Feng's reputation as the unrivaled general was not unfounded, making Gelong wary. Seventh soul skill, Martial Soul, True Body. With a roar, Gelong's entire body rapidly expanded, transforming into a giant dragon moments later. Martial Soul, True Body. Pan Feng's seventh soul ring suddenly lit up. The only thing that could counter a Martial Soul True Body was a Weapon Spirit True Body. After reaching the Soul Saint level, the reason why Weapon Spirit Soul Masters can surpass Beast Spirit Soul Masters is largely due to the advantages of their weapon spirits. Therefore, even though his soul power is lower than Gelong's, Pan Feng is fearless and charges forward. As he speeds up, the thunder hammer flies into the air. Pan Feng performs an extremely difficult maneuver, leaping into the air and curling his body into a spherical shape. Suddenly, the hammer's light flashes, sucking Pan Feng into it. The thunder hammer expands rapidly in the wind, stopping only when it reaches about 10 meters in length. At this moment, everyone retreats, as this battle is beyond their participation. The cleared area becomes the stage for Gelong and Pan Feng, with the hammer and the giant dragon fiercely colliding, creating a strong gust of wind that spreads outward. Ordinary soldiers are instantly knocked to the ground. Only soul masters can withstand this violent wind. Gaelong's dragon claws reach for the giant hammer, but the thunder hammer is quite agile. Seeing the giant claws coming, it swiftly dodges. Gaelong's attack misses. However, he quickly launches a new attack. Chapter 85. So this is the real Qianrenxue? A roar erupts from the giant dragon, followed by the illumination of its third soul ring. The air instantly fills with intense air pressure, and the immense force bears down on the thunderhammer. Pan Feng's consciousness desperately tries to escape the pull of this gravity, but he can't break free, instead getting closer to the giant dragon. This is Gaelong's third soul skill, gravity compression. Although he focuses on defense, he possesses powerful soul skills, and with his current soul power, he can unleash 10 times the gravity. Thus, even the powerful thunderhammer loses control under this tenfold gravity. The giant dragon's claws suddenly grasp the giant hammer and then rotate 360 degrees in the air. After completing this maneuver, Gaelong hurls the hammer towards the mountain wall outside the city. At this moment, Pan Feng is still in a dazed state, unable to react. Boom! The massive hammer crashes into the mountain wall, and fist-sized stones plummet downwards. Pain shoots through Pan Feng's soul, since the weapon spirit and host are one. A severe impact on the weapon spirit naturally affects the host. It is this close connection that can lead to soul masters suffering a backlash from their weapon spirits, turning them into idiots. Pan Feng is not feeling well, but this also snaps him out of his dazed state. In times like this, one cannot panic. Pan Feng calms himself, and after releasing his weapon spirit true form, he can use all soul skills under the 7th soul skill without restriction for 30 minutes. During this time, the power of his soul skills will be 130 of their original strength, and his defense will increase by 190. However, the downside is that after each use, his attributes will be weakened by 50, and he will need 7 days to recover. 3rd soul skill, Lightning Dragon Drill. Pan Feng silently chants, and the 3rd soul ring on the hammer lights up. Violent lightning erupts from it, gradually covering the entire giant hammer, eventually forming the shape of a dragon. Under Pan Feng's conscious control, the giant hammer spins rapidly and flies towards Gaelong. At the city gate, Jiang Yu, who is engaged in a fierce battle with the enemy, sees the giant hammer in the air, resembling a massive electric drill passing over everyone's heads, and with a bang, it sends the giant dragon flying. Due to the shockwave, hundreds of soldiers are suddenly knocked off the city tower's railing, falling to the ground like hail. From dozens of meters up, the sound of their bones shattering can be heard, and everyone ends up in a bloody mess, making it hard to bear. When gods fight, mortals suffer. These low-level soldiers lose their lives merely from the residual force of the battle between high-ranking soul masters. It is indeed a pity. Even so, some continue to fight bravely, including Xue Qinghe, who releases his swan spirit. Although the royal family's inherited weapon spirit lacks offensive power, it possesses remarkable healing abilities. Xue Qinghe releases 3 soul skills in succession, sending healing light waves towards the injured soldiers. After the light enters their bodies, their injuries begin to heal somewhat. A massive light circle appears around Xue Qinghe, and those within this circle instantly reduce their negative states and regain consciousness. At the same time, a beam of light shoots from Xue Qinghe's eyes, purging the area it passes through. After inhaling this aura, the soldiers suddenly feel their fatigue dissipate, and their stamina is restored. Xue Qinghe's first 3 soul skills are named Healing Light Wave, Purification Circle, and Powerful Beam. In battle, these skills prove far more useful than offensive soul skills, even reducing the soldiers' casualties. Seeing that Xue Qinghe possesses healing soul skills, the enemy rushes towards him in a frenzy. Fortunately, Jiang Yu and the members of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School protect him, keeping the frenzied Liangshan army at bay while everyone unleashes powerful soul skills. Jiang Yu is no exception. The Red Sky Sword formation is activated, and each sword light takes the life of an enemy. His heart, once excited, gradually calms down. In battle, there is no room for leniency. After these days of training, Jiang Yu is no longer the trembling child he once was when killing a soul beast. His capacity has gradually increased. If the Earth Fire Rock Valley honed his cultivation, then this trip to Liangshan Duchy has strengthened his will immensely. To conserve soul power, Jiang Yu carefully infuses his soul power into every part of the Red Sky Sword. After repeatedly releasing soul skills, he finds that his control over them has matured significantly. The previously wasteful aspects of his soul power consumption have improved greatly. The red sky sword formation, which originally required 10% of his soul power to release, has decreased by 10%. This discovery brings Jiang Yu joy. With his soul power quality already higher than that of other soul masters due to the transformation of the primordial purple chi, lowering his soul power consumption means that challenging opponents beyond his level is no longer a difficult task. Jiang Yu estimates that he could likely handle a soul master now without much trouble. To test his current strength, he seeks out a high-ranking soldier at the soul master level. The enemy appears to be in his early 30s, with a relatively poor soul ring configuration. Only 3 yellow soul rings, lacking even a 1,000-year soul ring. His weapon spirit is a blue crocodile, and his muscles look exceptionally developed. The sharp crocodile claws emit a cold gleam, and the blue bony plates on his head and tail are serrated, due to the weapon spirit's possession. The muscles in his arms have also bulged significantly, and his nails have grown several centimeters long, though they haven't turned into crocodile claws. However, several sharp teeth protrude from his mouth, making terrifying sounds as he opens and closes it, undoubtedly inheriting the crocodile's powerful biting force. Jiang Yu recognizes this weapon spirit from records in the Spirit Hall. If he remembers correctly, it is called the Strength Crocodile. That's the one. Jiang Yu wielded the Chixiao Sword and swiftly appeared in front of the Strength Crocodile Spirit Master. The sword's blade shot out several beams of light towards him. The Strength Crocodile Spirit Master remained calm. He opened his mouth and crushed all the steel-like sword beams. However, he did not expect the terrifying flames contained within them to not extinguish, but instead to erupt completely. The Chixiao Sword contained the imperial fire, the king of all fires. Far surpassing ma ongjunesse phoenix flame. The biggest mistake the Strength Crocodile Spirit Master made was to use his mouth to accept the Chixiao Sword's attack. Even though the muscles in his mouth had become as hard and powerful as those of a crocodile, under the erosion of the imperial fire, he was still burned beyond recognition, and his entire mouth was completely destroyed. In a fit of rage, the Strength Crocodile Spirit Master lost all sense of reason and lunged towards Jiang Yu. This was his third soul skill, Fierce Push. The Strength Crocodile Spirit Master's arms suddenly swelled again, increasing his power by 1.5 times compared to before. Jiang Yu did not evade, but chose to strike with his sword. Seeing the power emitted by the Chixiao Sword, the Strength Crocodile Spirit Master dared not confront it with his arms and instead withdrew them, moving around to avoid the strike. This person is quite clever. Jiang Yu sighed, surprised that he could still weigh the pros and cons and choose a suitable strategy even in a state of rage. It seemed he was not entirely a reckless man. Thus, the two fell into a stalemate until Jiang Yu deliberately left an opening to lure the Strength Crocodile Spirit Master into attacking. He indeed did not realize it was a trap. Just as he reached out his arms to strike Jiang Yu leaped into the air, flew behind him, and thrust his sword backward, piercing through the Strength Crocodile Spirit Master's abdomen. A Soul Master at the Soul Emperor level fell just like that. Although the Strength Crocodile Spirit Master's soul ring configuration was only average and his martial spirit was not top tier, he was still a solid Soul Emperor, while Jiang Yu was merely a level 23 Great Soul Master. Yet, he was able to kill a Soul Emperor despite the level difference. This talent was rare even across the continent. After witnessing Jiang Yu's performance, Chixiao was slightly surprised, and she even had an intuition that Jiang Yu's talent could match her own. Qianrenxue felt a strong fighting spirit rising within her. She had not encountered a talented soul master worthy of her attention until Jiang Yu appeared, giving her a rival. She possessed a divine martial spirit, the six-winged angel. And what did innate full soul power mean? She had innate level 20 soul power, which directly made her a great soul master. Although Qianrenxue was determined to win Jiang Yu over, she also regarded him as an equal opponent. If given the chance, she would definitely overpower him and relish in it. Of course, she would hold back a bit. If she accidentally harmed Jiang Yu, it wouldn't be worth it. It was better to keep him around for some fun. With that thought, a smile appeared on Qianrenxue's face. Just as Jiang Yu was immersed in the joy of victory, he suddenly felt a cold breeze blowing behind him. Chilly, icy. Where did this cold wind come from on such a hot day? Jiang Yu couldn't help but feel curious, but he was soon interrupted by the advancing enemy troops. Facing the enemy's siege, Jiang Yu felt no fear. The wind rustled his clothing as he elegantly faced the enemy like a swordsman wielding a long sword. Chixiao timely shot a powerful beam of light towards Jiang Yu, restoring a good amount of his stamina. Feeling the changes in his body, Jiang Yu knew without looking back that it was Chixiao helping him. Although the group of enemies was fearless, Jiang Yu's strength was not to be underestimated. Under the powerful might of the Chixiao Sword, they could not hold out for long before being completely annihilated. During the battle, Jiang Yu discovered that his soul power was growing at a rate far exceeding his usual meditation state. Moreover, this soul power was extremely refined, not affecting Jiang Yu's foundation at all, resulting in a tremendous gain. Chapter 86. Dragon's Breath. The heavily injured Galong was completely enraged. How could a soul Douluo be injured by a mere soul sage? What would happen if this got out? He would lose all face. Galong immediately swung his dragon tail backward, and with the strong inertia, his massive body sprang up. A golden sphere of light, about 10 meters in diameter, was released from the giant dragon's mouth, and everyone could feel the scorching heat emanating from the sphere. This was Galong's strongest attack soul skill, Dragon's Breath. This strike consumed nearly half of his soul power, and Galong never used it unless it was absolutely necessary. Pan Feng did not dare to take it head-on. The 8th soul skill of a soul Douluo was not something that could be easily resisted. No matter how he tried to evade, that light sphere always tracked toward him. In Pan Yu did not realize that his aura had been locked onto by the sphere, making escape impossible. Bang! The light sphere slammed into the giant hammer. The raging thunder hammer in the air could no longer maintain its true form under such a fierce attack, and Pan Yu's figure gradually became visible, crashing heavily to the ground. Even a soul sage, after such a collision, was nearly left with shattered bones. However, despite this, Pan Yu had already lost the ability to continue fighting. His defeat dealt a heavy blow to the Liangshan army. A dignified, peerless general had suffered such a crushing defeat. The hearts of all the defending troops were shrouded in a shadow. If the commander had fallen, how could they continue the fight? In contrast, after Galong displayed his might, the morale of the Tiando allied forces soared, with everyone filled with fighting spirit. The scales of victory had already tipped. Losing morale on the battlefield was a terrifying thing. Although the Liangshan army continued to resist desperately, they had lost the earlier fearless fighting spirit. Soon, the Tiando allied forces breached the defenses at the city gate and continued to push into the city. Meanwhile, Pan Feng, lying on the ground, was hacked into a pile of meat paste by the elite guards. The fall of a dignified, peerless general to such a state was frustrating, and seeing this scene, the hearts of the Liangshan defenders grew colder. Before long, the defending troops within the city began to retreat in defeat. After Galong released his martial spirit's true form, he led the army to quickly seize the major routes at the city gate. Liangshan Duke's mansion. Upon learning that Pan Feng had died and the city gate had fallen, the Liangshan Duke's complexion instantly turned pale. The situation was dire. It was as if heaven had decreed the downfall of Liangshan. The Liangshan Duke slumped in his chair, devoid of his usual vigor. Even his strongest general had been taken down by the Tiando allied forces. Who else could save the current situation? My lord, do not panic. The burly guard beside him knelt and said, "Why not let me escort you to the Douluo Empire? If it weren't for their instigation, how would Liangshan have fallen to such a state? As long as you remain alive, there will be a day for Liangshan to rise again." Indeed, the Liangshan Duke suddenly realized, as long as he was alive, he was the true Duke of Liangshan. Even if the Snow Knight Emperor established another, it would merely be a false duke. As long as the Green Mountains remained, there would be no fear of running out of firewood. Rather than sitting in the Duke's mansion waiting for death, it was better to escape while the Tiando allied forces had not yet arrived. Once he reached the territory of the Douluo Empire, even the Tiando army would not dare to cross the border. Yinshan, the Liangshan Duke, immediately commanded, "Gather 500 elite troops to accompany me to the Douluo Empire." I have to say, the Duke of Liangshan has quite a thick skin, able to present his escape as so fresh and refined. As ordered, Yinshan turned to take action. At that moment, the Duke of Liangshan reminded him again not to make a fuss and not to alert the others. Since he had decided to escape, the others, including Li Guang, were no longer useful to him. Letting them delay the Tiando army here would allow him to escape smoothly. If it weren't for safety, he wouldn't even want to take that group of personal guards. This was the Duke of Liangshan's true nature. He had just hidden it well all along, and if it hadn't come to such a critical moment, he wouldn't have revealed his true face. Just as Li Guang was blocking the Tiando coalition army at the front line, the Duke of Liangshan had already sneaked out of the Duke's mansion under the lead of his guards, escaping in the opposite direction. The south gate was still under the control of the Liangshan army. Upon reaching the gate, Yinshan merely claimed that the Duke had sent him to the Xingluo Empire for assistance, and the city defense commander quickly let him pass. Thus, the Duke of Liangshan, disguised as a small soldier, managed to slip out of Liangshan City. Once outside the city, Everyone changed into ordinary civilian clothes and hurried towards the border. Meanwhile, the army led by Gailong was being held up by Li Guang, making no progress at all, and was even forced into urban combat by the enemy. In this situation, even with the Tiando coalition army having a numerical advantage, they couldn't fully exert it. The alleyways were less than a meter wide, making it impossible for a large number of people to crowd in. The enemy had also set up solid defensive works across from them, so the coalition couldn't capture the narrow alley for a while. 2nd Battalion Commander, why the hell haven't you attacked yet? Gailong shouted loudly. Marshal, there's nothing I can do. The enemy is also very brave, and they have all the necessary weapons. At this rate, I'm afraid the entire battalion will be wiped out. Why don't you think of a way? The 2nd Battalion Commander hurriedly replied. Just hold on a little longer. Gailong had no other options. But seeing his comrades falling one by one in this nameless alley, he was furious and immediately roared, "Quick, bring Brother JiangYu over here. This chapter isn't over. Please click the next page to continue reading." During these days, Gailong had developed a habit of turning to JiangYu when faced with problems, even though he didn't believe that JiangYu had a better solution to the current situation. However, he chose to trust JiangYu. Perhaps this kid could create miracles again? The key was that Gailong felt helpless in the current situation, so he could only take a gamble. Soon, JiangYu was brought to the alley entrance. After listening to Gailong's words, he fell into deep thought. Sigh, I knew it would be impossible. Gailong sighed lightly. He had anticipated this situation long ago, so he wasn't too disappointed. Just as he was about to use the old method, he suddenly heard Jiang Yu's godlike voice. Got it. Why not just blow up this alley? Marshal Gailong is a soul Douluo powerhouse. Your 8th soul skill is powerful. This small alley shouldn't be a problem for you, right? Oh yeah, why didn't I think of that? Gailong slapped his forehead, his mind suddenly clearing up. Just blow it up. Why think so much? Gailong exclaimed, realizing he had been confused. Young people's thinking is indeed more flexible. Everyone, step back. Gailong shouted. Hearing his voice, the Tiando coalition army wisely retreated from inside. Then Gailong unleashed a dragon breath, and the alley collapsed with a loud crash, perfectly solving the problem. The enemy was instantly shocked. There's such a tactic? ISNT this bullying? Do they really think we don't have a soul, Douluo? After coming to their senses, they realized that Liangshan City indeed did not have a soul Douluo present. The top soul master of the entire city had already fallen at the city gate. Thus, the Tiando coalition army defeated the enemy like a hot knife through butter. Everything that followed was simple. Whenever they encountered enemies in narrow alleyways, Gailong would replicate the tactic and blow open the alley. By the time they reached the street where the Duke's mansion was located, Gailong was completely exhausted. Although there were support-type soul masters along the way helping him recover his soul power, the consumption from the dragon breath was simply too great, far exceeding the amount of soul power he had regained. Chapter 87. Beauty is Justice. After the Tiando coalition army sealed off the street where the Duke's mansion was located, Gailong was carried out. This supreme commander of the 3 armies now had a pale face, completely drained of strength, visibly weak. This was the consequence of using too much dragon breath. However, as the highest commander of the coalition, Gailong was still put on display. He would still need to persuade the enemy to surrender. Gailong forced himself to gather his spirits and shouted towards the front, essentially saying, "You are already surrounded. Why not quickly lay down your weapons and surrender?" He then praised the achievements of the Snowy Knight Emperor and expressed his deep sorrow regarding the Duke of Liangshan's rebellion. Finally turning the topic to the handling of the Snowy Knight Emperor's rebels, he stated that if they could awaken in time and abandon darkness for light, the Empire would treat them leniently. Bah! Li Guang scoffed at Gailong's attempt to persuade them to surrender. If he cared about that, he wouldn't have rebelled. There's no sincerity in your persuasion. Marshal Gailong, Li Guang asked about the most concerning issue. What will the treatment be after we surrender? Money? Nobility? Women? You haven't eaten them all, have you? Huh? What are you dreaming about? Gailong was at a loss for words. Are you kidding? This is a rebellion. Not punishing you is already good enough. Rewards? If it were like that, wouldn't everyone rebel? Seriously, has your brain been kicked by a donkey? Gailong couldn't understand how someone like Li Guang could rise to such a high position. Didn't the generals of the Liangshan Principality care about intelligence? The other 2 certainly didn't act like this. In fact, Li Guang's position as a general was not solely due to strength, but more because of his exceptional connections. His 6 sisters had married the Duke of Liangshan, Pan Feng, Zhuge Xian, and the 3 major noble families of Liangshan City. That was the true royal family. With these connections, Li Guang's position as a general was particularly stable. After all, the top figures of the entire Liangshan Principality were all his brothers-in-law. Who would dare to oppose him? There are no rewards, and you dare to persuade us to surrender? Li Guang made a contemptuous sound. This guy must be a big fool. Gailong's vigilance immediately waned. He had thought that someone who could rank among the 3 top generals of the Liangshan Principality must have some remarkable ability, but now he felt relieved. It seemed he was just a fraud. Gailong had no mood to play with such an incompetent person any longer, and immediately ordered the entire army to attack. Dong dong dong. Tens of thousands of soldiers armed with long spears charged forward. Victory was in sight. As long as they captured the Duke's mansion, their mission would be complete. At this moment, everyone abandoned their fears, united as one, and leaped forward. Long live Tiando! Someone in the Imperial Guard shouted, and this voice seemed to possess magical power, prompting the remaining soldiers to shout in unison, and even the coalition of several major principalities was swept up in this momentum. Block them. Li Guang's voice trembled slightly, but he quickly calmed down. Although he rose to his position through connections, he was well-versed in military strategy and was not a complete fool. Aside from lacking practical experience, he had unique insights into theoretical aspects. In simple terms, Li Guang was like the Yu Shaojiang of the military, having memorized military texts and strategies thoroughly. Now is the time for practice. Roll the barrels, set the spikes. Puotoid. After Li Guang issued his orders, the Liangshan army divided their tasks and pushed the rolling barrels towards the enemy. Then came the throwing of sharp spikes and the pouring of hot oil. To be honest, the weapon development on the Douluo Continent was still at a primitive level. Not to mention large weapons like catapults and ballistae, even smaller ones like repeating crossbows and armed crossbows were absent. In battle, they still relied on low-end weapons like spears and bows, so sharp spikes were considered decent defensive tools. If not for the existence of their martial souls, they would be no different from street thugs fighting it out. In fact, JiangYu had considered whether to share the method of making crossbow bolts with Gailong. As the process was not complex and there were plenty of sketches online, JiangYu believed that as long as he proposed the concept, the craftsmen of the Douluo Continent could make it. After all, these were not advanced firearms like Gatling guns that had technical barriers. However, after careful consideration, JiangYu ultimately abandoned this idea. He was a member of the Spirit Hall. If the Tiando army were equipped with crossbow bolts, the gap between low-end soldiers and spirit masters would narrow, which would be counterproductive, as the greatest advantage of the Spirit Hall was the number of spirit masters. Hence, JiangYu had only been providing ideas and had not designed any offensive weapons, fearing it would enhance the military strength of the Tiando Empire. Watching from the rear, JiangYu saw the enemy army throwing things as if they were children fighting and suddenly felt nostalgic for the days of playing games with friends as childhood. The difference was that they played with marbles and small stones, but it was still about who could throw further. At first, the Tiando allied forces were caught off guard and suffered heavy losses, but after some exploration, they gradually developed ways to guard against the enemy's tactics. The Liangshan army began to retreat. Seeing the situation was not good, Li Guang drew his sword and killed the surrounding retreating soldiers, then shouted, "Retreat means death, fight back." Saying this, he unleashed his martial soul. A strong yellow light erupted from Li Guang, and a large brown cat appeared above him. This was a big cat with a large, round head and rare golden yellow eyes, much bulkier than an average cat, with strong bones and developed muscles. Its fur was also very thick. 3 yellow, 3 purple, and 1 black soul rings quietly rose from Li Guang's feet. Although he was also a soul sage, the difference from Panfeng could be seen from the soul rings, as he only had 1 10,000-year soul ring. Li Guang, martial soul, Main Kun, level 73 agility attack system soul sage. After his martial soul manifested, his body gradually became more cat-like. The most noticeable change was that his eyes turned from black to golden yellow, and a pair of brown cat ears sprouted from his head, looking somewhat strange. Katyars. What the hell? JiangYu suddenly felt a bit nauseous. Why does a big man have a cat martial soul? And cat ears too? Shouldn't it be girls? Like Zhu Zhuqing, who is sexy and hot. Seeing Li Guang like this, JiangYu really couldn't accept it. Zhu Zhuqing was cuter. JiangYu rarely got angry, but now he felt furious. He even had the impulse to rush up and hit someone. How dare you grow cat ears? That's not something a big man should have. It would be more reasonable to have grass growing on his head. General Go, don't you want to step up and give Li Guang a beating? Fortunately, JiangYu remained rational. After all, the other party was a soul sage, so he turned his gaze to Gailong, who was lying on a chair, hoping the soul Douluo could play a role. Gailong just smiled and shrugged, indicating he was powerless, as his soul power was completely exhausted. There wasn't a drop left. Forget about taking action. Even getting up was a struggle. No, he can't go down. JiangYu turned and ran to the rear, and before long, He brought back Shui Qinghe and several support-type spirit masters. I got a thick loaf of bread, soul power recovery big bun, stamina-enhancing little chili. The food-type spirit masters began to chant their soul incantations. The food-type spirit masters were different from others. To make food effective, they had to chant soul incantations. Otherwise, the food would lose its effect. Soon, food appeared in their hands, thick slices of bread, buns, and red-hot peppers. Under their efforts, Gulong finally regained some soul power. And as long as he didn't use soul skills above the 7th soul skill, he could hold on for a while longer. General, it's up to you. JiangYu reminded Gulong affectionately. You must blow up that freak on the opposite side and relieve the frustrations of countless male compatriots. Go for it. Gulong instantly stood up from the chair. Without JiangYu saying it, he knew what to do. After all, he was also a fan of cat ear girls. Li Guang's actions had clearly touched his bottom line. Gulong was furious about something that shattered people's dreams. Li Guang did not expect that his martial soul would provoke the anger of many people, and even Gulong wanted to vent on him. Sigh, it's all the fault of the martial soul. I wonder if Li Guang would regret awakening a cat martial soul if he knew this. Probably, because next, Gulong would let him understand what the fury of a cat ear girl enthusiast was. Gulong's righteous iron fist swung towards Li Guang. Even if speed was his advantage, it was still useless. The terrifying power of a furious soul Douluo exceeded anyone's imagination. Chapter 88, Cat. Lick. Gulong flew into the sky, leaping over layers of obstacles and stretched out his fist, as big as a sand pot, to smash down on Li Guang. 6th soul skill, Tongue Lick. In a panic, Li Guang quickly unleashed his soul skill. The purple soul ring instantly lit up, and a long pink tongue shot out from his mouth, extending forward and swiftly wrapping around Gulong's entire body. Wet, sticky, dizzy. That's how Gulong felt right now. Li Guang's 6th soul skill came from Sticky Cat's soul beast around 9,000 years old. Its attack method was its tongue, and the mucus secreted could induce dizziness. Even powerful soul beasts of the same level might not be able to break this peculiar attack. Damn, that's disgusting. Although Gulong felt a bit dizzy, he still struggled nonstop. How could there be such a bizarre attack? Using a tongue. Seeing this scene, Jiang Yu really wanted to throw Li Guang into a trash can. However, this soul skill was not entirely useless, and he couldn't help but have some wild thoughts. Since they both had cat-type martial souls, what if Zhu Qing used this move? What would the effect be? That feeling would definitely be awesome. Wake up, stop dreaming. At the critical moment, Jiang Yu calmed down as promised, but how could he have such lewd thoughts? He immediately recognized his mistake and criticized himself. He kept reminding himself that even though he had just made a mistake that most men would make, he must exercise restraint. He didn't want to become someone like Dai Mubai, taking a young lady to a hotel at such a young age, especially a pair of twins. That's simply beastly. Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form. Jiang Yu silently recited scriptures, hoping to suppress the perverse thoughts he had just experienced and correct his mindset. Boom, suddenly, a frantic voice came from the air. Let me go. Why is this tongue so hard? Gulong struggled for a long time without any response. That long tongue seemed more solid than a city wall. Ah! Gulong shouted, and his soul rings suddenly lit up. A golden tail wing quietly appeared behind him, and sharp feather blades shot out from above, resolving his predicament. If I don't show my power, do you really think my tail is just for show? Gulong roared angrily, then stretched out his arms and dove down from the air. Seeing the giant hand in the sky, Li Guang was stunned, his gaze a bit unfocused, as if he was dazed. Bang! Li Guang's body was instantly flattened. He kept spitting out sour liquid. Gulong's strike even knocked Li Guang's bile out. Spit after Li Guang cleaned his mouth, he repeatedly begged for mercy. Marshal Gulong, spare me, I surrender. Indeed, he was a despicable person. Gulong thought to himself, just now I kindly advised you, but you didn't listen, and now you know to submit after being beaten to this state. It's too late. Gulong was about to finish off Li Guang, but the next words made him change his mind. Please, Marshal, spare me. My 6-tuplet sisters have admired you for a long time. If you don't mind, we could become in-laws. The Li family is also willing to serve the empire, and then we would all be one family. 6-tuplets. Gulong suddenly had a bold idea. Li Guang's words were not without reason. After all, he was a native of Liangshan. Although the duchy of Liangshan had been flattened, there would definitely be a lot of problems afterwards. Should they abolish the duchy of Liangshan and set up a new province? Or should they continue to establish a new duke of Liangshan? Gulong didn't know either. Perhaps Li Guang could still be useful in the future. Although he was a fool, his status in the duchy of Liangshan was not low. The Duke of Liangshan would definitely be executed. 2 of the 3 great generals had already fallen. Whether establishing a new Duke of Liangshan or a provincial governor, Li Guang was a suitable candidate, which might help alleviate the panic of the Liangshan people. Most importantly, Li Guang was a fool, easy to control, for the sake of the empire's grand cause. Gelong didn't mind taking Li Guang's 6 sisters as concubines. As long as he firmly tied the Li family to the empire's front line, he wouldn't have to worry about any changes from Li Guang. Gelong instantly changed his mind. After the Liangshan army surrendered, Gelong led his army to the duke's mansion. The remaining guards in the mansion saw that the situation was hopeless and had no choice but to put down their weapons and surrender. The Tian-Do coalition army successfully took over the duke's mansion. The Duchy of Liangshan was indeed a powerful duchy with significant strength. The entire duke's mansion covered an area of 1,000 acres, with over 300 rooms, pavilions, flowers, birds, insects, rain, and all facilities available. Li Guang knew that he would have to rely on Gelong in the future, so he quickly served this future brother-in-law. Upon entering the hall, they searched for a long time but did not find the Duke of Liangshan, which surprised even Li Guang. Logically, the Duke of Liangshan should have been waiting there. Gelong immediately ordered the soldiers to search the entire duke's mansion. An hour later, a soldier reported back that they had searched the entire mansion but found no trace of the Duke of Liangshan. Oh no, he got away. Gelong's expression changed. He didn't expect that the mastermind behind the Liangshan rebellion had actually escaped. How was he supposed to explain this to the Snowy Night Emperor? Marshal Ge, this chapter is not over. Please click the next page to continue reading. Jiang Yu quickly suggested, hurry and send people to the border fortress. Order them to guard the checkpoints strictly, post the Duke of Liangshan's portrait, and have everyone help look for him. We must not let him cross the border. Jiang Yu quickly guessed the escape route of the Duke of Liangshan. He must have headed towards the territory of the Star Luo Empire. Liangshan City was not far from the Star Luo border. As long as he passed through the Tian-Do fortress, he would be in the cities controlled by the Star Luo Empire. The Duke of Liangshan would only be able to save his life if he made it there. After all, the only ones on the continent who were not afraid of the Tian-Do Empire were the Star Luo Empire and the Spear Hall. Hurry, hurry. One word woke the dreamer, and Gelong also reacted, quickly ordering the soldiers to send a message to the fortress. They must not let the Duke of Liangshan escape the border. The guards at the south gate had already surrendered under Li Guang's orders. When Gelong's men inquired if any suspicious individuals had exited recently, the city defense general truthfully reported that the Duke of Liangshan had sent someone to request aid from the Star Luo Empire. Thus, several soldiers from the Imperial Guard quickly reported to Gelong, while the rest rode fast horses out of the city. The situation was urgent. They had to quickly notify the comrades guarding the fortress to ensure that the Duke of Liangshan was not allowed to escape. By nightfall, Li Guang took Gelong to a luxurious room, and Jiang Yu, who was the backbone of Gelong, followed along. Upon entering the room, Li Guang took several people to the bookshelf position and reached for the 1st, 3rd, and 9th books from the top shelf. Suddenly, the bookshelf split open, revealing a long passage inside. This was the secret treasury of the Duke of Liangshan, where many rare treasures were stored. This also served as Li Guang's declaration of loyalty to Gelong, indicating his complete break with the Duke of Liangshan. At this moment, Gelong felt reassured by Li Guang. It seemed he was indeed sincere in his submission. So Gelong walked into the passage, and Jiang Yu closely followed in Gelong's footsteps. In fact, Gelong brought him to this secret treasury not with the intention of keeping the treasures for himself. He originally planned to present them to the Snowy Night Emperor. The reason for bringing Jiang Yu was that Gelong knew the greatest credit for this Liangshan expedition belonged to Jiang Yu, and he intended to reward him with some good treasures before offering the rest. Gelong was still a reasonable person. He had a good opinion of Jiang Yu, his idol. Of course, Gelong also wanted to take this opportunity to see what treasures were in the secret treasury. If there were any he liked, it would be reasonable to take some. Chapter 89, Great Harvest. Entering the passage, Li Guang took out a firestone, instantly illuminating the space inside. After walking about 100 meters, they encountered 3 forks in the path. Li Guang immediately explained that only one of the paths led to the treasury. If they chose incorrectly, they would get lost on the wrong path and find it very hard to get out. Under Li Guang's guidance, Jiang Yu and Gelong walked down the right passage, and after about 10 minutes, they finally saw the entrance to the treasury. It was an ancient-looking bronze door, intricately carved with a vividly lifelike creature. It was a green humanoid soul beast with an unusually smooth, oval-shaped head, and its ears resembled the shape of morning glory flowers, looking like little trumpets. Shrek! Jiang Yu recognized the creature on the door. It was indeed a very rare type of soul beast. Shrek! This old beast was quite peculiar, which is why even Flandrin named the academy he founded Shrek Academy, hoping that all students could be remarkable monsters like Shrek. Li Guang calmly extended his hands and began twisting the small trumpets on Shrek's head. 3 circles to the left, 3 circles to the right. Click! The door lock made a sound, and the door opened. A dazzling light emanated from within. Upon entering, Jiang Yu was astonished. The walls above were embedded with countless shining pearls, and golden soul coins were scattered all over the ground. Even Go Long did not expect that the Duke of Liangshan was so wealthy. Even some princes in the imperial city might not have such wealth. No wonder he dared to rebel. After walking for a while, the 3 arrived at a huge stone platform, which was over 100 square meters in size. On it were hundreds of large wooden boxes, each one open and filled with pearls, agate, ivory, tortoiseshell, and various precious gemstones. No, a way must be found to notify the Spirit Hall. If such a vast fortune fell into the hands of the Heaven Do Empire, then the Snow Knight Emperor could at least expand his army by hundreds of thousands, which would undoubtedly break the current balance of power on the continent. This was not something the Spirit Hall wanted to see. Arriving at the center of the stone platform, Jiang Yu was drawn to 3 transparent crystal boxes. Although they appeared to contain ordinary items from the outside, the fact that they were housed in such precious boxes indicated that the contents were definitely extraordinary. After Li Guang opened the 3 boxes one by one, Jiang Yu suddenly felt a tremor in his body. It was as if something inside was attracting him. He approached the boxes and found that one item resonated with him in a peculiar way. Looking around, he noticed that the other 2 had no reaction, and Jiang Yu realized that only he could hear the sound emitted by that item. It was a sun-shaped object, with a perfectly round pearl in the center that showed no signs of artificial polishing, looking as if it had been naturally formed. The light emitted by the pearl had a warm feeling. Surrounding the pearl were sharp objects made entirely of golden yellow jade. For some reason, upon seeing this item, the Chixiao Sword within Jiang Yu could not help but emit a series of rumbling sounds, and even the Emperor Fire became jubilant. Although he did not know what this item was, Jiang Yu had a strong intuition that it would be very useful to him. General Go. The 3 boxes contained rare treasures. Li Guang casually picked up a piece of jade from inside and handed it to Go Long. Although the surface of this jade looked quite ordinary, it was a rare space soul guide, which, according to that thief Song Kuei, was found in an ancient relic. The Song Kuei he mentioned was the Duke of Liangshan. Li Guang had no qualms about this former lord, which showed he was quite the opportunist, swaying wherever there were benefits. A space soul guide. Go Long held the jade in his hand, somewhat reluctant to part with it. The method of making soul guides was extremely secretive, and many techniques had even been lost to time. Most of the soul guides circulating in the continent were passed down from ancient times, especially space soul guides. According to Go Long, there is currently no soul master capable of creating a space soul guide. This was a rare treasure. Go Long couldn't help but feel envious. Even he did not possess such an item. Seeing Go Long's expression, Li Guang immediately understood, but unfortunately, this piece of jade required the cultivation of a soul Douluo to use, making the general the most suitable person for it. No one would believe Li Guang's words, as this was not a unique soul guide without great restrictions. But Go Long, seeing his discretion, did not point it out and gladly accepted it. Jiang Yu, witnessing this, couldn't help but shake his head and smile, not saying much. He also had a space soul guide given by the Sword Douluo, so he was well aware of the intricacies. He had no interest in the jade. He only wanted that sun-shaped gemstone. After Go Long put away the green jade, Li Guang took out another jade box. Upon opening it, several dark, hard objects resembling bricks appeared. Just then, the sun-shaped gemstone in the alley emitted a faint glow. The dark objects seemed to undergo a transformation, emitting a light golden glow and turning into a peculiar dark gold color. A strange fragrance wafted from within, rich yet solid, lingering only within a diameter of about 1 meter. According to Song Kuei, this thing is called whale glue. He said it could enhance physical strength, but he didn't know the specific effects. It sounded somewhat like a supplement, but he claimed that its effects were quite significant, only usable by powerful attack-type soul masters. Although Li Guang initially had some thoughts about the whale glue, he gave it up after Song Kuei told him this, as he was merely a sensitivity attack-type soul master. Is that so? Go Long also felt it was a pity. Being a defense type, the whale glue was of no use to him. But it would be beneficial for Jiang Yu, the powerful attack-type soul master. So Go Long went along with it and gave the whale glue in the jade box to Jiang Yu. Whale glue. Although Jiang Yu did not know what this was, he was happy to accept it since it could enhance physical strength. Soon, Li Guang took out the sun-shaped gemstone, and Jiang Yu's eyes were fixed on it. I don't know what this is, but the craftsmanship looks so exquisite. It might be a precious decorative item. Just as Guang was about to say he would take it back for Long to admire, Jiang Yu quickly interjected, Uncle Long, this gemstone is so beautiful. Can you give it to me to play with? To get the gemstone, Jiang Yu even called him Uncle. Long, hearing this, waved his hand generously and agreed, as he didn't lack gemstones. Even though this one looked more exquisite, he had little interest in such things. Fearing Long might change his mind, Jiang Yu quickly snatched the gemstone and happily tucked it into his pocket. After leaving the treasure house, Jiang Yu went straight back to his room and began to carefully study the gemstone. However, after observing it for a long time, he found nothing particularly special, only feeling that the flames within him were flickering more frequently, yet he still did not understand the gemstone's function. Jiang Yu picked up a candle to observe the gemstone more closely, but unexpectedly, the wax suddenly dripped down, landing on his hand, causing him to drop the candle. Coincidentally, the flame of the candle collided with the gemstone, and as soon as the flame made contact, it was swallowed inside. The gemstone immediately emitted a dazzling light, shooting straight into Jiang Yu's forehead, and with a swoosh flew inside. Then, a miraculous scene unfolded. The gem gradually became transparent and merged into Jiang Yu's body. Suddenly, a sun-shaped pattern appeared on his forehead, which took a while to fade from bright to dim before gradually disappearing. After the gem entered his body, a strange scene flashed in Jiang Yu's mind. A handsome man bathed in sunlight, with golden long hair shining like gold. He wore dazzling golden armor and held a golden holy sword. As he raised the sword, a fierce flame descended from the sun above, enveloping the entire sword. And then he swung it towards a giant dragon ahead. In an instant, a shattering sound echoed. The scene abruptly stopped. What was this? Jiang Yu realized that this piece of jade was definitely not ordinary, and the person in the image was certainly not an ordinary person either. Even the aura of Bibi Dong couldn't compare to even 1% of that person. There was only one possibility. Chapter 90. In-Depth Understanding with Qianren Xue. God. That person was a deity. What kind of god was he? Jiang Yu couldn't help but ponder. Golden god. No, that doesn't fit. Fire god. No. Since that person could summon the true fire of the sun, it shouldn't be that simple. Could it be the sun god? According to the ranking in Douluo Continent, the true fire of the sun was undoubtedly one of the highest levels of flames. Even the angel god could only use a small portion of the true fire of the sun. The man in the image had used much more than just a part. Could he really be the sun god? If that were the case, Jiang Yu would have hit the jackpot. The sun god was definitely a first-level deity, and even in various mythologies, he had strength comparable to the god king. Although it was unknown how powerful the sun god was in the Douluo realm, the angel god could only use a small portion of the true fire of the sun and was already so formidable. It was likely that the sun god's strength was similarly impressive, at least on par with a first-level deity. Perhaps the gem was a legacy token of the sun god, similar in nature to Tang San's sea god trident. Although Jiang Yu wasn't entirely sure of his speculation, it certainly wouldn't harm him. In a good mood, Jiang Yu stopped dwelling on it and took out the jade box from his body. He opened it and picked up a piece of whale glue, which was somewhat hot. After blowing on it for a long time, it cooled down a bit, and he then stuffed it into his mouth and began to chew. As soon as it entered his mouth, a strong fishy smell surged, causing Jiang Yu to frown. But soon the fishy taste transformed into a stream of heat flowing into his abdomen. After entering his belly, the whale glue surprisingly emitted a fragrant aroma from his nostrils. Jiang Yu felt his lower abdomen gradually warming up, a truly wonderful sensation. The intense heat flowed into his limbs and bones, and Jiang Yu felt an endless amount of power surging through his body. All the meridians were slowly expanding. Even the extraordinary 8 meridians had become much thicker than before, eventually connecting smoothly. It was unimaginable how miraculous this whale glue was. Even Jiang Yu's extraordinary 8 meridians were opened. The heat continued to circulate within him, and he was sweating profusely, but the sensation was extremely comfortable, almost making him moan. Jiang Yu's body became increasingly flushed, his skin gradually turning red, and even his sweat became reddish-brown. At this point, the vitality in Jiang Yu was so vigorous that it surpassed that of an adult man, causing his body to become intensely restless. His body grew hotter. When Jiang Yu realized something was wrong, his temperature had already skyrocketed, making his mind gradually foggy. In fact, Jiang Yu didn't know that whale glue was a highly potent supplement known for its extreme yang properties, which could have a certain aphrodisiac effect on ordinary men. He had just consumed an entire piece, and although much of it had been absorbed by his body, some remained, putting him in a state of excessive yang energy. Soon, Jiang Yu's eyes began to turn red, and a strong desire suddenly erupted. Jiang Yu could hardly take it anymore. He wanted to let it all out. Just then, the door opened. Chixiao had originally come to discuss some matters with Jiang Yu, but upon seeing Jiang Yu's swaying body and his obviously abnormal condition, he immediately sensed something was wrong. Jiang Yu, what's wrong with you? Chixiao hurriedly approached, reaching out to touch Jiang Yu's forehead, only to find it extremely hot. A faint fragrance wafted over, and Jiang Yu could no longer restrain the fire in his heart, turning into a wild beast as he grabbed Chixiao's hand and lunged at her. He quickly pinned Chixiao beneath him. Jiang Yu, no. Qianrenchua's face flushed bright red, her voice filled with anger and shame as she found herself pinned down by Jiang Yu again. This made her very unhappy. She was not someone to be beneath others. If it came to that, she should be on top. However, Qianrenchua realized that no matter how she struggled, she couldn't break free from Jiang Yu's body, and she didn't understand how his strength had suddenly become so immense. As she struggled, her appearance gradually changed. Her once ordinary face transformed entirely. The straight nose, slightly slender phoenix eyes, and the sharp, regal beauty were fully revealed, her skin as smooth and white as snow. Following her neck down, the previously flat area became as towering as mountains. A small six-winged angel imprint appeared between her eyebrows, and her golden hair spread out wildly under Jiang Yu's movements, causing Qianrenchua's golden eyes to show signs of panic. What should I do? This was Qianrenchua's first encounter with such a situation. She could even hear her body making a sound like flowing water. Although she was exceptionally gifted, she had never been in such a situation before, and was no different from an ordinary girl. In this situation, Qianrenchua didn't know what to do. While Jiang Yu had already leaned in to kiss her cheek. After a fierce kiss, Qianrenchua finally came to her senses. This can't go on, because one of Jiang Yu's hands had already climbed up to the peak. The other hand was also preparing to explore the depths. In an instant, a holy light radiated from Qianrenchua's body, and a powerful pressure suddenly repelled Jiang Yu, sending him flying several meters back, crashing into the wall behind him. Amidst the intense collision, Jiang Yu fainted. Seeing this, Qianrenchua quickly tidied her clothes and then walked forward to check Jiang Yu's condition. He's fainted. Qianrenchua carefully reached out her hand towards Jiang Yu. This time her movements were slow, likely afraid that Jiang Yu would go wild again like before. She couldn't withstand another episode. Little Master, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Why is your forehead still so hot? Qianrenchua couldn't help but feel worried. This couldn't go on. She couldn't just watch him like this. So, without thinking much, she immediately picked up Jiang Yu and, after stepping out the door, his appearance returned to that of Chixiao. Ice cellar. Due to the hot weather, the nobles of Liangshan City would build a cool place in their mansions. The Duke's mansion was even more impressive, having built a massive ice cellar of over 1,000 square meters, filled with ice transported from the far north, providing excellent cooling effects. Upon arriving at the entrance of the ice cellar, Qianrenchua immediately felt a chilling aura assault her. She was only wearing a thin garment, which offered no protection against the cold. However, after glancing at Jiang Yu's complexion, Qianrenchua resolutely held him and stepped into the ice cellar. Once inside, Qianrenchua felt as if she had entered another world. Massive ice blocks were neatly arranged on both sides, emanating a deep, cold chill. Even the breath she exhaled turned visible like smoke, and inhaling it sent shivers down her spine. In contrast, Jiang Yu's body temperature gradually stabilized inside the ice cellar, and the redness on his face slowly began to change, looking like he would return to normal soon. Seeing Jiang Yu's condition improve, Qianrenchua couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, then placed him onto an ice bed. If it weren't for your capabilities, I wouldn't have saved you. I hope you won't disappoint me in the future. After all, there aren't many capable people like you anymore. Qianrenchua gazed at Jiang Yu's slightly youthful face, unable to help but recall the scene from earlier. That feeling. How should she put it? Though she felt a bit scared for some reason, there was a faint sense of anticipation deep within her. Such a rough and violent boy. She still felt something. Thinking of this, Qianrenchua's body began to heat up. Even the surrounding cold ice couldn't suppress it. After all, this warmth radiated from within, completely different from Jiang Yu's situation. Only she could help herself. Half an hour later, Jiang Yu's color finally returned to normal, and his body temperature was no longer boiling. Phew, Qianrenchua said with some relief. Great. It seems he is fine now. Seeing this, Qianrenchua also felt at ease. However, at that moment, a sudden idea struck her, and her eyes sparkled with an unusual light. Today, I'll leave you in this ice cellar to sleep for a night. Consider it a punishment for being rough with me. Let us see if you dare to do it again. Qian Rinxue snorted, then turned and left, leaving Jiang Yu alone on the cold ice. Ha ha ha, closing the ice cellar door, Qian Rinxue couldn't help but let out a laugh like silver bells. Chapter 91. Friction. In his unconscious state, Jiang Yu had a dream where he pressed Qian Rinxue beneath him and did some indescribable things. Although it was a dream, the sensations felt incredibly real, making Jiang Yu's face flush. Kid, wake up. Tianming Ice Silkworm woke up at this moment, trying to rouse the unconscious Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu groggily woke up. Realizing he was in the ice cellar, a wave of coldness washing over him. He couldn't help but shiver. His body almost froze stiff, his muscles felt rigid, and even his hair stood straight. This ice, it's from the extreme north, how nostalgic. Tianming Ice Silkworm recognized the origins of the ice upon seeing it. Hey, this ice. Looking ahead at a block of ice about the size of a brick, Tianming Ice Silkworm became excited, noticing strange characters carved on it. Translated into human language, it read, Dear Bing Bing, I am your very own Big Meat Silkworm. The heart of Silkworm Baby will forever belong to you, Bing Bing. Every time I sleep, I dream of you. Ah, Bing Bing, I miss you. Looking at its casual doodle, Tianming Ice Silkworm fell into reminiscence. The female beast it liked was an ice blue emperor scorpion, with its cold gaze, green long tail, and silvery mouth parts, all of which attracted it. Unfortunately, who made their ice silkworm clan so weak? They could only qualify as food for the ice blue scorpion. Tianming Ice Silkworm understood the vast chasm between them. After all, it did not love just any ordinary ice blue scorpion, but the emperor among scorpions, the ice blue emperor scorpion, one of the 3 great kings of the extreme north. So this love was merely a wishful thinking. Kid, put that ice brick into your soul guide. Remember, you must keep it safe. Tianming Ice Silkworm's voice echoed in Jiang Yu's mind. Jiang Yu looked ahead and soon saw the ice brick. He didn't understand the text, but he was deeply shocked. Despite being covered in frost, he could sense the content within. It looked like it was written with snot. So gross. Who writes with snot? However, since Tianming Ice Silkworm wanted him to take the ice brick, it must have its reasons. So Jiang Yu picked up the ice brick from the ground and stored it in his soul guide. By the way, Tianming, how'd I end up in the ice cellar? Jiang Yu asked, puzzled. How would I know? Tianming Ice Silkworm replied, somewhat surprised. I thought you came here for fun. Who would look for fun in an ice cellar? Jiang Yu thought Tianming Ice Silkworm was foolish. In fact, Jiang Yu misunderstood it. Their ice silkworm clan usually enjoyed themselves in ice cellars. Suddenly, a creaking sound echoed through the ice cellar. Someone's coming. Just as Jiang Yu finished speaking, Tianming Ice Silkworm gradually dissipated. I'm going to sleep. Take care of yourself. So hard to please. Acting like a grandmaster, Jiang Yu couldn't help but complain. You're awake. Qian Rinxue gracefully entered the ice cellar, surprised to see Jiang Yu awake. She had worried that the low temperature would freeze him, but unexpectedly, his face looked rather rosy. What are you doing here? Qian Rinxue pointed at herself, her expression somewhat astonished. Did you forget? Last night I. Remembering what happened last night made Qian Rinxue feel a bit shy. Jiang Yu, that little lecher, actually had no memory of it all, so she had been groped for nothing. While Qian Rinxue was lost in thought, Jiang Yu's hand had already brushed against her hot cheek. Why is your brother Qing's face so hot? This is an ice cellar, Jiang Yu asked in confusion. Nothing. Qian Rinxue quickly stepped back, feeling a mix of emotions as she looked at his innocent expression. Now he knew to call her brother. How could he forget when he was pressing down on her last night? And so roughly. So annoying, it still hurts down there. Qian Rinxue wouldn't be deceived by Jiang Yu's cute appearance. She had trusted him too much before, almost losing herself. Forgot? You took advantage and then denied it. How could it be so easy? You really don't remember what happened last night? Qian Rinxue continued to question, wanting to see if he was pretending to be stupid. If he really didn't know, she would let him off the hook. If he was faking, then let him know the cruel side of an angel. How should I answer? Qian Rinxue is only a few centimeters in front of me. Should I ask her about last night? No way. Jiang Yu wanted to know if that scene in his dream was just a dream or something that actually happened. But upon careful thought, if it hadn't happened, then Qian Rinxue would definitely think of him as a rogue. This is not what Jiang Yu wanted to see. He really had no impression. Jiang Yu scratched his head, looking confused. You don't know what happened last night. You were burning hot all over, constantly rubbing against the table. I was afraid something would happen to you. So I moved you to this ice cellar. Qian Rinxue struggled to hold back her laughter, looking at Jiang Yu mischievously. Since he forgot, she might as well play a prank on him. The table? Rubbing. Jiang Yu's face immediately darkened. No way. What kind of wolfish words are these? This chapter is not over. Please click the next page to continue reading. Jiang Yu couldn't bear to stay in the ice cellar any longer. Covering his face, he ran outside. He didn't want Qianren to see him as a joke. Puffed. Qianren couldn't help but laugh, which was a way to get back at him. When Jiang Yu returned to his room, he saw that things on the table had fallen to the ground, and even the edges were a bit chipped. Could it be true? Picking up the jade box from the floor, he opened it to find the black whale glue lying quietly inside. This was the thing that had embarrassed him last night. Jiang Yu wanted to throw it away, but in the end, he calmed down. After eating the whale glue, he indeed felt a powerful force within him, and it seemed that his soul power had increased a bit, though he didn't know how many levels it had risen. It seemed he had to make a trip to the Martial Soul Hall in Liangshan City. Apart from wanting to test his soul power, Jiang Yu also wanted to inform the Martial Soul Hall about Gailong obtaining the Liangshan Duke's treasure so they could intercept it along the way. Liangshan City, Martial Soul Hall. In Douluo Continent, every city has a Martial Soul Hall, and it is undoubtedly a landmark building. The Martial Soul Hall is divided into 6 levels. The lowest is the Martial Soul Branch Hall, followed by the Martial Soul Sub Hall, Martial Soul Main Hall, and Martial Soul Sacred Hall, as well as the Pope Hall and the highest level, the Douluo Offering Hall, which only titled Douluo experts can enter. The Martial Soul Main Hall in Liangshan City is located in the most prosperous area of the city, covering over 10,000 square meters. Even though a great battle had just taken place in the city, none of the parties dared to attack the Martial Soul Main Hall, and the Main Hall had not suffered any damage. Jiang Yu quickly arrived at the Martial Soul Main Hall. It was a massive, dome-shaped building, with a front width of over a kilometer and a height of 30 meters, divided into 5 floors, all in a brown color. The emblem of the Martial Soul Hall at the entrance featured 3 symbols: a sword, a hammer, and a giant dragon. The guards at the entrance appeared to be in their 20s, but their soul power fluctuations were not low. No wonder the main hall was so impressive. Even the doormen were so powerful. "Hello, Uncle. I'm here to test my soul power," Jiang Yu said with a smile. "Come in." In the first floor hall, 2 guards immediately moved aside their long spears to allow him in. Many soul masters came to the main hall to test their soul power daily, so they were used to it, and their tone sounded somewhat mechanical. Upon entering the hall, exquisite murals caught his eye. Each small square carved with a type of martial soul, all set against a uniform golden background. Surrounding them were crystal windows, allowing sunlight to refract through the crystals and illuminate the murals with dazzling golden light. At this time, there were not many people in the hall. Jiang Yu casually asked a beautiful girl and learned where to test his soul power. He didn't linger there, but walked towards the large door at the front. Pushing open the crystal door, he saw a device in the center for testing soul power. Sitting beside, it was an old man dressed in tidy soul master attire, with 4 long sword symbols on his arm, indicating that he was a soul master of the Soul Zune level. Shiokai, the steward responsible for martial soul awakening and testing soul power at the Martial Soul Main Hall. Martial Soul, Wind Baboon, 37 level agility attack system Soul Zune. Kid, congratulations on obtaining your soul ring. Although you just got your first soul ring, you finally embarked on the path of soul master. If you train hard in the future, you can definitely become a powerful soul master like your grandpa. By the way, grandpa is a Soul Zune. In Shiokai's view, Jiang Yu must be a rookie soul master who just got his first soul ring. Although this talent was somewhat average, it was still stronger than many others. After all, with a soul skill, one could use many magical abilities, which already surpassed most commoners. Thus, Shiokai wore a kind expression. Chapter 92. Recruitment. Thank you, Grandpa. Jiang Yu did not explain anything. Facts speak louder than words, and he would naturally know his soul power soon. Press your hand tightly against this ball. Shiokai pointed to the yellow crystal ball beside him. Inject your soul power into it, and you will know how much soul power you have now. Generally speaking, if you just added your first soul ring, your soul power should be around level 11. Before Shiokai finished speaking, Jiang Yu stretched out his hand and placed it on the crystal ball, then released all his soul power. Seeing the soul power intensity displayed above, Shiokai nearly dropped his jaw. Jiang Yu actually had 2 yellow soul rings, and the soul power displayed on the crystal ball was level 25. Shiokai stared at Jiang Yu, his expression one of disbelief. You are actually a great soul master. Is this even human? He was simply a monster. He had practiced for decades and was only a Soul Zune, while Jiang Yu, at such a young age, was already a great soul master. The gap was too big. How old are you this year? Shiokai perked up his ears. 8 years old. Jiang Yu answered honestly. 8 years old. Shiokai gasped. 8 years old. Level 25 soul power. Is this even human? Our Martial Soul Hall's golden generation isn't this impressive. He couldn't believe that there was someone on the continent whose talent exceeded their martial soul hall's top genius. But soul power couldn't be faked. The display on the crystal ball clearly showed level 25. Unexpectedly, he had risen 2 levels. It seemed the effect of the whale glue was not much inferior to that of celestial great herbs. JiangYu understood his own situation very well. Although he had only increased his soul power by 2 levels, if someone else took the whale glue, they would definitely gain more because of the difficulty of cultivating the Hongmeng purple qi. However, his soul power's refinement level was definitely stronger than anyone else's, which is why he could challenge Soul Zone. Little brother, I wonder if you would be interested in joining our martial soul hall? The benefits here are the best on the continent. Xiaokai immediately tried to recruit JiangYu. Join the martial soul hall? Don't joke. He was already part of the martial soul hall when he was still drinking Bibi Dong's milk. Did he need to join again? However, he couldn't tell Xiaokai about this, as it was safe for the fewer people who knew about his undercover status. I'm sorry, Grandpa. JiangYu innocently refused. I have already joined another sect, so it's impossible for me to join your martial soul hall. Oh, I see. Xiaokai couldn't help but exclaim in regret. With JiangYu's talent, joining the martial soul hall would certainly lead to him being valued highly, and he might even surpass the golden generation, becoming the holy son of the martial soul hall. At that time, he could be accepted as a disciple by the Pope, and his future would be limitless. As the recommender, Xiaokai would definitely receive a reward, and perhaps he could be transferred to serve in the Soul City. This way, he would be able to see the Holy Pope. However, he never expected that this wish would be dashed now. JiangYu had actually joined another force. After leaving the main hall, JiangYu did not rush back, but instead moved to the back of the palace. After finding the right position, he took out the slingshot from his pocket. This thing was not technically sophisticated at all. He had simply carved a Y-shaped piece of wood and added a rubber band on top to finish it. JiangYu bent down to pick up a stone and took out a small piece of paper that he had prepared earlier, wrapping the stone in it. Whoosh! JiangYu pulled the slingshot hard, launching the stone, and with a bang, the crystal window was smashed, leaving a hole that flew into the interior of the Soul Palace. Ouch! A familiar voice sounded. JiangYu's stone just happened to hit Xiaokai, who was so lacking in public morals. Xiaokai looked down and saw that the stone was wrapped in a small piece of paper, and he quickly picked it up. This is... Upon unfolding the paper, he saw the contents inside. Although JiangYu had deliberately written it in a crooked manner, Xiaokai still understood the key information on it. It seemed he needed to report this to the Soul City as soon as possible, as it was of great importance, and only the Pope could make the decision. Ignoring the pain in his body, Xiaokai hurriedly stood up to find a main hall master. Not long after, a soul master flew out of the Soul Palace. He had 5 soul rings and a pair of wings on his back, and soon he disappeared into the horizon, flying towards the location of the Soul Palace. In the Pope's hall, Bibi Dong looked at the wrinkled piece of paper in her hand and immediately recognized the handwriting on it. Although Jiang Yu had intentionally written it awkwardly, it could not escape her eyes. After all, she had personally taught Jiang Yu how to write, and no matter how it changed, it would not fool her. Finally, she had brought back a piece of valuable intelligence. Bibi Dong pondered for a moment and called for Lord Dia to come over. Half an hour later, 500 flying-type soul masters flew out of the Soul City. Each of them had at least 5 soul rings, and none of them had anything less than the best soul ring configuration. The only organization on the continent capable of mobilizing such a large-scale soul master force was probably the Soul Palace. The army lingered in Liangshan City for 7 days, but still failed to find the Duke of Liangshan, fearing he had already escaped to the Star Luo Empire, marking a stain on this trip to Liangshan. At this moment, the envoy sent by Emperor Shuya also entered Liangshan City, and Golong immediately knelt to receive the decree. According to Emperor Shuya's intention, the Liangshan Principality would revoke its title of a closed state and be renamed Liangshan Province. Soon, a new governor of Liangshan would be appointed. As for Li Guang, who Golong mentioned in his letter, Emperor Xia, after weighing the options, did not appoint him as the governor of Liangshan, but rather conferred upon him the title of Count. Emperor Shuya conferred Li Guang as Count of Liangshan, and specially granted him 1,000 acres of land. Emperor Shuya's meaning was very clear. He could allow Li Guang to continue enjoying wealth and honor, but regarding real power, he should not think about it anymore and just be at ease as a wealthy man. After waiting for almost half a month, the new governor of Liangshan was finally appointed, accompanied by a large number of officials. Although this governor came from a civil service background, he acted decisively and was not devoid of ruthless actions. Upon taking office, he executed hundreds of officials from the former Liangshan Principality who had ulterior motives. Of course, he was not merely about killing. During this process, he also did not forget to win people's hearts. In summary, It was about killing a batch, promoting a batch, and demoting a batch. About half a month later, the situation was completely stabilized, and Golong, in accordance with Emperor Shuya's orders, left behind 30,000 elite guards in Liangshan province. He then led the remaining soldiers back to the Heaven-Do imperial city. After leaving the territory of Liangshan, the army hurried towards the imperial city, traveling by day and camping at night, and everything went smoothly along the way. In the Woniu Valley, although this was not a good place to camp, it was getting late, and the march was inconvenient. So Golong had no choice but to stay put in the valley. They had not encountered any dangers in Liangshan, so now that they were in the territory controlled by the Heaven-Do Empire, Golong also relaxed his guard. However, he still assigned over 1,000 elite guards to guard the gold and silver treasures that had been discovered from the Duke of Liangshan's residence. After midnight, everyone fell into a deep sleep, and the soldiers on guard were also looking quite sleepy, completely lacking any spirit. At this moment, a group of masked individuals in black quietly infiltrated the camp. They were from the Soul Palace, and each of them was a Soul Master. So even if hundreds of them acted simultaneously, they still made no sound. Soon they reached the back of the camp, where the gold and silver treasures were laid out. Just ahead, Lord Dia recognized the dozens of large chests ahead as the target of their mission, and a look of joy appeared on his face. Chapter 93, Golden Eagle Goddess. Let me do it, Father. A woman spoke, her voice cold, yet carrying a hint of laziness. This woman was completely wrapped in a black bodysuit, her proud figure fully displayed. A pair of long legs, combined with her slender waist and towering bust resembling Mount Everest, made it hard to look away. Her figure alone could be considered a stunning beauty, although her face was obscured by a black lace mask. Her bright apricot eyes revealed that her beauty was certainly not low. Be careful, Tifa. Lord Dia did not stop her. He was well aware of his daughter's capabilities. Among the few female soul masters in the entire Soul Palace, his daughter was also one of the best. She was even hailed as the Golden Eagle Goddess of the Soul Palace, a title that could not be earned solely based on looks. Lord Tifa inherited the family's Golden Eagle martial soul and had further evolved into the Golden Feather Eagle Emperor, although she was only in her 30s. Her cultivation had already surpassed the Soul Emperor level. She was the hope of the entire Luo family. Although Lord Dia had many children, only Lord Tifa had the most hope of reaching the title Douluo realm, which was why he specially brought her along for training this time. Don't worry, Father. Lord Tifa confidently walked forward. Her steps were light, and as her legs moved, the curve of her perky backside became extremely alluring. The masked individuals behind her couldn't help but swallow, infuriating Lord Dia to the point that he nearly wanted to teach them a lesson. If it weren't for the fear of alarming the other party, he would have beaten this group of useless subordinates until they cried. His daughter was not someone they could fantasize about. She had to at least be the champion of the continental level competition. Just as Lord Tifa was about to approach the drowsy soldiers ahead, a burst of golden light suddenly erupted from her body. The radiance swirled only within a 1-meter radius around her and did not spill over. Following that, a small golden eagle appeared behind her, its entire body shimmering like gold, with even its wings and claws being a brilliant golden color. It looked particularly dazzling. After the manifestation of her martial soul, Lord Tifa underwent significant changes. Besides her pupils turning golden, her hands transformed into golden eagle claws, and a pair of several-meter-long brilliant golden wings sprouted from her back. She resembled a character from a certain game, the goddess of war, Athena. Lord Tifa's talent far surpassed that of her father, thanks to the powerful, mutated martial soul, the Golden Feather Eagle Emperor, which granted her innate soul power at level 9. Even in the talent-rich Spirit Hall, she could be considered a genius soul master. Due to her status as the daughter of a renowned genius, and having the support of the title JiangYu, Lord Tidia was increasingly valued in the Spirit Hall in recent years, giving a feeling of the daughter elevating the father. At that moment, a soldier on guard duty was startled awake by a strong urge to urinate. Just as he was about to get up to relieve himself, he suddenly noticed a figure in black, radiating golden light approaching. The soldier barely had time to think enemy, before his mouth involuntarily closed, and his eyes became vacant. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that a golden light was emanating from Lord Tifa's golden pupils, reflecting in the soldier's gaze. This was her first soul skill, Royal Eye. Under the influence of this soul skill, everyone would involuntarily feel the pressure of a monarch, unable to resist the urge to submit, with the duration depending on individual willpower. Generally, those with soul power higher than Lord Tifa would only be affected for a few seconds. But the soldier of the Imperial Guard clearly did not meet that standard. Under the effect of the soul skill, he instantly turned into a puppet. After dealing with the soldier, InnateFull walked straight up to the box, confirming its contents before signaling to her companions to come help with the transport. Go! Lord Tidian nodded in satisfaction, and with a shout, hundreds of soul masters moved into action. They took out the ropes tied to their waists, wrapped the other end around the box several times, then secured the buckle and spread their wings to take off into the air. Bang! A sparrow soul master, unable to bear the weight of the box, was abruptly pulled down, and the box fell heavily to the ground. Thief! The commotion startled the guards who were sleeping, and upon seeing the black-clothed figure stealing, the Imperial guards shouted loudly, some even ringing the nearby gong to raise the alarm. This is bad. We need to end this quickly. Lord Tidia's expression tightened. Although the people she brought were all soul masters, once surrounded by tens of thousands of troops, they would inevitably be affected. Even though the Spirit Hall had the richest resources of soul masters, they couldn't afford to lose 500 spirit kings or above. In the central army, the marshal's tent, Gailong was playing a game with Li Guang's sextuplet sister when he suddenly heard a commotion. Stepping out of the tent, Gailong shouted, "What's going on? Why the panic? Marshal, it's bad." A member of the Imperial Guard knelt down and urgently reported. Someone has broken into the camp and is preparing to steal those boxes at the back. Stealing boxes? How outrageous! Gailong was furious. They even dare to steal inside my tent. These thieves are truly bold. Bring me my 100-pound broadsword. After saying this, Gailong turned back into the tent, put on his armor, and after giving some instructions to the 6 identical beauties, he took the broadsword handed to him by the guard at the entrance. Jiang Yu's tent. The noise outside also startled Jiang Yu. He casually asked a soldier and quickly learned what had happened. Thieves? Jiang Yu instantly understood. It seemed the people from the Spirit Hall had come, and the leader was not stupid, knowing to strike after Gailong and the others had left the territory of Liangshan and let their guard down. In fact, Jiang Yu was mistaken. It wasn't he the leader who was clever, the real decision-maker was. Lordifa. This goddess of the Golden Eagle was not only beautiful, but also possessed wisdom far beyond ordinary people. Because of this, Lordifa was highly valued by Bibi Dong, and she was often assigned to work with Hu Laina so that the proud disciple could learn from this beauty who excelled in both beauty and intelligence. Back in his tent, Jiang Yu did not go back to sleep but awaited news. Even though the Imperial guards were numerous, he still believed that the people from the Spirit Hall could handle it. The waiting time was long. Half an hour later, no news came from outside. It remained uncertain whether the people from the Spirit Hall had made it out unscathed or if the Imperial guards had successfully protected the treasure of gold and silver. Just as Jiang Yu was nervously waiting, a shadow approached his tent. The person's lower body was that of a snake, and more surprisingly, the snake's body made no sound as it slithered on the ground. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that the snake's body was not touching the ground, but was hovering about a foot above it, and the mysterious person's ability to perform such a feat was clearly related to their martial soul. That person's martial soul was a colorful snake, adorned with 6 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black, indicating they were a soul emperor-level powerhouse. Upon reaching the tent entrance, the mysterious person's black soul rings suddenly lit up, and they exhaled a cloud of colorful mist that wafted into the tent with the air. A trace of disdain curled at the corners of the mysterious person's mouth as they scoffed. What does it matter if you're a genius? I don't believe a mere great soul master can escape my colorful poison. This was their most adept form of attack. Chapter 94. The Colorful Poison. On the Douluo Continent. This was merely a lowly tactic that rarely made it to the grand stage, even in the poison-dominated soul master community. The title Douluo, known for their poison, was often looked down upon by other title Douluo. Thus, soul masters regarded him as the weakest title Douluo, a point that was almost universally acknowledged across the continent. The mysterious man's martial soul was named the colorful poisonous snake, and its toxicity was not inferior to that of the sapphire poisonous snake. Of course, it still fell short compared to Dugabo's sapphire poisonous snake emperor. However, Jiang Yu was still rendered unconscious by the colorful poison. Once the mysterious person entered the tent, they saw their target lying motionless on the table. Without hesitation, they quickly crawled over to Jiang Yu, hoisted him onto their back, and exited the tent. The mysterious man seemed quite familiar with the camp, and since most of the soldiers were attracted by the large group of thieves, he easily evaded the guards. Upon exiting the camp, the mysterious person took Jiang Yu into the forest, crawling until they reached a river area. Kid, unless the poison Douluo comes personally. No title Douluo can save you from my poison. What a pity for such a genius. It's unfortunate that you got caught up in the royal struggle. Following their master's orders, The mysterious person promptly threw Jiang Yu into the rushing river. After all, he was a valued individual by Chixiao. And as a core disciple of the seven-treasure Glazed Tile School, even the forces behind the mysterious person did not dare to act too overtly. Thus, the mysterious person had no choice but to destroy the body and erase all traces, as long as they were not caught by others. No one could trace it back to them. At worst, they could blame it on the thieves who attacked tonight. It was as if heaven itself was helping them. Watching the river carry Jiang Yu further and further away, the mysterious man finally felt relieved to leave. He had to hurry back to report the good news to his lord. When the mysterious person returned to the camp, Gailong was still leading the Imperial Guards in a struggle against the bandits. Although the masked men in black were few in number, each one was a soul master, and all were at least at the Soul King level, which puzzled Gailong. Such a powerful force was rare across the entire continent. The only ones capable of matching it were the Spirit Hall, the 7 major sects, and a few prominent families, such as the Xingluo Empire and a handful of other forces. Was it the Yi family? Or the Lin family? The Fong family? Gailong's expression gradually grew serious. Or perhaps it was the Spirit Hall. The 3 families of Fong, Lin, and Yi were all super giant families among the top 10 families on the continent. And all 3 were located within the Xingluo Empire, consistently supporting the Xingluo royal family and often opposing the Tiando royal family. This is why Gailong would first suspect them. Xingluo Empire, Baroque province. When Jiang Yu opened his eyes again, he found himself no longer in the tent. From the decorations above and the rhythmic sounds of swaying, he realized he was lying on a carriage. Where's this? Jiang Yu muttered drowsily. Little brother, you're awake. I didn't expect you to wake up first. It seems your constitution is quite good. After hearing Jiang Yu's movements, the owner of the carriage handed him a small porcelain cup. The man was an elder, tall and thin, with hair as black as a middle-aged man's. His complexion was rosy, but his eyes appeared somewhat sinister. Quick, drink this medicine. The elder tried to put on a kind expression. You've been poisoned by the rainbow snake's venom. Luckily, I have the gallbladder of the rainbow snake here. Using it as a medicinal guide along with 5 special herbs to counteract snake venom, your poison could be completely eliminated. As he spoke, the elder's expression gradually became proud. He was very confident in his achievements in the field of poison, and even if a poison Douluo came, he wouldn't be afraid. A small rainbow snake venom was nothing more than a piece of cake for him. After all, few on the continent could match his expertise in poison. Poison. Jiang Yu realized that he had been poisoned by someone, and he had no recollection of it until now. Who could have poisoned him? Jiang Yu took the medicine from the elder's hand and began to think. The porcelain bottle emitted a foul odor. But he did not suspect the elder of any trickery. If this person wanted to harm him, he wouldn't have saved him. Jiang Yu held his breath and gulped down the green liquid in the porcelain bottle. The antidote didn't taste as bad as he imagined, but instead had a refreshing fragrance. Before long, Jiang Yu felt a warm current flowing through his lower abdomen, and his strength gradually began to recover. Even the negative effects disappeared. Thank you, Grandpa, Jiang Yu sincerely said to the elder. Although he was confident in his constitution, without the elder's help, he would likely continue to be unconscious. No need to be polite. It was just a small effort. You're lucky. When I found you by the river, the poison had already spread throughout your body. I just tried my best. Unexpectedly, your constitution is stronger than that of an ordinary adult. You should thank yourself, the elder said without taking credit. Then I must thank you, Grandpa. Jiang Yu expressed his gratitude. I owe you my life. May I ask your esteemed name so that I can repay you in the future? The elder nodded in satisfaction upon hearing Jiang Yu's words, a faint smile appearing on his face. This young boy, despite his age, understood the importance of gratitude. He indeed did not save the wrong person. My name is Yang Wudi. Thank you, Elder Yang. Jiang Yu was taken aback. He carefully scrutinized the old man before him, realizing that this old man was the famous leader of the poison family, Yang Wudi. This was a formidable figure. Though the leaders of the 4 major single-attribute clans were all tough characters, Yang Wudi was undoubtedly the most noteworthy among them, as not everyone could stand up to a title Douluo at the level of a soul Douluo without any inferiority. Tang Hao was one, and Yang Wudi was another. Jiang Yu felt somewhat complicated. After all, he was a member of the Spirit Hall. Yang Wudi had a significant grudge against the Spirit Hall, as the Haotian sect's announcement of seclusion had not been communicated in advance to the 4 major single-attribute clans, leading to a battle with the Spirit Hall. In that battle, the 4 major single-attribute clans were almost wiped out by the Spirit Hall. If Yang Wudi were to find out that Jiang Yu was from the Spirit Hall, he would probably turn against him on the spot. Thank you, Elder Yang. Jiang Yu forced a smile. Little brother, what is your name, and where are you from? How did you end up in the river? JiangYu. I'm Jiang. Jiang Shangyou. Jiang Yu thought quickly and invented a fake name. Ever since the assassination incident, his name had spread across the continent. So for safety reasons, he couldn't reveal his real name. Although it felt wrong to deceive, he had no choice. Just then, a melodious female voice chimed in, and Jiang Yu realized there was a woman beside him. When he turned his gaze to the right, he was startled. The woman appeared to be in her early 30s, and her black tight-fitting clothing had been ripped with more than a dozen large holes, exposing her snow-white skin. With striking golden long hair, paired with her ample curves and slender waist, she was simply a stunning beauty. Such a beautiful lady was rare to see. Jiang Shangyou, haha. No wonder you were thrown into the river. It turns out it's because of your name, Yang Wudi remarked after handing the medicine to Jiang Yu, awakening the woman from her stupor, though she did not immediately react. Luo Ertia also understood the current situation. Last night his plan had gone quite smoothly, but unexpectedly. It had alarmed Gailong and his men. Surrounded by the army, even their elite members from the Spirit Hall were caught in a tough battle. Although most soldiers of the Imperial Guards had low soul power, they were all wearing heavy armor. And what was even more annoying was that thousands of archers were constantly shooting arrows. As a rare female soul master, Luo Ertia naturally attracted more attention, with over 10 soul emperor-level experts attacking her alone. Meanwhile, her father was entangled with Gailong and couldn't lend a hand. Although she was powerful, being besieged by so many soul masters of the same level was still quite challenging. Even after she broke through the encirclement, she was severely injured and ended up in the river alongside Jiang Yu, which was how they were both rescued by Yang Wudi. "Who are you?" Jiang Yu asked, somewhat puzzled. Although this lady looked good, she clearly lacked emotional intelligence. Who would tease someone about their name right in front of them? I, Luo Ertia. Seeing Jiang Yu ask for a name, couldn't he help but smile. "My name is Phelan. What is wrong? Little brother, do you have a crush on me?" Such a young kid already thinking about women. She naturally wouldn't reveal her real name. Ugh, this aunt is too indecent. Although Jiang Yu is usually a bit indecent as well, he understands what restraint means, unlike the woman in front of him. All right, he's still a child. Yang Wudi interrupted her, saying, "You have quite a few injuries. Who did this to you?" "Sigh. It's an enemy seeking revenge." Lordifa casually found a reason, and when she saw that her body was wrapped in bandages in multiple places, her little face couldn't help but blush, because even some embarrassing areas were. "Don't worry." Yang Wudi saw her face gradually turning red and knew what she was concerned about, so he immediately reassured her. "The one who bandaged you is my friend's granddaughter. I didn't touch you at all." Yang Wudi's words instantly relieved Lordifa, and thinking about how she had misjudged him, she felt a bit embarrassed. "I'm sorry, I misunderstood. Thank you for saving me, Senior Yang." "All right, no need to be polite." Yang Wudi chuckled. A soul master who stands by and watches without helping is not a qualified one. You two rest here. Decide what to do after you fully recover. Chapter 95, Lowly. Auntie. After learning that Jiang Yu was missing, Xueqinghe and Gelong immediately searched the entire camp, but found no trace of him whatsoever. This made Gelong furious. The treasures from the Duke of Liangshan's estate had not only been completely plundered by thieves, but even his only strategist, Jiang Yu, had also disappeared, which was truly a loss of both wealth and men. Ever since hearing about Jiang Yu, Xueqinghe had been staying in his tent, trying to find any clues, but he discovered nothing unusual even late into the night. Senior Cichlids, with no other choice, he had to seek help from the mysterious elder who had always been by his side. As soon as Xueqinghe finished speaking, a shadow quietly appeared inside the tent. No one could see how he had entered. Under the moonlight, the figure added a touch of mystery, and his presence was extremely restrained, with not a hint of soul power leaking out. The man was neither fat nor thin, neither tall nor short, with no special features at all. He looked quite ordinary, the kind of face that would be easily overlooked in a crowd. "Miss, what orders do you have?" The elder bowed to Qianrenxue, clearly not from the Tiando royal family. He was one of the few who knew the true identity of the man before them. "Please, Senior, help me check if there's anything special in this tent. I've been looking for a long time, but haven't found anything." Qianrenxue's tone was respectful. The Cichlid Douluo was a trusted confidant of her grandfather. When she was sent to the Tiando Empire to carry out a secret mission to replace Xueqinghe, this titled Douluo and another serpent spear Douluo had been hiding in the shadows, protecting her safety. On this expedition against the Liangshan Principality, she brought the Cichlid Douluo along, while the serpent spear Douluo remained in the imperial city. "Yes, miss." The Cichlid Douluo immediately began to inspect the tent. With his cultivation, he quickly noticed something unusual. Cichlid, possess. The strange aura was too weak. He had to unleash his martial soul. His martial soul, like his title, was also a cichlid. Although the name of this martial soul was very plain and far less impressive than names like Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon or Evil Fire Phoenix, underestimating the cichlid martial soul would be a grave mistake. This creature, living in the sea, was extremely fierce whenever it encountered danger. It would inflate its body and use its spines to protect itself. This characteristic had been perfectly inherited by cichlid soul masters, and the cichlid Douluo had inherited various abilities from the cichlid martial soul, including hardening, expansion, toxin purification, extreme toxicity, toxin projection, and toxin tracking. After manifesting his martial soul, the cichlid Douluo's body began to change, inflating like a blown-up balloon as countless purple spines erupted from his body, surrounding him, with even his hands transforming into purple spines. Enveloped in a special purple hue. 2 yellow, 3 purple for black. 9 dazzling soul rings slowly floated into view. Wow! The cichlid Douluo instantly discerned the residual toxins in the tent. Miss, there is indeed poison here, and it is extremely rare, colorful snake venom. Poison. JiangYu did not doubt the cichlid Douluo's words. The world only knew that poison Douluo's poison skills were renowned throughout the Douluo Continent. But few knew that the cichlid Douluo was not inferior to Douluo, and his martial soul was one of the few that countered the Emerald Phosphor Snake Emperor. Colorful snake venom. JiangYu suddenly remembered that a bodyguard next to Xuechun had a colorful snake martial soul. This made it clear who the mastermind of this incident was. The previous group of imposters from the Spirit Hall might have also been arranged by Xuechun. I haven't troubled you, yet you dare to touch someone I have my eyes on. It seems you cannot be spared. A cold glint flashed across JiangYu's face. Senior Cichlid, please deal with Xuechun and the bodyguard with a colorful snake martial soul. JiangYu's tone was extremely firm, indicating that JiangYu's incident had indeed stirred her anger. Yes, miss. The cichlid was somewhat surprised by JiangYu's status in his young lady's eyes. After all, this was the first time he had seen the decisive JiangYu show such emotions. But since she had spoken, he had no choice but to comply. Just as JiangYu was filled with anger, JiangYu was instead lying quietly in the carriage, resting. According to Yang Wudi, he was heading to the eastern city of the Star Luo Empire to participate in the annual poison exchange competition, where the prize for the champion was said to be a very precious medicinal herb. Given Yang Wudi's obsession with herbs, he would definitely go. After learning this news, JiangYu decided to follow Yang Wudi as well. After all, he was free and had nothing to do. Besides, he could also get closer to Yang Wudi along the way. JiangYu also wanted to learn the methods of using and detoxifying poisons from him. After all, Yang Wudi was one of the top poison experts on the continent. If he could learn his techniques, he would no longer be vulnerable to poison attacks and would have more means of self-defense. For some unknown reason, Lord Ifa also stayed behind. JiangYu found this old aunt somewhat amusing and exasperating. Although she could be considered a stunning beauty, she was particularly troublesome with her mouth. This was something Bibi Dong could not compare to. JiangYu couldn't help but feel emotional, wondering why the gap between people could be so vast. Both were mature women, yet the aunt named Fablon in front of him was so annoying. Throughout the journey, her chatter never ceased, and she often contradicted JiangYu. How could someone with such a cold and abstinent face have a mouth like that of Di Gang or Kai Ge? It truly ruined the atmosphere. JiangYu couldn't help but silently criticize in his heart. Baroque Province, Bayou City. This city is famous throughout the Star Luo Empire, known for producing jewelry and exquisite jade that are renowned across the Douluo Continent. When the carriage arrived at the city gate, Yang Wudi called JiangYu and Fablon to get out of the vehicle. According to the rules, they all had to undergo inspection. Phew! JiangYu stretched lazily and, after lifting the curtain, jumped down from the carriage. The toxins in his body had been completely expelled, and his physical condition had fully returned to its peak. At that moment, 2 people also got down from the carriage behind him, an old man and a young girl. They looked like a grandfather and granddaughter. The old man had a standard crane-like appearance with a head full of snow-white hair casually cascading down his back. His complexion was as rosy as that of a baby, and his figure was well-proportioned, dressed in a white robe, giving him an air of ethereal grace. After getting down from the carriage, the old man carefully assisted the girl down, afraid she might fall. Soon, JiangYu's gaze was drawn to the girl. She seemed to be around the same age as JiangYu, but had an exceptionally tall and slender figure, even taller than him. Moreover, she was extremely beautiful, with skin as smooth and fair as the surface of an egg, leaving no room for criticism. Her purple bob haircut looked sharp and capable, while the short ponytail tied at the back added a touch of playfulness. The girl's bright phoenix eyes sparkled with curiosity as she looked around, showing a strong interest in everything. Old Bai Niao, after such a long journey, let's take a break in this Bayou city. I heard there are special events happening here tonight. Let us join the fun. Yang Wudi said with a gentle expression as he looked at the old man behind him. He had few friends, and the one he got along best with was this old man with white hair. It seemed he was not mistaken. Upon hearing Yang Wudi's address to the old man, combined with the sweet-looking girl beside him, JiangYu could confirm that they were the clan leader of the Minji family, Bai He, and his granddaughter, Bai Qinxiang. JiangYu was not wrong. The reason Bai He was traveling with Yang Wudi was that my city had something he needed, and he made a trip there every year. Coincidentally, Yang Wudi was on the way, which is why the two old friends had come together. Is that little girl pretty? Or is the aunt pretty? Loridi Fa teased JiangYu, who was staring at the girl. Of course it's her, JiangYu replied frankly. Look at yourself, how old are you? Your skin is almost wrinkled. How could you compare with her? In fact, JiangYu said this deliberately to annoy her. Loridi Fa's skin was not wrinkled. On the contrary, it was very firm. Where is it wrinkled? Loridi Fa quickly looked at herself, pinching her skin with both hands, and relaxed when she found it was still as smooth and soft as before. Good for you, you little brat. Loridi Fa pointed at JiangYu's head and laughed. You really don't know how to appreciate it. When you grow up a bit more, you'll realize how good the aunt is. How can a little girl compare? Hee. JiangYu was too lazy to respond to her. Compared to the old dish, he still preferred fresh and delicious dishes. You're awake, Bai Qinxiang said curiously as she approached JiangYu. And without saying much, she leaned in close and said, Grandpa Yang said you were deeply poisoned, and he didn't think you could hold on. I didn't expect you to wake up so quickly and be so lively. You truly are amazing. It seems your body is very strong. Bai Qinxiang's eyes were fixed on JiangYu, scanning every part of his body from top to bottom. Chapter 96. JiangYu's suggestion. JiangYu felt a bit uncomfortable being stared at so closely and awkwardly responded, I'm okay. Then Bai Qinxiang excitedly grabbed JiangYu's hand, her phoenix eyes sparkling with excitement. Can you teach me how to make my body so outstanding? The Minji clan's inherited martial soul, the sharp-tailed swift, although a very noble martial soul, doesn't have strong attack power aside from its incredible speed. Therefore, Bai Qinxiang usually trains extra techniques to make her body more agile, to enhance her combat capability. Seeing JiangYu's strong physical quality, Bai Qinxiang couldn't help but feel a bit tempted. Xiang, how cute. Yang Wudi laughed heartily from a distance. He was also very fond of his old friend as granddaughter. His descendants had all been involved in that battle with the martial soul hall, so he treated Bai Qinxiang with the same affection as his own granddaughter. Silly girl. Bai He noticed JiangYu's awkward expression and timely intervened. Girls' physical qualities are generally inferior to boys. Moreover, this young brother's condition is likely innate. No amount of training will allow you to catch up. Our Minji clan's advantage lies in speed, strength isn't that important. You should know that unparalleled speed is our true trump card. No matter how strong the enemy is, if they can't catch us, it's all in vain. Bai He's words made some sense. JiangYu couldn't help but recall a few famous sayings. In the world of martial arts, nothing is indestructible. Only speed is unbreakable. As he thought about it, he uttered these words. Yes, that's the meaning. It was the first time Bai He had met someone who so admired his viewpoint, and his mood suddenly lifted as he nodded continuously, finding JiangYu more and more pleasing to the eye. Regarding Bai Qinxiang, JiangYu didn't dislike her, so he didn't mind giving her a few pointers. You girls find it hard to surpass boys in strength unless you have innate divine power, so there's no need to pursue attack output capability deliberately. Your advantage is speed, and I suggest you consider pursuing an assassin path, training more in stone throwing and archery skills. In order to prevent Bai Qinxiang from going astray, JiangYu was genuinely putting in effort, meticulously offering his suggestions. This young brother's knowledge is quite impressive. May I ask which sect you hail from? Bai He couldn't help but become very interested in JiangYu, seeing that his conversation was definitely that of a disciple from a large sect. Thank you for your praise, senior. I have no sect or faction. JiangYu certainly wouldn't tell him the truth. Since he had donned a disguise, he had to go all the way. If he revealed that he was from the 7-treasure Glazed tile school, then the false name he had given would be meaningless. Oh, Bai He was a bit surprised, but then he thought this was a good opportunity. This young man had impressive knowledge and was of a similar age to his granddaughter, so perhaps, if he could be with Xiang and then have a big fat child, maybe the Minji clan could hope for revival. Bai He's eyes flashed with a hint of light, but he was not in a hurry. The most important thing now was to investigate Jiang Yu's entire background. I would like to ask, young brother, about your martial soul and current soul power level. Although Jiang didn't know why he was being so abrupt, he still released his martial soul. A rich glow burst forth from him, slowly gathering in the palm of his right hand. Before long, a sword shining with colorful brilliance appeared in his hand. My martial soul is a sword, and I am a level 25 attack system soul master. He didn't reveal that his martial soul was the Chixiao Sword. A sword martial soul, a level 25 great soul master. He couldn't help but feel excited. This was one of the best among weapon martial souls. The sword martial soul not only had powerful attack power, but was also known as the gentleman among weapons, the king of 100 soldiers, and was itself a very noble martial soul. The martial soul of the Min family is also known for its nobility, and when paired with the sword martial soul, it can be said to complement each other perfectly. This aura, feeling the powerful aura emanating from the Chixiao Sword, Yang Wudi's expression became somewhat serious. He had only felt such a terrifying aura from the Haotian hammer before. No, the mysterious sword martial soul before him, which exuded an astonishing momentum, was even stronger than the Haotian hammer, revered as the #1 weapon martial soul in the world. How could this be possible? Although Yang Wudi felt incredibly disappointed with the actions of the Haotian sect during the battle against the 4 single attribute clans and the martial soul hall, he had to admit the strength of the Haotian hammer. Even the inherited martial soul of the Pa family, the Pa soul gun, was still somewhat inferior to the Haotian hammer. Is there really a weapon martial soul stronger than the Haotian hammer in this world? This kid is not simple. A hint of difference flashed in Yang Wudi's eyes as he stroked his beard with one hand, revealing a contemplative expression on his face. This kid, Loridi Fa, was also shocked by Jiang Yu's talent. A child so small had actually broken through to level 25 in soul power, and with the best soul ring configuration. Generally speaking, the first soul ring of a soul master rarely exceeds 100 years, even among the new soul masters of the martial soul hall. Not everyone possesses a 100-year first soul ring, let alone a civilian soul master like Jiang Yu who has not joined any sect. Unexpectedly, he actually has 200-year soul rings, and his soul power has reached the level of a great soul master. This talent is not inferior to the golden generation of their martial soul hall. Loridi Fa's eyes couldn't help but become heated. If he could bring this genius back to the martial soul hall to present to His Holiness the Pope, it would definitely be a great merit. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. For a moment, everyone was captivated by Jiang Yu. Great soul master. Bai Qinxiang immediately felt a sense of competition. She did not expect Jiang Yu to have already obtained 2 soul rings. It should be noted that she, the #1 genius of the Min family, with innate soul power level 7, had only trained her soul power to level 15. Jiang Yu's soul power level was actually 10 levels higher than hers, which created a huge gap in her heart. Bai Qinxiang originally thought that with her talent, along with the incredible speed granted by the sharp-tailed swallow, there were not many geniuses on the continent who could rival her. Unexpectedly, now a seemingly ordinary boy appeared with such terrifying talent. Jiang Yu looked quite unremarkable. Apart from being a bit handsome and having a bit more experience, she could not discern any other advantages. How could his strength be so formidable? Bai Qinxiang was somewhat perplexed. Ahem, ahem, ahem. Seeing that everyone around was looking at him in shock, Jiang Yu awkwardly retracted the Chixiao Sword. Let us head into the city first. Jiang Yu smiled awkwardly. The little brother is right. Let us all go into the city. Yang Wudi broke the awkward atmosphere and called everyone to head towards the city. The city guards only searched the carts for any prohibited items. Then they asked Yang Wudi about the purpose of entering the city and where they came from before allowing everyone to enter. As for special items like soul guide devices, the soldiers did not force a search. This was also a special treatment for soul masters. Bayou City was large, with streets crisscrossing and very wide, enough for hundreds of people to walk side by side. The streets were lined with stalls. Many vendors were shouting, and pedestrians passed by in an endless stream, creating a bustling scene. After entering the city, Yang Wudi inquired with passers-by and then took everyone to a hotel. Although the hotel's decor was not luxurious, it looked clean and spacious. Upon arriving at the hotel entrance, staff members took care of the carts and moved them to the parking area, where there were dedicated personnel to feed them fresh blue silvergrass. This hotel, although not as famous as the large chain hotel like the Rose Hotel, provided good service. After entering the hotel, young ladies in uniforms warmly welcomed everyone, all wearing the same smile, clearly having trained together often. After checking into their rooms, everyone returned to their respective rooms to rest. The interior decor had its own unique charm, with posters of girls on the walls, all wearing exquisite jade. Besides fruits on the table, there was also a brilliantly designed promotional flyer. Jiang Yu casually picked it up to look, and it turned out that a grand celebration would be held in the city that evening, open to everyone, locals or not, with many activities planned. Even the most famous entertainment venue in Baiyu City, the Yixiang Courtyard, would send out top singers and dancers to perform their talents. In addition, there would be a series of prizes given away, including many valuable items. It would be nice to check it out in the evening. Jiang Yu grabbed an apple from the table and took a bite. It tasted really good, much better than an ordinary apple. It was clearly the famous Hongyu apple from the outer regions, known for its quality and affordability, and it was very popular even in the Xinglua Empire. So the hotel would also treat its guests well. Chapter 97. The Twin Sisters. As night fell, thousands of lanterns were hung high in Baiyu City, and the flames instantly lit up the night. The annual event of Baiyu City also began, and Jiang Yu and his group arrived at the most bustling commercial street in the city. Although the event had not officially started, the streets were already crowded with people. In addition to young boys and girls, even some elderly men and women with white hair were eagerly anticipating the upcoming celebrations. The Baiyu Festival was a grand event in the city. On this day, no matter how busy the residents were, they would come to participate in the celebrations. The stalls on the street also began promotional activities, with prices slashed by at least half compared to usual. Baiyu Square, located in the central area of the commercial street, covered an area of several tens of thousands of square meters, and at this moment, a stage in the square was fully prepared. The celebration was about to begin. The city lord of Baiyu City and the head of the martial soul hall in the city, along with other notable figures, attended the event and offered their congratulations, wishing for the event's success. After introducing the history of the Baiyu Festival, the first event, the double battle began. Any soul master under the age of 16 and below the soul sect level could sign up to participate. The purpose of the double battle was to discover new talents, so generally well-known soul masters would not participate. After hearing the introduction, Bai Ling had a flash of inspiration. He was just thinking of creating an opportunity for Jiang Yu and his granddaughter to get close, and unexpectedly, the opportunity came. He took the liberty of going to secretly sign up Jiang Yu and Bai Qinxiang. After Jiang Yu learned about it, he couldn't help but feel a bit helpless. But since it was already done, he didn't intend to refuse. Fighting with different soul masters could quickly increase his experience, and he was happy to accept. Arriving at the registration area, Jiang Yu and Bai Qinxiang received 2 number plates after testing their bone age, which read 13, indicating they were the 13th pair to compete. Let us give your combination a name. The staff member asked. Let's call it the Jiangbai combination. Jiang Yu casually thought of a name. He couldn't be bothered to put much thought into such trivial matters. After all, it was temporary. Bai Qinxiang couldn't help but roll her eyes. This name is too lacking in style. No way. It has no momentum at all. Then what do you want? Jiang Yu didn't mind. Let me think. Bai Qinxiang assumed a contemplative pose, and soon she came up with a very stylish name, which would be called the Youxiang combination. Jiang Yu didn't think this name was stylish, but he didn't refute it either. He didn't mind what it was called. Confirmed. After the staff confirmed it was correct, they wrote down their combination name on the number plate. Half an hour later, the 2-person battle began immediately, and the first pair to appear was a duo of muscular men. Their opponents were a man and a woman. The man was somewhat short, while the woman had an hourglass figure and was even over 1.8 meters tall. Many people favored the muscular men, as they gave a stronger sense of pressure based on appearance. After releasing their martial souls, the 2 muscle men suddenly sprouted brownish-yellow fur, accompanied by a faint fishy smell. On their chests, a huge white hair-like crescent looked exceptionally eye-catching, and their height swelled to 3 meters. The most chilling aspect was their pale red eyes, which radiated a fierce and bloodthirsty light. 2 yellow soul rings circled around them. They were bloodthirsty demon bears, a type of earth attribute soul beast. Both muscular men were strong attack-type soul masters, with a clear advantage in explosive power. As for the male-female duo, one was a speed-type soul master with a martial soul of a blue giant wolf, about 2 meters long, with brownish-yellow eyes filled with rage. This soul beast was called the Wind Spirit Wolf, known for its speed. The voluptuous female soul master was, on the other hand, a strong attack-type soul master. Her martial soul was quite unique. It was not a common beast martial soul, but a special weapon martial soul, the classic. Generally speaking, book-type martial souls are basically useless, with less than 10% capable of being cultivated, yet this female soul master surprisingly had 2 yellow soul rings. This indicates that she was definitely an anomaly. Her classic martial soul was extremely special, lacking the usual attribute restrictions, allowing her to directly absorb the soul rings of soul beasts she killed as her own abilities. Once the 2 yellow soul rings on the female soul master lit up, they transformed into a massive ice bear shimmering with cold light and a fierce tiger engulfed in blazing flames. The 2 ferocious soul beasts flanked the female soul master, charging towards the muscular men under her control. Meanwhile, the wind spirit wolf soul master provided support, unleashing several massive wind blades in an instant. The 2 muscular men extended their enormous palms to swat at the charging soul beasts, with intense yellow light shooting out from their palms, releasing a tremendous force. However, the ice bear and tiger were not easy to bully. They were powerful among century-old soul beasts, and their strength was not inferior to that of the bloodthirsty demon bears. Coupled with the wind blades launched by the wind spirit wolf soul master, the 2 muscular men quickly fell into a disadvantageous position. The battle's development clearly exceeded everyone's expectations. The muscular men were quickly taken down, and the male-female duo successfully won the first round of the match. Next up was the Yoxiang combination, and their opponents were the Dalu combination. Upon hearing the name, Jiang Yu and Bai Qinxiang took each other's hands and stepped onto the stage, both looking handsome and beautiful, immediately attracting everyone's attention. Little Master, there's still more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Their opponents were a pair of twin sisters. The elder sister named Hu Di and the younger sister named Hu Li. As soon as the match began, Bai Qinxiang leaped up like lightning, her legs together as if glued, and her arms spread out like wings. With a quick shake, she soared into the air. Although Bai Qinxiang had not yet acquired a flying soul skill, her innate advantage as a swift-tailed swallow did not hinder her flying ability. So her first soul ring skill was a very special soul skill, Phantom. After the soul skill was unleashed, for afterimages appeared behind Bai Qinxiang, gradually becoming clear and identical to her actual appearance. At the same time, a long sword emanating a strong firelight appeared in Jiang Yu's hand. The twin sisters across also released their martial souls simultaneously, both radiating the same green light. Soon, the same martial soul appeared behind them, which was a humanoid soul beast. With long green hair flowing in the wind, a mask made of green leaves covered their faces. Behind them sprouted a pair of wings made of green leaves, with the turbulent peaks and a mysterious triangular area concealed by dense foliage. The twin sisters' martial soul was called Green Light Maiden, a very rare, mutated martial soul, which had only appeared a handful of times in the continent's history. This was Jiang Yu's first time witnessing it, so he looked on with great interest. After releasing their martial souls, the twin sisters grew a pair of wings made of leaves, and the curvature of their chests transformed from a straight line into an astonishing arc. This transformation method was something Jiang Yu had never encountered before. It was truly fascinating. The Hu Di sisters' first soul rings suddenly lit up, and they simultaneously extended their right hands, then pulled back their left hands to quietly summon a green light arrow. First soul skill, Green Light Arrow Blade, activate. The 2 light arrows seemed to have eyes of their own, shooting toward Bai Qinxiang and Jiang Yu respectively. The figure in the air quickly dodged, but the light arrows seemed relentless in their pursuit. After piercing through 3 afterimages, the arrows continued to rush toward the real Bai Qinxiang, who was about to be hit when Jiang Yu acted. The Chixiao Sword array was immediately activated, and several golden fire swords erupted from the sword body. Jiang Yu sent one sword flying toward the green light arrow in the air with a whoosh. Upon collision, the light arrow and the golden sword emitted a burst of scalding white smoke, which quickly dissipated. The light arrow that had been targeting Jiang Yu was also swiftly dismantled under the encirclement of the Chixiao Sword array. Sister, this kid is pretty strong. We finally met our match this time. Hu Li's eyes sparkled as she realized how powerful the boy ahead of them was. Even with the 2 of them together, they couldn't handle him. Chapter 98, The Unruly Sisters. It's time. Hu Di looked at her sister and nodded. Although Jiang Yu's strength exceeded their expectations, the victory in this duel battle would definitely belong to them. Yes, sister. Hu Li immediately understood her sister's intention. The 2 yellow soul rings on her body suddenly lit up, and then she swung her hand forward, causing the soul rings to detach from her. At the same time, Hu Di made the same move, and the 4 yellow soul rings collided and fused together. What is this? Jiang Yu was momentarily taken aback. Could it be a martial soul fusion skill? For soul masters, martial soul fusion skills are a very special type of soul skill. Even two identical martial souls may not necessarily have a martial soul fusion skill. This is because, in addition to needing complementary and perfect combinations, the two soul master souls must also have a very high degree of compatibility. Because of this, soul masters with martial soul fusion skills are rarely seen on the continent. The most famous ones are the Polar Still Domain and the Netherworld White Tiger, as well as the dragon and snake of the legendary dragon-snake couple. These are all very powerful martial soul fusion skills. JiangYu was not mistaken. The Dalu duo, this pair of twin sisters, indeed used a martial soul fusion technique, which was their trump card. Even soul masters at the soul respect level often fell at their hands. The sisters reached out their hands together, their palms pressed tightly against each other. The four yellow soul rings in the air immediately emitted a dazzling light and then enveloped their bodies. Subsequently, a green wave of light was released from the two of them, and soon their bodies began to merge into a single green pillar of light. They must not be allowed to complete the martial soul fusion technique. Jiang Yu immediately activated the Chixiao Sword formation, attempting to interrupt the fusion. Several fire swords shot towards the light pillar. However, the seemingly indestructible swords failed to break the light pillar, which was surprising since Jiang Yu's strike could pierce gold and shatter stone. This showed how solid the green light pillar was. At that moment, the green light maiden inside was about to complete her fusion. The green leaves wrapped around the tall and upright pointed top, revealing only the pale white peaks from the side. Then the green leaves continued downward, covering the mysterious valley area, and from the outer sides of her legs, two green ribbons condensed and headed toward her feet. When the long boots made of green leaves were fitted onto the green light maiden's delicate ankles, the wings behind her finally materialized. After the martial soul fusion technique was completed, the biggest change in the green light maiden was that the mask on her face gradually dissipated, and her face turned into that of the twin sisters. Let you see our sisters' martial soul fusion technique. Green light maiden. A cold female voice came from their mouths, and then the green light maiden sprang into action. Instantly, dozens of green light arrows appeared in her hands, each arrow several times longer than before, containing power that was not to be underestimated. Under the influence of the martial soul fusion technique, the power of their soul skills was greatly enhanced. The light arrows shot towards by Chixiao in the air and Jiang Yu on the ground. The figure in the air instantly split into 3 clones, each flying in different directions. Her speed was so fast that the audience only saw a blurry afterimage, and before anyone could react, Chixiao had already flown several hundred meters away. Jiang Yu was not idle either. He raised his hand and swung the Chixiao Sword towards the green light maiden, causing dozens of sword shadows to explode forth. However, this time it was not as smooth as before. The light arrows released a strong force and seemed to possess a terrifying devouring ability. Jiang Yu felt his soul power gradually weakening, and as time passed, this feeling intensified. The green light maiden, after absorbing Jiang Yu's soul power, had her green light become denser. Even the light arrows grew thicker by at least 1 circle. At that moment, Chixiao in the air found herself in an awkward position. Her clone had been hit by a light arrow and dissipated in the air, while her main body had narrowly escaped the attack. But judging by Chixiao's flustered appearance, she would likely not be able to evade the pursuit of the light arrows for long. Unfortunately, Chixiao did not possess any offensive capabilities. Although her claws could perform some simple attack actions, they were merely a tickle to a soul master using a martial soul fusion technique. The outcome of this match depended entirely on Jiang Yu's performance. It was a matter of whether he could break the opponent's martial soul fusion technique. Despite the green light maiden being difficult to deal with, the twin sister soul power could only maintain the fusion for a maximum of 5 minutes. Once that time was exceeded, the martial soul fusion technique would automatically dissolve, and the sister soul power would be exhausted. If by then they had not eliminated their enemy, they would only find themselves at the mercy of others. In simple terms, as long as Jiang Yu could withstand this wave, he could do whatever he wanted to that pair of twin sisters. Chixiao suddenly let out a moan. A light arrow struck her wing, and she plummeted towards the ground. Seeing that she was about to crash hard, Jiang Yu hurriedly rushed forward to rescue her, using his legs to powerfully push off the ground and leap into the air to catch Chixiao. As soon as Jiang Yu's hand touched her body, he felt the astonishing elasticity from Chixiao's hips. It was warm and firm, especially that perky curve. This chapter is not finished. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Truly perfect. However, this was a competition, and Jiang Yu didn't think too much. After returning to the ground, he gently set Bai Qinxiang down and then dashed forward. Looking at the figure in front of her, Bai Qinxiang felt a strange emotion arise in her heart. This feeling of being protected was indescribably happy. In an instant, Jiang Yu's figure appeared larger in Bai Qinxiang's eyes, and she suddenly had the illusion that he was the hero from the stories her grandfather told her, a hero that belonged only to her. When she was in danger, he would rush forward without hesitation to bear everything for her. Old goat, hurry, hurry, hurry. Seeing his granddaughter injured on stage, Bai could no longer maintain his calm demeanor and urgently shouted at Yang Wudi, "Quick, prepare the healing medicine. Don't worry, leave it to me." Yang Wudi immediately took out a round purple jade bowl from his soul guide, along with a pestle. After placing it on the ground, he took out a dozen items from the soul guide and began to grind them together according to a specific ratio. First, he crushed rami leaves, sorghum leaves, and hibiscus leaves into small pieces, then poured them onto a cotton cloth. Next, he mixed together astragalus, rehmannia, white atractylodes, salvia militariza, cotinopsis, leeches, peach kernels, and chuanxiong, grinding them into a powder. Finally, he took out a water bottle wrapped in thick mink skin, opened it, and poured in the steaming hot water. Soon, a bowl of medicinal soup was ready. Yang Wudi smiled proudly and said, "With my secret medicinal soup and external ointment, there will absolutely be no scars left on Xiang's body. Just watch, old Bai Bird." Bai he was not surprised by Yang Wudi's words. He knew his old friend's abilities very well. However, seeing his proud appearance, Bai he couldn't help but shake his head. The old goat just loved to show off. He never learned his lesson. Just as Yang Wudi finished preparing the healing medicine, the battle on the stage had reached a fever pitch. The green light maiden also realized that Jiang Yu was a more troublesome opponent than she had imagined, so she abandoned the light arrows and switched to close combat. The green figure suddenly accelerated, and in an instant, she was at Jiang Yu's side. Just as he was about to swing his sword, the green figure quietly moved behind him, her pale white arms tightly wrapped around Jiang Yu's neck, the two almost pressing against each other. Jiang Yu even felt the enormous elasticity brought by the impressive peaks behind him. How despicable to use such a tactic. It was all because the martial souls of these twin sisters were too peculiar. What kind of martial soul behaves like a human? Truly a disgrace to soul beasts. Cough, cough, cough. As Jiang Yu felt his throat tightening, he couldn't afford to be careless. He suddenly slammed his elbow into the mountain peak behind him, while simultaneously lifting his right foot to kick towards the opponent's thigh. The massive impact surged towards the green light lady, causing her arms to loosen. Seizing this opportunity, Jiang Yu broke free from her grasp and swung the Chixiao Sword towards her. The green light lady was taken aback, clearly not believing that Jiang Yu possessed such immense strength. Chapter 99. Yinlinger. By the time the twin sisters regained their senses, it was already too late. The Chixiao Sword had already swung toward their bodies. The green light lady was a wood element martial soul, while Jiang Yu's Chixiao Sword inherently contained the essence of extreme fire, which provided a comprehensive elemental suppression against the twin sisters' martial souls. Although they had utilized their martial soul fusion technique, it was evidently impossible to subdue Jiang Yu in such a short time. Even though Jiang Yu was only a great soul master, due to his cultivation of the Hongmeng Purple Qi path, the quality of his soul power far exceeded that of other soul masters. Coupled with the fact that he had consumed a 10,000-year-old whale gel, his physical condition had reached an incredible level, making it impossible for the twin sisters to break through Jiang Yu's defense even together. Moreover, their martial soul fusion technique's compatibility had not reached the level of perfect fusion. This was why Jiang Yu was able to successfully counter it. Otherwise, the green light lady would not have been so easily shaken off. When the blazing golden flames of the Chixiao Sword struck the green light lady's body, a sharp roar instantly echoed through the sky. Her radiant green face suddenly turned terrifying and looked exceptionally grotesque. Bang! The green light lady collapsed, her alluring body disintegrating in an instant into scattered green light. Shortly after, the twin sisters revealed themselves, their faces extremely pale, with crimson blood continuously seeping from their mouths, dripping down their chins into the white ravine between them, evoking an indescribable sense of tragic beauty. Seeing this, the referee immediately declared the winners to be the Yoxiang duo. Although the twin sisters wore expressions of unwillingness, they did not voice any objections. At this moment, their soul power had been exhausted, leaving them with no capacity to continue fighting, regardless of their reluctance. Under the twins' resentful gazes, Jiang Yu walked off the stage with Bai Qinxiang. Just as they returned to Yang Wudi and the others, Bai He hurriedly ran towards Bai Qinxiang. Without saying a word, Bai He handed the medicine in his hand to his granddaughter, signaling her to drink it, and then applied the external medicine to the bloody scar on Bai Qinxiang's back. Bai He had only this one granddaughter. Despite being strict with her most of the time, he cherished her deeply, and he was more worried about her injury than anyone else. Kid, your sword is quite strong. Loritia approached Jiang Yu, a fragrant breeze wafting towards him, making him sneeze. My sister is becoming more and more interested in you. She then broke into a smile. No, I'm not interested in you, Andy. Jiang Yu maintained his composure, not falling for her tricks. This woman named F.A. Lan had a mysterious background and a somewhat sharp tongue, so it was better to have less contact with her. You. Loritia's eyebrows shot up, her jade fingers tapping lightly, her face displaying a flustered expression. At the Spirit Hall, she was adored by countless men. In the past, no man had ever disregarded her. When had she ever suffered such humiliation? Jiang Yu's blatant disregard for her made her feel an unprecedented sense of disparity. Just then, a new round of battles was about to begin, and Jiang Yu and Bai Qinxiang had to hurry back towards the stage. Watching that upright figure, Loritia felt a surge of competitiveness. Kid, I don't believe you can escape my grasp. Sooner or later, I will bring you back to the Spirit Hall. Such a genius must be presented to His Holiness the Pope. While Loritia secretly plotted how to persuade Jiang Yu to join the Spirit Hall, the battle on stage had already commenced. This time, Youxiang's opponents were a man and a woman. After both sides announced their names, the battle quickly unfolded. The female soul master named Yanlinger appeared to be around 13 or 14 years old, standing about 1.60 meters tall, with a perfect S-shaped figure and a rare golden ratio. She wore a long red robe covered in flame elements. The design of the robe was also unusual, with a long split on both sides of the waist and no sleeves, entirely supported by thin straps. With a partially exposed chest, a slender waist, and smooth long legs. Combined with her enchanting eyes and flawless face, her beauty was comparable to Hulaina's. From her appearance, it was evident that her martial soul was likely fire-based, and this guess was soon confirmed. A rich red glow erupted from Yanlinger, and in the blink of an eye, her body began to slowly levitate. A gigantic fireball, about 0.5 meters in diameter, suddenly appeared beneath her feet, and 2 fist-sized fireballs formed in the palms of her hands. This was her martial soul, Fireball. Although Yanlinger's martial soul was somewhat inferior to elemental martial souls like Shao Chen's, it was still a slightly superior tangible elemental martial soul, and her control over fire elements was stronger than that of typical fire-type beast martial souls. Following this, a tall man beside Yanlinger also unleashed his martial soul. His name was Yan Yi, Yanlinger's older brother, and his martial soul was a brick-like object composed of flames, adorned with 2 dazzling yellow soul rings. His martial soul was called Fire Brick. Unlike Yan Yi, who took a control-type route, Yanlinger was a strong attack-type soul master. Jiang Yu carefully observed the opponents ahead. The talents of the brother-sister duo were quite impressive, especially Yanlinger, who, despite being only 13 or 14 years old, had already cultivated her soul power to level 26. While she couldn't compare to the Shrek 7 Devils, she had at least reached Meng Iran's level. Go! This chapter has not ended. Please click the next page to continue reading. Yanlinger chose to strike first. She had carefully observed the previous battle and was well aware of Jiang Yu's strength, so her target was very clear. As for Bai Qinxiang, who was in midair, she didn't regard her as a threat. An aerial soul master with little offensive capability was completely unimportant in this match. With her first soul ring lighting up, Yanlinger quickly brought her hands together in front of her chest. Instantly, the 2 fireballs in her palms merged into one, transforming into a large fireball with a diameter of 1 foot. The blazing fireball shot towards Jiang Yu at high speed, raising the temperature of the air around it significantly. Although the fireball appeared similar to ordinary flames on the surface, the temperature inside reached over 1,000 degrees. Typical fire-type martial souls could not control such intense flames, confirming Yanlinger's exceptional talent. As the fireball was about to collide with his body, Jiang Yu showed no signs of panic. He focused intently on the fireball, gripping the Chixiao Sword tightly and preparing to strike at any moment. At the critical moment, Jiang Yu swung the long sword, and flames suddenly erupted from it. A 3-foot wave of air stirred up boundless flames, and the sword instantly pierced into the core of the fireball, causing the 2 flames to collide, sending scorching heat radiating outward from the stage. At the moment when Jiang Yu and Yanlinger were at a stalemate, Yan Yi also made his move. After the first soul ring lit up, the fire brick in his hand suddenly expanded, eventually becoming the size of a bench. And the fire elements inside it became much more active, making JiangYu feel exhilarated. His method of attack was quite simple. He just threw the fire brick towards JiangYu. Don't underestimate the power of this fire brick. It carried both burning and dizziness effects, and its speed was incredibly fast. Even though JiangYu was currently entangled by the fireball, it would still take considerable effort for him to defend against it, even if he was on high alert. Just after he split the fireball, JiangYu saw the fire brick coming at him and did not have time to swing the Chixiao Sword. So he had to take the hit head-on. Bang! With a violent impact, JiangYu suddenly felt dizzy, and it seemed as if golden stars were flashing before his eyes, followed by a wave of dizziness that lasted for a full 5 seconds. According to JiangYu's soul skill effect, this hit should have lasted at least a minute, but unexpectedly, JiangYu's physique was just too strong, and he quickly regained his senses after just a few seconds. Moreover, the burning effect seemed to have no impact on him. While JiangYu was feeling smug, JiangYu's negative status had completely lifted, but the enemy did not know this, and Jinlinger thought it was the perfect time. "Brother, go take care of that annoying person in the sky," Jinlinger said with a light laugh. "Leave him to me." Once she finished speaking, her demeanor suddenly changed, and the fireball beneath her feet shot out instantly. Not only that, but she also pressed her palms together in front of her chest, and a gigantic fireball gradually formed before her, causing the air around the platform to become even more scorching. This was Jinlinger's strongest attack at this stage. In Baiyu City, there were not many great soul masters who could withstand this move. Although Jinlinger appeared to be a weak girl, her strength ranked among the top 10 among all the great soul masters in the city. The soul powers of those ahead of her were all higher, with some even attempting to break through to the soul sovereign realm. Among truly comparable soul masters, only the city lord's daughter could match her. These two rivals had fought many times before, and neither could suppress the other. The results of their matches were always mixed, making it hard to distinguish between them. Thus, people in Baiyu City referred to Jinlinger and the city lord's daughter as the Baiyu Twin Pearls. This honor was not solely due to their beauty. In the world of soul masters, strength was always respected, especially in a field where female soul masters were scarce. Those who earned acclaim did so through exceptional power. Jinlinger was certainly not a pretty face without talent, and JiangYu sensed this. A massive purple fireball descended from the sky towards JiangYu, and he no longer hesitated, immediately activating the Chixiao Sword array. Dozens of crimson long swords formed a powerful sword array that charged towards the fireball, and an even more blazing golden flame erupted from the sword bodies. The momentum of the purple flames was instantly overshadowed. How is this possible? Jinlinger looked ahead in disbelief. It was known that her second soul skill originated from the Fire Dragon Beast, a soul beast rumored to possess a trace of the Fire Dragon King's bloodline, which made her purple fireball so formidable. Yet, such a powerful flame was so easily subdued by the golden flames. Not long after, the purple fireball was completely engulfed by the blazing golden flames. Although Jinlinger's fireball martial soul was not of low rank and had absorbed the essence of a soul beast with the Fire Dragon King's bloodline, it was unfortunate that she encountered JiangYu's imperial fire. Watching her fireball being consumed, confusion filled Jinlinger's large eyes. She had encountered strong fire attribute soul masters before, but none had ever been able to devour her flames. How can that sword possess such a powerful fire attribute? Jinlinger wondered, feeling puzzled. While there were many soul masters with swords as their martial souls on the continent, those containing fire attributes were rare, with the strongest being the signature martial soul of the fire sect, the fire sword martial soul. JiangYu's martial soul was clearly not the fire sword. Could it be a mutated martial soul? Jinlinger suddenly realized that mutated martial souls were the most unpredictable kind, with no one knowing in what direction they would mutate, and even their attributes could be overturned. For example, Lu Erlong from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect had her martial soul mutated into a powerful fire dragon. Some individuals whose martial souls were merely ordinary carp or powerless green caterpillars could mutate into powerful dragon-type martial souls. This was the terrifying aspect of mutated martial souls. However, not all mutated martial souls evolved successfully, as many ended up failing and becoming useless martial souls. JiangYu's was evidently a successful mutation. Jinlinger couldn't help but regard JiangYu with increased respect. A powerful mutated martial soul and a level 25 great soul master, his talent surpassed hers by a considerable margin, making it hard not to admire him. However, Jinlinger was not one to easily admit defeat, The more powerful Jiang Yu appeared, the more excited she became. It had been a long time since she had seen such an impressive boy, igniting a strong desire for conquest within her. Several fireballs shot from her palm towards Jiang Yu, and although these fireballs were not as large as the last, the temperature of the flames inside was even higher. The power of these fireballs was contained to the extreme. Once they erupted, the energy released would easily turn the stage into a sea of flames, indicating that Yanlinger was truly giving it her all. Bang, 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 the fireballs exploded just under 10 centimeters from Jiang Yu, and the surging flames instantly ignited the area, surrounding Jiang Yu with fire. The temperature around them soared, but Jiang Yu felt nothing. Perhaps due to the Chixiao Sword martial soul, he was not afraid of fire attacks. However, if the flames continued to spread, the stage would soon be destroyed, and even those below would be affected. At that time, even Yanlinger would have no way to stop it. As the flames grew larger, about to surge off the stage, a figure suddenly appeared in the air. She had a pair of ice blue wings on her back and 2 yellow soul rings. After her first soul ring lit up, a massive torrent of water cascaded down from the sky. The fire on the ground was quickly brought under control. Han Jiangxue, it's you again. Seeing the figure in the air, Yanlinger's expression gradually turned angry. Every time she felt proud, this city lord's daughter would oppose her. This had resulted in Han Jiangxue having a much better reputation in Baiyu City compared to her, while Yanlinger became known as the troublemaking witch. Why do you always have to ruin my plans? Yanlinger said angrily, her eyes burning with rage. I'm not interested in ruining your plans. It's just that this time you went too far. If the fire spreads, who knows how many people will be affected by your actions? Han Jiangxue's voice was ethereal and clear, giving a feeling of comfort, in stark contrast to Yanlinger. Soon, she landed from the air, lightly tapping her jade foot on the ground, causing a wave of icy air to descend, freezing the surrounding flames. Looking at the graceful figure ahead, Jiang Yu couldn't help but feel a stir. The girl looked to be about the same age as Yanlinger, dressed in a flowing blue gown. She wore white lace stockings on her feet, and her ice blue hair was tied up with a blue headband, forming 2 small braids that hung down to her waist. Her appearance seemed to have been meticulously crafted by the heavens. Her features were extremely delicate and harmoniously combined, giving off a sense of natural beauty. Jiang Yu noticed that her martial soul was an entirely ice blue butterfly, with several blue phoenix feathers at its tail, covered in shimmering ice crystals, looking exceptionally beautiful. It emanated a powerful presence of ice and water elements. Xianbing Fengdai. Han Jiangxue's martial soul was a rare double-element martial soul. Although it still had some distance from ultimate power, the strength it contained was not to be underestimated. Yanlinger, today is the White Jade Festival. If you ruin it, can you bear the consequences? Han Jiangxue's tone suddenly became serious. Oof, don't lecture me, Yanlinger retorted, unfazed. Others feared her identity as the daughter of the Lord of Hanjiang Snow City, but she was not afraid. Her family had been rooted in White Jade City for hundreds of years, and the energy they had gathered was not something a mere lord could shake. After all, the position of lord also had a term limit and would be transferred after serving a term, while Yanlinger's family was the foremost family in White Jade City. Her father even held the title of an imperial count, ranking no lower than the lord. Han Jiangxue, who do you think you are? I can't stand your high and mighty attitude. Do you really think you're the pure and virtuous saintess? Oof, aren't you just vain? This chapter is not finished yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Yanlinger's personality was almost the complete opposite of Han Jiangxue's. One was fiery, the other frosty, and every time they met, there would be friction. This time was no exception. I didn't think that way. Han Jiangxue shook her head, already accustomed to Yanlinger's unreasonable behavior. Seeing that the fire had been extinguished, she was too lazy to argue with Yanlinger anymore. Her wings immediately spread out, and with a turn, she flew into the air like a fairy. Oof, what a buzzkill. Yanlinger was irritated and turned to Jiang Yu, shouting, So, are we still fighting? I advise you to admit defeat. Nonsense. How could I possibly admit defeat? Jiang Yu replied, Of course we're fighting. We haven't finished yet. Come on, let's go again. This time we have to make it exciting. Jiang Yu raised his long sword, pointing it at Yanlinger. Bring it on. Let us see whether your sword is stronger or my balls are better. Yanlinger immediately gathered 2 fireballs in her palms and charged toward Jiang Yu's long sword. She believed her 2 big balls could easily flatten Jiang Yu's sharp sword, intending to burn it until it became a soft, useless sword. It must be said that Yanlinger's idea was not bad, but she clearly underestimated the power of the Chixiao Sword. This imperial sword contained the imperial fire, which was known to be the most powerful flame in the Douluo Continent. How could it possibly be destroyed by her? As Yanlinger rapidly approached Jiang Yu, she instantly threw the two big balls forward. Jiang Yu raised his long sword and thrust it forward. The fire elements contained in the fireballs were nothing to him, and they even served as a boost for his Chixiao Sword. The long sword erupted with a rich flame, and the energy from the two big fireballs surged toward the sword tip. An extremely pleasant sensation instantly spread throughout Jiang Yu's body at this moment. He felt as if he was basking in warm sunlight. He felt warm all over. In contrast, Yanlinger was different. As the energy from the fireballs continuously surged toward Jiang Yu, her soul power gradually weakened, and even her stamina decreased significantly. To prevent this situation from continuing, Yanlinger had to forcibly retract the fireballs, but her control over the flames had not yet reached the level of mastery. As the fireballs were retracted, the powerful force contained within them suddenly impacted her body, and the flames instantly burned her clothes. Seeing this, Jiang Yu quickly retracted his long sword and rushed forward to help. After all, Yanlinger was a girl. If she were to be burned naked in front of so many people, how would she show her face? He had no deep-seated hatred for Yanlinger, so he helped extinguish the flames on her body. However, it was awkward that a large piece of fabric on Yanlinger's chest had been burned, revealing her pink round inside. Fortunately, she was facing Jiang Yu, so only he saw it. That was considered lucky. Chapter 101, Temptation. Yanlinger was instantly scared pale. Although Jiang Yu had extinguished the flames on her body, it inevitably led to some intimate contact, and this was her first time with a male. She couldn't help but feel a different sensation. The straps of her already unstable undergarment slipped down uncontrollably with the resonance of Yanlinger's scream. Seeing this, Jiang Yu quickly stretched out his arms to cover Yanlinger's voluptuous figure with his outer garment. In such a situation, he had to show gentlemanly demeanor and avoid misunderstandings. Just as Jiang Yu and Yanlinger awkwardly locked eyes, Bai Qinxiang was also caught in a deadlock with Yan Yi in the air. Although Bai Qinxiang lacked offensive means, she was able to avoid the fire brick attacks with her exceptional speed, and she used the advantage of her martial soul to continuously harass Yan Yi, making him feel overwhelmed and forced to defend with all his might. The match had exceeded everyone's expectations. It was initially thought that with the combined strength of the Yan siblings, they would quickly defeat their opponents. But unexpectedly, this mysterious Youxiang duo proved to be so resilient, especially the boy with the sword martial soul, who broke through Yanlinger's two big balls with just one sword. It nearly led to her being engulfed in flames. It seemed that the mysterious duo had the upper hand. So are we still fighting? Jiang Yu's energy was still abundant because he had absorbed a lot of energy from Yanlinger just now. Fighting for several more hours was not a problem. He just wondered how Yanlinger was holding up. From the look on her face, she probably couldn't last much longer. However, Jiang Yu still maintained his composure. If Yanlinger was unwilling to give up, he wouldn't mind playing with this fiery girl in front of him. Yanlinger hesitated. After the fierce battle, she had little soul power left, and after the previous friction, she had nearly been drained by Jiang Yu. Her soul power was reduced to a tiny bit, probably enough to use her first soul skill only once. In contrast, Jiang Yu appeared calm and collected, likely still having plenty of soul power left. Yanlinger knew she was not his opponent, but to admit defeat, she couldn't bring herself to do it. After all, she was a prominent figure in the city and had her own pride. Now, making her bow down to a younger brother was simply impossible. Did she not care about her face? Han Jiangxue would definitely mock her for this later, and Yanlinger didn't want to give her an excuse to belittle her. Come on, I'll accompany you to the end. Yanlinger stretched out her left arm, trying to prove that she still had some strength left, but unexpectedly, the robe covering her slipped off suddenly, revealing her skin underneath. That hint of blush was truly enchanting. Cough, cough, cough. Jiang Yu awkwardly said, "You should put your clothes back on first. I don't want to take advantage of you." After saying that, he turned around. Yanlinger, her face flushed, put the robe back on. Although it still carried Jiang Yu's scent, she had no better choice at the moment and could only make do with it. "I'm ready. Come on." After a rustle of sounds, Yanlinger's voice came from behind. Jiang Yu turned around and was momentarily stunned. At that moment, Yanlinger was incredibly alluring. With her long hair cascading down, Jiang Yu's clothes barely covered her thighs, leaving her straight, long legs exposed. Coupled with her pitifully delicate face, she was truly tempting. This reminded Jiang Yu of his previous girlfriend, who would wear his pure white short-sleeved shirt right after taking a shower, which also just barely covered her private area. Unfortunately, things were different now. He wondered how she was doing. Perhaps she had already become a hot star in the entertainment industry of Huagua. After all, in an era that valued looks, becoming famous wasn't too difficult. With her looks and a little backing, transitioning from an internet celebrity to a top-tier actress wasn't a hard task, as there were precedents in the entertainment industry. What are you staring at? Linger felt uneasy under Jiang Yu's gaze, her face instantly turning crimson. Ah, it's nothing. Jiang Yu finally returned to reality, and seeing that Linger was ready, he made a gesture inviting her to proceed. Linger was not buying it. No one knew her body's condition better than her. Although she pretended to be tough and unwilling to admit defeat, she hadn't thought of any countermeasures. Forget it. She could only take it one step at a time. The first soul ring on Linger suddenly lit up, and a fireball condensed in her palm. This was the last bit of her soul power. If she couldn't deal with Jiang Yu, she would be out of options. Go! Linger shouted, controlling the fireball to rapidly strike towards Jiang Yu's chest. Jiang Yu, seeing this, did not hold back his soul power, immediately activating the Chixiao Sword formation to shoot at the fireball. Linger's attack ultimately failed. The sword shadows in the air shattered the fireball and rushed towards her body. Second soul skill, exploding fire brick. Seeing Linger in trouble, Yin couldn't care less about by Chixiang's entanglement. The fire brick in his hand suddenly expanded in the wind, eventually becoming as large as a wall before stopping. Under Ye's control, the massive fire brick flew into the air and landed in front of Linger, blocking the attack of the Chixiao Sword formation. Bai Chixiang would not miss this excellent opportunity. She suddenly dove from the sky, her sharp claws swiftly targeting Ye's neck, leaving a large mark on him. A sense of pain surged, and Yin couldn't help but take a few steps back, but Bai Chixiang relentlessly pursued him. He currently had no way to unleash a new soul skill, so he could only raise his arms to shield his head, passively defending himself. Before long, his arms were covered in blood marks. Although scars were badges of honor for man, he had too many of them. Yin certainly didn't want his arms to end up looking like a monster. He only hoped Linger could quickly deal with the enemy in front of her and then rush to his aid. What he didn't know was that Linger was in a worse state than he was. She couldn't even secure herself, let alone have the energy to support him. The fire brick. No, it should be called a firewall. Although it temporarily protected Linger, it was not a long-term solution. Seeing that the Chixiao Sword formation was obstructed, Jiang Yu immediately changed his approach. The second soul ring on the Chixiao Sword erupted with a strong light, and a fiery sword energy shot out, rapidly aimed at the center of the wall. After 3 consecutive sword energies, a large hole was broken in the firewall. Jiang Yu immediately flew through, extending his sword to stab at the still panicking Linger. Jiang Yu successfully drew the first drop of blood from Linger. The tip of the sword left a shallow mark on her neck, and blood began to drip to the ground. It seems I've won. Jiang Yu raised an eyebrow, a hint of a smile on his face. In the VIP seats, a middle-aged man dressed in a luxurious red robe watched the scene unfold with some amazement. Master, should I take revenge for the young lady? An old man beside him whispered in his ear. The old man had served the Yin family for 3 generations, and he had taken care of Linger since she was little. Seeing her suffer, he naturally wanted to avenge her. No need, the middle-aged man flatly rejected. Old Yin, I know you care for Linger, but this boy has extraordinary talent and is destined for greatness. He might even step into the realm of title Douluo in the future. We have no need to provoke a powerful enemy for the future. Moreover, this is just a spar between kids. If they lose, let us adults intervene. It will only bring shame to the Yin family. It will be better to show him kindness while he is still on the rise. In the future, the Yin family will also receive considerable returns. Old Yin, after the celebration, please invite that boy to our residence for a discussion. The middle-aged man said with a smile while stroking his beard. Yes, head of the family. Although the old man disagreed with his words, he also knew that they were not without reason. The Yin family had stood firm in Bayou City for hundreds of years and was thriving because of their good relationships. Many people who had benefited from them were now well-known figures in the Soul Master community. By leveraging their influence, the Yin family could remain prosperous in this small area of Bayou City. Yin Kuan certainly wouldn't offend such a promising young man over a trivial matter, and he even intended to smooth things over. Chapter 102. The magical booklet. The moment Jiang Yu's sword was pressed against Linger's neck, her fate was already sealed. No matter how unwilling Linger was, she could only accept it helplessly, even though Yin had already shaken off by Chixiang's entanglement and come to rescue her. It was futile. 3 minutes later, under the attack of the Chixiao Sword formation, Yin was knocked off the stage, and the brother and sister duo completely declared defeat. After winning against the Yin siblings, No one dared to underestimate the Youxiang duo. Even the prominent figures of Baiyu City were no match for them. So what could others do? Next, Jiang Yu and Bai Qinxiang teamed up to defeat other opponents, successfully advancing to the finals. Their final opponents were the duo with the Divine Book Martial Soul and the Wind Spirit Wolf Martial Soul. The female Soul Master was named Zhou Xian, a great Soul Master with a soul power of level 29, while the Wind Spirit Wolf Soul Master was slightly weaker but had also broken through to level 26. However, the highest soul power of the Youxiang duo was only level 25, not to mention that Bai Qinxiang, as a one-ring Soul Master, was holding them back. If it weren't for Jiang Yu's outstanding performance in the previous matches, perhaps no one would have high hopes for them. Thanks to the popularity Jiang Yu had built up, although the strength of the two groups was vastly different, they still had some supporters backing them unconditionally. As soon as the match began, Zhou Xian unleashed her treasured martial soul. Soon, the first and second soul rings on her body lit up, and amidst the flickering light, a gigantic ice bear and a blazing flame tiger appeared out of thin air. Zhou Xian's soul skills came from a 400-year-old snow magic bear and a 700-year-old flame tiger. Although they had already become Zhou Xian's soul rings, they still contained the full power of their prime state, which was terrifying in itself. If she could absorb a 100,000-year soul beast as a soul ring in the future, she would be able to summon a 100,000-year soul beast to assist her. Even with just 9/10 of its power, it could defeat an ordinary tidal daw, which is the truly terrifying aspect of his treasured martial soul. If Zhou Xian's luck was exceptionally good, and she could attract a 100,000-year soul beast to willingly sacrifice itself, then her third soul skill could summon a 100,000-year soul beast. However, this possibility was basically zero. Unless in extremely rare special circumstances, it was impossible for a 100,000-year soul beast to willingly sacrifice itself. Only someone like Tang San, who was incredibly fortunate, could have such luck. Wind Spirit Wolf, possess! The young soul master shouted, and sharp claws sprouted from his hands. His legs, instead of bulking up, shrank down to the size of chopsticks. His dark eyes turned brownish yellow, instantly filled with a frenzied intent. Two dazzling yellow soul rings slowly rose from the ground until they reached the top of his head, then began to cycle continuously. Although Shantang's Wind Spirit Wolf martial soul could only be classified as a mid-level martial soul, it excelled in speed, surpassing even some ordinary high-level martial souls. This combination was powerful enough to reach the finals, and their strength should not be underestimated. Even a lion uses all its strength to catch a rabbit. Although JiangYu was confident in himself, he did not underestimate his opponent. The ice bear summoned by Zhou Xian stood guard in front of her, protecting her safety, while the flame tiger charged towards JiangYu with the proud stride of the king of beasts. In reality, Zhou Xian did not want to initiate the attack on JiangYu first, but Bai Qinxiang had already flown into the air, and their combination did not have a soul master capable of flying. So, knowing that JiangYu was a fierce character, Zhou Xian had no choice but to strike first, while Shentang clearly had fewer concerns, closely following behind the flame tiger. As a sensitive attack type soul master, he excelled at striking at the most opportune moment to achieve maximum attack effect. Seeing the fierce tiger eyeing him, JiangYu's second soul ring lit up, and a powerful aura belonging to the crimson flame roaring tiger erupted from his body. Under this pressure, the flame tiger's four stout legs began to tremble uncontrollably. Although tigers are known as the kings of beasts, the crimson flame roaring tiger is an emperor-level soul beast among them, and there are very few tiger-type soul beasts that can withstand its aura. The flame tiger was merely a kitten in front of it. Second soul skill, Sword of Flames piercing the nine heavens. JiangYu's Chixiao Sword erupted with a flame sword energy, and the flame tiger was so frightened that it did not have time to dodge. The sword energy cut through the air like a meteor and quickly struck the body of the flame tiger. Seeing this, Shunting couldn't help but gasp. He couldn't see what trick JiangYu was using to make the flame tiger tremble in fear and stand there unable to move. A total of 5 sword energies hit the flame tiger's body, and its face gradually showed a look of pain. Even so, it did not have the courage to attack the enemy in front of it. As a fire-type soul beast, the crimson flame roaring tiger suppression of the flame tiger was an all-encompassing, crushing defeat. Although it had now become someone else's soul ring, the intense sense of oppression stemming from its soul still made it feel deeply afraid. After enduring 9 sword energies, the flame tiger collapsed with a bang and gradually disappeared. Oh! Zhou Xian's expression suddenly became gloomy. Although she could still summon the flame tiger after JiangYu's attack, it was likely she wouldn't be able to use this second soul ring for a month. This was also the biggest drawback of her treasured martial soul. If the summoned beast was eliminated, the corresponding soul ring would be unusable for a period of time. If it weren't for this drawback, Zhou Xian's martial soul would be comparable to some top-tier martial souls. Little Bear. This chapter is not over. Please click the next page to continue reading. Frantically, Zhou Xian roared at the ice and snow magic bear, blocking her front. Use hail to defeat the enemy. Her summoned beast not only had physical strength, but also possessed a signature attack. Hail was the ice and snow magic bear's innate soul skill. Roar the ice and snow magic bear immediately opened its massive mouth, quickly condensing a cold blue energy ball, which then shot out hundreds of ice particles the size of fists. Although the Crimson Flame Roaring Tiger had a level advantage over the ice and snow magic bear, the aura remaining after it became JiangYu Soul Ring was far less than its true form, so the ice bear did not feel as suppressed as the Flame Tiger. Hundreds of ice particles rained down on Jiang Yu, who had to wield his Chixiao Sword to resist. Fortunately, Jiang Yu's swordsmanship was quite good. He wielded the long sword with such skill that it was like water, not penetrating. All the ice particles were deflected away. Waiting for the opportunity, Shen Teng suddenly crouched down and used both hands and feet to rush towards Jiang Yu at high speed. He was fast. It didn't take long for him to close in on Jiang Yu, cleverly circling behind him. Just as Jiang Yu was resisting the ice particles, Shen Teng leaped up from the ground. His sharp claws lunged towards Jiang Yu's back, while Bai Qinxiang, who was in midair, kept a close watch on everything below. Seeing Shen Teng strike, how could she sit idly by? She flapped her wings and dove down quickly, soon catching up to Shen Teng, grabbing his legs with force. Then, with a strong pull, Shen Teng's plan was about to succeed, but was instantly thwarted by Bai Qinxiang, vanishing in an instant. To make matters worse, Bai Qinxiang's casual pull sent Shen Teng crashing to the ground, with dust filling his mouth. After resolving his report, Jiang Yu turned around to see this scene and couldn't help but laugh. After a few matches, Bai Qinxiang and his cooperation had gradually become quite impressive. Taking advantage of Shen Teng being down, Jiang Yu immediately stepped forward and delivered a finishing blow with his sword, causing Shen Teng to faint. Now only Zhou Xian was left, and all she could rely on was the ice and snow magic bear. Realizing she was in a difficult situation, Zhou Xian's face changed drastically. She originally thought Shen Teng's attack would work, but she never expected it to be resolved so easily by the opponent, leaving her in such a passive position. To be honest, Zhou Xian was not very confident right now. The ice and snow magic bear could only temporarily protect her safety. Defeating Jiang Yu would be challenging. Seeing that Shen Teng had lost his fighting ability, Bai Qinxiang quickly flew towards Zhou Xian's direction. She wanted to create an opportunity for Jiang Yu to attack. During the flight, four phantoms that looked exactly like her appeared beside Bai Qinxiang. Soon, they surrounded Zhou Xian. The five figures lunged at Zhou Xian from the front, back, sides, and above. Chapter 103. The Beautiful Woman's Abalone. At that moment, Jiang Yu also moved. He entangled the ice and snow magic bear by himself, allowing Bai Qinxiang in the air to unleash her attacks freely, without the help of summoned beasts. The soul of the Book of Circulation was no different from an ordinary book. Faced with five figures diving down, she had no choice but to resort to the most primitive method. At this moment, the book in her hand was no longer a book, but a brick. She swung the book with reckless abandon, smashing it towards the oncoming figures. Bang, one of Bai Qinxiang's clones was instantly knocked away. However, at that moment, the other four figures had already entangled Zhou Xian, and soon Bai Qinxiang's main body controlled the enemy. As a pure agility-type soul master, Bai Qinxiang was not adept at combat, but thanks to Bai He's training, she had mastered various unusual techniques, such as throat locks, eye pokes, and groin strikes. Bai Qinxiang's throat-locking technique, named Flying Swallow Lock, was one of the three great secret techniques of the agility family created by Bai He. Once locked, even a man would find it difficult to break free. Not to mention Zhou Xian, a female soul master who relied heavily on her own martial soul. Even when she struggled desperately, it was of no use. After Bai Qinxiang controlled Zhou Xian, Jiang Yu's battle with the Ice Snow Demon Bear also reached a heated stage. Although bear-type soul beasts were strong and resilient, they had an undeniable weakness: speed. The Ice Snow Demon Bear was no exception. Jiang Yu's speed, while not as fast as Bai Qinxiang's pure agility, was still superior to that of an average agility-type soul master. This was all thanks to the transformation of his body by the Hongming Purple Qi. At his current speed, he could cover 100 meters in just 5 seconds, significantly faster than the world athletics champion. The Ice Snow Demon Bear was powerful, but each of its strikes missed. while Jiang Yu's long sword left numerous scars on its body. As time passed, the bear's strength gradually declined. It was merely summoned by the book and could not compare to a true soul beast. Once the host's soul power diminished, its strength would also weaken. After 3 minutes, the ice snow demon bear finally could not hold on any longer and completely dissipated. Zhou Xian had no chance of turning the tide in this battle. The Youxiang duo successfully claimed first place in the competition. Clap, clap, clap. After winning first place, the surroundings erupted into enthusiastic applause and cheers. The Lord of Baiyu City also announced the prize for the first place in this competition. Unexpectedly, it was a pair of jade rings. After the staff brought up the jade platter, the Lord began to explain the functions of the Baiyu rings. These jade rings were not ordinary rings, but a rare pair of soul tools. Both rings were protective soul tools that would unleash a layer of light wave when faced with enemy attacks, effectively reducing 70 of the attack damage. Even more surprisingly, the Lord suddenly teased the crowd, his face showing a mysterious smile. Seeing this, the surrounding audience became even more interested and urged him to reveal the details quickly. Seeing the audience's excitement, the Lord of Baiyu no longer kept them in suspense and said loudly, "When these two rings are worn together, this protective soul tool can release a destructive light beam like an attacking soul tool, with a power equivalent to double the attack of the wearer." As soon as the Lord finished speaking, the audience erupted in excitement. Such a treasure was estimated to be worth no less than several 100,000 gold soul coins. Moreover, for soul masters, a good soul tool was far more important than gold soul coins, especially a protective soul tool. And the fact that this pair of Baiyu rings also had some attacking capability made them invaluable, not inferior to spatial soul tools. Watching the Lord of Baiyu hand the prize to Jiang Yu and Bai Qinxiang, all the soul masters in the audience showed expressions of jealousy. Even Yin Linger was no exception. This pair of Baiyu rings was a treasure brought out by her family, originally meant for her. However, her father had intended to use it as a prize to boost her fame, never expecting a roadblock to emerge. Yin Linger actually failed to secure first place. Such a precious treasure was given away for nothing to Jiang Yu and Bai Qinxiang, and her feelings at that moment were understandable. After receiving the reward, Jiang Yu and Bai Qinxiang walked off the stage amid the envious gazes of others. Bai was grinning from ear to ear, never expecting that their initial stop in Baiyu City would yield such a large reward. Even he did not have a protective soul tool. With these Baiyu rings, his granddaughter's safety was better assured, and Bai would also feel much more at ease. After the duo battle ended, Jiang Yu and the others prepared to stroll around the streets to enjoy the scenery and local delicacies, as he was quite hungry after several battles and needed food to replenish his strength. He had just noticed many food stalls around, such as Hoi's grilled fish, Zhao's sweet abalone, etc. All sorts of delicious food were available. Jiang Yu could hardly wait, and the first stall he visited was Zhao's sweet abalone. Ever since he had the dish served by a maid at the Duke of Liangshan's residence, he had fallen in love with this food. The meat was tender and had a great texture. The stall, less than 10 square meters, was already crowded with customers drawn by the aroma. The owner was a mature woman wearing only a white short-sleeved shirt, her impressive figure reminiscent of basketballs, and her black bra was nearly bursting out. The deep valley between her breasts was alluring and seemed to call out, "I have a small abalone." The voluptuous woman was a food-type soul master, and her martial soul was indeed abalone, although her soul rings were only one white and two yellow. The cultivation difficulty for food-type soul masters was inherently much higher than for other types, so there were not many who could reach the soul master level, as not everyone had Oscar's talent. Her third soul skill, honey glazed abalone, was suddenly activated, and a piece of plump abalone appeared in her hand, adorned with golden liquid that looked just like honey. This was the origin of the woman's signature dish. Her stall was named Sweet Abalone because of this third soul skill. Most customers came specifically for this. Jiang Yu, who was waiting patiently in line, noticed that the people ahead were ordering honey glazed abalone, and he realized that this was the stall's signature dish and the taste should be great. Since the abalone was summoned by a soul skill, many preparation steps were saved, and soon over 10 customers bought their long-desired abalone and started eating happily nearby. Seeing their blissful smiles, Jiang Yu couldn't help but lick his lips. At this moment, there were fewer than 10 people in front of him, and he would soon be able to taste the woman's honey-glazed abalone. He could hardly wait to try the delicious food so close at hand. Just then, a commotion erupted. Someone had eaten abalone without paying, refusing to give money for the abalone. The woman's delicate voice instantly drew support from many men, based on the principle that looks are justice. Everyone stood by the woman's side. Eating abalone without paying? Jiang Yu thought for a moment and realized that eating food without paying was a free meal. Not paying for abalone was indeed eating, is a play on words meaning free abalone. This was perfectly reasonable. The young man who had eaten the expensive abalone soon experienced what a societal beating felt like. A group of indignant men surrounded him and gave him a thorough beating. With a beautiful woman watching from the side, they showed no mercy at all. Each strike was more brutal than the last, especially the guy with the dragon tattooed on his arm, who was particularly savage, using both hands and feet to unleash a storm of furious attacks on the young man. After about 3 minutes of beating, the tattooed man pulled out a silver coin from the young man who had eaten the expensive abalone. Although the abalone wasn't worth that much, he had tried to dodge payment, so he had to be taught a lesson. "Boss lady, here you go." The tattooed man casually tossed the silver coin into the large cylindrical container on the stall, considering the excess as compensation for emotional distress. The beautiful woman immediately brightened up. The price of an abalone was only 10 copper coins, and a silver coin was quite a profit. She smiled gratefully at the tattooed man, her smile full of charm, which made the surrounding men feel a stir in their hearts. The drunken man's intention was no longer about the abalone, but rather about the beauty. Chapter 104. Honey Glazed Abalone. "Little brother, how many abalones do you want?" The beautiful woman had never seen such a young child come to buy abalone. Usually, it was adult men. "Auntie, I want 10 honey glazed abalones." Jiang Yu smiled, noting that the price indicated that each abalone was 10 copper coins, which wasn't too expensive for him, so he bought a bit more. He also wanted by Chixiao and the others to try it. Such delicious abalone. They probably hadn't had before. Oh, a glint flashed in the beautiful woman's eyes. This was a big customer, and she had to treat him well. "Wow, little brother, I didn't expect your appetite to be so big. Just a moment, okay? You want too many, and it takes some time to prepare the abalones." She wasn't lying. Typically, adult customers maxed out at 3 abalones, as her honey-glazed abalones were not only large, but also very rich in meat. They were quite filling. Even a burly man would find 3 or 4 sufficient, and 5 would be the limit. She never expected this little brother to be able to eat 10. His body must be quite strong, Jiang Yu thought to herself, and as she did, her face couldn't help but blush a little. Although she was already 30, she had never tasted the flavor of a man. Jiang Yu, although young, was handsome, far surpassing the rough men around her. The more Jiang Yu looked at Jiang Yu, the more she felt he was full of masculine charm, causing her heart to flutter. Her body suddenly felt a bit itchy. The speed at which she prepared the abalone also slowed down. What could originally be prepared in a few seconds was dragged out to over 10 seconds. Jiang Yu placed the abalone on oil paper and continuously released her soul skills without stopping. After a few minutes, 10 delicious abalones were finally completed. Jiang Yu couldn't wait to grab a bamboo stick from the stall and jab it into the opening of the abalone. In an instant, golden juice sprayed out from inside. He hadn't expected the honey-glazed abalone to have such a secret, as even fragrant nectar was hidden inside. Taking a bite, the golden nectar surged in Jiang Yu's mouth. Perfectly complemented by the delicious meat, the taste of the honey-glazed abalone was even better than what he had at the Duke of Liangshan's residence. He had indeed not made a mistake. After 1 abalone went down, Jiang Yu felt a warm flow rise in his lower abdomen, and his energy surged. The stamina he had gradually exhausted from several battles was slowly recovering, and his hunger had diminished significantly. He hadn't expected this abalone to have such stamina-replenishing effects. Jiang Yu poked another piece of abalone into his mouth, chewing with a look of enjoyment, and in no time, 5 abalones had disappeared into his stomach, leaving Jiang Yu wide-eyed in astonishment. He can eat too much. What surprised her even more was that Jiang Yu hadn't reached his limit yet. He quickly jabbed another abalone and started eating again. In his enthusiasm, Jiang Yu forgot to save a few for by Chixiao and the others, swiftly devouring the remaining 5 abalones. When the last one was gone, he even smacked his lips, looking as if he was savoring the experience. What monster! Jiang Yu gazed at Jiang Yu in awe. Previously, even the number 1 genius soul master in the city could only eat 5 of her honey-glazed abalones when he was extremely hungry. Jiang Yu had practically broken that record. All gone. Seeing that there were no more abalones in the oil paper, Jiang Yu asked the beautiful woman for 5 more abalones. More? Jiang Yu wanted to shout no. She was already very tired. She hadn't anticipated that Jiang Yu would still be unsatisfied, even if her abalones were delicious. He couldn't keep asking for more. As the saying goes, too much of a good thing. No matter how delicious something is, one can't overindulge. But who could deny a customer? Even if she was exhausted, she had to meet the customer's needs. Third soul skill, honey glazed abalone. Jiang Yu forced herself to keep her spirits up and continued preparing the abalones. After a while, 5 fresh abalones were finally completed, but her soul power was nearly depleted. Jiang Yu took the wrapped oil paper but didn't continue eating the abalones inside. Instead, he pulled out a silver coin from his pocket and handed it to the beautiful woman, then contentedly took his spoils and headed back. All sold out. Everyone, come back tomorrow. Jiang Yu panted. Originally, she could have held on for another 2 hours, but unexpectedly encountering Jiang Yu, the big eater, had nearly drained her energy. She could only set up her stall again tomorrow. Sold out. What's going on? Boss lady, I waited for an hour just to taste your honey glazed abalone. I didn't even participate in other activities. How could you sell out? Yeah, I came here just for this, and I'm leaving Bayou City early tomorrow. Can't you make some more? The crowd's pleas went unheard by Jiang Yu, who had found the group. Upon opening the oil paper, a fresh aroma wafted out, and Jiang Yu divided the abalones among by Chixiao and the others. Even the anti-Fa Lan, whom he usually didn't like, received one, as they were all companions. Despite her sharp tongue, Jiang Yu always maintained his gentlemanly demeanor. How could he hold a grudge against a woman? Receiving the still warm abalone, Lori Tifa cast a flirtatious glance at Jiang Yu and chuckled, "Little brother, you really know how to treat a lady. I've been starving for a while. Thank you for the abalone." With that, she took a big bite of the fragrant abalone. Although Lori Tifa had a typical cherry-like small mouth, she swallowed half an abalone in one bite. Jiang Yu had long been used to it. She had once swallowed an entire 10-centimeter-long sausage. Truly, one cannot judge a book by its cover. You never know how deep someone's appetite is until you try. While eating the abalone, Lori Tifa couldn't help but keep her gaze on Jiang Yu, her alluring eyes never leaving him for even a second. And whether she did it intentionally or not, she chewed the abalone particularly hard, making Jiang Yu feel a chill run down his spine. Jiang Yu suddenly felt a chill in his body. Even though the temperature in the city was over 30 degrees, the heat was suffocating, yet couldn't block this cool sensation. After tasting the abalone, everyone planned to continue wandering around the city. Just as they passed a stall selling trinkets, they heard an old voice behind them. The person was Elder Yin. He was here on the orders of the family head to invite the young genius in front of him to the manor for a discussion. Hearing the voice, Jiang Yu turned around and saw an elderly man dressed in a red brocade robe with an exquisite flame pattern embroidered on the sleeve of his right arm. Anyone with a bit of knowledge would know that this was the family crest of the Yin family, the largest clan in the city. However, Jiang Yu and his group clearly had no idea. The old man looked extremely unfamiliar to Jiang Yu, and he was sure he did not know him. He also didn't know what his intentions were. "Young Master Jiang, I'm the chief steward of the Yin family." Elder Yin noticed Jiang Yu's confusion and did not keep him in suspense, immediately stating the purpose of his visit. "My master wishes to invite you to the manor for a meal." "Your master?" Jiang Yu did not dismiss his concerns. This was his first time in Bayou City, and it was impossible for him to know anyone else in the city. He had no idea where this so-called master came from. Elder Yin also understood Jiang Yu's worries and quickly explained, "My master is the father of Miss Yin Linger, who just fought against young Master Jiang. He admires your talent and would like to invite you for a meal. Rest assured, we mean no harm." Elder Yin tried to lower his stance, showing a friendly smile on his face, hoping to ease Jiang Yu's vigilance. Yin Linger, a meal? Jiang Yu pondered privately. Could it be that Yin Linger was upset about losing to him in the competition, so she had her father invite him under the pretense of a meal? Intending to take revenge? This banquet was likely a trap. Jiang Yu's martial soul was the Chixiao Sword, and he was aware of the story behind traps. No banquet is a good banquet. After all, Bayou City was someone else's territory, and Jiang Yu didn't want to attend the banquet recklessly. "Elder, thank you for your kindness." Jiang Yu immediately declined. "However, I am not familiar with your master, so I will pass on the meal." After speaking, without waiting for the old man to respond, Jiang Yu turned to leave, and Yang Wudi and the others quickly followed. "I didn't expect you to be quite popular." By Chixiao nudged Jiang Yu's arm, her not-so-full chest inadvertently pressing against him. However, it was clear that Bai Chixiao did not realize it and joked, "Someone even invited you for a meal. Maybe they want to recruit you as a son-in-law? Yin Linger is quite charming. Don't you feel a bit tempted? What are you talking about? Am I that kind of person?" Bai Chixiao's view was indeed a bit narrow. Although Yin Linger was quite beautiful, Jiang Yu had seen many beauties. Having been surrounded by various charming women since childhood, how could he be captivated by mere looks? Bai Chixiao underestimated him too much. Chapter 105, Treasure. He wasn't a lecherous person who wanted everything. Even with Huo Wu, it took time for him to gradually accept her. Jiang Yu was not an emotionless creature. After rejecting Elder Yan's invitation, the group began a stroll through the night market. They didn't notice that behind by Chixiao, there was an extra green leaf left by Elder Yan. With this leaf, he could clearly sense the whereabouts of Jiang Yu and his group through his martial soul. And he chose by Chixiao because her cultivation was the weakest, thus avoiding detection of his trickery. Due to the Baiyu festival, the stalls on the street were 10 times more numerous than usual, and even items used by soul masters, which were rarely seen, were being sold. From the fluctuations of their soul power, it was clear that at least all had the strength of a great soul master, likely from soul master families that have fallen on hard times, which forced them to sell their ancestral items for money. However, what they displayed was not high-end goods. Not to mention Jiang Yu. Even Bai Qinxiang looked down on them. Although the Min family lived somewhat frugally, Bai had never treated Bai Qinxiang poorly. Everything she needed was of high standards, which led to the eldest lady of the Min family having very high standards. She generally did not find ordinary items appealing. After wandering for about half an hour, Jiang Yu suddenly sensed a strong presence of fire elemental energy, which piqued his curiosity. Following this aura, he soon arrived at a dim stall where the stall owner was an old man. The fluctuations of his soul power were not very strong, and the items displayed on the stall were all common things. The source of that aura was right here. Jiang Yu was sure that the item containing a strong fire element was in front of him, in this unimpressive little stall. After scanning around, Jiang Yu's gaze fixed on a small red box. Inside was a red seed. He couldn't tell what kind of plant it was from, but judging by the aura emanating from it, it should be a fire attribute plant. Grandpa, how much is this seed? Jiang Yu pointed to the red box. 1,000 gold soul coins. The old man quoted a sky-high price. In Douluo Continent, 1 gold soul coin was already the annual expenditure of an ordinary family. And a seed whose origin was unknown actually cost 1,000 gold soul coins. Even a wealthy person wouldn't spend money like this. Elder, can you lower the price a bit? Jiang Yu tried to haggle. Although he had enough gold soul coins to buy the seed, it would be even better if he could get it cheaper. Besides, who buys something without haggling? Not a single coin less. The old man looked unfriendly, as if he wasn't worried about the item not selling. Do you know what kind of seed this is? No, Jiang Yu answered honestly. Although he suspected that this seed had an extraordinary origin, he had no clue what kind of plant it came from. Have you heard of the 7-color lotus? The old man's tone was very calm, but it sounded like thunder in Jiang Yu's ears, shocking him. He had seen the name in the secret records of the Spirit Hall. The 7-color lotus was indeed a rare treasure, and it was a precious item among fire attribute treasures. Legend has it that the flame of the 7-color lotus is born from within the 7-color lotus, capable of burning all objects in the world and purifying impurities in metals. According to the records, the flame of the 7-color lotus was a treasure of the ancient Huoli tribe, but after the battle that swept across the entire Douluo Continent 10,000 years ago, the Huoli tribe completely exited the historical stage. It is said that all members of the Huoli tribe, regardless of gender, are hermaphrodites and reproduce by splitting. They are natural masters of fire elements. Even newly born members of the Huoli tribe have strength comparable to human soul sect experts. Fortunately, their birth rate is extremely low, which has led to the Huoli tribe having a smaller population than even the elves. Oh man, could this be the seed of the 7-color lotus? Jiang Yu's tone carried 3 parts excitement, 3 parts doubt, and 4 parts disbelief. The 7-colored lotus is far more precious than the coxcomb phoenix sunflower that Ma Hongjun consumed. If he were to obtain it, his imperial fire would definitely advance further, transforming towards the realm of high-level extreme fire. Extreme fire is also ranked. His imperial fire is currently only a mid-level extreme flame, with higher, top tier, and ultimate extreme flames above it. According to Jiang Yu, even the true sun fire and great sun golden flame controlled by the sun god are merely high-level and top-tier flames. As for the highest level, the ultimate flame, it has never appeared in the history of Douluo Continent. Jiang Yu's goal is to evolve his imperial fire into a high-level extreme fire. He does not demand the ultimate flame, as such things cannot be forced, and his requirements are not high. Being satisfied with a high-level extreme fire is enough for him. Thinking of this, Jiang Yu no longer hesitated and immediately prepared to take out money from his soul guide device. The old man reminded him, "Little brother, I must warn you, once our store's items are sold, they cannot be returned or exchanged. Although this seed is indeed from the 7-colored lotus." The old man deliberately dragged out his words, saying, This seed is basically impossible to grow into a 7-colored lotus unless you can find the secret realm of the holy tribe and use their secret fire sap to irrigate it. However, I can tell you that no one has found the holy tribe's secret realm in the past 10,000 years. Even the Spirit Hall has invested huge manpower and resources, but to no avail. This chapter is not over. Please click the next page to continue reading. Although the prices of his items are high, he still has his bottom line. Unlike those unscrupulous merchants who only know how to cheat people. The seed of the 7-colored lotus is a family heirloom, and if he weren't in need of money, he wouldn't sell it. Is that so? Jiang Yu was taken aback. No wonder the old man was willing to sell such a precious item. Turns out it can't bloom. However, even so, he still intended to buy the seed. 1,000 gold soul coins is quite a sum, but if he could obtain the seed of the 7-colored lotus, it wouldn't be a loss. Even if it might not be useful, it would be good for research, and who knows, he might find a way to make it bloom. Thank you. I'll take this. Jiang Yu handed over a golden note of 1,000 denomination to the old man, which bore the mark of the Spirit Hall. Generally, for large transactions, many people use the gold notes issued by the Spirit Hall. Of course, the Tiando Empire and the Xingluo Empire also have similar items. However, the silver notes issued by the two empires can only be used within their own territories. Because of this limitation, many people prefer to use the gold notes issued by the Spirit Hall. After all, there is a Spirit Hall in every city on the continent, and money deposited in the Spirit Hall's bank can be exchanged for gold notes in any force affiliated with the Spirit Hall. The old man clearly knew the value of the gold note. After carefully examining the mark on it, he held it up to the night sky. Under the moonlight, a faint glow emanated from a golden line in the middle of the note. Gold notes issued by the Spirit Hall have dual anti-counterfeiting marks, making it difficult for other forces to replicate. After confirming its authenticity, the old man happily accepted the gold note. His gaze towards Jiang Yu changed slightly. This little boy was so generous, indicating he likely came from an extraordinary background, probably from one of the prominent families in the city. The most crucial part was that he actually knew about the 7-colored lotus. When did such a person appear in Baiyu City? Why had he never heard of him before? Half a day later, the old man couldn't help but chuckle. This had nothing to do with him. He set up his stall merely to raise enough gold soul coins. And now that the seed of the 7-colored lotus had been sold, he had acquired sufficient wealth. After putting the seed into his soul guide device, Jiang Yu bowed to the old man and thanked him before leaving the stall. What did you buy? Bai Qinxiang asked curiously when she saw Jiang Yu return joyfully from a small stall. Oh, just some small trinkets, Jiang Yu replied. He wasn't intentionally hiding it. Even if he told Bai Qinxiang that he obtained the seed of the 7-colored lotus, she wouldn't understand what it was, so there was no need to complicate things. Small trinkets? Luo Ortia's expression suddenly turned playful, and she couldn't help but think of something. You didn't buy a plastic doll, did you? Jiang Yu really wanted to give her a sword. Can't she restrain herself a little in public? Her mouth is still as unrestrained as ever. Shut your mouth. Jiang Yu knew that this Annie had a personality that would push for more if he explained, and she would definitely pester him endlessly, asking until she got to the bottom of it. Jiang Yu didn't want to deal with that trouble. Oh, even my sister won't say. Luo Ortia was even more convinced of her guess. I must tell you, though that thing is nice, you're still young. You can't play recklessly. You must know moderation. This is really absurd. What is this all about? Jiang Yu was too lazy to respond to her. However, Luo Ortia clearly intended to cling to Jiang Yu, chattering in his ear nonstop, following closely behind him to share various related information. Bai Qinxiang, hearing this, blushed more than a monkey's bottom. She knew very little about this aspect, having only occasionally heard her older sister mention in the clan. Bai he smiled and did not stop Fa long. This knowledge would be useful for his granddaughter. In the past, due to his status, he had not been able to explain these things to Bai Qinxiang. Now that someone was doing it for him, he couldn't ask for more. Thus, Bai He and Yang Wudi, the two old men, also listened in, their faces showing a look of reminiscence. They had been young once, and they had practiced their skills. However, after many years without exercise, their skills had long since declined. Hearing Fa Lan's descriptions made them want to pick up the skills they hadn't touched for so long. I'll try when I get back. I wonder if I've regressed. After all, there was a foundation. It shouldn't be too bad. The two old men thought to themselves. Chapter 106. The Holy Tribe returning to the hotel room. Jiang Yu couldn't wait to take out the 7-colored lotus seed. Under the light, this oval seed emitted a dazzling brilliance. Jiang Yu could feel the flame power contained within it. If this seed could truly bloom, there was a great possibility it would nurture the 7-colored lotus flame. However, according to the old man's words, to make it bloom, One must find the location of the holy tribe and irrigate it with their 7-colored fire sap. This difficulty is no less than becoming a title Douluo. Even the Spirit Hall could not find the holy tribe's habitat. What qualifications did Jiang Yu have to find it? Even if his luck was truly extraordinary and he found it, would the holy tribe willingly hand over their ancestral treasure? Such a gifted race must have strong individuals comparable to title Douluo in their clan, perhaps even more than one. With Jiang Yu's current strength, he wouldn't be a match if he were to confront them directly. The reason that the powerful Lin could single-handedly overturn the entire Ice Spirit clan was also after he became the ancestor of that plane. Although Jiang Yu was confident in himself, he did not believe that the Firely clan would simply be swayed by his charisma and willingly offer up the 7-colored fire essence. Therefore, Jiang Yu did not force the 7-colored lotus to bloom. To him, it was merely an opportunity, and perhaps there would be ways to cultivate it successfully later on. At this stage, he was not in a hurry. After putting the seeds of the 7-colored lotus into his soul guide, Jiang Yu prepared to go to bed to rest, feeling a bit tired after the recent battles and wanting to sleep early to replenish his energy. Just then, there was a knock at the door, which made Jiang Yu a bit annoyed. Who could it be at this late hour? Upon opening the door, Jiang Yu saw a man standing outside. The man appeared to be in his 40s, with a well-proportioned figure and a face that could be considered exceptionally handsome. His face was very clean, with not even a hint of stubble at the corners of his mouth, and his complexion was very fair. Who are you? Jiang Yu was sure he did not know this person. Excuse me, are you JiangYu, young Master Jiang? The middle-aged man asked respectfully. Ah. Jiang Yu was momentarily stunned, but quickly reacted based on his instincts as an undercover agent. Yes, I am JiangYu. The middle-aged man bowed to Jiang Yu and then extended a box he held in front of him. I'm a servant of the Yin family. Earlier, you had a match with our young lady, and our family head saw it. He greatly appreciates your performance, and originally wanted to invite you to our residence for a discussion. Since you have concerns, our family head does not want to force you. However, our Yin family wishes to establish a good relationship with you, young Master Jiang. So the family head specifically asked me to present some treasures that would aid in your cultivation and to convey a few words. The middle-aged man paused and then solemnly recited Yin Kuan's message. With your talent, young Master Jiang, you may not find these items of much value, but they're the most precious treasures our Yin family could gather. We hope you'll accept them and not delay. With your abilities, you will surely ascend to the rank of a title Douluo in the future. Yin Kuan does not expect any conditions in return. He simply wishes to establish a good relationship with you, young Master Jiang, with no other intentions. Yin Kuan's words were sincere and did not contain any excessive demands. Although Jiang Yu had never met this person, he could tell that he was a wise man who knew whom to invest in. Perhaps such a person might not reach the pinnacle of the continent, but he could certainly maintain his family's wealth and live comfortably in this small corner of the White Jade City. Historically, El Boué was just like this. After seeing the value in Ing Iran, he spared no expense, investing all his wealth in him, and even sent his most favored concubine, Zhu Ji, to his bed. And it proved that El Boué's investment was not wrong. Once Ing Iran returned to inherit the throne, he was appointed as prime minister. From a mere merchant to a figure of power, second only to one, El Boué's actions were indeed highly profitable. Yin Kuan's insight could rival that of El Boué. Since the man had been so straightforward, if Jiang Yu did not accept this gift, it would only make things awkward for others. Thus, he had no choice but to calmly accept the gift from Yin Kuan. Please return and tell your family head that I appreciate his kindness and have accepted his good intentions. The middle-aged man, seeing that he had not been refused, immediately breathed a sigh of relief. After all, Yin Kuan's order was to deliver this gift to the talented soul master in front of him at all costs. He had expected to have to persuade him, but unexpectedly, Jiang Yu was so agreeable. Truly worthy of being a genius, his actions were so decisive. After delivering the gift, the man no longer disturbed Jiang Yu and exited the room thoughtfully. Upon opening the box, Jiang Yu was somewhat surprised by its contents. Not expecting the Yin family to be so generous, the items inside were likely worth tens of thousands of gold soul coins, especially the 2 bright red fruits. Jiang Yu recognized them at a glance. These were known as fire dragon fruits, extremely rare and usually found growing near fire dragons. Dragon-type soul beasts are the overlords of the soul beast realm, and their strength goes without saying. Even sub-dragon-type soul beasts can easily suppress ordinary tiger-type soul beasts. The bloodline of fire dragons even surpasses many dragon-type soul beasts, being a direct bloodline of the fire dragon king. This also made fire dragon fruits exceedingly rare. After all, they were not the common fire dragon fruits found on Blue Star, but rather heavenly materials containing fire attribute energy. In addition to the fire dragon fruits, there was also a plate containing something resembling mosquito coils, which turned out to be dragon incense. This was a treasure that could help soul masters quickly enter a meditative state and significantly enhance the quality of meditation. Despite being just a small box, even 3,000 gold soul coins might not be enough to acquire it. Even the affluent 7 treasure Glazed Tile School could not provide so much for its disciples. For a genius like Jiang Yu, who was also a direct disciple of Sword Douluo, he would only receive a tiny portion each month. This was considered a lot. Some core disciples received only a grain-sized amount. This demonstrates the preciousness of dragon incense. Additionally, there was a piece of soft armor shining with a golden light, clearly made from golden threads and the scales of a Lin Jia beast. When Jiang Yu held the soft armor, its weight was comparable to that of an ordinary piece of clothing. The defensive power of Lin Jia beasts is also well known among soul beasts. Ning Rongrong's 4th soul ring comes from this type of soul beast. The scales on it are most suitable for making soft armor, providing strong defense while being light and comfortable to wear. However, because Lin Jia beasts are not abundant, few people would make soft armor from their scales. What surprised Jiang Yu even more was that when he opened the soft armor, he saw a familiar yet unfamiliar name engraved on the inner label. Divine Craftsman, Lu Gao. As everyone knows, there are only 3 divine craftsman-level blacksmiths on the Douluo Continent: Tang Hao, Titan, and the widely recognized master craftsman Lu Gao. The items he produces are all rare treasures. Jiang Yu was aware of Lu Gao's great reputation, so without hesitation, he put on the golden Lin armor. The next day, after sleeping until the sun was high in the sky, Jiang Yu lazily got up, prepared all his things, and headed straight to the hotel's restaurant. At this time, many people had already eaten breakfast, so there were not many people in the restaurant. Jiang Yu served himself a bowl of meat porridge, grabbed a large chicken leg, and took 3 steamed buns before returning to his seat. He generally did not eat much in the morning, and this was already enough. Chapter 107, My City. Half a month later, Jiang Yu and his companions finally passed through the Baroque province, the Guevara province, and the Tiamo province, arriving at the largest city in the Fire Huang province. Legend has it that My City was not originally named this. However, since a tidal Douluo powerhouse emerged from within the city over 100 years ago, it was renamed after his title, and the city's name was changed to My City. The reason why the Poison Championship, hosted by the Star Luo Empire and organized by the Fire Huang province, is held in My City is also significant. The Konoha Douluo, although not known for poison, had considerable research in the field of toxins and even wrote a book on the subject titled Konoha Strategies for Poison. After its publication, the book quickly became popular in the Douluo Continent, with sales exceeding tens of thousands of copies, and was later certified by the Spirit Hall as one of the 9 essential medical texts. Even someone as proud as Yang Wudi couldn't help but admire Konoha Douluo, wishing he could have lived a century earlier to exchange ideas with his idol in the same era. The weather in Konoha City was very hot, and under Yang Wudi's reminder, everyone changed into short sleeves early, especially the 2 women by Qinxiang and Lordifa. One wore a light blue short-sleeve top and matching short shorts, paired with white thigh-high stockings. The other wore a black sleeveless top, with her voluptuous figure partially revealed, making it hard for those around her to look away. The saying "the ridge looks like a peak from the side," and heights and distances are different perfectly describe her figure. Even more enticing, Lordifa wore a short pink plaid skirt that barely covered her thighs, her long, fair legs making onlookers drool. If it weren't for the terrifying aura exuding from Yang Wudi, a group of ruffians would have surely approached her. After getting off the carriage, Jiang Yu and the others obediently stood at the city gate, waiting for the soldiers in charge of city defense to check them. At this time, there was a peak influx of people entering the city, with over 100 in line ahead. Due to the hot weather, many couldn't help but complain, but no one dared to cause trouble. After all, there were hundreds of soldiers stationed at the city gate, all equipped with sharp weapons. Although standing in line was tough, everyone still maintained order, occasionally grumbling a bit. Half an hour later, a sharp voice broke the silence. "What is this?" The city guard questioned an old woman, having picked up something from her. From his tone, it was clear that the object posed some threat to the city's safety, which is why he was so tense. Jiang Yu was attracted by the voice and turned his gaze to the old woman a few meters ahead. She looked very ordinary, with neatly combed, snow-white hair tied back in a ponytail, dressed in a simple brown robe. A little girl accompanied her. Although Jiang Yu couldn't see the girl's complete face from his position, just based on her perfect profile and curvy figure, he was sure she was a stunning beauty with great potential. I advise you not to touch it. This is the poisonous fong from the 9th-section Emerald, and its toxicity is extremely strong. Once the toxin spreads to your shoulder, your arms will become useless, the old woman said flatly. What? The soldier was instantly terrified, quickly throwing the sharp fong to the ground. 9th-section Emerald, poison fong. Upon hearing the old woman's words, JiangYu couldn't help but show surprise on his face. Could it be her? He suddenly thought of someone, a prominent figure among poison attribute soul masters, although her cultivation was only at the soul sage level. With her 9th-section Emerald martial soul, even typical soul Douluo might not be her match. Among the few poison attribute soul masters he admired on the Douluo Continent, only Dugabo and mysterious porcupine, Doa from the Spirit Hall, could compare, followed by this female soul master with a 9th-section Emerald martial soul. The soldier watched as his hands turned green, with a green line creeping up from the center of his palm. He quickly realized that the old woman was not just trying to scare him. He hurriedly knelt and pleaded for mercy, saying, "Please forgive me, esteemed one. It is my duty, and I did not mean to offend you. Please spare me this once." The soldier was immediately in tears, embellishing his plight to gain sympathy, mentioning his elderly parents, 3 children, and several wives, plus a few dogs at home. The old woman did not continue to make things difficult for the soldier. She had no intention of harming such a small fry. After all, he had touched something he shouldn't have. "Eat this." The old woman pulled out a dark pill the size of a bun from her bosom. "Make sure to eat it all." Looking at the unappetizing pill that emitted an odor reminiscent of stinky tofu mixed with garlic and pickled vegetables fermented for over 100 days, the soldier felt nauseous even before tasting it. What? You still find it distasteful? If you wait any longer, even if you eat the antidote, it will be too late. By then, your male functions will significantly decline. You might not even last a minute, the old woman said, her gaze fixed on a certain part of the soldier's body, a smirk of schadenfreude on her face. This chapter is not over. Please click the next page to continue reading. As soon as she finished speaking, the soldier immediately stopped hesitating, quickly took the pill, and without a second thought, began to chew it, soon finishing it completely. After consuming the antidote, he noticed the green lines on his arms gradually retreating to the tips of his fingers, then suddenly shooting out and dripping onto the ground. "Thank you, esteemed one." The soldier looked relieved, no longer daring to offend the mysterious old woman before him. "Excuse me, are you the medicine granny?" At that moment, JiangYu stepped forward, asking the old woman, his face showing great anticipation. "Indeed, that's me," the old woman replied, somewhat puzzled, as she hadn't revealed her identity and didn't know how he had figured it out. "Who might you be?" "So it is the medicine granny." JiangYu became excited, realizing she had also come to Konoha City for the upcoming poison competition. He had thought he was certain to win, but now it seemed he had encountered a worthy opponent. Previously, he had found the competition a bit dull. He hadn't expected the medicine granny to be present. "Looks like there will be some excitement now. I am JiangYu of the Poison Clan." This time, it was the medicine granny's turn to be shocked. She knew of JiangYu's reputation. In terms of poison crafting alone across the Douluo Continent, few could stand alongside him. Even poison Douluo might not be his match. Although the medicine granny was confident in her abilities, she understood that if she were to face JiangYu, it would likely be a 50-50 chance, assuming she performed exceptionally well and he was not in his best condition. "So it's the clan leader Yang." The medicine granny slightly bowed her head and smiled. "I've long heard of your great name. Seeing you today, it truly lives up to its reputation." "You're too kind." JiangYu rarely showed a smile, saying, "I've often heard people mention the medicine granny's name, and have always wanted to find an opportunity to meet you. I never expected to see you here in Konoha City. What a rare fate." He was not flattering her. Poison attribute soul masters were rare, and female ones were even scarcer. A figure like the medicine granny, with profound poison skills, was truly one of a kind. Even JiangYu held great respect for her. Chapter 108, A Little One. Perhaps it was due to encountering like-minded people. JiangYu's mood was extremely excited along the way. Although the medicine granny was not young, one could still faintly see from her brows and eyes that she must have been a rare beauty in her youth. It's hard to say whether JiangYu was moved. After all, he had been single for so many years, and wanting to find a companion was only natural. The medicine granny and JiangYu seemed quite well matched, and even his old friend Bai Qinxiang felt happy for him. Unlike JiangYu, Jiangyu's gaze was fixed on the little girl beside the medicine granny. He considered himself well-versed in women, but there were very few like this little girl. Comparable only to Hu Laina, and even Ning Rongrong seemed a bit lacking. The girl appeared to be shorter than Bai Qinxiang, with dense black long hair cascading down her back. She wore no jewelry on her head, but exuded an extremely noble aura. Her skin was very fair, not the sickly kind, but a healthy, translucent white. Most importantly, her figure was incredibly mismatched with her age. Her impressive chest measured at least 36b. While this number might seem insignificant for an adult woman, it was undeniably exaggerated for a little girl. With her talent, breaking through to D would be an easy feat in the future. In stark contrast to her voluptuous figure, the expression on the girl's face was very cold. Genuinely cold, pure coldness, with a pair of black eyes devoid of any emotional color, resembling an ice beauty. Her limbs were evenly long. She was plump where she should be and slim where she should be. Every ounce of flesh was perfectly placed, with no flaws whatsoever. JiangYu had only seen such a perfect figure in anime before. This was his first time seeing it in real life. He couldn't help but feel as if a dream had come true. Seeing that the girl seemed a bit lonely, JiangYu kindly approached her to chat, attempting to lighten the mood. "Little sister, what is your name?" JiangYu's gaze was gentle, without a hint of aggression, and his face wore a sunny smile, giving off a feeling as if one was basking in spring breezes, appearing like a reliable older brother, in stark contrast to the hungry, wolf-like gazes of other men. "Xiao Xiao." The girl paused, clearly caught off guard by JiangYu's sudden question, but eventually, a few words tumbled from her lips, although her face remained as cold as ever. In JiangYu's eyes, the fact that she was willing to speak was a very good sign. Perhaps once they got familiar, the girl would become more enthusiastic. JiangYu had encountered many cold beauties before, but none could hold their composure in front of him for long. He believed he could also break through the ice of this girl. He had that confidence. After all, even Bibi Dong had been charmed by him, and JiangYu had never lost a battle of words. Even the coldest and proudest could be persuaded by him. Xiao Xiao. The girl's name seemed to contrast her figure. You wonder how she got such a name. Clearly, she was quite grown. However, JiangYu still gracefully introduced himself, of course using the alias JiangYu. As JiangYu circled around the little girl, two people became unhappy. One was Bai Qinxiang, and the other was Lydia, though their feelings were quite different. Bai Qinxiang was simply upset that her charm was overshadowed by another little girl, while Lydia was displeased with JiangYu's gaze, thinking he lacked discernment, as her figure had developed more maturely. And how could the little girl compare to her? Half an hour later, everyone finally arrived at the Lord's mansion located in the center of my city. By this time, the entrance was already crowded with people coming to register for the competition. There weren't many poison attribute soul masters on the continent, but the people gathered here numbered in the hundreds, likely including poison soul masters from the Heaven Do Empire. The Poison Soul Master Championship League held by the Luo Empire did not restrict countries or regions, theoretically allowing everyone to participate. Unlike the various restrictions of the Heaven Do Empire, the Luo Empire had always respected the strong, regardless of who you were or what means you used. Even if it involved something as lowly as poison, as long as you could win, you would receive respect. Therefore, the Luo royal family had gathered a large number of extraordinary individuals. Even though the Luo Empire did not visibly have title Dalu stationed, its strength should not be underestimated. In fact, in terms of overall strength, the Luo Empire had steadily suppressed the Heaven Do Empire in recent years. If it weren't for the Spirit Hall's continuous interference, the Luo Empire might have already unified the entire continent. As the main city, my city's Lord's Mansion was much more magnificent than that of a typical small city, covering an area of over 1,000 square meters, with the entire wall made of fine stone and hundreds of elite city defense soldiers stationed outside the mansion. Tomorrow was the day of the competition, so there were particularly many people registering today. Even though Yang Wudi and the Medicine Granny were well-known figures in the industry, they still obediently queued up. Time slowly passed. The waiting was excruciating. It was hard to tell how long had passed when it finally came to Yang Wudi's turn. After filling out all the information according to the registration process, the staff handed him a badge, which served as proof of participation. On the day of the competition, only those wearing the badge would be allowed to enter the competition venue to participate in the poison competition. After completing the registration, Jiang Yu and his group followed the staff's instructions to the designated hotel. The My City officials were generous, as they arranged for the participants to stay at the famous Rose Hotel. As night fell after dinner, Jiang Yu decided to take a stroll in the garden to digest the food in his stomach. Suddenly, a familiar sound came from the bushes. Jiang Yu recognized it as the voice of the Medicine Granny. Looking ahead, he discovered she was using a vine to whip Xiao Xiao while shouting, "Too slow. How many times have I told you? To improve your speed, besides maintaining your weight, The most important thing is to control your breathing rhythm. Look at you. You've been training for almost half a year, and your speed has only just reached the first level. With this, you still want to surpass your sister? You're simply dreaming. The medicine granny was frustrated. Although she was strict, it was for the sake of her disciple. Otherwise, she wouldn't have taught the little girl her self-created soul skill, the spirit snake step, and the secret technique, the Gale breathing method. In fact, Xiao Xiao's talent was not bad. Being able to cultivate the Gale breathing method to the first level in half a year was already commendable. However, for the medicine granny, it was far from enough. She was aware of Xiao Xiao's family background. Although she was born into nobility, because of that, she had to face a very cruel environment early on. To compete for the position of family heir, even siblings would show no mercy. Xiao Xiao's siblings were all older than her, so their soul power levels far exceeded hers. If the medicine granny did not push her hard, Xiao Xiao would have no chance of competing with her fierce sisters. The whip struck Xiao Xiao's body, causing her to sweat profusely from the pain, yet she did not utter a sound throughout, enduring it all. She wants to become stronger. As long as she can become more powerful, she can endure all the tears. The old woman in charge of medicine looked at her stubborn little disciple and couldn't help but feel a twinge of pity. But she quickly suppressed it and immediately began the brutal training again. The 9-section emerald possession. The old woman suddenly shouted angrily, and soon a strong green light burst forth from her body. Almost immediately, a nearly transparent serpentine creature appeared behind her, containing a rich green glow and a pair of bright red eyes that looked exceptionally cute, though it was a bit small, only 5 inches long. However, it would be a big mistake to underestimate the 9-section emerald because it is the finest among the bamboo leaf greens. Although small in size, it is one of the most venomous snakes. Coupled with its steel-like hardness and resistance to blades, along with its extremely fast speed, it is considered a royal presence among snake-type martial souls. If not for Dugu, Bo, cultivating the phosphor snake to the level of phosphor snake king, becoming the ancestor of all snakes, he might not have been able to surpass the old woman's 9-section emerald martial soul. The old woman had a total of 7 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black. Just based on this optimal soul ring configuration, she was significantly stronger than an average Soul Sage level Soul Master. Chapter 109. The Zhu Sisters. The old woman's speed was very fast. Even Jiang Yu couldn't see how she suddenly appeared in front of Xiao Xiao. The terrified little girl hurriedly released her martial soul, which was a strange black cat. After the martial soul was possessed, her small eyes changed color simultaneously. The left eye turned dark green, while the right eye became azure blue. Her long hair naturally stuck to her back. What was most special was that a pair of fluffy black cat ears grew on her head, and even her hands transformed into claw-like cat paws, giving her a unique charm. Unexpectedly, she also had a cat martial soul. Jiang Yu, who was watching from a distance, was taken aback. This girl named Xiao Xiao not only looked like Zhu Zhuqing, but even her martial soul was also a cat type. He now suspected that Xiao Xiao might be a relative of Zhu Zhuqing because they looked too alike. After releasing her martial soul, Xiao Xiao's speed suddenly accelerated. During her movement, she even created a faint afterimage, and her attack commenced. Facing the old woman, a soul sage powerhouse, Xiao Xiao dared not hold back at all. Her sharp claws aimed directly at the old woman's vital points, forcing the old woman to take her seriously. Seeing how agile and fierce Xiao Xiao was in her moves, a hint of appreciation flashed in the old woman's eyes. Although they hadn't spent much time together, she couldn't help but like this disciple a little. Although Xiao Xiao's talent was not bad, she still fell short compared to the top-tier geniuses with innate soul power of levels 8 or 9. What truly impressed the old woman was Xiao Xiao's character, perhaps knowing that her talent was not on par with the top geniuses. Xiao Xiao's level of effort far exceeded others' imaginations. Every day before dawn, she would get up to train, running 1,000 meters and doing 1,000 hand exercises. Even in the face of hardship, she never complained of exhaustion, gritting her teeth and persisting. To become stronger, she has sacrificed so much, and fortunately, heaven did not disappoint those who work hard. Xiao Xiao's cultivation progress was also very rapid. She had only awakened her martial soul for 2 years, yet her soul power had already reached level 17. It is worth noting that when Xiao Xiao first awakened her martial soul, her soul power was only at level 7. And in 2 years, she had raised it by 10 levels, a figure that is not inferior to those top geniuses. However, the old woman always believed in tough love. Even though she felt proud of Xiao Xiao in her heart, she didn't show it at all. Instead, she often said things to discourage her. What made her feel gratified was that Xiao Xiao became braver with each setback and trained even harder. Not only had she mastered the Gale breathing technique to the first level, but she was also not far from breaking through to the great accomplishment in the Spirit Snake step. At the current stage, Xiao Xiao's speed could definitely rival that of an average Great Soul Master, and she might even be a bit stronger. However, her opponent was the old woman, a Soul Sage powerhouse with a soul power level of 75 in the Agile attack category. Among those of the same realm, only a few like Bai could possibly surpass her in speed. Although Xiao Xiao's speed was fast and her attack angles were extremely tricky in the old woman's eyes, they were full of flaws. After a few moves, she seized Xiao Xiao's wrist. The old woman did not hold back. Her sharp fingers suddenly pierced Xiao Xiao's wrist, instantly leaving a shallow wound on her hand, and the green liquid seeping from her nails entered Xiao Xiao's body through the blood. This was the deadly poison contained in the 9-section emerald. Soon, Xiao Xiao's body couldn't help but tremble, and her face became extremely contorted, as if she were enduring immense pain. The veins on her forehead and neck bulged at the same time. However, despite this, Xiao Xiao did not make a sound of begging for mercy. Her eyes were filled with determination. For a little girl to endure to such an extent was already remarkable. Even adult soul masters might not have such spirit, which made Jiang Yu feel a bit of admiration. Watching Xiao Xiao in such pain, the old woman did not approach immediately but watched from the side. After about a minute, she walked in front of Xiao Xiao. She took out an unknown pill from her bosom, fed it to Xiao Xiao, and then turned to leave. After the old woman left, Jiang Yu walked up to Xiao Xiao to check her injuries. The moonlight cast a cold glow on the little girl's fair cheeks. At that moment, Xiao Xiao truly resembled a celestial maiden from the Moon Palace, evoking a sense of pity. Even Jiang Yu, who was used to grand scenes, felt a bit moved. She had seen too many beauties, but none compared to this little girl. In front of Xiao Xiao, those others instantly became mere ordinary women. Jiang Yu forgot her original purpose and stared intently at Xiao Xiao's cold, frosty face. She didn't know how long it had been when the beautiful girl under the moon suddenly opened her eyes. "What are you doing here?" Xiao Xiao's eyes were filled with vigilance. After waking up, she quickly checked her condition. Her clothes were still on, and she felt nothing unusual. It seems he didn't do anything out of line. Jiang Yu shook her head and smiled. "I was bored after dinner, so I came here for a walk. I didn't expect to see you and your master training here. I saw you seem to be poisoned and was worried something happened to you, so I came to check." So that's it. It seems I misunderstood her. Xiao Xiao couldn't help but feel a bit regretful. Others were concerned about her, yet she suspected their intentions. It was really inappropriate. "Thank you for your concern. I misunderstood." After realizing her mistake, Xiao Xiao quickly and generously apologized to Jiang Yu. "I'm sorry." "It's okay." Jiang Yu didn't mind. "Do you often train like this?" For some reason, she really wanted to know the answer to this question. Xiao Xiao, though puzzled by Jiang Yu's sudden question, hesitated for a moment before nodding. This level of training was just routine for her. It really wasn't a big deal at all. Xiao Xiao still remembers the most painful time. She didn't get out of bed for 3 whole days and nights, even needing Granny Yao to feed her. She endured such harsh training. Tonight is just child's play compared to that. Sigh. When Jiang Yu heard this, he couldn't help but feel a pang of pity for the little girl in front of him. Other children her age are like flowers in a greenhouse, even needing others to serve them during meals. But Xiao Xiao has already gotten used to such inhumane training. In the past, Jiang Yu thought he had trained hard enough until this moment when he realized that there are others who can endure even more, and she's just a little girl. At this moment, he didn't know what to say. He could only take out the healing ointment from his soul guide. "This is a healing medicine." Jiang Yu held the blue jade bottle and said, "Turn around. I'll apply it for you. I guarantee it won't leave a mark." Xiao Xiao wanted to refuse. But at that moment, the scar left by the whip on her back suddenly split open. A wave of pain hit her, and she no longer rejected his kindness. After getting permission, Jiang Yu opened the jade bottle and poured the white viscous liquid into his hand, then rubbed his hands together evenly. The soft sound broke the silence of the night. Soon, Jiang Yu's hands pressed against Xiao Xiao's smooth and delicate back, like white jade, a cool sensation coming from his palms. And with a gentle motion up and down, the initially cold skin gradually warmed up. Xiao Xiao couldn't help but let out a soft moan. It was the first time she experienced such a comfortable feeling. After a while, she realized she had lost her composure, and a slight blush appeared on her fair face. You shouldn't have heard that, right? Xiao Xiao's heart rippled quietly. Jiang Yu actually heard Xiao Xiao's moan just now, but he didn't say anything. Mentioning it would only add to the embarrassment. He continued to gently rub her wounds with the milky liquid. The starry sky over my city is beautiful, free from light pollution from electric lights, and the stars are clearly visible. Even the vast Milky Way in the sky is perfectly displayed. A gentle breeze with a hint of warmth blew past, stirring Xiaoxiao's long hair, and a faint fragrance wafted from her strands, a unique scent of a girl. It was truly refreshing. What are you training so hard for? Jiang Yu looked at the girl in front of him and couldn't help but ask. He wanted to know why she was so determined. For what? Xiaoxiao's expression suddenly changed, and she couldn't help but self-deprecate. Of course, it's to survive. Her tone was very calm, but Jiang Yu could hear a sense of desolation and helplessness in her words. Xiaoxiao, at such a young age, has to bear so much. It must be very hard. Looking at the scars on the girl's back, Jiang Yu continued to ask. I'm used to it. Xiaoxiao didn't say much more and didn't complain. She had long since gotten used to this kind of life. If you lived in a family like mine, you would know that the only choice is to work hard to become stronger. Xiaoxiao's tone sounded somewhat melancholic. The weak have no right to survive. Although Jiang Yu had only interacted with her for a short time, it was not hard to infer from Xiaoxiao's words how cruel her family must be, likely comparable to royal families. What's your surname? Jiang Yu increasingly suspected she was from the Zhu family. After all, this little girl resembled the Zhu family too much in terms of figure, temperament, and family background. It was hard not to be suspicious. Zhu. Xiaoxiao dragged out her words, and Jiang Yu became excited after she uttered the first syllable. Sure enough, he wasn't mistaken. She was from the Zhu family. Could she be Zhu Zhuqing's younger sister? Or her older sister, Zhu Zhuyan? But she didn't seem to fit the age. Just as Jiang Yu was secretly speculating, Xiaoxiao's next words cut short his thoughts. Zhuge, my name is Zhuge Xiaoxiao. Her voice gradually became firm. Zhuge Xiaoxiao? Jiang Yu was taken aback. Who is that? There was no such character in the original story. It shouldn't be. A girl so beautiful shouldn't be just a minor character. Is there still any law? After a while, Jiang Yu finally reacted. The entire Dalu is narrated from Tang San's perspective, and the descriptions related to the Star Luo Empire come mostly from Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai's accounts, with very little detail. The characters who appeared in the Star Luo Empire, apart from Zhu and Dai, were only their siblings. Jiang Yu hadn't even seen their father's name. Perhaps because of this, Zhuge Xiaoxiao, a stunning beauty, had never been described. Thinking of this, he felt relieved. Since you say it so cruelly, your family must be a prominent one in the Star Luo Empire, right? Jiang Yu couldn't help but ask. Sort of. Xiaoxiao's face flashed a hint of shyness. She wasn't good at lying, but she didn't want to reveal her true identity to others. Only Granny Yao knew her background. Moreover, very few people usually asked about her family situation, let alone someone as detailed as Jiang Yu. The lies she told today had already surpassed all she had said before, so she couldn't help but feel a bit shy. My father is a duke appointed by the emperor, so our family is considered prominent in the empire. This time she wasn't lying. Although their family's title was hereditary, each generation still had to be conferred by the emperor of the empire. So you are the daughter of a duke. Jiang Yu was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect her to be a little rich girl. A duke is the highest rank of nobility, while the position of prince is generally reserved for royal nobles. Others basically have no qualifications for such titles. Neither the Star Luo Empire nor the Heaven Do Empire has a precedent for conferring titles to non-royal families. As for the lords of other kingdoms, they have little to do with the two empires. Other kingdoms and principalities have long been existing factions on the continent. Although they nominally submit to the two empires, they actually have their own set of laws, much like the vassal states during the Zhou dynasty. Therefore, generally speaking, the title of duke is the highest title that non-royal lineage can possess. Xiaoxiao's background can be considered quite noble. No wonder your father is so cold. He even dares to train such a beautiful daughter like you so harshly. Jiang Yu truly admired Xiaoxiao's father. How could such a lovely little girl be made to suffer like this? If he had a daughter, he would definitely not allow her to suffer even the slightest bit, and would pamper her in his hands. Jiang Yu strongly disagreed with Xiaoxiao's father's approach. If I had such a lovely daughter as you, I would definitely cherish her like a treasure. Your father is really something else. Jiang Yu couldn't help but express his indignation. You want to be my dad? Xiaoxiao couldn't help but laugh, to the point where she didn't mind Jiang Yu cursing her father. Thinking about it, he really was a bit. Not even caring for his own daughter. Hearing the small laughter, Jiang Yu also felt happy. He originally thought he would get a scolding, but unexpectedly, Xiaoxiao didn't mind at all and was rather pleased. Truly a delightful surprise. After a while, Xiaoxiao's laughter gradually subsided, and she twisted her arm behind her, unexpectedly thinking about having children at such a young age. How small? It's known that on Douluo Continent, many boys get married at 13 or 14 years old. Isn't Oscar's father the one who had him at 14? There's even a saying that goes around on the continent. Having children should be done early. Besides, JiangYu was only thinking about it. He didn't respond to Xiao's words, merely increasing the gentle pressure of his hands. For him, words were pale. Actions suited his character better. Ouch! You hurt me. Xiao cried out in pain. That is more like it. The more it hurts, the more effective it is. This proves the medicine is working, and the scars on your body are gradually healing. It's estimated they will be fully healed soon, JiangYu said with a mischievous smile. Really? Xiao couldn't help but be a bit skeptical. It was her first time hearing this, but upon thinking about it, there seemed to be some truth to it. It didn't sound like nonsense. Then hurry up. I can't rush it. It'll take at least an hour. It needs to warm up to work faster. The heat will activate the medicine's efficacy, allowing it to penetrate your body more thoroughly. Just hang in there, JiangYu assured her. This time, he wasn't lying. This method was something he learned from a medical book and had a solid scientific basis. He didn't know how long it had been. Xiao only felt that her back was getting hotter. She didn't know if it was due to the friction or the medicine taking effect, but she just felt hot, and there was also a tingling sensation. It was a special feeling. She had never experienced anything like this before. Is it done yet? It should be soon. Just hang in there a bit longer until the white liquid completely penetrates your body. JiangYu, although his hands were getting a bit sore, still continued to gently rub Xiao's back. The white ointment, under his firm pressure, was gradually seeping into Xiao's body, and her back scars were visibly healing. Once her back scars disappeared, JiangYu stopped his movements, quickly moved to Xiao's side, and then sat down on the grass with a thud. The night sky was beautiful tonight, and he began to gaze at the stars. The sky was filled with twinkling stars, countless in number. No one knew how many there were. The stars, whether big or small, were desperately shining bright. Suddenly, amidst the deep and vast night sky, a dazzling light burst forth, tracing an arc in the sky, leaving behind a spectacular beam of light, resembling beautiful peacock feathers. But soon, its brightness faded gradually, and before long, it disappeared into the vast night sky. That beam of light might have set out from a distant galaxy billions of years ago, only to finally arrive at Douluo Continent just now. But soon it returned to calm, having spent billions of years just for this moment of brilliance. One couldn't help but wonder if it felt regret. JiangYu gazed at the starry sky, lost in thought. Do you believe in fate? Xiao didn't directly answer his question, but instead abruptly asked JiangYu a question. I do and I don't. JiangYu pondered for a moment before responding to Xiao. Fate does exist. For example, some people are born beggars while others are the sons of emperors. Their destinies are different from the very start. However, JiangYu then said loudly, fate can also be changed. I believe that even fate can be in one's own hands. A beggar can become an emperor, and the son of an emperor can lose everything overnight and become worse than a beggar. As long as one works hard, it's possible to change fate. As he spoke, JiangYu turned to look at Xiao. Isn't your hard work in cultivation meant to change your fate? I believe you can definitely defeat your sisters. Remember, your fate is in your own hands, and no one else, not even your father, can control it. JiangYu continually comforted the little girl beside him. Xiao's efforts were evident, and he believed that this girl in front of him could change her fate and become an outstanding woman. Chapter 111. Did you sleep? The next day, as dawn broke, a faint blush of white rose in the eastern horizon, and on the lush grass lay a boy and a girl. Their positions were quite ambiguous. The little girl snuggled in the boy's arms, her long legs wrapped around his waist, displaying a faint smile on her face, occasionally releasing a pleasant aroma. The two were, of course, JiangYu and Xiao. As for why they were lying on the grass, that's a long story. In short, they had talked late into the night about dreams and life, and, as their conversation became more engaging, they eventually fell asleep. That is how this morning scene came to be. The sky gradually brightened, and warm sunlight bathed the earth, but JiangYu and Xiao remained undisturbed, both looking quite content in their deep sleep, showing no intention of getting up. They slept until the sun was high in the sky, and it was eventually Xiao who woke up first. When she opened her eyes, she saw JiangYu's handsome face. Stunned for a moment, she quickly realized that she had actually slept with a boy. Blushing at the thought, Xiao shyly retreated from JiangYu's embrace and began to carefully check her body for any unusual sensations. After observing for a while, She found nothing particularly wrong except for slightly wrinkled clothes and faint red marks on her arms. Wait, there was also a feeling of fullness in her chest. However, upon further reflection, Xiao felt she was overthinking it. This was probably just the developmental phenomenon that the medicine lady had mentioned. He sleeps so soundly. Seeing that she hadn't been violated, Xiao turned her gaze to the still sleeping Jiang Yu. It was her first time seeing a man sleeping, and Jiang Yu's facial expressions quickly caught her attention. She realized that boys had such rich expressions while sleeping. Watching Jiang Yu sleep so peacefully, Xiao couldn't help but feel playful and thought of a good idea. She plucked a small blue grass from the ground. These ordinary blue-silver grasses were quite soft, and she gently tapped it against Jiang Yu's cheek. Jiang Yu, who was deep in sleep, suddenly felt a ticklish sensation on his face, accompanied by a soft feeling. He quickly woke up. Their eyes met. Xiao felt a bit embarrassed. Jiang Yu was a bit startled. Xiao chuckled awkwardly. The sun is already high. Why aren't you getting up? Xiao's sleepy voice still sounded quite adorable. Jiang Yu was also energized by the melodious sound and quickly turned over to stand up. The two then walked together towards the hotel. Today was the day of the competition for Yang Wu and the others, and they might be setting off soon. If they missed it, it would be troublesome. Along the way, the two tacitly avoided mentioning what happened last night. But it was clear that their relationship had changed somewhat after that. Although they weren't even aware of it themselves, a special bond had already begun to form between them at that moment. Later, Jiang Yu often reminisced about what happened that night in the hotel because it marked the true beginning of his relationship with Zhu Qing. Therefore, even after Jiang Yu became the recognized strongest in the entire continent, he would secretly take Zhu Qing to a hotel in my city for a vacation, keeping it hidden from the other women around him. This could be considered a little romantic affair between the two. Of course, this came at a price. Every time he took Zhu Qing out, it would be discovered by the women around him, and then things would get messy. After all, a woman's jealousy is quite dreadful. Even the divine Qianrenshua was no exception, especially with Bibi Dong watching nearby. Faced with two deities, even Jiang Yu felt somewhat intimidated. So he had to obey Qianrenshua's arrangements and do his best to appease the jealous angel god. But that's a story for later. Let's not get into it for now. When Jiang Yu and Xiao entered the hotel lobby, the front desk staff informed them that Yang Wu and the others had already set off for the venue, so they could only make their own way there. Great. They still missed it. Since that was the case, Jiang Yu wasn't in a hurry anymore. Anyway, he had just woken up and was hungry, so he might as well go have breakfast first. He then pulled Xiao along to the hotel restaurant. Perhaps because the contestants had all rushed to the competition, the bright and spacious restaurant seemed a bit empty, with hardly anyone around except for a few staff members. There are benefits to waking up late. At least there was no need to wait in line for food. They could eat whatever they wanted. Upon reaching the counter, Jiang Yu realized he had overestimated the situation. Although there was no need to queue, there wasn't much food left. Besides a bowl of rice porridge, there were only 2 buns and a few plates of pickled vegetables, nothing else at all. At this point, complaining was pointless. Jiang Yu could only take 2 bowls of porridge, handing one to Xiao, while the one with more goji berries naturally belonged to him. Jiang Yu had loved eating goji berries and leeks since he was a child. These were all things that nourished the kidneys and enhanced essence, and he would never miss out on anything that could nourish the kidneys. This applied to both practicing duanjin and eating. He would completely avoid anything that could harm the kidneys, like traditional crafts many boys would do. He hardly did any of that. Perhaps because of this, his energy was much more vigorous than that of the average male. Otherwise, his previous girlfriend, who was a streamer, wouldn't have wanted to rekindle things with him, even going so far as to throw money at him. Jiang Yu looked down on this. He was not that kind of person, and a mere tens of thousands of dollars could not buy him off. That was truly a small mindset. He was a person of integrity and would never agree to his ex-girlfriend's unreasonable demands. After finishing his porridge, Jiang Yu reached for the meat bun, but unexpectedly, a small hand suddenly reached out and snatched one of the buns away. Jiang Yu turned around, intending to say something, but the bun was already being chewed by the person. The unfamiliar girl in front of him looked to be around 11 or 12 years old. However, her body had developed very maturely, and even her ordinary martial artist outfit couldn't hide her alluring and perfect figure. Her shape was very well proportioned, with a full and rounded chest that was quite prominent, a slender waist that was as light as a snake, and a pair of straight and slender long legs that could easily match Xiao beside Jiang Yu, even surpassing her a little due to her height. The girl had deep brown eyes with long, neat eyelashes that were beautiful, and her face was also quite pretty, with a stylish short haircut that added a heroic flair to her appearance. This was precisely what distinguished her from other flamboyant girls. Her looks were somewhat charming, but not at all seductive, carrying a rare elegance for a girl. "Thank you for the bun." The girl raised the half-eaten bun and smiled at Jiang Yu. Before he could say anything, she turned and ran out of the restaurant. "Hey, how can you do this?" Jiang Yu looked at her retreating figure, indignantly saying that he had never seen such a shameless girl who would snatch someone else's bun to eat, showing no understanding of manners. She didn't even know the order of arrival. If the girl hadn't run so quickly, Jiang Yu would have seriously scolded her to make her understand the rules. Seeing that there was only one bun left, Jiang Yu had no choice but to hand the large meat bun to Xiao Xiao. "This bun is so big. Let us share it." Xiao Xiao didn't choose to eat it all by herself, but instead broke the bun in half, handing the larger half back to Jiang Yu since she, being a girl, couldn't eat that much in the morning. Chapter 112, Dongyu Feng. The competition venue was not far from the hotel, just a few hundred meters away on Central Street. Following the directions of passers-by, Jiang Yu and Xiao Xiao quickly arrived at the competition site. The downside was that to watch the competition up close, one needed to purchase a ticket, with the cheapest costing 1 gold soul coin. Fortunately, Jiang Yu was not short on money, so he bought 2 tickets on the spot, including one for Xiao Xiao. With the tickets, the guards finally let them in. Jiang Yu's ticket was for the 3rd row. He originally wanted to buy a ticket for the front row, but they were all sold out, so he had to make do with the 3rd row, which fortunately wasn't too far back. Shortly after Jiang Yu and Xiao Xiao sat down, the competition was announced to begin. According to the host of the grand event, the first round of the elimination was a written test, and the rules were simple. Staff distributed exam papers to each contestant, with renowned experts in poison posing questions on the spot. There were a total of 10 judges, meaning each question was worth 10 points. Only the top 20 contestants would advance to the next round, while the others would be eliminated. Soon, the judges announced the questions one by one. After hearing them, Yang Wudi and the old lady quickly wrote down their answers. For them, these questions were hardly challenging. Although a few participants were a bit slow, they soon began to write down their answers, while many others were still pondering. Clearly for them, the difficulty of these questions was not small. From this, one could see the strength of the contestants. Yang Wudi and the old lady were clearly in the top tier, with only a few people able to slightly compete with them. Sitting in the audience, Jiang Yu was also secretly thinking about the answers. Although his research on toxicology had only just begun, it was taught by Yang Wudi, and, as the saying goes, a good teacher produces a good student. Moreover, Jiang Yu was quite intelligent. Over the past few days, he had firmly remembered everything Yang Wudi had taught him, except for some profound secret techniques. Those basic concepts were no longer a challenge for Jiang Yu. He answered at least 3 of the 10 questions posed by the judges. Although that number wasn't large, it was already quite remarkable for a newcomer. To know that the participants in this competition are all experts among poison attribute soul masters. The questions posed by the judges are even considered somewhat difficult by them. If newcomers were to participate, they might not be able to answer even a single question. Of course, Tang San is an exception due to his extraordinary abilities. If he were to come, he might even win the championship, as the Tang sect is famous for its poison. Half an hour later, the competition time arrived, and everyone had to hand their test papers to the staff. Even though there were hundreds of contestants, the judges still chose to score on site. These seniors, though not young, all possessed soul sage-level cultivation, and the 3 elderly men seated in the center had even broken through to the soul Douluo realm, so this level of focus was not a big deal for them. In just an hour, the results of the competition were announced. Yang Wudi crushed the competition with a perfect score, becoming the undisputed first place, while Granny Yao followed closely behind with a score of 99, securing second place. The third place went to a stout old man. Despite having a head full of white hair and very wrinkled skin, had an exceptionally exaggerated physique, with muscles that were no less impressive than those of young men, and his six-pack abs were particularly prominent. The old man's score was 93, indicating that he was not as simple as he appeared. If one merely saw him as a muscle-bound brute, they would likely suffer losses. After the results were announced, the 20 contestants advancing to the next round were confirmed, comprising a total of 15 men and 5 women, with the male contestants being 3 times the number of female contestants. This also indirectly proved the rarity of female poison soul masters. Among them, the youngest contestant was around 40 years old, indicating a generational gap. This was largely due to the low status of poison attribute soul masters on the continent. Even the poison Douluo was marginalized by other titled Douluo, even earning the title of the weakest titled Douluo, which severely damaged his reputation. Dugubo was aware of this. which is why he did not allow his granddaughter to pursue the path of poison. Therefore, besides the toxins inherent to the green phosphor snake, Douluo does not employ other poisons and focuses more on control. After announcing the list of those advancing, the eliminated contestants were invited off the stage. Although they all expressed reluctance, what could they do? A loss is a loss. No matter how unwilling they were, it wouldn't change the outcome. Ding ding ding, the staff immediately struck the gong. The 20 contestants were divided into 10 groups. The rules for this round were that both sides would take turns poisoning each other. Whoever could withstand it would advance to the semifinals. The first match featured the muscular old man, named JiangYu from Xinglua City. His opponent was a female contestant, appearing to be in her 40s, with a slender figure. Her face had a hint of allure, still retaining some charm, and her large, rounded bosom was as white as snow, resembling a ripe peach. The female contestant's name was Douluo, and due to her high attractiveness, she had quite a few admirers in the audience. Before the match even began, a group of male fans was already shouting her name, making her the most popular contestant among the male audience. Centipede King, manifest! Mandrake Snake, manifest! The two contestants simultaneously activated their martial spirits, both containing extremely potent poison, making them invaluable as attacks. JiangYu's martial spirit was a gigantic centipede over 2 meters long, entirely black, with a pair of very sharp antennae on its head. Once his martial spirit was activated, this pair of antennae also appeared on JiangYu's head. His eyes turned golden, resembling his martial spirit, and gave off an imposing aura. He had 7 soul rings, all perfectly matched, indicating his impressive strength. Although Douluo was somewhat surprised by the old man's strength, she did not choose to back down. This was not a soul master battle. Although she was only a soul emperor, the toxins contained within her martial spirit were no less formidable than JiangYu's Centipede King. Douluo's martial spirit was the Mandrake Snake, a green little snake with a triangular head that looked very intimidating, and its ruby-like eyes made anyone who saw them shudder. Despite its small size, the Mandrake Snake possessed extremely strong toxicity, making it one of the most terrifying existences among poison attribute soul beasts. And its body was also remarkably resilient. It's actually a Mandrake Snake. Jiang Yu stared at Douluo's snow-white body, feeling somewhat surprised. After all, Tang San's first soul ring came from a 100-year-old Mandrake Snake soul beast. This made him look forward to the upcoming match. You attack first. JiangYu, being somewhat of a gentleman, did not strike first but instead gestured to Douluo. One could only say that beautiful women have advantages wherever they go. Douluo was obviously used to it and did not refuse, immediately launching her attack. 7th Soul Skill, Martial Spirit True Form. Douluo's 7th Soul ring instantly erupted with a strong green light, and a warm wind quickly gathered around her, while her entire body gradually changed. Her legs merged into one, transforming into a green snake tail that swayed continuously on the ground. Her upper body also developed green scales, spreading toward her forehead, until finally, her entire body transformed into that of the Mandrake Snake. Upon activating her martial spirit true form, the Mandrake Snake swung its massive tail toward JiangYu, quickly surrounding him. JiangYu felt the snake's tail tightening around him, and the green poisonous gas surged into his body through his skin and nostrils. After this toxin invaded, he felt his whole body falling into a state of paralysis, and his consciousness became somewhat unclear. This was the most terrifying aspect of the Mandrake Snake's poison. It had a strong destructive effect on human nerves. However, JiangYu was clearly not an easy opponent. Feeling the effects of the Mandrake Snake's poison, he quickly released his martial spirit true form, transforming into a Centipede King over 2 meters long. Soon, JiangYu broke free from the control of the snake tail. Chapter 113. Green-eyed Golden Toad. His martial spirit, the Centipede King, inherently contained terrifying toxins. Although he could not completely ignore the Mandrake Snake's poison, its effect on him was not as significant as it would be on others. JiangYu quickly launched a counterattack. His sharp antennae shot up, and his massive body lunged at the Mandrake Snake, with his enormous antennae piercing into the green snake's body, continuously injecting toxins into it. Centipedes inherently contain toxins, and the toxicity within the Centipede King was dozens of times greater than that of an ordinary centipede soul beast. On the Douluo Continent, centipede soul beasts were not uncommon, but those that evolved into Centipede Kings were rare. This was because such soul beasts could only evolve by devouring their companions. An ordinary centipede soul beast would need to consume at least 1,000 of its kind to have a chance to evolve into a Centipede King. Otherwise, Even if it cultivated to the level of a 10,000-year soul beast, it would not be able to transform into a centipede king. Therefore, Wang Jinji's martial spirit level was not lower than that of the mandrake snake, and it might even be somewhat higher. Additionally, his soul power was significantly higher than Dong Yefeng's, making the mandrake snake's poison a minor threat to him. After releasing her martial soul's true form, Wang Jinji was able to utilize his own source poison. The terrifying toxin entered Dong Yefeng's body through his tentacles. Before long, the green poisonous snake could not help but convulse, twisting wildly. Then, a black gas emerged from the snake's body. Dong Yefeng could no longer maintain her martial soul's true form and quickly returned to her original appearance. It seemed that Wang Jinji had won. JiangYu was not surprised by the result. After all, Dong Yefeng was at a disadvantage from start. Her martial soul was merely an ordinary mandala snake, which was somewhat inferior compared to the centipede king. Losing was a normal outcome. However, not everyone accepted this result. At least, Dong Yefeng's fervent fans could not accept it, as they wanted to see their idol continue performing on stage. Compared to a group of old men, more male compatriots were more willing to watch beautiful women perform, which is also why a certain island nation likes to hold wrestling competitions featuring beautiful women. Regardless of the skills, looks, and figures win out. After all, those who enjoy wrestling are in the minority. Beautiful women are different. Otherwise, why are those internet celebrities and popular actresses so famous? They have no talent or acting skills. And aside from their outstanding looks, they have nothing to show for it. Yet they're still incredibly popular, making hundreds of millions each year. Therefore, Dong Yefeng became a favorite to win the competition solely based on her looks. When her fans saw her at a disadvantage, they began to shout frantically and curse Wang Jinji. However, the judges remained very fair. In their eyes, strength was everything. Dong Yefeng was clearly not a match for Wang Jinji, and she had no solution for the centipede's poison. As the toxins within her body grew stronger, she had no choice but to concede defeat. She valued her life more than the competition's outcome. The judges then announced that Wang Jinji had successfully entered the semifinals, and he also neutralized the poison on Dong Yefeng. The second match then began, with the competitors being Granny Yao and an old man with a head of thick silver hair, dressed in a black robe. This old man was named Jing Tian, who had achieved 9th place in the previous round, and his strength was also outstanding. As soon as the referee announced the start of the match, Jing Tian quickly released his martial soul, which was a toad that reached a size of 1 meter. Its head was very wide, and its oval eardrum was very prominent. The back of the toad was mostly olive yellow with irregular spots, and there was a light green ridge line in the middle of its back. The patterns on its limbs were mostly dark brown, while its belly was milky white. With the appearance of the martial soul, Jing Tian's soul rings slowly rose from the ground, revealing 2 yellow, 3 purple, and 2 black soul rings, 7 dazzling soul rings in total. The green-eyed golden toad, Jiang Yu quickly recognized Jing Tian's martial soul. This type of martial soul was quite rare among soul masters, and it was also difficult to find its trace in the soul beast world. The green-eyed golden toad not only contained deadly poison, but also had great medicinal value. It could detoxify, kill insects, alleviate pain, and had significant effects on diseases like ulcers. Because of this, the green-eyed golden toad attracted the envy of countless soul masters. And due to humans' frenzied hunting, the number of such soul beasts rapidly declined. According to the Spirit Hall's estimates, there were probably fewer than 300 green-eyed golden toads left on the continent. This is why Jiang Yu was surprised. He had only seen the green-eyed golden toad in texts, and he did not expect Jing Tian to possess such a rare martial soul. This match was indeed worth watching. The green-eyed golden toad, Granny Yao, clearly recognized this martial soul as well, and her brows furrowed slightly. However, she quickly suppressed her shock and released her 9-section emerald. Upon seeing Granny Yao's martial soul, Jing Tian did not dare to be careless. The 9-section emerald was the finest among the bamboo leaf green, a king-level existence among snake-type soul beasts. At this moment, Jing Tian clearly did not care about gentlemanly manners and instantly activated his martial soul's true form. He quickly transformed into a golden toad, but the size had actually shrunk considerably. Generally speaking, when a martial soul's true form is activated, the martial soul would grow larger. So such a case of shrinking was quite rare. This also meant that the green-eyed golden toad's martial soul was indeed different from ordinary martial souls. Although Jing Tian's form had become shorter and more compact, the toxins it contained had become more refined and potent than before. The golden toad leaped vigorously, and the mucus in its mouth was instantly sprayed out in a straight line toward Granny Yao. According to the competition rules, both competitors must endure each other's toxic attacks. As this was a poison competition, so Granny Yao did not choose to dodge. The transparent liquid splashed onto Granny Yao's body, penetrating through her layers of clothing and seeping into her body. At first, Granny Yao did not feel anything, but she did not let her guard down. If the poison from the green-eyed golden toad were that simple, it wouldn't deserve its notorious reputation. Granny Yao released the source poison of the 9-section Emerald from her dantian. The best way to deal with the green-eyed golden toad's poison was to attack poison with poison. It would then depend on which toxin was more potent. If the snake poison won, it would naturally resolve the current situation, and Granny Yao was very confident in the 9-section Emerald. Although she had never seen a green-eyed golden toad martial soul, she felt an inexplicable confidence. Soon, the golden toad's toxin began to take effect. The liquid flowed through Granny Yao's meridians, and her body instantly lost strength, collapsing to the ground. A chilling aura emanated from Granny Yao's body, causing the temperature in a radius of several dozen meters to drop suddenly, becoming cold. When Xiao Xiao and the audience saw Granny Yao fall, she suddenly became panicked, her face turning pale. "Don't panic." Jiang Yu pulled the already standing Xiao Xiao back down, urging her to sit. "Trust your master. She can handle this." For some reason, upon hearing Jiang Yu's words, Xiao Xiao's tense heart instantly calmed down. Jiang Yu did not exaggerate. He could sense that Granny Yao's life force had not diminished. Instead, another powerful toxin was rapidly being released. That was the source poison of the 9-section Emerald. Granny Yao spread her own toxins throughout her body, wrapping up all the important parts to avoid the influence of the golden toad's poison. The two toxins clashed violently. The green snake poison and the transparent golden toad poison intertwined, merging and devouring each other. Neither could gain the upper hand. Chapter 114. The Face-Devouring Demon Spider. Watching Granny Yao fall to the ground, the audience thought the outcome of the match was already decided, and even the referees were preparing to declare Jing Tian the winner. However, just as the referee was about to wave the small flag in his hand, an old man, sitting in the center of the judging panel, spoke up to stop the referee's actions. Indeed, there were discerning eyes among the judges, who could see that Granny Yao had not completely lost her ability to counterattack. 3 minutes later, Granny Yao suddenly stood up from the ground, her complexion gradually regaining its rosy hue. It seemed that the poison from the green-eyed golden toad had been completely resolved by her source snake poison. How is this possible? Jing Tian looked incredulously at the seemingly unscathed Granny Yao, a storm of disbelief rising in his heart. Although he knew the power of the 9-section jade, he never expected that his green-eyed golden toad poison would not have much effect on Granny Yao. He knew that even for him, it would take at least 5 minutes to neutralize the golden toad poison. Granny Yao was unexpectedly faster than the poisoner himself. This was what shocked Jing Tian. One mountain is higher than another. Jing Tian had always prided himself on being exceptional, but he never expected to encounter a rival in this Konoha city. "Granny Yao, I remember you. You are quite a formidable opponent." After the shock, Jing Tian couldn't help but express his admiration for Granny Yao. A rare opponent. He hadn't faced such a difficult adversary in a long time, so his feelings were somewhat complex. On one hand, he was shocked. On the other, he felt fortunate. Others might not know, but Jing Tian was well aware of his current situation. Although many praised his poison skills as being among the top 3 in Star Luo, he knew he had fallen into a bottleneck period. Without external help, it would be difficult to break through this barrier, which was why he participated in the Star Luo Empire's poison competition. The stimulation from other experts might help him break through his bottleneck. The Heavendo Empire already had a title Douluo famous for poison, and Jing Tian's goal was to become the second poison Douluo on the continent. And he even had a title in mind, the 100 Poisons Douluo, stronger than the Poison Douluo. But he never expected that he couldn't even suppress a Granny Yao. It was at that moment that Jing Tian realized his shortcomings. "Your golden toad poison may be remarkable, but I, Granny Yao, am not to be underestimated. Just try my snake venom." Granny Yao pointed at Jing Tian. Her fingernails were several centimeters long, exuding a chilling radiance. Without further ado, Granny Yao flew towards Jing Tian in an instant. Her sharp nails were as keen as swords, and with a light stroke, she left a scar over an inch deep on Jing Tian's neck, blood spurting out. The snake venom, the essence of Granny Yao, surged into Jing Tian's body through the wound. Feeling the power of the toxin, Jing Tian's brows furrowed immediately. The poison contained in the 9-section jade was even more terrifying than he had imagined. No wonder this martial soul was known as the King of Snakes, second only to the Blue Phosphor Snake King of Douluo. I admit defeat. Jing Tian immediately declared his surrender. This action instantly sparked heated discussions among the spectators, and their gazes shifted from admiration to disdain. No one expected him to back down so quickly. Granny Yao had merely touched him. Yet Jing Tian gave up resistance without a second thought. Jing Tian didn't care about the public's criticism. When experts spar, victory or defeat often comes in an instant. With just that one move, he realized the significant gap between his realm and Granny Yao's. Rather than trying to resist, it was better to admit defeat gracefully. For Jing Tian, winning or losing was not important. You have some self-awareness. A hint of appreciation appeared on Granny Yao's face. Such a straightforward opponent is truly rare. After Granny Yao secured her spot in the next round, the following competitors took the stage one by one. Although these individuals had also reached the Spirit King level, their martial souls were not very advanced, merely common poison spirit beasts, causing the excitement of the matches to plummet. This left the audience feeling quite bored. Until JiangYu took the stage, it finally triggered a collective excitement among the spectators, as he was the first competitor to achieve first place in a match, and his strength was widely recognized. JiangYu's opponent was a female spirit master, who had a bit of gray at her temples, yet her skin was still relatively well-maintained. Although she couldn't compare to a young girl's smooth and tender face, she still looked quite firm. This female spirit master was named Yazi. She appeared to be in her 60s, yet her aura was remarkably stunning, exuding a special charm. As soon as she took the stage, she activated her martial soul. Although she didn't know what JiangYu's martial soul was, she could sense an extremely powerful pressure emanating from him. That aura of annihilation made her feel an intense sense of helplessness, as if she couldn't compete with it. Evil spider possess. Yazi's voice was somewhat cold, and after releasing her martial soul, a nauseating stench emanated from her. As black light flashed, an evil martial soul appeared above her. Upon seeing that martial soul, Jiang Yu was also taken aback. It was a gigantic spider with a diameter of over 1.5 meters, its 8 long, spear-like legs exceeding 3 meters in length. Its body was covered in a shiny black shell, and although its long legs appeared somewhat slender, the cold light they emitted indicated they were extremely sharp. On the spider's abdomen, there were some white patterns that seemed out of place with its black body, and those white patterns formed a grotesque human face. There were 8 small eyes flickering with a faint purple light, closely adhered to its abdomen. The human-faced evil spider. Her martial soul was actually the human-faced evil spider, a nightmare for many spirit beasts. Even a century-old one could contend with ordinary 1,000-year spirit beasts due to its terrifying poison, making it difficult for even 1,000-year spirit beasts to withstand. Yazi didn't hold back and immediately released her martial soul's true form. Soon, she transformed into the appearance of the human-faced evil spider, but strangely, the spider's face had changed to Yazi's face, looking even more sinister and terrifying than before. The human-faced evil spider showed no hesitation. Its 8 sharp legs silently pierced into the ground and swiftly lunged towards JiangYu, its abdominal face revealing a very sinister grin. The evil killer could hardly wait to celebrate its victory, while JiangYu on the opposite side remained still, quietly standing there. It seemed that the human-faced evil spider was nothing significant to him, as he didn't even release his martial soul. In truth, JiangYu did not want to summon his soul-devouring spear. Rather, his martial soul had no poison whatsoever. His extraordinary achievements in the field of poison were entirely due to his talent, unrelated to his martial soul. This was what made JiangYu truly terrifying. Even poison masters of Douluo's level largely relied on the terrifying toxins contained within their own martial souls. Without their martial soul's assistance, their achievements in the field of poison would certainly decline significantly. Yet JiangYu was an anomaly. He had truly reached his current level through research, which was quite rare throughout the Douluo Continent. After the 8 spider legs pierced into JiangYu's skin, the terrifying toxin continuously surged into his body. You are just too arrogant. Yazi's cold voice suddenly echoed. See how you can withstand this spider poison without even releasing your martial soul. She clearly misunderstood. JiangYu's reason for not activating his martial soul was not arrogance. However, JiangYu didn't bother to explain. That was not his style. He preferred to conquer others through his actions. Chapter 115, Yazi. After Yazi pulled her furry spider legs out of JiangYu, she retreated to the back, unable to suppress the smile on her grotesque face. In her view, the winner of this match was already without a doubt. It was only to blame on Yang Wudi's high self-esteem, truly thinking that winning first place in the last match was something remarkable. Those theoretical knowledge did not work in actual combat. Perhaps if he had released his martial soul at the beginning, he wouldn't have ended up in such a situation. Unfortunately, even if Yang Wudi regretted it now, it was too late. The poison of the face demon spider was not so easy to crack. What should we do? Your master seems to be losing. Xiao Xiao looked at Jiang Yu and found he still had a calm expression, which made her feel a bit strange. She even doubted whether Yang Wudi was really Jiang Yu's master, since this disciple appeared so indifferent. He's not my master, Jiang Yu explained. Although Yang Wudi had imparted some knowledge about poisons to him, they had no formal master-disciple relationship. However, Jiang Yu was still very grateful to Yang Wudi and regarded him as a teacher. Unlike a master, a teacher could be many. As the saying goes, those who impart knowledge and skills are considered teachers. Jiang Yu had accepted the knowledge taught by Yang Wudi, but he had not inherited his path. He could certainly be called a teacher, but he was still far from the standards of a master. To be precise, Jiang Yu had only one master, which was the sword-fighting Douluo. As for teachers, there were indeed many. Besides Yang Wudi, there were teachers who taught him combat skills and staff techniques, like teacher Sanshang and teacher Hashimoto. However, Jiang Yu was still very grateful to Yang Wudi. In his heart, this teacher's weight far exceeded that of the other teachers, and was even not much lower than that of the sword-fighting Douluo. After all, Yang Wudi had saved his life. The reason Jiang Yu was not nervous was that he knew Yang Wudi's strength. The poison from the face demon spider was indeed terrifying, but it also depended on who the opponent was. Yang Wudi was a top poison expert who could even detoxify the poison from the porcupine Douluo. In the context of Blue Star, he would be considered an academician-level talent. Without Yang Wudi's assistance, it was likely that Emperor Shui would not have lasted that long. Qian Rinxue could have openly inherited the throne based on her status as the prince. As for Tang San and Ning Fengji, as long as Qian Rinxue casually accused them of plotting a rebellion and attempting to kill the emperor, most people would believe her as the prince. In this case, Tang San, Ning Fengji, and others would become the treasonous subjects that everyone in the Tiando Empire would want to condemn. It could be said that without Yang Wudi's assistance, Qian Rinxue's plan might have succeeded, allowing her to inherit the title of emperor smoothly. Jiang Yu believed that the poison of the face demon spider might be difficult for ordinary people to resist, but it would have no effect on Yang Wudi. He could easily detoxify it. Don't worry, Jiang Yu signaled Xiao not to be agitated. This little poison was nothing for Senior Yang. If you don't believe it, just keep watching. Not your master? Xiao then realized the relationship between Jiang Yu and Yang Wudi was not what she had thought it was. It seemed she had misunderstood. However, since Jiang Yu had so much confidence in Yang Wudi, Xiao could only continue to watch. She also wanted to see what kind of antidote Yang Wudi had. Jiang Yu was not wrong. Yang Wudi, who was poisoned by the face demon spider, was not the least bit flustered. He simply took out various herbs from his soul guide. Most of them were common items, except for some that Jiang Yu did not recognize. Of course, these items were still considered rare and precious herbs for ordinary soul masters. Among them were not lacking 100-year ginseng and 1,000-year snow lotus. These were rare treasures for ordinary soul masters. In Yang Wudi's hands, however, these herbs seemed like ordinary grass. He took a jade knife and cut the various herbs into tiny pieces. Then he dumped them all into a medicine jar and began to pound them vigorously with a jade pestle. His method was very simple and rough, quite different from that of an ordinary pharmacist. Many people held a skeptical attitude towards his refining method, as it was indeed too crude. The doubts of the crowd did not affect Yang Wudi. As the various herbs in the jar mixed together, they finally turned into a colorful medicinal juice. Without a moment's hesitation, Yang Wudi picked up the jar and tilted his head back, pouring it into his mouth. As time passed, everyone was waiting for Yang Wudi, not knowing whether his medicine would work. It seemed unable to relieve the poison of the face demon spider. Yet Yang Wudi, standing on the stage, showed no signs of panic at all. He was very confident in his strength. Not to mention the face demon spider. Even the poison of the soul-devouring spider had a solution for him. Only the toxins carried by the soul-devouring spider after it evolved into the soul-devouring spider king would pose some threat to him. Other poisons were not taken seriously by Yang Wudi. After taking the specially made antidote, the deadly poison of the face demon spider within Yang Wudi was suppressed, and soon all the toxins were completely purified. Yi also released her martial soul true form. After all, the consumption of soul power in the true form was enormous. Once she returned to her human form, she stood still, observing Yang Wudi's condition. She did not know whether he had withstood the deadly poison of the demon spider. Yang Wudi's cold expression was too deceptive, and no one could tell his current state. Just as Yi was focused on the front, Yang Wudi suddenly took out a pill from his soul guide. This is the 7 insects and 7 flowers pill that I refined, made from 7 types of poisonous insects and 7 kinds of toxic flowers. If you can withstand the toxicity of this pill, I will concede. Yang Wudi stretched out his hand, offering the black pill to Yi not far away, with a serious expression. He was not boasting. If the other party could really crack the poison he refined, he would immediately withdraw from the competition. However, Yang Wudi did not believe that Yi had the ability to detoxify his poison. Among the entire Douluo Continent, there were not many poison masters he admired, and Yi was clearly not one of them. Looking at the dark pill, Yi showed a look of disdain on her face. If it weren't for the competition, she wouldn't want to eat such a strange thing. However, in order to win, she still took the pill from Yang Wudi's hand. After hesitating for a moment, Yi pinched her nose and put the pill into her mouth. As soon as it touched her mouth, she felt a sweet taste from the pill, which wasn't as terrible as she had imagined. Could it be that he took the wrong one? Yi couldn't help but doubt. How could such a sweet pill be poisonous? Perhaps the other party had made a mistake, and this was just an ordinary candy. Thinking this way, Yi couldn't help but feel delighted. As long as she didn't say anything, no one would know that Yang Wudi had taken the wrong medicine. And then she would be the victor of this match. It was simply too enjoyable. She won without any effort at all. Chapter 116. The Demon I Magic Tree. Yi's thoughts were good, but reality was cruel. Not long after, the effects of the 7 insects and 7 flowers pill began to take effect. If it weren't for her face demon, spider, martial soul, inherently containing terrifying toxins, resulting in her body having resistance, the effects of Yang Wudi's secret poison would not have been delayed. Puff crimson blood suddenly spewed from Yi's mouth. Originally filled with pride, she immediately felt something was wrong. She could only blame herself for underestimating Yang Wudi too much. But now is not the time for regrets. The most important thing is to quickly eliminate the toxins in her body. Yazi took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down quickly. This was the first time she had encountered such a poison. The 7 insects and 7 flowers pill is a mixed poison, and while it can be easy to detoxify, it can also be difficult. The key is understanding the order and types of the antidotes. The challenge is that Yazi has no idea which poisons Yang Wudi used to concoct this poison pill. There are at least 1,000 types of toxic insects and flowers on the continent, and even a titled Dalu might not be able to deduce which poisons Yang Wudi used. Moreover, this is a competition, and she simply doesn't have the time to calculate in detail. It doesn't matter. She has to try something. Yazi steeled her resolve, not thinking of anything else, and in a moment of crisis, she could only take a risk. She released all the primal toxins within her body, hoping to slow down the invasion of the poison. Then she pulled out a bunch of items and immediately squatted on the ground, frantically working on them. Watching the items in Yazi's hands, Jiang Yu seemed to ponder. It appeared she was not trying to find a detoxification method, but rather using those medicinal materials imbued with strong vitality to resist the terrifying toxins from the 7 insects and 7 flowers pill. This method cannot be said to be useless, but in the end, it only addresses the symptoms, not the root cause. As long as the toxins are not eliminated, no matter how many medicinal materials she uses, it would just be a waste. After consuming all the medicines in her hands, Yazi finally breathed a sigh of relief. The powerful essence of life had somewhat restored her condition. Although the vile toxin had not been cleared, at least it was suppressed and not as fierce as it was at the beginning. It was indeed effective. Yazi couldn't help but feel relieved. However, before she could be happy for too long, the toxins in her body began to erupt again. Everything was happening too quickly. Yazi fainted before she could react. Seeing her collapse, Yang Wudi immediately took out the antidote from his pocket and quickly walked to Yazi's side, prying open her mouth to give her the medicine. It was just a competition. Yang Wudi did not want to take anyone's life. The referee, witnessing this, understood that Yang Wudi's strength was superior, and thus announced the result of the match, confirming Yang Wudi's entry into the semifinals as expected. Even though Yazi was unwilling, she had no choice but to accept the situation before her. To be fair, her strength was indeed not on par with Yang Wudi's, and she was helpless against the poison he crafted. Moreover, her prideful magic spider venom was also ineffective against Yang Wudi. It was difficult to not admit defeat. She accepted her loss without complaint. Yazi then bowed to Yang Wudi, blaming herself for not mastering her craft. The other party's research on poisons far exceeded her imagination. Definitely a master-level figure, and losing to him was not shameful. The first round of the competition lasted until the afternoon, and by now, All the participants entering the semifinals were basically confirmed, with the finals coming up next. The exciting moment soon arrived. Those who made it to the semifinals were not ordinary individuals. They were all renowned soul masters on the continent, some even more famous than Yang Yu and the old medicine woman. Although the two of them were a formidable combination in the study of poisons, they shared a common trait. That is, they were low-key, which made their fame less pronounced. Yang Yu was somewhat better off, after all. He was the leader of the family. Even if no one knew his strength in the realm of poisons, they would still recognize the name of the 4 major clans of single attributes. This was the core power of the #1 sect in the world, the Haotian sect, known to all in the Soul Master community. There were rumors outside that the leaders of the 4 major clans of single attributes were expected to reach the level of title Douluo in the future, especially Yang Yu. It was said that he had once fought with the title Douluo, and although the outcome was unknown since that time, the title Douluo had announced his seclusion and had not stepped out of his door for several years. Thus, some said that during that battle, the title Douluo was severely injured by Yang Yu, forcing him to enter seclusion for recovery. After this news circulated widely, everyone was astonished by Yang Yu's terrifying strength. Although the truth of this matter was still to be verified, the title Douluo did not deny it, and his clan members also did not respond to it. The authenticity of the news became increasingly reliable. Even though Yang Yu had little fame in the realm of poisons, these participating soul masters were well aware of his name. But they had no idea that Yang Yu had such a side. Not only was his soul power far beyond the others, but he also made notable achievements in the realm of poisons, making him a true monster. For Yang Yu, the semifinals posed no difficulty. His opponent was a soul sage, who looked to be around the same age as him, with short silver hair as white as snow and skin wrinkled like dry wood. This soul sage was named Mr. Drywood, dressed in a black robe, but with short sleeves at the arms, gripping a black wooden staff over a meter long in his right hand. The chapter is not over. Please click the next page to continue reading. Faced with such an unusual opponent, Yang Yu did not show any unusual reactions. He practiced the path, and no matter who the opponent was, even a title Douluo, Yang Yu would not feel the slightest bit of fear. The more powerful the enemy, the more perfectly his strength could be unleashed, even bursting forth with unimaginable power. This is the subtlety of the path. No matter what he faces, he will break through with his spear. Mr. Drywood knew of Yang Yu's reputation and did not dare to underestimate this terrifying opponent. As soon as the match began, he released his martial soul, and with a surge of rich black light, the essence of his martial soul appeared behind him. It was a giant tree, with branches that were extremely dense, and the most terrifying aspect was its pair of eyes exuding boundless black, evil energy. Mr. Drywood's martial soul is a rare plant-type soul beast. Generally speaking, the chances of such a soul beast appearing in human soul masters are far lower than that of beast martial souls, and many plant-type martial souls do not have high attack power. However, Mr. Drywood's martial soul is not like this. His martial soul is called the Demon Magic Tree, a very rare high-level plant-type soul beast, different from the single attribute of ordinary soul beasts. The Demon Magic Tree itself contains 3 attributes: wood, poison, and spirit, with a very powerful overall capability, making it a difficult opponent. Yang Yu had also heard of the power of the Demon Magic Tree. It was said that there was a Demon Magic Tree soul beast in the Douluo forest that had cultivated for over 100,000 years, and even a title Douluo with a soul power level of 95 was not its opponent. Although some believe this news was fabricated by certain individuals without reliable evidence, Yang Yu had a feeling that the Demon Magic Tree in the Douluo forest was probably more than just an ordinary 100,000-year soul beast. However, without evidence, he cannot boast. Mr. Drywood's martial soul, being the Demon Magic Tree, made Yang Yu feel that this opponent was worth facing seriously. It was indeed a rare opportunity to carefully study the Demon Magic Tree. Seeing the formidable enemy before him, Mr. Drywood was not as relaxed as Yang Yu. The aura emanating from Yang Yu was simply too powerful, and his overwhelming presence gave Mr. Drywood the illusion that he was not just facing a soul Douluo, but he was a genuine title Douluo powerhouse. This feeling was truly bizarre. Mr. Kumu dared not be the slightest bit careless. With a flash of black light, his 7th soul ring suddenly began to vibrate, and Mr. Kumu's body began to change rapidly, his skin instantly transforming into something like tree bark. Black vines grew all around his body, and wooden tentacles sprouted from his palms. Before long, Kumu had transformed into the appearance of the Demon Magic Tree. standing 2 to 3 meters tall. Taking the initiative, Kumu did not underestimate the terrifying opponent before him. Countless black tentacles extended from various directions, tightly binding Yang Wudi's body. Those vines were not ordinary plants. They contained the terrible poison of the demon I magic tree, a single drop enough to kill a fly. Because of this terrifying ability, wherever the demon I magic tree existed, there were basically no other living beings. For miles around, not a blade of grass would grow, and even blue-silver grass could not escape its poisonous grasp. Therefore, even soul beasts did not dare to easily provoke the demon I magic tree. Although this soul beast's attacking ability was not particularly strong, its poison was especially fearsome, let alone soul beasts. Human powerhouses were also unwilling to encounter such a troublesome opponent as the demon I magic tree. Even soul masters who enjoyed bondage did not want to be tied up by it. They might enjoy the thrill, but they were not foolish. After all, the vines of the demon I magic tree were poisonous. At this moment, Yang Wudi found himself in a predicament. The vines tightened around him, making it hard for him to breathe, and the foul-smelling black liquid continuously dripped onto his skin, making him feel somewhat nauseous. Breaking soul spear, Yang Wudi shouted, and in an instant, his martial soul appeared in his right hand, a spear. The black spear gleamed with a cold sheen, measuring 8 feet in length, and even the spearhead was considerably wider than usual, exceeding 4 feet. The spear shaft was as thick as a strong man's arm, with 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 4 black rings, totaling 8 optimal soul rings, shimmering around the shaft. Suddenly, an incredibly dazzling radiance erupted. This was the signature martial soul of the Breaking Clan. The Breaking Soul Spear. The light emitted by the spear instantly suppressed the black light on the demon I magic tree. Break! The long spear in Yang Wudi's hand seemed to hear his command, and with a whoosh, it flew from his hand, quickly clearing away the black tentacles. As for the poison in his body, Yang Wudi was not worried. Although the demon I magic tree was a rare soul beast with terrifying poison, he had his own antidote, according to the information passed down in the Breaking Clan, to counteract the poison of the demon I magic tree. Only a few herbs mixed in certain proportions were needed, and coincidentally, Yang Wudi had them with him. Soon, he took out the required herbs from his soul guide and mixed them in a 1-1-1 ratio. He then took out a jade bottle and poured the green liquid inside into the juice made from the herbs. This green light divine water was a unique spirit water refined by the Breaking Clan, capable of maximizing the medicinal effects of the herbs. A secret not widely known even within the clan. Only a few elders, apart from Yang Wudi and his brother, knew how to concoct it. After consuming the antidote, the poison in Yang Wudi's body was completely neutralized in no time, and his face regained its vitality. I admit defeat. Seeing Yang Wudi easily dispel his poison, Mr. Kumu no longer had the heart to fight. He knew the gap between himself and this opponent was too great. There was no need for this match to continue. Why humiliate himself? Kumu was quite self-aware. He immediately released his martial soul true form, bowed respectfully to Yang Wudi, and then walked off the stage, even conceding with great personality. He's an interesting person. Yang Wudi smiled and nodded, finding Mr. Kumu's strength decent and his understanding of when to advance or retreat quite admirable. In the evening, the sun was about to set, and golden light spilled onto the stage. The final match was taking place in the wide arena. The competitors were Yang Wudi and Granny Yao. The champion of this poison competition was about to be decided between these two, and, until the last moment, no one knew who would claim the top spot. Would Yang Wudi emerge victorious, or would Granny Yao continue to shine as the dark horse? No one could predict. Do you think this match will be won by Senior Yang, or by my master? Xiao Xiao asked, nudging JiangYu with her arm. Of course it's Senior Yang. JiangYu naturally supported Yang Wudi. Xiao Xiao looked unconvinced. I don't think so. My master is very powerful. I believe she can definitely defeat Senior Yang and win the championship. Xiao Xiao had been following Granny Yao for some time and had confidence in her master's abilities. She did not believe Granny Yao would lose to Yang Wudi. This chapter isn't over. Please click the next page to continue reading. Oh, JiangYu suddenly became interested. Since that's the case, why don't we make a bet on who will win this match? Bet? Sure. Xiao Xiao huffed, looking full of confidence. What are we betting on? I don't care about little things. Since we're betting, it should be something big. JiangYu pondered for a moment and came up with an idea. If you lose, let me kiss you once. If I lose, then I'll let you kiss me once. Fair enough? On the surface, this bet seemed quite fair. Xiao Xiao, not seeing the underlying implications, immediately agreed to Jiang Yu's proposal. Upon hearing Xiao Xiao agree to the bet, a brilliant smile spread across Jiang Yu's face. For some reason, seeing Jiang Yu so happy made Xiao Xiao suddenly feel like she had been tricked. Why do I feel like I've lost out? Xiao Xiao secretly pondered. On the stage, Yang Wudi and Granny Yao had also entered a heated battle. Although the 9-section Emerald Snake's poison was powerful, it had little effect on Yang Wudi, who had already consumed the breaking poison pill. Moreover, he clearly understood the snake's poison thoroughly. As soon as the 9-section emerald appeared, Yang Wudi sprinkled the prepared strong liquor around his body and set it on fire. The realgar and several detoxifying herbs in the liquor, along with the alcohol's evaporation, covered the entire arena. The 9-section emerald snake's poison was not progressing smoothly. However, Granny Yao did not give up. She and Yang Wudi had spent a night deeply exchanging ideas and had developed a mutual respect, knowing each other quite well. Granny Yao was aware of Yang Wudi's advantages and believed he had a deep understanding of her weaknesses, which was why he had come up with a countermeasure against the 9-section emerald right from the start. This match was a significant challenge for both of them, and Granny Yao did not dare to guarantee victory. Chapter 118. The simple little one seeing the wrinkles on the face of the medicine grandma. Yang Wudi rarely showed a proud expression. The two had sparred for a long time last night, and he had just barely managed to suppress the medicine grandma. 9-section purple spirit poison. The medicine grandma did not want to delay any longer. The 6th spirit ring activated, and a bright light slowly rose from her feet. A mass of purple liquid spewed from the medicine grandma's mouth, the surface of the liquid shimmering with a rich purple glow. After flying into the air, it transformed into a gigantic, transparent snake. The purple liquid instantly spread into the body of the snake. This spirit skill of the medicine grandma originated from a very rare snake-type spirit beast, the purple spirit snake. It is rumored that the purple spirit snake has a very mysterious origin, seemingly not a native product of the Douluo Continent. And no one knows which planet it comes from even now. This has led to the extremely low number of purple spirit snakes, even fewer than those of ordinary dragon-type spirit beasts. The medicine grandma had gone through great hardships to find one, and even though its age was only 13,000 years, still far from the 20,000-year limit, she resolutely chose to absorb the spirit ring from the purple spirit snake. The age of the spirit ring is indeed important, but it is not the only consideration for a spirit master. Sometimes, a suitable spirit skill can make one overlook the age of the spirit ring. The medicine grandma's 6th spirit skill is definitely not to be underestimated. The transparent giant snake, about 3 meters long, looked extremely terrifying. It had a pair of sharp short horns at its head for legs beneath its body, and the hard spikes at the tip of its tail looked as dazzling as diamonds. There were some protrusions above its eyes that formed a cross between them. The giant snake suddenly emitted a purple light, and its body rushed towards Yang Wudi at high speed. Seeing this, Yang Wudi immediately swung the spear in his hand, and an overwhelming aura expanded outward from his body. The tip of the spear unleashed a powerful killing intent that shot straight into the sky. Even when facing the 3-meter-long giant snake, Yang Wudi charged forward without showing the slightest hint of fear on his face. The spear cut through the air, leaving a graceful arc as it stabbed towards the head of the giant snake. Yang Wudi did not use any flashy techniques. His attack looked incredibly plain. For someone like him, a one-hit kill is the way to go. No matter how splendid the technique, if it can't quickly take down the enemy, it's all in vain. Thus, Yang Wudi had long abandoned flashy but impractical techniques, opting for the most primal and effective means of attack. A powerful force suddenly erupted from Yang Wudi's body, and the broken soul spear was instantly flung from his hand. Whoosh! The spear tip pierced directly into the head of the transparent giant snake, and the killing intent inside instantly crushed the snake's body. The mass of purple liquid took the opportunity to escape, rushing towards Yang Wudi. From a distance, Yang Wudi could already smell the strong, killing aura, indicating that the toxicity contained in the purple liquid was evidently not low. But soon, the liquid shot out, and upon hitting the ground, even the stone bricks on the arena were corroded. Fortunately, Yang Wudi was enveloped in killing intent, preventing the liquid from penetrating his skin, and it all bounced off. So it turns out killing intent can be used this way. Seeing Yang Wudi's maneuver, JiangYu couldn't help but have a flash of inspiration. This method of using killing intent for protection gave him a whole new idea. Perhaps he could learn from Yang Wudi's approach and make the use of killing intent more diversified. On the arena, the medicine grandma was astonished to see the poison liquid being repelled by Yang Wudi. This was the first time she had seen such a protective method, and she felt particularly curious. Yang Wudi's tactics were not limited to this. While the medicine grandma was stunned, he took out a black bottle from his spirit guide device. After removing the cork, a burst of 7-colored gas emitted from it, quickly spreading throughout the arena. Just as this gas was about to overflow onto the audience below, the killing intent around Yang Wudi instantly suppressed the 7-colored gas, preventing it from continuing to spread outward. This 7-colored gas was personally refined by Yang Wudi, and its toxicity was considerable. If it spread to the audience below, it would surely cause trouble, and he didn't want to harm innocent bystanders. As for the medicine grandma, Yang Wudi believed that with her capabilities, while she might not be able to neutralize the toxicity of the 7-colored gas, she should have no problem preserving her life. The woman he admired had that level of strength. Yang Wudi was not mistaken. The moment the 7-colored gas appeared on the scene, the medicine grandma sensed something was off. This gas contained several powerful toxins. She quickly identified 6 of them, one of which was even the cloud mist poison. The remaining toxin, even with the medicine grandma's vast knowledge, she could not discern immediately, not daring to be careless. The medicine grandma quickly released her original toxin to tightly wrap around her body. As the green smoke emerged, the 7-colored gas seemed to meet its match, and a powerful repulsive force generated around the medicine grandma pushed the external force away. The two fell into a state of stalemate. How about that? My master is quite formidable, right? Xiao Xiao had a proud expression. Yang Wudi's poison couldn't break through her defenses. Xiao Xiao was more aware of the capabilities of a 9-section emerald than anyone else, so she was very confident in the medicine grandma. Not necessarily. JiangYu was not in a hurry. He even took out a handful of sunflower seeds from his pocket and started munching on them. Just wait for me to fulfill my promise, JiangYu said with a smile as he looked at the battlefield ahead. This chapter is not over. Please click the next page to continue reading. Xiao Xiao rolled her eyes at him, quickly snatching half a handful of sunflower seeds from JiangYu's hand. Her speed was very fast, and since JiangYu was not on guard, she was able to steal the seed successfully. You're too confident, Xiao Xiao said, cracking the seeds while mocking him. What will you do if I win? JiangYu shrugged, turned to look at Xiao Xiao, and smiled. What else can I do? I'll kiss you. Seeing JiangYu's shameless expression, Xiao Xiao suddenly realized that she might have fallen into his trap without realizing it. Why do I feel like I've been tricked? JiangYu did not directly answer her question, but instead defended himself. I didn't fool you. Who doesn't know that I, Jiang, am fair and just? How could I deceive a little girl? Really? Xiao Xiao was somewhat skeptical. Of course, it's true, JiangYu replied with a sincere expression. At that moment, the 7-colored gas suddenly erupted with an even more powerful force, gradually consuming the green smoke, compressing the survival space of the green mist. How could this be? The medicine grandma felt a bead of cold sweat on her forehead. This was already her last resort, and she never expected it to be completely ineffective against Yang Wudi. She didn't know how he managed to do it and what that last kind of gas was. She still couldn't guess it. Of course, the medicine grandma could not know that this 7-colored gas was Yang Wudi's secret formula, a knowledge even the members of the family were unaware of, let alone anyone else. Chapter 119. The Dai surname doesn't deserve it. The result of the match was quickly determined. The medicine grandma was helpless against Yang Wudi's 7-colored gas, completely lacking any countermeasures, and had to admit defeat obediently. The referee immediately announced the results. The championship prize was quite substantial, even including rare treasures like the eternal snow lotus and the 1,000-year blood ginseng. No wonder Yang Wudi traveled such a long distance to participate in the competition. His goal might have been just these rare medicinal herbs, while the title of champion was secondary. Yang Wudi carefully stored the prizes in his soul guide, a radiant smile on his face. Truly a herb fanatic. It seems that only medicinal herbs can bring out his genuine smile. Well, it's time to fulfill the promise. Jiang Yu turned his gaze to the side where Xiao Xiao was. The girl was nervously twisting her small hands, looking incredibly cute. Even a steel-hearted man would find it hard to resist such temptation. At that moment, Xiao Xiao exuded a magical charm, as if she could turn hardened steel into something soft. Xiao Xiao's face instantly turned bright red. Forget it. Let's not make it difficult for her. Jiang Yu was about to give up on the idea of making Xiao Xiao fulfill her bet since he was just joking around. Kiss is a kiss, come on. Prepared. Xiao Xiao quickly brought her cheek close to Jiang Yu's face and said with a childish expression, "A bet is a bet. I still have some integrity." Looking at the rosy little face in front of him, Jiang Yu felt a bit dazed. It would be a pity not to take advantage of the opportunity presented to him. However, after careful consideration, he did not lean in for a kiss. Instead, He extended 2 fingers, pinched them together to form a mouth shape, and gently poked Xiao Zhao's fair cheek. Pop! Xiao Xiao was stunned. What are you doing not kissing? With your fingers? Do you look down on me? If you don't give me a satisfactory explanation, I won't let you off easily. Xiao Xiao was very angry, and the consequences would be severe. Jiang Yu's actions made her feel a deep sense of humiliation. She clearly admitted defeat, but did not expect the other party to use his fingers instead of his lips, which was tantamount to saying she was dirty. How could she endure that? Xiao Xiao immediately went into a rage. If there wasn't a reasonable explanation, she would make Jiang Yu understand what a furious spirit cat could do. Don't be fooled by Xiao Zhao's spirit being a cat. When she got angry, she could be just as fierce as a tigress. You misunderstood. Seeing Xiao Zhao's face suddenly become ferocious, like a frisky wildcat, Jiang Yu quickly explained. I thought you might be a bit shy, so I came up with a substitute method, allowing you to fulfill your promise without feeling embarrassed. It's a win-win situation. Isn't it? Seeing Jiang Yu's sincere expression, which didn't seem like he was lying, Xiao Xiao couldn't help but doubt whether she had made a big deal out of nothing. If it was indeed a misunderstanding, then she had judged him with a narrow mind, which was her fault. I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. Xiao Xiao was not the type to refuse to admit her mistakes. Once she realized it was her problem, she generously apologized to Jiang Yu, as it was indeed her who misinterpreted his good intentions. Saying sorry was not too much. It's okay, I don't mind. Jiang Yu waved his hand, saying it was fine as long as they clarified things. It wasn't a big deal. As a man, he had the capacity to handle it, and didn't he want to make things difficult for Xiao Xiao? Thank you. At that moment, Xiao Xiao felt a surge of gratitude. This was the first time she had met such a generous man, unlike the one her family had arranged for a blind date, who was not only a shameless lecher, but also had a terrible temper. He had none of the demeanor of a gentleman. If it weren't for his noble status as a prince, Xiao Xiao really wanted to slap him and tell him to stop being so arrogant. Thinking about having to marry such a man in the future made Xiao Xiao feel helpless. She had heard that the prince had been frequenting brothels at a young age, and even engaged in disgraceful acts like spending the night with prostitutes, becoming a laughingstock in the Star Luo imperial city. Xiao Xiao did not want her future husband to be such a shameless person. But marriage was always decided by her father, and her feelings didn't matter at all. Even if the prince was outrageous, she was still fated to marry him. Her family had been intermarrying with the Star Luo royal family for generations. It wasn't something she could refuse unless she became powerful enough. Breaking through to the title Douluo level, standing at the pinnacle of soul masters. Only then could she possibly break free from her fate. Title Douluo. These 4 simple words seemed to carry immense weight. There were countless soul masters on the continent, but only a few dozen had truly broken through to the title Douluo level. It was not easy to break through to the title Douluo level. Even families as powerful as Xiao Zhao's did not have a title Douluo powerhouse to support them. Moreover, as far as she knew, even the elder guarding the Star Luo royal family was merely an 89th level soul Douluo, seemingly just a step away from the title Douluo level. But in reality, it was like a chasm apart with very little chance of breakthrough. Even though Xiao Xiao was very confident in herself, she knew that without a fortuitous encounter, there was no possibility of her breaking through to title Douluo with her qualifications. Although there weren't many peak soul Douluos on the continent, there were still a couple of dozen of them, but they had spent decades cultivating their soul power to the 89th level without breaking through. This shows that the conditions to become a title Douluo were even more stringent than imagined. It probably wasn't just about condensing soul power to a certain level and everything would come naturally. Little Master, there are more chapters ahead. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. The secrets contained within this, even with the deep connections between Xiao Zhao's family and the Star Luo royal family, had not yielded any useful information from them. If Xiao Xiao wanted to break through to the title Douluo level, she could only rely on herself. Her family could not help her. This path was destined to be rocky and difficult, but Xiao Xiao did not plan to give up. The road was paved by people, and the more difficult the task, the harder she had to work. She believed that as long as she persevered, even the highest peaks would one day be climbed. Time would prove everything. I will definitely become a title Douluo. Xiao Xiao silently vowed her heart. Daimu Bai, I won't marry a playboy like you. I want everyone to know that you are nothing but a waste. Watching Xiao Zhao's face shift between emotions, JiangYu couldn't guess what she was thinking. So he decided not to dwell on it, and turned his gaze back to the arena. A grand award ceremony was being held on the stage. Besides the champion Yang Wu receiving a generous reward, the prizes for the 2nd and 3rd places were also very tempting. The medicine granny received a precious herb and a reward of 10 000 gold soul coins. The award presenter was also the lord of my city, and it was said that the legendary my Douluo was his great-grandfather. After distributing all the rewards, the lord of my city conveyed the speech of the Star Luo Emperor to all the contestants present. Although the emperor said a lot of nonsense, it was very clear that he had a strong intention to recruit the poison path experts on the stage, offering very generous conditions. Money, beautiful women, and strong men. Everything was available. The Star Luo Emperor even prepared to establish a special department dedicated to the research and development of poisons, with a department head holding a rank equivalent to that of the ministers of various departments. This position is specially reserved for the champion of this Poison Championship League, which means that if Yang Wudi is willing, he can immediately become a high-ranking official of the Starry Empire. Unfortunately, he is not interested in being an official and politely declined the Emperor of the Starry Empire's offer. The Lord of Konoha City did not press him further and instead turned his attention to the Medicine Granny. However, judging by the Medicine Granny's expression, she also seemed uninterested. For people like Yang Wudi and the Medicine Granny, high-ranking positions and generous salaries hold little attraction. They're more interested in rare medicinal materials. Therefore, both of them declined the Starry royal family's recruitment. They are used to freedom and do not like the 996 life of officials in the two great empires. Freedom has a magical power. Once experienced, one can never return to the past. In a way, Yang Wudi and the Medicine Granny are similar in their world. Nothing matters except for poison and freedom. However, there are others who think differently. The third-place contestant gladly accepted the invitation from the Starry royal family. His family is not a prestigious one, so a top position is very attractive to him. In the end, most of the hundreds of contestants accepted the royal family's recruitment, with only a few explicitly refusing. Although they did not capture the first and second places, the results were still in line with the Lord of Konoha City's expectations. After all, the Emperor of the Starry Empire did not give him any particularly mandatory tasks, only saying that more would be better. After the event, Jiang Yu took Xiao on stage to congratulate Yang Wudi and the Medicine Granny. After a while, Bai Qinxiang and the others rushed out from the crowd. It turned out that Bai bought seats at the back because he thought the ticket prices were too high. Bai Qinxiang was already accustomed to her grandfather's stinginess and did not complain, but Luolaitai Fa seemed a bit disgruntled, her expression not looking good along the way. Seeing Jiang Yu get on stage faster than them, Fa Lan's cheeks puffed up. If she had known, she wouldn't have gone with Bai He. If she had followed Jiang Yu, she could have stayed in the front row to watch the match. Luolaitai Fa was also helpless during the ambush on the Tiendo camp. She lost her storage soul guide, and all her money was inside it. If she hadn't bought a front row seat earlier, she wouldn't have needed to mooch off someone else's ticket. How did you two end up together? The Medicine Granny was puzzled to see her beloved disciple mingling with Jiang Yu. Did something happen between them last night? This was not good. The Medicine Granny had a good relationship with the Duke of the Underworld and also appreciated Xiao Zhao's mother, which is why she took her as a disciple. While others might not know Xiao Zhao's background, the Medicine Granny knew her well. Her real name is Zhu Zhuqing, the daughter of the Duke of the Underworld's concubine. A concubine is not comparable to a secondary wife. Her status is only slightly inferior to that of the main wife. The term 3 wives and 4 concubines refers to 1 main wife and 2 secondary wives, all of whom can inherit the Duke's estate. Unlike concubines who could be easily given away and are on the same level as servants. Although the Duke of the Underworld has many offspring, only his legitimate children Zhu Nong, Zhu He, Zhu Jing, and the 3 sisters Zhu Zhuyan, Zhu Zhuyu, and Zhu Zhuqing are truly qualified to inherit the family business. Given the Duke of the Underworld's status in the Starry Empire, Zhu Zhuqing's nobility is not inferior to that of a princess. If something were to happen with Jiang Yu, how would she explain it to the Duke of the Underworld? If Zhu Zhuqing were no longer pure, the Duke would surely fly into a rage and would probably deal with his daughter personally. I happened to run into Xiao on my way to the arena, so we decided to go together. Although the status of female soul masters is somewhat higher than that of ordinary women, there are still many restrictions. If others found out that Xiao had slept with a man before getting married, it would be a very serious matter. They could both end up in a lot of trouble. Jiang Yu was aware of the customs on the continent, so he came up with an excuse and did not mention what happened last night. Even though nothing intense happened between him and Xiao, just a hug and some cuddling, if it got out, it would still draw criticism. After all, they had some physical contact, which would definitely affect Xiao Zhao's reputation, making it difficult for her to marry in the future. Therefore, Jiang Yu was very prudent. Really? The Medicine Granny stared at Jiang Yu and Xiao Zhao's cheeks, trying to find clues on their faces. Fortunately, Jiang Yu had a background as an undercover agent. Even if the medicine granny were to suspect him, a titled Dalu might not be able to tell that he was lying. As for Xiao Xiao, she was not foolish. After Jiang Yu finished speaking, Xiao Xiao knew what to do and quickly put on a normal expression, seeing that the two did not seem to be faking it. The medicine granny decided not to press further, noticing that Xiao Xiao walked quite easily and gracefully, unlike someone who had experienced worldly matters. The medicine granny then stopped investigating. The next morning, after having breakfast at the hotel, Bai He suggested going to the Great Soul Arena to buy some things. Yang Wudi and the medicine granny seemed to have some mutual fondness, so they decided to stay together to spar, but did not plan to join. Fei also had no interest in wandering around. Thus, Bai He took Jiang Yu, his granddaughter, and Xiao Xiao, the three children, to the Great Soul Arena. The Great Soul Arena of Konoha City. If a vote were held for the most magnificent building in Konoha City, the Great Soul Arena would certainly be on the list. The entire building covers an area of over 100 acres with 9 stories. At the top, there is a huge plaque made entirely of gold, radiating a dazzling light and looking extremely luxurious. What is most astonishing is that the entire structure of the Great Soul Arena is made from golden Nama wood. This type of wood is extremely precious, worth its weight in gold, and has always been used as a royal tribute. Moreover, this wood is only found in Jinshan City of the Starry Empire. Konoha City is located in the southern part of the empire, 1,000 miles away from Jinshan City in the west. The manpower and resources spent to transport so much golden Nanmu would definitely be astronomical. The Great Soul Arenas on the continent are all owned by the 6 major families, and this arena in Konoha City belongs to the Yi family. Each of the 6 major families has a titled Douluo station behind them, and it is rumored that the ancestor of the Yi family, the heavenly gang de Yi Fan, has already broken through to level 93, ranking among the top 3 in strength among the protective elders of the 6 major families. No wonder this Great Soul Arena is so magnificent. As soon as Bai He and the others entered the hall, a beautiful woman in a black, sexy uniform came to greet them. She wore a thin layer of black stockings on her legs and had a faint smile on her face. "May I ask what service this esteemed guest needs?" The girl warmly welcomed Bai He. "I heard that you are about to hold an auction here, and I came to see if there is anything I want." Bai He immediately stated his purpose for the visit. He had long heard that the Great Soul Arena of Konoha City had found a piece of 10,000-year-old agarwood that would be auctioned today, which is why he traveled such a long distance. He has few hobbies but enjoys collecting agarwood, and even his granddaughter's name is derived from it. 10,000-year-old agarwood is a rare premium item, so how could Bai miss it? It turns out that the distinguished guest is here for the auction. Shortly after, a captivating and voluptuous woman approached. Although she walked very slowly, her large bosom couldn't help but sway. The woman appeared to be just in her early 20s, with a pair of charming peach blossom eyes and thick lips that looked quite seductive, complemented by her dazzling golden hair. She wore a high-waisted red dress with slits, revealing her long legs, which were not as skinny as those of a bamboo pole. Instead, they had a bit of flesh, making her a natural beauty. The woman's name was Yi Fanxing, the top official of the Great Soul Arena in my city. It's not just her looks that allowed her to manage such a large enterprise at her age. More importantly, it was her business acumen. In less than a year, she managed to elevate the performance of the Great Soul Arena to the top position in the southern region of the Xingluo Empire. The southern part of Xingluo has 81 cities across 9 provinces, and for Yi Fanxing to achieve such a feat in such a short time is indeed remarkable, making her a true gem among women. Otherwise, she wouldn't be referred to as the most beautiful woman in my city. Chapter 121. Xiangling. This is our Great Soul Arena's manager, Ms. Yi Fanxing, the beautiful waitress quickly introduced. So young, Bai couldn't help but sigh. The Great Soul Arena is a treasury with daily revenue figures that are massive. It's quite rare to see someone of Yi Fanxing's age reach such a high position. Bai had been to other Great Soul Arenas where the managers were usually elderly men nearing 50. This was the first time he had seen such a situation at the My Soul Arena. Little did Bai know, aside from her exceptional abilities, Yi Fanxing was also a direct descendant of a Yi family. If it weren't for her family's enterprise, no matter how capable she was, she wouldn't have become the manager, as her qualifications were still too shallow. "Welcome, esteemed guests. May I ask if you have brought invitations?" Yi Fanxing lightly tapped her forehead, smiling warmly at everyone. This auction was exceptional, featuring many valuable treasures, so the Great Soul Arena had set a threshold. Only those holding invitations could participate. "I have one." Bai took out a beautifully embossed golden invitation from inside his clothing. He had relied on many connections to obtain it, and had spent a significant amount of gold soul coins for it. Yi Fanqing took the invitation, examined it carefully, and after looking at the front, she flipped it over. On the back was engraved a large golden seal. This is the direct lineage martial soul of the Yi family. The Human Emperor Seal. The ancestors of the Yi family were ancient human emperors, possessing profound strength and wisdom. Relying on the Human Emperor Seal, they dominated the era, suppressing all soul masters of their time, making the Yi family the unquestionable overlords of the continent during ancient times. Unfortunately, that era was too long ago, even before the establishment of the Spirit Hall, and as time passed, the Yi family inevitably began to decline. Though still a significant force compared to ordinary powers, they were far from the glory of ancient times. It is said that during that time, all titled Douluos had to pay their respects to the Yi family. The ancestor Yi Ren Huang killed evil gods with the body of Immortal, achieving immense glory. And the Yi family's reputation was unmatched even by the current Spirit Hall. However, times have changed. Seeing that the invitation was real, Yi Fanqing led by he and the others into the Great Soul Arena. After reaching the 3rd floor, they arrived at a corner under her guidance. Jiang Yu, following behind, couldn't help but admire Yi Fanqing's alluring figure. This woman was indeed a seductress, especially her thigh muscles, not too fat or too thin, perfectly proportioned. Combined with her round and pert backside and slender waist, Yi Fanqing's figure was truly exquisite. Arriving at a room door, Yi Fanqing opened it, leading everyone inside. Although the room was only about 10 square meters and didn't seem large, the decor was extremely exquisite. The auction is about to begin. If any of you have coveted items, you can shout your bids into that loudspeaker, Yi Fanqing said, lightly pointing to a large cylindrical device near the floor-to-ceiling glass window. That was a sound amplification soul guide specially prepared by the Great Soul Arena. Yi Fanqing then closed the door and left the room. The table was filled with various delicacies and fruits, and Jiang Yu immediately grabbed a large banana to munch on. Here, have a banana. Jiang Yu didn't forget about Xiao Xiao and Bai Qinxiang, selecting 2 large and plump bananas to hand to them. After the 3 finished their bananas, the auction began. Through the front glass window, Jiang Yu could see the vast area of the auction floor, with surrounding lighting soul guides as large as air conditioning units, illuminating the entire venue clearly, allowing everything to be seen. Welcome, esteemed guests, to my Great Soul Arena. A female auctioneer dressed in a fitted black, long dress stepped out from the shadows onto the stage. I am Xiangling, the chief auctioneer of Mai, and I am delighted to serve all distinguished guests. I hope you can all find satisfactory items. Now, let me introduce the first auction item. Xiangling's voice was bright and resonant, filled with enthusiasm, making it very pleasant to hear. As soon as she finished speaking, a large pillar rose from the ground, measuring about 10 meters in width. The pillar stopped rotating when it reached 1 meter above the ground. With a loud clap, the stone platform opened, revealing the treasures inside. There were a total of 10 golden boxes. Xiangling walked over, opened the first box, and revealed a hard bone, which appeared to be a right arm bone. Xiangling smiled sweetly, pointing at the bone as she said, "Today's first auction item is this soul bone." Soon, gasps of shock echoed from the surrounding boxes. Soul bones are extremely precious items, and to have a soul bone as the first auction item meant that the subsequent treasures would likely be even rarer. This time, they had indeed come to the right place. According to professional verification, this was the right arm bone from a 3,000-year-old diamond tiger soul beast, which contained terrifying power. Therefore, this diamond right arm bone had a starting bid of 100,000 gold soul coins, with each bid from esteemed guests not to be less than 100. Xiangling explained in detail. Hiss! Bai gasped. He knew how precious soul bones were, but he didn't expect it to be so expensive. After all, this was just a piece of soul bone from around 3,000 years ago, and it was already 100,000 gold soul coins. Wouldn't a 10,000-year-old soul bone be worth 1,000,000 gold soul coins? It was simply too expensive. This chapter isn't over. Please click the next page to continue reading. Bai he found it expensive, but that didn't mean others felt the same way, and soon someone began to bid. 110,000. A deep voice resonated throughout the auction hall, directly adding 1,000 gold soul coins, clearly aiming to win it. Oof. It was evident that someone was dissatisfied. Just a mere 1,000 gold soul coins dares to show off here. 13,000 gold soul coins. This soul bone is mine. As soon as the voice fell, a sharp voice rang out. Is this a joke? A middle-aged man's voice came from the central box, carrying a hint of disdain. 20,000 gold soul coins. The price was clearly beyond everyone's expectations. 200,000 gold soul coins could already buy around 5,000 years' worth of soul bones on the black market, making it unwise to use that amount to purchase the Diamond Tiger soul bone, which is why the few people just now gave up bidding. After the collection was auctioned off, Xiangling smiled even more brightly. The price at which the soul bone was sold exceeded her imagination, and she could earn more commission, which greatly improved her mood. Next was the second item for auction, a piece of 10,000-year-old agarwood, which is known to greatly enhance the meditation effects for soul masters. As everyone knows, meditation is essential for soul masters' cultivation, and agarwood can accelerate the cultivation speed of soul power. Pieces that are 10,000 years old are extremely rare. The starting bid was 130,000 gold soul coins. As soon as Xiangling finished speaking, he couldn't wait to rush to the loudspeaker soul guide and shouted loudly. His eyes were fixed on the agarwood, radiating a hungry light. To obtain this top-grade wood, he even sold his own treasured items for money. Although the appearance of the 10,000-year-old agarwood also sparked competition, the intensity was far less than that for the soul bone. After all, it was just a piece of wood. While precious, it may not be more useful than a soul bone. In the end, he successfully bid for the 10,000-year-old agarwood at the price of 139,000 gold soul coins. Following that, Xiangling opened a large rectangular gold box, revealing a long knife over a meter in length. The blade was pure silver, emitting a chilling cold light, and the black hilt resembled the gaping mouth of a fierce beast, captivating and intimidating. Xiangling pointed at the long knife in the box and introduced it solemnly. The soul-devouring blade, an attacking soul guide weapon, is made from deep-sea silver and includes a skull from a 10,000-year soul beast, the soul-devouring demon spider, which contains the soul bone skill soul-devouring. It can enhance the attack power of similar soul skills by 30%, and for pure weapon-type soul skills, it provides a 10% enhancement. It is worth mentioning that each strike using this attack soul guide will carry the effect of soul-devouring, and it can stack with all similar soul skills. If any esteemed guests possess soul skills with a similar soul-devouring effect, they must not miss this opportunity, as the soul power consumed for soul-devouring is only 1/10 of the usual due to the soul bone. The value of this is clear to everyone. The starting bid was 1 million gold soul coins. Although the soul-devouring blade was very attractive, the starting bid of 1 million gold soul coins deterred many. Moreover, the restrictions on this attacking soul guide were considerable. Only soul masters with soul-devouring type soul skills could fully realize its value, which made many hesitate. It should be noted that the soul-devouring soul skill is a very advanced soul skill, and ordinary soul masters rarely have the opportunity to acquire it. Even though the guests attending the auction were not lacking in money, it did not mean they would spend 1 million gold soul coins on something whose full value they could not utilize. Just as silence fell, a young voice came from the third box on the right. 1 million gold soul coins. Our Fong family will take it. The young man seemed to want to show off, deliberately mentioning his family's name. The Fong family is a well-known, prominent family in my city, with considerable influence throughout the southern part of the Xingluo Empire. Unexpectedly, young Master Fong made his move. Someone in the box immediately guessed the identity of the young man, who in my city didn't know about the extravagant young Master Fong Ping. He is known for spending lavishly in places like the Floral District. It was said that not long ago, young Master Fong hunted a moonlight fox in the Stardow Forest, and he must have obtained a soul skill similar to soul devouring from that soul beast. With the enhancement of the soul devouring blade, he would likely be able to claim the top spot on my young heroes list. My city, as a famous large city in the southern part of the Xingluo Empire, has long released a list of young geniuses, which is not limited to just my city, but includes geniuses from various provinces in the south. Those who make the list are well-known talents, each capable of entering the inner court of the Xingluo Royal Soul Master Academy. It should be noted that the Xingluo Royal Academy is quite different from the Tiando Royal Academy. This academy only looks at strength, not background. If one's strength does not meet the requirements, even a prince would not receive any special treatment. Only strong individuals can enter to study, not to mention the inner court. The fact that Fong Ping could compete for the top of my young heroes list indicates that his talent is exceptionally strong. Given the restrictions of the soul-devouring blade and the influence of the Fong family, others also gave up on bidding. Fong Ping was able to secure the soul-devouring blade. Jiang Yu initially wanted to bid for the soul-devouring blade to gift it to Bibi Dong, but the price was simply too high. Moreover, upon further reflection, Bibi Dong, with her cultivation level, wouldn't need external enhancements. So Jiang Yu just thought about it and did not take action. Haha, the sound of triumphant laughter came from Fong Ping's box. having successfully obtained the soul-devouring blade. He must be in a very good mood, as items that can enhance strength are very important for young soul masters. The next item to be auctioned is a treasure. Xiangling's words were filled with temptation, as if the upcoming item was some rare gem. To build suspense, Xiangling's movements were very slow this time, taking more than 10 seconds to touch the box. This only made the guests in the box even more curious. Everyone's eyes widened, fixated on the box. When the golden box lid opened, a dazzling red light burst forth from within, and along with this light, a purple gas also overflowed from the box. This is... Jiang Yu could no longer sit still. He suddenly leaped up from the sofa. This aura was one he was most familiar with. The aura emanating from the box was clearly the primordial purple chi. Although its concentration was much lighter than the first wisp of purple chi he absorbed every morning. It was indeed genuine. Xiangling pointed at the purple-red fruit in the box and announced loudly, "This is the purple-red Jiu fruit, a very rare heavenly material and earthly treasure that can significantly enhance a soul master's physique. The preciousness of this item is something everyone here knows. It's not simply about transforming physical quality. With this purple-red Jiu fruit, a soul master can absorb soul rings beyond their level. It's even possible to elevate by 1 rank." Xiangling's words instantly stirred everyone into a frenzy. In other words, if one obtains this purple-red Jiu fruit, they could directly leap from being able to absorb a 100-year soul ring to absorbing a 1,000-year soul ring without having to worry about the danger of body explosion. Xiangling continued, "The purple-red Jiu fruit also contains a strong fire attribute energy, and it is extremely pure solar fire energy, which is a coveted treasure for fire attribute soul masters and can greatly enhance their attribute power." Her words drove the fire attribute soul masters present into a frenzy. Even Jiang Yu was tempted. He must get his hands on the purple-red Jiu fruit. He silently vowed in his heart that although the gold soul coins in his hand might not be enough to bid for this treasure, Jiang Yu naturally had his ways. When it comes to items related to enhancing strength, he would not back down. He must obtain the purple-red Jiu fruit. The starting bid was 130,000 gold soul coins. Xiangling opened her mouth wide, and everyone was taken aback by the outrageous price of the purple-red Jiu fruit. Many eager contenders instantly gave up. It wasn't that they didn't want to compete, but rather that they simply didn't have the money. Those who could casually carry over 1 million gold soul coins in the entire Hidden Leaf City were definitely fewer than a handful, and many didn't even qualify to compete. Seeing that no one was bidding, Xiangling wasn't anxious. There weren't many people with such substantial financial resources. Therefore, Yi Fanqing had previously instructed her that this auction could accept items in exchange, if the esteemed guest didn't have enough money. The Great Soul Arena could also accept items as payment, though the price might be slightly lower than the external purchasing price. This statement quickly stirred up a huge uproar. Many people angrily criticized the unscrupulous practices of the Great Soul Arena, but despite the complaints, it didn't stop them from pulling out valuable items, clearly indicating that the purple-red fruit was of greater importance. 1,300,100 gold soul coins. Soon, someone started bidding. The bid was quite cautious, clearly not wanting to waste excess wealth. 1,300,000 and 1,000 gold soul coins. Before long, dozens of people began to bid, and the price of the purple-red fruit kept rising, reaching an astonishing 155. By this point, not many were willing to continue bidding. Only 3 remained in the competition. Among them was the young master of the Fong family. After all, spending over 100,000 on the previous courtesan meant that 1 million gold soul coins didn't seem outrageous. At most, it would just mean skipping a few visits to the entertainment district. The competitors for the purple-red fruit were also not ordinary people. Both were wealthy tycoons in the city, known for spending money like dirt. Soon, the bidding price skyrocketed to over 2 million. These people were indeed wealthy. Bai showed a deep sense of envy on his face. Although he was a clan leader, the Min clan had never been affluent. In the past, as a subordinate force of the Haotian sect, they didn't worry about financial issues, but after breaking away from the Haotian sect, the Min clan lost a significant portion of its economic resources. The money for that 1,000-year-old agarwood was obtained by he selling many of his treasured collectibles. 2 million gold soul coins was an amount that the entire Min clan couldn't gather together. In the vast auction hall, only 3 voices remained in the bidding. Even though the price was already very high, no one gave up. Clearly, the allure of the purple-red fruit had surpassed wealth. 5 million gold soul coins. Fong Ping's voice grew increasingly frantic as he shouted out an astronomical price to secure the treasure. 5 million for the first time, Xiangling couldn't help but feel ecstatic, her voice betraying her excitement. 5 million for the second time. 5 million. The third time. The other two were stunned by Fong Ping's price and dared not continue bidding. 5 million gold soul coins was not something they could just pull out. In the end, the purple red fruit was secured by Fong Ping. After that, several more treasures were auctioned off. Although they were all extremely rare treasures, they held little value for Jiang Yu, far less than what the purple red fruit contained. Chapter 123. The Elf Girl until the final item appeared, drawing everyone's attention. There was only a painting inside a golden box. But the content of the painting was full of temptation. It depicted a sensual woman in revealing clothing, with only 3 points covered by green leaves, leaving everything else exposed. It was even more stimulating than an erotic painting. With peaks as magnificent as Mount Everest and long legs as white and smooth as jade pillars, she obliterated countless films. Even more remarkable were her unusually pointed ears, complemented by a pair of transparent wings on her back, which dazzled many men. She was far superior to the women in the entertainment district. Xiangling opened her cherry lips, and her clear voice spread throughout the auction hall, stating that this last item might not be the most expensive, but became the centerpiece more due to its rarity. Xiangling pointed at the woman in the painting and said, "Esteemed guests, you can see that this woman is certainly not an ordinary human female. I believe many guests have guessed her identity. That's right, she's a girl from the elven race." Xiangling's words instantly caused a stir. Logically speaking, elves had long been extinct on the Douluo Continent, and most people thought they had gone extinct. No one expected to see one at the auction, leading many to voice their doubts. Xiangling didn't explain. As the saying goes, seeing is believing. Only by letting those who doubted see an elf with their own eyes would they naturally fall silent. Xiangling then pressed a button on the wall nearby, and after a while, 2 strong men pushed a cage in. Although it was covered by a black cloth, everyone guessed what was inside, and at that moment, all eyes were fixed on the cage. Xiangling didn't keep everyone in suspense and casually pulled off the black cloth, revealing indeed an elven girl. With fair skin and a fiery figure, the leaves couldn't cover her entire bosom. The elven girl seemed very scared, hugging her knees, curling up in the cage, which only ignited the beastly desires of the guests. Who wouldn't want to hold such a delicate girl in their arms and cherish her? The elven girl's eyes, as clear as autumn water, instantly awakened everyone's protective instincts. Esteemed guests, you can see the real thing now. Xiangling walked around the cage, saying, to obtain this elf. The Hidden Leaf Auction House has expended a lot of manpower and resources, so the starting bid this time is 2 million gold soul coins. Of course, we want to force any esteemed guests. The bidding is entirely voluntary, and there is no minimum bid. To be honest, this price looks high, but it's understandable. After all, elves have not appeared on the continent for thousands of years, and 2 million gold soul coins for a genuine elf is quite a bargain. It's important to know that elves have significant research value. 2,100,000 gold soul coins. A familiar voice rang out. It was none other than Fong Ping of the Fong family. No one expected him to bid again, as everyone thought he was low on funds after spending nearly 10 million on the previous items. It turned out that was not the case. The strength of the Fong family once again shocked everyone. This person is truly despicable. Inside the box, Xiao Xiao saw this scene and couldn't help but express her indignation. This auction house is really unscrupulous. They dare to auction off people. It's simply being rich and unkind. Exactly. By Chixiao echoed. That elven girl looks so pitiful. They might as well just release her. By Chixiao's sympathy overflowed like a rushing river. As a fellow woman, she couldn't bear to see this scene. Sigh. JiangYu couldn't help but sigh. Although he also felt sympathy for the elven girl, it wouldn't be easy for the Hidden Leaf Great Soul Arena to cancel this auction. After all, that would cut off their source of income, and the person in charge behind the scenes would never agree. Moreover, he couldn't afford the elven girl. If only he could help her, but alas, money was the limiting factor. The exorbitant auction fee made the other guests, who were eyeing the prize, reconsider. Even if they were unwilling, they could only withdraw from the bidding, as they simply didn't have the money. Congratulations, young Master Fong, for acquiring this extraordinary beauty. Clap, 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 Xiangling applauded in congratulations. Tonight, this young master will thoroughly study what distinguishes this fairy from ordinary women. A sinister chuckle echoed through the room. The men present were all seasoned in the matters of love. How could they not hear the hidden meaning in Fong Ping's words? His reputation in the entire Konoha city was well known. What kind of research could he possibly conduct? Everyone could guess that he certainly wasn't talking about serious research, but rather lusting after the fairy's body, truly despicable. However, despite the insults, many felt a deeper sense of jealousy, as they didn't even have the qualifications to be despicable. Damn, this was the real reason for their anger. But jealousy was futile. After all, they didn't have the wealth of young Master Fawn. They could only watch helplessly as such a beautiful and lovely fairy fell into the tiger's mouth. All the collectibles that should have been here today were supposed to be present, but I just received a piece of news. A mysterious smile appeared on Xiangling's face. So we are adding one more item for auction. The value of this item is something our auction house doesn't even know how to price. So we are setting it at a random 1,000 gold soul coins. Soon, the door opened, and a rather attractive female staff member walked in, dressed in a pink cheongsam. With slits on both sides, almost reaching her hip bone, her delicate white legs occasionally revealed as she moved. This chapter isn't over yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. In her hands, she held a brocade tray with only a rolled parchment map. Xiangling quickly explained, "This map is a treasure map, but what exactly is hidden is something even the seller doesn't know, so everything depends on fate. If any esteemed guests want to try their luck, they can bid on it and take it home to play with. A treasure map that doesn't reveal what it holds." Instantly, it lost all appeal to everyone. Although they had money, they couldn't afford to be so wasteful. It was obvious that this treasure map was fake. There couldn't possibly be that many treasures on the continent. This was probably just a trick by a con artist. It's unclear when it started, but many legends about treasures began circulating on the continent. At first, many people believed in this and spent large sums of money buying various information related to treasures, among which treasure maps were the most common. In the end, everyone realized that these so-called treasure maps were merely fake, and it was all a scam, a trap set by a small sect that relied on trickery. They first fabricated various legends, and then produced a large number of treasure maps and items related to the legendary stories. Finally, they hired many beggars to spread the stories. What was even more infuriating was that they had set up tea stalls at the treasure locations in advance. Each time someone rushed to the location indicated on the treasure map, the group would sell tea and snacks at high prices. Most treasure hunters were eager to find the treasure, so they were in a hurry. By the time they reached the treasure location, they were already exhausted. Even if the prices were a bit high, the thought of the treasure before them made them indifferent to spending a little more money. After all, countless riches awaited them ahead. Because that sect's plan was so tightly woven, forming a complete industrial chain, many people fell for it. By the time they realized it, others had already made a fortune, becoming wealthy individuals with incomes exceeding 10 million gold soul coins. Of course, later that sect also paid a substantial price. The entire sect was wiped out. Only the sect leader and a few others escaped in advance, avoiding the wrath of numerous avengers. Now, many people on the continent no longer believe in treasure maps, so no one responded to Xiangling. They wouldn't be fooled again, as the item was about to go unsold. Chapter 124, The Imperial Sword. 1,000 gold soul coins. Just as no one paid attention, Jiang Yu made his move. Although he didn't know whether the treasure map was real or fake, he had a gut feeling that this item might be useful. Moreover, he could afford 1,000 gold soul coins. Hearing Jiang Yu's somewhat immature voice, the crowd didn't think much of it, considering him just another rich kid like young Master Fong, squandering money recklessly. However, Fong Ping was a bit curious. There weren't many young people in Konoha City who spent money like water. Hearing Jiang Yu's unfamiliar voice, it was clear he wasn't one of the few young masters he recognized, which piqued Fong Ping's curiosity. After staying in the private room for a short while, a staff member from the Great Soul Arena entered with the auction item. Jiang Yu and Bai He each paid the gold soul coins to the staff member. They both had gold cards, so they simply swiped them on the device to transfer the gold soul coins without the hassle of cash. After placing the gold box down, the staff member bowed in thanks and respectfully exited. Compared to Bai He's excited demeanor, Jiang Yu's mood was relatively calm. He spread open the parchment and found that the places marked on it were all unfamiliar locations he had never heard of, making him ponder. This treasure map looked quite real. If it were fake, the con artist wouldn't need to write down false place names, as that would deter people from buying it. Seeing that he had no clues for the time being, Jiang Yu put the treasure map into his soul guide device, planning to study it further in the future. The auction event had ended, and since Bai He's objective had been achieved, he prepared to take Jiang Yu and the others back. Just then, a voice came from outside the door. "Zhao Jiu, you go back first and inform the guard to have him lead 100 elite guards here to escort me. While I do that, I'll warm up at the Great Soul Arena." The speaker was none other than young Master Fong. He wasn't too foolish. Having spent nearly 10 million gold soul coins at the Great Soul Arena, He was afraid of being targeted. Although the Fong family was powerful in Konoha City, there would inevitably be desperate individuals who would betray their morals for money. Therefore, he sent a servant back to bring people to escort him, ensuring that everything would be safe. Upon hearing Fong Ping's words, Jiang Yu's eyes flickered, and he quickly came up with a plan. He told Bai He that he wanted to participate in the soul battle competition at the Great Soul Arena, and that they should head back first without waiting for him. After listening, Bai He could only take Bai Chunxiang and Xiao Xiao back first. The rules at the Great Soul Arena were quite strict, and he wasn't worried that JiangYu would run into any problems there. The Soul Battle Area was the largest section of the entire Konoha Great Soul Arena, with various allocations being very detailed. The 33 sub-arenas were arranged in an orderly manner, giving a somewhat dazzling impression but not impairing one's judgment. Each sub-arena had very conspicuous signposts, including two main categories, the betting area and the life and death area, with each category further divided into different arenas for one-on-one, two-on-two, and team battles. Therefore, each sub-area had 6 separated platforms. As for betting battles, regardless of level, they took place at the main Great Soul Arena, as this was the arena with the highest ticket prices. Because there were no restrictions on betting battles, a large number of spectators were willing to buy tickets to watch. Fong Ping was participating in the betting battle mode. JiangYu didn't hesitate and followed closely behind, quickly registering for the competition. Since it was his first time participating in a match at the Great Soul Arena, the staff needed to record his detailed information, which delayed the process a bit. Fortunately, I heard from the staff that the participants in the gambling battle could choose their opponents at will. Without any hesitation, JiangYu chose that young Master Fong. I initially thought some tricks would be necessary, but unexpectedly, Fong Ping would actually participate in the gambling battle, which saved a lot of effort, allowing him to win openly and honestly. Since the Grand Soul Fighting Arena requires real name registration, JiangYu's information was based on his household registration data. However, this information is only accessible internally, and all participants can use a pseudonym to conceal their true identity. When the staff asked JiangYu if he wanted to take a pseudonym, he thought for a moment, and then said a name, Emperor's Sword. The Chixiao Sword is originally the sword of the Emperor Sui, and there is no name more fitting for him than this. The staff was somewhat surprised, clearly not expecting someone so young to be so bold as to make such a claim. Even the renowned Sword Dalu did not call himself the Emperor's Sword. Indeed, a young calf is not afraid of tigers. Although the staff found it a bit laughable, they still engraved the name on JiangYu's badge. The pseudonyms chosen by these young people are often flashy and ostentatious, and he was already used to it. Compared to names like Martial Ancestor, Origin Emperor, Demon Slayer King, and Holy King, the name Emperor's Sword was actually quite down to earth. After registering his competition information, JiangYu bought a mask from the staff, which could hide his identity and reduce the prying eyes of others. The Grand Soul Fighting Arena had many styles of masks, and JiangYu first eliminated the green, oily mask, eventually choosing a blue dragon-shaped mask after searching for a while. Upon entering the main area of the Grand Soul Fighting Arena, what caught his eye was the wildly roaring, enthusiastic crowd and an incredibly huge arena. JiangYu had just arrived when the match above ended. The winner was a stunning, scantily clad sexy woman who wore a radiant smile on her face. She touched her bright red lips with her soft little hands and then blew a kiss to the audience, causing the arena to erupt in cheers. The next contestant in the gambling battle was the famous young genius of my city, Fong Ping. Since participating in gambling battles, young Master Fong had won 99 consecutive matches, and his momentum was unstoppable. However, today his opponent was someone participating in the soul fighting competition for the first time, making it seem like another match without suspense. Listening to the annoying words of the male host, JiangYu shook his head helplessly. He had been underestimated. However, he did not engage in verbal sparring. When the match began, he intended to prove his strength through action. He waited for the host to slap his face. JiangYu had not been at the edge of the arena for long when he heard the sound of a gong. Under the host's announcement, he and Fong Ping stepped onto the arena together. Fong Ping looked just as JiangYu had imagined. A wealthy young master, handsome, with a somewhat pale complexion and a floaty walk, yet still quite attractive to girls. Hearing that young Master Fong had just acquired a purple red Ju fruit, JiangYu directly proposed to use it as a wager. He got straight to the point without beating around the bush, stating his purpose for participating in the competition. Fong Ping frowned slightly. He recognized JiangYu as the one who had acquired the treasure map and was clearly aware of the purple red Ju fruit, coming prepared. His gaze was fixed on JiangYu in front of him, although the opponent wore a mask. It was obvious from his voice and physique that he was just a child. The advantage in this match was on his side. Fong Ping was not worried about losing. It seemed this little brother had done his homework. The purple red Jiu fruit could be put forward, but he was curious about what equivalent item JiangYu could use as a wager. Fong Ping wore a mocking expression, his tone filled with ridicule. Chapter 125, Striking It Rich. JiangYu was already prepared. He immediately took out a box from his soul guide and opened it, revealing several dark, gelatinous objects, which drew a chorus of boos from the crowd. They thought it was something valuable, but it turned out to be some black, gelatinous substances. It didn't seem worth much. This is 10,000-year whale glue. I wonder if it can be used as a wager, JiangYu said flatly. 10,000-year whale glue. Fong Ping had clearly heard of this name. Although he was a young master from a prestigious family who spent money freely, he was well aware of some precious treasures on the continent. Their impressive financial resources cultivated their exceptional vision and broad horizons. Therefore, Fong Ping did not express the contempt that others did, but instead carefully examined the so-called 10,000-year whale glue in JiangYu's hand. Soon, he made a judgment. It's acceptable. When Fong Ping determined that the 10,000-year whale glue was genuine, a bright smile appeared on his face. Its value was indeed worth him offering the purple red Jiu fruit as a wager. Since the opponent wanted to offer him a treasure, Fong Ping had no objection to accepting it. As for whether he would lose the match, he had never even considered that possibility. How could he lose to a mere child? You'll be the one crying later. Watching Fong Ping's dismissive demeanor, JiangYu secretly calculated his next move. After confirming the wager, the host announced the start of the match, signaling both sides to unleash their martial souls. Thunder Dragon, possess! Fong Ping shouted, and a golden-yellow aura emanated from his body, and the sound of thunder crackling erupted within a radius of several meters around him. A golden snake, over 3 meters long, gradually materialized behind him, with a pair of yellow, sharp antennae resembling deer antlers on its head. This was the legendary Jiao. It is said that some serpentine soul beasts can transform into a Jiao after 10,000 years of cultivation, and once their cultivation reaches 100,000 years, they can even break through the limits of life and evolve into a true dragon. Thus, the Jiao is ranked higher than ordinary serpentine soul beasts, and its power rivals that of typical sub-dragon soul beasts, making it quite terrifying. After the Thunder Dragon possessed him, Fong Ping's body swelled noticeably, and even his black hair turned yellow. When he opened his eyes again, they had transformed into a golden color, radiating a mesmerizing light. For soul rings, yellow, purple. Purple, the best configuration of soul rings, slowly rose from beneath his feet and circled around him. Fong Ping, martial soul, Thunder Dragon, level 41 assault type soul master. His voice boomed like thunder. The audience below immediately chanted his name. Fong Ping's record testified to his unparalleled strength. Everyone overwhelmingly supported him. No one was betting on JiangYu in this match, as it was his first time participating. How could he possibly defeat Fong Ping? A dazzling burst of light erupted from JiangYu's body, and soul power gathered at his right hand. In an instant, a remarkably beautiful long sword appeared in his hand. The sword emitted an incredibly rich fire element. The brilliant golden flames looked as scorching as the sun, and JiangYu, holding the long sword, seemed like the Lord of Fire. His diminutive figure was infinitely elevated. At this moment, JiangYu resembled an untouchable deity, exuding an aura of solemnity. It inspired awe in the spectators, even making them overlook the fact that he only had 2 soul rings. Emperor Sword, Martial Soul, Sword, level 25 assault type battle soul master. Although JiangYu's words were calm, there was an unwavering confidence in his tone. You're just a great soul master? The moment JiangYu's Chixiao Sword appeared, Fong Ping realized that he had guessed wrong before. He wasn't foolish. How could he not see the aura of a top-tier martial soul emanating from that sword? Even his thunder, Jiao martial soul, trembled in fear. However, when he learned that JiangYu was merely a mere great soul master, a ripple of doubt arose in his heart. So what if the opponent's martial soul level was higher than his? He was a soul zone at level 41, with 2 more 1,000-year soul rings than the other. That was not something that could be compensated for by martial soul level alone. To deal with you, that was enough. JiangYu smiled slightly, his words filled with confidence. Oof. Seeing someone so relaxed, Fong Ping couldn't help but snort in anger. Kid, you really don't know the heights of heaven or the depths of the earth. Don't think that just because your martial soul level is high, you can look down on everything. The gap of 2 soul rings is a threshold you cannot cross, no matter what. Fong Ping's words brought the audience, who were in shock, back to reality. Indeed, the difference in soul power between the two was too great, almost a massive chasm. Moreover, Fong Ping was a regular at the Great Soul Arena, and his battle experience was not something a novice could compare to. With this thought, everyone regained confidence in Fong Ping. This match might be much more exciting than previously thought, but the winner would definitely be Fong Ping. However, Yi Fanqing in the VIP box didn't see it that way. A strong, unusual light surged in her eyes. The Emperor's pressure. How could that sword contain such intense Emperor's pressure? This was impossible. According to the records of her Yi family, even the human Emperor seal of their ancestors did not possess such overwhelming Emperor's pressure. Moreover, this should be the unique aura carried by their direct inheritance, martial soul. How could it appear on other martial souls? Yi Fanqing was confused and greatly shocked. Since their ancestor ascended to the divine realm, the Emperor's pressure contained in their Yi family's human Emperor seal martial soul had significantly weakened, eventually leaving only a thin layer of its former glory. The mysterious sword martial soul in that young boy's hand actually had such a powerful aura. It was truly incredible. What Yi Fanqing did not know was that the Emperor's pressure contained in Jiang Yu's Chixiao Sword was not the same as the Emperor's pressure. It was imperial pressure. Although these two terms differ by only one word, the distinction is significant. The so-called Emperor is merely derived from the ancient human king, representing a ruler who governs the world. In contrast, the Emperor is entirely different, as the virtue and the heavens and earth are called Emperor. Only by reaching the realm of connecting heaven and earth and becoming the creator and ruler of all things can one be called an emperor. The Emperor's pressure at most commands the people, inducing a sense of submission, but it cannot compare to the imperial pressure that connects heaven and earth, compelling all things in the universe to willingly submit. It seems I need to communicate with him later. Yi Fanqing stared intently at Jiang Yu through the glass window, her eyes radiating a predatory gaze. Unbeknownst to Jiang Yu on the arena, Fong Ping launched the first attack. First soul skill, Thunder Fong. Although Fong Ping was a strong attack-type soul master, his speed was not slow. To be precise, he balanced both strong attack and agility, thanks to the terrifying talent brought by his Thunder Jiao martial soul. As the yellow soul ring lit up, Fong Ping's mouth sprouted a pair of sharp fangs several centimeters long, surrounded by thunderous power, emitting a glistening sheen. Fong Ping's speed was swift, and in the blink of an eye, he was in front of Jiang Yu, those knife-like teeth lunging toward his body to bite down. Jiang Yu raised the Chixiao Sword to block, but Fong Ping was waiting for this opportunity. His body slid like a serpent, quickly shifting his target from Jiang Yu's neck to his arm. Crack! Just as Fong Yu's right arm was about to be bitten by the Thunder Fong, he swiftly swung his long sword to block in front of him. The clash between the lightning power of the Thunder Fong and the Chixiao Sword produced a very strong energy. At that moment, Jiang Yu suddenly had a new idea. If executed properly, why not raise the stakes a bit more? If you win, I'll add another 1 million gold soul coins. If you lose, I won't take your money. Just give me the female elf. Of course, Jiang Yu didn't have that much money, but Fong Ping had no idea he was writing a blank check. To entice Fong Ping to raise the stakes, Jiang Yu intentionally retracted some of his energy and feigned a slightly pained expression, causing his arm to tremble, giving the impression that he was on the verge of collapsing. Since you want to give me money, then I'm more than happy to oblige. If you win, that purple red fruit and the female elf will be yours. Seeing that the opponent's strength was just that, Fong Ping quickly agreed to Jiang Yu's terms. How could he refuse money that was offered to him? Over 1 million was not a small sum, and he had already spent all his savings at the auction. So now being offered such a large amount made him somewhat excited. Chapter 126, The Might of Chixiao. Fong Ping was already thinking about going to indulge in a few courtesans, as 1 million gold soul coins would let him splurge for several months. Hearing Fong Ping's laughter, Jiang Yu knew he had been tricked and immediately unleashed all the energy he had. Huh? Fong Ping's laughter abruptly stopped, shocked by Jiang Yu's sudden change. It was like after finishing with a courtesan, he was already exhausted, yet the other party still clung to him, wanting to battle for another 300 rounds. Jiang Yu's explosion was too sudden. Could it be he was pretending before? Fong Ping suddenly realized he might have been deceived. This kid was terrifyingly cunning. So young yet so full of tricks, actually knowing how to feign weakness, causing him to stake everything. The thought of losing this match and having that stunning beauty handed over to this brat was unacceptable for Fong Ping, especially since he still wanted to engage in academic research with the female elf that night. If he lost the female elf, where would he find someone to showcase his self-created moves? Therefore, he could not afford to lose this match. Just then, Jiang Yu's Chixiao Sword unleashed its full energy, and a dazzling golden flame erupted from the sword's body. Fong Ping's Thunder Fong actually could not withstand the scorching heat of the flames, and his fangs turned red from a burn. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Yu swung his long sword, and a beam of sword light rapidly slashed towards Fong Ping. With a loud bang, Fong Ping was sent retreating several dozen steps, and even the clothing on his abdomen was torn apart, revealing blood-soaked flesh underneath. How could this be? A wave of discussion erupted among the audience. The gap between the two was clearly so vast. Yet the newcomer actually took the lead. Fong Ping was actually repelled in one strike. It was simply astonishing. Don't panic. I think Fong Ping was just underestimating the opponent and didn't use his full strength, which is why he suffered a small setback. Just wait. He will definitely turn the tide. Everyone need not worry. At this moment of rising anxiety, someone spoke up to reassure the crowd, especially since he had spent a large sum betting on Fong Ping's victory. As the people around listened to this analysis, they felt it made more and more sense. Fong Ping was already prepared, and it wouldn't be so easy for that kid to launch a sneak attack again. Fong Ping spat out a mouthful of old blood, a surge of towering anger rising in his chest. It was the first time he had seen blood in front of so many people. If he could endure such a humiliation, he wouldn't be the leader of the Konoha 7 Wolf Pack, the Iron Hook Little Wolf King, Fong Ping. Roar! A roar erupted from Fong Ping's mouth, and the third purple spirit ring on his body suddenly lit up. As the first 1,000-year spirit ring, he had selected it after much consideration, ultimately choosing a 3-headed flood dragon with an age of around 1,300 years. Third spirit ability, Thunder Flood Dragon Strike. The violent power of lightning erupted from Fong Ping, with bright yellow currents spilling from his fingertips and soaring into the sky, finally converging into 3 bolts of lightning. ZZZ, the lightning rapidly expanded, forming 3 flood dragon-like creatures, and the exploding electric light buzzed in the air. The spectators felt their confidence surge. Look, this strike can defeat that kid. Fong Ping's fervent supporters were visibly excited. First spirit ability, Red Sky Sword Formation. Jiang Yu plunged his long sword into the ground, and dozens of sword shadows erupted from the sword body in an instant. They charged directly at the oncoming flood dragons. For some reason, Jiang Yu felt an intense excitement from the Red Sky Sword, as if the flood dragons ahead were exactly to its liking, eager to take them down in one fell swoop. Perhaps the Red Sky Sword had a subtle affinity for serpentine creatures. Jiang Yu thought of a possibility. In Legends, Liu Bang also transformed after slaying the White Serpent with a Red Sky Sword. Similarly, after he had slain the Red Steel Snake, the true form of the Red Sky Sword revealed itself. Although Fong Ping's martial soul was the Flood Dragon, it had also evolved from a serpent and retained serpentine characteristics. This was just a fortunate coincidence. If Fong Ping's third spirit ability had not appeared in the form of a flood dragon, he might have had a chance to fight back. After surrounding the 3 flood dragons, the Red Sky Sword Formation erupted with a shocking energy, and a fierce wind swept through the area. The brilliant golden flames emitted by the sword shadows burned even more fiercely under the wind's influence, dyeing the ceiling gold, and the boundless flames surrounded the flood dragons. The sword shadows even emitted moaning sounds, as if they were beasts thirsting for prey. Fong Ping felt a prickling sensation on his scalp. The terror of the Red Sky Sword Formation had exceeded his expectations. To avoid falling into a trap, Fong Ping unleashed all his soul power, pouring all his strength into the 3 flood dragons, which immediately swelled in size, growing to over 4 meters long. ZZZ bang bang bang, thunder roared, echoing throughout the entire soul arena. Even the soul fighters competing in the sub-arena were drawn in by this overwhelming force, stopping their matches to look up towards the main arena. Seeing the energy on the flood dragons growing stronger, the sword shadows actually cheered and even began a sword dance. This excitement transmitted to Jiang Yu, the host, who couldn't help but laugh. The 3 flood dragons charged first. Their energy was so immense that it urgently needed to be released. The Red Sky Sword Formation surged forward to meet them, moving at incredible speed, producing a series of whooshing sounds, accompanied by a string of sword chants. It sounded as if they were saying, "Brothers, there's something delicious. With such exquisite food, let's not fight over it. There's enough for everyone." Soon, the sword shadows and flood dragons became entangled. The 2 forces exploded outward. The flood dragons twisted and coiled, trying to devour the sword shadows, but unfortunately, Jiang Yu was no pushover. Under his control, the sword shadows toyed with the flood dragons. Each attack was evaded, and the sword shadows took the opportunity to carve a mark on the flood dragons, with immense lightning power spilling out and filling the air. Seeing the scene made Fong Ping rage. Those sword shadows seemed to possess intelligence, exceptionally cunning, and within a short time, they had the flood dragons spinning in circles, causing him to feel overwhelmed. Clearly, the opponent's soul power was much lower than his, yet throughout the match, he had been at a disadvantage while that brat on the other side was jumping around joyfully. Fang Ping, ranked among the top 10 geniuses on the Konoha Heroes list, never expected to struggle against a mere great spirit master. If other geniuses found out, they would surely mock him. Even those acquaintances from the fireworks land would probably secretly laugh at his incompetence. Fang Ping did not want such a thing to happen. Chapter 127. The tempting trial. Just as Fang Ping was anxious, the Red Sky Sword formation launched a full-scale attack, and boundless flames surged towards the flood dragons. The sword shadows crashed into the massive serpentine body like meteors, slicing it apart. Soon, a platter of flood dragon pieces was presented to the audience. With bolts of lightning energy rushing towards Fang Ping's body from the fragments, the brutality of the sword shadows instilling a sense of fear in these pure energy elements. All the energy rushed back into Fang Ping's body, and fortunately, the lightning power diminished significantly after being sliced by the sword shadows. Or else Fang Ping's body would have burst. Even so, Fang Ping's condition was not good. His body had ballooned significantly. From a normally built man, he transformed into a corpulent figure akin to Ma Hongjun, with powerful energy compressing inside him, twisting his body, making him look like he was performing a series of lightning whips, creating an incredibly humorous scene. Ha ha! Ha ha! Even Fang Ping's diehard fans couldn't help but burst into laughter at this scene. Although his job was very serious, and he had undergone extensive training to suppress laughter, at this moment, he couldn't help but laugh aloud. Fang Ping, crushed by the overwhelming energy, no longer cared about the mocking voices in the arena. He just wanted to quickly calm the restless energy within him and return his body to normal. Fortunately, that lightning power originally came from within Fang Ping. If it weren't for Jiang Yu's terrifying red sky sword formation, they wouldn't have become uncontrollable. Once back inside Fang Ping's body, the turbulent energy gradually calmed down, and his body returned to normal. Fourth spirit ability, soul capturing sound. Fang Ping was completely enraged, slamming his palms onto the ground, kicking up thick clouds of dust. And the purple fourth spirit ring shone with a strong light, breaking through the fog. Cornered by Jiang Yu, Fang Ping lost his rationality, disregarding the side effects of the soul ability, and immediately unleashed the innate soul ability derived from the Moonlight Fox. The Moonlight Fox is a unique spirit beast that only appears on full moon nights. Research on it is still in its early stages, but it is known to have a miraculous ability to influence the souls of human spirit masters. To hunt this spirit beast, Fang Ping personally took the family guardian to the Star Do Great Forest, waiting for months until he finally discovered the Moonlight Fox's trace on a full moon night. The family guardian, with a soul power of 73, successfully subdued the Moonlight Fox, allowing Fang Ping to deliver the final blow, but he was also affected. Since then, the guardian unexpectedly developed a fondness for cross-dressing, wearing women's clothing every day, and even his sexual orientation became abnormal. The Fang family had to assign him to a remote location to prevent him from tarnishing the family's reputation. To know that the guardian is a soul sage, yet he can be influenced by a 1,000-year soul beast, one can see how terrifying the talent soul skill of the Moonlight Fox is. A thunderous voice emanated from Fang Ping's mouth, different from ordinary thunder. It lacked intimidation and carried a sense of sorrowful lament. The audience in the arena fell silent instantly, and soon their faces revealed a sense of melancholy, with some even lowering their eyes and unable to hold back their tears. Jiang Yu, who faced the soul sound head-on, felt this sensation more intensely than others. Under the influence of the thunderous voice, Jiang Yu felt a fierce impact deep within his soul, and an indescribable scene appeared in the depths of his mind. Under the moonlight, a stunning white fox roared at the moon from the mountain peak, and the sheen reflected its fur brilliantly. The white fox radiated a pure light, gradually changing its body. Its fur on all four limbs suddenly shed, revealing smooth skin, until it eventually transformed into a beautiful woman, her body as smooth and clean as white jade, exuding an ethereal transparency. She lay on the ground with an exceptionally pert backside, and at the moment she stood up, Jiang Yu was shocked. The white fox had no fur at all. That breathtaking face was so pure and unblemished, like a celestial being. Even Jiang Yu, who had grown up among beauties, couldn't help but feel a strange sensation upon seeing this. He was completely captivated. Master, The stunning beauty transformed from the white fox cast a flirtatious glance at Jiang Yu, her lips curling into a slight smile. I am right here. You could do anything you want with me. Whatever your desires are, I can accept them. The enchanting voice echoed repeatedly in Jiang Yu's mind, sending a shiver down his spine. Such a delightful feeling was hard for ordinary people to imagine. Even a man with strong willpower would find it difficult to remain focused in front of such a scene. The delicate beauty was right in front of him, and she showed everything without holding back, combined with her celestial-like pure aura. Everything struck at a man's soft spot. As long as he wasn't a eunuch, it was inevitable to have some reactions. Jiang Yu felt a surge of heat instantly filling his abdomen, growing stronger and increasingly unbearable. The stunning beauty was right before him, and he could let loose. Jiang Yu nearly lost his rationality. At a critical moment, a reminder from deep within his soul helped him regain some clarity. His intuition told him that if he couldn't resist and engage in the audience's favorite activities with the beauty before him, he might completely lose himself in this illusion. This chapter isn't over. Please click the next page to continue reading. Just as Jiang Yu confronted the beauty deep within his soul, Fang Ping finally breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing his opponent standing still, he knew the soul sound had taken effect. Although releasing this soul skill meant he had to abstain for 7 days, and his voice would become feminine. It was worth it as long as he could win this match. As for communicating with that female elf, it could only be postponed for a few days, which was still better than losing this match. Fang Ping's performance instantly ignited the entire arena. In just a moment, he reversed the declining situation and turned defeat into victory, his brilliant display causing the audience to erupt in excitement. Indeed, the outcome of this match was as they had anticipated. Fang Ping won. In their view, Jiang Yu had no chance to turn the tables, and the match was already over. However, they overlooked one thing. Jiang Yu's soul power was far stronger than others. From this perspective, even a titled low-level powerhouse might not be able to compare to him. Moreover, Jiang Yu's mind housed the soul of the million-year soul beast, the sky dream ice silkworm, which had awakened after a long slumber at this crucial moment. When it saw the beauty transform from the white fox, it was momentarily stunned. And after a while, it reacted, thinking Jiang Yu had absorbed the soul of some soul beast again. You brat, you've done well. Quietly absorbing the soul power of a soul beast, and such a beautiful female soul beast at that. Did you know I was a bit lonely? So you specially found such a high-quality soul beast for me to mate with? The cheeky voice of the sky dream, ice silkworm, echoed in Jiang Yu's mind. Indeed, I didn't help you for nothing. Jiang Yu couldn't help but feel speechless. The sky dream ice silkworm's thoughts were rather beautiful, but the reality was not as it imagined. Jiang Yu had to explain the reason to the sky dream ice silkworm, and upon hearing it, it frowned slightly. Although it had very few eyebrows, and their color was pure white like its body, this didn't hinder it from making a frowning gesture. Chapter 128. Stunning the audience could be a mental type soul skill attack. The sky dream ice silkworm's voice grew louder. Since it wasn't the absorption of a soul beast soul, there was only this possibility left. Mental type attacking soul beasts were indeed rare. It seemed Jiang Yu had encountered a tough opponent this time. Soon, Jiang Yu explained the ins and outs to the sky dream ice silkworm. Upon hearing it was caused by the moonlight fox, it expressed doubt, clearly unaware of the detailed information regarding this type of soul beast. In fact, it wasn't the sky dream ice silkworm's fault. Although it was the first million-year soul beast on the continent, its own experiences were pitifully few. Most of its time spent sleeping. Not to mention rare soul beasts, even soul beasts from the extreme north might not be recognizable to it. However, although the sky dream ice silkworm had never encountered a moonlight fox, it still had methods to counter mental-type attacks. It immediately released a massive telekinetic force. A milky white halo burst forth from its body, and the beautiful scene of the moonlit fox was instantly shattered. Jiang Yu's consciousness also fully awakened. In reality, Fang Ping's fourth soul skill was very powerful. Unfortunately, the opponent he encountered was Jiang Yu, a man with a very firm will, and his body housed the soul of the sky dream, ice silkworm. Although this million-year soul beast was not strong in combat, it excelled in mental-type attacks. Fang Ping's loss was not unjust. Unfortunately, he still hadn't realized that the effect of the soul sound had been dismantled by Jiang Yu and was still lost in excitement. Defenseless as he approached Jiang Yu. First soul skill, Thunder Fang. Fang Ping intended to take advantage of Jiang Yu's predicament to unleash his final strike, completely eliminating this opponent. Sharp, bright yellow fangs extended from the corners of Fang Ping's mouth, and his target was Jiang Yu's neck. If this strike succeeded, the damage would be considerable. However, Jiang Yu had already awakened and would not let him have his way. Just as Fang Ping's fangs reached out, Jiang Yu quickly extended the Chixiao Sword to block in front of him. Before Fang Ping could react, he was sent flying by the immense energy erupting from the sword body. The audience in the arena only saw a straight parabolic arc crashing heavily to the ground from the sky. Everything happened too quickly. Many people didn't react in time. Crack! Fang Ping's two fangs shattered upon colliding with the ground, falling to the ground. The pain made Fang Ping roll around. Although this thunder tooth is a soul technique, those two teeth are genuine and were derived from Fang Ping's two front teeth. Without the two front teeth, Fang Ping felt a bit of air leaking from his mouth, and his speech was slightly stuttered, just as he was about to face his opponent. Who would have thought that the other party would wake up at the most critical moment, catching him off guard? Fang Ping was so angry he felt like spitting blood. He lost this match in a very humiliating way, even losing his front teeth, which were his weapons in the arena. It was truly a case of losing both the lady and the soldiers. The outcome of the match was already evident. Fang Ping crawled on the ground and took a long time to get up. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu stood on the arena with a long sword in hand. Although he wore a mask and the crowd couldn't see his face, the aura he exuded conquered everyone. Under the spotlight, Jiang Yu's figure became even more dazzling. At that moment, he was undoubtedly the brightest star in the entire Great Soul Arena. After the match ended, Fang Ping had no face to stay on stage and left the arena in a disheveled state. Just then, Jiang Yu blocked his path. A bet is a bet. Jiang Yu chuckled lightly. Young Master Fang wouldn't want to go back on his word, would he? That wouldn't be gentlemanly. Aye. Fang Ping's voice was somewhat stuttered. Besides his injury, he indeed wanted to renege on the bet. The purple-red fruit and the female elf were extremely important to him. One could strengthen his body, while the other could satisfy his spirit. The two complemented each other, and their value was immeasurable. Now he had to give them to someone else, which he was extremely unwilling to do. After a moment, the staff of the Great Soul Arena arrived, urging Fang Ping to fulfill his promise and hand over his wager. If Fang Ping dared to renege, he would definitely face strict penalties from the Great Soul Arena. At that time, all the Great Soul Arenas on Douluo Continent would blacklist Fang Ping. Because the penalties were very severe, no one had ever dared to renege in the betting battles of the Great Soul Arena, which was an important guarantee for the betting matches. Although Fang Ping was somewhat reluctant, seeing that the staff had arrived, he did not dare to delay further. Although the Fang family was powerful in my city, they were nothing compared to the Great Soul Arena. The Yi family, although no longer as glorious as in ancient times, was not something the Fang family could provoke. Moreover, the 6 major families had always been closely connected, and any of the 7 major sects would think twice about opposing the 6 major families, let alone a regional power like the Fang family. Fang Ping had no choice but to obediently take out the purple-red fruit from his soul guide and reluctantly hand it over to Jiang Yu. Upon receiving the purple-red fruit, Jiang Yu did not store it in his soul guide, but ate it in front of Fang Ping. This way, he could avoid Fang Ping's thoughts of snatching it back. The purple-red fruit was soon consumed by Jiang Yu. Little Master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. The following is even more exciting. Jiang Yu felt that the meridians all over his body had become thicker than before, and even his soul power had become more solid. The strength of his entire body surged explosively. What was even more remarkable was that the fire attribute energy contained in the Chixiao Sword had also seen a slight increase. Although it was still some distance from advancing to the next level, Jiang Yu was already very satisfied. The difficulty of enhancing ultimate power was indeed very high. Being able to increase it even a little was something to be grateful for, and Jiang Yu was not greedy. What about the female elf? Jiang Yu completely ignored Fang Ping's already ashen face and continued to ask him for it. In the VIP box, Fang Ping had a look that seemed to want to eat someone, gritting his teeth as he said, "I'll go get it for you. Let's go together." Jiang Yu replied cheerfully. He then went with the staff to Fang Ping's VIP box. Upon opening the door, they saw the sexy female elf curled up in the iron cage. The several burly guards around her were clearly affected by the female elf, as their pants were wet. "Open the cage and let her out," Fang Ping helplessly ordered his guards. Although they did not understand why their young master was doing this, the guards still complied with the order. Soon, they opened the iron cage and took the chain that was wrapped around the female elf's neck to lead her out. "Take her away." Fang Ping couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache. Young Master Fang is so generous, haha. Jiang Yu did not waste words with him. Walking up to the female elf, taking her hand, and walking out the door. The female elf's hand was very soft and tender, but her temperature was somewhat cold, suggesting she had suffered quite a bit in the Great Soul Arena. Bang after the door closed, The guards looked at Fong Ping's furious face and exchanged glances. No one expected the young master would give away the female elf he had worked so hard to win back at the auction. This was too generous, which changed their impression of Fong Ping quite a bit. It's not so easy to take my things. Fong Ping's gaze suddenly turned cold. As long as the other party was outside the Great Soul Arena, he naturally had ways to make the person who took his belongings return them obediently. My city was the Fong family's territory, and no one could snatch what belonged to him here. Chapter 129. The Maid After Leaving the Box. The staff bid farewell to Jiang Yu. Since Fong Ping had fulfilled the betting agreement, their task was complete, and they had other work to do, so they did not delay any longer. Looking at the delicate female elf beside him, Jiang Yu couldn't help but marvel at the creator's wonders. Upon closer inspection, he discovered the extraordinary qualities of this woman. She had not a single flaw. Moreover, she resembled a celebrity he was familiar with. Her face looked like Gu Li, and her figure resembled Di Li. It was simply perfect, truly double the joy. However, Jiang Yu only admired her and did not intend to possess her. He did not want to force someone, so he reached out to untie the chain wrapped around the female elf. You are free now, go. You're going to let me go? The female elf's pale face showed a deep surprise. She did not expect that the other party would let her go. Hurry home. Be careful next time. Don't get caught by them again. The value of elves is very high. Not everyone can resist such temptations like I can. Jiang Yu nodded and then warned her. I can't go back. The female elf's face showed a look of dejection, and her tone carried a hint of helplessness. She wanted to go back, but for some reason, the gate to the secret realm suddenly closed. This was the only passage connecting the elf clan to the outside world. With the gate to the secret realm closed, she had no way to return her clan and could only wait for the portal to open. But no one knew when the gate to the secret realm would open again. She couldn't just wait forever. That's why she had slipped into the human world. But unexpectedly, she was captured by people from the Great Soul Arena. Why can't he go back? Jiang Yu asked in confusion. In his opinion, even if the place where the elf tribe lived was far from Konoha City, it was still on the Douluo Continent, which is smaller than Blue Star. How could the female elf not return her place? Because the female elf then told Jiang Yu everything. He didn't look like a bad person. Moreover, Jiang Yu had obviously become the female elf's only lifeline in the outside world, so she poured out her origins without any concealment. The secret realm gate. Jiang Yu then understood why the female elf had no home to return to. According to her, the secret realm gate was not only the only passage connecting the elf tribe to the outside world, but also a powerful barrier. If humans entered the secret realm gate, their strength would be greatly compressed. No wonder the Spirit Hall had spent a great deal of effort and still couldn't conquer the elf tribe. It turned out there was this reason. However, why did the secret realm gate suddenly close? What hidden secrets lay within? No one knew. What are your plans next, Luna? Jiang Yu directly called her by name since the female elf had already introduced herself. I don't know. If you don't mind, can I follow you? Don't worry. I won't freeload. I can be your servant. Luna proudly said, I'm quite skilled in music. I can play various instruments, especially the flute. The elf tribe had a strong talent for music, and Luna was among the best in her clan. Her flute-playing skills were said to be unrivaled within the elf tribe. Hearing Luna's words, Jiang Yu couldn't help but glance at her a few more times. To be honest, it was hard not to be moved by such a beautiful woman. Having an elf maid was a dream for many men. Now, all he had to do was nod his head to have her. It would be a waste not to accept her. Refusing would likely not sit well with the readers either. Moreover, the most crucial point was, if he didn't take her in, Luna would likely become someone else's plaything, which was unreasonable both emotionally and logically. All right, you can follow me. Jiang Yu nodded in agreement with Luna's request. Thank you, young master. Luna was very grateful for his acceptance and bowed deeply to show her appreciation, causing her ample curves to sway dramatically, momentarily dazzling Jiang Yu. Let us go. I'll take you to buy some clothes. It's not appropriate for you to be like this. Jiang Yu, after all, was a young man full of vigor. Although he was still young, after the transformation from the Hongming, purple chi, and the nourishment from the 10,000-year whale gel and purple red fruit, his physique was much stronger than that of an adult soul master, and even certain parts of him were larger than average. Therefore, to avoid any embarrassing situations, Jiang Yu quickly took Luna to pick out clothes. The Konoha Great Soul Arena had not only a dedicated arena and auction house for soul battles, but also many shops, making it a large multifunctional mall. Soon, the two arrived at a clothing store specializing in women's clothing. The female staff member in the store noticed Jiang Yu was followed by a barely clothed beauty and immediately figured out what was happening, feeling a sense of admiration for Jiang Yu. This young man really knows how to have fun, the staff member thought. Once inside the store, Jiang Yu let Luna choose clothes freely, and the female clerk began to introduce items. She first helped Luna pick out some underwear, but all the chosen sizes were too small, which made the staff member envious. It was the first time she had seen such a voluptuous woman. Finally, the staff member managed to find a suitable set of pink underwear for Luna, which had a thin layer of lace around it, looking very sexy. From Jiang Yu's estimation, that underwear was at least a D cup. Luna's assets were indeed impressive. It was said that all female elves were beautiful, with none being ugly. And the males were all handsome. The overall appearance of their tribe was far superior to other races. Under the guidance of the staff member, Luna went to the fitting room to change into the underwear. Before long, she opened the curtain and called out to Jiang Yu, asking for his opinion. Jiang Yu stared wide-eyed, stunned for several seconds. Ahem, ahem. Jiang Yu pretended to cough and said it looked good. Hearing her master's praise, Luna couldn't help but show a radiant smile, then skipped along with the female staff member to pick out outerwear. In the end, she chose a creamy white dress, which suited her temperament perfectly, pure and noble. Even the staff member couldn't help but cast envious glances at Jiang Yu, repeatedly marveling at his good fortune. To be able to get such a heavenly beauty, if the renowned playboy of the city, young Master Fong, found out, he would surely be jealous to the point of bleeding. After leaving the clothing store, Jiang Yu led Luna directly to the hall. Just as he was about to walk outside, when he suddenly heard a familiar voice behind him. Turning around, he saw Yi Fanqing. Please wait a moment, esteemed guest. Her tone seemed a bit urgent as she rushed in front of Jiang Yu and quickly explained her intention. May I invite you to my room for a chat? Yi Fanqing appeared very enthusiastic. Although Jiang Yu didn't know her motives, he thought she likely meant no harm since they had never met before with no grudges. Jiang Yu agreed and took Luna with him. As the head of the Great Soul Arena, Yi Fanqing's room was naturally not comparable to that of ordinary staff. The top floor of the Great Soul Arena was entirely Yi Fanqing's space. Upon entering, even Jiang Yu couldn't help but marvel at how wealthy this young head was. The floor was covered with pure wool imported from the Tiando Empire, which was even more precious than the wool produced in the top wool-producing area of Shilin County here in the Star Luo Empire. If it were just a little, Jiang Yu wouldn't be surprised, but the space before him was likely over 1,000 square meters, and every inch of the floor was covered with wool carpets. It was simply extravagant. In addition, the room contained sofas made of rhino leather, a dining table and desk crafted from rosewood, and even the illuminating crystal stones were the size of basketballs, not to mention the hundreds of luminous pearls embedded in the walls. The money spent on the decoration of Yi Fanqing's room could probably buy a whole street in Tiando City, and that was within the third ring. This was no longer just a simple wealthy woman. Would you like some wine? After inviting the two to sit on the sofa, Yi Fanqing turned to the wine cabinet to get some drinks. I'll just have milk, Jiang Yu casually replied. Then I want milk too, Luna followed suit. As a servant, she naturally understood the spirit of a maid. Whatever her master drank, she would drink too. If her master wanted milk, she would have to comply, even if it meant using her own. This was the maid spirit her clan sisters spoke of. She couldn't embarrass the elf tribe. Luna's expression was very serious. Chapter 130 Blow. Hearing Jiang Yu's request, Yi Fanqing couldn't help but smile. Right? He's still a child. Drinking alcohol really doesn't suit him. Yi Fanqing couldn't help but chide herself for being careless. Soon, she closed the wine cabinet and walked over to a nearby table, picking up a small wooden barrel from the right side. Opening the lid, a full creamy liquid appeared inside, and a scent of milk spread out. Yi Fanqing took 2 transparent glass cups and poured the fresh milk from the barrel into them. Then she brought it to Jiang Yu. Just as he took a sip from the cup, Yi Fanqing's voice suddenly rang out. Can you let me see your sword again? Sword? Jiang Yu was a bit confused. Did his sister take an interest in his sword? But aside from being a bit long, there wasn't much to see. Yi Fanqing suddenly wanting to see his sword puzzled Jiang Yu. Did she recognize the Chixiao Sword? Little brother, you're being humble. Yi Fanqing's smile became even more radiant, and she complimented, your sword is not an ordinary sword. How could an ordinary sword carry the imperial pressure? Yi Fanqing's words left Jiang Yu somewhat bewildered. Imperial pressure? What's that? What, you don't know? This time, it was Yi Fanqing who was surprised. The other party didn't even know what imperial pressure was. Was he acting? Or was he truly ignorant? For a moment, Yi Fanqing couldn't be sure, so she decided to test Jiang Yu's background. A dazzling golden light suddenly erupted from Yi Fanqing's body, all the golden light converging towards her right hand. Gradually, a golden seal took shape in her hand, bringing with it a strong sense of oppression. Jiang Yu wasn't affected much, but Luna was different. The moment the golden seal appeared, her body couldn't help but tremble. This aura even frightened her. This is Jiang Yu stared at the golden seal in Yi Fanqing's hand, deep in thought. The seal was ancient and square, with a five-clawed golden dragon carved on top and illustrations of mountains, rivers, sun, and moon around it. The human emperor's seal. This was the golden seal engraved on the invitation. Jiang Yu knew a bit about the human emperor's seal, as it was a powerful martial soul passed down from ancient times. The reason this martial soul could bear the name of the human emperor was related to a supreme being from ancient times. Back then, the Leaf Human Emperor was the strongest person on the continent, with unparalleled cultivation that was revered by many. Even more impressively, he defeated 200,000-year soul beasts deep in the Stardow Forest by himself, breaking the beast tide that threatened the continent. He was a legendary figure who suppressed an era, and it was said that even the ancestor of the Tang sect, the first generation Hao Hiandaw, once submitted to the Leaf Human Emperor and became his right-hand man. Even though the Leaf family was no longer as glorious as before, it was still a force to be reckoned with. The Yi Fanqing in front of him was probably a direct descendant of the Leaf family. She looked to be in her early 20s, yet she had 4 spirit rings on her body, indicating she was another genius. I didn't expect you to recognize the human emperor's seal. Yi Fanqing's tone was filled with surprise. It seemed this kid had some knowledge. She no longer beat around the bush and immediately revealed her background. After hearing Yi Fanqing's words, Jiang Yu was taken aback. Although he guessed that the woman in front of him was from the Leaf family, he didn't expect her to be the daughter of the family head. Moreover, it sounded like the Leaf family had plans for Yi Fanqing to inherit the family head position in the future. It seemed this beauty was not simple. She might be a person comparable to Bibi Dong. Yi Fanqing was quite sincere, revealing everything without hiding anything, and her expression appeared genuine. Therefore, Jiang Yu was also prepared to fulfill her request. It's just letting you see the sword. What's the harm in that? Under Yi Fanqing's expectant gaze, Jiang Yu released his warm long sword. Looking at the long and sturdy sword, Yi Fanqing gulped and couldn't help but reach out with her left hand. Can I touch your sword? This request was a bit strange. However, seeing Yi Fanqing's eager demeanor, Jiang Yu hesitated for a moment but agreed to her request. Slow down. Be careful, it's hot. Jiang Yu offered a kind reminder. Yi Fanqing nodded, but from the expression on her face, Jiang Yu knew she wasn't taking the warning to heart. To prevent his sword from burning Yi Fanqing, Jiang Yu had to restrain the pressure emanating from the Chixiao Sword as much as possible. When Yi Fanqing's delicate hand touched Jiang Yu's long sword, it still felt a bit hot, but it was within an acceptable range, not unbearable. It's a bit hot, Yi Fanqing said as she leaned closer. Don't move, I'll help you blow on it. The heat is still a bit strong, so after I blow on it for a while, the heat will naturally lessen. Before Jiang Yu could say anything, Yi Fanqing began to blow on Jiang Yu's long sword carefully. This went on for more than 10 minutes. Seeing Yi Fanqing so focused, Jiang Yu had no choice but to let her be. During this time, he didn't remain idle either. He picked up the milk cup and started drinking with Luna. The two then chatted casually. After Yi Fanqing finished blowing on the long sword, she held the Chixiao sword and stroked it for a while. Jiang Yu was starting to feel a bit annoyed. It's just a sword. Is it really necessary to make such a fuss? This was supposed to be the young lady of a big family. She acted like a little girl who had never seen the world. Can you come home with me? After Yi Fanqing's hand left Jiang Yu's sword, she made a sincere, pleading expression, looking like she wasn't joking. Go to your home? This is our first meeting. That doesn't seem appropriate. Jiang Yu didn't want to cause trouble. He wasn't familiar with Yi Fanqing, let alone having any deep connection with her. Going home with her clearly didn't make sense. Please. Yi Fanqing clasped her hands together, pleading with Jiang Yu, her expression turning pitiful. I really need you. Yi Fanqing's tone was very urgent. It seemed she truly had something to ask Jiang Yu for help. This sister was really too shameless. Yi Fanqing's relentless persistence instantly made Luna develop a strong dislike for her, fearing that her master would agree to her request and go home with her. Generally speaking, when a woman needs you, it is usually hard for most men to refuse, especially when she is a beauty, making it even harder to say no. However, it was clear that Jiang Yu was not an ordinary man. Sister, it's not that I don't want to help you. Jiang Yu didn't want to complicate matters, so he immediately refused. It's just that I'm just passing through here and my companions and I will soon be leaving my city. I'm afraid I can't visit your home. Jiang Yu's words weren't entirely a lie. The reason he came to my city was to accompany Yang Wudi for the competition. Chapter 131. The promise of a beauty. Yi Fanqing saw Jiang Yu's unwilling expression and couldn't help but feel anxious. If she didn't really need his help, as a young lady from a prestigious family, she wouldn't lower herself like this. But now, she needed someone. Yi Fanqing had no choice but to humble herself. She immediately stopped hiding the truth and revealed the reason. Let me pretend to be your fiancé. Yi Fanqing's request truly surprised Jiang Yu. Was she joking? Sister, there's too big of an age gap between us. How could your family possibly believe we are a couple? Besides, aren't you afraid of what others might say behind your back? They would say you're like an old cow eating tender grass. How shameless. Jiang Yu made a valid point. In the Douluo Continent, it was generally older men who married younger women, not the other way around. Even if there were exceptions, they were merely kept men supported by wealthy women. It was hardly respectable. Although Yi Fanqing was the legitimate daughter of the Yi family, she could not escape gossip. After all, people's words were frightening. Yi Fanqing couldn't help but blush. Jiang Yu was too blunt. How could he say such things? He was simply a straight man. Sigh. Yi Fanqing couldn't help but let out a sigh and helplessly said, I had no choice but to look for you. My father wants me to marry the son of an old friend who has a good relationship with the Yi family, but I don't like him. Unfortunately, that guy has extraordinary talent. My father said that only if I find a genius with talent surpassing his can I break off the engagement. Although that guy is a bit annoying, his talent is top-notch. He possesses a rare innate full soul power. Just this point alone makes it hard for anyone to compete with him. Yi Fanqing's brows furrowed tighter as she looked at Jiang Yu with a hint of expectation. To be honest, the so-called 3 great genius soul masters in my city were no match for him. Just as I was about to give up on luck and agree to marry that guy, unexpectedly, you appeared. Her voice gradually grew excited. Your mysterious sword martial spirit actually contains such a strong imperial pressure. Its rank is definitely not lower than that of the Emperor's seal. I assume you also awakened your martial spirit with innate full soul power. Yi Fanqing was merely speculating, but there was basis for her statement. The strength of innate soul power is significantly related to the strength of the martial spirit. The more powerful the martial spirit, the stronger the innate soul power it provides to the host. Even though the Yi family's Emperor's seal martial spirit is no longer as strong as it was in ancient times, it still grants the host a minimum innate soul power of level 7. Currently, the Yi family has more than 90 direct descendants with awakened Emperor's seal martial spirits, and basically, each of them has innate soul power of level 7 or above. Yi Fanqing even reached the height of innate soul power level 9, second only to her great-grandfather, who awakened full innate soul power and later became a titled Douluo powerhouse. From this perspective, even if Jiang Yu's innate soul power was not full, it couldn't be far off. With him around, she could definitely convince her father to agree to break the engagement, and she wouldn't have to marry someone she didn't like. So you want me to accompany you in a play? Jiang Yu suddenly realized. Yi Fanqing was so eager to ask for his help just to break off the engagement. It's better not to get involved. Jiang Yu didn't want to deal with such trivial matters. He didn't like Yi Fanqing, and besides, going to the Yi family would definitely stir up trouble. Although Jiang Yu wasn't afraid, it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. He wasn't the kind of kid who often caused issues. He would rather spend his time training. And besides, he wanted to ask Luna about some things tonight. Sister, I'm sorry, but I can't help you. Jiang Yu firmly refused. Yi Fanqing didn't expect him to refuse outright. Can you really bear to see me marry a man I don't like? This isn't something a young hero would do. Damn, listen to this tea ceremony speech. I didn't expect Yi Fanqing to be a tea ceremony master. She even resorted to moral kidnapping. Jiang Yu was not buying it. Miss Yi, Jiang Yu's voice suddenly turned stern, obviously a bit angry. He hated being morally pressured. If I remember correctly, today is our first meeting. We have no relationship to speak of, and your marriage is none of my concern. I have no obligation to help you out. As he spoke, Jiang Yu prepared to leave. Luna couldn't help but nod. Her master indeed did not disappoint her and was not swayed by beauty. The old woman in front of her had no self-awareness. Knowing her age, she still dared to entice such a young man. Who before leaving? Luna made sure to secretly insult Yi Fanqing. Stop. Seeing Jiang Yu about to leave, Yi Fanqing quickly jumped off the sofa and hurried to block his path. As long as you agree to help me with this, I can agree to any request you have. To be honest, if an ordinary person heard Yi Fanqing's request, they would probably agree on the spot. As the chief person in charge of the Great Soul Arena, Yi Fanqing held significant power and could easily mobilize tens of millions of gold soul coins. If she wanted, she could instantly turn a beggar with nothing into a famous wealthy man in the city. Her promise was indeed very valuable. However, Jiang Yu was not swayed by Yi Fanqing's offer. What he wanted was something the other party might not be able to provide. What if I want a 7-colored flame paste? Jiang Yu deliberately posed a difficult question. Little master, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. This was a treasure of the Firely clan. Others could not possibly obtain it. even with the support of the Yi family. It was impossible. Seven-colored flame paste. Upon hearing this name, Yi Fanqing's eyes widened. She had heard of this treasure. Legend has it that the seven-color flame paste was the exclusive secret treasure of the Firely clan, and outsiders did not know the method of refining it. Even though the Yi family had a deep foundation, they could not obtain such a thing. Why don't you change the condition? Yi Fanqing blinked and softened her tone, trying to persuade Jiang Yu. I can agree to anything else. What a joke. Jiang Yu ignored Yi Fanqing. You should find someone else. After saying this, Jiang Yu took Luna and left the room. Only Yi Fanqing stood there, fuming. This was the first time she had been rejected by a man. After leaving the Great Soul Arena, Jiang Yu took Luna toward the hotel. Passers-by on the street were shocked when they saw Luna behind Jiang Yu. Such a stunning beauty was something they had never seen before. She was far more beautiful than the #1 beauty in my city, and they wondered where she came from. Look at her ears. They don't look human at all. It seems to be a result of martial spirit mutation. Some people couldn't help but discuss as they saw Luna's appearance. They were familiar with cat girls and had seen many in illustrations, so they automatically guessed Luna belonged to that category. As for elves, they didn't consider that possibility at all, as they were just ordinary people. Chapter 132. Luna, hearing the comments from passers-by, Luna couldn't help but frown. Those people were really lacking in decency. How could they discuss her figure so openly? It was just a bit more prominent in the chest area. It wasn't something she could control. If she had a choice, Luna would prefer to be smaller, so she wouldn't have to endure the strange looks from others. Once the two of them entered a narrow alley, the surrounding chatter finally faded away. The alley was quite narrow, allowing only a few people to pass through at the same time. On both sides were residential houses, and the gray tiles even extended into the alley, causing sunlight to barely reach this cramped space. Although it was a bit dark ahead, Jiang Yu chose this path simply because it was the closest to the hotel. The alley was less than 100 meters long, and once they passed through, they would reach a bustling street. As they moved deeper, Luna's breathing became heavier, and her forehead soon beaded with fragrant sweat. What's wrong? Jiang Yu asked, puzzled, not understanding why Luna suddenly changed like this, so he quickly inquired. It's nothing serious, Luna replied, breathing heavily. It's just that our light elves are not accustomed to dark spaces. Light elves? Jiang Yu suddenly remembered that according to the novel's setting, the elf race was divided into different attributes. Curious, he asked, you mentioned you're a light elf. How many other types of elves are there besides yours? Luna didn't hide it from Jiang Yu. After all, it wasn't a clan secret. She replied, don't underestimate our elf population compared to humans. We have 9 major types. I come from the Light Country, which is the holy land of light elves. Besides it, there are the Night elves from the Night Country, Thunder elves from the Thunder Chow Country, and also the Gold Country, Wood Country, Water Country, Fire Country, Earth Country, and Wind Country. These 9 elf nations each represent a type of elf, and together they form the entire elf race. Luna's expression gradually became proud. Light Country. Jiang Yu couldn't help but tease. Is your leader the king of Ultraman? Luna's big eyes were filled with confusion. Who is the king of Ultraman? I've never heard of that name. Our leader is the king of light elves. Jiang Yu knew it couldn't possibly be the king of Ultraman. He was just joking. Unexpectedly, Luna took it seriously. He didn't explain further and casually brushed it off, and Luna didn't pursue the matter any further. Just as the two were about to exit the alley, a sound of footsteps came from behind them. There's killing intent. Jiang Yu could sense a strong aura of malice approaching from behind. It was clear that the newcomers meant trouble. Without any hesitation, Jiang Yu immediately released his martial soul, and the Chixiao Sword quietly appeared in his hand. The scorching flames dispelled the surrounding darkness, and Luna's condition gradually improved, her breathing quickly stabilizing. Holy Light Staff. Luna also sensed the danger and immediately released her martial soul, preparing to fight alongside Jiang Yu. A holy light erupted from her, and in an instant, her right hand suddenly radiated golden light. This glow was extremely rich, and soon a dazzling golden staff appeared in Luna's hand. At the top was a massive pearl, radiating brilliant light, so bright that the colorful golden grooves below appeared somewhat dull in comparison. 4 dazzling soul rings tightly surrounded the staff. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple. It was indeed the best soul ring configuration. Even Jiang Yu was taken aback. Luna actually had the cultivation of a soul master. It seemed that the talent of the elf race was indeed much higher than that of humans. Even an ordinary elf could rival a genius among humans. In reality, Jiang Yu was mistaken. Luna was not just any elf. She possessed a top-tier elf bloodline. I didn't expect your vigilance to be so strong. Gradually, several figures emerged from the darkness, and the leader was none other than the young man who had just been utterly defeated in the Grand Soul arena. The young master of the Fong family, Fong Ping. Seeing him here, JiangYu didn't need to guess to know Fong Ping's purpose. It was nothing more than his unwillingness to accept defeat and wanting to take Luna back. Kid, I advise you if you know what's good for you. Hand over the beauty beside you obediently. Maybe I'll spare your life. Otherwise, I can't guarantee you'll make it out of this alley, Fong Ping said. Pausing for a moment before a cruel expression appeared on his face, you should know what to do. Huh. JiangYu spat at Fong Ping's face and retorted. What if I don't? Fong Ping didn't expect JiangYu to be so bold as to humiliate him like that, instantly enraged to the point of hopping mad. How outrageous! Fong Ping shouted at JiangYu. Kill him, but remember, don't hurt the beauty beside him. Yes, young master. The nearby guards immediately nodded in response. Soon, various colors of light filled the alley. These guards were not weak. All were beast martial soul masters, possessing powerful beast martial souls like tigers, bears, wolves, and leopards. Before this chapter ends, please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Moreover, they were all soul masters of the soul master rank. After Fong Ping's order, several guards charged towards JiangYu, with the leading muscular man being a Diamond Tiger soul master. His martial soul was also the highest ranked among the guards. And right from the start, he unleashed his fourth soul skill. Thunderclap Diamond Claw. A massive tiger claw erupted with a powerful energy, its icy gleam becoming increasingly chilling. Purple-blue electric arcs suddenly burst forth around the claw, and the sound of thunder roared towards them. Chixiao Sword Array, activate. JiangYu swung his long sword sharply, and several sword shadows exploded from the sword body, shooting forward. First soul skill, Holy Light. Luna, holding the golden staff, activated her first soul ring, and a rich beam of light shot out from the staff, flowing into JiangYu's body. In an instant, JiangYu felt his strength rapidly increasing, an overwhelming power surging within him. I didn't expect Luna to be a support type. Realizing she was merely a support type soul master, JiangYu stepped forward and positioned himself to shield Luna, protecting her firmly. Support type soul masters lacked combat power, and JiangYu was worried that Luna couldn't withstand even the aftermath of the battle. Seeing that several sword shadows sealed off all his escape routes, the Diamond Tiger soul master revealed a look of shock. To be honest, he hadn't taken JiangYu seriously at first. In his view, JiangYu was just a kid with little combat experience. It was all because Fong Ping hadn't informed these guards that he had been defeated by JiangYu, as it would have been too embarrassing. If these guards knew that even their young master had been brutally ravaged by JiangYu, they wouldn't have been so careless. It wasn't until the battle began that all the guards realized that the kid ahead was not as simple as he appeared. Although he was just a great soul master, his attacks were incredibly precise. Even that Diamond Tiger soul master couldn't dodge JiangYu's attacks, and could only rely on his tiger claws to face him head-on, relying on the Diamond Tiger's tough skin and flesh. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to take it head-on. Roar! The Diamond Tiger soul master shouted, and his tiger claws struck fiercely towards the sword shadow, releasing all the thunderous power within. Even so, his tiger claws were almost scorched by the blazing flames emanating from the sword shadow. Fortunately, the thunderous power blocked some of the flames' assault, but even so, his tiger claws were slightly burned. Chapter 133. Bear 3. The Diamond Tiger soul master looked at his palm and almost cried out. His originally clean and smooth tiger paw had turned into a charred tiger paw, emitting a meaty aroma that made the nearby companions drool. The Diamond Tiger soul master was quite speechless. Although he usually liked to stew tiger claws, he couldn't accept it when it was his own. After all, human nature is hypocritical. Third soul skill, Tiger Roar. The enraged Diamond Tiger soul master immediately unleashed a new soul skill, with overwhelming sound waves pouring out of his mouth. The sound of tiger roars echoing through the sky, sharp as thunder. Ice-cold freezing air. The Ice Wolf soul master, who didn't seem very big, had eyes like an eagle, radiating a sharp cold light. His martial soul was a wolf, covered entirely in blue fur, with a layer of armor draped over it. On his broad shoulders were two protruding cylindrical objects, and his ankles bore huge iron wings. This martial soul was called the Ice Iron Wolf. While general wolf martial souls are usually ice-type and not uncommon, there are not many like the Ice Iron Wolf that also possesses another attribute. The quality of the Ice Iron Wolf reached at least a mid-high level martial soul, significantly stronger than ordinary martial souls. After the Ice Wolf soul master's fourth soul skill was unleashed, a cold wind swept through the alley, and soon water-blue ice crystals appeared in the sky. Frost and snow quickly covering the ground, transforming it into a winter-like environment. The temperature around dropped several degrees. Jiang Yu, due to his strong physique, wasn't much affected. But Luna, who was dressed a bit thinly and rarely in cold environments, quickly began to shiver. As the cold air spread, Jiang Yu felt that the flames on the red sky sword seemed to be slightly affected, burning less vigorously than before, though only a little. However, he was keenly aware of it. But at that moment, he didn't have the mood to think too much, as the Money Leopard Soul Master had already ambushed him in front. First soul skill, Leopard Flash. Sharp wind blades shot out from his side like knives, slicing directly towards Jiang Yu. In the face of the three Soul Masters' siege, Jiang Yu remained calm, as always. The more dangerous the moment, the calmer he needed to be. A principle he had learned from countless battles. Panicking would only disrupt his formation and give the enemy an opportunity. Fortunately, the enemies didn't have a control-type Soul Master. It is well known that while the attack power of Assault-type Soul Masters is terrifying, the varied attack methods of Control-type Soul Masters are the most to be wary of. Facing the sudden attack of the Wind Blades, Jiang Yu waved the Red Sky Sword, and a sword shadow appeared out of thin air, striking towards the opposite side. The Wind Blades shattered with a loud bang. The Money Leopard Soul Master had underestimated his opponent, thinking he could defeat Jiang Yu with just his first soul skill. His thinking was too naive. Even an ultimate low-level expert has limited strength when releasing their first soul skill. This is why twin martial souls are so terrifying. After all, once one reaches the Soul King realm, the other martial soul can start with a 10,000-year spirit ring. Although Jiang Yu was still just a great soul master, his physical quality was stronger than that of the Money Leopard Soul Master. Even if he was a soul master, he had no chance of defeating Jiang Yu with just his first soul skill. It was only after the Wind Blades shattered that the Money Leopard Soul Master realized this. After witnessing Jiang Yu's strength, he no longer dared to underestimate him and quickly released his fourth soul skill, Wind Blade Magic Chain Strike. In the blink of an eye, countless wind blades appeared, gathering above the Money Leopard Soul Master. Those wind blades were more than double the size of the previous ones, and the power contained within them was incomparable. Third soul skill, Steel Wing Barrier Blade. The Ice Wolf Soul Master was also not idle. His third purple soul ring lit up, and his arms sprouted a pair of giant weapons with a steel-like curved shape, shining with a cold light and emanating a strong aura. The sound wave attack from the Diamond Tiger Soul Master continued, causing Jiang Yu's ears to nearly go numb. Faced with the tight cooperation of the three in front of him, he had to respond with all his strength. What made him most vigilant was that the Bear Soul Master hadn't made a move yet, just quietly standing there. There might be some conspiracy behind this. Jiang Yu also secretly became wary, occasionally glancing at the Bear Soul Master, even while facing the siege. The boundless wind blades shot towards Jiang Yu, and he could only keep waving the Red Sky Sword. If it weren't for his already somewhat proficient swordsmanship, which allowed him to wield it effortlessly, those wind blades might have already begun to cut into his flesh. Taking advantage of Jiang Yu being restrained by the wind blades, the Money Leopard Soul Master raised a sharp barrier blade and ran forward at high speed. His speed was very fast, covering several dozen meters in the blink of an eye. In a moment, he was right in front of Jiang Yu, and it looked like the Money Leopard Soul Master was about to succeed. At that moment, Luna, who had been hiding behind, moved. Third soul skill, Holy Light Protection. The staff suddenly erupted with a dazzling golden light, which gathered into a net-like object that instantly flew in front of Jiang Yu, enveloping him. As soon as the Money Leopard Soul Master's barrier blade touched the golden net, it was deflected by the golden light. His attack left not a single mark on Jiang Yu, leaving the Money Leopard Soul Master in shock. Young Master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. The following is even more exciting. The beauty behind Jiang Yu is not simple. Her auxiliary abilities were extremely rare in the world. At the very least, the Money Leopard Soul Master had never seen such a powerful support-type Soul Master in my city. With golden light protecting Jiang Yu, the Money Leopard Soul Master's plan clearly fell through, leaving him feeling embarrassed. The three Soul Masters couldn't take down a mere great Soul Master. If this got out, how could they continue to mix in the Fong family? The young master would probably not reuse them. Bear brother, don't just stand there. The Money Leopard Soul Master suddenly retreated several meters, turned to the muscular bear behind him, and shouted, "Aren't you going to help?" At this time, don't worry about the dignity of Soul Masters. This kid is tough. It probably takes all of us together to take him down. Hearing his companion's call, the Bear Soul Master frowned, clearly hesitating. Bear 3, why aren't you going to help? Fong Ping was also anxious. In his view, Xiong-san was still too pedantic. So what if there were more against fewer? In a world of Soul Masters, Strength was always respected. As long as one could win, that was enough. As for the means used, it didn't matter. Young master, this. Sigh. The giant bear soul master hesitated for a moment, but still moved forward, taking large strides. Each step he took inevitably caused a loud noise, and the ground even cracked beneath him. Xiongsan's martial soul was named Raging Giant Bear, known for its immense strength in the soul master community, which was also the reason he could easily overpower his companions. Third soul skill, Mighty Mountain Punch. The third soul ring on Xiongsan's body suddenly lit up, and all his power was poured into his fists. Open. Chapter 134. Frenzy. Xiongsan shouted loudly, and a force capable of splitting mountains erupted from his fists. A fist shadow, as large as a small mountain, shot towards Jiang Yu's abdomen like a rocket. Bang! Jiang Yu, who was already dealing with the attack of 3 people, had no time to respond to Xiongsan's attack. That massive fist shadow suddenly smashed towards his body, causing the golden, net-like holy light in front of him to crack rapidly under the impact. Jiang Yu was also greatly affected. A strong sense of pain surged through him, and cold sweat broke out all over his body. Since awakening his martial soul, he had never encountered such a serious injury. Although Xiongsan's attack was a sneak attack, it nonetheless proved his strength. Seeing Jiang Yu get hurt, Fong Ping, who had been watching from behind, couldn't help but exclaim in delight. He wanted everyone to know the consequences of opposing him. Master, are you okay? Luna rushed forward to support Jiang Yu with her body, fearing he would fall to the ground. This blow was extraordinary. Even though Luna had always stayed behind Jiang Yu, she could still feel the immense pressure from that punch. It's nothing. Jiang Yu quickly suppressed the pain, and his brows relaxed in an instant. At this moment, he had to stabilize the morale of his troops. Everything is under my control. There's no need to worry. Jiang Yu reached out to protect Luna, swallowing the blood in his mouth, and spoke firmly. In that moment, Luna felt an unprecedented sense of security. The small figure before her, not even taller than she was, gave her the illusion of facing a towering pillar of strength. An unfamiliar feeling enveloped her heart, causing her to momentarily forget the dangerous situation they were in. It seemed that as long as Jiang Yu was present, the sky wouldn't fall. Good opportunity. The Money Leopard Soul Master immediately unleashed Leopard Flash, sending transparent wind blades swiftly toward Jiang Yu's arms. In an instant, red streaks of blood appeared on his arms, blood gushing out. Ha ha ha! Fong Ping saw that things were progressing very smoothly and couldn't help but laugh with ease. This young master was coming. The Thunder Flood Dragon Martial Soul quickly completed its possession, and Fong Ping took this opportunity to attack, seeking revenge for the arrow incident at the Great Soul Arena, aiming to personally eliminate Jiang Yu. What a useless person, Jiang Yu thought disdainfully. The other party could be considered a person of some stature, yet he never expected such despicable actions. He was nothing but a bona fide scoundrel. The claws infused with thunderous power constantly rubbed against the air, producing sharp, booming sounds. As if sensing danger, the Chixiao Sword suddenly shook, and a streak of golden light shot out from the sword body, entering Jiang Yu's body and transforming into a small sword in his mind. Jiang Yu suddenly felt an illusion of merging with the Chixiao Sword, sensing that he was the Chixiao Sword itself. No wonder he had always struggled to master the human sword unity technique. It turned out that he hadn't realized the realm of unity between man and sword before. He never expected to comprehend the most unfathomable move within the Chixiao Sword technique at this moment. As he saw the thunder claws about to strike, Jiang Yu's mind stirred, and the Chixiao Sword flew up on its own. Fong Ping hadn't reacted yet when he heard a whoosh. Then, his claw broke through a large hole. Fong Ping was stunned for a moment before feeling intense pain in his palm, disbelief evident in his eyes, unable to accept this outcome for a long time. Jiang Yu had clearly been entangled by his guards, but unexpectedly, he suddenly became so formidable. Young master, several guards, seeing Fong Ping injured, all became extremely furious. Veins bulging on their foreheads, their eyes wide like copper bells. Their fierce demeanor wasn't due to their deep feelings for Fong Ping, but rather because, according to the Fong family's rules, if a member of the Fong family was harmed, the guards responsible for their protection would bear the brunt of the responsibility and face severe punishment. There had been instances where collateral relatives of the Fong family had been beaten up for teasing someone else's wife, and later, their guards were severely punished and exiled to a dangerous place to fend for themselves due to their inadequate protection. This was for collateral relatives. Fong Ping, however, was the legitimate son of the Fong family head, the most likely heir to inherit the position of family head. Now, he had suffered such serious injuries It was obvious that the family head would not let them off lightly. These guards also understood the gravity of the situation. Only by killing Jiang Yu could they alleviate some of their guilt. Even Xiongsan no longer held back. Compared to life, the so-called righteousness was clearly not that important. Although he appeared somewhat pedantic, he was not foolish, nor was he the simpleton that others thought he was. Those deceived by his appearance were the real fools. Xiongsan was the first to rush in front of Jiang Yu. Fourth soul skill, Frenzy. The deep purple soul ring on Xiongsan's body suddenly lit up, and his muscles swelled rapidly, the hairs on his skin standing on end. In no time, his body had grown to over 2 meters tall, and his muscles became even more robust. Frenzy. Attack power increased by 100, soul power increased by 100, speed increased by 100, defense increased by 100, and all negative states ignored. Frenzy was undoubtedly a very powerful soul skill, but the stronger the soul skill, the more likely it was to bring some unbearable negative effects to the Soul Master. In the Soul Master community, truly powerful soul skills without side effects were extremely rare. Most ordinary people had no opportunity to obtain them. This is also why Soul Masters with backgrounds and connections were more likely to acquire soul skills with fewer side effects. While commoner Soul Masters, even if they had exceptional talent, would likely end up with very ordinary first soul rings if they hadn't joined a large power. Although Xiongsan's Frenzy soul skill had strong side effects, it was still a very powerful soul skill, and he wouldn't have obtained it without the support of the Feng family. In a frenzied state, Xiongsan unleashed Mighty Mountain Punch again, and this time, the power of his fists was amplified by no small margin. The force erupting from those fists even pushed back the gentle breeze around them. Just then, several guards nearby also launched fierce attacks, pouncing towards Jiang Yu from all directions. From the aura emanating from them, this time, each of them used all their strength, and it seemed that Feng Ping's injury had awakened their potential. To deal with Xiongsan, Jiang Yu had no choice but to control the Chixiao Sword to attack several other enemies. And then he unleashed the 8 extremes fist he had learned in school with both arms. Originally, it was just a boxing technique for strengthening the body, but with the support of soul power, it erupted with tremendous power. After arriving in Douluo Continent, Jiang Yu felt a bit regretful, wishing he had learned more traditional martial arts in school. They were not inferior to the self-created soul skills of soul masters. Unfortunately, at that time, Jiang Yu had focused all his energy on his school beauty girlfriend, so he only chose to learn the 8 extremes fist and the 8 section brocade. Moreover, for certain reasons, he studied more about the move 2 hands climbing feet to strengthen the kidneys and waist from the 8 section brocade. To be fair, it was indeed effective. It really did strengthen the kidneys and body. Since practicing it, the frequency of deep exchanges with his school beauty girlfriend had changed from once every 3 days to once a day, and his energy had become increasingly vigorous. Looking back now, Jiang Yu felt a bit of regret for focusing solely on this technique. He even dismissed the most popular elective taught by Teacher Ma, the legendary Lightning 5 connected whips. However, it was too late to regret now that he was in Douluo Continent. Yet fortunately, the 8 extremes fist and 8 section brocade were still quite good. They were enough for Jiang Yu. As the saying goes, too much leads to chaos. If one studies these 2 martial arts thoroughly, they could become a grandmaster. Although Jiang Yu had not truly mastered the 8 extremes fist, with the support of soul power and his currently incredibly powerful physique, the power of this move was still quite considerable. Chapter 135. A clever response, Jiang Yu struck out with both fists, meeting Xiongsan's punch without any flashy attacks. They clashed with the most primal force. The remaining few guards, entangled with the Chixiao Sword, could not rush to support for a while. The situation instantly turned into a one-on-one fight. Xiongsan did not dare to be careless. He poured all his strength into his arms, and the power unleashed from this strike was enough to rival that of a power-type Soul King. He could not believe he couldn't defeat Jiang Yu. In the world of soul beasts, bears were among the strongest existences. Even the tiger, known as the king of beasts, could not compare to bear-type soul beasts in pure strength. Moreover, Xiongsan's berserk giant bear was a standout among similar soul beasts, and its strength could only be described as terrifying. If it weren't for Xiongsan's lowly background and urgent need for a large sum of money, he would not have sold himself to the Feng family as a guard. Of course, in return, the family also helped him solve the issue of his soul rings. From his perspective, it was not bad. Otherwise, as a civilian soul master like Xiongsan, he would not have access to the best soul ring configurations. Jiang Yu could sense the immense power emanating from Xiongsan's punch. Although Xiongsan came from humble beginnings without soul bones or family secrets to support him, His strength was still impressive. Unfortunately, he had chosen the wrong master, who asked Fang Ping to insist on being enemies with Jiang Yu. Faced with such despicable tactics from the enemy, Jiang Yu would not show mercy. Allowing a wildfire to burn out only for it to spring back to life in the spring is cruel to oneself. Jiang Yu was no longer that child who felt guilty even for killing soul beasts. Over the past 2 years, he had experienced too much, even witnessing brutal wars. While he did not want to harm the innocent indiscriminately, it was clear that Fang Ping and his group were not good people, engaging in all sorts of evil. Killing them would also serve to eliminate a threat. Therefore, Jiang Yu had no intention of holding back. With the 8 extremes fist and the support of martial techniques, his power surged geometrically. A terrifying force that seemed to tear the sky apart continuously erupted from Jiang Yu's body, causing even Xiong San to tremble slightly. As a power-type soul master, he could feel how intense the momentum Jiang Yu was unleashing truly was. Even he could not help but feel a pang of fear. Although the outcome was still unknown, Xiong San had already lost his unwavering confidence, and his heart was in disarray. He was afraid even before they had engaged, clearly falling into a disadvantageous position. In contrast, Jiang Yu appeared fearless. After their fists collided, a massive force instantly radiated outward, and a whirlwind erupted within a radius of several dozen meters centered around their fists. The ground shattered with a loud bang under the destruction of this force, and the impact caused by the two was comparable to that of an Earth Destroyer. This person's strength was indeed considerable. Feeling the pressure from the opponent, Jiang Yu could not help but praise Xiong San, but that was all. Xiong San had not reached a level that made him take notice. What a little monster! Xiong San became increasingly alarmed. He knew he was a power-type soul zone expert, but the kid opposite him, although also a close combat soul master, had only a weapon spirit. Although weapon spirits could fully unleash their power after reaching the soul sage realm, even surpassing beast spirits before that. Beast spirits were generally acknowledged to be significantly stronger than weapon spirits, especially for close combat beast soul masters. Their attacks were not something a mere human could withstand. For example, if Tang Xin did not use external assistance and only used blue silvergrass, then Dai Mubai could easily defeat him. Although sword weapon spirits were powerful, they could not possibly rival beast spirits in terms of pure strength. Xiong San was greatly puzzled. This was too illogical. Could it be that today's sword masters have become so fierce, adopting a muscle-bound style like them? The power Jiang Yu exhibited was truly terrifying. Xiong San believed he had used all his strength, yet he could not shake Jiang Yu even a bit, which was somewhat absurd. After all, even their genius young master could go head-to-head with him. If it were not for the fact that Lei Jiao could manipulate powerful lightning and had very peculiar attack methods, even Fang Ping would not be his opponent. But now, a kid who suddenly appeared from nowhere was able to put him at a disadvantage. Was this kid a deity incarnate? Xiong San could not help but silently contemplate, as legends said that long ago. Deities from the divine realm loved to transform into mortals to travel the continent and spar with so-called geniuses. From Jiang Yu's performance, it did not seem too strange to claim he was a deity in disguise. Although this had not been verified, Xiong San still felt this guess was the most plausible. He would not admit to losing to a kid. If it were a deity in disguise, that would be different. Losing to a deity was not a shameful thing. Jiang Yu, however, was unaware of Xiong San's thoughts. The other guard from the Fang family had also sustained injuries under the assault of the Chixiao Sword, but it did not incapacitate their ability to attack. Just as they were about to breach the defense line of the Chixiao Sword, even though Jiang Yu had already used the Chixiao Sword formation, it was impossible to keep several Soul Zone experts trapped for too long. After all, those few were not weaklings. Their combat experience was quite good. If it weren't for the Chixiao Sword relying on the might of the Imperial Fire, which made them wary and unable to unleash their full strength, Jiang Yu's Chixiao Sword formation would have been broken long ago. Among the guards, especially the Wolf Spirit Master S attack was the most powerful, although he was not the one with the highest soul power among them. The powerful ice attribute contained in his martial soul was particularly useful at this moment, unleashing an extraordinary force. Jiang Yu knew he couldn't delay any longer. He had to quickly deal with Xiong San. Once his companions broke through the Chixiao Sword formation and completed the encirclement, the battle would become difficult. To avoid falling into a passive situation, Jiang Yu had to use all his strength to defeat Xiong San. A tremendous force erupted from his body, and the muscular man opposite him seemed to sense the crisis, quickly squatting down to stabilize himself with the strength of his calves. Unfortunately, Xiong San still underestimated the power within Jiang Yu. Before long, an overwhelming pressure suddenly pressed down on him, and even his several hundred-pound body could not withstand it. In an instant, Xiong was sent flying, forming an arc in the air before crashing down to the ground. Damn! Seeing that massive figure approaching from the horizon, Fong Ping suddenly realized, but before he could react, Xiong came crashing down towards him. Just as Fong Ping was about to step forward, the several hundred-pound body slammed into him with a thud. Fong Ping was instantly knocked unconscious. Upon witnessing this scene, the other guards turned as dark as if they had seen a ghost. This was going to be hard to explain. With Xiong size, how could their young master withstand it? Chapter 136. Bathing. Even if they could capture Jiang Yu, they would still face punishment upon returning to Fong's residence. And the consequences could be unimaginable, as there were precedents for this. The guards couldn't help but feel hesitant. At this point, it might be better to flee early. At worst, they could find another place to develop. With their strength, they wouldn't starve. They exchanged glances, realizing Fong Ping wasn't treating them well either. Even worse than those dancers. Instead of continuing to serve him, they decided to take this opportunity to leave my city and seek a better master. In the blink of an eye, the guards made their choice, quickly retracting their released soul skills and collectively retreating. Jiang Yu had no intention of letting them go. The Chixiao Sword erupted with blazing golden flames, swiftly flying towards the guards, and soon pierced through their bodies. Those guards had committed many wrongdoings alongside Fong Ping, and it was unclear how many innocent women they had harmed. Jiang Yu showed no hesitation in killing such people. After dealing with the guards, Jiang Yu approached Xiong. Though he was unconscious, he still had a pulse. Looking at the burly man on the ground, Jiang Yu did not hold back. Although he had some principles, he was not a good person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have aided the wicked. Jiang Yu controlled the Chixiao Sword and suddenly thrust it towards the ground. The sharp sword instantly pierced through the bodies of Xiong and Fong Ping. And whether or not young Master Fong had been crushed to death by Xiong's massive body, he was certainly dead now. The imperial fire on the Chixiao Sword burned like flames from hell, incinerating the bodies of the two, and soon, Xiong and Fong Ping vanished from the ground. If it weren't for the pile of ash left behind, no one would have known that two people had been here. Luna stared at Jiang Yu ahead, her emotions unsettled. Although Fong Ping and the others were wicked, she had never thought of putting them to death. The elf race rarely kills. To them, every life is a gift from the goddess of life, and even the most heinous individuals have the right to live. No one can take their lives away. Only the great goddess of life has that power. Jiang Yu's actions clearly contradicted Luna's beliefs. How could you kill them? Luna's face was filled with shock. Jiang Yu didn't expect Luna to be so naive. If Fong Ping hadn't acted first, he wouldn't have killed them. He was not a murderous maniac. The elven girl before him had probably been sheltered in her clan for too long, not having seen the darker side of humanity. They wanted to kill me. It's their fault for being incompetent. If I hadn't been ruthless, I would have been the one downed, Jiang Yu said seriously. But Luna wanted to retort, but suddenly found herself at a loss for words, unsure of how to express her thoughts. This is not a place to linger. Let's go. Seeing Luna's stammering, Jiang Yu knew she was struggling with her thoughts. However, such matters couldn't be resolved quickly. It was better to return to the hotel and discuss it there, where he could slowly persuade her. A nurturing game, or something. That would be the most interesting. Jiang Yu was very confident in making Luna feel renewed. After returning to the hotel, as soon as they entered the lobby, all the staff were captivated by Luna. It was the first time they had seen such a stunning beauty. Her ears were even pointed, giving people an impulse to approach her. Jiang Yu directly took Luna back to his room. His room was a suite, quite spacious, with a uniquely large round bed and a screen in front, while outside was a large sofa and a table. There was no need to worry about sleeping arrangements. If you're tired, just rest on the bed. I'm going to take a bath. You don't need to worry about me. Jiang Yu, with great gentlemanly demeanor, offered the large bed to Luna and then headed to the bathroom. After 2 consecutive battles, he was covered in sweat and had a hint of blood smell. Jiang Yu didn't want to sleep with that stench. He opened the glass door and entered the inner room. In the center was a giant wooden tub with a soul guide device above it. Jiang Yu pressed the round button, and soon hot steam began to spray out. Although this bathing soul guide was not cheap, the manufacturing process was simple, making it unaffordable for ordinary people. However, for larger brand hotels, it was not a rare item. In the hotel Jiang Yu was staying at, almost every guest room was equipped with one. Jiang Yu was quite satisfied with this. At least it saved him the trouble of boiling water, as convenient as the heater he used before. Once the hot water was filled, Jiang Yu stripped off all his clothes and quickly jumped into the tub. So comfortable he splashed the hot water onto his skin, and he quickly felt revitalized. He even started singing. If only I could have restrained myself during the meeting. The excited soul. JiangYu was singing a very popular love song. The melody floated out of the bathroom and reached Luna, who hesitated at the doorway, causing her face to involuntarily flush with embarrassment. Let me lie on the bed, and he's singing this kind of song. Does he want to do that? Although Luna was inexperienced, she had heard her kin talk about matters between men and women. The older sisters in her clan had told her that the physical union between a man and a woman was a very pleasurable thing, and that feeling was simply the most wonderful existence in the world. Little Master, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. However, elven women must adhere to the rules of their clan. They can only offer themselves to the man they love the most. And after that, they must be devoted and cannot have close relationships with other men. Anyone who violates the ban will be imprisoned in the most dangerous, forbidden area of the elf tribe, suffering from the torment of being burned by fierce flames. Although Luna has temporarily accepted Jiang Yu as her master because she cannot return to the elf tribe, she is not ready to offer her body to him. After all, for the women of the elf tribe, chastity is a very precious thing that cannot be easily given away. Therefore, Luna did not listen to Jiang Yu and lie down on the bed. Instead, she walked to the corner next to the sofa, feeling somewhat at a loss, and squatted down against the wall, curling her body up. This truly feels like just escaping from a wolf's den and falling into a tiger's mouth. Luna couldn't help but feel some regret. She was very afraid that Jiang Yu was like Fong Ping, no, perhaps even more terrifying than that young Master Fong. What would she do if that were the case? Run? Where could she run to? Resist? Luna quickly gave up on that idea. She was just a support-type soul master with weak offensive capabilities, and just now, Jiang Yu had easily dealt with 5 soul sections. Luna was self-aware with her strength. She couldn't defeat even a battle soul venerable, let alone a soul sect. This is a common weakness of all support-type soul masters. It can be said that without the protection of companions, even a support-type soul master at the title Douluo level is not to be feared, let alone her. Therefore, resistance was impossible. This left only one path to choose. Even if she couldn't resist, she could only enjoy it. Thinking about it, Jiang Yu was quite handsome, not inferior to the men of her elf tribe, and his talent was also very frightening. He would definitely step into the title Dalu realm in the future. As for him killing Fong Ping and the others, Luna had heard her tribesmen say that outsiders were accustomed to killing, and in the world of soul masters, murder was quite common. He wasn't an elf and didn't have to abide by the tribe's rules, and besides, those people had attacked first, so he could only fight back. Upon reflection, it wasn't a big mistake at all. Chapter 137. Forcing the issue, Luna found an excuse for herself, and then an expression of fearlessness appeared in her eyes. The fear in the girl's demeanor instantly dissipated. Since she couldn't avoid it, she might as well enjoy it. Luna stood up and walked towards the large round bed. After taking off her clothes, she climbed onto the bed. The round bed was not as hard as she had imagined. Instead, it was somewhat soft and very comfortable to lie on. Luna closed her eyes, waiting for Jiang Yu's arrival. To be honest, her feelings at this moment were very complicated. Nervous, scared, and even a bit expectant. Soon she would. She didn't even know what that feeling would be like. The older sisters in the tribe had said that it was a transcendent state of harmony in life. At that time, Luna thought they were exaggerating, but now she was about to experience it firsthand. Whether it was exaggerated or not would soon be verified. Time passed slowly. Luna lay straight on the bed, not daring to move, and a few beads of fragrant sweat appeared on her body. Just then, the bathroom door suddenly opened, and the sound of footsteps reached Luna's ears. He's coming, he's coming. Luna finally breathed a sigh of relief. The waiting process was very unbearable, as she wished Jiang Yu would hurry up. A soft sound escaped Luna's lips. Although she felt a bit embarrassed, she was indeed vaguely looking forward to what would happen next. After drying his hair with a towel, Jiang Yu glanced around and found that Luna had seemingly disappeared. Did she fall asleep so quickly? Jiang Yu was taken aback, and then walked past the screen to the round bed. As soon as he entered, he discovered Luna lying on the bed, wearing only her underwear. Looking at Luna's beautiful figure, Jiang Yu couldn't help but swallow hard. The temptation was great. One must know that such things could not withstand testing. Even though Jiang Yu was a man of integrity, how could he resist such a stunning beauty lying right in front of him? Integrity seemed to matter less at this moment. Jiang Yu slowly walked to the edge of the round bed and sat down, his eyes fixed on Luna's curves. His arm slowly rose, but after a while he secretly lowered it again. He was still a bit hesitant. Jiang Yu thought to himself, how can you do such a thing? This is simply beastly. What does it matter? She came on her own. Why not take advantage of the situation? If he missed such a great opportunity, he would be worse than a beast. Deep down, his mind was divided into two factions. Reason and impulse argued with each other, each with its own reasons, engaging in a fierce confrontation. What was he doing? Luna, with her eyes slightly closed, noticed Jiang Yu's actions and fell into confusion. Why did he put his hand down again? How can a big man be so shy at such a crucial moment? Seeing Jiang Yu standing there without taking any further action, Luna steeled her heart, reached out her arm, pulled Jiang Yu onto the bed, and then turned over, pinning him down beneath her, feeling quite queenly. Are the women of the elf tribe this fierce? Jiang Yu was somewhat surprised. This script clearly had some issues. Shouldn't he be the one on top? How did it turn around? After pinning Jiang Yu down, Luna didn't know what to do next. She had no experience and could only reach out her hand to trace circles on Jiang Yu's body. Don't do that. Jiang Yu felt a bit ticklish. Is Luna out of her mind? Forcing the issue was one thing, but delaying to take action was another. Jiang Yu was starting to feel uncomfortable. He didn't want to play along with Luna like this. Did you misunderstand something? Jiang Yu said loudly. Why didn't you get off first? Luna looked innocent, swaying her body, causing their bodies to rub against each other, and tears began to fall from the girl's eyes. Isn't this what you wanted? The older sisters in the tribe said that you men like to do this sort of thing. Come on. Anyway, I've already accepted you as my master. As long as you treat me well, that's enough. Luna's voice broke into a cry, as if she had suffered a great injustice. Huh, what is this all about? Jiang Yu suddenly felt speechless. One could only say that Luna's imagination was too powerful. Jiang Yu clearly had no such intention, but Luna thought he wanted. Sigh. One could only say that imagination causes harm. Jiang Yu even suspected that she had watched too many harem stories and had such messy thoughts in her head. Jiang Yu instantly lost interest, pushed Luna away, and jumped off the round bed in a single motion. At this moment, it was better to let her be alone. Jiang Yu ignored Luna and walked straight to the sofa. He was tired and just wanted to take a good nap. As for what Luna thought, Jiang Yu had no time to care. Could it be that I misunderstood? Before long, Luna heard Jiang Yu's soft breathing and immediately doubted her initial guess. Jiang Yu didn't have that intention at all. Thinking of this, Luna felt ashamed and covered her face, her cheeks gradually becoming a bit hot. Would her master misunderstand her as a bad woman? Luna's heart felt a bit anxious. The sun was already high in the sky when Jiang Yu lazily got up from the sofa. As he opened his eyes, he saw the pure white blanket on him, knowing without asking that it was Luna who covered him with it. Little master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It's even more exciting. This girl. Jiang Yu's lips curled slightly into a smile. Master, you're awake. Luna had just come out of the bathroom and saw that Jiang Yu was already up, so she hurriedly brought the basin in her hands to him. She placed the basin in front of Jiang Yu, then soaked the towel in warm water. Once the towel was warm, she wrung it out and respectfully handed it to Jiang Yu. Please wipe your face. Seeing Luna's enthusiasm, Jiang Yu felt embarrassed to refuse and took the towel to wipe his face. After cleaning up, Jiang Yu took Luna to the hotel restaurant. Today's breakfast was very lavish, with not only meat soup and steamed buns, but also many delicious snacks. As Jiang Yu entered the restaurant, he saw Yang Wudi and others not far ahead gnawing on chicken feet. So, Jiang Yu went directly to their table, sitting down and starting to eat without waiting for anyone to invite him. Luna stood behind him a bit restrained, feeling somewhat at a loss. Who is she? Yang Wudi had noticed the unfamiliar girl following Jiang Yu. Seeing her ears, he guessed Luna's true identity. As the leader of the Broken Clan, Yang Wudi had some understanding of the various races on the continent. However, he never expected to see a long-lost elven girl here in Leaf City. This was a remarkable discovery. In ancient times, the rulers of Douluo Continent were not humans. The three main races, elves, fireli, and dwarves, still dominated the continent. However, a terrifying disaster that affected the entire continent occurred later, severely impacting the three main races, causing them to retreat from the stage of history. It was after this that humanity began to rise. Since then, the three main races rarely appeared on the continent, and even Yang Wudi had never seen such legendary beings. Oh my! Fa Land's eyes showed an unusual glimmer. Little brother, is it okay? When did you get such a beautiful little sister? Chapter 138, The Fong Family. Leaf City. Fong Family. In the meeting hall, Fong Ying sat upright in a rosewood chair. Although he appeared calm, inside he was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. His son had been missing for an entire night. Although Fong Ping had a somewhat bad reputation in Leaf City, his talent was outstanding, which was enough for Fong Ying to treat him like a successor. But since Fong Ping attended the auction at the Leaf Grand Soul Arena yesterday, he hadn't returned yet. According to the guards, he had sent someone back to the mansion to call for help, but when the people from the mansion arrived at the Grand Soul Arena, they were told that Fong Ping had already left. At first, Fong Ying thought his son couldn't resist going to a place of entertainment to seek pleasure. But as a whole day passed without any sign of Fong Ping, he realized something might be wrong. He dispatched several groups of people to inquire about his son's whereabouts. But there was no news at all. They had almost searched every brothel in Leaf City, but still no sign of Fong Ping, which was driving Fong Ying nearly mad. However, he knew he had to control his emotions and not show any signs of panic. As the head of the Fong family, he had to remain calm to stabilize the hearts of the other clan members. It wasn't until sunset that an old man hurried back to the meeting hall. He walked straight up to Fong Ying and whispered in the family head's ear. Upon hearing the man's words, Fong Ying's expression gradually turned cold, his brows furrowing as if he could trap a fly. It seemed Fong Ping had left the Grand Soul Arena with someone and entered a small alley, never to come out again. According to passers-by, there seemed to have been a fierce battle in the alley. Combined with the fact that he had once engaged in a gambling match at the Soul Arena, all the puzzles began to piece together. Fong Ying knew his son very well. He must have lost and, unwilling to accept it, wanted the other party to return what they had won. It was likely he had run into someone tough. The more Fong Ying thought about it, the more scared he became. It seems I need to go to the Grand Soul Arena myself. Fong Ying suddenly stood up from his chair. Matters concerning his son's safety required him to clarify things. The Fong family mansion was somewhat far from the Leaf Grand Soul Arena, but Fong Ying's carriage was pulled by a 500-year-old wind spirit beast, which was incredibly fast. It only took a few minutes to reach the destination. Upon entering the Grand Soul Arena, Fong Ying ordered the staff to inform Yi Fanqing that the head of the Fong family wished to see her. The female attendant, upon hearing this, did not dare to be negligent and hurried to notify Yi Fanqing. Soon, she arrived in the hall. She didn't expect that the head of the Fong family had come in person, presumably for young Master Fong. Yi Fanqing got straight to the point, saying, "I've already informed your butler about young Master Fong's situation. Is there anything else you wish to ask, head of the Fong family?" Fong Ying was aware of Yi Fanqing's background, so he didn't dare to be too forceful and tried to keep his tone gentle. "Manager Yi, I am here to request detailed information about the person young Master Fong gambled with." Yi Fanqing was not surprised by this, but stated that the Grand Soul Arena had its own rules and was obligated to keep all customer information confidential, so it was impossible to disclose it to others. "Head of the Fong family, please understand that your request exceeds the limits for regular customers, and we cannot comply." Yi Fanqing firmly rejected him. Although JiangYu had not agreed to her request, she would not betray him. Fong Ying, although very prestigious in Leaf City, did not intimidate Yi Fanqing. The Yi family's reputation was still quite useful, and she did not believe Fong Ying would dare to act recklessly in the Grand Soul Arena. "Please, Manager Yi, make an exception," Fong Ying insisted. "My Fong family will surely repay you handsomely." He also knew the power behind the Soul Arena, so he didn't dare to use force and could only tempt her with benefits. "I'm sorry, but that doesn't comply with the rules." Yi Fanqing shook her head, appearing unyielding and clearly uninterested in Fong Ying's promised rewards. Repeatedly being rejected, even with Fong Ying's good temper, he couldn't help but feel anger rising. He was a high-ranking duke personally appointed by the Star Luo Emperor, and usually, even the Lord of Leaf City would greet him with a smile. But he never expected that this young woman, Yi Fanqing, would repeatedly refuse to give him face. If it weren't for her being a direct descendant of a Yi family, Fong Ying would have slapped her already. "In that case, I shall not disturb you any longer." Fong Ying flicked his sleeves, snorted through his nose, and angrily stepped out of the Grand Soul Arena. "JiangYu, I hope you can leave Leaf City safely," Yi Fanqing thought to herself. Fong Ying was not an easy opponent. The entire Leaf City was his territory, and she hoped JiangYu wouldn't get caught by him, or even she wouldn't be able to save him. Although she is a member of the Yi family, she is not the head of the Yi family. It is undoubtedly very difficult to protect someone who has nothing to do with the Grand Soul Arena under Fong Ying's command. After getting into the carriage, Fong Ying sternly ordered the steward beside him to notify General Zhou Yuan to seal the city gates and immediately apprehend anyone seen with the elven woman. The steward, Fong Quan, promptly took the order. Zhou Yuan has a close relationship with the Fong family. Besides being powerful himself, he is also the general responsible for guarding my city, commanding over 10,000 city guards, and holds a position equivalent to that of the lord of my city. At this moment, Fong Ying only hopes that the culprit who harmed his son has not yet left my city, so he has a chance to capture that scoundrel and vent his overwhelming anger. This chapter is not yet finished. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. After getting off the carriage, Fong Quan instantly released his martial soul, the long-tailed vermilion bird. Of course, this is just an ordinary bird species and has nothing to do with the legendary divine beast, the vermilion bird. Accompanied by a flash of pink light, a beautiful little bird appeared behind Fong Quan. It was only about 10 centimeters in size and very light. Its long feathers on its head were pink, while the feathers on its lower back and waist were bright red. Even its claws were different from those of other birds, being pink, with only the long tail feathers being black. Fong Quan has a total of 5 soul rings. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, purple. Clearly, he is quite a distance behind genius soul masters. However, reaching the realm of Soul King is still quite impressive. After all, Soul Kings are the backbone of the Soul Master community and receive preferential treatment in any faction. After his martial soul manifested, a pair of small pink wings grew from Fong Quan's back, looking quite strange. After all, this color is more commonly seen on females, and for a big man like him to have pink wings is somewhat unseemly, inevitably attracting ridicule from others. Therefore, Fong Quan rarely releases his martial soul unless it's something very important, but now he couldn't care less. Fong Quan spread out the wings behind him, and his first soul ring quietly lit up. His first soul skill could increase his flying speed by 10%, and the soul power consumption was very low. Although this soul skill seemed somewhat ordinary for a soul master from common background, having a yellow 100-year first soul ring is already quite good. There was no room for picky choices. In the blink of an eye, Fong Quan flew over several streets and quickly arrived near the city tower. Before he reached the tower, he flew down to the ground. There was no way around it, even though he was from the Fong family. He had to abide by the no-fly order. The city gate is a military area, and the soldiers guarding the city wouldn't know who he was. What if they shot him down? For safety's sake, Fong Quan chose to walk. After all, he was less than 100 meters from the city gate, and he could get there quickly. Chapter 139, Imperial Eye. Night fell. The silver moon hung high. 2 carriages sped towards the city gate from the hotel, and the drivers were surprisingly from the Min family. Inside the carriage were Jiang Yu and others. Regarding Luna's background and the matter of killing Fong Ping, Jiang Yu did not hide anything. Yang Wudi and the others did not blame him for causing trouble as they had imagined. Instead, they looked at Jiang Yu with new eyes. Since others had already gotten into trouble, it would be cowardly to remain timid. Yang Wudi, with his personality, despised those who fear trouble. The world of soul masters has always respected the brave. Jiang Yu is just a great soul master, yet he could take down several soul kings. This level of strength was something even Yang Wudi couldn't achieve back then. Though the Pa family was known for their strong offensive capabilities, they dared to confront even the Hao Ian Hammer Soul Master. But someone like Jiang Yu was truly rare. It's likely that even the unparalleled Hao Ian Daw would be like this. This unfortunate kid before them was definitely not ordinary. Yang Wudi interestingly admired Jiang Yu. You kid, you're really too fierce. Yang Wudi smiled broadly, his tone filled with admiration. If it weren't for the huge gap in our soul powers, I would really want to spar with you. He, hearing his old friend's words, couldn't help but feel amused, shaking his drooping head. Old goat, you're still praising him. The Fong family has quite a bit of power in my city. They're probably already waiting for us at the gate. He is the most agile scout and an excellent intelligence worker in the Douluo Continent, and he is undoubtedly very sensitive to the differences in danger. He had a hunch that the enemy would definitely be ambushed at the city gate, just waiting for them to take the bait. Let them wait then. Yang Wudi waved his hand and laughed loudly. The reason I chose to leave the city at night is not because I thought I could sneak past. As the saying goes, on a dark and windy night, kill swiftly. It can be both a quick kill and avoid harming innocents. Hearing the word kill, Luna frowned, her mouth slowly opening as if she wanted to say something, but she swallowed her words at the last moment. He was also speechless. The old goat couldn't change his murderous nature. He was so excited at the mention of killing. No wonder he offended so many people. However, he did not try to dissuade him because he knew this was Yang Wudi's way. The Pa family was named Pa because they must possess a heart that could destroy everything. Even when facing a god, they should not show the slightest fear. Killing is not a bad thing for them. Instead, it can elevate their mindset. Jiang Yu also knew that the Fong family would definitely use all means to find out the culprit behind Fong Ping's death, so he fully agreed with Baihe's view. Perhaps the Fong family was just waiting for him to throw himself into the net, but Jiang Yu was not afraid. After all, he had Yang Wudi by his side, a powerhouse at the Soul Douluo level. More terrifyingly, he could still retreat unscathed after confronting a titled Douluo. This level of strength is top-notch across the entire continent. While the Fong family is merely locals of my city and certainly cannot have a title Douluo level soul master, That head of the Fong family is probably just a soul sage. If he encounters Yang Wudi, he might not even withstand a few moves. Thus, Jiang Yu was feeling very calm, even slightly looking forward to the upcoming battle. Finally, he could see Yang Wudi in action. After more than 10 minutes, the carriage arrived at the city gate, where dozens of burly soldiers stood on either side. Under the illumination of the lights, their resolute faces could be seen. These soldiers had been part of the city guard for many years, and their strength was far beyond that of new recruits. As the carriage passed, a soldier immediately stepped forward to inspect it. He wore armor that was much more ornate than his companions, suggesting he was an officer among them. Chunshan didn't want to complicate matters, but the commanding officer had ordered that everyone passing through the city gate be thoroughly checked. Even a fly must be scrutinized before being allowed to pass. Therefore, he didn't dare to be negligent. "Everyone get off for inspection," Chunshan shouted loudly, his right hand unconsciously reaching for the black iron sword at his waist. Having guarded the city gate for years, he had developed the habit of adopting a defensive posture upon seeing strangers. "It's coming, it's coming." Bai Qinxiang's novel couldn't help but tremble, her face filled with excitement. She had never experienced such a grand scene before, and just thinking about it made her a bit thrilled. Martial soul, possession. Lordifa suddenly unleashed her martial soul, and a golden light erupted around her body, swirling without spilling out. Then, a petite golden eagle appeared behind her. Her eyes turned golden, and a pair of dazzling golden wings sprouted from her back. Lordifa forcefully lifted the curtain and dashed outside like a gust of wind, her first soul ring instantly lighting up, shooting a beam of golden light from her eyes. First soul skill, Imperial Child, activated. Qinshan did not expect that the person inside would attack the city guards. He quickly fell under the effect, and being controlled by the Imperial Child, he couldn't help but feel a sense of submission, not daring to resist even if the other party intended to kill him. It had the feeling of the ruler orders the subject to die, and the subject must comply, which is why Lordifa named this soul skill Imperial Child. However, this move had little effect on those with resolute will. It only worked on average soul masters. Lordifa's attack was extremely ruthless, as the golden eagle claws swiftly struck towards Chun Shan's abdomen, piercing through his body with a single blow. All of this happened in the blink of an eye, and by the time those around reacted, Chun Shan had already fallen to the ground, blood pouring from his mouth. Young master, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. I didn't expect this little girl to be so fierce. Yang Wudi was also stunned. He even made a move before someone else had beaten him to it, and it seemed her strength was quite impressive, actually possessing the cultivation of a soul emperor. Such a young soul emperor was indeed rare. Enemy attack. The surrounding soldiers immediately released their martial souls to confront the enemy, and in an instant, various lights began to shine. The soul rings on them were mostly ordinary, beginning with white soul rings, and most were at the level of great soul masters, with only a few soldiers having soul power that reached the soul commander level. Their strength was simply too far from Lordifa's. They were not her opponents at all. However, they bought time for Zhou Yuan, who as the commander had already led elite soldiers from the city wall to the city gate. "Bold thieves, how dare you attack the officials? You are surrounded. Surrender at once." Zhou Yuan drew his long knife, pointing it at Lordifa, while the surrounding soldiers quickly completed the encirclement. A silver bell-like laughter rang out. A smile appeared on Lordifa's face as she extended her pinky finger downward, shaking it. Everyone knew this was blatant contempt. "Kill!" Zhou Yuan immediately erupted, his teeth clicking together. He wanted to kill the woman mocking him in front of him to quell the anger in his heart. With Zhou Yuan's command, all the soldiers released their soul skills, and all attacks surged towards Lordifa, although she had the cultivation of a soul emperor. Facing hundreds of soul skills was not easy either. At that moment, Jiang Yu and Yang Wudi also emerged from the carriage. As for Bai He and Bai Qinxiang, they didn't possess much attacking power, and bringing them out would only be a hindrance, offering no help in the battle. Facing the overwhelming attacks, Jiang Yu's mind stirred. Controlling the Chixiao Sword to soar into the air, where the sword body erupted with dozens of fiery red sword shadows, shooting forward rapidly. Chapter 140. Black Gold, Double-Headed Dragon. Just as the sharp feather blades were about to cut towards Lordifa's heavenly beauty, a crimson sword shadow swiftly severed the brown feather blades. Lordifa realized what had happened after hearing the thuds of them hitting the ground. Had it not been for Jiang Yu's assistance, she feared she would have been disfigured. At that moment, she felt a deep gratitude towards Jiang Yu, but with her personality, it was impossible for her to show it. She merely gave a haughty nod in Jiang Yu's direction and threw him a flirtatious glance without saying much. Cough, cough, cough. Jiang Yu couldn't help but shiver. To be fair, this Aunt Elon was quite beautiful and very feminine, like a ripe peach, as if a squeeze would yield plenty of juice. She was simply the kind of woman that men dream of. However, Jiang Yu didn't feel any special feelings for her. He even found her flirtatious glance somewhat uncomfortable. To be precise, this aunt was not his type. Break! Yang Wudi didn't care about any temptations. He grabbed the dark long spear and thrust it out. The spear emitted a chilling cold light, over 8 feet long, with a spear tip even wider than usual. The whole spear shaft was as thick as a human arm, adorned with 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 4 black, with 8 dazzling soul rings tightly surrounding it. The seemingly ordinary spear released an incredibly bright luster, and a terrifying, murderous aura radiated from it, causing many to feel a chill. This was the inherited martial soul of the Pa family, the soul-breaking spear. Among all spear-class martial souls, only a few like the Luanjin Tiger Demon Spear, Longdan Bright Silver Spear, and Fire Dragon Spear could compare. Yang Wudi swept the spear, blocking the dazzling soul skill attacks outside. As the leader of the Pa family, he had studied the essence of the Pa character thoroughly. Even a titled Dalu had to give their all to confront Yang Wudi's true intent of the Pa, let alone this group of low-level soul masters. As the soul-breaking spear emerged, the city guards suffered heavy losses instantly, and some couldn't even withstand the murderous aura emanating from the spear. Zhou Yuan saw this and was filled with horror. That seemingly unremarkable old man was actually a soul, dual-level powerhouse. This was not something they could contend with. At once, he felt fear. Zhou Yuan was self-aware. He was just a soul sage, with no soul bones, and it was impossible for him to compete with Yang Wudi across such a significant level. Just as he prepared to retreat, a sudden commotion arose in the distance. The pitch-black night sky suddenly lit up with dozens of different lights, and upon closer inspection, they were all coming from people, each shining with several soul rings. Brother Fong. Zhou Yuan quickly recognized the leading figure, who had a ferocious golden-scaled dragon behind him, with 7 brilliantly shining soul rings. The soul saints of my city were few and far between, and there was only one person who possessed the Jiao Dragon Martial Soul. That was Fong Ying, the head of the Fong family. Seeing reinforcements arrive, Zhou Yuan's fear lessened somewhat. A single soul saint might not be able to contend with his soul Douluo, but 2, especially himself and Fong Ying, might not be at a disadvantage even against a soul Douluo. Zhou Yuan and Fong Ying had a deep friendship. They were comrades who had even visited brothels together, and they could even swap concubines. This bond was not something ordinary people could compare to. Most importantly, their minds were incredibly in sync, almost comparable to those of twin brothers. Their relationship was naturally very close, which was why even the lord of my city did not dare offend them, and the Fong family had firmly become the #1 family in Mai. After receiving the information from the steward, Fong Ying quickly rushed from his residence towards the city wall, and to avoid slowing down, he personally selected flying-capable soul masters from the family to come first, aiming to catch the murderer. Upon seeing that the other side had a soul, dual-level powerhouse backing them, Fong Ying was momentarily taken aback. However, even so, he still had to make the murderer pay with their life, as they had a significant numerical advantage, and he still had hidden cards. Even Contra might not be his opponent. Brother Zhou, let's go. Fong Ying's voice was as bright as thunder, and after he finished speaking, he descended from the sky to Zhou Yuan's side. The two exchanged a tacit glance. Then, they simultaneously extended their right hands and clasped them together. Brilliant light erupted, enveloping both of them, and Fong Ying's Thunder Dragon martial soul let out an excited roar. At that moment, Zhou Yuan's martial soul also quietly appeared. It was a black dragon, over 3 meters long, covered in black scales that looked very transparent. Its eyes were red, and its cheeks were puffed out as if stuffed with 2 golf balls. Soon, Fong Ying and Zhou Yuan merged into one, their martial souls intertwining. The Golden Thunder Dragon and the fully black dragon twisted together, and in the end, the dragon's size expanded to about 7 meters. Even more astonishingly, the dragon's appearance changed. The right side became golden, the left side remained black, and even its head split into 2, looking particularly fierce. This was the martial soul fusion technique of Fong Ying and Zhou Yuan, the black-gold dual-headed dragon. Although their current strength allowed for only 10 minutes of fusion time, within this period, they could use soul skills up to the 7th level without restriction. The black-gold dual-headed dragon controlled the volatile lightning element and the calm water element, making it extremely powerful. The most terrifying part was that both dragon heads could unleash soul skills, making it a truly extraordinary creature. The enormous black-gold dual-headed dragon roared thunderously, swinging its massive body in the air. This chapter is not over. Please click the next page to continue reading. Martial Soul Fusion Technique. Jiang Yu did not expect the opponent to use a martial soul fusion technique. This was not a simple matter of 1 + 1 = 2. Their strengths received a tremendous boost in an instant. Even an ordinary Contra might not have the upper hand. However, Jiang Yu was very confident in Yang Wudi. This leader of the Piji clan was not an ordinary Contra. The opponent had clearly miscalculated. Purple-gold lightning and blue water flowed out from the dragon's two mouths, the shining lightning illuminating the black night, crackling in the air. The city guards had already retreated several meters before the dragon launched its attack. They had seen the martial soul fusion technique of General Zhou and clan head Fong before and, naturally, did not want to be caught in the crossfire. To this group of city guards, all they needed to do was stand at the city gate. Even if that old man was a Contra, he would still be no match for the black-gold dual-headed dragon. All the soldiers were filled with confidence. This was not the first Contra to fall to the dragon, nor would it be the last. With their general and clan head Fong in my city, they were as steady as a mountain. No one else could turn the tide. Seeing the black-gold dual-headed dragon, Yang Wudi could not help but reveal a radiant smile. The aura emitted by the dragon finally ignited his desire to fight. It was too boring to fight against these city guards. If he continued, he might fall asleep. The dragon's appearance jolted his spirit. Yang Wudi raised his spear, and a dense malevolent aura erupted from the spear body, gradually taking shape in the air, transforming into a general clad in iron armor, holding a long spear. JiangYu noticed that the soul rings on Yang Wudi's spear did not emit light, indicating that this was his self-created soul skill. The general charged straight towards the black-gold, dual-headed dragon in the air like a peerless warrior. Even facing the terrifying lightning and the immense water pressure, he did not hesitate in the slightest. Chapter 141, JiangYu Unleashed. The torrential flood surged towards the ground. The violent power of lightning mixed in with the water flow became increasingly active. The general, formed from malevolent energy, seemed unfazed by such a terrifying scene, raising his spear in front and stabbing towards the merciless water flow. The malevolent energy at the spear tip suddenly exploded, and within that black mist, a hint of blood-red color could be faintly seen, resembling a beast that hunted its prey, driven only by instinct. "Break!" Yang Wudi shouted loudly, and the armored warrior pierced through the water flow, breaking through layers of obstacles and charging violently towards the enormous black-gold dual-headed dragon in the air. Yang Wudi's fierce attack clearly caught the dragon off guard, and disbelief appeared on its face. As the spear tip was about to stab through, the dragon, still in shock, swung its tail, as thick as a water barrel, in retaliation. A massive gust of wind suddenly erupted, and the huge dragon tail burst forth with intense golden light. Sweeping across, and with a bang, sent the armored warrior flying. Feeling the strong shockwave, the giant's body began to crumble. The black-gold dual-headed dragon was even more powerful than imagined. After all, both soul masters had reached the soul sage level. Although Fang Ying and Zhou Yuan's martial soul fusion technique was not as strong as the Golden Triangle's golden sacred dragon, it was certainly not much weaker than the nether white tiger. Unfortunately, only Fang Ying and Zhou Yuan from the Fang and Zhou families could unleash the martial soul fusion technique. Unlike the Xing Luo royal family and the Zhu family, where at least 10 members of the younger generation could merge to use the nether white tiger, which was truly terrifying. Fang Ying's dream was for more members of the Fang family and Zhou family to reach fusion, allowing them to unleash the black-gold dual-headed dragon. If that were to happen, their family would surely rise to the top tier of the Xing Luo Empire, and he could surpass his ancestors. He would be revered by the descendants of the family. Fang Ying was not delusional. Just look at the Duke of Nether's mansion. Although the Nether Spirit Cat martial soul was good, it was still far from the top martial souls. The Zhu family, however, could resonate with the royal family's evil white tiger martial soul, subsequently merging into the nether white tiger, which propelled them to become the top nobility of the Xing Luo Empire. Although the Xing Luo royal family did not have a title de loa stationed in public, even an ordinary title de loa would not dare to offend the Xing Luo palace solely based on the nether white tiger formation. There was even a title Douluo boasting a soul power exceeding level 95 who claimed, "The Nether White Tiger formation is perilous and mysterious. Only a super Douluo should dare to enter." Of course, Fang Ying did not expect the Fang family to rival the Dai and Zhu families. He would be satisfied if they could become the #1 family in the southern region. Originally, his son Fang Ping was the most likely candidate to practice the black gold dual-headed dragon martial soul fusion technique with Zhou Yuan's son. Unfortunately, he was killed by thieves. Fang Ying's rage was understandable. Even if the opponent had a Contra as a backing, so what? He would make those who opposed the Fang family pay a painful price. The golden glowing dragon tail, after dealing with the malevolent energy general, did not stop its attack. Instead, it unleashed an even stronger force towards Yang Wudi. Seeing this, Jiang Yu quickly stepped forward to help. This was caused by him, and he could not let Yang Wudi get hurt. Although Jiang Yu did not think the black gold dual-headed dragon could harm Yang Wudi at a critical moment, if he did not move, it would go against the good intentions of others. Even if Yang Wudi did not mind, Jiang Yu could not get over that mental hurdle. A man must repay kindness. Although he was not exactly a proper person, he still understood this principle. He could not just sit back and enjoy the benefits while others charged in a battle. He extended his fingers towards the dragon tail, and the first soul ring on the Chixiao Sword erupted with brilliant light, instantly shooting out dozens of sword shadows. The Chixiao Sword formation rapidly lunged towards the dragon's tail at Jiang Yu's command, piercing 3 inches deep before being stopped by a thick layer of something. Just as the black gold two-headed dragon wore a contemptuous expression, the Chixiao Sword moved. The dragon did not regard the approaching sword, thinking a mere great soul master couldn't be that powerful, even if the sword's aura was extraordinary. But so what? Fang Ying wasn't afraid of even a soul Douluo. So how could he take Jiang Yu, a low-level soul power kid, seriously? The Chixiao Sword in the air erupted with a dazzling golden flame, illuminating the dark night sky as bright as day, causing those nearby to squint. With a swoosh, the Chixiao Sword pierced into the dragon's tail. And the moment the sword entered, the scales on the dragon's tail all fell off, unable to withstand the sword's incredibly sharp blade. With just one strike, it pierced through the dragon's tail. The immense pain made the black gold two-headed dragon awaken. At that moment, it regretted not handling the situation with full force. In fact, while Jiang Yu's Chixiao Sword was powerful, its effectiveness was also due to Fang Ying and the others' martial spirits being dragons. As everyone knows, the Chixiao Sword has a special attack against snakes, and there is no snake it cannot cut. If their martial spirit fusion technique wasn't the black gold two-headed dragon, perhaps Jiang Yu's Chixiao Sword wouldn't have had such a strong effect. These kids are too fierce. Yang Wudi couldn't help but admire Jiang Yu, who had wounded him using the fusion technique of 2 soul saints, even though he himself had used his self-created soul skill without gaining the upper hand. Yang Wudi sighed, realizing that talents emerge in every generation. If young soul masters were all this fierce, the older generation would struggle to keep up. Little master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Yang Wudi's pride was strong, and seeing a kid unleash such sharp attacks, how could he be willing to fall behind? Third soul skill explosion. To prove that he was still capable, Yang Wudi immediately grabbed the soul-breaking spear and hurled it towards the dragon in the air. The purple third soul ring flickered, and the spear suddenly erupted with a thick layer of black light, instantly multiplying the pressure it exerted. Bang! The soul-breaking spear pierced into the dragon's body, creating an astonishing explosive force, the impact akin to that of 100 pounds of explosives detonating simultaneously. This was the terrifying effect of Yang Wudi's third soul skill. Once it struck any object, it would unleash an incredibly terrifying explosive power, greatly enhancing the spear's destructive capability. To obtain this soul skill, Yang Wudi had put in considerable effort to find an explosive fireball beast that was over 1,300 years old, successfully acquiring its innate soul skill. His efforts were not in vain. The power of this third soul skill was indeed astonishing, repeatedly helping Yang Wudi achieve miraculous attacks, with many enemies falling to this skill. Although it was only a third soul skill, supported by Yang Wudi's impressive level of 81 soul power, the damage caused by the soul-breaking spear was significant. The once imposing giant dragon now showed great pain on its face. If it weren't for Fang Ying's strong willpower keeping the black gold two-headed dragon in check, it might have disintegrated. Fang Ying finally realized he had met a formidable opponent. He and Zhou Yuan had teamed up to kill several soul Douluo, and although they had just entered the soul Douluo realm, it was enough to make him proud. The power of this old man clearly surpassed that of a typical Soul Douluo, and a strong attack made Fong Ying feel fear, as if he was facing a peak Soul Douluo. He had been in the Soul Master world for many years, but today he truly understood what it meant to have talents beyond one's own. Not only Yang Wudi, but even Jiang Yu's strength made him feel intimidated. Of course, it wasn't just about strength, but the unparalleled potential he possessed. Given Jiang Yu's talent, he would surely reach the title Douluo level, and Fong Ying couldn't help but hesitate. Was it worth offending a potential title Douluo for a troublemaking son? After all, he had several sons, and Fong Ping was just the most outstanding among them. After a long time, Fong Ying finally made up his mind. Even if he had offended them, he would eliminate them completely. Especially that boy. No matter how talented he was, he probably wouldn't walk out of my city today. Title Douluo? Oof. Fong Ying's pupils dilated, and he coldly snorted, "You have no chance." The black gold two-headed dragon immediately abandoned Yang Wudi and charged rapidly towards JiangYu. Seeing the gigantic dragon in the air about to attack, JiangYu quickly controlled the Chixiao Sword to counter, maneuvering the sword to block in front of him before the attack could land. The dragon did not stop. Instead, it opened its terrifying blood-filled mouth, seemingly wanting to bite through the Chixiao Sword. It must be said that Fong Ying's decision was quite bold. However, if successful, JiangYu would surely suffer serious injuries. In the Douluo Continent, the relationship between a martial spirit and its host is very profound. Once the martial spirit is damaged, the Soul Master would suffer devastating consequences. At worst, they would be deemed an idiot, at best. Therefore, in any public competition on the continent, actions that could harm the martial spirit are strictly prohibited. However, Fong Ying had no intention of adhering to this rule. He was determined to eliminate JiangYu and wouldn't hold back. The sharp fangs lunged directly at the Chixiao Sword. But what Fong Ying didn't expect was that the moment his invincible fangs clashed with the sword body, they cracked and fell off. Fong Ying had underestimated the Chixiao Sword. If it could be so easily shattered, it wouldn't deserve to be called the Sword of the Emperor's Path. Seeing the dragon's teeth all broken, JiangYu couldn't help but laugh. He couldn't help but wonder how Fong Ying would eat without teeth. Probably just porridge. This was truly a case of being toothless and shameless. Just thinking about that scene was funny. Haha. The black gold two-headed dragon, now toothless, was immediately filled with rage and swung its massive tail violently towards the people on ground. Boom! Yang Wudi, holding the spear with one hand, saw the yellow soul ring on the spear body suddenly light up. He leaped over JiangYu's body and charged straight towards the dragon's tail in the air. An explosive wave of energy erupted from Yang Wudi, and the soul-breaking spear shone with brilliant black light. Just as it was about to make contact with the dragon's tail, it released a shockwave that pushed it away, causing the giant dragon to retreat repeatedly. Seizing this great opportunity, Yang Wudi tightened his grip on the spear and hurled it forcefully towards the dragon's body. The second soul ring lit up, and the penetrating power of the soul-breaking spear instantly doubled. Before the dragon could react, the spear tip pierced into its body, producing a loud, mournful cry. The massive dragon could no longer maintain its form and suddenly fell from the air to the ground, creating a large hole. With a flash of light, the dragon's body gradually shrank, eventually forming a light orb the size of a fist. Immediately, Fong Ying and Zhou Yuan reappeared in front of everyone. Their martial soul fusion skill was shattered, and their bodies were severely injured. The most critical issue was that their soul power was nearly exhausted, leaving them in a state of extreme weakness, likely weaker than even the most ordinary city guards. Everyone attacked together. Zhou Yuan shouted in distress. Although the surrounding soldiers were somewhat afraid, their hands trembled as they held their guns. They still slowly surrounded JiangYu and the others. Zhou Yuan was the commander of the city guards, and they had to follow whatever orders he gave. After the city guards completed the encirclement, the soul masters from the Fong family surged forward to form a second line of defense. There were over 1,000 soldiers, and even Yang Wudi, as a soul Douluo, couldn't resolve the situation quickly. After all, Douluo Continent is different from other fantasy worlds. Here, the tactic of overwhelming numbers truly works. Even a titled Douluo at the pinnacle of the continent might not be able to cope with the assault of tens of thousands of troops. It's worth noting that even Qian Rinxue, after becoming a deity, was nearly severely injured by Tang San's hidden weapon. Thus, both carriages were instantly surrounded so tightly that not a drop could leak through. Just then, a sudden commotion came from the rear carriage, and a strong wind blew out from within. A figure suddenly leaped out. A strong green light erupted from his body, and 7 soul rings appeared. As the seventh soul ring lit up, his entire body began to undergo a tremendous transformation. In just a few seconds, she transformed into a large snake, entirely emerald green, which was the highly poisonous 9th-section emerald. A poison soul master is least afraid of being surrounded. Although Granny Yao's martial soul was somewhat inferior to Dugu Bo's green phosphor serpent king, it was still a top-tier poison soul beast. The toxicity contained within it was something that ordinary soul masters could not withstand. A thick green mist spewed from the mouth of the poisoned snake. And in the true form of the martial soul, the toxicity of the 9th-section emerald was fully unleashed. As soon as the surrounding soldiers inhaled the thick mist, they felt their bodies weaken, and they began to convulse uncontrollably. At this moment, Granny Yao's role was not much less than that of a titled Dalu. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of soldiers lost their combat ability, and the impact continued to expand. Gradually, the poison that those soldiers were subjected to erupted violently, their eyes turning blood red, and their skin began to rot little by little. Before long, a large number of soldiers fell, and the robust men who had been full of life collapsed to the ground in an instant. The Fong family's soul masters, seeing their comrades fall, were at a loss for what to do. There was no possibility of escape. They were all direct subordinates of the Fong family, and their fates were intertwined, prosperity and decline together, leaving no room for retreat. But if they didn't escape, their fate would be the same as those soldiers on the ground. Even though their strength was somewhat higher, they still felt intimidated by the terrifying toxicity of the 9th-section emerald, and they didn't want to be as ignorant as the others. The chapter isn't finished yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. The once renowned my Doa was a famous poison master on the continent. Under his influence, the locals of my city had some knowledge in the field of poison, and they were somewhat aware of the toxicity of the 9th-section emerald, which was an extremely terrifying snake venom. Seeing the poison gradually spreading towards them, the soul masters affiliated with the Fong family were also uncertain. Since they couldn't retreat, they had to come up with a way to deal with the snake poison. They couldn't just wait around. The green mist was about to arrive. At that moment, a bold soul master launched an attack towards the mist. His martial soul was a wind eagle, possessing powerful wind control abilities. With a flash of his wings, a strong gust of wind suddenly appeared. With a leader to follow, the others no longer hesitated. Those with similar soul skills rushed forward to help. Third soul skill, Blow. Although the famous soul master was not a wind attribute soul master, he still rushed forward recklessly to help. His martial soul was a water blue swallow named Blue Water Swallow. While this martial soul granted him the ability to fly, it was actually a water attribute martial soul. After the martial soul was activated, the Blue Water Swallow Soul Master S mouth transformed into a bird's beak, and a loud whistle came from his beak. Then an astonishing flow of water gradually condensed into shape, eventually forming an oval-shaped water sphere. That massive water flow rapidly spun towards the thick mist and quickly charged in. Unfortunately, Granny Yao's 9th-section emerald was not so easily dealt with. The water flow, upon touching the mist, was instantly corroded by the poison. The enormous snake tail swept and knocked the oval water sphere back. Under intense pressure, the water sphere exploded, and green droplets rained down from the sky. The Fong family soul masters who were splashed by the droplets suddenly felt an intense itch all over their bodies, making them very uncomfortable. Although their suffering was lighter than that of the city guards, it was still unbearable for ordinary people. Only a few of the more resilient Fong family soul masters managed to hold on and not be affected by the raindrops. Watching Granny Yao unleash her power and quickly eliminate so many enemies, the little girl who had been hiding in the carriage couldn't help but feel envious. She also wanted to become as powerful as Granny Yao one day. Perhaps then she wouldn't have to marry that dandy. Chapter 143. Female coachman. No one expected that it would be Granny Yao who played the most significant role in this battle. The toxins contained in her 9th-section emerald quickly dismantled the encirclement of the city guards and the soul masters from the Fong family. Fong Ying's hopes were instantly dashed as he watched his family members fall one by one. His mood quickly plummeted to rock bottom. These were all elites of the Fong family. They could be considered the backbone of the family, and the future of the Fong family would rely on them for support. He never expected they would be lost here. Even a family like the Fong family couldn't withstand such losses. But there was no medicine for regret in the world, and Fong Ying had to pay the price for his wrong decisions. Yang Wudi showed no mercy, looking at the culprit who was already kneeling on the ground. He expressionlessly threw the broken soul gun forward. The black spear pierced through Fong Ying's body, and blood continuously gushed from his mouth, quickly forming a pool of crimson blood on the ground. Fang Ying had no idea who he had offended. Yang Wudi was not a soft-hearted person. As long as it was someone who deserved to die, he had never held back, always resolving matters cleanly and efficiently. Brother Fang, Zhou Yuan let out a painful scream, tears streaming uncontrollably from the corners of his eyes. He and Fang Ying have been old friends for many years, and seeing him meet such an end inevitably made him feel a sense of sorrow for the dead hare and the fox. Yang Wudi, however, was quick to act. Fearing that Fang Ying might feel lonely in death, he swiftly withdrew the spear and turned it towards Zhou Yuan. You damn! Zhou Yuan did not expect this old man before him to be so ruthless, not even sparing him, leaving him no chance to plead for mercy. This time, Fang Ying and Zhou Yuan, two fellow travelers, were truly heading to another world to continue their lives. No need to thank me. Yang Wudi pulled out the spear, a wicked smile on his face, causing Zhou Yuan to spit blood in anger, soon closing his eyes. With the deaths of Fang Ying and Zhou Yuan, the remaining people lost their motivation to continue attacking, and moreover, they had been poisoned by the snake. They were utterly powerless, only able to watch as the carriage left my city, seeing Yang Wudi and the others walk further away. Everyone finally let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the other party was not a mindless killer and did not start a massacre. Otherwise, they would have to bury those two people together. Upon careful consideration, it turned out to be a narrow escape. Several leaders of the city guard even felt somewhat grateful to Yang Wudi. With Zhou Yuan dead, the position of the main commander was left vacant, and they all had the chance to climb up to that position, which made them a bit excited. After leaving my city, the carriage headed directly towards the direction of Xinglua Imperial City. They had already discussed their next destination while at the hotel. The suggestion came from Granny Yao, and Yang Wudi strongly agreed, although he publicly stated that he wanted to visit Xinglua Imperial City for a look. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that his true intention was not just that. Everyone knew he was aiming for Granny Yao. Why, he had no objections. He had heard that Xinglua Imperial City was one of the largest cities on the continent. In the past, Haotian sect even had a stronghold there. Although he had never been there, he knew its exact location, and perhaps that stronghold still existed, which made him want to take a look. Moreover, Xinglua City was one of the few cities on the continent not influenced by the Wuhuan Temple. What reassured he even more was that Haotian sect had been a supporter behind the Xinglua Empire. Even though the four major clans with single attributes had distanced themselves from Haotian sect, with that connection, the Xinglua royal family would likely not make things difficult for them. There was still some distance between my city and Xinglua City, separated by 3 provinces with only over 1,000 miles between them. Fortunately, the carriage that Jiang Yu and the others were on was not slow. The 2 horses had the bloodline of soul beasts, although they had little attacking power. Their speed was much faster than ordinary horses, making them the Ferraris among horses. On the 3rd day, in the morning, Jiang Yu and his group arrived near Xinglua Imperial City. Less than 100 meters ahead was their destination. The area of Xinglua City was very vast, with the city gates made of granite, and the city towers standing at least 100 meters high. Soldiers in steel armor formed patrols near the towers to maintain order. If the style of Tiando City resembled the elegance of the Jiang and water towns, then Xinglua City was more akin to the rough and grand style of the north, with even the locals being much taller than those from Tiando, all standing at around 1.8 meters tall. It is said that a region's land nurtures its people, so it's no wonder that the military strength of the Xinglua Empire became #1 on the continent. Apart from their advocacy of martial prowess, their physical stature also provided them with a significant advantage, making Tiando Empire seem far behind in comparison. If it weren't for the Wuhuan Temple causing trouble behind the scenes, Xinglua Empire might have truly unified the entire Douluo Continent. Upon reaching the city gates of Xinglua City, everyone had to obediently line up for inspection. The gate guards carefully examined them, and upon finding that they were just old, young, women, and children with nothing suspicious, allowed them to enter. Once inside the city, Granny Yao did not take little Yao directly back to the Duke's mansion, but instead found a hotel to stay. However, JiangYu had no intention of staying there. He had already made plans. His visit to Xinglua City was to change routes toward the extreme north, a place he had long wanted to visit, but it had been delayed due to the expedition against the Liangshan Principality. Now that he was in the Xinglua Empire, he had to prioritize the trip to the extreme north, as only there could he find the powerful ice-attribute soul beasts he needed. Just thinking about opening his 3rd martial soul made him eager to head to the extreme north. For safety's sake, JiangYu did not bring Luna along, but entrusted her to Yang Wudi for safekeeping. Although Luna was very reluctant, she ultimately succumbed to Jiang Yu's authority and obediently complied. Little Master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. The following parts are even more exciting. After leaving the hotel, Jiang Yu casually asked passersby and soon learned the location of the car rental shop. Following the directions given by the pedestrians, he walked straight ahead from the hotel until he reached a fork in the road, where he chose the right path to continue forward. Right turn, left turn, then right turn. After passing through more than 10 streets, Jiang Yu finally arrived at the famous car rental street in Xinglua City. This street was filled with numerous car rental shops of all sizes, including well-known chains that operated across the two empires. Jiang Yu did not try to cut corners by choosing unregulated rental shops. As the saying goes, you get what you pay for. And the same applied to renting a carriage. A more expensive option would offer much better quality. After comparing a few options, he chose Yish Car Rental, a long-established brand on the continent, known for its safety and overall space inside the vehicle. Once inside, a staff member warmly greeted Jiang Yu, offering tea and a fruit platter. After Jiang Yu stated his requirements, the staff quickly flipped through a small booklet to make recommendations. Dear guest, how about this carriage? It has 3 horses for power, features genuine leather seats, and is equipped with the latest shock absorption system to spare you from bumpy rides. The entire carriage frame is crafted from tiger bone, covered with a thick layer of rhinoceros hide, and finished with a layer of tung oil on the outside, making it nearly invulnerable. Its safety performance is exceptionally high, and it can also keep you warm. Jiang Yu looked at the design diagram the staff member had and felt it was quite good, so he booked the carriage they suggested. By the way, I also need a driver. No problem. The staff member then introduced Jiang Yu to the types of drivers available. Besides the most common young men, this shop even had female drivers, and the ratio was quite high. The female drivers generally had good looks, especially with great figures, all dressed in uniform, giving them a unique charm. The price for female drivers was noticeably higher, with a daily commission of 100 copper soul coins. And the more beautiful and curvy they were, the higher the price. The staff repeatedly assured him that female drivers were all rigorously trained and not just relying on their looks. They were all experienced drivers. Their skills are definitely not an issue. Chapter 144. Vocal Techniques. Jiang Yu did not hesitate and casually picked a female driver who looked pleasant. Although the price was a bit steep at 300 copper soul coins a day, he had no shortage of money, so he certainly wouldn't shortchange himself. After leaving the car rental shop, Jiang Yu had a beautiful woman by his side. She looked to be in her early 20s, tall and curvy, especially with those enchanting peach blossom eyes, which truly had a magical charm. The woman's name was Wu Yao, and she had rich driving experience. Throughout the journey, although there were many pedestrians, she managed to navigate accurately, avoiding any unpleasant incidents. Once they left the city, Wu Yao drove the carriage north, holding the reins in her left hand and swinging the whip with her right, as the 3 fine horses galloped forward. As the sun set, when Jiang Yu was about to leave the range of Xinglua Imperial City and enter another province, the sun in the sky had already set. The surroundings also became dark. Fortunately, the sides of the carriage were equipped with soul guide devices for lighting, so they could see the road clearly. Without Jiang Yu's orders, Wu Yao did not dare to stop, even when passing through cities. They did not enter, but continued along the main road. The facilities inside the carriage were quite complete, with a pure white wool carpet on the floor, rhino leather sofas to sit on, and the table even had various snacks provided by the car rental shop, as well as fresh dried fruits and candied fruits. A lantern hung from the ceiling, but instead of candle, there was a transparent bead emitting a pure white warm light, illuminating the entire space. Seeing that it was still early, Jiang Yu was not in a hurry to sleep. Taking advantage of his lack of drowsiness, he reached out and picked a book from the nearby bookshelf. Most of the books here were strange tales or similar genres, and there were no books about soul masters, as these specialized books were quite expensive and had to pass the scrutiny of the spirit hall. To avoid trouble, merchants refrained from stocking books related to soul masters. Jiang Yu casually selected a book with a yellow cover titled The Great Martial Night Watchman, with the author's name written in smaller text below. Guo Bao's Friendship. What a name filled with a seafood flavor. It seemed the author was quite an interesting person. Under the light, Jiang Yu opened the yellow book and began to read with great interest. Before he knew it, 3 hours had passed. As his eyelids started to droop, a wave of drowsiness hit him. He finally put down the yellow book, but did not go to sleep. Instead, he sat on a blanket and began to meditate with his eyes closed. 9 days later, the carriage finally entered the area of the northern border, which which was very close to the extreme north. The roadside was covered with a thick layer of snow. Large snowflakes filled the air, and a cold breath permeated the atmosphere. According to the map, the city near the extreme north was called Snowstorm City, located less than 100 miles north of the well-known extreme northern land on the continent. After entering the northern border, the carriage did not slow down. Instead, it sped up. By evening, they finally arrived at the territory of Snowstorm City. Jiang Yu was stunned by the sight of the city. The city walls of Snowstorm City were indeed infused with snow water, forming a very hard layer of ice. The walls appeared to be extremely wide, with no end in sight. Unlike other cities, there were no armored soldiers guarding the city gate. In fact, Snowstorm City did not even have a city gate. The area in the middle, spanning 100 meters, resembled an open cave welcoming everyone to enter. It seemed that Snowstorm City was a very free city, but this also indicated that the dangers within were much higher than in other cities. After all, there was no one to maintain order, and a place without any constraints would surely attract many criminals, making it a paradise for wrongdoers. At a distance of about 100 meters from the city gate, Wu Yao tightened the reins and stopped the carriage. She knew the reputation of Snowstorm City and did not plan to enter. Moreover, she had already told Jiang Yu that she would only take him to the city gate and would not accompany him inside. Dressed in warm cotton clothes, Jiang Yu immediately took out some money from the soul guide device and handed it to Wu Yao. He had already paid for the carriage when renting it, and this was just a service fee for Wu Yao, who had worked very hard during this time. To reward Wu Yao for her diligent service, Jiang Yu even gave her an extra gold soul coin, as she had not only driven the carriage but also brought him joy along the way. Not to mention, her mouth skills were truly perfect, absolutely mesmerizing. Jiang Yu thoroughly enjoyed it. Seeing the coins in her hand, Wu Yao was taken aback. This was far more than her wages. This is too much. Jiang Yu noticed her doubt and immediately smiled. Your mouth skills are fantastic. You already have the demeanor of a master. You could actually change careers and specialize in mouth skills. Jiang Yu conveniently pointed out a clear path for Wu Yao, as it would be a waste for someone with her talent to be just a mere carriage driver. Mouth skills. Wu Yao had never considered this path before. Looking at the small figure ahead, her heart gradually grew firm. Perhaps it was time to change paths. Mouth skills could indeed be a good profession. No one expected that. Because of Jiang Yu's words, the Douluo Continent would gain a renowned mouth skills master in the future, even establishing a sect that would be passed down. Wu Yao also became the first-generation founder of the mouth skills sect. After entering Snowstorm City, Jiang Yu discovered that the interior was a different scene altogether. The ground was littered with garbage, giving a very poor impression, nothing like the clean and polished city gates. It had a feeling of being golden on the outside, but rotten on the inside. This was not hard to understand, as Snowstorm City did not belong to the Star Luo Empire. Although it was located in the northern border of the Star Luo Empire, it was an area with no governance. It was rumored that Snowstorm City was established by a pair of sworn brothers who had adventured to the extreme north together, gaining a lot from their exploits. Later, they formed a mercenary group, and their business grew larger and larger, until they decided to establish a city near the extreme north. Initially, the scale of Snowstorm City was only a few thousand square meters, but as more adventurers arrived, the city's area expanded, forming the size it is today, which could be considered a moderate miracle. Jiang Yu's understanding of Snowstorm City was limited. Most of it was gathered from inquiries with locals after entering the northern border. He was less familiar with the environment within the city. Fortunately, Jiang Yu was quite handsome, and he casually stopped a young lady on the street to ask her for directions. "Excuse me, miss, where can I find a hotel in the city?" Wow. The young beauty in a white fox fur coat's eyes brightened. It was rare to see such a cute little boy. Little brother. The beauty's face broke into a warm smile, her eyes narrowing. She then pointed to an alley, saying, "If you go through there, you'll find a hotel. And their specialty thick bread is very famous. It's spread with a secret honey mixture. The taste is truly delightful. You should definitely try it. Come on. Sister will take you there." The beauty's eyes suddenly sparkled with mischief. It was unclear what her intentions were. Chapter 145. The call of the siren. After the girl led Jiang Yu into the alley, she revealed her true intentions. Not far in, she extended her hand toward Jiang Yu's abdomen. Looking at the bulging area, her eyes gleamed with a hint of red light, wishing to immediately merge with Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu had no time to play along. He had no interest in such bad women. It was simply that he found it dirty. A flash of red light, and the Chixiao Sword immediately appeared in Jiang Yu's hand, a wave of intense heat instantly rising. However, what surprised Jiang Yu was that he suddenly found the temperature of the imperial fire had actually decreased significantly. Although the girl was thirsty, this was not her first time doing such a thing, and she still had her guard up. As Jiang Yu activated his martial spirit, she suddenly retreated several meters. Martial spirit, possess. The girl immediately released her martial spirit, and a blue light erupted from her body, gradually forming a strange creature behind her. It stood about 100 centimeters tall, with a slightly plump figure. The creature was black on the back and as pure white as the snow on the ground in front, with very short limbs. Its furry little hands and feet added a touch of cuteness, and its mouth resembled a bird's beak, while the patch of orange feathers on its neck looked somewhat like bird wings. The girl's martial spirit turned out to be a penguin. She had 3 soul rings, yellow, and purple, clearly the best configuration for soul rings. After her martial spirit took form, the girl's appearance didn't change much, except her mouth became sharper, resembling a character from Doraemon, but she was a bit larger. With the appearance of the martial spirit, a chilling cold aura erupted from the girl. Her martial spirit was not ordinary. It was the emperor among penguins, the emperor penguin. This type of soul beast was also well known in the northern frontier, recognized as one of the symbolic soul beasts of the extreme north. First soul skill chant. The girl emitted a series of bright calls from her mouth, and within those sounds seemed to be a magical power. Jiang Yu suddenly felt drowsy, almost unable to resist falling asleep. This sound wave attack had its subtleties. Although this mental attack didn't seem very powerful, it was hard to guard against, and the means of use were very varied, making it troublesome to deal with. Jiang Yu knew he couldn't sleep and forced himself to suppress the drowsiness. The girl couldn't help but feel proud. Her soul skill had a very strong sleep-inducing power. Even those suffering from insomnia found it hard to resist that magical force, instantly falling into dreamland, let alone normal people. Although this little boy in front of her had considerable talent, reaching the level of a great soul master at such a young age, the girl didn't believe he could withstand the power of the chant. Watching Jiang Yu's eyes grow hazy and his eyelids unconsciously close, the girl's smile became even brighter. Third soul skill, frozen. The girl certainly would not give up such a good opportunity. Her third soul ring suddenly lit up, and a chilling, icy aura continuously overflowed from her, making the already cold weather even colder. Soon, frost covered Jiang Yu's body, and large snowflakes like ice crystals kept falling onto him, quickly freezing him into an ice sculpture. Realizing the danger of being surrounded by ice, Jiang Yu felt the air he exhaled turn into ice water. This ice was not ordinary. The ice properties controlled by the emperor penguin were extremely powerful, with temperatures reaching over 300 degrees below zero. Such temperatures were hard for even soul masters to endure. If not for Jiang Yu practicing the Hongming purple chi technique and consuming treasures like the 10,000-year whale glue that greatly improved his physical condition, he would have likely fainted from cold. However, even so, his situation was not very good. Wind and Snow City was very close to the extreme north, and this place could be said to be a world of ice. Even though Jiang Yu's imperial fire was very strong, it would be suppressed in such an environment filled with ice elements. He could sense that the fire elements here were extremely scarce, and the power of the Chixiao Sword was unable to unleash even half of its strength. However, it was fortunate that the supreme imperial pressure contained within the sword body had not weakened. Jiang Yu immediately awakened the imperial power within the Chixiao Sword, and a powerful aura suddenly erupted. The girl's expression changed dramatically. At this moment, Jiang Yu seemed to transform into an ancient emperor, an aura of desolation, antiquity, and supreme nobility emanating that instilled fear in others, making them unable to resist kneeling. Little Master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Facing the imperial pressure directly, although the girl was extremely unwilling, her legs involuntarily bent, and with a thud, she knelt down onto the snowy ground. At that moment, all the ice on Jiang Yu's body fell away, and the effects of being frozen faded. No, impossible. The girl shouted in horror. Who exactly are you? How could you possess such terrifying power? For the first time, the girl felt fear. In this moment, she recalled those boys she had tormented, who had initially begged her to go easy on them, not to be so rough. Seeing the fear on their faces had excited her. For her, the more terrified the prey, the greater her sense of accomplishment. But she hadn't expected that this feeling of fear would appear within herself. Now she understood the oppression those boys had endured and felt a hint of regret. If only she hadn't provoked this handsome young boy in front of her. Unfortunately, someone like her, who had committed many evils, would inevitably face punishment. Jiang Yu had no intention of letting her go. Killing an evil person was saving hundreds of thousands of innocent lives. Without hesitation, Jiang Yu thrust the Chixiao Sword towards the girl, piercing through her sinful body. The girl, who had spent her days hunting, never expected to be pecked in the eye by a bird. But there was no remedy for regret in this world, no matter how unwilling she was. She still closed her eyes, and all her breath completely dissipated, ultimately paying the price for her wicked actions. Watching the girl fall, Jiang Yu turned and walked out of the alley. Along the way, he no longer asked passersby for directions, realizing that in a place like Wind and Snow City, no one could be trusted. The hearts of the people here were colder than the icy snowflakes. Jiang Yu walked on the cold streets, the surrounding cold wind cutting like knives against his skin, chilling him to the bone. He quickened his pace. Although he liked the winter scenery, he had never experienced such extreme cold weather. The temperature in this extreme north was much lower than in the eastern provinces, reaching the point where water froze instantly. Jiang Yu had to quickly find a hotel. Chapter 146, Sanjing. The snowstorm grew stronger, and after walking for more than 10 minutes, Jiang Yu still hadn't seen any hotels nearby. Achoo! The biting cold wind penetrated his sleeves, causing Jiang Yu to shiver. The warmth of his cotton coat was significantly reduced as the cold wind poured in, constantly blowing against his skin. So cold, Jiang Yu had to give up searching for a hotel. In this situation, it was better to find a place to take shelter first. About 100 meters ahead was a liquor store brightly lit outside, looking like a good place to rest. Without a second thought, Jiang Yu hurriedly made his way forward. Sanjing Liquor Store. The room was not very large, only about 200 square meters, with a huge rock wall on the right, piled high with burning black coal. There were not many people inside. Only a few burly men sat at the bar chatting and drinking. The owner, Song, paid no attention to what the customers were saying, focusing solely on heating the liquor in a pot. Those who are familiar with him know that he is a true alcoholic, with only alcohol in his heart. The entire Snowstorm City knows that he loves alcohol like his life. The wine he brews is the best in the city. But ever since his wife left him 3 years ago, his brewing skills have drastically declined, and the wine he produces is worlds apart from what it used to be. Since then, the number of customers at the Sanjing distillery has rapidly decreased, falling into silence among the many taverns in the city. Creak! The wooden door of the distillery was pushed open, and the old wood let out a creaking sound, like an unwilling old man desperately trying to prove his worth. Boss, another customer has arrived. A bearded man looked outside and found it was just a child, unable to resist teasing, wondering which family-esque child it was. Not staying home to drink milk, but running to this distillery instead. The companions around him couldn't help but burst into laughter. Yin Song ignored the customer's mockery and respectfully walked out from behind the bar, warmly welcoming Jiang Yu, not treating him any differently just because he was a child. Once you enter the distillery, you were a customer, and he would serve everyone well. Boss, can I borrow your place to hide? Jiang Yu immediately stated his purpose. Yin Song looked at the little boy in front of him and noticed his cotton coat was covered in frost and snow. But he saw a fiery determination in his eyes. In that case, please make yourself comfortable. There was no mockery, no rejection, only a deep warmth. Yin Song was as enthusiastic as ever, not cursing at the customer for not making a purchase, and his smile remained unchanged. Would you like a cup of fruit soju to warm you up? Even children can drink it, Yin Song kindly asked, believing that anyone who entered his shop was destined to come and deserve care. Then thank you. Jiang Yu did not refuse the boss's kindness. Although it was their first meeting, he had a gut feeling that this middle-aged man was not a bad person, as he had clear eyes. It said that the eyes are the windows to the soul. Jiang Yu believed there was some truth to that. In this world, there are always people with whom you can let down your guard at first sight, not for any other reason, just because of instinct. All right, the boss happily turned back to the bar. Jiang Yu did not immediately enter, but brushed off the snow on his clothes to avoid wetting the floor. He ignored the drunken men sitting there and chose a seat far away from them. Before long, Mr. Yin Song brought the fruit wine to Jiang Yu, a small cup filled with a bright red liquid. A refreshing fruity aroma wafted over. This is bayberry fruit wine. In a place like Snowstorm City, bayberries are rare, and it was brought over from another city with great effort, so you should try it quickly. Yin Song excitedly promoted his prize creation. Jiang Yu raised the cup and drank it down. The warm liquid flowed down his throat and into his stomach. His lower abdomen was instantly filled with a strong warmth. Someone once posted online asking about the difference between alcohol and water, and one answer that Jiang Yu found quite accurate was a line from a movie. The more you drink, the warmer you get. The more you drink water, the colder you get. Jiang Yu now personally experienced this feeling. On this bone-chilling snowy night, Nothing was more comforting than a cup of warm soju. "Boss, can I have another cup?" Jiang Yu, who usually doesn't drink much, unusually asked the owner for more alcohol. Of course. Yin Song's smile grew brighter. It was a great honor for him that a customer liked the wine he brewed. Yin Song was very happy that someone appreciated his bayberry wine. Soon, he brought another cup to Jiang Yu. This time, Jiang Yu did not drink it all at once, but slowly savored the flavor of the wine in his mouth. The few burly men noticed Jiang Yu and the tavern owner getting along well and lost interest in continuing to mock him. They began chatting amongst themselves. Drunken middle-aged men love to reminisce about their glorious past, but Jiang Yu could tell they were bragging, especially the strong man who had just mocked him. What he said was simply outrageous. He claimed to have single-handedly fought against a Titan snow demon for 1,000 years and to have torn apart an iron shell sea cow with his bare hands. It was clear that he was being unrealistic. After all, was the Titan snow demon that easy to deal with? It was a dominant soul beast of the extreme north. This chapter is not over. Please click the next page to continue reading. Its status is comparable to the Titan giant ape in the Star Do Great Forest. Legend has it that the Titan snow demon is a descendant of the ancient ice god and the Titan giant. This creature is over 10 meters tall at birth, and an adult Titan snow demon can exceed 50 meters in height, making its size extremely rare. In terms of species, the Titan snow demon clan is undoubtedly the most powerful group in the extreme north. Even a 10,000-year Titan snow demon would be difficult for a soul Douluo to handle. That middle-aged man, no matter how you looked at him, could not possibly possess such strength. He was definitely just rambling while drunk. Jiang Yu considered him a storyteller. After all, on this cold winter night, there was no entertainment, and watching a clown perform was a rare pleasure to pass the dull time. The big man grew more and more animated, and the wine on the table was soon finished. Seeing that the wine was gone, he shouted loudly for the boss to bring more. Yin Song had to bring over a dozen more cups of soju to the side table. The big man was clearly drunk, his face flushed red, and his hand trembled as he lifted the cup. But this did not stop him from continuing his tales. This time, he spoke even more absurdly. The burly man began recounting his romantic escapades, claiming that having 7 encounters in one night was child's play, and most astonishingly, he claimed to have had an affair with the Ice Empress. This time, even his companions around him found it hard to believe. After all, she was a super soul beast from the legends of the extreme north. It is said that the Ice Empress is the essence of snow, holding a transcendent status in the extreme north, and it's not an exaggeration to call her a deity. The companions quickly tried to stop him from speaking further, as they considered it blasphemy against the gods. Chapter 147. The Three Beauties of Tianshui. The big man was indeed fearless in his ignorance. Drunk, he dared to say anything. Jiang Yu knew that according to the records in the literature of the Spirit Hall, the Ice Empress was the emperor of the extreme north. She was revered by all snow-themed soul beasts, the Snow Emperor. The number of 10,000-year soul beasts in the extreme north even exceeds that of the Star Do Great Forest. And it is rumored that the 3 kings of the extreme north are even more terrifying than the 2 soul beast kings deep in the Star Do. Especially the Snow Emperor. According to reliable internal information from the Spirit Hall, this super soul beast may have broken through the 10,000-year boundary, reaching an unknown level. This was confirmed by 3 titled Dalu with soul power exceeding level 95. Such a super soul beast is something that humans can play with. Even at the levels of Qin Dalu and Poseidon, it may not be possible to defeat the Snow Emperor. Everyone felt that the big man was being too ridiculous. Creak. At that moment, the door was pushed open again. 3 beautifully unique women walked in. What bad luck. I didn't expect a snowstorm to hit at this time, forcing us to return to Snowstorm City. The speaker was a girl with an oval face, looking no more than 15 or 16 years old, with a petite figure and a head of dark green short hair that made her look very spirited. The girl was quite cute, with a face resembling a well-known actress from an island country. Zwamushi, especially the way she had just powdered her lips. "You girl, stop complaining," said a woman in a blue cotton coat beside her, unable to help but comfort her. Who would have thought the snowstorm would come early? Luckily, we hid in time and didn't suffer any damage. The woman looked a bit older than her 2 companions, with an extremely tall and curvy figure. Even though her ample bosom was covered by thick cotton clothing, it couldn't hide her magnificent appearance. Her gray-blue short hair gave her a slightly handsome look, adding a different charm compared to an ordinary sexy beauty. The extreme north experiences a rare blizzard every year, usually lasting about a month according to past patterns. However, this time it unexpectedly came early. It's uncertain if something happened, so for safety, it's better to stay in Snowstorm City for a while. The last girl to speak appeared the youngest, probably around 12 or 13 years old. Clearly, this small team looked up to her as their leader. She was about 163 meters tall, with a very proportionate figure, not the exaggerated, voluptuous type, nor the skinny, bony type. Her body proportions were extremely harmonious. Her long, water blue hair simply fell down her back without any adornments, giving a minimalist and natural feel, looking very comfortable. Her fair face was adorned with delicate features, at first glance. She wasn't particularly stunning, but upon closer inspection, there seemed to be a magical charm that captivated onlookers. It was a kind of hazy beauty. The longer one looked, the more one became entranced. Yes, her two companions no longer said much. Their trust in the younger girl was profound. Seeing more guests arriving, Yin Song immediately went to greet them, warmly inviting them to the bar. What a handsome little brother. The dark green-haired girl immediately noticed Jiang Yu at the bar, and the sight of such a handsome boy instantly captured all her attention, making her heart flutter. There was no helping it. Someone like her, who was so into looks, was quite superficial. Everything else didn't matter as long as they looked good. How about having a drink with me, big sister? The short-haired girl suddenly jumped next to Jiang Yu, playfully touching him, looking like a love-struck girl. You girl, be more serious. Learn from Shui Wu. Look how mature and composed she is, Shui Binger said with a slightly annoyed tone. She was quite troubled by her half-sister, who was perfect in every way except for her inability to resist handsome boys. She showed no modesty at all, completely unlike a noble lady. Exactly, Shui Wu also joked. You should learn from Binger, don't be so off-key. Although Shui Binger was the youngest among the three, in their Tianshui sect, strength was always respected, and Shui Binger's prowess had earned her the respect of all the younger generation. So Shui Wu also referred to her as sister. Bingo, you girl. Shui Wu. Jiang Yu quickly grasped the key point. One person might share a name, but now there were three, which couldn't be a coincidence. The appearances and outfits of these three beauties closely resembled several team members from Tianshui Academy in the original story. They were undoubtedly them. Jiang Yu hadn't expected to meet people from Tianshui Academy in Snowstorm City. He initially thought he would have to wait until the Continental Soul Master Elite Academy competition to encounter them. It was certainly fate. All right. Jiang Yu raised the Yangmei wine in his hand, nodded at Shui Wearer, and then downed it in one go. Instantly, the three faces showed shock. Are today's kids so good at drinking? Not even a blink while toasting. Shui Wearer was also impressed by Jiang Yu's masculine demeanor and excitedly asked Mr. Yin Song for more wine. Such a pleasing little brother was hard to come by. The unpleasantness caused by the snowstorm was instantly forgotten, and she now only wanted to get drunk with the handsome guy in front of her and enjoy herself. Just as Shui Wearer received the wine glass handed over by the boss, several drunken big men staggered over. Little beauty, what's the point of drinking with him? Why not come play with us brothers? The big man's gaze revealed naked desire, and he occasionally let out lewd laughs. Drunk thoughts. They were feeling quite hot, and just needed someone to cool them down. These three were rare beauties, and they hadn't seen such pretty women in Snowstorm City for a long time. But, unexpectedly, Shui Wearer didn't pay any attention to these big men. They were all fat and rough-looking, and she found them disgusting, let alone getting close. Please, uncles, you're all old enough to be here trying to meet young girls. How shameless. Look at yourselves. What is there to like? Shui Wearer's words were very sharp, showing no consideration for their feelings. I advise you to go back to sleep. Damn. The leading big man slammed the table in anger, utterly humiliated to be scolded by a little blonde girl. If this got out, they would become the laughingstock of Snowstorm City, and probably no one would be willing to team up with them for adventures in the extreme north in the future. Both publicly and privately, they had to teach this smelly girl a lesson to show her that their extreme North Five Wolves were not to be trifled with, and those who dared to offend them would face severe punishment. Brothers, let this smelly girl know our strength. The leading big man, the boss of the team, shouted angrily, and a cold light erupted from his body, revealing a massive blue ice wolf behind him. Chapter 148. The Ditch. The Ice Magic Wolf. A type of soul beast commonly found in the extreme north. The black stripes on the wolf's back are said to symbolize its soul sold to the evil god. Once it goes mad, it completely loses its rationality and becomes a terrifying beast that only knows how to kill. After the martial soul was activated, the big man's hands suddenly grew black claws, shrouded in a mass of dark energy. 5 best soul ring configurations, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, appeared on the big man. It was impossible for someone to stay in Snowstorm City for so long without some strength. As the leader of the extreme North Five Wolves, he was the strongest among them, reaching level 53, truly the big brother. Seeing the boss release his martial soul, the other four did not want to be outdone and activated their martial souls as well, instantly creating a dazzling display of black, red, gray, and silver lights. Their martial souls were also wolves: the Nether Wolf, Red Titanium Wolf, Gray Rock Wolf, and Silver Wolf. Although the quality of the other four's martial souls was slightly inferior to the Ice Magic Wolf, they had also reached the Soul Master realm. This was indeed a bit troublesome. Shui Wu's brow instantly furrowed. The 5 rogues in front of her were quite strong, with the weakest being at the Soul Sect level, while their strongest member, Shui Binger, was only a 33rd level Soul Master. The disparity in strength was too great. Who were they trying to scare? She was afraid at all. Shui Wearer was not intimidated by the 5 lecherous men. Her personality was fearless. Even though the opponents had much higher soul power, she showed no signs of backing down and instead ignited a strong fighting spirit. "You dolphin, possess me," Shui Wearer said playfully, and a pale blue aura radiated from her body, eventually forming a magnificent dolphin behind her. Unlike ordinary dolphins, its body was very translucent, resembling jade, with dazzling ice crystals adorning its skin, making it look very noble. Second soul skill, 0-degree impact. Shui Wearer chose to strike first, attacking the rogues ahead. She suddenly raised her right hand, and a cold wave of chill exploded from her palm, spiraling rapidly forward. Dark clouds, rain. Shui Wu, fearing that Shui Wearer might be at a disadvantage, quickly released 2 soul skills. Her martial spirit was a snowflake-like entity called Dancing Snow Satin, which had the ability to control the weather. Thanks to this, although she was an auxiliary soul master, she also had decent offensive capabilities. She was not a weak woman who couldn't fight back. As she released her soul skills, Shui Wu began to twist and dance. As an auxiliary soul master, her soul skills had to be released in conjunction with her dance. Soon, dark clouds gathered above the tavern, covering the entire space. Then, large raindrops began to fall from the sky, pouring down in sheets. Interestingly, these raindrops did not fall on the 3 sisters, Jiang Yu, or the tavern owner. They quietly slid off as they approached them. Meanwhile, the 5 rogues were instantly drenched. The cold ice rain pelted them harshly, and the temperature of the raindrops was extremely low, chilling them to the bone. The 5 rogues started sneezing. To make matters worse, a cold windstorm rushed toward them. The big wolf could still withstand it, as his martial spirit, the Ice Magic Wolf, contained cold power, giving him strong resistance to wind and snow. However, the other 4 wolves were not so fortunate. Even with their soul power, they were still affected. Ice Snow Magic Claw. The big wolf charged toward Shui Wearer at high speed against the storm. His black claws were sharper than swords, and even the storm was cut apart by them. Shui Wearer was caught off guard, not expecting the opponent to suddenly appear before her. The big wolf's claws exploded with a pale blue aura, about to pierce Shui Wearer's fair skin. I seal. At a critical moment, Shui Binger made her move. Suddenly, dazzling snowflakes appeared around her, and a gigantic blue phoenix, over 7 meters tall, quietly emerged. The ice crystals on the phoenix's tail feathers sparkled like diamonds, and its entire form looked incredibly majestic. The ice phoenix was a top-tier martial spirit. Along with the blue electric Tyrannosaurus, it was one of the most renowned top martial spirits on the continent. Thanks to the power of the ice phoenix martial spirit, Shui Binger had undoubtedly become a leader among the younger generation of the Heavenly Water Sect and was even being groomed as a successor. The extreme cold energy erupted from Shui Binger's body, instantly encasing the big wolf's sharp claws in ice, and that cold air did not stop. It rapidly spread toward his body. In no time, the big wolf's strong body was completely encased in ice, turning into an ice sculpture. Even though the big wolf's Ice Magic Wolf could control cold power, it was evidently insufficient before the Ice Phoenix. Ordinary ice and snow power could not compare to ultimate power. To some extent, Shui Binger's Ice Phoenix martial spirit even surpassed the blue electric Tyrannosaurus, as it controlled the ultimate ice and snow power. Although the purple lightning Divine Thunder and Azure Gale contained by the blue electric Tyrannosaurus were very close to ultimate power, they still fell short. Without reaching the ultimate level, they ultimately fell into inferiority. It could be said that Shui Binger's talent surpassed that of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Sect's blue electric twin stars. Third soul skill, Titanium Alloy Claw. This chapter is not over. Please click the next page to continue reading. Seeing their leader encased in ice, the Red Titanium Wolf Soul Master quickly rushed forward to rescue him. With the release of his soul skill, his wolf claws became incredibly hard, shattering the ice. Of course, he also paid a huge price. Although his attack was successful, his claws were soon corroded by the cold power and quickly became useless. However, his efforts were not in vain, as the Ice Magic Wolf Soul Master was completely rescued from the ice sculpture. As the team's main attacker, his energy was undoubtedly the greatest. These little girls are tough. A sinister black light emanated from the Ice Magic Wolf Soul Master's eyes, and his expression gradually became frantic. Brothers, let us go together. I don't believe that we, who have roamed Snowstorm City for many years, can't handle a few little girls. With the big wolf's command, the other four wolves surrounded Shui Binger and her sisters. Now is not the time to talk about martial ethics. To avoid being caught off guard, they didn't care about overwhelming the few. Yiming Slash, Titanium Blade, Silver Fawn, Rock Drop, Hail. The five great wolves of the extreme north coordinated perfectly, releasing their soul skills simultaneously to launch a fierce attack on Shui Binger and her sisters. Huge stones and fist-sized hailstones rushed down from the front, smashing toward the ground. Sharp blades and glistening silver fangs lurked behind, looking for the best opportunity. Although the Shui sisters had martial spirits of a much higher quality than the five wolves, the gap in soul power was still quite significant. Initially, the opponents underestimated Shui Binger and her companions and did not exert their full strength. Now that they had suffered losses, they dared not be overconfident and unleash their full power. Faced with the overwhelming fierce attacks, the Shui sisters had no choice but to respond with all their might. Shui Binger was already considering whether to use a martial spirit fusion skill to deal with the enemy before her. However, unless absolutely necessary, she did not plan to use this trump card. The sudden surge of the five great wolves from the extreme north put considerable pressure on them. But Shui Binger wanted to use this pressure to train herself in hopes of achieving further breakthroughs. They had been in the extreme north for over a year, aiming to train in such extreme conditions, hoping to win the championship in the upcoming Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy competition in a few years. For this reason, Shui Binger could endure any arduous training. The pressure brought by the five great wolves excited her instead, and she wanted to use it as a springboard to break through her limits. Resist Ice Ring. Shui Binger immediately unleashed her strongest soul skill. Her third soul skill is similar to Huo Wu's Rejection Fire Ring, derived from a 500-year-old ice spirit soul beast, which can only be found in the extreme north and is a transformation of snow and ice essence, sharing some similarities with fire spirits. A blue ice ring flew out from Shui Binger, and she attached the ice ring to Shui Yu and Shui Wu. Then, she released a powerful force of ice and snow. The rocks and hailstones, upon contact with the blue ice ring, were repelled, as a rejection ice ring can block all physical attacks, making it a rare soul skill. Even Tang San would face difficulties against it. In the past, Jiang Yu had to put in considerable effort to break the rejection fire ring, which had the same effect. How could the insignificant extreme North 5 wolves possibly break through Shui Binger's rejection ice ring? The battle situation instantly became tense. Although the three sisters had temporarily averted the crisis, they were at a loss against the extreme North 5 wolves. They were now in a passive defensive state, unable to launch effective attacks in the short term, forced to resist obediently. Seeing that the opposing girls had such strength, not even fearing their 5 brothers' combined attacks, the Ice Demon Wolf Soul Master became increasingly agitated. At this point, he could not care less and had to resort to his trump card. The Ice Demon Wolf's greatest secret was that it could gain the blessing of the evil god's power through soul sacrifice. Of course, this secret technique, while powerful, had very obvious side effects. Once the number of sacrifices increased, the host would gradually lose autonomy, ultimately becoming a puppet of the evil god. It could be said to be a very terrifying, forbidden technique. However, the Ice Demon Wolf Soul Master, blinded by rage, had clearly lost his rationality, disregarding the harm brought by the secret technique, and stubbornly opened this forbidden door. He chanted a spell to exchange power with the evil god, a highly mysterious incantation that sounded incomprehensible, as if it originated from a primitive era. As the incantation was recited, a terrifying event occurred. The Ice Demon Wolf Soul Master's body suddenly swelled, and black magical patterns quietly emerged on his muscles. A thick evil aura descended upon his body, and his eyes emitted a terrifying glow, giving off a strange feeling, as if peering from the depths of hell. The Ice Demon Wolf Soul Master's power increased geometrically, and he immediately lunged at Shui Binger. His sharp claws struck the blue ice ring, but were not repelled. Instead, a surge of evil energy enveloped the entire ring, quickly devouring the power within. Crack! The rejection ice ring suddenly exploded. Shui Binger's once invincible third soul skill lost its effect for the first time and was shattered. Without the protection of the rejection ice ring, Shui Binger's delicate body was completely exposed to the enemy's claws. The ice demon wolf showed no mercy at that moment. He had lost all human rationality, and even the fire of desire had completely vanished, leaving only one thought: killing. Crazy killing. Just as his sharp claws were about to pierce Shui Binger's skin, JiangYu moved. The Chixiao Sword instantly appeared in his right hand, and under JiangYu's control, it rapidly flew towards the ice demon wolf soul master, unexpectedly severing the wolf claw in an instant. Crimson blood sprayed on Shui Binger's face, and even she, usually calm, couldn't help but be momentarily stunned. Shockingly, after losing a wolf claw, the ice demon wolf soul master showed no sign of pain. Instead, a smile appeared on his face, but the more one looked at it, the more eerie it became, giving off a very cruel feeling. JiangYu's intervention made the ice demon wolf soul master temporarily abandon Shui Binger and turn to a new target. A thick evil aura erupted from the ice demon wolf soul master, ultimately condensing into a black spear several feet long that shot straight at you. JiangYu instinctively wanted to dodge, but found that a powerful pressure locked onto him. He knew he could not evade this strike, and could only take it head-on. Chixiao Sword formation, JiangYu shouted, summoning the Chixiao Sword back to his side, and then the magnificent sword shot out a dozen fiery red sword shadows, with brilliant golden flames blazing on the sword body. An overwhelming pressure suddenly appeared. Even in this icy world, the imperial fire was suppressed, but the imperial pressure contained within the Chixiao Sword erupted in full force. The Chixiao Sword was the Emperor's sword. No evil or unorthodox forces could suppress its unparalleled imperial aura. Not even the evil god's power was an exception. The ice demon wolf soul master's face instantly grew serious, and his eyes seemed to change. The aura of the Chixiao Sword was too shocking, even causing the evil god's aura to tremble slightly, affected to a significant degree. Slash! JiangYu's voice became solemn, as if a holy emperor from myth was issuing a decree to heaven and earth. The imperial pressure emitted by the Chixiao Sword formation immediately suppressed the evil god's aura, forcing the black spear back. The Chixiao Sword then flew toward the ice demon wolf soul master, piercing through his body despite the protection of the evil god's power. Just before the ice demon wolf soul master fell, he suddenly recited a series of secret phrases, still as obscure and incomprehensible as before. His eyes remained fixed on JiangYu, the light in them completely different from before. This aura looked incredibly powerful, far beyond what the ice demon wolf soul master could possess. Even JiangYu felt a shiver down his spine. Fortunately, the ice demon wolf soul master did not last long and soon fell to the ground. This aura, could it be? Yin Song began to ponder. Chapter 150, Mysterious Boss. Unexpectedly, the ultimate power of that sword was so strong. A deep shock appeared on Yin Song's face. This power was even more terrifying than that girl's ultimate ice. His eyes emitted a glow. This little boy's talent surpassed everyone he knew. Even the famous Hao Yin on the continent did not possess such talent. Yin Song gradually felt a sense of relief in his heart. Perhaps the future of humanity relied on him. The other four wolves, seeing their leader slain, instantly erupted with overwhelming anger. Although they were ruffians, they understood what loyalty meant. The big wolf was like a brother to them, even sharing women. Remembering how the big wolf had once presented a beautiful woman to invite them to play together, they couldn't help but feel sorrow. A leader as righteous as him was hard to find again. Their strong desire for revenge dispelled their fear. The extreme North Four Wolves unleashed their full combat power, charging towards JiangYu recklessly. Fueled by hatred, their strength rapidly increased, and the power of their soul skills became even more ferocious. The originally sharp blades expanded to over a meter in length, and the edges became even sharper. Second soul skill, Ice Ring Armor. Shui Binger immediately activated her soul skill to support them. She had always been clear about her grievances and gratitude. This person had entered the enemy's encirclement to save them, and she had to protect him. The blue halo flew out from Shui Binger and quickly arrived beside JiangYu. The light surged into his body, gradually forming a layer of hard ice armor that enveloped him completely. This ice was extremely hard. When blades struck it, they only left slight scratches without causing any other damage. and the defense exceeded Jiang Yu's imagination. Shui Yuer and Shui Wu immediately joined the battle, turning the situation on the field into a 4-on-4. The only advantage left for the extreme Norse Four Wolves was their soul power. With everyone being soul masters and fueled by hatred, they did not immediately fall into defeat. The situation entered a stalemate phase. The red titanium wolf soul master was the first to break the deadlock with his twin-wing titanium blades. His arms suddenly extended to form a red iron blade, resembling a sickle and emitting a special aura. His attack was extremely cunning. As JiangYu was defending, he suddenly bent down and charged towards his lower body. Such a treacherous tactic was a first for JiangYu. Previous battles, while dangerous, had opponents who were relatively straightforward, and even when they resorted to dirty tricks, they wouldn't stoop to such underhanded behavior. It was just as well that JiangYu underestimated the malice of human nature. The extreme Norse Five Wolves had been in Wind and Snow City for many years, committing all sorts of evils, showing no mercy from young children to elderly grandmothers. However, they were clever, targeting only soul masters with lower soul power than themselves. Because of this, they managed to survive. If it weren't for encountering JiangYu and the others, they might have continued to roam freely and wreak havoc in the countryside. As the sickle-like blade was about to hit its target, Yin Tsang, who had been silent all along, suddenly made a move. No one had noticed as he unleashed a powerful pressure from his body towards the red titanium wolf soul master's arm, instantly crushing that blade into powder. After doing all this, he returned to a calm state. The red titanium wolf soul master was instantly stunned. Things had been progressing smoothly, and his plan was about to succeed, but unexpectedly, it turned into this situation, and his soul skill was interrupted by someone. It was truly bizarre. Could it be that this young kid in front of him was behind it? Not only was the red titanium wolf soul master shocked, but JiangYu also felt something strange. Everything that had just happened had nothing to do with him. He had sensed that strong aura just now, which definitely could not have come from Shui Binger and her sisters. Thus, there was only one person left who was most suspicious, the tavern owner, Yin Tsang, who had not participated in the battle. Could he be a hidden master? As the saying goes, heroes do not ask about their origins. Many novels depict extraordinary masters living incognito and leading ordinary lives. Not to mention, Tang Hao was living quietly in Holy Soul Village as an ordinary blacksmith and a hopeless drunkard. Perhaps the tavern owner also had his own story. Realizing this, JiangYu stopped dwelling on it. Taking advantage of the red titanium wolf soul master's dazed expression, he raised the Chixiao Sword and thrust it towards the opponent's chest. With just one sword strike, the red titanium wolf soul master fell with a crash, quickly joining his leader. The balance of victory instantly tipped towards JiangYu. After dealing with the red titanium wolf soul master, he turned to help Shui Yuer resist her opponent. The silver wolf soul master's combat experience seemed to be much richer than Shui Yuer's. Moreover, he was a genuine 4-ring soul master. While Shui Yuer only had 2 soul rings, the level gap was simply too large. If she had a soul bone, perhaps she could turn the situation around and avoid being so helpless. Unfortunately, soul bones were extremely precious. Even the Tianshui clan only had one, and only the generations of clan leaders were qualified to absorb it. Not to mention Shui Yuer, even the leaders of the younger generation, like Shui Binger, did not qualify to possess one. Before JiangYu joined the battle, Shui Yuer had already accumulated several blood marks on her fair skin. With JiangYu's assistance, Shui Yuer was finally able to catch her breath. The Silver Wolf Soul Master's expression became serious. Although these 2 kids were just at the rank of Great Soul Masters, they were not simple at all, especially the newly joined little boy. After all, even the leader of the extreme Norse Five Wolves had fallen to him, indicating that his strength was definitely not as simple as it appeared. At this point, neither side had any possibility of retreat. The Silver Wolf Soul Master understood that this was a fight to the death. The battle would only stop when one side was completely defeated. His attacks gradually became frantic, and he fought more desperately. Even with injuries from the Chixiao Sword, he still reached out with his wolf claws toward JiangYu. Although this fighting style was dangerous, it must be said that it was very effective. JiangYu had no interest in playing such a damaging game with a madman. The Silver Wolf Soul Master might temporarily gain the upper hand, but it would not last long. As his wounds increased, he would ultimately meet a tragic fate. Moreover, Shui Yuer occasionally unleashed cold spiral storms to assist JiangYu. Even the tavern owner was secretly helping JiangYu. Whenever the Silver Wolf Soul Master unleashed a fierce offensive, the owner would step in to dissipate the crisis. As time passed, the Silver Wolf Master grew more and more frustrated. Although he still maintained an advantage, the two opponents in front of him had not sustained significant injuries, while his own wounds were increasing. What terrified him even more was that Jiang Yu seemed to have divine protection. Chapter 151. Just a brush. The more the Silver Wolf Soul Master thought about it, the more alarmed he became. That was a god. It had probably been nearly 10,000 years since a new deity had been born in the Douluo Continent. Yet this young boy before him had divine protection. Could he be a descendant of a deity? It was no wonder the Silver Wolf Soul Master was falling into a misunderstanding. Everything about this situation was strange. Every time he struck with deadly intent, an invisible force would dissipate his attacks. Who but a god could possess such terrifying means? As for the tavern owner, the Silver Wolf Soul Master had long since ignored him. Everyone in Wind and Snow City knew he was just an ordinary person. If it were truly his doing, the Silver Wolf Soul Master would willingly eat dirt. Clearly, the confused Silver Wolf Soul Master was now at a crossroads. With divine protection on the other side, no matter how fierce his attacks were, they could not harm JiangYu. If that was the case, it was better to escape. After realizing this, the Silver Wolf Soul Master no longer hesitated. He pretended to attack, but his real goal was the wooden door leading outside behind JiangYu. Wait. After JiangYu raised the Chixiao Sword to block the Silver Wolf claws, he suddenly understood that the Silver Wolf Soul Master was not using his full strength. At such a critical moment, he was actually holding back. This was not in line with his character. Coupled with the Silver Wolf Soul Master's gaze constantly glancing towards the door outside, JiangYu quickly gained insight. It turned out he wanted to run away. JiangYu had no intention of letting the Silver Wolf Soul Master escape. The Extreme North's 5 wolves were not good people. If they got away, others would surely suffer. Such scum might only repent in hell. JiangYu did not intend to educate them. That was the task of the Lord of Hell. His task was to send them to hell. The Silver Wolf Soul Master believed his scheme had succeeded, and a faint smile unconsciously appeared on his lips. Little did he know, all his actions were observed by JiangYu. Since he was so eager to escape, JiangYu deliberately left a flaw. Rather than driving a dog into a corner, it was better to beat a drowning dog. The Silver Wolf Spirit Master certainly would not miss such a great opportunity. With a quick movement, he broke through the encirclement from the right side, just as the Silver Wolf Spirit Master was joyfully approaching the wooden door. A whoosh sounded from behind. Before the Silver Wolf Spirit Master could realize what was happening, a luxurious fire-red, long sword flew out from his abdomen, directly piercing the wooden door that was just a foot away. Upon closer inspection, the sword was stained with bright red blood, splattered on the door like dots of cold plum blossoms. As a result, JiangYu had already taken down 3 of the 5 Extreme North wolves, leaving the remaining 2 in a state of panic. The Nether Wolf Spirit Master and the Grey Rock Wolf Spirit Master were the weakest among the 5, and even their leader, a Soul King with the Ice Magic Wolf Martial Soul, had been slain. Not to mention them. The 2 exchanged glances and made a decision. Wait a minute. What kind of hero is it to bully the weak with numbers? The first to speak was the Nether Wolf Spirit Master, wearing a righteous expression that made one think he was a great hero of justice. Bah, shameless. Shui Wearer immediately scolded. How dare you say such things? Wasn't it you who bullied us with your numbers at the beginning? Oh, now that you're not skilled enough, you blame us. What kind of reasoning is that? It's fine for me to bully you. Anyway, we're not heroes. Shui Wearer wasn't fooled by the enemy's tactics. Provocation wouldn't work on her. The Nether Wolf Spirit Master didn't expect Shui Wearer to be so straightforward and shameless. He immediately felt the urge to follow her example. He even had the impulse to become her disciple. But he also knew that this was not the time for personal idolization. The priority was to escape. Thud! The Nether Wolf Spirit Master suddenly collapsed, kneeling on the ground. Please, heroes, spare our lives. Just treat us like a fart and let us go. The Nether Wolf Spirit Master completely lost his previous ferocity, pleading with snot and tears. His change of demeanor was too fast. Just moments ago, he was full of righteous fervor. Now he was so timid he didn't dare to breathe, acting like a small person. Shameless. Shui Bing, standing in the back, looked at him with disdain. Such a person was simply a disgrace to the Spirit Master community. Such a petty person. What use is there in keeping him alive? However, after thinking it over, Shui Binger still couldn't bring herself to kill him. Although she had killed some spirit beasts, those were after all animals, and these were living people. Even if they had committed many evils, they were still of the same race, which was different from killing chickens or ducks. Shui Binger admitted that her heart was not ruthless enough. This was her only weakness. She remembered her father had once said, to become an excellent spirit master, one must first learn to kill. One must never show mercy to enemies. They must be eliminated with thunderous methods. One must understand that wildfires cannot be extinguished, and spring winds can bring them back. One must leave no trace of future troubles. This is the world of spirit masters, extremely cruel, and a wrong step could lead to a bottomless abyss, falling into a place of no return. Shui Binger remembered her father's teachings very well. Every word and every sentence were clear in her mind, but knowing is one thing, and doing is another. Her state of mind had not yet reached perfection. Jiang Yu greatly despised the Netherwolf spirit master's shameless behavior. A real man would rather stand and die than kneel and live. The person before him had completely lost the face of all men on the continent. Such a despicable person was truly shameful. This little chapter is not over yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Jiang Yu was too lazy to pay attention to this clown before him and raised his hand to throw a sword at the Netherwolf spirit master's chest. After piercing him, Jiang Yu didn't forget the Grey Rock Wolf spirit master, continuing to control the Chixiao Sword to stab forward, resolving both of them as if they were skewer kebabs. Watching Jiang Yu's ruthless methods, a sense of unusualness flashed in Shui Binger's heart. The other party was a few years younger than her, yet his state of mind was extremely mature. He definitely possessed the excellent qualities necessary for an outstanding spirit master, and his future prospects would surely be limitless. Little brother, you are so powerful. Shui Wearer was direct and not shy at all, immediately rubbing against Jiang Yu's arm. With a beaming smile, she said, I've never met such a capable man like you. Let's have a match sometime and see who is more powerful. Shui Wearer then threw a flirtatious glance at Jiang Yu. Wearer. Shui Binger couldn't help but scold, although her younger sister was older than her. Her psychological age was quite immature. Every time she saw a handsome guy, she couldn't help but be captivated, completely lacking the excellent demeanor of a noble young lady. All right. Jiang Yu wasn't pretentious. Since the girl was so proactive, why refuse? It would be good to spar a bit. They were all young people. There was no generation gap in playing together. After agreeing to Shui Yuer's request, Jiang Yu headed straight to the bar. Thank you, manager, for your help. Jiang Yu's eyes were fixed on Yin Song, feeling quite grateful for the secret assistance from this stranger. Chapter 152. The hotel incident. Yin Song was taken aback by these words, but quickly smiled again. They were all smart people, and there was no need for unnecessary probing, so he didn't deny it. Sorry to trouble you, manager. Jiang Yu spoke with a hint of embarrassment. After all, that pile of corpses on the ground was his handiwork. You know what's the trouble, huh? Yin Song pouted. He would have to clean up later. It had been over 10 years since he had dealt with cleaning up corpses. The last time was... Sigh. Thinking of the past made Yin Song feel a wave of emotion, and his gaze turned dim. It seemed the manager also had a story. Jiang Yu observed everything. Although he was curious why such an extraordinary expert would hide in a small tavern in Snowstorm City as a brewer, he wondered if he had also fallen in love with a spirit beast. How could there be so many people with beastly love? Jiang Yu couldn't help but scoff at himself. In the spirit master community, human spirit masters being with spirit beasts was a huge taboo. Thousands of years ago, the most debauched and immoral emperor of the Douluo Empire, the Star Serpent Emperor, violated the taboo and forcibly partnered with a 100,000-year transformed spirit beast, the Heart Moon Fox, even giving birth to a demon seed that nearly destroyed the entire continent. In the end, the founder of the Spirit Hall risked his life to defeat that demon seed, ending his decades-long reign of terror, sealing him in the God Burial Land. Only then did peace return to the continent. Unfortunately, after the disaster of the demon seed, the originally unified Douluo Empire also began to split, becoming the Tiando Empire and the Xingluo Empire, along with countless kingdoms and principalities. Even to this day, unification has not been achieved. After that lesson, the founder of the Spirit Hall established the rule that humans must not fall in love with spirit beasts when founding the Spirit Hall. Those who violate this rule shall be punished by the world, with the strict rules set by the Spirit Hall. The trend of beast spirits on the continent was finally suppressed, although there were still some people who, relying on their genius, deliberately tried to stand out and associate with soul beasts. They still paid a heavy price under the powerful iron fist of the Spirit Hall. In this process, the Spirit Hall inevitably made some mistakes, which also aroused the rebellious hearts of certain individuals. Even more so, a large number of tragic love stories about the union of humans and soul beasts were fabricated, such as between humans and snakes, humans and foxes, and even humans with fish and flowers. These love stories inspired humanity's yearning for another kind of love, spreading widely across the continent. Even though the Spirit Hall had previously issued strict orders to destroy all related books, they were still unable to stop it completely. Eventually, they had to compromise and allow people to read them. However, despite being allowed to read, anyone who dared to take actual action and engage in a forbidden relationship with soul beasts would face the most severe punishment from the Spirit Hall. So even if the renowned Hao Qian'o committed the taboo of uniting with a soul beast, the Spirit Hall would have to take thunderous measures to apprehend him. Unfortunately, Qian Xuanji developed a covetous heart for that 100,000-year-old blue-silver emperor midway, forcing Tang how to unleash his power and kill him. Of course, JiangYu was aware of the inside story. Qian Xuanji was only severely injured at that time. In reality, it was Bibi Dong who killed him. JiangYu had no sympathy for such scum who even violated his disciples. And if he were present, he would have cheered for Bibi Dong, becoming her staunch supporter. Since the incident with the Hao Yan Dao, there had been no more cases of soul masters uniting with soul beasts on the continent. Who would dare to take such a risk when even the Hao Yan sect couldn't protect him? It's not as if soul beasts are adorned with diamonds. Therefore, JiangYu did not believe that the tavern owner would have anything to do with soul beasts. It was likely that something else had occurred. Perhaps it was related to women or men, but since the owner did not speak, he would not presumptuously ask, "Boss, can I have another drink?" JiangYu smiled at Yin Tsang. Of course, Yin Tsang nodded, but this time he did not serve JiangYu the Yangmei wine. Instead, he offered him wheat beer. "Try this, brewed from pure wheat germ. It's the best for drinking after a battle." JiangYu didn't mind, raising his glass and downing it. Fortunately, the beer was warm and not too strong, making it very smooth to drink. After finishing, the wind and snow outside gradually diminished, and JiangYu inquired with the owner if there were any nearby hotels. Before he could respond, Shui Yuer excitedly began to introduce the hotel they were staying at, praising it extravagantly. JiangYu didn't care about the other details. The hotel was not too far from the liquor house, so he decided to accompany Shui Yuer and her three sisters for mutual support. After all, they were more familiar with Wind and Snow City, unlike JiangYu, who was visiting for the first time. In terms of experience, Shui Yuer and her friends were richer. "Boss, I'll come back to drink again when I have time." Before leaving the liquor house, JiangYu joked with the owner, nearly causing Yin Song to lose his balance. "No, no, no." Yin Song repeatedly waved his hands in protest. "If you like my wine, I'll personally deliver it to you." Ha ha ha. Seeing Yin Song's troubled expression, JiangYu couldn't help but laugh. This boss was quite amusing. JiangYu then followed Shui Yuer out of the liquor house. The outside world was still shrouded in darkness, but Shui Wu seemed to be well prepared. Her hand reached toward the towering peaks, touching a small round hanging down. This little pink dot was tied with a chain, looking somewhat like a necklace. But as soon as Shui Wu's hand touched the small dot, a burst of yellow light radiated out. It was clear that this was a spatial soul guide. After the light flashed, a milky white orb appeared in Shui Wu's hand, emitting a bright warm light. The orb was not a rare item. It was just a warm light orb used for illumination, with no other function. With the warm light orb, everyone's speed increased, and Shui Wu and her friends no longer proceeded cautiously. After about 10 minutes, they arrived at the hotel. It was more like a slightly larger wooden house than a hotel, and looking ahead, there were probably dozens of wooden houses, with a small blue house in the front that was not very large. The color was also different from the other wooden houses. Shui Yuer led everyone into the blue house, and as soon as they stepped into the room, they heard intense shouting. After piecing together the surrounding people's words, JiangYu finally understood what was happening. It turned out that for some unknown reason, the blizzard in the extreme north had suddenly arrived ahead of time, causing most adventurers outside to return to Wind and Snow City. As a result, the hotels in the city naturally became scarce, all fully booked. Looks like there are no rooms left. JiangYu couldn't help but sigh. "No worries, you can sleep with me." Shui Yuer patted JiangYu's shoulder, her large Castellan eyes shining brightly. "Anyway, we booked a suite in this hotel for a year, so we don't have to compete with others." Since Shui Yuer had extended the invitation, JiangYu had no reason to refuse. After all, it was late, and it would be impossible to find another hotel. Moreover, other hotels might not have any vacancies either. After some consideration, JiangYu agreed. Upon hearing her sister's words, Shui Bing's expression instantly changed. A girl actually sleeping with a man while unmarried. It was simply embarrassing. However, in an urgent situation, she couldn't say anything. After all, JiangYu had helped them. Shui Bing didn't have the heart to let him sleep on the street. In Shui Yuer's wooden house, it was already deep into the night. The room was still brightly lit, and occasionally, Shui Yuer's voice could be heard. Don't stop. Chapter 153. Communication inside the wooden house. In the small space, there were only Jiang Yu and Yu. The two, who should have been sleeping, were instead engaged in a fierce struggle. They had maintained the same position for half an hour. Are we done yet? Yu was sweating profusely with anxiety. Not yet, it's too deep. Jiang Yu thought he had used all his strength. But unfortunately, the entrance was just too deep, almost like an abyss. No matter how hard he tried, that pillar still couldn't be pulled out. I beg you to speed up. Yu looked at Jiang Yu with a pitiful expression. She was really too tired and just wanted to sleep. But unless Jiang Yu pulled that pillar out, she couldn't possibly sleep, so she could only wait anxiously. I don't believe it. Jiang Yu rolled up his sleeves and once again reached into the entrance. He didn't believe the cave could be deeper than the ice caves of the extreme north. Hard work pays off. Jiang Yu's efforts finally bore fruit, and the pillar began to show slight movement. Jiang Yu's arms exerted force continuously, slowly pulling the pillar out of the cave, during which water droplets sprayed out. Jiang Yu's hands were already soaked with water. As the cylinder was gradually pulled out, Yu excitedly exclaimed that the annoying piece of wood was finally coming out. Don't stop. Keep going. Yu knew she couldn't help much, but cheering for him was something she could do. Half a minute later, with a shake, Jiang Yu finally pulled the cylinder out. Leaning forward to take a look, he found that the hole in the ground was indeed quite deep, and he could faintly hear the sound of dripping water. It seemed like blocking it up would be a big problem. Jiang Yu was too lazy to care and had Yu step aside before moving the wooden bed to a different position. Fortunately, the wooden cylinder that had fallen into the hole was pulled out, and with Jiang Yu's strength, he was able to move the heavy bed to another spot. He wasn't sure if it was because it hadn't been used for too long, but the bed actually collapsed. He had to complain to the boss tomorrow. Yu pouted and complained. Originally, she and Jiang Yu were lying comfortably on the bed, but unexpectedly, one of the large supporting cylinders had sunk into the deep pit, causing the wooden bed to tilt significantly. This made it impossible for them to sleep on the bed. Now that the bed was no longer a problem, Yu jumped onto it and sat on the bedding. Sister, can you be a bit lighter? Jiang Yu quickly reminded her. It was you shaking on it that caused the bed to collapse while we were sleeping. Yu's little face turned red. She didn't think her movements were that big. She only blamed the bed for being unable to withstand it. If it were a proper bed, how could it collapse just from a little shaking? It must be that the wooden bed used by the hotel was of poor quality. Yu instinctively shifted the blame to the bed. Oh, it's all because this bed is unstable. How can you blame me? She said. Forget it. Let's not talk about this. Yu suddenly felt a bit guilty, trying to act calm, then wave her hand at Jiang Yu. It's getting late. Let's hurry up and go to bed. All right. Since Yu said so, Jiang Yu didn't want to dwell on whether it was a human problem or a bed problem. He flipped over and got onto bed. Jiang Yu didn't mind much. After all, he had been sleeping with Ulaina since he was young, so he was used to it. Instead, Yu was a bit excited. This was her first time sleeping on the same bed as a boy, especially since Jiang Yu was so handsome. Just thinking about it made her a little thrilled. Jiang Yu ignored Yu's thoughts and soon fell asleep. Seeing this, Yu felt a bit disappointed. However, thinking about Jiang Yu's age, she felt relieved. It wouldn't be too late to talk about it when she was older. Time passed quickly, and a month went by in the blink of an eye. During this time, Jiang Yu got to know Binger and the others better. It turned out that the reason they had traveled thousands of miles to the extreme north was to complete their sex training. In preparation for the Senior Soul Master Academy competition for the entire continent in a few years, they needed to make sufficient preparations to lead the Tian Shui Academy, which belonged to their sect, to win the championship. The extreme north was indeed the best place for honing their skills, especially for Binger, her martial spirit. The Ice Phoenix could only undergo transformation in such a snowy and icy world. And indeed, this was the case. Binger had only been in the extreme north for a little over a year, but her soul power had increased by a full 5 levels, and she even broke through the threshold of Soul Sovereign, gaining some impressive soul skills. Her understanding and application of soul skills had also greatly improved, even more so than when she was in the sect. One day, a rare bright sun rose in the sky. Estimating that the blizzards in the extreme north had likely stopped, the adventurers set off once again. After all, staying in Blizzard City yielded no income, and they still had to pay for hotel costs. So the adventurers didn't want to delay any longer. Jiang Yu and his group also chose this time to head to the extreme north. After preparing the necessary food, they walked out of the hotel and headed straight north. Once they exited Blizzard City, it didn't take long for them to reach the area of the extreme north. Not far ahead stood a warning sign with precautions written on it. At the top, it boldly stated Extreme North. This was just a reminder for the adventurers. After crossing the warning sign, they would truly enter the Extreme North and needed to stay vigilant against soul beast attacks. Master, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. After walking for more than 10 minutes, Jiang Yu realized that the Extreme North was somewhat different from what he had imagined. There were no soul beasts along the way, only a snowy landscape. The snow here was very deep, and even its color was whiter than the snow in other places. This was just the outer edge where soul beasts rarely appeared. They would need to venture 100 miles deeper to encounter soul beasts. Shui Yuer explained beside him. She had also been training here for some time, so she had some understanding of the situation in the Extreme North. Jiang Yu nodded, but remained cautious, keeping his mind alert. As they continued deeper, the number of adventurers around them gradually increased. This group had entered the Extreme North at dawn, and adventurers like them were quite competitive. If they were a step slower, it was very likely that good things would be taken by others, leaving only a pile of low-priced items. This was something the adventurers did not want to see. Although the Extreme North was a well-known gathering place for soul beasts on the continent, filled with various dangers, it was also rich in resources, and many items were not found in other places on the continent. It was precisely this scarcity that made the items here extremely valuable. Driven by enormous profits, countless adventurers flocked here in search of treasure. Even with dangers, they were unafraid. After a while, everyone noticed that soul beasts occasionally appeared by the roadside. But most of them seemed to be just 10-year soul beasts, mainly ordinary penguins and water fish. Although these soul beasts posed little threat, everyone realized they were close to the core area of the outskirts, and if they continued, they might encounter even stronger soul beasts. Everyone began to be alert. Look at that penguin up ahead. It's so cute and chubby and a bit silly, Shui Yuer exclaimed as she watched a group of passing penguins. Particularly one plump penguin that caught her attention, making her want to rush over and hug it. Sister, do you think we should take it back to the sect as a pet? Shui Yuer suggested boldly and somewhat naively, not realizing that the penguins in the Extreme North could only survive in cold places, making it difficult to keep them alive elsewhere. So Shui Binger did not agree. Chapter 154. The wonderful use of the sword after being rejected by Shui Binger. Shui Yuer could only helplessly pout and plead with her to let her bring the penguin back to the sect. Unfortunately, Shui Binger was not swayed. She coldly pulled Shui Yuer along and continued walking. Although Shui Binger was the youngest among the three sisters, she was undoubtedly the authority figure. Without her permission, Shui Yuer's wish would definitely come to nothing. She also knew the personality of her half-sister in front of her. Once she made a decision, it was impossible to change it. An hour later, Shui Yuer completely gave up on the idea of raising a penguin, and without realizing it, they were already approaching the core area of the outskirts, with many soul beasts around. Even century-old soul beasts were quite numerous, and one could even catch a glimpse of thousand-year soul beasts. Fortunately, the temperament of these soul beasts was generally mild. As long as humans did not take the initiative to attack, they would not act rashly. So cold, Shui Wu kept rubbing her small hands, exhaling a puff of breath. As an auxiliary soul master, her physique was obviously not as good as her other companions, and she was shivering. Can I hug your sword? The temperature in this extreme northern land was simply too low, and Shui Wu could hardly bear it, so she hurriedly moved closer to Jiang Yu. With her red lips slightly parted, she said, "Sister, I urgently need the warmth of your big sword to warm myself up." Seeing that Shui Wu's delicate body was slightly reddened from the cold, Jiang Yu did not refuse her request. Helping others is the source of happiness. Moreover, Shui Wu's request was not excessive. Jiang Yu immediately summoned the Chixiao Sword and casually handed the fiery red long sword to Shui Wu. "Thank you." Shui Wu excitedly took the Chixiao Sword and quickly hugged it to her chest. But unexpectedly, the sword was a bit too hot, and it accidentally burned her chest. His Shui Wu couldn't help but let out a soft moan. She quickly moved the Chixiao Sword away from her chest. After learning her lesson, Shui Wu switched to holding the sword with one hand, keeping some distance from her body, which was much more comfortable. In fact, Shui Wu should consider herself fortunate. Luckily, this was in the extreme northern land. Otherwise, her chest would have been burned, leaving an imperfect mark. If that were the case, it wouldn't be pretty. With the warmth from the Chixiao Sword, Shui Wu's complexion gradually regained some spirit, no longer looking like she was frostbitten, but rather in a state of rosy whiteness. Soon, they arrived in front of a snow-capped mountain. This was the true core area of the outskirts. and it was said that there was even a 10,000-year snow woman lurking inside the mountain. To be precise, it should be a snow demoness. Although this type of soul beast had some resemblance to the ice fairy, they were entirely different soul beasts. If the ice fairy's appearance could be called a fairy in the snow, then the snow demoness was a fierce woman in the snow. It was rumored that she particularly liked to seduce male soul masters and then take them back to drain all their energy. Over time, the snow demoness had become a demon soul beast in the mouths of human male soul masters. For this rumor, Shui Bing'er and the others were obviously aware, but they were not afraid. After all, the snow demoness was only interested in males, and it was Jiang Yu who should be worried. Why don't you wait at the foot of the mountain? Shui Bing'er was somewhat concerned that Jiang Yu would be enchanted by the snow demoness, so she kindly reminded him. No need. Jiang Yu shook his head, rejecting Shui Bing'er's kind intentions. He had been trained to resist beauty since he was young. He had seen all kinds of beauties and would not fall for a mere snow demoness. Moreover, the wise man who taught him how to deal with beauty traps once said, as long as you have courage, the demoness will take a break. In general, it means that there is no need to be afraid of beauty traps. Instead, one should not resist. Generally speaking, such women are often lacking in love. And only if you can give her enough love, conquering her both physically and mentally, will she be willing to be on your side and do anything for you. That wise man called it the anti-beauty trap. Snow demoness? Oof. If she doesn't come, then fine, but if she dares to come, Jiang Yu is confident he can make her doubt her own life, or rather, her beastly existence. Without saying another word, Jiang Yu headed up the mountain, filled with the spirited intention of knowing there were tigers in the mountain, but still daring to walk into the tiger's den. Seeing that he was so determined, Shui Bing'er could only give up and hurriedly followed him. At worst, she would just look after him. It must be said that although Shui Bing'er appeared somewhat cold and rarely spoke, she was indeed a girl who was beautiful and kind-hearted, a rare find. The snowy mountain had an elevation of over 1,000 meters, and coupled with being covered in ice and snow all year round, even the air was filled with chill. Moreover, the soul beasts on the mountain were evidently more irritable. Jiang Yu and his group had not climbed for long before encountering an attack from Soul Beast. It was a giant snow eagle, its feathers white, and its beak a bright yellow. The snow-white eagle claws looked very sharp. It had 3 thin feathers growing on its forehead, which were not mere decorations. They represented that its cultivation had surpassed the 3,000-year boundary and gained a leap in strength. The strength of this snow eagle should not be underestimated. The rapidly descending snow eagle swooped down from the sky, its sharp claws glinting menacingly. Right from the start, the snow eagle used its innate soul skill, Claw of the Blade, a terrifying move that could shatter even metal and stone, clearly not wanting to give humans any chance. Sword Jiang Yu immediately became excited and shouted, and the Chixiao Sword flew out of Shui Wu's hands. Jiang Yu gripped the long sword tightly and slashed toward the snow eagle in midair, the brilliant golden flames suddenly erupting, showcasing their majesty in this icy world. At this moment, Jiang Yu looked like a deity burning with divine fire, exuding divine might toward the ferocious beast in the sky. Although the snow eagle had the intelligence of a near-human child, it did not know that some people should not be provoked, and it was evident that it had chosen the wrong opponent this time. The claws that could pierce gold and split stone were instantly severed by Jiang Yu's Chixiao Sword, and they were also burned into roasted eagle claws by the blazing flames on the sword. Seeing this scene, Shui Bing'er finally breathed a sigh of relief. Recalling the ice phoenix she had just summoned back into her body. To be honest, she was not afraid of the 3,000-year snow eagle soul beast. The phoenix was the king of birds. How could a mere snow eagle compare to the ice phoenix? It could be said that Shui Bing'er had a firm bloodline suppression over it. The battle quickly came to an end. The originally ferocious snow eagle was now roasted tender and fragrant by the imperial fire contained in the Chixiao Sword. After walking for so long on the mountain road, everyone was hungry. Although the meat of the snow eagle was average, it did not have any unpleasant taste, so it was fine to fill their stomachs. Soon, the giant snow eagle was reduced to nothing but bones, buried in the heavy snow. As for the purple soul ring that flew out from its body, it would disappear in no time. Even if others saw it, they would not be able to absorb it, as it was killed by Jiang Yu. After defeating the snow eagle, the group continued to encounter attacks from soul beasts one after another, but fortunately, their strengths were generally not high, and even Shui Yuer could easily handle them. They continued to climb to the middle of the snow mountain before Jiang Yu and the others finally encountered a powerful soul beast. Roar. Chapter 155. Ice Phoenix not far ahead. A fierce evil wolf was slowly approaching Jiang Yu and the others. The evil wolf was entirely snow white, with fur as smooth and clean as the white snow on the ground, without a speck of dirt. Its light blue eyes emitted a chilling glow, and its sharp teeth at the corners of its mouth were fearsome. Unlike other wolf-type soul beasts, its ears were noticeably smaller, somewhat resembling those of a fox. Its facial features look very scary when viewed individually, but when combined, they appear somewhat silly and cute. It looks a bit foolish, just like a husky. JiangYu couldn't help but comment. The evil wolf ahead looks very much like a dog. Huskies are often hard to distinguish from wolves, otherwise they wouldn't be used as stand-ins for wolves in movies and TV shows. Even though the evil wolf in front is desperately trying to make a fierce expression, JiangYu still feels like laughing. Snow wolf dog, Shui exclaimed, her gaze sparkling. This old beast is commonly found in the far north. Despite its somewhat frightening appearance, its actual strength isn't very high. Some powerful soul masters even keep them as pets. No, look at the patterns on its back. Shui Binger's expression tightened. The 5 patterns prove that its cultivation has already broken through to 5,000 years, completely evolving into a snow wolf king. Although the snow wolf dog has low attack power, once it evolves into a snow wolf king, its strength can increase significantly. Both its attack capabilities and intelligence are far superior to before. Only one snow wolf king might appear among 1,000 snow wolf dogs, definitely not to be underestimated. However, Shui Binger found it strange that wolves, being social animals, usually appear in packs and rarely act alone. This snow wolf king seems to have encountered something unusual, appearing alone in this snowy mountain. The snow wolf king is clearly intelligent. It doesn't immediately attack Jiang and the others, but instead keeps watching them, waiting for the humans to show a flaw. Why isn't it attacking? Shui wondered. Usually, soul beasts pounce on human soul masters as soon as they see them. It's waiting for you to let your guard down. Jiang Yu prepared to tease Shui, saying that once she relaxed, it would immediately leap over, bite her flesh, and drink her blood. Don't come over. Shui indeed became frightened, quickly retreating several meters and hiding behind Shui Binger, too scared to come out. Even now, you still have the mood to scare her. Shui Binger pouted, commenting that he was really too unserious. After a month of getting along, Shui Binger had gained a deep understanding of Jiang Yu and admired his talent, though he could sometimes be a bit inappropriate. Should I go or you? She said proudly, realizing that the Snow Wolf King was not easy to deal with, and that Shui Wu and Shui were still somewhat inexperienced and definitely not its match. Only she and Jiang Yu had the strength to handle it. Go ahead. Jiang Yu had just killed a soul beast, so he didn't intend to take the spotlight again and let Shui Binger have this opportunity to shine. TCH, Jiang Yu was obviously trying to slack off. Although he had just gone through a battle, it didn't affect him much, and his strength was still likely above 90. A Snow Wolf King was nothing to him. Seeing Jiang Yu's reluctance, Shui Binger had no choice but to step forward and prepare to have a serious fight with the Snow Wolf King. It was time to showcase her true strength. A dense blue light suddenly erupted from Shui Binger, and a dazzling blue halo with some colorful mist appeared behind her. Gradually, the shadow of the mist became real, revealing a gigantic water blue ice phoenix that looked extraordinarily magnificent. A powerful aura emanated from the phoenix. This was the might brought by a top-tier martial soul. Under this aura, the Snow Wolf King's legs couldn't help but tremble. Its quality was far inferior to the phoenix, and this bloodline suppression couldn't be dismissed by mere strength. This fear originated from the depths of its soul, and only by breaking through the 10,000-year limit could it completely shake it off. Though there are talent gaps among 10,000-year soul beasts at that level, the quality of the races is not as significant as humans imagine, and can be considered minimal. For example, if a 10,000-year soft-bone rabbit like Xiao Wu fought a 10,000-year Snow Wolf King, the bloodline suppression would not have much effect. It cannot simply adhere to the natural law of wolves eating rabbits. However, for soul beasts that haven't broken through the 10,000-year limit, bloodline suppression is still quite effective. Freeze! A cold wind suddenly appeared in the air. Shui Binger danced in the wind, stepping on the white snow, and her yellow soul ring burst forth with brilliant light, unleashing extreme ice power from her body. The level of the Ice Phoenix was much stronger than Ma Hongjuan's evil Fire Phoenix. After all, although his mixed-breed chicken successfully mutated into a phoenix, it had significant flaws compared to the naturally Ice Phoenix. Once the extreme ice power was unleashed, the Snow Wolf King shrank back in fear. In this icy world, Shui Binger's strength could undoubtedly be fully unleashed. With the quality of her top-tier ice martial soul, she could navigate the extreme north with ease, facing little danger unless she encountered some powerful 10,000-year-soul beasts. Seeing the situation turn against it, the Snow Wolf King quickly released a wave of cold air from its mouth, which was its innate soul skill, extreme ice-freezing air. Master, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Of course, it was still far from the true ultimate ice and snow power, so the Snow Wolf King did not expect to defeat Shui Binger. Its real goal was to buy some time, hoping to entangle the powerful girl ahead. Then, it would have more chances to escape this dangerous place. Unfortunately, the Snow Wolf King did not get its wish. That icy air could not withstand the powerful effect brought by the freezing, but instead amplified its might. Soon, the extreme cold energy swept toward the Snow Wolf King, instantly encasing it in ice. In fact, with Shui Binger's current strength, dealing with the Snow Wolf King wasn't that easy. It was just that the extreme north provided her with a unique environmental advantage. And the Snow Wolf King itself was an ice-type soul beast. It could be said that in front of Shui Binger, the Snow Wolf King was completely passive and at a very disadvantageous position. Thus, Shui Binger was able to defeat the Snow Wolf King so easily. If the environment were different, she might not have won so effortlessly. Looking at the now frozen Snow Wolf King, Shui Binger finally let out a sigh of relief, and the sweat in her palms stopped secreting. The battle was smoother than she had imagined. Being able to defeat a 5,000-year Snow Wolf King made her feel a bit pleased, greatly boosting her confidence. A broad smile appeared on Shui Binger's face, and an excited aura overflowed. Soon, she glanced at Jiang Yu, her eyes filled with strong pride, as if showing off her strength. Jiang Yu didn't mind Shui Binger's little girl mentality. After all, defeating the Snow Wolf King was quite an achievement. Happy holidays to everyone. Chapter 153, Ice Magic Wolf. Compared to Jiang Yu's calm demeanor, Shui Yu and Shui Wu looked excited and couldn't help but praise Shui Binger's strength. No wonder she is the light of Tianshui. Even a 5,000-year Snow Wolf King is no match for her. Under Shui Binger's leadership, Tianshui sect will definitely thrive and become one of the top 3 sects, achieving the goals that past sages could not, letting the name of Tianshui resound across the continent. Watching Jiang Yu's calm demeanor, Shui Binger felt her mood settling as well. He really was a clueless fool. She secretly muttered that it was boring. Jiang Yu was truly a straight man. After a brief excitement, everyone continued on their way, and after the already frozen Snow Wolf King. Shui Binger wanted its soul ring, but she was still far from the Soul Clan's realm and couldn't absorb it at all. So, she let the Snow Wolf King fend for itself. Before long, Jiang Yu and his group arrived at a mountain gorge, and surprisingly, there was a pool of water here. Dense heat rose from the pool, making it look like a hot spring. Seeing this scene, Jiang Yu couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of nature. In this icy world of the extreme north, there was actually a hot spring, which was truly incredible. Look, the water is steaming. Shui Yu exclaimed excitedly. She was just thirsty, and upon seeing the water source ahead, she ran towards it and reached the pool in the blink of an eye. Scooping up the water to drink without a second thought, completely unconcerned about any abnormalities in the water. It's so good. After taking a sip, Shui Yu couldn't help but wave her hand back. It's sweet and warm. Everyone come try it. This girl, Shui Binger, couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. She had no caution at all. How could she possibly become a qualified soul master like this? It seemed her educational task was still a long way off. Speaking of which, the personalities of the 2 sisters, Shui Binger and Shui Yu, were 2 extremes. Though Shui Binger was slightly younger in age, her personality was more mature. In contrast, Shui Yu was somewhat boisterous, her character resembling that of a little girl who had just awakened her martial soul. If she didn't change this personality, how could she ever establish herself in the soul master world? Sooner or later, she would suffer a great loss. Just as Shui Binger was about to speak, a shadow suddenly darted out, rushing towards Shui Yu. It was a blue wolf-shaped soul beast with black stripes, looking very sinister. Ice Demon Wolf. Shui Binger quickly recognized the soul beast ahead. That extreme, northern large wolf possessed this kind of martial soul. Another wolf. Jiang Yu couldn't help but complain. Couldn't they have something new? Ever since they arrived at this snow mountain, they had frequently been attacked by wild wolves, and even he was starting to feel a bit annoyed. What Jiang Yu didn't know was that this snow mountain also had a name, the Wolf Show Mountain, which was home to various species of wolves, making it a sacred mountain for the wolf clan, hence the abundance of wolves. The Ice Demon Wolf was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it was in front of Shui Yu, scaring her to the point of losing her color. Just as that sharp wolf claw was about to pounce on her soft chest, Jiang Yu moved. The Chixiao Sword instantly appeared in his hand. The fiery red long sword flying through the air, intercepting the wolf claw in a flash. A brilliant golden flame erupted suddenly. The ice demon wolf quickly retracted its claw and retreated several meters, but from the murderous intent in its eyes, it clearly didn't intend to back down easily. A chilling aura erupted from its body, and it stomped heavily on the ground. The ice surface within several meters began to shake, and the ice blocks gradually cracked. Under the ice demon wolf's control, those sharp ice blocks shot toward Yu like projectiles. If hit by these ice spears, it would definitely be painful. This ice demon wolf was smarter than the previous snow wolf king, even utilizing the terrain to its advantage. First soul skill, Chixiao Sword formation. How could Jiang Yu allow the ice demon wolf to have its way? His first soul ring lit up instantly, and dozens of sword shadows erupted from the sword body, shooting towards the ice spears at high speed. Those sharp ice spears were quickly melted by the scorching flames from the sword shadows, turning into puddles of water on the ground. Seeing this scene, a hint of wariness flashed in the ice demon wolf's eyes. The strength of the young boy far exceeded its expectations. Both the effect of the soul skill and his control over it were not something an ordinary soul master could compare to. The ice demon wolf had encountered many so-called genius young soul masters, but none had escaped its sharp claws, ultimately being covered by the snow and ice of the mountain. A monster like Jiang Yu was a first for the ice demon wolf, but did not feel intimidated. It had its pride. The stronger the human, the more it enjoyed the thrill of defeating and tearing them apart. A woody ice demon wolf let out a low growl, then leaped onto a solid piece of ice, its massive body seemingly unaffected by gravity. A wave of icy coldness erupted from its body, gradually forming hundreds of ice blue blades around it, each imbued with a chilling aura, causing droplets of water to fall from the air. The ice blades shot towards everyone, indiscriminately attacking all. The ice demon wolf was clearly serious, even using its strongest soul skill, Ice Blade. Ice Ring Armor. Seeing the densely packed ice blades in the air, Shui Binger quickly released her second soul skill. Soon, a thick layer of ice armor appeared on Jiang Yu and the others. Although Shui Wu wanted to help, at this moment, her soul skills were of no use. Even though she was the only support soul master present, she had become the most useless person, only able to watch anxiously. Shui Yu finally came to her senses and hurriedly released her martial soul, using her soul skill to counter. Seeing that she was temporarily safe, Jiang Yu quickly recalled the Chixiao Sword, holding in his hand and swinging it. A powerful sword energy erupted from the Chixiao Sword, shooting towards the ice blades in the air. The Chixiao Sword was the king of swords. How could it tolerate being provoked by the blades emitted by the ice demon wolf? Even though those blades were condensed from ice, they were merely tangible, yet insubstantial. But with the pride of the Chixiao Sword, it would not allow those ice blades to run rampant here. The sword energy emitted by the Chixiao Sword was stronger than ever, as if it were trying to prove its kingly power. As the ice blades shot toward them, the ice demon wolf was not idle either. Its massive body quickly approached Jiang Yu. According to human logic, when capturing a thief, one must capture the king first. Jiang Yu is undoubtedly the greatest threat. Once it dealt with this greatest danger, the other girls would merely be easy prey. It believed they couldn't turn the tide. The ice demon wolf's idea was quite good, but the premise was that it could truly handle Jiang Yu. Otherwise, it was all just empty talk. Chapter 157. Evil God under Jiang Yu's impenetrable sword dance. The ice blades in the air were all thwarted. Facing the sudden attack of the ice demon wolf, Jiang Yu remained calm. Each wolf claw attack was cleverly deflected by the Chixiao Sword. Although Jiang Yu was still young, his combat experience was extremely rich. During his time at the seven-treasure Glazed Tile School, the sword law had practiced with him many times, and coupled with his journey in Liangshan Kingdom, he had witnessed real battlefield combat. So even when facing a cunning soul beast like the ice demon wolf, Jiang Yu could remain composed. The ice magic wolf, seeing that the human before it had no weaknesses, immediately became anxious. The beast's instincts gradually began to take over, and the frequency of its attacks became even more frenzied. Although this caused considerable trouble for Jiang Yu, it also exposed many flaws in the wolf, creating opportunities for him. Taking advantage of the ice magic wolf's momentary inattention, Jiang Yu tightened his grip on the Chixiao Sword and thrust it towards its waist. With a piercing sound, the ice magic wolf's waist was instantly pierced, blood gushing out, and the area was also burned by the flames on the sword. The wolf let out a mournful cry. Wolves are known for their tough heads and bones, but have soft waists. Jiang Yu's strike had thoroughly hit its vital point, causing immense pain that made the ice magic wolf howl. However, at this critical moment in battle, the wolf's intelligence was not low. It knew it could not show weakness now, or would miss any chance to counterattack. It had to endure the pain, opening its massive jaws to reveal its sharp fangs. The distance between the wolf and Jiang Yu was very close, which was also why it was unwilling to give up. In an instant, the sharp wolf fangs lunged towards Jiang Yu's neck. Countless phantom wolf fangs flew from the ice magic wolf's mouth, resembling a sky full of deadly blades. This was its other soul skill, Wolf Fang Hunter Strikes. If bitten, the victim would fall into an extreme negative state, with a 30 decrease in soul power and a chance of losing their sanity. As the phantom wolf fangs were about to bite down, Jiang Yu decisively swung the Chixiao Sword forward with all his might. However, to his surprise, when the sword struck the phantom, they merely shook slightly, inflicting no damage at all. How could this be? Jiang Yu's expression showed suspicion. Such a bizarre soul skill was rare, and the ice magic wolf's strength was quite impressive, almost equivalent to a genius among humans. Soon, the phantom wolf fangs bit down on Jiang Yu, some targeting his sword, others his legs, hands, and waist. Jiang Yu was completely restrained by the phantom wolf fangs, unable to move at all. Although the phantom wolf fangs appeared illusory, the pain they caused was incredibly real, indistinguishable from actual wolf fangs. Chixiao Sword arrayed Jiang Yu did not give up resisting despite being entangled by the phantom wolf fangs. He shouted towards the Chixiao Sword, which seemed to understand his command. The yellow soul ring suddenly lit up. Fiery red sword shadows shot out, but Jiang Yu did not rush to deal with the phantom wolf fangs. Instead, he controlled the sword shadows in the air to stab towards the ice magic wolf's body. The ice magic wolf sensed the terrifying threat of the sword shadows, but all its focus was on the phantom wolf fangs. Even though it knew the sword shadows were about to land on it, it had no choice but to endure. At this point in the battle, it was a test of endurance. Whoever could not hold on would be the first to fall. The sword shadows of the Chixiao Sword were even more powerful than the ice magic wolf had imagined, leaving dozens of bloody gashes on its skin, deep enough to see bone. Blood flowed uncontrollably outwards, and the ice magic wolf suddenly felt weak. However, relying on its immense endurance, it managed to push through. The enemy was also not in good shape. Its wolf fangs were not so easy to withstand. A burst of light erupted from the ice magic wolf's eyes. The kid in front of it was restrained by its soul skill, and no matter how high his talent was, he could not last long. Once Jiang Yu fell, victory in this battle would belong to it, and then it would vent its frustrations, ruthlessly trampling and killing the humans before it. However, the ice magic wolf underestimated Jiang Yu's strength. Although the wolf Fang Hunter Strikes was bizarre, the damage it inflicted was not as great as it had imagined. Although Jiang Yu was trapped by the phantom wolf fangs, his soul power did not decrease significantly. Having cultivated the Hongmeng Ziki Dao, the quality of his soul power was exceptionally high, far beyond what the ice magic wolf could imagine. As for the terrifying negative state, it did not occur, meaning the ice magic wolf's attack damage was not substantial. Just as the wolf was feeling pleased, the Chixiao Sword circled back around Jiang Yu, unleashing a fierce sword energy towards the phantom wolf fangs, causing them to start to waver. Before long, they became increasingly transparent and eventually disappeared, as if they had never existed. The ice magic wolf looked angrily at the figure before it, its proud attack having completely missed, which created a significant sense of loss within it. Kakabuka, Kak the ice magic wolf suddenly let out a low growl, and its intense fury erupted. To defeat Jiang Yu, it decided to spare no effort, even using forbidden techniques. The incantation it had just recited was a powerful spell inherited from the bloodline of the ice magic wolf clan, capable of drawing great power from the evil god. However, the devil's gift always comes at a price. Each time the forbidden spell was activated, their souls would be devoured a little more by the evil god, ultimately becoming its puppets. According to the rules of Douluo Continent, once a god is formed, they cannot remain on the continent for long and must ascend to the divine realm. Otherwise, they will face punitive consequences. However, some gods have devised special methods to circumvent this, with the evil god descending to the Douluo Continent through the sacrifice of its creatures. Soon, the aura of the ice magic wolf completely changed, a massive wave of evil energy sweeping through the surroundings, and its light blue eyes turned crimson. It looked incredibly terrifying. Those eyes emitted a strange glow, reminiscent of something familiar, identical to the gaze of Soul Master who had been corrupted by the ice magic wolf a month ago. The red eyes gave a chilling sensation, as if the legendary evil god had penetrated layers of restrictions and appeared before you. That terrifying and evil divine power could even affect titled Douluo-level experts, let alone Jiang Yu and the others. Especially for the relatively lower-ranked Shui Yuer and Shui Wu. Their martial soul qualities were significantly inferior to Jiang Yu and Shui Binger. Chapter 158. The Resurrected Evil God. It's this evil god again. Jiang Yu couldn't help but feel a headache. It was all the fault of the world consciousness of Douluo Continent still existing. Otherwise, how could it allow such an obvious act of divine descent? However, he also knew this was not the time for complaints. The cultivation of the ice magic wolf before him would not be less than 5,000 years, and with its mastery of evil god mysticism, the difficulty of dealing with it was not much different from that of a typical 10,000-year soul beast. Understanding this, not only Jiang Yu, but also Shui Binger quickly realized the impending crisis they would face. At this point, they had no choice but to go all out. Shui Wu, let us go. Shui Binger's gaze turned to Shui Wu. The reason she brought Shui Wu on this journey to the extreme north was not only for emotional reasons, but also because the two of them could use their martial soul fusion skill together. With this killer move, their safety in the far north has gained an extra layer of protection, and the chances of completing the sect trial have increased significantly. After all, the effect of the martial soul fusion technique is not just 1 + 1 = 1. In the state of the ice phoenix amidst the falling snow, their combined strength will far exceed that of an ordinary soul king. Shui Wu nodded immediately. She and Shui Binger had been cooperating for so long that their synergy was extremely tacit, understanding each other's thoughts with just a glance. A strong light erupted from Shui Wu, and a dark cloud appeared in the sky, instantly pouring down a torrential rain. Soon, the cold ice rain transformed into snowflakes dancing in the air, with cold light flashing intermittently. Each snowflake concealed a deadly threat, sharp as a blade, swirling into a vortex of ice and snow, sweeping towards the frost demon wolf ahead. Don't be fooled by the beautiful name of falling snow. The hidden deadly intent within is far from simple. The sounds of cutting and friction rang out wherever the ice and snow vortex passed. This was just the prelude. Although the attack power of the ice and snow vortex was not hard to withstand for powerful soul masters, its continuous and relentless nature was its strength. Countless snowflakes were like a meat grinder, constantly slicing into the frost demon wolf, and soon, pieces of flesh began to fall from its body. Strangely, the frost demon wolf seemed to feel no pain at all, and in the end, all the flesh on its body was cut away, leaving only bones and internal organs. It had not let out a single scream throughout. At this moment, the frost demon wolf was truly terrifying, sending chills down the spine, akin to a skeletal monster. One could hardly imagine how it endured such agony. The frost demon wolf, or rather, it was no longer a simple wolf, was truly controlled by the evil god that often incited bloodshed across the continent. Since ancient times, behind the cruel events that occurred on the continent, the evil god has been at work. This evil god, born from chaos, is difficult to eliminate even by a god king. Every 1,000 years, she awakens from her silence, sparking disputes and plunging the continent into chaos. Although the power of the evil god awakened by the frost demon wolf through sacrificial means is less than a millionth of her true strength, even so, the falling snow ice phoenix was helpless against it. The frost demon wolf let out a terrifying howl, then lowered its head to swallow the flesh on the ground. The wolf meat slid down its throat, the chewing process fully exposed to everyone's eyes. It was truly more horrifying than zombies. Shui Yuer was almost brought to tears. She had never seen such a disgusting scene, instantly breaking her psychological defenses. Jiang Yu attempted to wield the Chixiao Sword against the frost demon wolf. But that ordinary skeleton was even harder than iron. No matter how the sword struck, it was useless. Not even a scratch could be left. Watching Jiang Yu's attack, the frost demon wolf couldn't help but reveal a mocking smile. Although Jiang Yu's strength was impressive, it was still far from enough in its eyes. The frost demon wolf was not in a hurry to counterattack. It wanted to see just how much strength these human ants had left. It had been sleeping for too long, accompanied only by loneliness during its long silence. It was rare for someone to use secret methods to awaken its consciousness, and it didn't mind playing with these humans, especially the young boy. Last time, he had defeated that puppet. The powerful attack of the Chixiao Sword, which was unstoppable against other foes, completely lost its effect when facing the Frost Demon Wolf. Seeing the Frost Demon Wolf's nonchalant demeanor, Jiang Yu became unusually impatient. Since his debut, he had encountered many troublesome opponents, but none like the Frost Demon Wolf. Was this the power of a god? Just a bit of consciousness descending had such terrifying strength. To be honest, Jiang Yu did not think there was much danger in the Douluo Continent. After all, this was a fantasy world, far from the terrifying realms where one could destroy stars with a single punch. Therefore, Jiang Yu's mentality had always been very stable until he faced the Frost Demon Wolf ahead, which forced him to seriously contemplate. As for the evil god, her power was definitely more frightening than he had imagined. Even Jiang Yu's Chixiao Sword and Shui Binger's martial soul fusion technique had no effect on the Frost Demon Wolf. The mocking laughter of the Demon Wolf echoed through the skies. A deep, abyss-like evil aura erupted from the Frost Demon Wolf, and the bones immediately emitted a buzzing sound. A powerful majesty swept across the entire world. Even the white snow on the ground was eroded by the black, evil aura, instantly turning black. That evil aura was like a demon god, destroying the life on the ground, and even Jiang Yu began to pant heavily. Just when everyone thought everything was about to end, a brilliant golden sunflower suddenly flickered on Jiang Yu's forehead, and sacred sunlight shone through the petals, releasing an unprecedented radiance. The holy sunlight illuminated the earth. The black evil aura seemed to encounter its nemesis, and the previously rampant expansion suddenly slowed down, retreating hurriedly back towards the Frost Demon Wolf. The sun god, the Frost Demon Wolf, actually spoke, and although it was not speaking the language of the Douluo Continent, strangely, everyone present could understand the meaning behind its words, as if there was direct mental communication. Is he the one you have taken a liking to? The Frost Demon Wolf chuckled. In that case, I am even more interested. Do you think mere residual thoughts can stop this god? The relationship between the evil god and the sun god was somewhat akin to that of a Rakshasa and an Asura, one righteous and one evil. The sun god's power is the most effective against the evil god's power among all divine powers, as the sun god's fire is capable of burning away the impurities contained in the evil god's aura. Therefore, the evil god despises the sun god the most, and wants to destroy anything or anyone related to him. The Frost Demon Wolf, like a mad beast, completely ignored the shining sunlight and pounced fiercely at Jiang Yu. Even though its skeletal frame was slightly trembling, it did not stop its advance. Roar Chapter 159. Defeating the Demon Wolf, the Frost Demon Wolf exuded an unprecedented aura, and the evil god no longer played around. Now that she knew the young boy ahead was someone the sun god valued, she had only one purpose left: to kill him. Only then could she vent her pent-up hatred. Countless awakenings have been obstructed by those so-called righteous gods in the divine realm, especially the sun god and the angel god couple, who were the most detestable, always interfering. The sun god's and the angel god's powers had a restraining effect on her evil aura, and even after the sun god was ambushed and injured at his source, it was unexpected that the angel god could still utilize a small portion of the true sunfire. It was likely that the sun god had passed on part of his source power to the angel god, causing her plans to fall through. Now, the sun god actually intended to pass on his divine position to Immortal, forcing the evil god to take it seriously. She would never allow the sun god to succeed. As long as she eliminated this young boy in front of her, the sun god's legacy would be completely severed, thus reducing a significant threat when she fully awakened. The evil aura of the ice magic wolf swept toward Jiang Yu like a tidal wave, and as for the others, they were clearly less important than Jiang Yu, so the evil god simply couldn't be bothered with them. The black evil energy released an extremely terrifying power, and Jiang Yu, who was engulfed in it, felt an unprecedented fear. He had thought that the sunflower petal pattern he relied on would work this time, but it turned out to be ineffective, presenting a dark and bleak appearance. Jiang Yu's heart sank to the bottom in an instant. It seemed that the strength of that power was nearly exhausted. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so weak at this moment. Without the assistance of the sunflower pattern, Jiang Yu had to rely on himself to resolve the trouble at hand. Although he knew that the Chixiao Sword might not be effective, he still swung the long sword at the black gas. The dazzling golden flames erupted with golden light, and under this power, the surrounding black gas seemed to recede a little, but before long, it surged back again, causing great trouble. It seemed that the Chixiao Sword still had some effect on the evil energy. Jiang Yu's eyes revealed a contemplative look at the scene he had just witnessed, but his current strength was still too weak. The ice magic wolf's strength was originally not low. And now it was also being controlled by the consciousness of the evil god. Not to mention him, even a Soul King would not be able to win. Was there really no way out? Jiang Yu secretly pondered, aside from the Chixiao Sword, what other trump cards did he have to defeat the evil god? Just as Jiang Yu was in a predicament, Shui Binger moved. It was not her style to see her partner in danger and do nothing. She took 2 steps forward, moving towards the black gas with a graceful stride, and a cold light erupted from her body in an attempt to block the invasion of the evil energy. The ultimate power was indeed something all soul masters dreamed of. Even the evil energy of the evil god could be repelled. However, there was not a trace of joy on Shui Binger's face. Only she knew that what seemed like an advantage just now actually did not cause any damage to the evil energy. That evil energy was merely pushed back lightly. But the ultimate power she possessed was diminishing, as if it had been affected by Soul Master's attribute-lowering techniques. If this continued, the evil energy would eventually invade her body. Could it be that they would fall in such a place? That wouldn't do. She still had to win the championship in the Continental Elite Soul Master competition. She absolutely had to defeat the Ice Magic Wolf. Shui Binger's heart gradually became resolute. But at that moment, the aura of the Ice Magic Wolf suddenly surged violently, and the ice blue light on Shui Binger gradually dimmed under the immense pressure, seemingly on the verge of disappearing. It hit her. At the critical moment, Jiang Yu thought of a solution. Besides the Chixiao Sword, he still had the Hongming Purple Qi. This was the strongest thing in the 3 realms. The mere evil energy of the evil god was nothing compared to the Hongming Purple Qi. Jiang Yu no longer hesitated and immediately released the Hongming Purple Qi from within his body. An ancient and mysterious aura erupted instantly. What is this? The evil god was completely shocked. This aura was terrifying beyond measure. Even she felt an immense fear. This was impossible. She was a being born from chaos, with a noble lineage comparable to the gods of the divine realm, including the God King and the deities of destruction and life. Even the aura she possessed could not instill such fear in her. Could it be that this kid before her was even more powerful than the God Kings of the divine realm? This was impossible. The evil god absolutely could not believe such an absurd thing. But the facts were laid out before her, and she had no choice but to believe it. That purple gas was countless times stronger than the destruction power of that guy. Luckily, it was only a little bit. No, if she let him continue, he might eventually reach the level of a deity, and that would not be good. The expression on the Ice Magic Wolf's face suddenly became grave. If Jiang Yu became a deity, then the divine realm would undoubtedly gain another god king-level combat power. No, perhaps he would be even more terrifying than a god king. The evil god did not want anyone else to disrupt her plans. He must be killed. He had to be killed. A strong murderous intent took over, and the evil god immediately gathered her evil energy to form an evil spirit, madly pouncing toward Jiang Yu. The evil spirit looked incredibly terrifying, composed entirely of white bones, wielding a gigantic bone blade, like a messenger that crawled out of hell. At that moment, the Hongming Purple Qi also surged toward the evil spirit, although the amount of purple gas Jiang Yu had condensed was not much. It surprisingly did not lose ground against the evil energy of the evil spirit, forcefully suppressing it. Jiang Yu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed his decision was correct. The Hongming Purple Qi was indeed effective. Even the once mighty evil god's aura had lost its previous overwhelming power, becoming less terrifying. Before long, the evil spirit was completely shattered, its body suddenly dispersing, and the black, evil energy was transformed into ordinary air. Following that, the Hongming Purple Qi floated toward the Ice Magic Wolf. The evil god instinctively wanted to evade, but she did not expect that the speed of that purple gas was far beyond hers. Just like that, the Ice Magic Wolf was still enveloped by the Hongming Purple Qi, and that powerful force instantly crushed its body into a meat patty. Although there wasn't much flesh left on its body, it was still squished into a lump. Just when everyone thought it was all over, the Ice Magic Wolf unexpectedly spat out a burst of evil energy. The target of that power was none other than Jiang Yu, and it quickly struck his body, sending him flying. Shui Binger, who was behind, couldn't dodge in time and was caught off guard by Jiang Yu's collision. The two of them tumbled into the warm water pool together. Seeing this scene, the Ice Magic Wolf couldn't help but laugh. But before it could relish its triumph for too long, its entire body couldn't withstand the immense power and was instantly crushed. Jiang Yu felt his body sinking deeper into the water. The pool, which initially didn't seem deep, now appeared so distant, and he had no idea how long he had been sinking. Suddenly, a flash of blue light flickered in the water. Chapter 160. Mysterious place under the influence of that light. Jiang Yu felt his consciousness fade away in an instant. He didn't know how long it had been. Jiang Yu gradually regained consciousness. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw the vast white clouds in the sky. Why is it so soft? Jiang Yu felt the warm touch in his palm and was startled. When he came to his senses, he realized he was lying on the ground next to Shui Binger, with his hand resting on her chest. He quickly withdrew his hand in fright. How strange. Wasn't I supposed to be in the water? Jiang Yu looked around and found himself in an unfamiliar environment. A few meters ahead was a sapphire blue lake, its clear waters reflecting everything. And surprisingly, the area around the lake was a world of ice and snow. Even the flowers, grass, and trees were colored like ice and snow, wrapped in silver, presenting a magnificent sight. The snow-covered plain looked broader than the snowy mountains, vast and boundless, with no end in sight. Just as Jiang Yu was engrossed in admiring the beautiful scene, Shui Binger, who had been sleeping, began to murmur. Soon she awakened. Upon seeing the surroundings, a similar expression of astonishment appeared on her face as well. She had clearly been knocked into the pool by Jiang Yu. How could she possibly end up by the lake? This place didn't resemble the snowy mountains at all, and she hadn't seen Yuer and Shuewu either. Could it be that someone saved them? Shui Binger's mind was in disarray, like a muddled lake, as she had no idea what had happened during her unconsciousness. You're awake? Jiang Yu asked with concern. After all, Shui Binger's downfall to such a place was somewhat related to him. That collision was just too coincidental. Shui Binger nodded and said, Where are we now? This place doesn't look like the Great Snow Mountain. I don't know. Jiang Yu shook his head, feeling just as lost. Since we are here, we should just settle down. Jiang Yu was afraid that Shui Binger would fall into a panic and quickly comforted her, exuding a strong sense of security. A strange feeling arose in Shui Binger's heart. He was so young, yet why did he give off such a powerful sense of security? Almost like a man. Such a man was truly irresistible, especially for someone like Shui Yuer, who appeared cold on the outside, but was warm on the inside. It was even more attractive. Looking at those big, watery eyes staring at him, Jiang Yu couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. Ahem, Jiang Yu said awkwardly. Let's go check ahead. Maybe we'll encounter other people. Shui Binger nodded heavily. Suddenly arriving in an unfamiliar place, she could only place all her hopes on Jiang Yu. Thus, the two walked across the vast snowfield. Although surrounded by ice and snow, it wasn't as cold as the Great Snow Mountain. Even the sun in the sky was warm. If Jiang Yu weren't so eager to leave, this place could be a nice spot for a visit. But it was clear that neither of them had the time to appreciate the scenery around them. The area was filled with an eerie vibe. Although it looked incredibly peaceful, Jiang Yu always felt a little uneasy. It was too quiet here. There were no signs of life, not even a fly, which was clearly abnormal. Jiang Yu had to remain cautious all the way, keeping a close distance to Shui Binger so he could respond in case of any situation. After about an hour of walking, they still found themselves in a flat area with no significant changes in the surroundings. It felt as if they were trapped in one place, unable to find a way out no matter how they moved. Just as Jiang Yu was getting anxious like an ant on a hot pan, he suddenly spotted a village not far away. Jiang Yu couldn't help but feel delighted. Since there was a small town ahead, it meant there were people there. Perhaps they could ask them what this place was, and if there was another way back to the Great Snow Mountain. Jiang Yu happily pulled Shui Binger along as they ran, and feeling that warm hand made the girl's face instantly flush red. Her hand instinctively tightened around his. This was the first time she had held hands with another boy, and it felt different. Although Shui Binger couldn't put her finger on it, it was undeniably warm. After running for about 10 minutes, they finally reached a spot near the village, although it didn't look far from a distance. It took Jiang Yu's effort to run for more than 10 minutes to get there, indicating that the distance was not short. Upon arriving at the village, Jiang Yu finally saw people. The locals looked completely different from those in Douluo Continent. They had very fair skin, blue eyes, and white hair, which appeared quite peculiar. Shui Binger showed a strong expression of surprise upon seeing them. It was her first time encountering such strange-looking people, and she had no idea where they came from. On the other hand, Jiang Yu didn't find it strange at all. He had seen foreigners before. Although they had blonde hair, these people had white hair, but essentially, there wasn't much difference. Jiang Yu regarded them as foreigners. For the two of them, the locals were considered odd, but in the eyes of this group, Jiang Yu and Shui Binger were the true outsiders. Judging by their appearance, they clearly came from outside. They hadn't walked long before being stopped by someone. The man wore a white fox fur coat, was quite muscular, and had a beard around his face. Stop, outsiders. Where are you from? Although the man blocked their path, His tone was relatively gentle, not as aggressive as they might have imagined, indicating he had no ill intentions. Seeing the man's decent attitude, Jiang Yu told him their background. After a while, the man looked enlightened. So you two ended up here by mistakenly entering the pool on the Great Snow Mountain. I've heard that pool connects to our clan's holy lake, Bibo Lake. I thought it was just a baseless rumor, but it turns out the legend is true, the man said with suspicion. However, it is said that the passage from Bibo Lake to the outside world has been sealed by the ice god. How could you two possibly cross the barriers set by the Lord? The man found it hard to believe. After all, in his mind, the ice god was the most powerful deity, far superior to all living beings. How can anyone breach the barrier she set? Ice god? Listening to the man's words, Jiang Yu pondered. The ice god he mentioned should be a deity. Could it be that this place, like Sea God Island, was a legacy site established by some deity? If that were true, it would be impressive. Perhaps there were tidal Douluo beings here as well. After all, every deity's legacy site would have a powerful tidal Douluo guarding it. Just like Tang Chun from the City of Slaughter, Poseidon from Sea God Island, and Qian Dalu from the Spirit Hall, these three strongest tidal Douluo in the continent were all guardians of deity legacy sites. It seemed this place would be no exception. Chapter 161. Frosto, although the man was suspicious of the truthfulness of Jiang Yu and Shui Binger's words, he didn't have the time to dwell on it. Please leave the village. The man gestured for them to leave, stating that the Ice God village did not welcome outsiders. Seeing that they were not welcome, Jiang Yu decided not to say more. After all, this was someone else's village, and since they had such rules, he couldn't force them. Just as Jiang Yu was about to take Shui Binger away, a loud voice suddenly came from afar. A figure was swiftly flying over from 100 meters away. The person had ice-blue long hair, an exquisite appearance, especially with a pair of fox-like eyes that were enchanting yet not gaudy. He was dressed simply in a red cotton coat, with a layer of armor shining with silver light on the outside, and a silver cloak draped behind him. Behind him was a majestic 8-legged frost horse, completely white, with wings on its sides. Its colors were 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black. 9 soul rings were even floating around him, indicating that he was a powerful tidal Douluo. It's Lord Aoki. The man couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions, not expecting this lord to come out from the divine palace. Soon, Aoki landed from the air. Everyone around quickly knelt down in his direction, as he was the god Dalu guarding the divine palace. Moreover, he was the Frost Douluo ranked 3rd, a great being with a soul power reaching level 95. Greetings, Frost Douluo. Respectful voices echoed, and everyone showed deep reverence on their faces. The Frost Douluo Aoki delivered a holy decree from the high priest. The tidal Douluo before him looked seriously at Jiang Yu and Shui Binger, announcing the arrival of outsiders to the divine palace for an audience. As soon as he finished speaking, a wave of gasps erupted around them. No one expected the high priest to summon 2 outsiders into the divine palace, the sacred place serving the ice god. Even though they were from the village, they had never set foot in the divine palace area. And now they were being outpaced by outsiders. In an instant, everyone was envious. The high priest, hearing the words from the Frost Douluo, Jiang Yu secretly thought that he had indeed guessed correctly. This place must be the ice goddess inheritance site, otherwise it wouldn't have a tidal Douluo present. After considering the invitation from the Frost Douluo, Jiang Yu decided not to refuse, and he had no other choice. If he wanted to leave this place, he would probably have to rely on that high priest. Surely, only she would know the way to leave. Thus, Jiang Yu took Shui Binger and headed towards the divine palace. The 7th spirit ring on the Frost Douluo suddenly lit up, and then he released his martial soul, transforming into a majestic horse, a powerful aura rushing towards them. Aoki nodded, signaling for the two to get on. Jiang Yu was not polite, pulling Shui Binger onto the imposing white giant horse. Once they settled, the 8-legged frost horse swiftly took to the sky, galloping away with agile strides. Gradually, they became as small as broad beans. Sitting atop the 8-legged frost horse, Jiang Yu looked down at the ground, and by the end, the figures below appeared as small as flies. The speed of the flying horse was incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, they flew out of Ice God Village, heading northward, quickly crossing several villages. Finally, the flying horse brought Jiang Yu and Shui Binger to a mountainous area, which was their first sight of high mountains since arriving in this mysterious place. The 8-legged frost horse flapped its white wings and flew all the way to the mountain peak. A massive blue palace rose from the ground, looking very magnificent, and this structure was not at all inferior to the 7-treasure Glazed tile school. Moreover, the shock it brought in this icy world was much greater than the buildings outside. Behind the palace was an unfathomable abyss, pitch black inside, appearing very mysterious. It was unclear why the divine palace would be built in such a place, giving a sense of abruptness. After dismounting from the eight-legged frost horse, the Frosdalaw reverted to his original form, and then led Jiang Yu and Shui Binger towards the divine palace ahead, his pace not fast. Each step he took was filled with utmost reverence. To him, the ice god was his only faith, which is why he showed such special respect. Upon arriving at the Silver Gate, the doors on both sides automatically opened, as if the people inside had known they were coming to the divine palace. The interior space was extremely vast. An enormous dome was covered with glass murals, depicting a stunning beauty clad in ice blue clothing. She held a brilliant blue long sword in her hand, exuding a sense of strength. If Jiang Yu was not mistaken, the woman in the mural must be the ice god. Jiang Yu thought to himself. Following the direction at the end of the mural, Jiang Yu saw a gigantic statue standing there, identical in style to the woman in the painting. In front of the statue knelt a woman, and when Jiang Yu approached her side, she turned around, instantly stunning both him and Shui Binger. The woman before them was extraordinarily beautiful. She had long blue hair and was dressed in a simple blue robe, with a circle of blue pearls crossing over her chest, and in the center, she wore a round gold medal. The woman's figure was exquisitely outlined, with an impressive curvature. Her facial features were extremely delicate, with not a single flaw, and her aura was quite cold, giving off a feeling that she could only be admired from afar. She held a gigantic spear, inscribed with unknown characters, emanating an extremely dangerous aura, as if it could pierce the heavens with a single thrust. Even the Frosdalaw couldn't help but tremble slightly. Facing that spear, his expression was extremely respectful, even appearing somewhat fervent. High Priest. The Frosdalaw knelt before the woman in the hall, clasping his hands in front of his chest, and said reverently, "I have brought the one you wanted. Thank you for your hard work, Aoki." The woman displayed a faint smile. It was no trouble. Aoki shook his head repeatedly, smiling as he said, "Lady Heluna, serving you is an honor for Aoki. Without you, we would never have achieved the status of the 7 ice gods today, so please do not say that." The 7 ice gods. Jiang Yu quickly grasped the key point. If what the Frosdalaw said was true, then he should have 6 other companions with comparable strength. This meant that in this place of the ice goddess inheritance, there were a total of 7 titled Douluo powerhouses. No wonder it was related to the divine. Even the 7-treasure Glazed tile school only had 2 titled Douluo. This highlights the importance of the ice goddess inheritance. Aoki, you may go rest for a while. The woman named Heluna's expression returned to calm, signaling Aoki to exit the hall. Yes, High Priest. Without a moment's hesitation, Aoki turned around and strode towards the exit of the hall. He would never question Heluna's orders. The reason the 7 ice gods could break through to the realm of titled law was largely due to Heluna, despite her youthful appearance. She was actually over 100 years old. In the eyes of the 7, the status of this high priest was not much inferior to that of the ice god. Chapter 162. Sleeping in the same room after Aoki left, Heluna's gaze remained fixed on Jiang Yu, and a faint smile appeared on her face. As the most loyal believer of the ice god, she had served in the divine palace for decades, and the divine revelation she received could be counted on one hand. She was curious about what kind of magical power this young boy possessed. Even the ice god had specifically sent down a divine revelation to hold a grand ice ceremony for him. You are JiangYu. Heluna had already received insight from the ice god, and her question was mainly to draw closer to him. After all, she spent most of her time in the divine palace, and the people she saw most often were just the 7 ice gods. Although she was the high priest of the ice goddess inheritance, in reality, she was just a silent and reserved woman. How did the high priest know? Jiang Yu was somewhat puzzled. He had not revealed his name, yet the other party knew it. The ice god just sent down a divine revelation for me to treat you well, and I too find it strange why even the deity knows your name. Logically, she shouldn't be able to pay attention to this in the divine realm. Not only was Jiang Yu puzzled, but even Heluna had no idea of the ice goddess' intentions. This supreme deity was actually willing to bestow the greatest ice ceremony upon an outsider. This was a privilege only she and the 7 titled law could have among the entire ice spirit clan. Ice god? Jiang Yu's doubts deepened. He had no connection with the ice god, so why would she have the high priest treat him? Did she take a liking to him? That didn't seem right. If the ice god were looking for a successor, she should be looking at Shui Binger beside him, who possessed a top-tier ice attribute martial soul, the Ice Phoenix. And although Jiang Yu hadn't inquired about her innate soul power, it could be assumed that she had at least level 9. It was not impossible for her to have full innate soul power. This is the best candidate to inherit the ice god position. As for himself, Jiang Yu was somewhat self-aware. Although his talent was very high, neither the Chixiao Sword nor his sword was related to ice attributes. Could it be because of the dream ice silkworm? This was the only possibility Jiang Yu could think of, as the only thing related to ice attributes on him was the Dream Brother, as an unprecedented million-year soul beast on the continent. Although the dream ice silkworm had poor attack ability, its cultivation level was still top-notch. Could it be that the ice god favored him for this reason? Otherwise, he really couldn't think of anything else about himself that could attract the attention of a deity. Dream Brother. Jiang Yu tried to awaken the dream ice silkworm in his mind. This guy had been silent since its brief awakening last time, and even in the extreme northern land, there had been no signs of awakening. He didn't know what had happened. It was necessary to wake it up. After all, it had stayed in the extreme north for such a long time, and although most of the time it was sleeping, it should know a little about the legends of the ice god. Jiang Yu called for a long time, but the dream ice silkworm in his mind did not appear. He didn't know if it had consumed too much energy last time and had fallen into a weak state. Two guests. You can rest in this divine palace first. The ice ceremony will not commence until dawn tomorrow. Kaluna raised her hand and pointed to the portal at the back of the main hall, which led to the resting area. Although the divine palace usually had only her, there were no shortages of rooms. Seeing that Haluna had spoken, Jiang Yu had no choice but to walk towards the portal with Shui Binger. He believed that the high priestess in front of them did not have any malicious intentions towards them. Otherwise, she would have instructed the titled Douluo to take action long ago. There is no need to go through so much trouble to bring the two of them to such a prestigious divine palace. No believer would do anything out of line in front of the deity they believed in. That would be a great sin that tarnishes the deity. So Jiang Yu was not worried about safety. Stepping through the portal led to a straight corridor, with a massive ice crystal wall blocking the left side, while the right side was the only path to walk. Looking at the seemingly endless corridor, Jiang Yu was not afraid and boldly walked forward. Shui Binger felt a bit fearful, but she could only trust Jiang Yu now. She didn't want to stay here alone, so she closely followed him. The corridor was even larger than Jiang Yu had imagined. After walking for about 10 minutes, he still hadn't seen any rooms, with nothing but the ice crystal walls on both sides. The layout of this divine palace was too strange. Jiang Yu couldn't help but complain. The spirit hall had a grand atmosphere, looking like a place serving a deity, while the ice god's divine palace completely lacked any divine style. Just look at how magnificent the spirit hall is. This divine palace, as a place of inheritance for a deity, is far inferior to that of the angel god. Didn't the ice god feel ashamed? Their essay saying that goes, people need to dress up, and Buddhas need to be adorned. Even deities need to be packaged. No wonder the angel god could accumulate a large number of followers, while the ice god could only be trapped in this extreme northern land. Just as Jiang Yu was lost in thought, he finally saw a glimmer of light not far ahead. A strong blue light illuminated a nearby area, giving a completely different feeling. Upon stepping into the blue light's range, Jiang Yu noticed some changes in the surrounding environment. The ground was covered with colorful flower petals, and even the walls on both sides were lined with neatly arranged flower pots, resembling a garden. In such an exceptionally cold place as the extreme north, these flowers grew remarkably lushly. It was indeed a miracle, completely defying the laws of nature. Seeing the rooms on both sides, Jiang Yu did not hesitate and casually opened the door closest to his left. The first thing that caught his eye was a huge floor-to-ceiling window. The blue curtains swayed gently in the breeze, and soft light streamed into the room. The room's environment was quite nice. Jiang Yu prepared to rest here. But just as he was about to close the door and separate from Shui Binger, a beautiful figure had already walked in. Shui Binger, rubbing her smooth little hands and lowering her head, said in a delicate voice, "Can I sleep in the same room as you? I'm a bit scared in this unfamiliar place." Seeing Shui Binger's weak appearance, Jiang Yu was taken aback for a moment, but soon a smile appeared on his face. Even though Shui Binger was a very talented soul master, she was still a girl who had not experienced the harsh life of soul master. Suddenly coming to such a strange place, it was only natural for her to feel some fear. Jiang Yu glanced at the bed. The bed is quite wide. Not to mention 2 people. Even if a few more came, it wouldn't feel crowded. Then you can sleep here tonight. Jiang Yu agreed to Shui Binger's request, walked to the door, closed it, and locked it. This was not his territory, so it was better to be cautious when outside. After all, whenever staying outside, Jiang Yu would always lock the door. Chapter 163, Divine Light. Click. Hearing the sound of the door locking, Shui Binger felt a bit at a loss, her small hands rubbing against each other. A lonely man and woman, sharing the same room. Shui Binger's heart suddenly became chaotic. Although she had taken the initiative to suggest sharing a room with Jiang Yu, she still felt a bit nervous. This was her first time sharing a room with a boy. Even her father had never afforded her such treatment. If word got out, how would she ever marry in the future? Compared to Shui Binger's nervousness, Jiang Yu's state of mind was quite calm. There was no other way. He had been sleeping with various beauties since he was young. Even Hulina had shared a bed with him. He had long since become indifferent to such matters. Shui Binger was not enough to stir his emotions. This bed is pretty big. We can each take half. Jiang Yu pointed to the large round bed in the room. He then walked over to the bedside and lay down on the right side. Aye. Shui Binger's little face turned bright red. She didn't expect Jiang Yu to just lie down on the bed without considering her. What a straightforward guy. Shui Binger secretly complained. She did not immediately lie down, but kept pacing in place. After a long while, Shui Binger finally gathered her courage and stubbornly lay down on the round bed. But she did not dare to get too close to the center, fearing there might be some skin-to-skin contact, and lay on the side instead. She didn't know how long she lay there. Gradually, Shui Binger fell asleep, her entire body relaxing, and unconsciously, she moved closer to the center, without even realizing it. During the sleep, both of them slept very comfortably. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the huge floor-to-ceiling window into the room, waking Jiang Yu up. As soon as he opened his eyes, he found Shui Binger lying in his arms like an octopus, tightly wrapping around him. The sunlight illuminated Shui Binger's delicate face, and the cold feeling completely disappeared. At this moment, she was no longer the cold goddess of before, but resembled a warm, lovely neighbor girl, looking very adorable. Especially that little tongue that keeps flicking in and out. Jiang Yu found himself liking it more and more. Although Shui Binger wasn't bad-looking, she was quite a distance away from the stunning beauty of Hulina, who could attract attention at first glance. Even Ning Rongrong was somewhat prettier than her. However, there seemed to be a magical charm about Shui Binger. At first glance, she wasn't stunning and could even be considered an ordinary beauty. Yet she could deeply attract people's gaze, making one want to look more and more. Moreover, the more one looked, the more beautiful she seemed. From this perspective, Shui Binger was not much inferior to the top-tier beauties like Zhu Zhuqing, Qian Renxue, and Hulina. 3 minutes later, Shui Binger murmured and then opened her eyes, meeting Jiang Yu's gaze, and then she suddenly screamed. Shui Binger quickly jumped up from Jiang Yu's arms, her face suddenly turning redder than a monkey's bottom. You rogue. Shui Binger was a bit angry and embarrassed, as expected of a man. So dishonest, taking advantage of her while she was asleep. Just me. Jiang Yu pointed at himself, looking somewhat astonished. He couldn't take the blame for this. It was obviously Shui Binger who had been restless in her sleep, and she had thrown herself at him. So how could it be his fault? You can't blame me for this. Jiang Yu smiled awkwardly. I was just staying here without moving. It was you who came over on your own, and your feet have been tied around my waist the whole time. I'm starting to feel a bit numb. Hearing Jiang Yu's words, Shui Binger was clearly taken aback. If that was the case, it really wasn't Jiang Yu's fault. It was indeed her problem. Shui Binger couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. Early in the morning, the Divine Palace was busy preparing for the upcoming ceremony. Seluna even summoned some ordinary villagers from the village to help decorate the Divine Palace. Even the 7 ice gods arrived at the Divine Palace. These 7 titled Douluos, along with the High Priestess Seluna serving the ice god, represented the highest combat power in the entire secret realm. The ordinary villagers decorating the place were startled by this lineup. This ceremony was definitely extraordinary, having attracted 8 supreme authorities. Such a thing hadn't happened in many years. The last time was decades ago, when Seluna inherited the position of High Priestess of the Ice God. It seemed something significant was about to happen. The villagers worked faster and faster, not daring to delay a major event. What originally required some time was completed in no time. When Jiang Yu and Shui Binger arrived at the main hall, they saw the ice blue ribbons tied around the pillars. So grand. Jiang Yu was also a bit surprised. He initially thought it was just an ordinary ceremony, but now it seemed he had underestimated it. What was the ice god really planning? The ceremony was about to begin, and you arrived just in time. Seeing the main person had arrived, Seluna greeted Jiang Yu, her tone resembling that of a little girl. Today Seluna had changed into a priestly outfit, looking like a saint, and even her aura had become holy. Before long, the ceremony began. Seluna instructed Jiang Yu to kneel before the enormous statue in front of the hall, and then she started reciting some strange syllables. sounding completely different from the language on Douluo Continent. It resembled the evil god incantation recited by the Ice and Snow Magic Wolf Soul Master, but with a gentler tone. Soon, the Ice God statue underwent a transformation. A dazzling blue light emanated from the statue, and upon seeing this, even Seluna and the 7 titled Douluos knelt down. "We pay our respects to the Ice God," they all said in unison, their expressions filled with utmost respect and a hint of fervor. To them, the Ice God was heaven, the Ice God was earth, the Ice God was the origin of everything, the eternal faith for which they could give everything. Therefore, they faced the Ice God with unparalleled devotion. Jiang Yu, on the other hand, was not as contemplative as they were. His heart was filled with curiosity. Although he had encountered an evil god before, that was merely a projection, and it was still far from a true deity. Moreover, the evil god was an evil spirit not recognized by the divine realm, while the Ice God was a legitimate deity. After the blue light, the Ice God statue erupted with several beams of light: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, purple, silver, gold, and orange gold. A total of 10 beams of light. How is this possible? 10 beams of light. Seluna's expression changed dramatically. She knew that even when she accepted the Ice God ceremony, only 9 beams of light had appeared, which had already set the highest record in the legacy site. 10 beams of light had never been seen before. Seluna couldn't believe it. JiangYu could actually invoke 10 beams of light. Why would the Ice God value him so much? Seluna's expression was filled with confusion. Chapter 164, The Ice God Legacy. She had thought her talent was already the best. Invoking 9 beams of light was unprecedented. But to her surprise, JiangYu could trigger 10 beams of light, which also implied that the Ice God believed he could become a deity in the future. This level of talent hadn't been seen in tens of thousands of years. Seluna's expression grew complicated. She was already 130 years old, and her soul power had reached an astonishing level 98, just one step away from level 99. It seemed like a small distance, but the gap between these levels was like heaven and earth. Seluna knew that even if she spent several decades, she might not be able to break through the 100-level barrier to become a god. After all, it had taken her 30 or 40 years to progress from level 97 to level 98. Even a titled Douluo had a lifespan of only 200 years. Without a fortuitous encounter, her wish to inherit the position of the Ice God was impossible to achieve. However, even though she knew the chance of becoming a god was extremely low, she still held some hope. JiangYu's performance shattered her last bit of hope. Could it be that the Ice God wanted to pass the position of deity to him? Seluna's heart suddenly became chaotic. Her originally calm mind was disturbed. Just as Seluna was having an intense inner conflict, the 10 beams of light had already surged into JiangYu's body. Warmth, peace. That was all JiangYu felt. He had originally thought that the Ice God's aura would be extremely cold, but unexpectedly, it was so warm. After the light entered his body, it continuously flowed into JiangYu's meridians, quickly widening all his meridians. Even the impurities contained within his body were expelled through his pores. In the end, JiangYu realized that all his extraordinary meridians had been completely connected, and his body felt indescribably comfortable. His soul power also surged dramatically under the divine light. Rising from level 25 to level 30, JiangYu could feel that this magical power still had surplus energy. However, he hadn't absorbed his soul ring yet, so his soul power couldn't continue to grow. Only after absorbing the 3rd soul ring could his soul power possibly break through the level 30 barrier. However, JiangYu was already very satisfied. Ever since he cultivated the Hongmeng Purple Qi Dao, the improvement of his soul power had been more challenging than that of ordinary soul masters. This time, he had actually managed to increase 5 levels, which was already very surprising. Feeling the soul power fluctuations coming from JiangYu, Shui Binger was both moved and a little envious. After all, he was only 8 or 9 years old, yet his soul power had already broken through to level 30, and with just one more soul ring, he would become a genuine soul zone. JiangYu had undoubtedly made history. According to the records of the Spirit Hall, the fastest person to reach the Soul Zune realm was the Haoyan Duo from the Haoyan sect, Tang Hao, who achieved it at the age of 10. Now, this record had been broken by JiangYu, and perhaps he would also break Tang Hao's record of being the youngest titled Duo, becoming famous throughout the Douluo Continent. Shui Binger felt a deep sense of envy. After all, a titled Duo was the pinnacle of power on the continent. Even though she was hailed as the rare genius of the Tianshui sect and the girl most likely to break through to the titled Dalu realm in 100 years, it was still just a possibility. After all, breaking through from Soul Da to titled Da required more than just the accumulation of soul power. Otherwise, there would have been more than just a few titled Douluos on the continent. While there weren't many level 89 soul Douluos, there were still enough to make a two-digit count. However, over the years, only 2 soul Douluos had broken through to the title Douluo realm, one being the Haotian and the other being the Poison Douluo. This shows how difficult it is to pass that hurdle to become a title Douluo. Even Shui Binger didn't have confidence in herself. The entire ceremony lasted for an hour, and just before it was about to end, the ice god statue suddenly emitted a beam of light that surged into Jiang Yu's left hand, finally condensing into a blue small sword imprint on the back of his hand. The ice god sword. After seeing that imprint, Ziluona let out an incredulous voice. This was the divine artifact wielded by the ice god, and it was only one step away from being a super divine artifact. Even in the entire divine realm, it was well known. Apart from the divine artifacts in the hands of the 5 supreme gods, only the sun god sword and the sea god trident could rival the ice god sword. In the entire divine realm, there were only a few divine artifacts of the same quality as the ice god sword, such as the angelic holy sword and the Rakshasa scythe. The ice god actually bestowed it upon Jiang Yu. It seemed she had already regarded him as her successor. Ziluona's expression darkened. After all, she had served the ice god for decades, dedicating her most precious time to this cold and frosty temple. Yet now, the ice god had chosen an outsider as her successor. It was only natural for her heart to feel a great sense of disparity, making it hard for her to accept. She just had to figure out when she could come to terms with it. Otherwise, her realm would find it difficult to make any further breakthroughs. Brother Chinsi, although he is the successor you have chosen, as long as he hasn't accepted your inheritance, I still have the right to make him my successor. I wonder what your expression would be if you knew I got ahead of you. It would definitely be interesting. Ha ha ha, the ice god statue seemed to be speaking, but no one around noticed it. Not even Jiang Yu, who was accepting the ice god ceremony. Just when the ice god was feeling quite pleased, a dignified voice suddenly descended in her mind. Little ice girl, I see you want a spanking again. How dare you steal my successor? Do you think that means I can't do anything about it? Jiang Yu is mine to claim. Upon hearing that authoritative voice, the ice god was taken aback at first, but then she let out a proud laugh. Go ahead and hit. After all, my butt has already been spanked by you so many times. I'm not afraid. He has already accepted my divine position inheritance. Do you think you can change that? The ice god asked in confusion, knowing that a successor could only inherit one divine position. Even if the sun god has a very special status in the divine realm, it wouldn't change this divine rule. I'm not thinking of changing it. The sun god's voice became somewhat mysterious. Since he has already accepted your inheritance, I won't interrupt. I want to turn him into an unprecedented dual divine inheritor. How is that possible? The ice god showed a look of surprise. It may not be impossible. Little ice girl, you must follow my instructions from here on out and don't make any mistakes. The sun god's voice became increasingly stern. Seeing her so serious, the ice god didn't dare to joke anymore and could only follow the voice in her mind. After hearing the sun god's words, the ice god showed a strange expression on her face. Are you sure you want to do this? Sure, absolutely certain. The sun god's words were very resolute. Seeing that she was determined to do so, the ice god could only agree to her request. Soon, a rich blue light surged out from the statue and directly rushed into Shui Binger's body. Chapter 165. Ziluona, the blue light moved very quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it flowed into Shui Binger's body. Moreover, everyone was drawn to Jiang Yu, so no one in the audience noticed. Only Shui Binger felt it. That blue light possessed a magical power that continuously roamed within her body, swirling like a small snake, making Shui Binger feel a tingling sensation. More surprisingly, the cold ice power within her actually became even more chilling than before, and even her soul power instantaneously increased by 1 level, reaching a strength of level 34. Is this a reward from the ice god? Shui Binger's heart filled with joy. She hadn't expected to receive the ice god's favor during the ice god ceremony. Although the benefits she received were far less than Jiang Yu's, she was already very satisfied. At this moment, her heart was filled with infinite gratitude toward Jiang Yu. If it weren't for him, she wouldn't have been able to come to this ice god palace, let alone receive the ice god's reward. Just as Shui Binger was in excitement, she didn't notice that a circular seal suddenly appeared on her chest, the pattern resembling a miniature version of the ice god statue. Once the pattern took shape, a mysterious incantation suddenly emerged in Shui Binger's mind, filled with solemnity, making one want to worship it. For some reason, Shui Binger could understand what it was saying, and as she listened, her face turned crimson. Shui Binger could basically confirm that the voice must be the ice god, and the incantation she had just recited was a powerful secret technique that would allow her and Jiang Yu to use a martial soul fusion technique together. The judgment of the ice and snow goddess. It could summon an ice god phantom, which would have 1/10,000th of the ice god's strength and could further enhance its power with the increase of the host's soul power. Although the ice god had imparted such an incredibly powerful martial soul fusion technique to her, Shui Binger couldn't care less about her joy. In fact, her face showed a very awkward expression. This was because this martial soul fusion technique required her and Jiang Yu to. The more Shui Binger thought about it, the more embarrassed she felt. How could there be such an inappropriate fusion technique that required Jiang Yu's sword tattoo to be closely pressed against her chest to use? How could that be possible? Looking at Shui Binger's little face turning bright red in the distance, Jiang Yu guessed that she might have received the words from the ice god just now. He couldn't help but wonder if the ice god did this on purpose, creating such a bizarre martial soul fusion technique. Although the power was quite tempting to Jiang Yu, the method of use was too awkward. How could Shui Binger possibly agree? Jiang Yu couldn't help but feel self-deprecating. Forget it. Let's just pretend I don't know. After all, with his current strength, even without the martial soul fusion technique, he could handle all kinds of geniuses. It wasn't long before the ceremony came to an end. The light on the ice god's statue gradually dimmed and eventually disappeared, returning the statue to its previous state. Since you have completed the ceremony, I will send you out. Come back when you reach the Soul Saint realm. Helena's tone was calm, making it impossible to guess her current feelings. However, Jiang Yu still sensed a deep sense of loss from her brows and eyes. After all, Helena had served the ice god for many years, and logically, she was the one most qualified to inherit the ice god's position. But unexpectedly, she was overtaken by Jiang Yu midway. Anyone would find it hard to accept this. Just look at Poseidon, who, upon learning that the sea god was to pass his position to Tang San, also showed a hint of disappointment, despite being the usually composed sea god Douluo, not to mention Helena. Therefore, Jiang Yu didn't say much and obediently followed Helena's orders, as he also wanted to leave this secret realm as soon as possible and return to the extreme north. After exiting the divine palace, Helena immediately released her martial spirit. A powerful aura suddenly erupted from her body, and green light rapidly spread outward from her as the center, gradually revealing a strange creature. It was a completely emerald green swan, its body extremely transparent, resembling jade, and a rich life force erupted from within it. 9 soul rings slowly appeared around Helena, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black. Especially the last black soul ring, which exuded a rich red color, indicating that Helena's 9th soul ring was not an ordinary 10,000-year soul ring, but was likely close to reaching the 100,000-year standard, truly deserving of being the grand priestess of the divine palace. It should be noted that on the entire Douluo Continent, there are very few titled Douluos who can obtain a 100,000-year soul ring, besides Tang Hao and Bibi Dong. Only a handful of hidden talents possess such rare 100,000-year soul rings. An emerald swan? Compared to the soul rings, Helena's martial spirit shocked Shui Binger even more. This grand priestess's martial spirit was actually the top-tier healing martial spirit, the emerald swan. It inherently possessed an exceptionally pure life force, which was a tremendous boon for any soul beast, making it a coveted companion for all soul beasts. Suddenly, the first soul ring on Helena's body lit up, and 2 green beams flew from her body, landing on Jiang Yu and Shui Binger. In an instant, small green wings sprouted from their backs. Shui Binger was taken aback. She hadn't expected Helena to have a flying-type soul skill. Just as she was filled with shock, the wings carried her away into the distance, while Helena also attached her first soul skill to herself and quickly caught up. Before long, Jiang Yu and Shui Binger returned to the lake where they had first woken up. After landing, Helena stood by the lake and began to chant a mysterious incantation. Soon, a brilliant light emanated from the lake. Seizing this opportunity, Helena unleashed a surge of power, forcefully pushing Jiang Yu and Shui Binger into the lake. It was clear that this was Helena's way of retaliating against Jiang Yu, avenging the theft of her divine position. Seeing Jiang Yu thrown into the lake, a smile finally appeared on Helena's face. This was indeed revenge. Jiang Yu felt somewhat helpless in the water. He never expected that a titled Douluo would resort to such petty tricks, which truly exceeded his expectations of this grand priestess. He didn't expect her to retain some of the childishness of a little girl, which was remarkable for a woman over 130 years old. Jiang Yu wasn't angry. After all, He had taken her opportunity, let her have her fun. Besides, he didn't suffer any physical harm. Thus, Jiang Yu and Shui Binger gradually sank to the bottom of the lake. To their surprise, this time they didn't feel like they were running out of breath. They could actually breathe comfortably underwater. Soon, they saw a portal in the lake, and their bodies were involuntarily drawn into it, followed by a warm flash of light. Then Jiang Yu and Shui Binger found themselves back in the warm pool on the snow mountain. When they emerged from the pool, they saw Shui Yu and Shuewu sitting there, looking extremely despondent, with traces of tears still on their faces. Chapter 166. Super Soul Beast. When Shui Binger saw Jiang Yu and herself suddenly appear before her, she jumped up in excitement. Even a usually composed Shuewu was moved to tears, thinking, thankfully it was a close call. Otherwise, she wouldn't know how to explain to the sect leader, as Shui Binger was not only her good sister, but also the future hope of the Heavenly Water sect. Whether the sect could break into the top 3 sects in the future depended on Shui Binger. Shui Yu rushed over to Shui Binger, unable to resist hugging her half-sister. Their relationship had always been good, and seeing her sister survive made her happier than anyone else. Silly girl, don't cry. Shui Binger felt warmth in her heart. Although her sister was usually quite mischievous and sometimes a bit of a headache, she had a good heart, and Shui Binger genuinely liked her. Otherwise, she wouldn't have worried and worked hard for her. Seeing the two sisters so close, JiangYu couldn't help but think of Bibi Dong, Hulaina, and Ning Rongrong, along with that stern master. He only had a few people he cared about on the Douluo Continent. If he added one more, it would only be Huowu, as their connection was quite deep. The scene of Huowu blocking an attack for him still deeply moved JiangYu, and since he had no conflicts of interest with her, it avoided some future headaches. If those few were here, they might rush over like Shui Yu did. No. JiangYu thought again and realized he might be a bit naive. If those two groups encountered each other in the extreme north, they might end up fighting. After all, the Sword Douluo had some unpleasantness with the Spirit Hall previously, so how could they let this opportunity slip by? Thinking of this made JiangYu feel a headache. Now he understood the struggles of undercover agents in those crime and police films. No wonder some undercover agents defect mid-mission. After all, humans are emotional beings, and feelings naturally develop from being together for a long time. The so-called undercover work is just about establishing a deep emotional bond with the target, and after gaining trust, destroying the opponent for one's own interests at the smallest cost. Even for a powerful force like the Spirit Hall, Soul Masters are considered a very precious asset. Destroying a 7-treasure glazed tile school may be somewhat difficult, but it is not impossible for the Spirit Hall. However, it would certainly come at a cost. They might have to lose over 1,000 Soul Masters and at least 3 or 4 titled Douluos, knowing that the Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo are not easy opponents. Each of them can handle 2 titled Douluos simultaneously, and the Sword Douluo might even take on 3 without issue. This means that the Spirit Hall would need to mobilize thousands of Soul Masters and at least 5 or 6 powerful titled Hall-level experts to annihilate the 7-treasure glazed tile school. This deal is not worth it. In contrast, sending undercover agents is much simpler, and the costs are not high. They can also use the enemy's resources for cultivation, achieving the goal of exhausting the enemy while saving a significant amount of money for the Spirit Hall. It's truly killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Of course, the undercover agents sent out must have an unshakable bond with the Spirit Hall to prevent them from being swayed by the enemy's favors. This is why Qian Dalu sent his own granddaughter, Qian Renxue, to carry out the mission of infiltrating the Tiando royal family. Similarly, Bibi Dong also chose Jiang Yu, who was raised on her mother's milk, for the undercover task. With such a close relationship, there is naturally no concern about defection. However, such individuals are indeed too few. So the Spirit Hall can only place undercover agents in particularly important locations, while in smaller places, they can only send some spies to gather information. Jiang Yu did not think about betraying Bibi Dong. He didn't know what would happen next. He believed that a way would appear when they reached the mountain, and he would deal with future matters later. Hey kid, why is your aura so powerful? Just as Jiang Yu was lost in thought, he suddenly heard a voice of astonishment in his mind. The Tianming ice silkworm, which had been dormant for some time, actually woke up at this moment. Tianming, you finally woke up. Jiang Yu couldn't help but be overjoyed. Although it refused to wake up when needed, it chose to do so when everything was calm again. But Jiang Yu was still very happy. This million-year soul beast was somewhat amusing. At least it could bring Jiang Yu some joy. Don't interrupt. The Tianming ice silkworm said excitedly. Have you encountered some kind of adventure during this time? How could you suddenly emit such a powerful, icy aura? your older brother, am a million-year soul beast, yet your icy aura is even stronger than that of the Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor. How is this possible? No creature on Douluo Continent can surpass these two super soul beasts in ice attributes. The tone of the Tianming Ice Silkworm was filled with astonishment. Are you talking about the aura of the Ice God? Jiang Yu did not plan to hide what happened during the Ice God ceremony from the Tianming Ice Silkworm. After all, the two of them were now bound together in a relationship where they shared honor and disgrace. So he told the Tianming Ice Silkworm about the secret realm. Upon hearing that Jiang Yu had encountered the Ice God, this million-year soul beast became restless. After all, the Ice God was the deity worshipped by all soul beasts in the extreme north. Like the Sea God, the Ice God was the most revered deity among all creatures with ice attributes. The Tianming Ice Silkworm was no exception. Seeing Jiang Yu accept the inheritance of the Ice God, the Tianming Ice Silkworm was shocked yet somewhat excited. Initially, it did not have much confidence in Jiang Yu obtaining a top-tier ice attribute soul beast in the extreme north. It had only come here to try its luck. But unexpectedly, Jiang Yu's luck was so incredible that he was able to receive the Ice God's inheritance. The Tianming Ice Silkworm knew that its plan could definitely be realized this time. Ha! The Tianming Ice Silkworm in Jiang Yu's mind couldn't help but laugh. It had a premonition that this trip to the extreme north would surely allow Jiang Yu to select the most powerful ice attribute soul beast. The Tianming Ice Silkworm couldn't help but think of a certain soul beast. Although it was very powerful, the Tianming believed that Jiang Yu could conquer that super soul beast with the Ice God's aura. If that were the case, it would be fantastic. Just thinking about it made the Tianming extremely excited. At this moment, the Tianming Ice Silkworm was even more impulsive than Jiang Yu, eager to rush to the location of that soul beast immediately. However, the most embarrassing thing was that it had forgotten where that soul beast lived. Although the Tianming Ice Silkworm had stayed in the extreme north for a very long time, most of the time it had been hiding in the 10,000-year ice cave, rarely moving around in the outside world. Moreover, it had also been away from the extreme north for a long time, so it was normal for it to be unfamiliar with this vast, icy world. However, in the Tianming Ice Silkworm's view, as long as it reached the extreme north, finding that soul beast shouldn't be too difficult. It just had to keep moving towards the core area. Chapter 167. Night of Wind and Snow. According to the Tianming Ice Silkworm's thoughts, the stronger the soul beast, the closer it would be to the core area. The Great Snow Mountain was merely located on the outskirts of the extreme north, and the soul beasts residing there were relatively weak. If Jiang Yu wanted to obtain a top-tier ice attribute soul beast as his martial spirit, he had to continually delve deeper into the interior. Thus, Jiang Yu informed Shui Bing'er and her two sisters about his intention to head to the core area. But unexpectedly, he received their astonishment and shock in return. The three of them hurried to dissuade him. Shui Bing'er even suspected that Jiang Yu had been soaking in water for too long and his mind had become a bit abnormal. After all, the soul beasts in the core area of the extreme north were not inferior to the 10,000-year soul beasts in the Stardew Forest. They had even heard from the elders in their sect that some soul beasts in the core area of the extreme north might have already surpassed the 10,000-year limit. Before leaving the sect, they were warned repeatedly not to venture into the core area. Don't be impulsive. Shui Bing'er became anxious. Ever since she and Jiang Yu had spent a night together, she had developed an unusual affection for him. Seeing that he was about to go to the core area, she hurriedly tried to dissuade him. In her view, Jiang Yu's action of going to the core area was undoubtedly seeking death. That was a terrifying place where even title Do dared not tread, let alone a little great soul master. No, after the Ice God ceremony, he should be a soul master. But for the super soul beasts in the core area, he was merely a slightly stronger ant. In fact, Jiang Yu also knew that with his current cultivation level, going to the core area would undoubtedly lead to unimaginable dangers. However, wealth lies in danger. To obtain a top-tier ice attribute martial spirit, he had to venture into the core area. With the Tianming Ice Silkworm by his side, he should be able to handle some dangers. Therefore, Jiang Yu politely declined the good intentions of Shui Bing'er and her sisters, planning to go to the core area alone. Seeing his stubbornness, Shui Bing'er even proposed to accompany him. As for Shui Bing'er and Shui Wu, he planned to let them return to Wind and Snow City and wait. Since with their current cultivation levels, they would struggle even in the outskirts, let alone in the core area. Especially Shui Bing'er. Although her strength was slightly stronger than Shui Wu's, due to the martial spirit fusion technique, her effectiveness in the extreme north might not be as good as Shui Wu's. Forget it, I'll go by myself. Jiang Yu thought for a moment and still refused Shui Bing'er's suggestion. This time, he was going to obtain a third martial spirit. Although he knew Shui Binger was kind-hearted and wouldn't leak his secret, it was still better to be cautious. After all, having 3 martial spirits was unprecedented on Douluo Continent, and the fewer people who knew, the better. Moreover, he didn't know what soul beasts he might encounter on the way. If Shui Binger went, Jiang Yu would have to divide his attention to take care of her, and with this outsider around, the Tianming Ice Silkworm wouldn't be able to help out. Overall, it was best not to bring Shui Binger along. After hearing Jiang Yu's refusal, Shui Binger pouted in displeasure. She hadn't expected her good intention of wanting to accompany Jiang Yu into danger would be rejected. Seeing the expression on Shui Binger's face that looked like she was about to explode, Jiang Yu didn't say anything more and quickly left the place. When a woman starts to act unreasonable, explanations will not stop her, so Jiang Yu left the Great Snow Mountain as quickly as possible, not caring about Shui Binger's resentful gaze. After crossing the Great Snow Mountain, Jiang Yu headed northward into the depths. Along the way, he encountered various soul beasts, and he even saw 2 ice wolf dogs engaging in an indescribable act by the roadside. This was the first time he had seen such a bizarre scene. The 2 ice wolf dogs did not avoid Jiang Yu or attack him. They just continued with their intimate activities, creating quite a spectacle. Jiang Yu felt somewhat puzzled. It was not spring, and the extreme north was so cold that the 2 ice wolf dogs were not bothered by the freezing temperatures. Jiang Yu did not know that it was a custom of the ice wolf dog clan, which preferred to reproduce during the snowy season. The colder the weather, the more excited they became, and the quality of their offspring was also superior. Seeing that the ice wolf dogs had no intention to attack, Jiang Yu decided to go around them. After all, he was not a soul beast hunter and would not take action against soul beasts that posed no threat. In recent years, due to the indiscriminate killing of innocent soul beasts by some hunters, the conflict between soul beasts and humans had deepened. Generally, soul masters would not kill soul beasts wantonly. They only sought the soul rings they needed, and as long as they were not attacked by soul beasts, they would not strike. Of course, there were some scoundrels among the soul masters, different from soul beast hunters, who hunted soul beasts for fun and did not care much about money. After bypassing the ice wolf dogs, Jiang Yu continued walking forward until nightfall. The extreme north became even colder at night, with temperatures dropping at least 10 degrees compared to the day. What was more worrying was that a sudden snowstorm quietly arrived, forcing Jiang Yu to stop and find a nearby cave. After gathering some branches from the ground, he stepped into the cave. He placed the branches on the ground and summoned the Chixiao Sword, which ignited the flames on its blade instantly. The bright firelight illuminated the entire cave, which was not very large but sufficient for Jiang Yu, as he only needed to take shelter. The wind and snow outside grew stronger, even blowing into the cave. Jiang Yu had to get up and move to the cave entrance to start digging through the white snow on the ground. He planned to use the snow to seal the entrance, which would help withstand the violent wind and snow outside. After about half an hour, Jiang Yu finally piled up a wall made of compacted snow at the entrance, and of course, he remembered to leave a small opening at the top to ensure air circulation. After doing all this, Jiang Yu still felt uneasy, so he took out some soul beast repellent medicine from his soul guide device to avoid being disturbed by soul beasts while resting at night. After scattering the differently colored powders on the ground, Jiang Yu could finally rest. This time he took out a wool blanket and a comforter from the soul guide device, which he had prepared before coming to the extreme north. He had also packed a lot of cured meat, over 100 bottles of clean water, and some snacks. The space in the soul guide device was quite large, and it had a preservation function. Aside from not being able to store people inside, it was very convenient. Not knowing when the snowstorm would pass, Jiang Yu lay down on the ground, ready to sleep well. As he went deeper into the extreme north, he needed to be well rested to face any sudden challenges. Soon, Jiang Yu fell into a deep sleep, dreaming of a refreshing scene. He found himself by the seaside, surrounded by beautiful women. Qian Renxue was giving him a back rub, Ning Rongrong was massaging his feet, Huo Wu was preparing barbecue for him, and Shui Binger was blowing cold air, making even the scorching summer feel cool. Zhu Zhuqing sat in front of him, feeding him milk. Chapter 168. The Will of the Emperor. When Jiang Yu woke up, it was already bright outside. The wall of snow he had built was blown down at some point and was now melting on the ground. The glaring sunlight shone on Jiang Yu's smooth face, forcing him to quickly raise his hand to shield his forehead. The sunlight was too bright, causing his eyes to hurt. Seeing that the snowstorm had stopped, Jiang Yu collected his belongings and put them back into the soul guide device before stepping out of the cave. At that moment, the Tianming Ice Silkworm also woke up. With this native of the extreme north by his side, Jiang Yu avoided a lot of trouble. After all, the Tianming Ice Silkworm had incredibly powerful mental strength. Although it was not strong in combat, it had other uses, such as releasing strong mental interference if they encountered powerful soul beasts. This way, JiangYu would not be easily discovered. With the Tianming Ice Silkworm as his ally, the next few days became much easier for JiangYu. Many powerful soul beasts they encountered were deceived by the Tianming Ice Silkworm's mental power. Days later, JiangYu walked on the snowy ground, with cold winds occasionally blowing around him. Ahead lay the core area of the extreme north, where the temperature had reached the human limit. Even a tidal Douluo would struggle here. Fortunately, JiangYu promptly summoned the Chixiao Sword, and the intense flames burning on the sword dispelled the cold. Although he still shivered from the chill, he managed to hold on. As he approached the core area, the Tianming Ice Silkworm communicated its thoughts to JiangYu. It turned out that the soul beast it had chosen was one of the 3 overlords of the extreme north, the Ice Emperor. According to the Tianming Ice Silkworm, the Ice Emperor's true form was an Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion, with a cultivation level that had surpassed 200,000 years. Moreover, the Ice Emperor possessed an extremely powerful ice attribute, and in the entire extreme north, only the Snow Emperor and the Titan Snow Demon King could match it, making it one of the best among the best. From the Tianming Ice Silkworm's tone, it seemed to have a good relationship with the Ice Emperor and knew a lot about its situation. With it around, JiangYu felt more confident. Once they entered the core area, the Tianming Ice Silkworm did not rush to continue forward, but instead had JiangYu build an ice house underground. Although JiangYu did not understand its intentions, nevertheless, he used the Chixiao Sword to dig into the snow, which concealed thick, hard ice beneath, as tough as steel. Even with the Chixiao Sword, it took JiangYu over an hour to barely create a small ice house, which could only accommodate him. After JiangYu finished, the Tianming Ice Silkworm said, "The success of this plan depends on several factors. You need not worry about the cold, as the powerful flames of your Chixiao Sword are enough for you to stay in this extreme north without fearing the effects of losing warmth. What remains is luck and your willpower. The Ice Emperor's strength is terrifying. I can only guarantee you a chance but cannot ensure success. As for willpower, it depends on whether you can hold on until the end." The Tianming Ice Silkworm's tone gradually became intense. "Yes, we will definitely succeed," JiangYu replied earnestly, as he had come to the extreme north with confidence in success, believing that no difficulty could stop him from obtaining a top-tier ice martial soul. "That's the spirit." The Tianming Ice Silkworm smiled. Then it no longer concealed its aura, and a powerful mental wave instantly surged from JiangYu's mind. JiangYu felt a bit dizzy, but after a moment, he adapted, realizing that his current physique was quite remarkable. Even the mental power of the Tianming Ice Silkworm, a million-year soul beast, had only a minimal effect on him. The sword appeared suddenly in JiangYu's left hand, and the soul ring emitted a crystalline glow, slowly pulsating around him. The martial soul and its host were one. Under the effect of the Tianming Ice Silkworm's soul ring, JiangYu felt his thoughts rapidly extending into the distance. A magical ability that felt as if he were looking down at the earth from high above. The vast snowy land was fully captured in JiangYu's eyes, with the soul beasts on the ground fiercely biting each other, while that foolish road deer excitedly watched from the side. Upon witnessing this, JiangYu suddenly felt a sense that was entirely different from before. At this moment, he seemed to be the god of this world, looking down at the creatures on the ground with a feeling of superiority. This was the thrill of ruling over everything. The earth, the snow, and all the creatures beneath his feet bowed in submission. Everything was within his control, and it seemed that with just a word, he could destroy everything. Wherever his gaze fell, he could issue judgments like an emperor. As JiangYu's thoughts spread, the core area of the extreme north, encompassing tens of thousands of square kilometers, suddenly darkened, as if day had turned to night in an instant. An invisible majesty was released from JiangYu. The originally gloomy sky suddenly echoed with thunder, and JiangYu noticed that his body had turned golden. The soul rings on his sword gradually began to change color, from yellow to light gold, until they finally turned bright gold. The golden brilliance emanating from the soul rings was incredibly dazzling, incomparable to any other soul ring. Even the vibrant red soul rings of 100,000 years could only submit obediently before the supreme majesty of this golden light. This was the true display of the unique million-year soul ring on Douluo Continent. JiangYu suddenly recalled a line. "One day, I will make this sky no longer cover my eyes, and this land will no longer bury my heart. I want everything in the world to submit to me, to be the one who holds the sun and moon and plucks the stars." At this moment, JiangYu's mindset undoubtedly underwent some changes. A belief of being the king of heaven and earth quietly took root in his heart, and this feeling of supreme dominion made him somewhat excited. One day, this lofty ideal would lead him to the highest throne in the world. A group of golden light began to emerge from the position between Jiang Yu's eyebrows. With each group that emerged, he felt a wave of emptiness. When the ninth light group emerged, he even felt his legs go weak. This was the spiritual source of the heavenly dream ice silkworm, the core power within it. After 9 groups of golden light drilled out from Jiang Yu's body, only one group remained, as most of the energy had already been absorbed by him, leaving only a small portion. Therefore, the heavenly dream ice silkworm did not release the last group, as it was also a link between it and Jiang Yu, and after careful consideration, it decided to keep the last group. The 9 groups of golden light descended from the vast sky, with the first one landing directly on the snow, followed by another on top of it, and then one after another stacked. During this process, the volume of the light groups gradually decreased, but the golden brilliance became increasingly solid. At this moment, the power of the heavenly dream ice silkworm was finally unleashed. Even the weather was influenced by its terrifying spiritual power, proving its significance as a million-year soul beast. After the 9 groups of golden light merged, they coalesced into a golden giant whose brilliance was striking, radiating like the day when Jia defeated the evil god. If someone from Earth were to witness this scene, they would surely be astonished and believe in the existence of light. However, what shocked Jiang Yu even more was that the golden giant looked exactly like him, almost like a twin, even wearing the same golden clothes, which truly left Jiang Yu speechless. A powerful thought emanated from the spiritual body formed by the heavenly dream ice silkworm. Ice Emperor, I know you can sense my presence. The heavenly dream has returned. Do you dare to show yourself? As the heavenly dream ice silkworm spoke, it also released an extremely powerful thought to cover Jiang Yu's aura, shielding it entirely within the ice house. It seemed that it was afraid the Ice Emperor would sense the presence of another being and was unwilling to reveal itself. The spiritual power of the heavenly dream ice silkworm did not have any negative impact on Jiang Yu. After all, in essence, the two had already become one. This immense spiritual power instead magnified Jiang Yu's perception countless times, allowing him to sense a diameter of about a kilometer. And he could even see everything outside through this perception. It was truly incredible. After the heavenly dream ice silkworm finished speaking, nothing unusual happened around them. It remained calm and peaceful. However, the heavenly dream ice silkworm was not anxious. The golden light on its body became increasingly scorching, resembling a small sun. The originally dark sky was illuminated brilliantly by the golden light it emitted. Just as the heavenly dream ice silkworm fully unleashed its spiritual power, a significant change occurred in the distance. Tens of thousands of soul beasts were suddenly engulfed in terror, fleeing from the core area towards the outskirts. The spiritual power of a million-year soul beast was simply too terrifying. Even 10,000-year soul beasts felt extremely oppressed. Perhaps in terms of combat power, the heavenly dream ice silkworm was not strong. An ordinary 10,000-year soul beast could potentially defeat it. If it were a top-tier soul beast like the Titan Great Ape, it might only take a few hundred years of cultivation to defeat the heavenly dream ice silkworm. However, from a spiritual perspective, no soul beast on the entire Douluo Continent could compete with it. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the heavenly dream ice silkworm was the #1 spiritual type soul beast in the continent. If the bloodline of the heavenly dream ice silkworm were a bit higher, it would undoubtedly be qualified to compete with the top soul beasts of the continent. Unfortunately, its bloodline was merely that of an ordinary ice silkworm. Even after cultivating for 1,000,000 years and possessing immense energy due to the powerful effects of 10,000-year ice marrow, the heavenly dream ice silkworm had no way to unleash this treasure trove, much like a stunning beauty standing before you. Yet you can only stand there in awe, unable to even greet her. From the perspective of a soul master, it had terrifying soul power but lacked any soul rings or soul skills. If the heavenly dream ice silkworm encountered an opponent with vastly different strength, it might still defeat them with its absolute spiritual power. However, once it faced an enemy with some strength, the heavenly dream ice silkworm would have no recourse. This was why it had been captured by a group of 10,000-year soul beasts, unable to struggle at all. Even when those beasts played with its body in ways that were difficult to describe, it could only endure in silence. After all, even the most powerful spiritual power must be concentrated and transformed into terrifying spiritual skills to pose a threat to the enemy. Otherwise, even if it could affect the enemy, the impact would be limited and would not cause significant harm. If the Heavenly Dream Eye Silkworm had a skill, then there would likely be few soul beasts on the entire Douluo Continent that could threaten it. However, if that were the case, the Heavenly Dream Eye Silkworm could not become a soul ring for JiangYu. At this moment, the spiritual power of the Heavenly Dream Eye Silkworm had already covered an extremely vast area, encompassing almost a third of the entire core area of the extreme north. Furthermore, the Heavenly Dream Eye Silkworm was very clever. The spiritual power it released did not emanate from its own aura. Rather, it simulated the aura of the soul beast that the entire extreme north feared the most. A soul beast known as the king of the three great kings of the extreme north. It was undoubtedly the ruler of the extreme north, regarded as the emperor among all soul beasts there, possessing nearly 500,000 years of terrifying cultivation, and its bloodline was exceedingly noble, far surpassing that of the Heavenly Dream Eye Silkworm. Of course, the Heavenly Dream Eye Silkworm did not extend its consciousness into the territory of the king of the three great kings. If it did, the Heavenly Dream Eye Silkworm would have no means of escape. All it wanted was to let the other soul beasts escape from the core area and not come here to cause trouble for JiangYu. Moreover, the Ice Emperor was extremely familiar with its aura and would never mistake it for that soul beast king. Besides, the reason it spoke so arrogantly just now was to let the Ice Emperor know that it had come to the extreme north. With the knowledge that the Sky Dream Eye Silkworm had about the Ice Emperor, that guy would definitely come looking for it. It believed that no soul beast on the Douluo Continent could resist the temptation of a million-year soul beast with strong primordial power, especially not a powerful soul beast like the Ice Emperor. Others might not know, but it was aware that the Ice Emperor's cultivation had already exceeded the limit of 300,000 years, and it was not far from breaking through to 400,000 years. It estimated that with about 10,000 more years, it could advance further. But this was not simple. Even with the Ice Emperor's talent, breaking through the limit of 400,000 years would be extremely difficult. However, if it had the help of the Sky Dream Eye Silkworm's primordial power, the probability of breaking through would undoubtedly increase significantly. Perhaps the Ice Emperor wouldn't have to wait another 10,000 years and could immediately break through to the realm of 400,000 years. The Sky Dream Eye Silkworm believed that the Ice Emperor would definitely come looking for it. When the Ice Emperor's cultivation had just broken through to 300,000 years, it encountered a severe disaster. Although it eventually survived, it was still injured at its core. Therefore, it was only after absorbing the vast and pure primordial power of the Sky Dream Eye Silkworm that it had the possibility of breaking through the constraints in one go. And even surpassing the first of the three great kings of the extreme north was not impossible. The Sky Dream Eye Silkworm felt lucky that the top-ranked Super Soul Beast had no idea of its existence. Otherwise, even in the Stardow Forest, it might be captured, considering how terrifying that being's strength was. As time slowly passed, the Sky Dream Eye Silkworm was not in a hurry, and it wore a calm smile that was identical to JiangYu's, as if it believed that its plan would surely succeed. JiangYu, who was huddled in the ice house, could only wait patiently. Although he did not know whether the Ice Emperor mentioned by the Sky Dream Eye Silkworm would come, he had no choice but to wait. What worried him was what kind of assurance the Sky Dream Eye Silkworm had to kill that super soul beast whose cultivation far exceeded 100,000 years. What preparations did it have? Chapter 170. Ice Blue Emperor, Scorpion Jiang, you did not know about the entanglement between the Sky Dream Eye Silkworm and the Ice Emperor. If he did, he would surely feel completely at ease. Just then, a sudden violent fluctuation appeared in the distance of the extreme north, followed by a wave of emerald green light that instantly spread out, turning the originally dim sky into a vibrant green. The brilliant luster resembled emerald gemstones. It's coming. It's coming. Seeing the phenomenon in the sky, the Sky Dream Eye Silkworm was not surprised, but rather delighted. No one knew better than what this green light was. It hadn't seen this shade of green for hundreds of thousands of years, and many past memories surged to the forefront of its mind. Back then, it loved this green the most. Sky Dream, you are still alive. A voice full of surprise rang out. Indeed, it was the longest living creature in the extreme north. Its combat ability was lacking, but its vitality was incredibly strong, truly enviable. The voice carried a thick sense of envy. After all, a long life was something all creatures pursued. Whether it was emperors of the human realm or common folk, everyone hoped for immortality. Even the ancient emperor, the Dragon Emperor, was obsessed with alchemy and seeking immortality, hoping to rule the human realm forever. The long life of the Sky Dream Eye Silkworm was undoubtedly something all creatures desired. Even the Ice Emperor was no exception. The previous disaster had already injured its core, and without a fortunate encounter, it would have been impossible for it to break through the limits of life again. Thus, no matter what means it used, it had to obtain the Sky Dream Ice Silkworm. A powerful aura emanated from the distance, and the snow on the ground was instantly lifted into 3-meter-high snowflakes under the influence of this power, causing ripples on the calm surface. Fortunately, Jiang Yu was surrounded by the protective spiritual energy of the Sky Dream Ice Silkworm, so he was not significantly affected. Ice Emperor, you haven't died. How could I bear to let you go? Do you still remember what I said to you back then? The Sky Dream Ice Silkworm suddenly laughed, its face identical to Jiang Yu's, radiating a brilliant smile. One day, I will become your partner, and I will press you down and caress you fiercely. The words of the Sky Dream Ice Silkworm were gentle, even a bit greasy. It was hard to imagine such words coming from its mouth. Jiang Yu instantly felt a bit awkward, with goosebumps all over. No wonder the Sky Dream Ice Silkworm was so confident. He hadn't known who had given it that confidence. Now he finally understood. It seemed that this guy had a romantic connection with the Ice Emperor. Perhaps they were even a couple before. It was hard to imagine that a scorpion would be entangled with an ice silkworm. That scene was indeed somewhat strange. Did the scorpion usually? Jiang Yu couldn't help but want to laugh. Just as he was lost in thought, a very peculiar soul beast quickly approached from the north. Its shape was hexagonal, which looked quite rare. Its body shone with an exceptionally brilliant luster, resembling diamonds, with countless facets reflecting myriad colors on its 6 long, hard legs. Its 2 front pincers were over 1 meter long, similarly covered with strange hexagons and diamond-like facets, with only the tips of the pincers and mouth parts shining like a mirror in silver. The most special feature was its pair of eyes. The yellow eyes looked like yellow diamonds embedded in its hexagonal face, dazzling like gemstones. This was the true hexagonal warrior. No wonder the Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion was so formidable. Aside from its unique upper body, its long, raised tail at the back of its body was also incredibly stunning. Generally, scorpions have tails with many joints, giving a creepy impression, but the Ice Emperor's tail was different from ordinary scorpion tails. The massive long tail had only 5 segments, each a vibrant emerald green, full of life. The top segment was the widest, tapering downwards, and at the end, there was a diamond-like tail hook raised high, with the tip also radiating a silver sheen, looking extremely sharp. The Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion was like a soul beast sparkling like a gemstone, captivating to behold. If it were on Earth, it would likely attract the attention of most women. With it, there would be no need for a diamond ring for a proposal. Giving an Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion would be considered grand. Ice, you finally arrived. The Sky Dream Ice Silkworm gazed at the enchanting figure ahead, its face revealing an intoxicated expression. At this moment, its heart belonged only to Ice, allowing no one else. Perhaps it was the presence of the beast. Seeing the emerald green tail hook, a look of longing appeared on the Sky Dream Ice Silkworm's face, instantly recalling past pleasures. Once, that tail had brought it immense enjoyment. If Jiang Yu were not beside it, it might have already lost control and rushed over. Watching the golden body of the Sky Dream Ice Silkworm, condensed by its spiritual power, the Ice Emperor's crystal-colored eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. Unexpectedly, Sky Dream had transformed into a handsome form to meet her. The Ice Emperor was not someone who was obsessed with looks. Otherwise, it wouldn't have entangled itself with the Sky Dream Ice Silkworm. After all, that large silkworm was indeed not very aesthetically pleasing. Tianming, it's been a long time since I've seen you. Why have you become so timid? Even afraid to reveal your true form? You insist on taking this appearance, and even in a human form. Do you think I want to be able to find your true self? The Ice Emperor chuckled lightly. Even as a spiritual entity, you can't be too far from your true body. You must be within a few hundred meters. Why not show yourself? Dear. The tone of Tianming Ice Silkworm was very provocative, like a rogue teasing a girl in the street, sounding even more lewd. Time flies, and you are still so charming. The last time I saw you, your tail was 6 segments, and now it has fused into 5 and in this alluring green color. If I'm not mistaken, you should be close to your limit. You might not survive this tribulation. Listening to Tianming, the Ice Emperor did not rush to refute. What said was not wrong, which is why the Ice Emperor was eager to absorb the powerful life essence from Tianming Ice Silkworm. Only by doing this could the Ice Emperor successfully overcome the tribulation. The Ice Emperor's voice, sounding like a young girl, emerged. I originally had no confidence, but I didn't expect you to rush to your own death. This is a gift from heaven. As long as I absorb the essence from you, the tribulation won't be a problem at all. Ha, Tianming Ice Silkworm let out a lewd laugh. Dear, that won't do. To be with you, I won't let you have your way. You know, every time I sleep, I dream of you, of our happy times together. Dear, we can finally be together forever. Tianming Ice Silkworm looked very lewd. The Ice Emperor could no longer tolerate its lewd demeanor and immediately swung its sharp tail hook. A pure white beam of light instantly lit up, piercing through Tianming Ice Silkworm's body. Jiang Yu felt that Tianming Ice Silkworm's massive spiritual power suddenly shook violently. Even his vision became somewhat blurry, like a mosaic. Absorbing your energy, I will become the most powerful soul beast on the Douluo Continent. Even the Snow Emperor won't be my opponent. So you should obediently submit to me. The Ice Emperor was not swayed by Tianming Ice Silkworm's sweet words. It had to do this to break through its limits. The white ray from the Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion that pierced Tianming Ice Silkworm's body did not disappear, but instead slowly spread within the entirely spiritual body of Tianming Ice Silkworm. That golden body was being destroyed bit by bit. However, there was no sign of pain on Tianming Ice Silkworm's face, only a slight hint of regret in its eyes. Sigh, you're still so impulsive, but it's okay. This way, we could be together forever. As soon as Tianming Ice Silkworm's words fell, the Ice Emperor sensed something was wrong. A strong sense of crisis suddenly emerged. At its cultivation level, the perception of danger was incredibly accurate. Suddenly, Tianming Ice Silkworm's golden body became ethereal and pounced onto the Ice Emperor. At that moment, the Ice Emperor felt its speed slowed down drastically, and the surrounding area became somewhat sticky. Tianming Ice Silkworm's terrifying spiritual power engulfed it like an ocean, making it unable to extricate itself. Tianming, are you seeking death? The Ice Emperor's gaze turned sharp, and the sharp tail hook swung violently. The emerald green long tail erupting with a rich glow, so green that it made one feel uneasy. How dare you use spiritual power? Do you not want to return to your true form? Do you think you can trap me like this? You probably won't last a few seconds. Tianming Ice Silkworm calmly said. 1 or 2 seconds is already enough. In a corner unnoticed by the Ice Emperor, a white light membrane quietly crept along the ground. And at the same time, Jiang Yu, hidden in the ice house, also sensed something unusual. His whole body trembled uncontrollably. Although the ice house could shield against the outside cold, at this moment, Jiang Yu felt an exceptionally cold aura. Fortunately, after undergoing the ice god ritual, his resistance to ice power had significantly increased. Otherwise, he might have been frozen on spot. Just as Tianming Ice Silkworm released its powerful spiritual power without holding back, the Ice Emperor suddenly tensed up, and its body lost the ability to move. The Ice Emperor was taken aback. Its beautiful body began to twist violently, the white and green light shimmering together, releasing powerful soul skills with all its might. This time, the Ice Emperor was using all its strength, no longer holding back at all. But even so, its desperate struggle had no effect. This terrifying soul beast that had roamed the extreme north for hundreds of thousands of years finally felt fear. The feeling of being bound was increasing at an astonishing rate, forcing the Ice Emperor's body to make intense cracking sounds. No matter how it struggled, that powerful binding force kept strengthening something it could not resist. Even the raised front pincers were suppressed, and its tail hook was pressed tightly against its body. The Ice Emperor, one of the 3 great kings of the extreme north, was thus firmly suppressed by Tianming Ice Silkworm's overwhelming spiritual power. No. The Ice Emperor had an incredulous expression. How could you, a worthless being, bind me? What kind of skill is this? Why can't even my abilities resist it? As the golden light gradually receded, Tianming Ice Silkworm, transformed into Jiang Yu's form, reappeared in front of the Ice Emperor, wearing a faint smile. Don't worry, it's not time to explain yet. After we leave here, I will slowly talk to you, and then the reasons will naturally be revealed. Now we are leaving. Saying this, Tianming Ice Silkworm raised its right hand, pointed towards the Ice Emperor, and a burst of golden light flashed. The Ice Emperor's massive body suddenly vanished into thin air. Tianming Ice Silkworm couldn't help but sigh. I didn't expect that after losing my body, I could actually use some abilities that I had never dared to imagine before. Unfortunately, this is the only opportunity. I hope you won't disappoint me, Ice Emperor. In the blink of an eye, the white light membrane reappeared in the air, then slowly descended to the ground. drilling into the ice house and covering Jiang Yu's entire body. The extreme cold aura was instantly isolated. But Jiang Yu's body was still a bit purple from the freezing, and a layer of white frost suddenly appeared on the surface of his body. Golden light entered the body. Tianming Ice Silkworm's voice rang out. Jiang Yu, how are you? Brother succeeded. At this moment, although Jiang Yu's body was trembling, his consciousness was incredibly clear. You and the Ice Emperor have known each other for a long time. Jiang Yu asked in the spiritual world. It was obvious that there was a deep bond between Tianming Ice Silkworm and the Ice Emperor. The reason it chose the Ice Emperor as its third martial soul must be related to their relationship. In this moment, Jiang Yu even felt a sense of betrayal. He felt used by Tianming Ice Silkworm, having come to the core area of the extreme north at all costs, only to witness Tianming Ice Silkworm's love for the Ice Emperor. Although he was willing to take risks, Tianming Ice Silkworm had not revealed the true reason behind it. This was what Jiang Yu found most difficult to accept. He had long regarded the Dream Ice Silkworm as a friend, and in friendships, honesty is paramount. After sensing Jiang Yu's disappointment, the Dream Ice Silkworm hurriedly explained, I'm sorry, Jiang Yu. I did deceive you because I didn't know if you would still accompany me to the extreme north after learning the truth. But I hope you understand that the only one I have ever liked is the Ice Emperor. Just like the love stories between humans. Even if it only sees me as food, I love it unconditionally. The reason I didn't tell you is that I didn't want you to look down on me and think I'm just a sycophant. In this vast extreme north, the Ice Emperor is truly one of the rulers, and the Ice Emperor is like a high queen. The main food of its Ice Scorpion clan is our Ice Silkworm clan. I know we are destined to be enemies, but when I first met her 200,000 years ago, I fell deeply in love with her to the point of being unable to extricate myself. The Dream Ice Silkworm's voice gradually became more agitated, clearly revealing its deep feelings for the Ice Emperor. Even after so much time had passed, its strong feelings for the Ice Emperor had not diminished, but had become even more intense. The relationship between the Ice Emperor and the Dream Ice Silkworm was akin to that of Romeo and Juliet, Liang Shanbua, and Zhu Yingtai. Despite the enormous barriers between them, the Dream Ice Silkworm still developed uncontrollable feelings for the Ice Emperor. This is love. Chapter 172. The God-making movement to Jiang Yu's surprise. The Dream Ice Silkworm's love for the Ice Emperor was extremely obsessive, even reaching a pathological level. The rift between it and the Ice Emperor's clan did not stop the Dream Ice Silkworm's passionate heart. A significant reason why the Dream Ice Silkworm chose to become Jiang Yu's soul ring was because of the Ice Emperor. Although it had become a million-year soul beast unprecedented on the Douluo Continent, this also meant it was not far from its end. At this level, there were only two paths to take, either to condense a divine position or to disappear from the world forever. Next, the Dream Ice Silkworm began to recount its past with the Ice Emperor. It turned out that 200,000 years ago, after waking from its slumber, the Dream Ice Silkworm was preparing to find another place to sleep. At that moment, the Ice Emperor suddenly appeared, and during this encounter, both soul beasts were deeply attracted to each other. The Dream Ice Silkworm's large, round, and shimmering golden body was quite appealing to the Ice Emperor at that time. Meanwhile, the Ice Emperor's emerald green tail and her cool demeanor, especially when she swore, firmly captivated the Dream Ice Silkworm, making it feel intense affection. Even if the Ice Emperor intended to kill it, it must be said that the Dream Ice Silkworm indeed had some masochistic tendencies. When others insulted it or even threatened to kill it, the Dream Ice Silkworm found such behavior very cool. For a moment, Jiang Yu thought the Dream Ice Silkworm might be a big fool. It was obvious that its intelligence was somewhat questionable. Not long after the Dream Ice Silkworm finished telling its love story with the Ice Emperor, the trapped Ice Emperor suddenly fell into a rage, roaring hysterically. The Dream Ice Silkworm quickly tried to comfort the Ice Emperor, hoping it could stop moving around. Then the Dream Ice Silkworm began to persuade, or rather gently lead, saying, Ice Emperor, I hope you know that the reason I am doing this is for our future. Although you possess an incredibly noble bloodline and have a naturally strong physique, you cannot deny that compared to human potential, we are far inferior. Don't be fooled by the fact that humans have much weaker bodies than your Ice Scorpion clan. A gifted human can match your clan's tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of years of cultivation with just decades of training. Humans are hailed as the leaders of all spirits not for any other reason, but because of their potential. Although their bodies are not as powerful as soul beasts, their unparalleled potential is indeed beyond what soul beasts can reach. Most importantly, humans' heights cannot be compared to those of soul beasts. A soul master only needs to cultivate their soul power to 100 levels to instantly become a god, while soul beasts even if they break through the 100,000-year limit. Still have to continue cultivating, and every 100,000 years there is a significant tribulation. The lightest consequence could be serious injury, while the heaviest could lead to death. With hundreds of thousands of years of cultivation lost overnight. Ice Emperor. The Dream Ice Silkworm's tone suddenly became serious. Even if you have survived 3 tribulations, can you guarantee that you can continue to break through? Even if you absorb my source power and break through to the 400,000-year limit, what then? The danger of the tribulation increases exponentially. I dare say even the Snow Emperor might not have confidence. After listening to the Dream Ice Silkworm's words, the Ice Emperor did not rush to refute, showing a worried expression. Although what the Dream Ice Silkworm said was somewhat unpleasant, it was indeed very reasonable. The path for soul beasts to become gods is much more difficult than for humans. In nearly 1,000,000 years, no soul beast has successfully passed all tribulations and ascended to the divine realm. In contrast, human soul masters break the limits of soul power and ascend to the divine realm to become gods every 100 years or so. Although there haven't been many humans who have become gods in the past 1,000 years, it is still better than soul beasts. The Ice Emperor knew that while its bloodline level was very high, it was still far from enough to cultivate to become a god. Even the Snow Emperor, who is said to have the best chance of becoming a god in the extreme north, only has a slim probability. However, if soul beasts have no dreams, what difference is there from being a salted fish? If it weren't for the goal of becoming a god, the Ice Emperor wouldn't have been able to endure one hardship after another. Yet the Dream Ice Silkworm's words forced it to awaken from its dream. The path for soul beasts to become gods truly seemed impossible. The divine realm is too fair to soul beasts. Are they destined to be mere subordinates to human soul masters, only waiting for humans who have broken through 100 levels of soul power to take them to the divine realm? This is also why so many 100,000-year soul beasts choose to transform into humans and recultivate, especially some female soul beasts. Even if they cannot break through the 100-level limit to become gods, as long as they find a genius among humans and establish a deep relationship, then that human, even after becoming a god, will surely take their partner to the divine realm. The Ice Emperor knew that this could be a shortcut, but it felt extremely ashamed of such actions. Submitting to humans was a great humiliation for it. Ice Emperor. Seeing the Ice Emperor lost in thought, the Dream Ice Silkworm quickly approached. You must understand that even the strongest soul beasts will eventually reach their end. Only the life of a god is endless. The hope of recultivating into a human may have a slightly higher probability than overcoming the tribulation, but overall, it makes little difference. The hope of becoming a god is equally bleak. So we should change our mindset. The Dream Ice Silkworm's voice suddenly became louder, and its words grew more resolute. Since we cannot become gods, we can only find another way, and that is to create a god. By creating a god, even if we cannot become gods ourselves, we can enjoy endless life alongside this god and become an inseparable part of that god. That is why I chose to become a soul ring on a human. I want to use my power to help him break the limits of soul power and become a lofty god. In that moment, a sense of ambition appeared in the Dream Ice Silkworm's eyes. In front of it stood a young man who was not yet 9 years old this year, but his talent among humans was absolutely outstanding. Can you imagine? Regardless of his temperament and willpower, even his soul power cultivation has broken through to level 30. More importantly, he possesses twin martial souls. After I become his soul ring, in addition to granting him 4 soul skills, I can also help him obtain an additional martial soul. This is an unprecedented 3 martial souls. With his talent, he will surely ascend to the position of a god in the future. Then we can ascend to the divine realm together, and we will never be separated, becoming the most loving pair of soul beast couple in the divine realm. As I spoke, the old habit of the Sky Dream Ice Silkworm came back, and it couldn't help but start teasing the Ice Emperor. This time, the Ice Emperor did not scold it, but instead looked at the Sky Dream Ice Silkworm with an extremely serious expression and asked, "How much confidence do you have?" This was what the Ice Emperor was most concerned about. Chapter 173. Ice Emperor Relents. If the Sky Dream Ice Silkworm's confidence was low, the Ice Emperor would never accompany it to gamble. After all, the opportunity was only once. If they lost the bet, it would fall into an abyss from which there was no return, unless there was at least a 90% chance. The Ice Emperor would not go mad with the Sky Dream Ice Silkworm. If it were just me, the confidence would only be half at most. After all, I have no attack capability. Although this kid's sword martial soul is powerful, he is not yet grown, and it would still be dangerous if he encounters a strong enemy. The Sky Dream Ice Silkworm did not panic, but honestly told the Ice Emperor that since they were both firmly tied to Jiang Yu's ship, they would be comrades in the future, so there was no need to deceive it. It was better to speak the truth to gain some goodwill. What? The Ice Emperor said in shock. Are you crazy? Only a 50% chance, and you dare to be so bold? Do you know that if you fail, there will be no chance of turning back? It thought that the Sky Dream Ice Silkworm was so confident, so there should be a very high chance. But it turned out to be only half. Isn't this clearly a trap for it? Let me finish. The Sky Dream Ice Silkworm rolled its eyes helplessly. The Ice Emperor was good in many ways, but its personality was too impatient. Before it could finish, the Ice Emperor was already making a fuss. It wasn't being rational at all. Forget it. Who told the Sky Dream Ice Silkworm to love it so much it had to tolerate this flaw of the Ice Emperor? The Sky Dream Ice Silkworm immediately explained, but now that I have you, this opportunity is at least over 90%. You are much stronger than me in many aspects, which is definitely a great help to JiangYu. Plus, with my enormous mental power, I developed a detailed plan for God-making thousands of years ago. Not a moment of impulse. Over the past 10,000 years, I have conducted countless plans, and I finally succeeded with this kid JiangYu. This is heaven helping us. The Sky Dream Ice Silkworm looked affectionately at the Ice Emperor. My dear, are you willing to walk this path with me? Oomph. A hint of annoyance flashed across the Ice Emperor's face. Do you think it's useful to say these useless things now? I'm trapped here by you. Do I have any other choice? The Ice Emperor was extremely angry, as the Sky Dream Ice Silkworm was clearly trying to force it into submission, without caring whether it was willing, just like 20,000 years ago. Dear, don't be angry. The Sky Dream Ice Silkworm earnestly explained. How could I bear to harm you when I love you so much? I've done it once before, so I'm experienced. Under the protection of my powerful mental source, your chance of success is almost 100%. That's right, if it were just me, the success rate of the God-making plan would be less than 50%. But with you, that's different. This opportunity is at least 90%, a 90% chance of immortality. Are you sure you don't want to take a gamble? The Sky Dream Ice Silkworm's words were undoubtedly quite persuasive. For both humans and soul beasts, immortality had a huge allure, and even a glimmer of opportunity could draw one in. The Ice Emperor was clearly moved. Its pair of crystal yellow eyes could not help but look at JiangYu, revealing a strange brilliance. When the Ice Emperor's eyes turned to JiangYu's wrist, it was completely shocked, showing an incredibly bewildered expression. It actually saw. It couldn't be wrong. That was the mark left by the Ice God. You, impossible. How could this be? Kid, how could you have the mark of the Ice God? The Ice Emperor's tone was filled with surprise. Oh, you mean this? JiangYu raised his hand and explained. This was done during the Ice God ceremony. It's the Ice God's masterpiece. Although JiangYu spoke lightly, it sounded like spring thunder in the Ice Emperor's ears. It never expected that the Ice God would choose a human as the inheritor. At this moment, it had no doubts left. If the Ice God believed in him, it had no reason not to believe. With such a huge opportunity before it, how could it be foolish enough to refuse? It immediately became resolute. Sky Dream, why didn't you say earlier that he has a connection with the Ice God? If I had known this, I would have agreed long ago. The Ice Emperor gave the Sky Dream Ice Silkworm a roll of its eyes. I forgot. The Sky Dream Ice Silkworm smiled awkwardly, rubbing its bald head to ease the embarrassment. Indeed, it was still so unreliable. The Ice Emperor was speechless. This Sky Dream Ice Silkworm still couldn't change its nature. Don't just stand there, hurry up. The Ice Emperor looked at the Sky Dream Ice Silkworm with disdain, feeling extremely urgent at this moment, and actively urged. Ice, you agreed. The Sky Dream Ice Silkworm jumped for joy, truly worthy of being my beloved Ice. You will never regret today's choice. From now on, we could be together forever. The Ice Emperor angrily shouted, Sky Dream, if you dare to take advantage of me, believe it or not, I'll cut you. From now on, say less of this nonsense. The Ice Emperor said coldly. Sky Dream Ice Silkworm's voice sounded resentful. Ice, how can you be so heartless? Do you know how much I've sacrificed for you? The Ice Emperor did not respond to the Sky Dream Ice Silkworm's words. For such a shameless person, it should not hold back. It suddenly swung its green scorpion tail behind it, ready to attack. Don't. I won't say any more nonsense. The Sky Dream Ice Silkworm immediately surrendered. It was not the Ice Emperor's opponent. Although it loved that incredibly beautiful scorpion tail, it only wanted to hug it and did not want to be stung. The thing would hurt a lot if it got stung on the butt. The Ice Emperor then stopped. The Sky Dream Ice Silkworm did not dare to continue talking nonsense. After all, the Ice Emperor's strength ranked second in the extreme north, and it did not dare to really anger the Ice Emperor. Let's begin. The Ice Emperor no longer hesitated. It had cultivated to its current level, which definitely required decisiveness. Since it had made up its mind, it did not want to drag it out any longer. Moreover, the Skydream Ice Silkworm had already lost its body, and it was impossible to play tricks again, given the Skydream Ice Silkworm's infatuation with it. The Ice Emperor believed that the Skydream Ice Silkworm would not harm it. Not long after, the Ice Emperor's crystal yellow eyes gradually turned into a jade green, and its long jade green tail also stood up. A gentle jade green light began to ripple from the base of its tail. Finally, it condensed at the tip of its tail hook. As the green light flickered, a small light ball separated and slowly floated towards the sky, while the Ice Emperor's eyes suddenly lost their brilliance and darkened. The small ball of light is its spiritual source. Although the release process looks simple, it is not something an ordinary soul beast can achieve. Only soul beasts that have broken through their limitations and have a cultivation level of over 100,000 years can exhibit this. Of course, this is no problem for a stunning powerhouse like the Ice Emperor. Seeing this, the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm hurriedly released the golden light orb from its body. Chapter 174. The third martial soul, the golden orb, immediately floated out from the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm. As the emerald green orb gradually approached, the golden orb suddenly expanded. Then, like a whale swallowing, it quickly engulfed the emerald green orb and swiftly returned to JiangYu's body. With a whoosh, it drilled into his forehead, once again protecting the slightly shivering JiangYu within. After losing its spiritual source, the ice blue Emperor Scorpion's body could no longer be controlled and suddenly fell towards the ground. Without the control of the spiritual source, its massive body emitted a terrifying ferocity. Even the sky turned emerald green under the influence of this aura. This is the powerful strength of the Ice Emperor, capable of affecting even the weather. No wonder it ranks second among the super soul beasts in the extreme north. Even the sky blue bull python and the titan giant ape are likely not its match, as these two soul beasts only have a cultivation level just entering 100,000 years, unlike the Ice Emperor. It has survived 3 tribulations. Although tribulations pose a significant threat to soul beasts, overcoming one greatly boosts their strength. The gap created by this is not something other external factors can compensate for. For instance, even a soft-boned rabbit that has just survived its first tribulation can disregard the bloodline gap and easily defeat a titan giant ape that has not survived a tribulation, even achieving a one-hit kill. This is the benefit that tribulations bring to a soul beast body. The reason the Ice Emperor can't defeat the Super Soul Beast ranked first in the extreme north is simply due to having survived fewer tribulations than it. It has little to do with bloodlines. Birrar, it's so cold. JiangYu couldn't help but rub his body. Even he was struggling to withstand the extreme cold emanating from the Ice Emperor's source. If it were someone else, they would probably freeze instantly. Kid, your endurance is indeed impressive. You haven't been frozen by my cold aura. However, this is just the beginning. My massive power hasn't fully erupted yet, the Ice Emperor said proudly. My unparalleled cultivation is still benefiting you. Just thinking about it feels a bit unfair. Hearing its words, JiangYu couldn't help but want to retort. This ice blue Emperor Scorpion is indeed aloof. Even after becoming a spiritual entity, it doesn't forget to boast about its power. Its narcissistic personality is quite similar to that of the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm. No wonder they can get along. Just as JiangYu was lost in thought, he suddenly heard a moaning sound from the Ice Emperor in his mind. Immediately, he felt an extreme chill enveloping his soul and body, rendering him somewhat numb and unable to do anything. JiangYu's body, lying on the ice, suddenly shook as a green light slowly lifted him. At that moment, the ice blue Emperor Scorpion's body began to move. Intense emerald green light gathered wildly towards its tail hook. When the tail hook turned dark green, the ice blue Emperor Scorpion suddenly swung its tail hook and pierced it into JiangYu's tailbone, quickly impaling it. JiangYu felt an immense pain as the sharp tail hook pierced through his skin and flesh, driving deep into his bones. This pain, originating from deep within his nerves, was something no human could bear. Even though JiangYu's physique far exceeded that of ordinary people, he still nearly couldn't withstand it. His body began to tremble violently. Although JiangYu knew he had to hold on during such moments, the sensation of pain was simply too overwhelming. After all, he was still human and couldn't be devoid of feeling. Fortunately, at this moment, a flash of golden light suddenly appeared at his forehead. The gentle golden glow instantly enveloped his head and gradually spread throughout his entire body. The spiritual sea transformed back into gold. At this critical moment, the heavenly dream ice silkworm came to his aid, proving to be reliable and not betraying Jiang Yu's trust in it. With the help of the heavenly dream ice silkworm, Jiang Yu's body suddenly became a bit softer and the immense pain lessened somewhat. At this time, the Ice Emperor also began the martial soul fusion process, and another emerald green light lit up, then surged into Jiang Yu's body. A gentle warmth enveloped Jiang Yu's body, significantly reducing the earlier immense pain. Although this pain was still something that an ordinary person could hardly endure, it was bearable for Jiang Yu. However, his body was still sweating profusely. In this icy world of the extreme north, it was astonishing that he could sweat so much. This showed just how incredible the pain he was enduring was. Without the assistance of the heavenly dream ice silkworm and the Ice Emperor, he would have probably found it difficult to cope. Before long, Jiang Yu's clothes were soaked with sweat, as if he'd been washed in water. At that moment, an emerald green light suddenly tore his clothes to shreds, exposing the muscles beneath. Although Jiang Yu was still young, his physique was extraordinarily well-proportioned, and his body was considered perfect, especially his robust build, which had developed exceptionally strong. Fortunately, this was the core area of the extreme north, with no human presence. If someone had seen him, it would surely have caused a huge stir. Men would cry upon seeing him, and women would instantly become infatuated, unable to extricate themselves. Even the Ice Emperor, who had seen much, couldn't help but envy Jiang Yu's body, nearly drooling. However, the Ice Emperor knew that this was the most critical moment, so it focused all its energy, and drops of liquid emerald green began to flow slowly along Jiang Yu's spine and then spread towards his torso. First, it naturally targeted the spine, an important part of the human body, and then the emerald green liquid slowly surged upward. Jiang Yu's ribs began to turn into emerald green branches and continued to deliver upward. Wherever the emerald green spread, immense pain surged from within Jiang Yu's body. Although he was desperately enduring it, his body reacted strongly. However, under the control of the Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion, his body couldn't move. He could only stay in place. Shaking continuously, Jiang Yu kept telling himself he must hold on. No matter what, he couldn't give up. He couldn't fall in this extreme north. Jiang Yu repeatedly reminded himself that he must not give up, and a strong mental willpower instantly radiated out. The intense pain was dulled by his spirit, and the sensation of pain lessened somewhat. Seeing this scene, both the heavenly dream ice silkworm and the Ice Emperor were extremely surprised. They hadn't expected Jiang Yu's mental strength to be so powerful that he managed to hold on. It seemed that this choice was indeed not wrong. The Ice Emperor couldn't help but feel grateful. Jiang Yu had brought it surprise after surprise, and it believed that the divine creation plan would surely succeed. The heavenly dream ice silkworm also gradually withdrew its influence on Jiang Yu's spiritual sea, silently retreating to the side. After all, this pain was also a trial for Jiang Yu, which would strengthen his mental power and greatly benefit his future cultivation and growth. So just watched. Chapter 175, The Temptation of Bibi Dong when the emerald green covered all the bones in Jiang Yu's torso. The emerald light emitted by the Ice Emperor Scorpion's true body began to gradually dim. The soul bone formed from the Ice Emperor itself was a very important source of power for it, although the process of transformation was filled with pain. It was undoubtedly worth it for Jiang Yu, as the effect of this torso soul bone was far greater than any other soul bone he would obtain in the future. After all, although the Sky Dream Ice Silkworm was a million-year soul beast, it only provided Jiang Yu with a soul ring. Even though it had 4 soul skills, it was still slightly inferior to the benefits brought by the Ice Emperor. It is important to note that the Ice Emperor's bloodline is incredibly high, making it a natural king, and its cultivation has already broken through the 300,000 year limit, heading towards the 400,000 year threshold, and it is a battle-type soul beast. Just this alone brings immeasurable benefits to Jiang Yu. Of course, the Ice Emperor did not release all its power. This was only a small part. The Ice Emperor was afraid that Jiang Yu would not be able to handle it, so it sealed more energy within him, which could be gradually released for absorption as his cultivation improved. It must be said that the Ice Emperor's consideration was indeed thoughtful. With its enormous energy, Jiang Yu would no longer have to worry about the bottleneck of soul power, and his rate of improvement would significantly increase. The first step of the Sky Dream Ice Silkworm's god-making plan was finally successful, but this situation was not replicable. After all, on the Douluo Continent, the only million-year soul beast was the Sky Dream Ice Silkworm. which is also a unique spiritual-type soul beast. Moreover, the Sky Dream Ice Silkworm was able to persuade the Ice Emperor to agree to become Jiang Yu's soul ring due to the relationship established with it previously. Others simply could not meet such conditions. Even if someone did, they would not be able to withstand the immense energy of the Ice Emperor. Perhaps even Tang San, who practiced the Jing Tian skill, would not be able to, let alone the natives of the Douluo Continent. Therefore, even if someone figured out how to obtain the Sky Dream Ice Silkworm, they could not complete the god-making plan. The Ice Emperor's energy was extremely domineering, far more ferocious than the spiritual power of the Sky Dream Ice Silkworm, causing Jiang Yu's body to tremble continuously. A thick layer of ice beads began to form on his skin, dripping down to the ground. These ice beads were composed of the sweat on his body, and blood vessels began to show on his skin, dyeing the surface covered by the ice beads a bloody red. At this moment, the blood and energy throughout Jiang Yu's body were operating at high speed. If it were anyone else, they would have long since collapsed under such pressure. Fortunately, he had cultivated the Hongming purple Qi Dao and underwent transformations from the 10,000-year whale glue and purple-red fruits, allowing his physical quality to reach an extremely high level, which is why he could endure. At that moment, the Sky Dream Ice Silkworm and the Ice Emperor in Jiang Yu's mind began to release their spiritual essence to protect his vital organs, including his internal organs, flesh, bones, and meridians. This way, even if the blood energy circulated at high speed, it would not cause particularly severe harm to Jiang Yu. An incredibly rich wave of blood energy radiated from Jiang Yu's body, and his skin turned extremely pale, even revealing the emerald green bones within, creating a terrifying scene. Only his eyes remained golden. This was the spiritual energy of the Sky Dream Ice Silkworm, which could prevent damage to Jiang Yu's martial soul and avoid irreparable harm. As time passed, the emerald green began to gradually strengthen and widen, like paint completely outlining the bones. The pain Jiang Yu felt also changed. His torso began to alternate between extreme cold and extreme heat, as if he was sometimes in a 10,000-year ice cave in the far north, and at other times on the sun, creating immense torment. This was the true essence of ice and fire coexisting. From extreme cold to extreme heat, and then from extreme heat back to extreme cold, these two extreme forces alternated. And although Jiang Yu's was already quite strong, he gradually began to hallucinate, even seeing Bibi Dong dancing seductively in front of him. This was a scene he wouldn't even dare to dream of. As Bibi Dong shed one piece of clothing after another, Jiang Yu's body began to heat up, turning completely red. But just as he started to react, the figure that was about to reveal her snowy white peaks suddenly vanished, replaced by a green-haired girl with twin ponytails. Although she had a cute and delicate appearance, the aura she emitted was extremely strong. She looked like a lowly with a queen's demeanor, presenting a unique temptation. The girl did not dance like Bibi Dong, but instead swung her scorpion tail whip fiercely towards Jiang Yu, quickly wrapping around him. Jiang Yu felt the restraints tighten around him, a chilling cold infiltrating his body, causing even his lips to turn purple. In fact, the mere fusion of soul bones would not be so painful. It was simply because Jiang Yu's cultivation was still too low, barely reaching the level of a Zune. And the quality of the soul bone he was fusing was extremely high, far beyond that of a 100,000-year soul bone. It could be said to be the highest level of soul bone ever absorbed by a human soul master. Even the angel family and Bibi Dong had never encountered a 30,000-year soul bone, which caused the incredible pain he was experiencing. Under the impact of this powerful force, Jiang Yu felt himself becoming somewhat disoriented. At that moment, the Sky Dream Ice Silkworm's spiritual power surged in once again, instantly awakening Jiang Yu and simultaneously protecting his spiritual essence. Only then did Jiang Yu feel a slight reduction in pain. Although the Sky Dream Ice Silkworm hoped Jiang Yu could endure the trial, it would not stand by and watch his spirit collapse. When Jiang Yu was about to reach his limit, the Sky Dream Ice Silkworm immediately intervened to protect his consciousness. Jiang Yu's spirit began to recover. But because of this, that incredibly perplexing scene reappeared. Bibi Dong had transformed into a completely bare figure, her snowy skin unblemished, and not a single hair could be seen on her body. Her body was as smooth and translucent as white jade, looking so tender that it seemed one could squeeze water out of it. How could any man withstand such a test? Jiang Yu's resolve nearly collapsed, but fortunately, that image did not last long and quickly changed. The aloof, lowly beauty reappeared. And this time she did not bind him with her hair, but instead raised her emerald green scorpion tail and thrust it toward Jiang Yu. A wave of immense pain surged forth. Jiang Yu quickly steadied his mind. Chapter 176. Success time felt long, and Jiang Yu did not expect that the process of obtaining his third martial soul would be so painful. He had no time to think, and all his attention was focused on how to withstand the pain inflicted by the Ice Emperor Scorpion. Fortunately, whenever Jiang Yu's spirit was about to collapse, the Sky Dream Ice Silkworm would intervene to protect his spiritual essence, providing him with a moment of relaxation. During this repetitive process, Jiang Yu's willpower received comprehensive enhancement, and his spiritual power also experienced significant growth. At this time, Jiang Yu understood the Sky Dream Ice Silkworm's intention. It was not continuously releasing its powerful spiritual power because it wanted Jiang Yu to achieve a breakthrough in the balance between tension and relaxation. After realizing this, Jiang Yu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After all, he would still have the protection of the Dream Ice Silkworm, and even if it hurt, he wouldn't encounter any great danger. It was better to grit his teeth and endure. After coming to this realization, Jiang Yu's will gradually strengthened, and even the Ice Emperor and the Dream Ice Silkworm beside him exclaimed repeatedly about his incredible talent, which was almost unimaginable. This level of willpower was something even 100,000-year soul beast might not possess. Jiang Yu was truly remarkable. Thus, from day to night and then from night to day, Jiang Yu continued to persevere. The emerald green light surrounding him grew stronger, and the vitality within him surged, much more than before. Even though the Ice Emperor only shared a small portion of its energy, it was a great supplement for Jiang Yu, no less than the purple-red fruit he obtained at the auction. Jiang Yu's muscles, bones, and internal organs all underwent changes due to this nourishment, and even his head and limbs, which were not included in the soul bone, received significant enhancements as his physical quality improved. The immense pain began to lessen. Now, even without the Dream Ice Silkworm's intervention, Jiang Yu could rely on his extraordinary physique to endure. He could clearly feel his vitality becoming stronger and his body becoming more resilient. If it weren't for the fact that Jiang Yu was currently at a bottleneck with his soul power at level 30 and had not absorbed a new soul ring, the energy from the Ice Emperor could instantly raise his soul power by several levels. Jiang Yu, the next moment is crucial. Although the fusion of a soul bone is nearly complete, the next step will involve sealing the power of the soul bone within your marrow. Only then can you absorb it seamlessly. This final fusion process may be even more intense than the pain you've previously endured. You must hold on, or all your efforts will be in vain, the Ice Emperor solemnly reminded him. From now on, you can only rely on yourself. The Dream Ice Silkworm can no longer assist you. However, I believe you can absolutely endure this with your willpower. You only need to last for 1 hour to completely possess this soul bone, which is over 300,000 years old. The Ice Emperor's voice carried a hint of fatigue. After all, it was merging its own body with Jiang Yu's. It was akin to dismantling its own bones to integrate them into Jiang Yu's body, even though its cultivation was extraordinarily strong. The pain it experienced was not significantly less than Jiang Yu's. The Ice Emperor had not shown any abnormal reactions solely because it was enduring the pain through its formidable willpower honed over hundreds of thousands of years. Not because it was without pain. At this point, there was no turning back. Faced with the impending ordeal, Jiang Yu felt no fear. He was fully prepared to accept the upcoming test. However, he did not expect the final wave of soul-bone fusion to be so excruciating. Just at the very beginning, Jiang Yu suddenly jumped up. This pain exceeded the total of all previous pains by far, and his mental sea trembled violently, nearly collapsing in an instant. If it were just alternating pain and cold, he could endure it, but this sensation was completely different from before. Itch. Jiang Yu felt as if thousands of ants were crawling over his body, an unbearable itch that even penetrated to his bones. In that moment, Jiang Yu wanted nothing more than to scratch every inch of his body to relieve the itch. The Dream Ice Silkworm looked worried, as not only Jiang Yu, but even the Ice Emperor, one of the 3 great kings, was trembling violently, clearly affected as well. This indicated how immense the pain was. The Dream Ice Silkworm was not worried about the Ice Emperor, as it had experienced much worse, but it was concerned about Jiang Yu. No matter how strong he was still just an 8 or 9-year-old child, and such inhuman pain was not easy for a child of his age to withstand. But the Dream Ice Silkworm had no way to help now. It could only watch helplessly. If Jiang Yu wanted to fully integrate the Ice Emperor's soul bone, he had to endure this torment. Only then could he unleash the full power of the soul bone. Before long, cracks began to appear in Jiang Yu's mental sea. As these cracks gradually widened, they would surely explode, and Jiang Yu would fall into danger. The Dream Ice Silkworm could no longer care about anything else. Raising its hand, A rich golden light surged toward Jiang Yu's mental sea. "Don't mind me. I can do this," Jiang Yu's stubborn voice resonated, leaving the dream ice silkworm deeply moved and shocked. It hadn't expected that, even at this moment, Jiang Yu still retained his consciousness. Moreover, judging by the situation, his condition was not as bad as imagined. Could it be that he really had a way to cope? The dream ice silkworm was filled with doubt. But knowing Jiang Yu's character, if he said he didn't need help, he must have absolute confidence. With this thought, the dream ice silkworm retracted the golden light, but kept its gaze on Jiang Yu. If he truly couldn't endure, the dream ice silkworm could still extend a helping hand in time. Before long, the dream ice silkworm finally felt at ease because Jiang Yu's mental sea was healing at an astonishing speed. Soon, his mental sea returned to normal, and even its boundaries expanded significantly, with his mental power multiplying compared to before. Then, a dazzling ring of light rose from Jiang Yu's feet. This ring was incredibly strange, displaying a rich blood-red color, noble and cold, exuding an overwhelming majesty like that of sea of blood. On this blood-red ring, four golden patterns appeared faintly, though the fourth pattern looked rather dim and was far less brilliant than the first three. The moment this soul ring appeared, Jiang Yu's aura soared dramatically, and an ancient wild energy rapidly spread around him. At that moment, Jiang Yu resembled an unparalleled sovereign of the extreme north. Jiang Yu's body did not exhibit any obvious changes, but a greenish-blue emblem appeared on his back, shimmering with light, depicting the Ice Emperor Scorpion. Chapter 177. The three top martial spirits. The emblem of the Ice Emperor Scorpion was quite large, covering Jiang Yu's entire back. Its 6 long legs coiled around his ribs, while a pair of pincers manifested on his shoulders. The long tail extended down the spine, deviating to the right at the tail vertebra, resting on the right side of his hip. Besides this emblem of the Ice Emperor Scorpion, the most astonishing change was in Jiang Yu's arms. His arms were covered with a layer of diamond-like particles, densely packed, each about the size of a green bean, presenting a hexagonal shape that emitted an incredibly brilliant light. The dazzling luster on Jiang Yu's arms and the enormous emblem of the Ice Emperor Scorpion behind him complemented each other, creating a breathtaking sight. This was the difference between beast martial spirits and weapon martial spirits. After the martial spirit possessed him, he appeared to no longer belong to the human realm, resembling the mythical monsters from legends, while weapon soul masters looked much more normal. "I did it," feeling everything happening to him. 2 lines of tears involuntarily slipped from the corners of Jiang Yu's eyes. After taking such a huge risk, he finally succeeded in obtaining the Ice Emperor Scorpion martial spirit. Jiang Yu instantly fell into immense joy. For this moment, he had endured too much pain, so even though he was very strong, he couldn't help but weep tears of joy. This hard-earned success undoubtedly made Jiang Yu cherish it even more. Feeling the powerful energy coursing through him, his emotions were nearly uncontrollable. It was no wonder he was so excited. He had fused with one of the 3 great kings of the extreme north. The Ice Emperor Scorpion, a super soul beast with nearly 400,000 years of history. From that moment on, Jiang Yu became the first ever owner of a 3 lives martial soul in the history of the Douluo Continent. Even Tang San, who had exceptional opportunities, did not have such a chance, which was not necessarily a bad thing for the people of the Douluo Continent. After all, under Tang San's rule, the Douluo Continent had almost become a one-man show of the Tang family. After eliminating the Spirit Hall, the Soul Masters of the continent not only did not receive fair treatment, but even lost the previous Soul Master subsidies. After that, the Douluo Continent completely transformed into the Tang family's domain, with Tang San becoming the highest ruler of the continent, or rather, it would be more accurate to say a dictator. He truly achieved the principle: those who follow will prosper, and those who oppose will perish. Now that Jiang Yu possessed the 3 lives martial soul, he was undoubtedly the most likely person to crush Tang San in the future. After all, the first soul ring of the Ice Emperor Scorpion martial soul on Jiang Yu's body was nearly 400,000 years old, and that blood-red soul ring shimmering with golden patterns could almost rival Tang San's 9th soul ring from the deep-sea demon whale king. From this moment on, Jiang Yu's strength completely surpassed Tang San's, and as his soul power increased, this gap would only widen. Even if Tang San awakened the bloodline of the Blue-Silver Emperor, he could not be Jiang Yu's opponent. Finally, he succeeded. The tone of the Dream Ice Silkworm was very excited, saying that all its hard work had not been in vain. Jiang Yu's success in obtaining the 3rd soul ring was also its success. as they had long been completely bound together. Thank you, Dream Brother. Jiang Yu sincerely expressed his gratitude to the Dream Ice Silkworm, realizing that without it, he would not have such a fortuitous encounter. We're like family, no need to say thanks. The Dream Ice Silkworm smiled slightly, saying, we have finally taken the most important step. With the body-soul bone brought by the Ice Emperor, your physical quality has increased at least 5 times compared to before, and your endurance has greatly improved. I estimate that you can now handle a 10,000-year soul ring without any problem, and the terrifying soul impact from a 10,000-year soul beast probably won't affect you. This is why I let you fuse with the Ice Emperor first before obtaining the 3rd soul ring. Now the Ice Emperor has officially become the main soul ring of your 3rd martial soul, and is also the essence of your 3rd martial soul. Its enhancement to you may even exceed mine. As your cultivation continues to improve, the abilities brought to you by the Ice Emperor will become stronger. Initially, I gave you 4 soul skills and 1 martial soul. Although the Ice Emperor's cultivation has not broken through to 1,000,000 years, its racial heritage is much stronger than that of the Ice Silkworm clan. Based on its current abilities, it can also provide you with 4 soul skills. For soul skills as well. Hearing this, Jiang Yu is somewhat shocked, clearly not expecting the Ice Emperor to bring him so many soul skills. This was simply an extra surprise. Yes, the Dream Ice Silkworm continued to explain. These 4 soul skills include 2 soul ring skills and 2 skills attached to the body-soul bone of the Ice Emperor that you have perfectly fused with. So were these 4 soul skills? Jiang Yu couldn't wait to know what effects the Ice Emperor Scorpion would bring him. Would the Ice Emperor's intelligence still be retained like yours? If so, that would be incredible. An intelligent soul ring is evidently much stronger than one without consciousness. If the Ice Emperor's intelligence remains, at least in this extreme north, it would undoubtedly make things much easier for Jiang Yu. After all, his 3rd martial soul's attribute is ice, and if he wants to add soul rings to the Ice Emperor Scorpion in the future, there is certainly no place more suitable than the extreme north. This place has the most complete ice attribute soul beasts, and many of them are of high quality. Moreover, the Ice Emperor has contributed so much. From Jiang Yu's perspective, he hoped it could retain its spiritual essence. Otherwise, it would be a great pity. The Ice Emperor is fine. The Dream Ice Silkworm's mood suddenly became cheerful, explaining that it had consumed a lot of energy during the fusion with Jiang Yu's body and was now very tired, having fallen into a deep sleep. It should wake up soon. What about those 4 soul skills? Jiang Yu pressed on. The Dream Ice Silkworm smiled mysteriously and said, I don't know. After all, I'm not the Ice Emperor. You'll have to experience it yourself later. Now, let's head east to find your 2nd and 3rd soul rings. Right? Jiang Yu had been so happy that he just remembered his soul power had already broken through to the soul master level, allowing him to continue adding 2 soul rings to the Ice Emperor Scorpion. With his current physique, choosing a 10,000-year soul beast was not a problem, and there was no need to wait until later. Since he had come to the extreme north, he naturally needed to solve the soul ring issue. Although even twin martial souls cannot simultaneously elevate the soul rings of both martial souls, Jiang Yu was indeed special. His physique was stronger than any twin martial soul owner. Even Tang San, who practiced the Jing Tian skill, could not compare to Jiang Yu. After all, aside from having the support of a powerful cultivation method, he had consumed several rare treasures, so there was no need to worry about physique, which is why he could simultaneously elevate soul rings. Moreover, Jiang Yu already had a comprehensive plan. Perhaps he could reveal the secret of his twin martial souls at the right moment. Of course, he did not intend to showcase the sword, only the Ice Emperor Scorpion. Chapter 178. Ice Bear under the guidance of the Dream Ice Silkworm. Jiang Yu continued to move north. With the Dream Ice Silkworm's mental probing, he no longer felt like a fly buzzing aimlessly. After about an hour of walking, the Dream Ice Silkworm discovered a soul beast ahead, about 100 meters away, that was very suitable for Jiang Yu, urging him to hurry over. Upon arrival, Jiang Yu found that it was actually an ice bear soul beast. Its size was particularly massive, resembling a small hill, and even with its 4 limbs on the ground. It stood over 10 meters tall. Its enormous body was covered in thick fur, and the white fur emitted a brilliant light. The Dream Ice Silkworm explained, this ice bear soul beast is also a very famous soul beast in the extreme north. Although it cannot compare to the Ice Emperor Scorpion in terms of bloodline, it ranks among the top 10 powerful clans, especially in terms of strength, which is truly terrifying. Probably not much inferior to the Titan Giant Ape clan of the Stardow Forest. Hearing this, Jiang Yu's face showed a thoughtful expression. This ice bear soul beast actually possessed strength comparable to the Titan giant ape, undoubtedly making it a high-level soul beast. Dream, brother. Do you know its cultivation? JiangYu asked seriously. The Dream Ice Silkworm nodded and said, the cultivation age of the ice bear ahead is approximately between 13,000 to 15,000 years. With your current physical quality, it should not be a big problem for you to absorb it. JiangYu immediately understood. Since he had clarified this, he no longer hesitated and immediately released the Ice Emperor Scorpion Martial Soul. In this extreme north, the Ice Emperor's Martial Soul was clearly more effective, and he could take this opportunity to learn more about the abilities of the Ice Emperor Scorpion, killing two birds with one stone. After the martial spirit possessed him, Jiang Yu exuded a powerful chill, making his presence feel like an emperor in the snow, evoking a natural sense of submission in others. Howl! As he saw a human rushing towards him, the ice bear let out a furious roar. In this extreme northern land, humans had always fled in panic before it, and no one had ever dared challenge it. Jiang Yu's actions instantly made the ice bear feel its authority was being undermined. As the bear's roar echoed, a massive blizzard rapidly formed around its body, quickly expanding to cover a radius of hundreds of meters, with the cold wind and snow intensifying. Be careful, the Skydream Ice Silkworm quickly warned. That was the ice bear's innate skill, the Ice Bear Blizzard, which possessed incredibly destructive power. Without needing the Skydream Ice Silkworm to elaborate, Jiang Yu also sensed the blizzard's might ahead. The snowflakes were as sharp as ice blades, far beyond an ordinary blizzard. However, Jiang Yu was not afraid because he had already learned from the information gradually transmitted by his soul ring what the skills bestowed upon him by the Ice Emperor were. One was the Ice Emperor's Claw, which could make his hands and forearms extremely hard, with each diamond crystal on his arms possessing powerful refractive abilities, serving as an indestructible weapon that not only enhanced strength but also dealt tremendous damage in close combat. In addition to this offensive soul skill, the Ice Emperor's soul ring also granted Jiang Yu a defensive soul skill, Ice Emperor's Protection. Without hesitation, Jiang Yu released the Ice Emperor's Protection skill, and the blood-red soul ring suddenly shone with a rich brilliance, causing an incredibly thick layer of ice crystal to appear on the surface of Jiang Yu's body, reflecting a strong light that seemed even more dazzling than diamonds. With a defensive soul skill in place, Jiang Yu could unleash his full power and immediately activated the Ice Emperor's Claw. His arms became immensely hard as he charged into the blizzard ahead. Once inside, Jiang Yu truly felt the terrifying nature of the blizzard. The snowflakes were as hard as blades, pressing down on Jiang Yu's body fiercely. Fortunately, his body was protected by the ice crystal, preventing the snowflakes from causing harm. Jiang Yu raised his clawed arm and swung it violently towards the blizzard, instantly cutting through the surrounding snow and creating a vacuum zone. With his claws raised, Jiang Yu braved the blizzard and rushed forward at high speed. Before long, Jiang Yu broke through the ice bear's blizzard and leaped right in front of it. His speed was astonishing, and in an instant, he lifted his claw to stab the massive body of the ice bear, piercing its skin. Howl, howl, howl. The ice bear let out a painful cry. The Ice Emperor's Claw was the signature move of the Ice Emperor Scorpion, sharp enough to rival even the finest weapons crafted by humans. Even the ice bear's thick fur could not stop the invasion of the Ice Emperor's Claw. Bright red blood seeped from the ice bear's skin, and a look of pain crossed its face. Furious, the ice bear extended its massive paw towards Jiang Yu, slamming down with immense force, creating a powerful gust of wind. Bang! Jiang Yu took the blow from the ice bear, his body instantly sent flying by that enormous paw. As expected of a power-type soul beast, the ice bear's strength was truly terrifying. Even though Jiang Yu's physical attributes had reached an incredible level and he had the Ice Emperor's protection, he still sustained some injuries, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. At that moment, Jiang Yu truly realized that the Skydream Ice Silkworm's words were not exaggerated. Perhaps the strength of the Titan Great Ape was similar to this, and even if it were stronger, it wouldn't be by much. However, this only strengthened Jiang Yu's resolve to hunt the ice bear. After absorbing the ice bear's soul ring, his physical attributes would surely advance even further, which would greatly benefit him in enduring the soul rings of other powerful soul beasts in the future. After spitting out the congealed blood in his mouth, Jiang Yu stood up abruptly. This minor injury would not affect his combat capabilities. After absorbing the soul ring from the Ice Emperor, his pain tolerance had reached a peak. Jiang Yu extended his arm and continued charging towards the ice bear, but this time he did not charge recklessly. His movements were extremely agile. Every time the ice bear reached out to slap him, JiangYu would dodge. No matter how powerful an attack, if it didn't hit, it was meaningless. Soon, the ice bear found itself in a state of exhaustion. In contrast, JiangYu became increasingly adept, leaving traces with his sharp claws on the bear's massive body every time he dodged its attacks. This enraged the ice bear, which had encountered many human soul masters but had never met anyone as troublesome as JiangYu. This kid was more slippery than an eel, and the ice bear was infuriated. Although its strength was immense, its speed had a significant flaw, a common issue among many power-type soul beasts. Despite possessing overwhelming power, its speed could not keep up. Chapter 179. Ice Emperor's Claw. The ice bear's body was far too large to move quickly. Fortunately, it possessed absolute strength. Facing an ordinary enemy, others would likely be so intimidated by its power that they would soil themselves before they even realized what was happening. But JiangYu was an anomaly. With his current physical attributes, he could barely withstand the ice bear's terrifying strength, and coupled with his agile movements, the ancient ice bear soul beast could not subdue him. JiangYu was like an eel, escaping from the bear's grasp whenever it thought it had him cornered, infuriating the ice bear further. Gradually, the ice bear lost its rationality, falling into a state of frenzied rage. It was like a beast consumed by desire, constantly swinging its arms in frustration, its heavy paws smashing into the snow, creating an astonishing tremor. The thick layer of snow on the ground was scattered by its strikes, and the ground within dozens of meters erupted with intense sounds, resembling an earthquake. Yet, despite the ice bear using all its might, it still could not touch JiangYu, watching helplessly as he danced around it without a way to counter. As the ice bear's movement slowed, JiangYu couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. It seemed it had exhausted a lot of strength. If he waited a little longer, he could seize the perfect opportunity to strike. Not bad. The Sky Dream ice silkworm in his mind couldn't help but voice its praise. Initially, it thought JiangYu would need its assistance to defeat the ancient ice bear ahead. It was unexpected that JiangYu was performing so impressively. His tactics were far beyond what an ordinary child could imagine, executed perfectly without a hint of error. JiangYu's approach was undoubtedly correct. When facing a power-type opponent, one must not engage in a head-on clash, as this would only lead to mutual destruction. Even if one emerged victorious, they would suffer significant damage. Instead, utilizing speed and evasive maneuvers could yield far more satisfactory results. Ow! Ow! The ice bear occasionally let out angry sounds from its mouth, feeling wronged. It was unfair to bully a bear like this, knowing it wasn't good at speed, yet running so fast. Humans were indeed despicable. A powerful chill emanated from its body, gradually forming a fierce snowstorm around it, blowing violently in all directions. With the help of this snowstorm, JiangYu's movements had to slow down. After all, these snowflakes were sharper than knives, and even JiangYu didn't dare to underestimate them. Fortunately, his arms had transformed into the pincers of the Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion, incredibly hard. Even a divine weapon would be shattered upon colliding with his arms. Having acquired the Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion martial soul, JiangYu was indeed very tough. His arms were like divine artifacts, cutting the approaching snowflakes to the ground with every strike. The ice bear's proud attacks missed, and seeing how difficult JiangYu was to deal with, the ice bear was furious, jumping up and down. It was the first time it had been so humiliated, a shadow that would be difficult to erase in its bear life. If it didn't deal with this jumping human in front of it, it wouldn't rest easy. The divine dispute lasted a moment. The bear fought for its breath. The ice bear had to vent this anger before it could comfortably eat, sleep, and play. Soon, the ice bear became increasingly agitated, its massive arms pushing forward relentlessly, regardless of whether it could hit JiangYu. It just slapped down again and again. The snow on the ground was blown away by the gusts from its palms, revealing the true surface for dozens of miles around. In a world of white snow, a hint of yellow appeared, reflecting against the setting sun in the distance. But no matter how the ice bear attacked, it still couldn't touch JiangYu's figure. And gradually its strength was depleted, its movements beginning to slow down. About 3 minutes later, the ice bear was exhausted and suddenly collapsed onto the ground. In such a cold place in the extreme north, sweat surprisingly began to form on its body. The ice bear was truly too tired to have any strength left. Even though JiangYu was still glaring at it from the front, it was too lazy to make another move and chose to lie down. The only thing that left the ice bear feeling aggrieved was that it had fallen in such a manner at the hands of a human. This was something it had never expected. Seeing that the ice bear was no longer attacking and was sitting there looking fearless, JiangYu hesitated a bit. No one knew whether the ice bear really had no strength to counterattack or was pretending to appear this way to lure him into action. Just then, the voice of the heavenly dream, ice silkworm, echoed in his mind. Don't worry, that ice bear really has no strength left. Take this opportunity to finish it off. The tone of heavenly dream was very firm. Since it said so, Jiang Yu certainly believed it. After all, the psychic power of the heavenly dream ice silkworm was the strongest on the continent. With its abilities, it could detect the ice bear's current condition. So Jiang Yu no longer hesitated. He immediately walked towards the ice bear. Ow, cuckoozies. The ice bear emitted incomprehensible beast language, and its expression seemed to carry a hint of righteous indignation. Heavenly dream, what is it saying? Jiang Yu sought help from the heavenly dream ice silkworm in his mind. They were both soul beasts, so their tone should be somewhat similar. How would I know? The heavenly dream ice silkworm replied, looking speechless. I'm an ice silkworm, and that big guy is an ice bear. The language of soul beasts is not like that of humans. There are probably as many as 100 soul beast species, leading to 100 different soul beast languages. The language of our ice silkworm clan is quite different from that of the ice bears. Is there such a thing? Jiang Yu asked in confusion. Then how did you communicate with the ice emperor? If what the heavenly dream ice silkworm said was true, he wondered why there hadn't been a communication barrier between it and the ice emperor, leading him to doubt if the heavenly dream was lying. I'm joking. I stayed with the ice emperor for a while, and during that time, it taught me quite a bit, including the language of its ice blue emperor scorpion clan. The heavenly dream ice silkworm replied honestly. Don't underestimate its attacking ability. Its language aptitude is quite good. It can even learn human languages. If that ice bear in front were willing to teach me its language, I guarantee I could learn it quickly. But the heavenly dream ice silkworm wasn't interested in going that route. Although I don't know what it's specifically saying, judging by its mental fluctuations and facial expressions, it's probably asking you to give it a quick end. To dispel Jiang Yu's curiosity, the heavenly dream ice silkworm attempted to interpret the ice bear's words. As for whether it was accurate, it didn't know. Chapter 180. Choosing the right person. Although Jiang Yu had some doubts about the heavenly dream ice silkworm's words, he still stepped forward. Seeing the ice bear sitting there panting heavily, it didn't seem like it was faking, so he felt reassured. He then raised his sharp pincers, the diamonds reflecting a faint light, and with a swift motion, he stabbed towards the ice bear's body. Surprisingly, the ice bear's defense was quite good. After enduring Jiang Yu's strike, it appeared unfazed, demonstrating remarkable resilience. Fortunately, the ice bear was already very fatigued and lacked the strength to resist, allowing Jiang Yu to attack without concern for defense. Seeing the ice bear so tenacious, Jiang Yu felt somewhat pleased. This proved that this ice bear was definitely stronger than ordinary soul beasts, and the soul ring it produced would far surpass the typical soul rings, which was why even the same soul skills had different effects. Besides the soul master's application of soul skills, the strength of the soul beast was also a significant factor. This ice bear soul beast must be among the top in the entire ice bear clan. Like a genius among humans, Jiang Yu began to anticipate the power of the ice bear's soul ring. While thinking, he accelerated his attacks, the speed of his sharp pincers increasing. After about 10 minutes, Jiang Yu finally dealt with the ice bear completely. This snow-covered soul beast, as large as a small hill, finally closed its eyes. Soon, a circle of black light appeared around it, occasionally flashing with dazzling ghostly light. This was a 10,000-year soul ring. Jiang Yu immediately sat cross-legged. He had gained plenty of experience in absorbing soul rings, so he quickly entered a meditative state, using his mind to communicate with the shining ring. Soon, the black 10,000-year soul ring was drawn to Jiang Yu's side, and the power within began to flow towards him bit by bit, appearing to go smoothly. However, Jiang Yu did not let his guard down. This was just the beginning, and the main event had yet to unfold. Jiang Yu cautiously absorbed the power of the soul ring. As the ice bear's power surged into him, his body became increasingly cold. But Jiang Yu didn't feel as uncomfortable as he had imagined. After all, he had absorbed plenty of power from the ice blue emperor scorpion. And even if the ice bear was powerful, it couldn't compare to the ice emperor. The pain he endured this time was even less than 1/10,000th of that from the ice emperor. And he didn't even need the heavenly dream ice silkworm to help. Just then, a strong shockwave occurred. Soul shock. Bring it on. Jiang Yu was not worried about the soul shock that could only be caused by a 10,000-year soul beast. He had already endured the pressure of a 100,000-year soul beast. And although there was a voluntary element from the ice emperor, a mere 10,000-year ice bear, was far inferior to the Ice Emperor Scorpion. Speaking of soul shock, Jiang Yu couldn't help but think of Yu Xiaojing, the knowledgeable master of soul theory who surprisingly did not know what soul shock was, and had to learn about it from Xiao Wu. It was quite amusing, but thinking about it, it made sense, given the level of the master. He wouldn't even have the opportunity to absorb a 1,000-year soul ring, let alone a 10,000-year one. With that in mind, it was not surprising that he didn't know about the impact of a 10,000-year soul ring, as his strength was simply too low, and he could only learn about soul master knowledge for books. How could Yu Xiaojing, who had never stepped onto the pinnacle of soul masters, understand what the world of high-level soul masters was like? Suddenly, the residual consciousness of the ice bear within the soul ring erupted entirely, transforming into a shining light cluster, which gradually coalesced into the shadow of the ice bear. The phantom appeared extremely furious, and a strong sense of hatred emanated from its deep-set eyes. Although the ice bear ultimately accepted its fate of being hunted by humans, it did not mean it truly gave up resistance. It was waiting for this opportunity. As far as it knew, the maximum age limit for humans to absorb a second soul ring was only around 700 years, while its own cultivation had already surpassed 10,000 years. The gap between them was immense. Although JiangYu's first soul ring was not the common white or yellow, but an unusual red, the ice bear thought it might simply be that he absorbed a soul ring from a special soul beast, which turned it red. It estimated that the age of the ring would not exceed 500 years. It was no wonder the ice bear misunderstood. It had no idea that only a 100,000-year soul beast could produce a red soul ring, as it had never seen a human soul master with a red soul ring in the extreme northern region after cultivating for 10,000 years. So it was understandable that it didn't know. However, because of this misconception, the ice bear's plan was doomed to fail, and it could only blame its limited perspective. Facing the soul shock unleashed by the ice bear, Jiang Yu remained completely unafraid, even refusing the help of the heavenly dream ice silkworm. If he could withstand the mental source of the Ice Emperor Scorpion, he could definitely handle a mere 10,000-year ice bear. Jiang Yu suddenly felt an unprecedented confidence, and his aura transformed entirely, radiating a strong imperial presence, as if he could easily grasp even the stars in the sky if he wished. The ice bear suddenly realized that no matter how many times it unleashed soul shocks towards Jiang Yu, there were no signs of his mind collapsing. It merely swayed slightly. This level of impact was just a tickle for Jiang Yu and had no effect on him. The ice bear had no way of knowing that Jiang Yu's spiritual power was now extremely strong, and unless it broke through to the 30,000-year limit, it would have little chance of affecting Jiang Yu. Unfortunately, it would never have the opportunity to cultivate again. Jiang Yu steadied his mind and continued to absorb the power from the ice bear's soul ring. The soul shock posed no threat to him. Instead, it accelerated his absorption speed. After about 15 minutes, the ice bear's figure began to fade, and the soul shock ceased. By this time, Jiang Yu had absorbed 90% of the energy from the soul ring and was entering the final stage of absorption. The heavenly dream ice silkworm looked at Jiang Yu and couldn't help but nod in appreciation. It also felt a sense of relief, realizing that its choice was indeed correct. Thankfully, it did not choose the other boy lying there. He could never compare to Jiang Yu. The heavenly dream ice silkworm couldn't help but feel proud. With Jiang Yu's talent, becoming a deity was certainly not an issue. All it needed to do was stay comfortably in Jiang Yu's mind, and it would eventually ascend to the divine realm. This deal was simply too advantageous. It was a sure win. The heavenly dream ice silkworm happily began to whistle. It had even started to think about life after ascending to the divine realm, estimating that the goddesses there would surely be beautiful. Upon hearing the whistling of the heavenly dream ice silkworm, Jiang Yu felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. It really was not worried at all and still had the mood to whistle at such a time. If it were to whistle, it should wait until he successfully absorbed the ice bear's soul ring. Celebrating now was a bit premature. However, Jiang Yu did not have time to complain. The power remaining in the ice bear soul ring was minimal, and he had to speed up his absorption. After all, the little tune the heavenly dream ice silkworm was whistling was simply too unpleasant to listen to, and he did not want to hear it. Chapter 181. The mysterious woman. Fortunately, the energy within the ice bear soul ring was not much left, and Jiang Yu completed the absorption in a few minutes. Successfully obtaining his second soul ring, Jiang Yu felt his soul power rapidly increasing, soon breaking through the bottleneck of level 30, and then continuing to push forward without any signs of stopping. 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37. Jiang Yu's soul power rose to level 37 before gradually stopping. Even he did not expect to increase by a full 7 levels this time. In fact, it was not hard to understand. Jiang Yu had previously received the inheritance of the Ice God, and coupled with the power he absorbed from the Ice Emperor Scorpion, this allowed him to elevate his soul power by so many levels. Without these accumulations, relying solely on the power of the Ice Bear Soul Ring would probably have only increased his soul power by 2 levels at most. Given the high quality of his soul power, this also made the increase somewhat difficult. Now, being able to increase by a full 7 levels of soul power, Jiang Yu was already very satisfied. Phew, finally done. 3 hours later, at the edge of the core area, Jiang Yu successfully subdued a 15,000-year ice snow dragon. The ice snow dragon was also a famous soul beast in the extreme northern region, its body measuring over 10 meters, especially with a neck as long as a giraffe, incredibly slender. Its back was adorned with hundreds of shining ice crystals, all formed from. According to the heavenly dream ice silkworm, the ice snow dragon possessed true dragon blood, and although the proportion was not high, just this point made it stronger than ordinary subdragon-type soul beasts. If it weren't for the hybrid dragon types that resembled large lizards, it would be unmatched. After hunting the ice snow dragon, Jiang Yu began to absorb the soul ring from its body. This time, he once again experienced soul shock, and it was even more intense than that from the ice bear. However, he was now very experienced in dealing with soul shocks. It was just a small interlude. Before long, Jiang Yu successfully absorbed the soul ring from the ice snow dragon. This time, his soul power only increased by about 1 level. If someone were to see Jiang Yu at this moment, they would surely be shocked. He was surrounded by 3 soul rings, red, black, black. This configuration of soul rings was simply unheard of and unseen. The first soul skill was at the 100,000-year level, which had never existed on the Douluo Continent. Even those with twin martial souls could not achieve this. After successfully absorbing the 3rd soul ring, Jiang Yu prepared to leave the extreme northern region. Although he had the spiritual detection of the heavenly dream ice silkworm, it was not without risks. If he disturbed the soul beast king, the number 1 super soul beast in the extreme northern region, it would not end well. Therefore, Jiang Yu quickly advanced towards the outskirts, moving at a very fast speed. There were no footprints left in the snow. Even with Jiang Yu's speed, it took him over an hour to exit the core area. The extreme northern region was simply too vast, truly one of the 3 most famous wild spirit beast gathering places on the continent. After leaving the core area, Jiang Yu didn't dare to rest and continued moving forward. Even when it got dark, his speed didn't slow down. Since cultivating the Hongmeng Purple Chi path, his body had improved significantly, and his vision was clearer than before. Although he was still a bit away from having the ability of a 1,000-mile eye, he could see the surroundings clearly within 100 meters. Coupled with the mental detection ability of the Dream Ice Silkworm, Jiang Yu's nighttime activities were not affected. His vision at night, although not as clear as during the day, was still comparable to wearing night vision goggles. He could see things clearly by the roadside. Thus, Jiang Yu walked for 3 consecutive hours until he arrived in front of a wooden cabin before stopping. How could there be a wooden cabin here? Jiang Yu's expression showed some surprise. It should be known that although this place was not the core area of the extreme north, it still belonged to the inner range. How could humans survive here? Moreover, such a large wooden cabin had been built, measuring at least over 100 square meters. 2 lanterns hung at the entrance, emitting a warm yellow light that brought a glimmer of brightness to the dark winter night. Strange, it truly is strange. The Dream Eye Silkworm in Jiang Yu's mind also felt some confusion. It had never seen such a strange wooden cabin. It was not surprising that the Dream Eye Silkworm didn't know, as it had spent most of its time sleeping in the extreme north, and hadn't really been to many places. Its familiarity with the extreme north might not even be as good as Shui Binger's Creek, just as the man and beast were in doubt. The door of the wooden cabin suddenly opened, and a figure walked out. Jiang Yu focused his gaze and was surprised to find it was a woman. Moreover, she was a stunning beauty. The woman stood about 173 meters tall, with an extremely alluring figure and a perfect S-curve. She wore black stockings on her lower body, leaving a bit of space at the hips before being drawn up by ribbons to the chest. Her ample bosom was covered by a thin, pure white short garment. But even so, it couldn't hide her roundness, which was snow white and enticing. What was most astonishing was the woman's face, which was fair and pink, with not a single flaw, not even a wrinkle. It was as smooth as that of a newborn baby. The woman slowly walked towards Jiang Yu, her steps light and sprightly, like a snow spirit. With each movement, her snow-white hair released a hint of fragrance. This scent was quite special, very different from the usual fragrances of women, and Jiang Yu even felt his desires being stirred instantly. A certain part of him reacted unusually. This reaction was very abnormal. Jiang Yu, who considered himself well-versed in women, couldn't he believe such a scene could happen. Although the woman before him was a stunning beauty, she shouldn't he have elicited such a response at first sight. Dream brother, something is off. Jiang Yu secretly communicated with the dream ice silkworm in his mind. It also sensed something was wrong, but it didn't take the woman ahead seriously. After all, the dream ice silkworm was a million-year spirit beast, and in this extreme north, there were only a handful of beings that could make it wary. No matter how powerful the woman was, could she compare to the Ice Emperor? The strong had already been subdued by it. Just take a look, and then we can talk. The voice of the dream ice silkworm echoed in Jiang Yu's mind, filled with confidence. Little friend, why are you here all alone? The woman's voice sounded particularly gentle. Ma'am, I got lost. Jiang Yu wore an innocent expression on his face. As a qualified undercover agent, his acting skills were commendable. Otherwise, he would have fooled the likes of Ning Fengji and Sword Douluo, leaving not a single flaw. Little brother, just call me sister. The mysterious woman smiled, clearly finding the term ma am a bit too old, considering her appearance resembled that of young ladies. Sister. Jiang Yu obediently nodded. Good boy. The alluring woman bent down to pat Jiang Yu's head, her mood inexplicably happy. Come, let us go inside. The woman then took Jiang Yu's hand and, without waiting for his consent, pulled him toward the wooden cabin. This woman was truly enthusiastic. Upon entering the cabin, what caught Jiang Yu's eye was a large round bed with a diameter of over several meters. Jiang Yu wasn't deliberately looking in the direction of the bed. It was just that its area was too large, far exceeding that of other furniture. Moreover, the bed was made of agarwood, which required incredible financial resources to procure. Such a large piece of agarwood was worth a fortune. It should be noted that the agarwood auctioned by he was worth less than 1,000th of what was before him. To build a wooden cabin of over 100 square meters in this extreme north and have such a large agarwood bed, this mysterious girl was truly extraordinary. After all, this was a spirit beast gathering area, and the nearby spirit beasts were also very powerful, with 10,000-year spirit beasts often visible. How could a woman like her survive here? Jiang Yu's doubts grew stronger. Come, little brother. The mysterious beauty pressed Jiang Yu onto a chair, then picked up a jade-colored cup from the table and filled it with water from a jade pot before handing it to Jiang Yu. Have a drink to warm yourself up. The first thing the mysterious woman did upon pulling Jiang Yu into the cabin was to offer him alcohol, which made him secretly vigilant. He must not drink this wine. After all, Jiang Yu's previous school beauty girlfriend had taken advantage of him when he got drunk. So boys must protect themselves outside. If he could avoid alcohol, he would. Not really, sister, you drink it. Jiang Yu pushed away the wine cup the mysterious woman handed over, shaking his head in refusal. Just a little. Sister guarantees you'll want more after you drink this. It's really fine wine. The woman's eyes sparkled with a hint of allure, and her face became even more enchanting. It was indeed a huge test to have such a charming beauty begging you to drink. Even with Jiang Yu's resolve, he felt a bit stirred, but he still maintained his bottom line. The more the woman acted this way, the more suspicious he became. She must have some ulterior motive. Otherwise, why would she be so eager to pour wine? No, I'm still young and can't drink. Jiang Yu was not swayed by the mysterious woman's charms, no matter how enticing her expression was. Little brother, you really don't understand romance. Seeing Jiang Yu's resolute demeanor, the woman thought it was pointless to push him further. She took the wine cup back and raised it to pour the contents out. The steaming transparent liquid poured out little by little from a jade cup, with some even spilling down, flowing into the woman's smooth, white bosom. Wow! Jiang Yu did not expect the woman to play a wet body seduction right in front of him, and fortunately, his will was strong. He was too lazy to look at her anymore and shifted his gaze elsewhere. The furnishings in the room were quite simple. Besides the large bed and the table and chairs, there was only a wardrobe. The overall decoration style was extremely minimalistic, with no extra items at all. Hee. The mysterious woman saw that Jiang Yu dared not look at her and couldn't help but laugh. This kid was quite mature for his age. If it were an ordinary child, they would probably remind her when she spilled the wine, but Jiang Yu clearly dared not look at her, which was obviously a cover-up. Little brother, I didn't expect you to know quite a bit. The mysterious woman's voice was filled with temptation. Cool me. Let us exchange some ideas and see who has more tricks up their sleeve. Exchange. Jiang Yu was taken aback. This mysterious woman was really shameless. He was not the kind of person to easily engage with other women, especially not with someone he was meeting for the first time. Before Jiang Yu could refuse, the mysterious woman suddenly picked him up and walked straight to the bed, throwing him onto it. What do you want to do? Jiang Yu pretended to scream in terror. Little brother, the more you scream, the more excited I get. This is the extreme north, and no one will come to help you, even if you scream your throat raw. Why not obediently submit to your sister? The mysterious woman instantly revealed an evil grin. Her eyes filled with desire, her tongue flickering as if she wanted to devour JiangYu. Tianming, what should I do? JiangYu called out to Tianming, ice silkworm, in his mind. This is a big benefit. The familiar lewd voice rang out. Why Haven T? I encountered this before. Little you might as well give in. Tianming ice silkworm's tone was surprisingly full of envy, truly living up to its lascivious nature. Give in? JiangYu would never listen to Tianming ice silkworm. As he saw the mysterious woman's claws reaching for him, he quickly summoned the Chixiao Sword. With a flash of light, the dazzling sword appeared in his hand, and golden flames erupted from it, a powerful aura rushing towards the woman. Your sword. The mysterious woman was shocked when she sensed the aura emanating from the Chixiao Sword. She had detected the presence of a top-tier martial soul from that sword, and the imposing aura was clearly that of imperial pressure, something that not just any martial soul could possess. Sister, it would be better not to move recklessly. Jiang Yu tightened his grip on the sword, pointing it at the mysterious woman who was now within arm's reach, his tone filled with threat. Ha! The woman couldn't help but laugh mockingly. Although Jiang Yu's martial soul was powerful, the sword only had 2 soul rings. How could a mere great soul master be her opponent? The mysterious woman did not know that Jiang Yu had already broken through to the soul venerable realm. After all, the Chixiao Sword had not yet added a 3rd soul ring, and she had not expected Jiang Yu to have 3 martial souls. Little brother, I advise you not to resist. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee your safety. The mysterious woman warned. If she were to make a move, she wouldn't hold back. And she couldn't guarantee that she wouldn't hurt Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu would not back down so easily. He was a real man. Chapter 183. Using hands and feet, seeing Jiang Yu's stubbornness, the mysterious woman stopped talking and immediately reached out to grab him. Her hands looked particularly pale, giving a sickly impression. Jiang Yu was not going to indulge the mysterious woman. He thrust his sword forward. However, a strange scene unfolded. The Chixiao Sword clearly pierced through her palm, yet the mysterious woman did not bleed at all, leaving Jiang Yu in shock. Could it be that she is not human? But if the mysterious woman isn't human, then what is she? A soul beast? That didn't make sense either. Soul beasts have blood too, and moreover, a soul beast must break through the 100,000-year limit to transform into a human and continue cultivating. Though there were many soul beasts in the extreme north, only a handful had cultivations exceeding 100,000 years, and they were all in the core area of the extreme north. How could this woman possibly be a 100,000-year soul beast? Not to mention, Jiang Yu didn't believe it. Even Tianming ice silkworm in his mind was confused. Besides the 3 great kings of the extreme north, the number of soul beasts that had broken through 100,000 years could be counted on one hand. Even if it hadn't seen them, it had heard of them, but it had no impression of the woman before it. It hadn't even heard of her. Ha! The mysterious woman laughed when she saw her palm pierced by Jiang Yu. There was no trace of pain on her face, only a strange smile. Although her laughter sounded odd, even more unsettling than crying, it could not hide the joy within it. You can't possibly hurt me. The mysterious woman laughed. Even a titled Douluo among your kind might not be able to hurt me, let alone you, a great soul master who has just begun your cultivation journey. Her words were filled with mockery, but Jiang Yu did not take them to heart. Instead, he grasped a crucial point. The mysterious woman repeatedly referred to you humans, which indicated that she was indeed a soul beast. Although Jiang Yu and Tianming ice silkworm did not know her origins, since she could take human form, her cultivation must have surpassed the 100,000-year limit. This was troublesome. A 100,000-year soul beast was definitely not something Jiang Yu could handle right now. The reason he could trap the Ice Emperor was thanks to Tianming ice silkworm, but had now lost all its power. Not to mention a 100,000-year soul beast. Even a 1,000-year soul beast might be beyond his capability. Who exactly are you? Why do you want to capture me? Jiang Yu voiced his inner doubts. What was the purpose of the mysterious woman's actions? He was just an ordinary human. Apart from being a bit handsome, what was worth her going to such lengths? Jiang Yu did not believe that the woman was acting purely out of desire. If that were the case, it could only mean she was too shallow. Who am I? The mysterious woman hesitated for a moment, but seeing Jiang Yu lying helplessly on the bed, she no longer concealed her identity. After all, this little boy could never escape her grasp, so it didn't matter to tell him. Have you heard of the Ice Heaven Demoness? The mysterious woman revealed a strange smile. What? Upon hearing this name, Tianming Ice Silkworm in Jiang Yu's mind became flustered. It was clear that it had heard this name and knew something about the Ice Demoness. Tianming, who is the Ice Heaven Demoness? Jiang Yu asked Tianming Ice Silkworm. Sigh. Tianming Ice Silkworm's tone was somewhat wistful. Legend has it that the Ice Heaven Demoness is a very special soul beast. They're not naturally occurring beings. Each one transformed from Ice Heaven Snow Women. The Ice Heaven Snow Women are the most powerful and rarest group in the extreme north. And the super soul beast that ranks among the 3 great kings of the extreme north is an Ice Heaven Snow Woman, whose cultivation is probably close to 500,000 years. The Ice Heaven Demoness is an existence born from resentment. Each Ice Heaven Snow Woman can enter the demonic path due to a moment of wicked thought, and once they do, their cultivation speed will greatly increase, far surpassing other kin. There are such soul beasts. Jiang Yu was also stunned. Of course, he knew the famous Ice Empress. According to the records of the Spirit Hall, she was undoubtedly the ruler of the extreme northern lands. However, there were no records of the Ice Demoness in the Spirit Hall's books. This meant that humanity had yet to discover the existence of such a soul beast as the Ice Demoness. This was a major discovery. Tianming, do you know what the Ice Demoness abilities are? How do they compare to the Ice Empress? Jiang Yu quickly asked the most important question at that moment. If he didn't even know the Ice Demoness abilities, how could he come up with a way to counter her? I really don't know, Tianming Binkin replied somewhat helplessly. It had never encountered the Ice Demoness. The existence of this soul beast was something the Ice Emperor mentioned to it during a boring moment. Tianming Binkin hadn't asked many questions because it preferred to communicate with the Ice Emperor rather than inquire about the Ice Demoness. Thinking of this, Tianming Binkin couldn't help but feel a bit regretful. If it had restrained its desires a little and learned more about the Ice Demoness, it could have helped Jiang Yu today, instead of just watching him fall into a predicament without being able to assist at all. Okay, Jiang Yu had only asked casually. After all, Tianming Binkin was often unreliable, and truly useful opportunities were quite rare. Little brother, don't waste any more time. The mysterious woman suddenly leaned close to Jiang Yu. A fragrant breath wafted from her mouth, and her body kept rubbing against him, nearly causing him to lose his resolve. No matter how strong Jiang Yu's will was, he was still a vigorous young man, and some instinctive reactions were unavoidable. Although he knew that the mysterious woman before him was full of danger and was not human, but rather a soul beast that had cultivated for 100,000 years, her beauty was simply too captivating. At that moment, Jiang Yu finally understood the feelings of Su Xian and Tang Hao and others. It was really not their fault for betraying humanity. It was just that soul beasts were too beautiful. The smile on the mysterious woman's face grew even more radiant, and her delicate hands kept rolling. Jiang Yu felt a bit itchy. This feeling was truly delightful. The last time he felt this way was during a deep exchange with his school beauty girlfriend. That time was indeed quite enjoyable. His school beauty girlfriend used both hands and feet, giving Jiang Yu an unprecedented sense of pleasure, and he still reminisced about it. The Ice Demoness methods were almost on par with that school beauty girlfriend, if not surpassing her. Chapter 184. Ice Demoness imagine a stunning beauty who looks just like a celestial fairy, constantly whispering and tempting you. Which man would not be moved? Unless he was a eunuch. As a mentally mature and normal man, it was perfectly normal for Jiang Yu to be influenced by the mysterious woman. Seeing Jiang Yu give up resistance, the mysterious woman revealed a proud smile. No normal man could remain unaffected upon seeing her. In the extreme northern lands, she had relied on this tactic to bring countless adventurers to their knees, ultimately draining them dry. Although Jiang Yu looked like a child, his vitality was extremely vigorous, far surpassing that of many robust adult men. If she absorbed his essence, she could gain a huge boost in her cultivation. This Ice Demoness had indeed broken through to the 100,000-year level, but she had only recently done so, and she chose a more difficult path. That path was no easier than facing heavenly tribulations, and there had been no successful precedents so far. Yet the Ice Demoness resolutely chose the path of transformation. Because compared to other soul beasts, the Ice Demoness had a unique advantage after transforming into a human. She could absorb the essence and blood of humans to aid in her cultivation. This Ice Demoness had previously infiltrated the human world, but for some reasons, she had to return to the extreme northern lands. After returning, she resumed her interest in human soul masters. This time, she had set her sights on Jiang Yu. The Ice Demoness was very eager and seemed unprepared for foreplay. For her, human flirting techniques were unimportant. As long as the final result was pleasurable, that was enough. Therefore, the Ice Demoness immediately reached out her snow-white hand toward Jiang Yu, preparing to strip him of his pants and finish things quickly, when suddenly a look of panic appeared on her face. Because Jiang Yu instantly switched his martial soul, the Ice Emperor Scorpion seamlessly entered the possession state. After activating his martial soul, Jiang Yu's entire demeanor transformed, resembling a ferocious beast, especially with his pincers reflecting a cold, sharp light. Ice Emperor Scorpion? How is this possible? The Ice Demoness looked shocked. This was impossible. Wasn't your martial soul that sword? How could it be the Ice Emperor Scorpion? Moreover, why did the aura of your martial soul resemble that of the Super Ice Emperor Scorpion from the core area? The Ice Demoness had not been transformed into a human for long, and she had not received formal training as a soul master. So she was unaware of the existence of dual martial souls. The scene before her completely shattered her previous understanding. What shocked her even more was that Jiang Yu's Ice Emperor Scorpion martial soul had a red soul ring. As a 100,000-year soul beast, how could the Ice Demoness not know that only beings at their level could produce such soul rings? This was impossible. How could Jiang Yu, at his current level, absorb a 100,000-year soul ring? It was utterly ridiculous. Yet the fact was right in front of her. That blood-red soul ring was genuinely covering Jiang Yu's martial soul, shining with brilliant light. Soul rings could not be faked. Even a peak Dalu could not enhance the age of a soul ring on a soul master. Nor could anyone change the color of a soul ring. This was an ironclad rule recognized in the soul master world. Therefore, the Ice Demoness did not believe that the soul ring on Jiang Yu was fake. She was simply astonished. This handsome young boy before her actually possessed such talent, something that had never been seen on the Douluo Continent. Could he be the reincarnation of a divine king carrying the will of heaven? A bold idea emerged in the Ice Demoness mind. Jiang Yu's qualifications were no longer just extraordinary talent. There had never been a precedent in human history for the first soul ring to be a 100,000-year soul ring, not to mention 100,000 years. There had never been a 1,000-year soul ring either. This was an unprecedented first, and she never expected to encounter such a historical discovery. The Ice Demoness even felt a bit swayed. If such a remarkably talented genius were to perish at her hands, it would be too regrettable. It could be said that as long as Jiang Yu was given some time, he would surely succeed in breaking through the 100-level limit and cultivate into a divine body. That was a god, a realm that countless humans and soul beasts dreamed of achieving. Even with the Ice Demoness' powerful bloodline, she might not be able to break the limits of her own body to ascend to the divine realm, but with Jiang Yu's conditions, there was almost no doubt he would become a god. To let such a figure fall into her hands, the Ice Demoness couldn't help but feel a twinge of compassion. Although it is a pity if I can absorb his essence blood, then my own bloodline will definitely undergo a new evolution, and I will surely have the hope of becoming a god in the future. The Ice Sky Sorceress knows that this might be her only opportunity to become a god. If she misses it, there will definitely be no such fortuitous encounter in the future. After so many years of hard cultivation, all her powerful skills would ultimately be destroyed in an instant. After weighing her options, the Ice Sky Sorceress made up her mind. The opportunity was right in front of her, and she absolutely could not miss it. She believed that when she became a deity in the future, this handsome little boy in front of her would also feel honored. The Ice Sky Sorceress no longer hesitated and decisively launched an attack on Jiang Yu. Instantly, her eyes turned red, and those blood-red pupils began to spin, looking like a kaleidoscope, vibrant yet somewhat eerie. Soon, the Ice Sky Sorceress's blood-red eyes released two red beams of light, directly aimed at Jiang Yu's eyes, and then drilled into his mind. Jiang Yu suddenly felt a wave of drowsiness, and his will gradually became confused, even though he kept silently telling himself to stay awake in his mind. It had no effect. Instead, his consciousness became more and more lethargic. Even the dream ice silkworm in his mind could only watch. Although it was an unprecedented million-year soul beast with incredibly strong mental power, the Ice Sky Sorceress's attack was indeed very strange. It seemed to cause no harm to Jiang Yu's spirit, so even the dream ice silkworm could not interfere. Before long, a voice echoed in Jiang Yu's mind. The owner of this voice was very similar to the Ice Sky Sorceress, but it carried a solemnity. It sounded like a Buddhist whisper, making one involuntarily feel a sense of seeing through the mundane world and wanting to take refuge in Buddhism. As the voice continued to echo in his mind, Jiang Yu gradually fell into it. He was involuntarily attracted by the voice, and slowly a strange scene began to emerge in his mind. Chapter 184. Ice Sky Sorceress imagine a stunning beauty, as beautiful as a fairy, constantly tempting you with her whispers. Which man would not be moved, unless he is a eunuch? As a mentally mature, normal man, Jiang Yu was perfectly normal to be influenced by this mysterious woman. Seeing Jiang Yu give up his resistance, the mysterious woman revealed a proud smile. No normal man could be unaffected by her. In the past, she had relied on this tactic to make countless adventurers who came to explore in the extreme north fall under her skirt, ultimately being drained by her. Although Jiang Yu looked like a child, his vitality was extremely strong, even surpassing that of robust adult men. As long as she absorbed the essence from him, she could gain a huge boost and advance her cultivation. This Ice Sky sorceress had indeed broken through to the 100,000-year level, but she had only just broken through for about 100 years, and she had chosen a more difficult path. That path was not easier than facing a heavenly tribulation, and so far, there had been no successful precedents. However, the Ice Sky sorceress still resolutely chose the path of transformation, because compared to other soul beasts, the Ice Sky sorceress had a unique advantage after transforming into a human. She could absorb essence blood from humans to aid in her cultivation. This Ice Sky sorceress had actually infiltrated the human world before, but later had to return to the extreme north for some reason. After returning to this place, she resumed her interest in human soul masters. This time, she had set her sights on JiangYu. The Ice Sky sorceress was very eager and seemed unprepared for foreplay. To her, human flirting techniques were not important. As long as the final result was pleasurable, that was enough. So, the Ice Sky sorceress immediately reached out her snow-white hand toward JiangYu. Just as she was about to remove JiangYu's pants to settle things quickly, she suddenly showed a look of panic, because JiangYu had instantly switched his martial soul, seamlessly entering the spirit possession state of the Ice Emperor Scorpion. After activating his martial soul, JiangYu transformed into a fierce beast, especially his large pincers, which reflected a chilling light. The Ice Emperor Scorpion? How is this possible? The Ice Sky sorceress looked shocked. This was impossible. Wasn't your martial soul that sword? How could it be the Ice Emperor Scorpion? And why does your martial soul's aura resemble that of the Super Ice Emperor Scorpion from the core area? The Ice Sky sorceress had not been transformed into a human for long and had not received formal training as a soul master, so she did not know about the existence of dual martial souls. The scene before her completely overturned her previous understanding. What shocked her even more was that JiangYu's Ice Emperor Scorpion martial soul's first soul ring was actually red. As a 100,000-year soul beast, the Ice Sky sorceress knew that only beings of their level could produce such soul rings. This is impossible. How could JiangYu, at his current level, absorb a 100,000-year soul ring? It was utterly absurd, but the facts were right in front of her. That blood-red soul ring was genuinely covering JiangYu's martial soul, shining with dazzling brilliance. Soul rings cannot be faked. Even a peak Douluo cannot increase the age of a soul ring on a soul master. Nor can anyone change the color of a soul ring. This is an ironclad rule acknowledged in the soul master world. Therefore, the Ice Sky sorceress did not think JiangYu's soul ring was fake. She was just a bit surprised. This handsome little boy in front of her actually had such talent. This had never happened on Douluo Continent. Could he be the reincarnation of a divine king bearing the fate? The Ice Sky sorceress harbored a bold thought. JiangYu's qualifications were no longer merely extraordinary talent. Throughout human history, there had never been a precedent for the first soul ring to be a 100,000-year soul ring. Not to mention a 100,000-year. Even a 1,000-year soul ring had never existed. This was the first time in history, and she never expected to encounter such a significant discovery. The Ice Sky sorceress even began to waver. If such a stunning genius were to perish at her hands, it would be too regrettable. It could be said that as long as JiangYu was given some time, he would definitely succeed in breaking through the 100-level limit, achieving the body of a god. That is a deity. How many humans and soul beasts dream of that realm? Even with her powerful bloodline, the Ice Sky sorceress might not be able to break the limitations of her body and ascend to the divine realm. Given JiangYu's conditions, there is almost no doubt that he would definitely become a deity. To let such a person fall at her hands made the Ice Sky sorceress feel a twinge of compassion. Although it was a pity, if I can absorb his essence blood, then my own bloodline will definitely undergo a new evolution, and I will surely have the hope of becoming a god in the future. The Ice Sky sorceress knew that this might be her only opportunity to become a god. If she missed it, there would definitely be no such fortuitous encounter in the future. After weighing her options, the Ice Sky sorceress made up her mind. The opportunity was right in front of her, and she absolutely could not miss it. She believed that when she became a deity in the future, this handsome little boy in front of her would also feel honored. The Ice Sky sorceress no longer hesitated and decisively launched an attack on JiangYu. Instantly, her eyes turned red, and those blood-red pupils began to spin, looking like a kaleidoscope, vibrant yet somewhat eerie. Soon, the Ice Heaven Demoness' blood-red eyes released two red beams that shot straight towards Jiang Yu's eyes and then drilled into his mind. Jiang Yu suddenly felt a wave of dizziness, his will gradually becoming hazy. Despite repeatedly telling himself to stay awake in his mind, it had no effect, and his consciousness became increasingly lethargic. Even the heavenly dream, Ice Silkworm, in his mind could only watch helplessly. Although it was an unprecedented million-year soul beast with immense mental strength, the Ice Heaven Demoness attack was peculiar. It seemed to cause no harm to Jiang Yu's mind, so even the heavenly dream Ice Silkworm could not intervene. Before long, a voice echoed in Jiang Yu's mind. The owner of this voice was very similar to the Ice Heaven Demoness, but it carried a solemnity. It sounded like a whisper from a Buddha, evoking a feeling of seeing through the mundane world and wanting to convert to Buddhism. As the voice continued to resonate in his mind, Jiang Yu gradually fell into it. He was irresistibly attracted to the voice, and a wondrous scene slowly emerged in his mind. Chapter 185. Ice the Cutie. It was a woman dressed in white, looking exactly like the Ice Heaven Demoness, but her aura was entirely different. She resembled a fairy. A pure white halo adorned her head. If there were truly angels in this world, she would surely be one. She radiated a sense of holiness and transcendence, much like Athena from Saint Seiya or the little dragon girl from Divine Sculpture. She gave off an impression that one should not defile her before her. Jiang Yu felt no desire to resist. He only wished to be beneath the fairy sister's skirt. Seeing Jiang Yu's infatuated expression, the heavenly dream Ice Silkworm's mood instantly became agitated. If this continued, Jiang Yu would be completely controlled by the Ice Heaven Demoness. No, this absolutely cannot happen. The expression on the heavenly dream Ice Silkworm's face grew serious. Ice, don't sleep. I beg you to wake up quickly. If you don't wake up soon, Jiang Yu will be controlled by other soul beasts, and our plan will be ruined. The heavenly dream Ice Silkworm had no choice but to place its last hope on the Ice Emperor, thinking that with its cultivation, there might be a way. It was unclear whether it sensed Jiang Yu's current danger or heard the heavenly dream Ice Silkworm's plea for help, but a green light suddenly appeared in Jiang Yu's mind. Gradually, the light revealed a figure, a woman with an incredibly charming appearance, looking like a neighbor's little sister. On either side of her lovely, fair face were 4 green magical patterns, and her long dark green hair was casually draped behind her. Her skin was as pure and white as snow, with a translucence that ordinary people could hardly match. The woman wore a simple green long dress, and beneath her skin, a faint green light circulated. Even though she was merely a spiritual entity, her appearance caused the temperature in the wooden house to drop sharply. Ice. The heavenly dream Ice Silkworm looked puzzled. Although it had never seen the Ice Emperor in human form, the aura emanating from the woman was unmistakable. She was definitely its Ice. Why have you taken on a human form? The heavenly dream Ice Silkworm was utterly confused. Isn't it because this body was given to this kid? That's why my spiritual form has become like this. Pretty, right? The Ice Emperor winked at the heavenly dream Ice Silkworm. Upon seeing this, the icy heart of the heavenly dream Ice Silkworm melted instantly. The transformed Ice was still so adorable. Everything about her aligned with its aesthetic preferences. Beautiful, truly beautiful. The heavenly dream Ice Silkworm instinctively swallowed, a smile blooming on its face like spring sunshine. Ice, no matter how you change, I will always like you. My heart will always belong to you. The heavenly dream Ice Silkworm looked like a lovesick fool, completely forgetting about Jiang Yu, utterly captivated by the Ice Emperor's beauty. Virtue. The Ice Emperor showed a disdainful smile, but seeing the heavenly dream Ice Silkworm's infatuated expression, she felt pleased. This indicated that her charm was quite significant. By the way, why did you call for me? The Ice Emperor's tone carried a hint of impatience. Her spiritual form had not fully restored yet, and she needed to remain in slumber to recuperate. Unexpectedly, she heard the heavenly dream Ice Silkworm's urgent call, forcing her to wake up. However, waking up early came at a cost. Her barely restored energy was consumed. If the heavenly dream Ice Silkworm had no important matters, the Ice Emperor would definitely let it know just how fierce the wrath of a super soul beast could be. The heavenly dream Ice Silkworm suddenly remembered Jiang Yu and hurriedly sought help from the Ice Emperor. It's all Ice's fault for being too beautiful. I forgot that Jiang Yu is in big trouble. He's now trapped in the Ice Heaven Demoness trap. You need to think of a way quickly. Otherwise, we'll be making clothes for others. The heavenly dream ice silkworm did not want its arduous efforts and the loss of numerous experimental subjects to result in JiangYu being ruined by the Ice Heaven Demoness. Ice Heaven Demoness. Hearing this name, the Ice Emperor was somewhat surprised. She was one of the few soul beasts in the extreme north that knew detailed information about the Ice Heaven Demoness. After all, the Ice Heaven Demoness was a mutation of her greatest rival. Furthermore, her relationship with the Ice Heaven Snow Maiden was more than just that of simple opponents. Their entanglement was quite profound. The Ice Emperor learned about the Ice Heaven Demoness from the Snow Emperor, who was known as the top of the three great kings of the extreme north. The Ice Heaven Demoness abilities were absolutely not to be underestimated. The illusions she created were not just simple illusions. Once trapped inside, one would be influenced by the Ice Heaven Demoness spirit, losing their autonomy at best or becoming her puppet at worst. Therefore, upon hearing the heavenly dream Ice Silkworm mention that the enemy was the Ice Heaven Demoness, the Ice Emperor couldn't help but frown. This is a bit challenging. If she were at her peak, it would be no problem at all. But now her strength was nearly depleted, making it quite difficult to deal with a powerful Ice Heaven Demoness. What's wrong? The heavenly dream Ice Silkworm noticed the Ice Emperor's hesitation and asked in confusion, Ice, can't you do anything about her? Hee. With the Ice Emperor's proud personality, how could she admit defeat? She didn't want to be mocked by the heavenly dream Ice Silkworm in the future. I'm just thinking of a plan. You interrupted my moment of inspiration, and if you keep making noise, I'll hook you. The Ice Emperor's tone was filled with threats. No. The heavenly dream Ice Silkworm waved its hands in surrender. The hook on the Ice Emperor's body was not something one could easily endure. It didn't want to experience that feeling again. Just hearing the Ice Emperor mention it made it tense up, nearly convulsing. So, the heavenly dream Ice Silkworm immediately covered its little mouth, not daring to urge the Ice Emperor any further. The Ice Emperor nodded in satisfaction. Dealing with the heavenly dream Ice Silkworm required a firm hand. After all, given its nature of taking advantage, if you gave it a bit of good face, it would surely get carried away. Seeing that the heavenly dream Ice Silkworm had quieted down, the Ice Emperor quickly activated her brain to think of a countermeasure against the Ice Heaven Demoness. Water attack? No, too gentle. The Ice Emperor quickly dismissed this plan. The effectiveness of water attacks against the Ice Sky Demoness was indeed limited. After all, the Ice Sky Demoness had a high water content within her body. Fire attacks. That was a good idea, but the key was that they had no idea where to find fire. For these polar soul beasts, fire was a taboo. Moreover, this was in Jiang Yu's mind. Simple flames wouldn't work. They needed spiritual fire. The Ice Emperor soon rejected this idea as well. Its brain began to work rapidly, contemplating new strategies. In the end, the Ice Emperor decided to focus on the dream Ice Silkworm. After all, its mental power was far stronger than that of other soul beasts, and whether it could break the Ice Sky Demoness control depended on how effective it could be. If even the dream Ice Silkworm couldn't succeed, then it would be helpless as well. The Ice Emperor quickly conveyed its thoughts to the dream Ice Silkworm, which frowned repeatedly. Are you sure this method will work? The dream Ice Silkworm showed a skeptical expression. It wasn't surprising. The Ice Emperor's method was simply too bizarre. Even found it unreliable. Stop hesitating, just do as I say. Time was of the essence, and the Ice Emperor was too lazy to explain further, urging the dream Ice Silkworm to act quickly. The dream Ice Silkworm had no choice but to comply. At that moment, JiangYu was gradually being controlled by the Ice Sky Demoness, and even the memories in his mind began to present themselves before her. Thus, the Ice Sky Demoness began to sift through JiangYu's memories, starting from when he fought against 10,000-year soul beasts and successfully obtained spirit rings from them. Just as she was about to look into the memories regarding the Ice Emperor Scorpion, a sudden intense commotion erupted in JiangYu's mind, and he instantly regained consciousness. Seeing his privacy about to be exposed, his consciousness resisted the Ice Sky Demoness invasion. The matter concerning the Ice Emperor Scorpion was instantly shrouded in a layer of fog, preventing the Ice Sky Demoness from seeing inside. Many important memories were covered up by JiangYu, and the Ice Sky Demoness could only see some trivial matters, which were utterly meaningless to her until she unexpectedly discovered images of the Aoi Izakaya and that Mr. Aoi within JiangYu's memories. Upon seeing the familiar figure in the memories, the Ice Sky Demoness was instantly engulfed in complex emotions, even neglecting her control over JiangYu. While the Ice Sky Demoness was lost in the image of Mr. Aoi, the dream Ice Silkworm, following the Ice Emperor's instructions, launched a counterattack. At this moment, the dream Ice Silkworm had transformed significantly. Its appearance had changed drastically, Even its gender had shifted. According to the Ice Emperor, the Ice Sky Demoness despised the Ice Sky Snow Woman the most. So the Ice Emperor suggested that the Dream Ice Silkworm take on the form of the Ice Sky Snow Woman to divert the Ice Sky Demoness' attention. Once the Ice Sky Demoness saw the Dream Ice Silkworm in this form, she would surely abandon Jiang Yu without hesitation and rush out to settle the score. To save Jiang Yu, the Dream Ice Silkworm had no choice but to transform into the Ice Sky Snow Woman. The Dream Ice Silkworm released a strong wave of mental energy that penetrated into Jiang Yu's mind. With the help of this external force, Jiang Yu, now fully awake, gradually began to regain control over his body. Meanwhile, the Ice Sky Demoness showed no reaction. She seemed unaware of Jiang Yu's counterattack. She remained dazed, staring at the figure in Jiang Yu's memories, completely devoid of focus. As the balance shifted, Jiang Yu began to gain the upper hand, gradually taking the dominant position in his body until finally his will completely overwhelmed that of the Ice Sky Demoness. He regained full control over his body. Jiang Yu couldn't help but feel relieved. The Ice Sky Demoness methods were truly bizarre, capable of creating illusions and controlling human thoughts to turn them into her puppets. Completely at her mercy, with no room for resistance. If the Ice Sky Demoness hadn't looked into his important memories, he might not have been able to break free from her control. It was indeed a stroke of luck. The figure of the Ice Sky Snow Woman descended into Jiang Yu's subconscious, standing before the Ice Sky Demoness. Upon seeing the familiar figure, the Ice Sky Demoness was instantly engulfed in a towering rage. In the Ice Sky Snow Woman clan, every member who became an Ice Sky Demoness would be hunted down and exterminated. She had endured countless hardships, evading one assassination after another from her kin. The difficulty of cultivating to the level of 100,000 years was beyond anyone's imagination. When ugly people meet, they become especially envious. The Ice Sky Demoness suddenly lunged at the Dream Ice Silkworm disguised as the Ice Sky Snow Woman, occasionally letting out fierce roars, instantly transforming from a fairy into a ruthless demoness, releasing a thick aura of malice. Seeing the Ice Sky Demoness charge fiercely, the Dream Ice Silkworm quickly fled from the subconscious. However, its fear wasn't just out of cowardice. The most important thing was to follow the Ice Emperor's instructions and lure the Ice Sky Demoness away. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two beams of light began to flee from Jiang Yu's subconscious, with the Ice Sky Demoness following closely behind. Although she set off later, her speed was not slower than that of the Dream Ice Silkworm. The distance between them was rapidly shrinking. Alarmed, the Dream Ice Silkworm had to exert all its strength. It didn't want to be trampled by the Ice Sky Demoness. During that long period in the Stardow Forest, it had already suffered greatly. Those despicable soul beasts had no beastly nature at all. Wax dripping and whips were merely minor punishments. What truly terrified the Dream Ice Silkworm was, the Dream Ice Silkworm quickly stopped reminiscing. It hoped that those unbearable memories would dissipate with the wind. It didn't want to recall them at all. Just thinking about the tragic fate that awaited it if it fell into the Ice Sky Demoness' hands caused the Dream Ice Silkworm's potential to explode, and its speed began to increase. The distance that had been closing and became further apart again, infuriating the Ice Sky Demoness. She hadn't expected that her enemy could actually accelerate, while she had already used her fastest speed and could not go any faster. Helplessly watching the Ice Sky Snow Woman move further away, only able to see her rear end with no way to catch up, especially since she didn't possess the same level of strength. In this light, the Dream Ice Silkworm was not entirely useless. At least its explosive power in adversity was quite impressive, not inferior to other soul beasts. After exiting Jiang Yu's subconscious, the Dream Ice Silkworm saw the Ice Emperor looking worried. Didn't he expect you to care so much about me? At least I didn't waste my efforts to go into the tiger's den for you. The Dream Ice Silkworm couldn't help but feel pleased with itself. Stop wasting time. The Ice Emperor, not in the mood to indulge the Dream Ice Silkworm, shouted, "How did it go? Did you lure her out? Don't worry about me. I'll handle it." The Dream Ice Silkworm patted its chest and said, "I'm right behind her. She'll come out soon." Upon hearing the affirmative answer, the Ice Emperor finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they could lure the Ice Sky Demoness out, then both it and the Dream Ice Silkworm would be able to deal with this 100,000-year Ice Sky Demoness. After all, the battlefield was in Jiang Yu's mind. The Ice Emperor was confident in this regard. Chapter 187. Mental Attack. After a moment, the Ice Heaven Demoness finally emerged from Jiang Yu's subconscious. Upon seeing not only the Ice Heaven Snow Maiden outside, but also a mysterious woman, it couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. The green-skinned woman ahead, although appearing quite delicate, exuded an extremely dangerous aura that the Ice Heaven Demoness could sense. At that moment, the Dream Ice Silkworm also returned to its original form. It was not used to pretending to be a woman. No, it should be a female soul beast. Seeing the Dream Ice Silkworm reveal its true form, the Ice Heaven Demoness' face instantly filled with anger. It had been deceived. For the sake of the Ice Heaven Snow Maiden, it had even given up control over JiangYu, only to find out it was just a big, fleshy silkworm in disguise. The appearance of the Dream Ice Silkworm was truly unappealing, and the Ice Heaven Demoness found it quite distasteful. Can you imagine a giant, disgusting silkworm with a lewd expression speaking to you? Not to mention humans, even a soul beast like the Ice Heaven Demoness, which had cultivated for so many years, found it somewhat unbearable. In a fit of rage, the Ice Heaven Demoness began to attack the Dream Ice Silkworm, condensing its mental power into a sharp, elongated spike several meters long and thrusting it towards the silkworm. Upon seeing the gleaming, sharp spike, the Dream Ice Silkworm was terrified and panicked, continuously emitting cries for help. Witnessing its cowardly demeanor, the Ice Emperor loudly expressed its embarrassment, not wanting to admit familiarity with it. However, the Ice Emperor still took action. It didn't want to see the Dream Ice Silkworm get so scared that it wet itself. To avoid witnessing that disgusting scene, the Ice Emperor immediately unleashed its sharp scorpion tail. Although it was currently in human form, the important scorpion tail was still retained. The vibrant green scorpion tail shot out from the Ice Emperor's rear, aimed at the spike, creating a massive collision as the two faced off, neither willing to back down. As super soul beasts that had both broken through to the 100,000 year realm and were both female, the Ice Heaven Demoness and the Ice Emperor were certainly unwilling to yield to one another. This battle was about dignity. Even though the Ice Emperor could fully recover, it could temporarily cope with its retained powers. The lack of a physical body was the Ice Emperor's greatest disadvantage, and it knew this. So it would never allow the Ice Heaven Demoness to drag it into a prolonged battle. Only a swift resolution with a thunderous strike could completely dismantle the Ice Heaven Demoness concealment. The Ice Emperor immediately used up its remaining strength, not caring about the potential harm to its current spiritual form. The massive scorpion tail instantly shimmered with brilliant light, bursting forth with dazzling brilliance. The Ice Heaven Demoness, positioned opposite the scorpion tail, was momentarily blinded by the light, causing it to close its eyes. At that moment, the scorpion tail suddenly split into four. The four long scorpion tails shot towards the Ice Heaven Demoness like rockets. Sensing the impending danger, the Ice Heaven Demoness suddenly opened its eyes. It saw a circle of white light suddenly radiate from its body, and under the influence of this light, the Ice Heaven Demoness' physical form became illusory. The sharp ends of the scorpion tail pierced the Ice Heaven Demoness' body, as if encountering an illusion, and that figure did not suffer any harm, merely swaying slightly. Seeing this scene, the Ice Emperor couldn't help but frown. The strength of the Ice Heaven Demoness was clearly much greater than what the Snow Emperor had described, and it possessed such bizarre methods. It seemed that the bloodline contained within it was only slightly inferior to that of the Ice Heaven Snow Maiden, not at all weaker than this entity ranked among the three great kings of the far north. This time, the Ice Emperor had encountered a rival. It had always been one of the most powerful soul beasts in the far north. Apart from the Snow Emperor, even the Titan Snow Demon King was not its opponent. In a direct confrontation, it would only suffer. Thus, this was the first time the Ice Emperor faced a rival of equal strength. Of course, if it were at its peak, this 100,000 year Ice Heaven Demoness wouldn't even qualify to challenge it. However, it had sacrificed everything for JiangYu, leaving only its soul. In contrast, the Ice Heaven Demoness was currently in its prime state, and due to the deceit by the Dream Ice Silkworm, its rage had reached an unprecedented level, causing its power to surge. Even the Ice Emperor might not be able to subdue the enraged Ice Heaven Demoness. This battle was undoubtedly full of uncertainties, and the Ice Emperor did not have a guaranteed victory. The Ice Heaven Demoness condensed several giant spikes and rapidly hurled them towards the Ice Emperor and the Dream Ice Silkworm. Oomph! The Ice Emperor snorted coldly, taking big strides forward while keeping the Dream Ice Silkworm protected behind it. Seeing this scene, the Dream Ice Silkworm was so moved it nearly burst into tears, wishing to collapse into the Ice Emperor's embrace immediately. The Ice Emperor was indeed the ruler of the far north. Seeing the spikes approaching, it remained completely unafraid, not even blinking, standing still. Moments later, a powerful icy force erupted from the Ice Emperor. As that aura emerged, The spikes released by the Ice Heaven Demoness began to tremble uncontrollably, and before they could reach the Ice Emperor, they were already on the verge of disintegration. Never even touching the Ice Emperor's skin, I knew ice would be reliable. The previously cowardly Dream Ice Silkworm, witnessing the Ice Emperor's might, immediately began to dance with joy. Huh, the Ice Heaven Demoness? It was about to be silenced by ice. If the Snow Emperor did not intervene, who could contend? The Dream Ice Silkworm completely forgot how terrified it had been of the Ice Heaven Demoness moments ago and instantly grew bold. How outrageous! The Ice Heaven Demoness, seeing the Dream Ice Silkworm's petty antics, felt its face swell with anger. It was this shameless and despicable soul beast that had lured it out, and now it had the audacity to mock it. The Ice Heaven Demoness couldn't help but secretly vow to devour that big fleshy silkworm across from it. Although its flesh looked a bit aged, it was still meat, and it didn't care about the taste. The Ice Heaven Demoness merely wanted that shameless creature to pay the price, to let it know that wrongdoing would incur consequences. With this thought, the Ice Heaven Demoness temporarily abandoned the Ice Emperor, focusing all its energy on the Dream Ice Silkworm. The big fleshy silkworm had not made a move except to flee, indicating it likely had no offensive power. The Ice Heaven Demoness quickly condensed spikes once more, this time choosing an exceptionally tricky angle. The spikes glided close to the ground, not moving in a straight line, but continuously changing angles, making it impossible to predict their target. Just as the Ice Emperor had yet to react, the spikes had already found their mark. Chapter 188. Ice Emperor's Power Wow. The Dream Ice Silkworm suddenly let out a sharp scream. Because the ice spikes released by the Ice Heaven Demoness were aimed directly at its rear, it was incredibly uncomfortable. The Dream Ice Silkworm hadn't expected the Ice Heaven Demoness to be so unscrupulous, attacking in such a tricky region. It didn't even spare its rear. While the Dream Ice Silkworm's screams grew louder, clearly prioritizing its rear end over everything else. What a useless creature. The Ice Emperor looked towards the direction of the Dream Ice Silkworm, shaking its head. Was it really necessary to make such a fuss over getting hit there? It was a soul beast of unprecedented 1,000,000 years, after all. It had no dignity as a super soul beast. The Ice Emperor did not immediately go to rescue the Dream Ice Silkworm. After all, its cultivation level was there. The mental attack from the Ice Heavenly, which would not cause too serious harm to the Dream Ice Silkworm. At most, it would only suffer some minor injuries. The cries of the Dream Ice Silkworm did not affect the Ice Emperor's attack at all. It fiercely swung its dazzlingly large scorpion tail, which was like a diamond, and swiftly stabbed towards the Ice Heavenly Witch. Although the Ice Emperor's strength was greatly limited, that scorpion tail was its most important weapon, far exceeding others' imagination and power. Even a 100,000-year soul beast might not be able to withstand the immense force contained within the scorpion tail. Seeing the Ice Emperor's aggressive attack, the Ice Heavenly Witch dared not take it head-on. Its movements suddenly became unpredictable, making it impossible to guess its trajectory. At the same time, the Ice Heavenly Witch condensed several ice spikes and charged towards the brilliant scorpion tail. To its surprise, the ice spikes did not function as it had imagined. The sharp scorpion tail suddenly shattered the ice spikes. What terrified the Ice Heavenly Witch even more was that the scorpion tail seemed to have a locking function. No matter where it changed direction, the scorpion tail followed. The Ice Emperor's true strength was finally revealed. As a super soul beast from the extreme north, second only to the Snow Empress, its methods were far beyond those of other soul beasts. Even though it had now become a spiritual entity, some of its abilities could still be utilized. Soon, the green scorpion tail pierced into the body of the Ice Heavenly Witch. The Ice Heavenly Witch's plan to dodge repeatedly fell through, and the sharp stinger pierced its skin. The crystalline green liquid seeped into the Ice Heavenly Witch's snow-white body, causing its surface to emit a green glow. Under the influence of this liquid, the Ice Heavenly Witch's movements began to slow down. It felt the power within it gradually declining, and before long, the ice spike that had pierced into the Dream Ice Silkworm's chrysanthemum also began to dissipate due to the influence of the Ice Heavenly Witch's main body. After being tormented by the ice spike for a long time, the Dream Ice Silkworm finally breathed a sigh of relief when it saw the ice spike suddenly disappear. Upon witnessing the Ice Heavenly Witch being struck by the Ice Emperor's scorpion tail, it immediately revealed an excited smile. Serves you right for not following the rules of combat. You've finally encountered a worthy opponent. The Dream Ice Silkworm immediately waved its chubby white hands and applauded, praising, "Ice, you truly are my favorite. A true model among all female soul beasts. How outrageous! Seeing the smug expression on the dream ice silkworm's face, the Ice Heavenly Witch instantly became furious. It was clearly a waste. If it weren't for the protection of the Ice Emperor, it would have been eliminated long ago. How dare it mock her here? The Ice Heavenly Witch came from the most noble soul beast lineage of the extreme north. How could it tolerate being laughed at by a mere ice silkworm? After all, ice silkworms were the weakest soul beasts in the extreme north, destined to become food. No, it didn't even deserve to be called food in the Ice Heavenly Witch's eyes, as it usually feasted on caviar from sturgeons. And ice silkworms were clearly too lowly for it. But now, such a lowly food dared to mock her, 100,000-year super soul beast. The Ice Heavenly Witch's feelings at this moment were understandable. It wished to tear the dream ice silkworm apart immediately and roast it over fire. However, no matter how angry the Ice Heavenly Witch was, it could do nothing to the dream ice silkworm, as its current situation was not good. The scorpion tail on the Ice Emperor was too peculiar, and even it could not find a way to break it. If this continued, it was likely that the power within it would be completely absorbed by the Ice Emperor. In a moment of crisis, the Ice Heavenly Witch held nothing back. If it could not expel that scorpion tail from its body, it would eventually become prey for the few in front of it once its power was exhausted. No, I absolutely cannot let this happen. The Ice Heavenly Witch's momentum erupted instantly, and the power contained within it burst forth, forcing the green scorpion tail out. However, this also caused its wound to spurt a large amount of crimson liquid, like a geyser erupting. Blood is the source of life, even for soul beasts. It is an extremely important thing. Although the Ice Heavenly Witch was a 100,000-year soul beast, it could not escape the realm of biology. The Ice Heavenly Witch had to gather a large amount of cold air to the wound. The most important thing in such a situation was to stop the bleeding, and its decision was not wrong. Once the wound was frozen by the cold air, it indeed stopped bleeding. Seeing this scene, the Ice Emperor couldn't help but glance sideways. This Ice Heavenly Witch's intelligence far exceeded that of an ordinary ice goddess. If it had not evolved in an evil direction, perhaps it could have been another Snow Empress. What a pity. It chose the wrong path, deviating from the righteous way and falling into the demonic path. It must be known that the Ice Heavenly Witch was not only seen as a target to be eliminated by the Snow Goddess clan. The Snow Empress, one of the three kings of the extreme north, even issued the highest order. It commanded all soul beasts in the extreme north to kill on sight if they saw the Ice Heavenly Witch. Any soul beast that dared to conceal the Ice Heavenly Witch's whereabouts would face the Snow Empress's brutal punishment. Because of this, all soul beasts in the extreme north dared not approach the Ice Heavenly Witch, fearing being caught up in the conflict between the two. After all, the Ice Heavenly Witch's bloodline level was also very high, ranking among the top in extreme polar soul beasts. Ordinary soul beasts had no chance of fighting back if they encountered the Ice Heavenly Witch, but they had to obey the Snow Empress's orders. Thus, extreme polar soul beasts did not wish to encounter the Ice Heavenly Witch, avoiding any trouble. Enchantress, you do have some skills. No wonder you have cultivated to 100,000 years. Your talent doesn't seem to be much inferior to the Snow Empress. What a pity. The existence of the Ice Heavenly Witch contradicts the world's consciousness. Ha ha ha. What is the original intention? The Ice Heavenly Witch's expression suddenly became fierce, and the smile at the corner of her mouth looked so strange. Chapter 189. The Demonic Path. What is the original intention? The Ice Heavenly Witch couldn't help but scream. Do you think I really wanted to fall into the demonic path and become what I am now? It's the things contained in my bloodline that changed me. Which? Hee. The Ice Heavenly Witch let out an incredibly mournful laugh. What is justice and what is evil? In the world of soul beasts, it has always been the survival of the fittest. It's all about survival. So where does the distinction between right and wrong come from? You all say I'm a witch. How ridiculous is that? Has the Snow Goddess never hunted soul beasts? The Ice Heavenly Witch's words echoed in Jiang Yu's mind, even leaving the Ice Emperor, known for its wisdom, at a loss for a rebuttal. Upon careful reflection, the Ice Heavenly Witch had not committed any heinous acts. It was merely the normal killings among soul beasts. As for the Ice Heavenly Witch disguising itself as a weak woman to deceive humans and then draining their essence, that was not considered a big deal. After all, they were humans. On the Douluo Continent, there exists a natural antagonism between soul beasts and humans. If soul masters want to break through their level restrictions for the next stage of cultivation, they must absorb the soul rings from soul beasts to break through their cultivation limits. Otherwise, their strength will remain stagnant. No soul master would do otherwise. So even the most merciful soul masters would inevitably choose to hunt soul beasts to advance. and so do soul beasts. Since soul masters can benefit from soul beasts, it stands to reason that soul beasts can also gain what they desire from soul masters. It is well known that the cultivation of soul beasts is infinitely more difficult than that of human soul masters. Humans can reach peak states in a century, while soul beasts require hundreds of thousands of years, and the gap is evident. However, if soul beasts want to improve their cultivation speed, there is still a shortcut. Absorbing the power from human soul masters can break the limits of their training. There was once a powerful soul beast that absorbed all the power from a human titled Dalu, breaking through from 70,000 year cultivation to 100,000 years, saving 30,000 years of hard work and becoming a super soul beast. Therefore, the conflict between humans and soul beasts is fundamentally irreconcilable. Unless one day human soul masters no longer need to hunt soul beasts to advance, and soul beasts no longer need to absorb the power from soul masters to speed up their training. Only then can the conflict be completely resolved, and peaceful coexistence may become possible. What wrong have I done? The voice of the Ice Empress was filled with unwillingness. Why do all the soul beasts in the extreme north have to be my enemies? The Ice Emperor looked at the hysterical Ice Empress and couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. Indeed, what she said had some truth, but the other soul beasts were merely following the orders issued by the Snow Emperor. In the extreme north, the Snow Emperor is the common ruler of all soul beasts, the greatest ruler of the extreme north. Even the Ice Emperor is much inferior to her. Who among the soul beasts in the extreme north would dare to disobey the command of the king of soul beasts? Thus, although the Ice Emperor felt some sympathy for the Ice Empress's plight, he didn't believe the other soul beasts were in the wrong. After all, the Ice Empress had succumbed to evil. I know you are very unconvinced. The Ice Emperor's tone was calm, but now was not the time to discuss right or wrong. As long as you're willing to leave JiangYu's body and no longer threaten him, we can let bygones be bygones and spare your life. This was already the greatest compromise he could make. If the Snow Emperor found out, she would definitely come looking for trouble. However, the Ice Emperor had already become what he was now and no longer cared about the Snow Emperor's wrath. The Ice Emperor's words gradually calmed the Ice Empress down. To be honest, she did not have a guaranteed win. The strength of the Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion far exceeded her expectations. As the two fought, she had not gained any advantage. But to give up this tremendous opportunity, the Ice Empress was somewhat unwilling. After absorbing JiangYu's energy, her cultivation would definitely advance further. And based on that, it was not impossible for her to break through the limit of level 99 in the future. The temptation of becoming a god at level 100 was undoubtedly huge. Since the Ice Empress chose to take human form, the only path before her was this one. However, if breaking through the limit from 99 to 100 were that easy, no one would have failed to break the level 100 soul power limit for 1,000 years. Although the Ice Empress was not sure that absorbing JiangYu's energy would definitely break the soul power limit, judging by JiangYu's talent, the opportunity was still significant. The Ice Empress did not want to give up this chance, but the Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion was extremely difficult to deal with, and she did not think of a way to completely resolve the conflict. It was impossible to maintain this stalemate forever. After all, she had only cultivated to the Soul Sage level. If her soul power was depleted too much, she could no longer maintain her martial soul true form. In that case, she could not continue to stay in JiangYu's mind. So the Ice Empress found herself in a dilemma. The opportunity was right in front of her, and if she missed it, she might not encounter such a fortuitous encounter again in the future. However, she had no way to break the current deadlock. The Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion was just too fierce, definitely not an ordinary 10,000-year soul beast, but a being that had survived a heavenly tribulation. The Ice Empress thought this way. A 10,000-year soul beast that had survived a heavenly tribulation possessed terrifying strength. Even if she had transformed into human form, it was uncertain whether she could defeat the Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion, even if she still retained her previous 10,000-year cultivation. After all, the bloodline difference between the two races had not reached the level of crushing, and the Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion was slightly inferior to the Ice Empress clan, but not by much. Moreover, after undergoing the heavenly tribulation, the bloodline differences between soul beasts had become less significant. The Ice Empress was still somewhat self-aware. Even at her peak, she might not be able to handle the Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion ahead, let alone now. Furthermore, JiangYu had already awakened, and her mental control had failed. It was important to know that they were all in JiangYu's mind now, and it would be very difficult for the Ice Empress to turn the tables. Rationality told her that perhaps retreating was the best choice. Seeing the Ice Empress lost in thought, the Ice Emperor did not rush her, but waited beside her with the Dream Ice Silkworm for her decision. After an unknown period, impatience finally appeared on the Ice Emperor's face. It seemed that he had to help her think of something. A cunning look flashed in the Ice Emperor's eyes. How to help? As soon as the Dream Ice Silkworm's voice fell, the Ice Emperor's green tail hook was swung out, directly targeting the Ice Empress. Chapter 190, Yin Song. Ice Empress. Seeing the approaching green scorpion tail, the Ice Empress couldn't help but curse the opponent for being unprincipled. Taking advantage of her contemplation to launch a surprise attack instantly interrupted her thoughts. Forget it, I'll let you go this time. The Ice Empress knew that if this continued, she would gain nothing. Rather than maintain this stalemate, it was better to retreat first. Although the opportunity before her was rare, she could not grasp such a large opportunity with her current strength. I believe we will meet again. The tone of the Ice Empress revealed deep unwillingness, indicating that she did not intend to give up easily. In the next moment, the Ice Empress transformed into a point of light and swiftly left Jiang Yu's mind. Whoosh! The Ice Emperor let out a sigh of relief. The Ice Empress's strength was even more formidable than he had imagined. Continuing in his current state might not guarantee victory over the Ice Empress. Fortunately, she was frightened by his earlier attack and left. Otherwise, it was uncertain who would win in the next battle. Wind and Snow City. After repelling the Ice Empress, Jiang Yu finally made it out of the extreme north without any danger. Upon entering the city, Jiang Yu did not rush to reunite with Shui, Binger, and the others at the hotel, but headed straight for the Songjing Izakaya. He had long suspected that the tavern owner's identity was not simple, but he did not expect that Mr. Yin Song had a connection with the Ice Empress. From the Ice Empress's performance in his mind, Jiang Yu could guess that the two definitely had a deep relationship, likely breaking some taboo like Tang Hao and Yin. As soon as he entered the tavern, Jiang Yu saw Mr. Yin Song alone at the bar, gently wiping a wine glass. His movements were soft, as if the glass before him was not an ordinary cup, but valuable collectible artwork. Mr. Yin Song. Jiang Yu did not intend to beat around the bush and went straight to the point, asking, "Have you ever seen a soul beast, the Ice Empress, with a cultivation of over 100,000 years?" Ice Empress. As soon as Jiang Yu's voice fell, a very excited expression appeared on Yin Song's face. And even the cup in his hand was knocked to the ground and shattered with a loud bang due to his large movements. But Yin Song didn't care. He quickly jumped from a bar position and, in the blink of an eye, leaped out from inside. Yin Song took a quick step and crossed in front of Jiang Yu, extending his arms to grab his shoulders and loudly began to question him. "What did you see it? What did you see it? Is it still there?" Yin Song asked 3 questions in a row, and his expression looked particularly urgent. It was obvious that Jiang Yu's guess was correct. Yin Song indeed had a connection with the Ice Goddess. Seeing that Yin Song was also a person of emotions, Jiang Yu told him about encountering the Ice Goddess in the far north, but he didn't mention some important information in between. Jiang Yu could never reveal the identities of the Ice Emperor and the dreaming Ice Silkworm to others. This was an important secret of his, and of course, the fewer people who knew, the better. Jiang Yu only told Yin Song that when the Ice Goddess was sifting through his memories, she saw the scene of him at the Songjing Izakaya, especially after seeing the owner. The originally terrifying beast suddenly stopped its attack and became as gentle as a neighborly girl, losing all aggressiveness. In the end, for some reason, the Ice Goddess no longer troubled him and soon disappeared. After hearing Jiang Yu's description, tears suddenly overflowed from Yin Song's eyes, and then a sound of crying came from his mouth, filled with complex emotions. "A Shui, why do you have to go through this?" A hint of pain flashed in Yin Song's eyes. "So, her name is a Shui." Jiang Yu couldn't help but murmur. The name indeed fits the identity of the Ice Goddess, just like how the Blue Silver Emperor's human name is a Yin, simple and clear. "Mr. Yin Song," Jiang Yu curiously asked, "what exactly is your relationship with the Ice Goddess?" Although Jiang Yu had basically confirmed that Yin Song and the Ice Goddess were in a romantic relationship, such matters still needed to be acknowledged by the parties involved. So he asked this way. Alas, Yin Song couldn't help but let out a sigh. "It's a long story." Then Yin Song began to tell the love story between him and the Ice Goddess. Even though Jiang Yu was able to encounter the Ice Goddess and safely walk out of the far north, it represented that Jiang Yu had some fate with them. So Yin Song had no reservations and told Jiang Yu everything. The story between Yin Song and the Ice Goddess would surely sound legendary to others, but to Jiang Yu, it was nothing special. After all, he had heard too many stories like this, and he was already tired of hearing about humans falling in love with soul beasts. Not to mention the classic tales of scholars and foxes falling in love, Such forbidden romances across species were common in Douluo Continent. To give a closer example, Jiang Yu was well aware of the story of Tang Hao and the Blue-Silver Emperor getting together and having a child. Yin Song's experiences were not surprising. However, it was just similar to stories like Romeo and Juliet or Liang Shambua and Zhuang Tai. Shortly after awakening his martial soul, Yin Song entered a public soul master academy. Although his family background was not great, his martial soul talent was very good, and he successfully awakened a powerful mutated martial soul, with innate soul power reaching an astonishing level of 9. Because of this, he was allocated the only work-study student quota in the village. Then Yin Song entered a soul master academy in a big city, where he met the woman he loved the most. Unfortunately, at that time, he did not know that the person he loved was not an ordinary human. That woman was the ice goddess, who had just transformed into human form. To cultivate, she had to enter human society. Fortunately, she disguised herself well, and since she did not encounter any powerful beings above the soul Douluo level along the way, no one discovered her identity as a soul beast. Moreover, because the ice goddess's level was too high, she quickly entered a human soul master academy. This was the initial encounter between Yin Song and the ice goddess, which sounded somewhat similar to the way Tang San and Xiao Wu met. Therefore, JiangYu was not surprised at all. Although the subsequent story of Yin Song and the ice goddess also had its share of thrilling moments, generally speaking, it was nothing more than some cliché details. They went out to train together, encountered bandit attacks, and Yin Song desperately protected the ice goddess in his arms. In the end, they successfully repelled the bandits together, and a different feeling arose between them, transforming their relationship from ordinary classmates to trusted partners. From then on, they were inseparable, doing everything together. In the eyes of their classmates, they seemed like a couple, and everyone believed they would definitely get married after graduation. Chapter 191. Love and Responsibility. Originally, things were developing smoothly. After Yin Song and the ice goddess graduated from the Advanced Soul Master Academy, they officially held their wedding and became a true couple. Then they began to wander the continent together, and after experiencing countless adventures, their relationship deepened. Yin Song's cultivation also saw tremendous growth during this time, and it wasn't until his soul power broke through to the level of a soul Dalu that they stopped their adventures. After successfully acquiring the 8th spirit ring, Yin Song took the ice goddess to Snowstorm City, knowing that a shui was from there, so he chose to settle there. The Tsanjing Izakaya was also opened at that time, and thanks to their brewing skills, the Izakaya quickly gained fame and became the most famous tavern in Snowstorm City. That period was also the happiest time for Yin Song. However, what happened next shattered Yin Song's peaceful life. A terrifying soul beast suddenly burst out from the far north and invaded Snowstorm City. Once the soul beast entered the city, it began a massacre, instantly killing hundreds of residents. Although there were many powerful soul masters in the city who had ventured to the far north, upon witnessing the soul beast's terrifying methods, they all retreated, not daring to step forward to stop its rampage. Seeing more and more residents falling at the hands of that soul beast, Yin Song could no longer sit idly by. That night, he took advantage of the darkness to sneak towards the direction of the soul beast. Yin Song initially thought his actions would go unnoticed by his wife, but unexpectedly, all his movements were sensed by the ice goddess. Without any hesitation for her husband's safety, the ice goddess immediately followed him. When Yin Song arrived at the location of the soul beast, he saw a ground full of corpses, all covered in blood, their faces displaying expressions of terror. The culprit behind all this was lying there peacefully, seemingly exhausted from all the killing and resting on the spot. Seeing this opportunity, Yin Song immediately released his martial soul, preparing to eliminate the soul beast in one strike. But unexpectedly, as soon as his soul skills were released, the soul beast woke up. Although Yin Song had already broken through to the level of soul Dalu, the power of that soul beast was evidently not weak, and it soon completely suppressed Yin Song, forcing him to retreat repeatedly without any chance to fight back. Yin Song was unaware that the soul beast he faced had cultivated for over 90,000 years. The reason it rushed out from the extreme north to human territory was to seek the power of humans to break through the 100,000-year limit. Yin Song had just broken through to the rank of soul Dalu, and even using all his skills, he was no match for the 90,000-year soul beast. Just as he was about to be heavily injured by the soul beast, the ice sky demoness quietly appeared, blocking the heavy blow for Yin Song. At that time, the ice sky demoness was only at the level of soul sage, and even though its physical quality was much stronger than that of an ordinary human due to its soul beast form, it was still severely injured by the soul beast's attack. In the end, the Ice Sky Demoness was forced to use her trump card to scare the soul beast away from Snowstorm City. However, this also revealed her identity as a soul beast. And in that moment, Yin Song realized that the woman he loved deeply was not human, but rather a 100,000-year soul beast transformed into a human form, which was undoubtedly hard for him to accept. Yin Song held very traditional views, and his hatred for soul beasts far exceeded that of ordinary soul masters. Therefore, after learning the true identity of the Ice Sky Demoness, he fell into immense torment. Even though there were deep feelings between Yin Song and the Ice Sky Demoness, he could not accept such a transracial taboo. The thought that his intimate partner, whom he shared a bed with night after night, was actually a soul beast filled him with fear. Thus, from that point on, Yin Song parted ways with the Ice Sky Demoness. That very night, she left Snowstorm City, returning alone to the extreme north. From then on, the Ice Sky Demoness never appeared in Snowstorm City again. And it was also from that time that the quality of the homemade liquor at Yin Song's tavern began to decline, soon transforming from the best tavern in the city into an ordinary one. The once bustling scene at the entrance quickly fell silent, and it could only be described as deserted, with only a few financially struggling adventurers occasionally coming to Yin Song's tavern for a drink. After all, the liquor brewed by Yin Song was relatively cheap. Mr. Yin Song, JiangYu's eyes were fixed on Yin Song, hoping to see something in his eyes. But after a long time, she could find no other emotions. He showed no signs of regret, only a hint of sorrow. I can see that you two have not forgotten each other. Since you still love her, you can go to the extreme north to find her. I believe she has been waiting for you all along. Jiang Yu's suggestion did not move Yin Song. He simply shook his head, having no intention of going to the extreme north. How can humans combine with soul beasts? Yin Song said stubbornly. There have been many bloody lessons in history. Those who are not of my kind will surely have different hearts. Humans and soul beasts are natural enemies, although I have also suffered after parting with a shui. The union of humans and soul beasts goes against reason, and I absolutely cannot comply. Yin Song's voice suddenly rose. This is a bottom line that every human should adhere to. His voice resonated throughout the entire tavern. Humans are humans, and soul beasts are soul beasts. Even if a soul beast takes human form, it is essentially still a soul beast. Although Yin Song loved the Ice Sky Demoness, he did not lose his rationality. After realizing a shui's true identity, he suppressed that profound emotion. Although he often reminisced about the beautiful times spent with the Ice Sky Demoness, he knew that they could never return to how they were before. The seed of estrangement had been sown, and they could no longer restore their previous intimacy. Rather than that, it was better to end this twisted fate. Seeing the resolute expression on Yin Song's face, Jiang Yu was unsure how to advise him. After all, matters of the heart are something others can only offer suggestions on. The real decision lies with the person involved. Jiang Yu could see that although Mr. Yin Song's attitude was firm, he was in great pain inside. After all, the Ice Sky Demoness was the woman he loved the most. Even though they could not continue together due to the barriers between their races, Yin Song's feelings had not diminished. Rather, they had intensified. Unfortunately, Yin Song was not a child. He had many considerations. Chapter 192. Songjing Ling. Thus, Yin Song resolutely drew a line with the Ice Sky Demoness. In this regard, he was completely different from Tang Hao. While Yin Song did not possess the reckless demeanor of the Hautian Duo who would risk everything for love, Jiang Yu could understand. This taboo love that crossed racial boundaries is truly not something everyone can accept. Mr. Yin Song's actions are also understandable. After all, this world is not solely about love. Let's not talk about it. Yin Song seemed unwilling to continue discussing the Ice Sky Demoness. He picked up 2 wine glasses from the table, filled with a milky white liquid that emitted a rich, milky fragrance. Little brother, this is the first time I've shared my secret with someone else. I don't know why, but you give me a very special feeling. This can be considered a kind of fate. Let's set aside matters of love for now. Cool me. Drink a few cups with me. Yin Song handed a glass to Jiang Yu, laughing heartily. Men are like this. They keep their sadness deep inside. No matter how much they cry at night, they must maintain a calm demeanor in front of others. Okay, Jiang Yu didn't say much. Some things don't need to be elaborated on. A glass of wine is enough to settle everything. All emotions are in the wine. Jiang Yu took the glass and poured the liquid into his mouth, and a special taste instantly filled his mouth. This wine actually had a flavor of fresh milk, and it was not bitter at all. He never expected that fresh milk could blend so wonderfully with wine. Mr. Yin Song's imagination was truly outstanding. He was quite a remarkable person. This wine is really special. Jiang Yu smacked his lips and praised. Of course, Yin Song's face broke into a brilliant smile. This is my newly developed wine. You're the first guest to taste it. I believe no one on Douluo Continent has thought of combining milk and wine before. This is a revolutionary invention. Yin Song was very proud. This new wine proved his unique talent in brewing. Although he was not as good as a shui in traditional brewing, he had carved out a new path and innovated several different types of wine, qualifying him as a brewing master. Ever since a shui left, he had devoted all his energy to brewing, so hearing others praise his wine made him particularly excited. Did Mr. Yin Song give this wine a name? Jiang Yu asked curiously. Of course I did. It's called. To create a grand atmosphere, Yin Song deliberately prolonged his words, just like a director of a singing competition, repeating what could be said in one sentence. Jiang Yu felt a wave of speechlessness. He didn't expect Mr. Yin Song to be so playful. The name of this wine is Yin Song brand milk beer. After stammering for a long time, Yin Song finally finished speaking. Milk beer. That name is quite fitting. Another cup. As soon as Jiang Yu's voice fell, Yin Song cheerfully poured him another cup of milk beer, filling it to the brim. Thus, the two began to drink, and soon several cups of milk beer were downed. Fortunately, the alcohol content of this milk beer was not high. At most, it was similar to rice wine. This degree of alcohol is nothing for Jiang Yu. Although he rarely drinks, ever since he cultivated the Hongming Purple Qi Dao, his physique has completely surpassed that of ordinary people. Even strong liquors like the one from certain brand would not get him drunk, no matter how many cups he had. After downing more than 10 cups in a row, Yin Song became increasingly impressed by Jiang Yu. After drinking so much, he felt a bit tipsy, but the young boy showed no signs of intoxication, as if he were drinking water. Come on, Mr. Yin, let's keep drinking. While Yin Song was trying to sober up, Jiang Yu picked up his cup again, scaring Yin Song into begging for mercy, as he couldn't handle that much. Seeing his reaction, Jiang Yu didn't push him and continued drinking by himself. After an unknown amount of time, Jiang Yu finally felt satisfied and put down his cup, stopping his drinking. Noticing that he had had enough, Jiang Yu bid farewell to Yin Song. When Yin Song saw him about to leave, he hurriedly took out a blue token from his pocket, which had 2 small characters engraved on it. Songjing, take this token. You can come here for free drinks anytime in the future. Drink as much as you want. Yin Song said cheerfully, explaining that he had specially commissioned a famous blacksmith in the city to make this token, and there were only a few of them. Only those he recognized would receive this token. It was clear that Yin Song had recognized Jiang Yu as a friend. Upon seeing the words on the token, Jiang Yu thought of a teacher he had on his computer's hard drive. That teacher was an inspiration for many young people. Therefore, when he thought of the name of Yin Song's tavern, Jiang Yu felt a sense of familiarity, prompting memories of his time on Blue Star. Jiang Yu didn't refuse and immediately reached out to take the token, placing it into his soul guide. After expressing his thanks, Jiang Yu turned and pushed open the door, walking outside, quickly distancing himself from the tavern. After arriving at the hotel, Jiang Yu inquired at the front desk about Shui Binger and the others. The youthful and beautiful receptionist quickly checked the records and confirmed that Shui Binger and the others had not left, but were waiting for him at the hotel. After receiving the answer, Jiang Yu headed straight to Shui Binger's room. Once at the door, he knocked. Knock, 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 who is it? Is it you, girl? Wait a moment, I'm changing clothes, I'll be done soon. A familiar voice came from inside. Changing clothes. Jiang Yu was taken aback, clearly not expecting Shui Binger to be changing at that moment. He quickly realized that this wasn't the right time to find Shui Binger and was about to leave when he suddenly heard a clicking sound at the door. The door soon opened, revealing Shui Binger's graceful figure. You girl, you're just in time. Help me pull up the zipper. Shui Binger's fair back was fully revealed in front of Jiang Yu, her skin smoother and more delicate than snow, exuding temptation. Shui Binger clearly didn't expect the person outside to be Jiang Yu, which is why after opening the door, she turned around without even looking at him and exposed her back, thinking the visitor was Shui Yu. After all, apart from her and Shui Wu, no one else would knock on her door, and Shui would always call her before knocking, unlike Shui Yu who would just knock without saying anything. Because of this, Shui Bing misunderstood. Ah, Jiang Yu awkwardly laughed. If you don't mind, I could help you. Chapter 193. A simple man. Upon hearing Jiang Yu's voice, Shui Binger immediately turned around, and when she saw his gaze fixed on her, her face instantly turned crimson. She quickly retreated, hastily closing the door. So embarrassing. Shui Binger touched her hot little face, her mind flashing back to the earlier scene. Apart from her father, this was the first time another man had seen her back. Remembering what had happened in the Divine Palace, a different emotion surged within her. They say a girl's first experience is the most memorable. Even Shui Binger was no exception. Although she appeared aloof, Her heart burned hotter than anyone else's. That icy exterior was merely a form of self-protection. Only those who truly interacted with her would know that her inner feelings were no different from those of an ordinary girl. She just had a unique charm. She never expected him to come back at this time. Shui Binger's feelings were complex, a mix of shyness and joy that Jiang Yu had returned safely. After all, the extreme north was filled with dangers, and Jiang Yu's venture into the core area was as risky as a fight between a low-level soul master and a titled Douluo, if not more so. It is said that the extreme north is guarded by 10,000-year soul beasts, whose powers far exceed those of ordinary titled Douluo. If a newly appointed titled Douluo like Dugu Bo encountered a 10,000-year soul beast from the extreme north, he would surely be trampled without even being able to fight back. For Jiang Yu to come out of the core area of the extreme north safely was remarkable, something even ordinary titled Douluo couldn't achieve. And yet it was accomplished by a child, truly unprecedented. As for whether there will be anyone after him, Shui Binger didn't know, but at least at this moment, Jiang Yu's achievement was unmatched by any new soul master across the continent. Faced with such a gifted opposite sex, Shui Binger couldn't help but feel attracted, especially since Jiang Yu was so handsome. If she were to rank the handsome men of Douluo Continent, she would definitely place Jiang Yu at the top. It wasn't that she was biased towards him. It's just that Shui Binger had yet to see any man who could match Jiang Yu's looks, not even close. She wasn't from an ordinary family. Given her status, she had seen many people. How many nobles and talented young men had she not seen? Yet compared to Jiang Yu, they were all like trash. In contrast to Shui Binger's complex feelings, Jiang Yu outside the door was unfazed. After all, since arriving on Douluo Continent, he had interacted with different girls. During his time at the Spirit Hall, he was even served by different maids while bathing, with new girls every day, none repeating, and each more beautiful than the last. Plus, he had been cuddling beauties like Hulaina at night, so seeing Shui Binger's back was nothing. He couldn't possibly feel shy. Jiang Yu didn't flee in embarrassment. He stood confidently at the door, waiting for Shui Binger to come out, as it had been an accident. The pure-hearted would remain pure. While Jiang Yu waited, sounds of rustling came from inside the room, indicating that Shui Binger was changing clothes. She probably realized that the outfit she had on needed assistance to wear, so she changed into another one. Shui Binger didn't change as quickly as one might imagine, even slower than most girls. However, Jiang Yu had good patience. He stood there without moving, showing no signs of impatience. For Jiang Yu, this is also a form of cultivation. Many soul masters focus solely on improving their strength, forgetting the refinement of their mindset. Such soul masters cannot possibly reach the pinnacle of soul masters. Compared to others, Jiang Yu pays much attention to the cultivation of his mental state, especially when it comes to resisting the temptations of female soul masters. He has rich experience in this area. It's unclear how much time has passed, but the sounds in the room finally ceased, and the door opened once again. Shui Binger had changed into a water blue long dress, with a deep V neckline that revealed a hint of snow-white skin. Any more would seem overly revealing, and any less would be too conservative. It was perfectly tailored to hit the male G-spot, especially since the water blue hem just covered her calves, and beneath it was a thick layer of black stockings, adorned with small diamonds that added a unique touch to the stockings. Bright and noble. Under the attire, Shui Binger's aura transformed entirely. If before she wasn't the kind of stunning beauty that would captivate at first glance, now she resembled a glamorous star, drawing everyone's attention. Even Jiang Yu, with his extensive experience with women, had to admit that Shui Binger today was more stunning than ever. He couldn't help but appreciate her closely, though his gaze held no hint of aggression, completely unlike those hungry wolves. Jiang Yu's gaze was pure. It was as if he had encountered something he adored, filled only with deep appreciation. Seeing Jiang Yu's gaze fixed on her, Shui Binger initially felt a bit angry. How could he stare at her like that, without any sense of gender boundaries? But when she realized there were no improper thoughts in his eyes, her heart gradually became calm. Jiang Yu was indeed different from other men. Other men looked at her with a strong possessiveness, appearing very eager, but Jiang Yu held no desire to possess her. His gaze was so clear and untainted, devoid of any impurities. Shui Binger found herself almost lost in Jiang Yu's autumn-like eyes. This young boy was so pure and clean that facing him made her feel somewhat ashamed. She even felt guilty for misunderstanding Jiang Yu earlier. This outfit suits you well. Just as Shui Binger was feeling self-reproach, Jiang Yu's magnetic voice reached her ears. Did I hear that right? Shui Binger was pleasantly surprised. He actually praised me. This was the first time she heard Jiang Yu's compliment. Although she often received compliments from other boys, JiangYu's praise made her feel particularly excited, evoking a strange feeling within her. It truly surprised Shui Bing. In her impression, JiangYu had never complimented a girl before. Yet today, he praised how beautiful her outfit was. This surprised Shui Bing. Can we talk inside? Seeing Shui Bing frozen at the door, JiangYu couldn't help but ask. They couldn't just stand outside forever. Some topics were more convenient to discuss indoors. Upon hearing JiangYu's suggestion, Shui Bing's face instantly turned red. He wants to come into my room. Could it be? What should I do? Should I agree to him? I can't let him stay outside. But what if I let him in and he? Shui Bing fell into a dilemma. I'm preparing to return to the Heavendo Empire and wanted to ask if you all would like to come back with me. Perhaps sensing Shui Bing's concerns, JiangYu's voice rang out. So that is how it is. It seems I misunderstood. How could I think of it that way? Shui Bing, how can you? That is too impure. Shui Bing suddenly felt a wave of shame. To avoid JiangYu noticing her unusual reaction, she quickly invited him into her room. Then, JiangYu and Shui Bing planned a route back to the Heavendo Empire. Since Luna was still in Douluo City, JiangYu had to go there to pick her up before returning to the Heavendo Empire together. After hearing JiangYu's reasoning, Shui Bing's expression clearly showed some displeasure. JiangYu was actually going to Douluo City to pick up a female companion, which made her feel a strong sense of threat. Even Shui Bing didn't realize that her current state was called jealousy. She had unknowingly developed feelings for JiangYu. Somewhere in Douluo, the soul-hunting forest. Late at night, the soul-hunting forest, which should have been under strict guard, welcomed a guest. The warriors from the spirit hall guarding the entrance initially wanted to drive him away. According to the rules of the spirit hall, soul masters were prohibited from entering the soul-hunting forest at night, primarily for the safety of the soul masters, as the forest at night was the most dangerous. At night, human soul masters' vision would be significantly impaired, while the soul beasts in the forest were less affected by the dark environment. Their perception was much stronger than that of ordinary soul masters. Hence, the Spirit Hall specifically issued a decree prohibiting soul masters from entering the soul-hunting forest at night. Halt! A tall warrior clad in silver armor, wielding a silver spear, raised his weapon and pointed it at the mysterious visitor, commanding him to stop. The forest is closed. Entry is prohibited. If you wish to hunt soul beasts, you must wait until tomorrow. The mysterious figure, dressed in a black robe, was completely shrouded, making it impossible to see his face, and thus difficult to discern anything from his expression. The two warriors remained cautious as they observed him. They tightened their grips on their spears, ready for a unified attack should the mysterious figure make any sudden moves. However, the mysterious figure did not make any excessive motions. He simply pulled out a token from his pocket. In the light of the fire, the tall warrior gradually made out the characters and images on the token. I greet you, my lord. I was unaware of your visit. Please forgive me. The tall warrior immediately knelt down, and seeing him kneel, the other warriors followed suit. After all, if even the captain was doing so, they had no choice but to comply. What puzzled them was the identity of this mysterious person and what the token in his hand was that commanded such respect from their captain. All rise. Although the mysterious figure's voice sounded somewhat weathered, upon closer listening, one could detect a youthful tone within it. I wish to enter to hunt soul rings. I kindly ask you, brothers, to grant me passage. The mysterious figure spoke very politely, without a hint of condescension, which endeared him to the group of warriors. Even the captain couldn't help but admire the mysterious figure's approachability. As the captain, Wei Cheng, he no longer obstructed the mysterious figure from entering the soul-hunting forest. He was well aware of the value of the token in the other's hand. Soon, Wei Cheng instructed his subordinates to remove the surrounding barriers and respectfully invited the mysterious figure to enter. He also planned to lead elite members to accompany him for the mysterious figure's safety. However, the mysterious figure did not intend to let them accompany him. After declining Wei Cheng's proposal, he entered the forest alone. The soul-hunting forest at night is much colder than during the day, and the surrounding environment is extremely dim, but the mysterious figure was evidently well prepared. He pulled a cylindrical object out of his pocket, opened the metallic lid on top, and a bright light shone from inside. Inside was a glowing crystal, sparkling and radiating warmth and brightness, instantly illuminating the area for miles. With this glowing crystal, the mysterious figure no longer had to worry about visibility. After walking several hundred meters and confirming that no one was following him, the mysterious figure lifted the hem of his black robe, revealing his true identity. It was JiangYu. Indeed, the mysterious figure was JiangYu in disguise. Originally, He was supposed to head to Xinglua City with Shui Bing'er and her sisters. But when he heard people say that there were many fire attribute soul beasts nearby in the soul hunting forest and that their quality was not bad, he decided to sneak away at night to the soul hunting forest without telling Shui Bing'er and the others. After walking for a few hundred meters, he saw some soul beasts by the roadside, but they were all 10-year soul beasts, which Jiang Yu looked down upon. So he continued to venture deeper. Gradually, Jiang Yu began to see many 100-year soul beasts by the roadside and even encountered a medium-level soul beast, the fire lizard, which seemed to be around 500 years old. However, it wasn't suitable for Jiang Yu at this moment. After undergoing the baptism of the ice-blue emperor scorpion, he no longer valued ordinary 100-year soul beasts. Jiang Yu's target here was the 10,000-year soul beasts. Before coming, he had learned that this soul-hunting forest was the largest in the surrounding provinces, and that there were even 10,000-year soul beasts inside. With Jiang Yu's current physique, absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring was no problem. The soul shock was nothing to him. After all, he had withstood the soul shock of the ice-blue emperor scorpion. What did ordinary 10,000-year soul beasts count for? Once he entered the depths of the soul-hunting forest, the number of 1,000-year soul beasts around increased significantly. Their aggressiveness was much greater than that of 100-year soul beasts. Once inside, Jiang Yu fought several battles. Although those 1,000-year soul beasts were formidable, Jiang Yu ultimately defeated them with his strength. Just as Jiang Yu had just killed a 1,000-year fire wolf, a fiery red shadow suddenly flashed through the air. Jiang Yu clearly heard the sound of wings flapping inside, but before he could see it clearly, the shadow flew forward at an incredible speed, nearly outpacing Jiang Yu's eyes. Chapter 195. Descendant of the fire god Jiang Yu had a strong intuition that the fiery red shadow contained the soul beast he needed. Ignoring the 1,000-year fire wolf on the ground, Jiang Yu darted forward in pursuit. Although the shadow moved quickly, he wasn't slow either. Even if Jiang Yu couldn't outpace the shadow, he still closely followed behind it. The shadow seemed to have something to deal with. As it didn't fly in a straight line, its flight path was quite complex. After about half an hour, the shadow finally stopped, and at that moment, Jiang Yu also saw its true form. The shadow turned out to be a bug-type soul beast, but it was much larger than typical bugs, measuring over a meter. Its eyes were red, with a pair of fiery red antennae circling its cheeks. Its body was very robust, surrounded by a ring of golden fluff, and it had 4 small golden legs. Its abdomen was red, while its exterior was light blue. It had 4 pairs of fiery red wings on its back, with golden spots scattered on the wings and the outer side of its abdomen. Fire god insect. Jiang Yu instantly recognized the soul beast in front of him, and based on its appearance, he inferred that this fire god insect was at least 10,000 years old. This was because every time a fire god insect broke through to a major stage, it would grow an additional pair of wings, 2 pairs for 100 years, 3 pairs for 1,000 years, and so on. 4 pairs of wings indicated that its cultivation had reached 10,000 years. The fire god insect was not an ordinary soul beast. A 10,000-year fire god insect represented a very high talent, and it might have awakened a bloodline derived from the fire god. Although the amount of fire god blood contained within the fire god insect was limited, it was still pure fire god blood, which made its control over fire power extremely strong. Among fire attribute soul beasts, it was a well-known existence and one of the most formidable soul beasts in this soul-hunting forest. However, at this moment, its expression was somewhat serious, as if it were contemplating something. Soon, the answer would reveal itself. A figure engulfed in blazing flames rushed towards a fire god insect. It was a large red bird with a sharply pointed forehead, topped with a fluffy spike. Its back was a bright red, while its abdomen was mostly yellow, with black tips on its wings and tail feathers. If one looked closely, they would see that the patterns on its wing tips, back, and abdomen were very similar to flames. Moreover, the size of the bird exceeded 1 meter. Rocket Sparrow. Jiang Yu thoughtfully gazed in the direction of the sky. According to the records from the Wuhuan Hall, the fire god insect and the rocket sparrow were not on good terms. Normally, bird-type soul beasts should be the natural enemies of bug-type soul beasts, so the fire god insect shouldn't be able to compete with the rocket sparrow. However, the fire god insect was different because it possessed the fire god bloodline, which made it unafraid of bird-type soul beasts. The rocket sparrow, being another fire attribute soul beast, became the target chosen by the fire god insect. Every fire god insect would select a rocket sparrow as its opponent, just like human soul masters, and they would gradually grow through competition with each other. The rocket sparrow before them was likely the opponent of the fire god insect. Jiang Yu was not mistaken. The 2 soul beasts in front were indeed longtime rivals. Every time they broke through their cultivation limits, they would seek each other out for a battle. The rocket sparrow in front had a talent far exceeding that of its kin. Even though the fire god insect possessed the fire god bloodline, it did not gain an advantage in battle. As soon as the two soul beasts met, they ignited a strong battle intent, and both their auras grew stronger. The rocket sparrow took the initiative. No, it should be said it was targeting the insect. It flapped its wings and charged fiercely towards the fire god insect. And in an instant, raging flames erupted around its body. The scarlet flames illuminated the dark night sky. The fire element controlled by this rocket sparrow was exceedingly powerful, with even a few strands of purple flames mixed in, which explained why it could contend with the fire god insect. Jiang Yu speculated that the rocket sparrow had a phoenix bloodline. It was very likely that it had undergone a reversion phenomenon, which made its flames more powerful than those of an ordinary rocket sparrow. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to compete with the fire god insect. After all, the flames controlled by the phoenix were among the few that could rival the divine power of the fire god. It seemed that the talent of the rocket sparrow in front was not inferior to that of the fire god insect. This battle was indeed worth watching. Jiang Yu crouched down and observed the battle ahead. With the cover of plants, he was not worried about being discovered by the soul beasts. At this moment, Jiang Yu was in no hurry to intervene. As the saying goes, when the clam and the heron fight, the fisherman benefits. Regardless of which soul beast won or lost in the end, they would merely become Jiang Yu's prey. Seeing the rocket sparrow charge in, the fire god insect did not panic at its attack. Instead, it rationally counterattacked. A powerful flame erupted from its body, and the flames quickly gathered together, ultimately forming a massive, flaming round shield. The fire god insect did not stop its movements. Its wings continued to flap behind it, scattering scales everywhere. And as the scales left the fire god insect's body, they transformed into sparks. This was the fire god insect's innate soul skill, Fire Scale Shield. This soul skill combined both offense and defense, being practically flawless. It could be used for defense while also possessing considerable attacking power. Those sparks were even more formidable than Tang's Sec's hidden weapons, capable of smashing the stones on the ground to pieces. The places struck by the sparks instantly turned into a sea of flames, igniting with roaring fire. These sparks appeared light, but the weight they carried was not low. And coupled with the powerful flame force they contained, it was undoubtedly a rare soul skill. Jiang Yu couldn't help but feel a bit envious. The fire god insect's soul skill was very suitable for him. If he could obtain its innate soul skill, his attacking and defensive capabilities would be enhanced. The fire rocket sparrow seemed to understand the power of the fire scale shield, so it immediately abandoned its reckless charge. Its speed was not inferior to that of the fire god insect, allowing it to dodge each time the sparks were about to touch its body. Then, the fire rocket sparrow changed direction and created distance from the fire god insect. Having fought each other several times, they were both very familiar with each other's soul skills weaknesses. While the fire scale shield was indeed powerful, it was not without its drawbacks. Distance was the fire scale shield's weakness. The attack range of those sparks was only about 100 meters, so the fire rocket sparrow had to retreat first, as long as it increased the distance. The threat from the fire god insect's soul skill would be greatly reduced. Soon, the fire rocket sparrow was more than 100 meters away, and then it flapped its wings, causing fiery red feathers to detach from its wings and rapidly shoot forward, bursting into intense flames during flight. These flaming feathers flew towards the fire god insect. Chapter 196. Fire Scale Shield. Those burning feathers shot towards the fire god insect like sharp hidden weapons. Unfortunately, the defensive power of the fire scale shield was simply too abnormal. Even the incredibly sharp feathers from the fire rocket sparrow could not break through its defense. However, the fire rocket sparrow did not seem surprised. It appeared to have a deep understanding of the fire god insect's power. Indeed, the one who knows you best in this world may not be your friend, but your opponent. The fire god insect and the fire rocket sparrow had fought many times and were very familiar with each other. The fire rocket sparrow's actions were merely meant to distract the fire god insect's attention and to prevent it from interrupting the innate soul skill it was about to unleash. At the moment it released its feathers, the fire rocket sparrow was already well prepared. A raging fire quickly ignited within its body. In order to defeat the fire god insect completely, it even resorted to unleashing its origin flame. Soon, the flame surrounding the fire rocket sparrow began to contract, becoming inwardly restrained, so that the outside world could hardly feel the intense heat it emitted, as if it did not exist at all. Jiang Yu knew that the real contest was just beginning. This was the true strength of the fire rocket sparrow. While the flames did not seem as powerful as before, the more restrained they were, the more terrifying they became. The ability to control flames to such an extent showed how high the Fire Rocket Sparrow's talent was. This battle was going to be something to watch. Jiang Yu, hiding in the grass, couldn't help but murmur. Although the overall talent of the Fire Rocket Sparrow was slightly inferior to that of the Fire God insect, the one in front was clearly a genius of its kind. Its strength not inferior to that of the Fire God insect. It was like the blue silvergrass. Ordinary blue silvergrass might be the lowest level soul beast. But once it evolved to the level of the blue silver emperor, it could rival the top soul beasts and was not weaker than powerful soul beasts at all. In fact, the Fire Rocket Sparrow competing with the Fire God insect indeed belonged to the royal descendants, containing powerful bloodline from the Fire Rocket Sparrow emperor. As the flames on the Fire Rocket Sparrow became restrained, their color also began to change. The bright red flames developed a hint of orange, which gradually spread until it occupied half of the area. The Fire Rocket Sparrow's face revealed a broad smile. Its origin flame was no ordinary fire. Even if the Fire God insect had a trace of Fire God bloodline, so what? The Fire Rocket Sparrow still had confidence in defeating the Fire God insect, proving its worth. Soon, it charged towards the Fire God insect, activating its innate soul skill, Divine Bird Charge. This soul skill could convert all the Fire Rocket Sparrow's energy into attack power, and coupled with the strength of its origin flame, it was enough to contend against ordinary 20,000-year soul beasts. Challenging higher levels was not a problem at all. The Fire Rocket Sparrow's speed was incredibly fast, even faster than a meteor, so much so that even Jiang Yu's eyes could barely keep up with its speed. In the blink of an eye, the Fire Rocket Sparrow collided with the Fire God insect, instantly shattering the fire scale shield. The tremendous impact spread throughout the Fire God insect's body, sending it flying several dozen meters. Blood spurted from the corner of the Fire God insect's mouth, clearly indicating that the Fire Rocket Sparrow's strike had inflicted significant damage. The most terrifying part was, the origin flame of the Fire Rocket Sparrow enveloped it, emanating a strong energy that was devouring its body, which was what shocked the Fire God insect the most. It had not expected that the Fire Rocket Sparrow had such a powerful trump card. That origin flame was even somewhat tricky for it. Watching the Fire God insect spitting blood, the Fire Rocket Sparrow did not cease its attack. Although its Divine Bird Charge was powerful, it could not last too long. Moreover, this soul skill also had a backlash on it. Therefore, it had to end the fight quickly, defeating the Fire God insect at the fastest speed to leave it with no chance to counterattack. The Fire Rocket Sparrow charged directly towards the Fire God insect. Seeing this, the Fire God insect could no longer care about anything else. After suppressing its injuries, its body quickly reacted. Since the opponent had a trump card, it surely had one too. A powerful aura erupted from within it, and purple flames ignited around the Fire God insect's body, forming a long sword. Innate soul skill, sword dance activated. A long sword made of fire elements, 9 meters long, danced in the air, and the surrounding air became scorching hot. As the sword moved, boundless flames rapidly appeared. This was the Fire God insect's trump card. Seeing the powerful soul skill in front of it, Jiang Yu couldn't help but feel envious. If he could obtain the soul ring from the Fire God insect, then his Chixiao Sword could gain this sword dance soul skill. The sword dance released by the Chixiao Sword would definitely be even more powerful, and Jiang Yu almost couldn't wait to charge in and hunt down the Fire God insect. But after thinking about it, he suppressed his impulse. Now was not the best time for him to act. When both soul beasts were at a point of mutual destruction, that would be his opportunity to strike. Feeling the immense power of the sword dance, the Fire Rocket Sparrow's expression turned serious. However, once its Divine Bird Charge is activated, it could not be stopped. The Fire Rocket Sparrow had no choice but to brace itself and charge forward. The massive flame long sword slammed down towards the Fire Rocket Sparrow, and soon the two collided violently. Dense smoke instantly spread outwards to a radius of 100 meters, and the intense flames rained down to the ground, quickly igniting the blue silvergrass below. These ordinary blue silvergrasses could not withstand the flames devouring. They were soon burned clean. The once green grassland was left bare in no time, with nothing remaining. The yellow land was exposed. The two soul beasts that caused all this were also injured. The Rocket Sparrow's body was pierced by the flame long sword, and it fell to the ground in pain. The Fire God insect could no longer maintain its soul skill, and the huge flame long sword was also disintegrated. In this battle, both soul beasts suffered significant injuries, and there were no winners. However, the Fire God insect did not realize this. Seeing the rocket sparrow lying on the ground and emitting painful cries, it showed a look of great joy on its face, feeling that it had outperformed in this battle. Although the fire god insect was also injured, and its power had decreased after unleashing the sword dance, it was all worth it. The rocket sparrow was already unable to resist. Seeing both soul beasts lying on the ground, Jiang Yu knew it was time for him to take action. He calmly walked out from the grass and no longer concealed his aura. The fire god insect immediately sensed Jiang Yu's aura, which startled it. After fighting the rocket sparrow for so long, it had not realized a human was hiding nearby. How could a human presence suddenly appear? This made it feel a bit fearful. The person was definitely not an ordinary human. Chapter 197. Imperial Fire. When the fire god insect clearly saw Jiang Yu's appearance, shock instantly appeared on its face. It did not expect that the human in front of it was just a child. This was too unbelievable. The fire god insect had to be amazed. It was a 10,000-year-old beast and had not noticed that Jiang Yu had been hiding nearby, something even soul kings among humans could not do. Yet this little boy in front of it managed to do so. Looking at the fire god insect lying on the ground, Jiang Yu said nothing more and immediately released the Chixiao Sword. The dazzling sword caused both the fire god insect and the rocket sparrow beside it to tremble involuntarily. The flame power emanating from the Chixiao Sword filled them with fear. Both soul beasts were high-level fire attribute soul beasts, especially the fire god insect, which contained the great bloodline of the fire god. Yet they were still intimidated by the Chixiao Sword. The fire god insect had encountered many fire attribute soul masters, and even decades ago, it had fought with a soul king. That female soul master had an extremely fiery figure, considered one of the best among human women. But unexpectedly, her strength surpassed her appearance. Her fire dragon martial soul was ferocious. Even with the fire god bloodline, the fire god insect could not compete with her. That was one of the few times the fire god insect had been at a disadvantage, and, fortunately, it was clever enough to escape before that fiery dragon female soul master completely went berserk. However, the fire god insect did not expect to encounter another soul master with such a powerful fire attribute martial soul. The sword in the little boy's hand was far more intimidating than the fire dragon female soul master. As Jiang Yu's steps drew closer, the fire god insect felt an overwhelming sense of crisis. It had initially thought that after defeating the rocket sparrow, it could devour it to enhance its cultivation. It never expected a human to appear midway. How could it not feel frustrated? This little boy was too cunning, trying to reap the benefits of the fisherman. It absolutely could not let him succeed. The fire god insect would not sit idly by. Although it was somewhat exhausted after the fight with the rocket sparrow, it still unleashed its soul skill to confront the threat. A purple flame spewed from its mouth. Although the might of this flame was not as powerful as before, it was enough to make an average soul master retreat in fear. But who was Jiang Yu? He was not an ordinary soul master. As the only genius in Douluo Continent with 3 martial souls, his strength was not something an average soul master could compare to. Even without practicing the Hongmeng purple chi technique, with the soul rings of the Dream Ice Silkworm and the Ice Emperor Scorpion, Jiang Yu was more than capable of surpassing all genius soul masters. Facing that purple flame, Jiang Yu did not back down. He raised the Chixiao Sword and swung it fiercely towards the oncoming flame. A brilliant golden flame erupted from the sword body, and the imperial pressure belonging to the Chixiao Sword pressed towards the fire god insect. Upon feeling this immense pressure, the 10,000-year soul beast, which possessed divine bloodline, could not help but shiver. The pressure contained in the Chixiao Sword was terrifying, making the fire god insect feel an illusion. It even thought that the aura of the fire god could not compare to this. This was the first time it had such a feeling. As the dazzling golden flame intertwined with the purple flame, it quickly began to devour the flame coming from the fire god insect. Clearly, the purple flame was inferior to the imperial fire of the Chixiao Sword. After all, although the fire god insect contained the bloodline of the fire god, it was not substantial. Moreover, even the fire god only controlled the heavenly flame divine fire, which was merely a high-level ultimate fire. Although Jiang Yu's imperial fire was still somewhat inferior to the heavenly flame divine fire, the fire god insect was not the true fire god. The flames within its body did not even meet the standard of ultimate fire. How could it possibly compete with Jiang Yu's imperial fire? Soon, the purple flame was consumed by the imperial fire, and the dazzling golden flame burned even hotter as it flew towards the fire god insect. Quickly, the flame enveloped the body of the fire god insect. Although its cultivation had already broken through to the level of a 10,000-year soul beast, The previous battle with the Rocket Sparrow had consumed most of its strength. Furthermore, the enemy it faced was Jiang Yu, the undisputed #1 genius of Douluo Continent. Enveloped by the imperial fire, the fire god insect began to struggle continuously, but this was merely a futile effort. Jiang Yu did not hesitate and raised the Chixiao Sword to stab at the fire god insect. Moments later, this powerful 10,000-year soul beast fell to the ground. Soon after, a circle of soul rings shining with black light flew out from the fire god insect's body, hovering above it. Jiang Yu did not rush to absorb the soul ring, knowing that there was still a rocket sparrow nearby. Although it lost in the battle with the fire god insect, it was still a 10,000-year soul beast. The process of absorbing a soul ring was very important and could not be interrupted, so Jiang Yu had to be cautious and eliminate the threat of the rocket sparrow. After resolving the rocket sparrow in the same manner, a black 10,000-year soul ring also flew out from its body. The color of this ring was not inferior to that of the fire god insect soul ring, but Jiang Yu had already made his decision. In comparison, the soul ring of the fire god insect was more attractive to him. Although the rocket sparrow was also strong, its innate soul skill was clearly inferior to that of the fire god insect. Jiang Yu immediately flicked away the black soul ring radiating rich light. Then, he walked to where the fire god insect was, sat cross-legged, and used his mind to attract the black soul ring above him to surround his body. Under Jiang Yu's mental guidance, the black 10,000-year soul ring slowly rushed towards him. Soon, the immense energy from the soul ring surged into Jiang Yu's body. The impact generated by the 10,000-year soul ring was at least 10 times greater than that of a 1,000-year soul ring. This was also why soul masters had to cultivate their soul power to the standard of a soul king before they could absorb a 10,000-year soul ring. However, Jiang Yu was different. His physical quality far exceeded that of ordinary soul masters, and even titled Daluos might not compare to Jiang Yu. Moreover, after absorbing the million-year soul ring and the soul rings from the Ice Emperor Scorpion, Jiang Yu's mental strength had also received a tremendous boost. The impact generated by the Eternal Soul ring posed no threat to him at all. Just as Jiang Yu had thought, the fire god insect had indeed not given up. It launched a soul attack towards Jiang Yu's mind using the energy from the soul ring. In the face of the fire god insect's counterattack, Jiang Yu remained unperturbed. Even the assault from the Ice Empress, a 100,000-year mental-type soul beast, did not frighten him, let alone the fire god insect. Jiang Yu ignored the mental attack from the fire god insect. It was merely a tickling sensation to him, causing no harm whatsoever. The fire god insect soon felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. No matter how it attacked, Jiang Yu remained unmoved, and the waves of soul impacts seemed to have little effect. Instead, the energy from its body was being absorbed by Jiang Yu, making its attacks increasingly ineffective. Jiang Yu only felt a warm sensation throughout his body. Chapter 198, External Soul Bone. The flame energy contained within the fire god insect was like a returning swallow to Jiang Yu. The originally irritable flame power calmed down after entering his body. The fire god insect helplessly watched as the energy from its body surged towards Jiang Yu. No matter how angry it became, it was powerless to stop it. Moments later, its body, formed from condensed soul energy, began to collapse uncontrollably. Its body transformed into countless light spots and entered Jiang Yu's mind. After absorbing the soul power of the fire god insect, Jiang Yu felt his mental power had increased, allowing him to detect even the sound of ants moving within 100 miles. At that moment, even Jiang Yu did not realize that his mental power had already broken through to the level of the Spirit Sea. However, the classification of mental power was not recorded even by the Spirit Hall. Only the Elven race knew the secrets of mental power. They divided mental power levels into 7 grades: Spirit Origin Realm, Spirit Communication Realm, Spirit Sea Realm, Spirit Abyss Realm, Spirit Domain Realm, God Origin Realm, and God King Realm. Generally speaking, only titled Daluos could possibly reach the level of the Spirit Domain Realm, and they had to be among the elite of titled Daluos. The mental power of an average title barely reached the Spirit Abyss Realm. Jiang Yu was the first in the history of Douluo Continent to break through to the Spirit Sea Realm right after advancing to the Soul Master level. However, it made sense, as Jiang Yu, being a transmigrator, had inherently stronger mental power than the average Soul Master. Furthermore, he had absorbed the immense energy from the Sky Dream Ice Silkworm, a significant portion of which was sealed, but it was still sufficient for Jiang Yu. Additionally, he had received nourishment from the Ice Emperor and several 10,000-year soul beasts, making his breakthrough to the Spirit Sea realm unsurprising. Yet, Jiang Yu was unaware that his mental power had reached a level comparable to that of a soul, Dalu, feeling only that his mental power was somewhat stronger than before, which would aid him in battle. Finally, the absorption was complete. Jiang Yu could not help but stretch, feeling that his entire state had returned to him after absorbing the soul ring from the fire god insect. He felt invigorated and even fully restored in terms of physical strength. Just as Jiang Yu was about to leave this place, an unexpected change occurred behind him, and he heard a series of cracking sounds. Soon, 4 pairs of fiery red wings sprouted from his back, adorned with golden spots, looking incredibly dazzling. This as Jiang Yu was momentarily stunned, his face displaying profound surprise. If he was not mistaken, the 4 pairs of wings growing from his back were the legendary external soul bones, just below the 100,000-year soul bones in value. Oh my god, this was something all soul masters dreamt of. The value of soul bones was self-evident, and even a single soul bone could cause a great uproar. The value of external soul bones, among all soul bones, was only slightly inferior to that of 100,000-year soul bones. In fact, for most soul masters, the value of external soul bones might even surpass that of 100,000-year soul bones. This was because 100,000-year soul bones could only be produced by 100,000-year soul beasts, and even titled Douluos would not dare to provoke such powerful soul beasts recklessly. On the other hand, external soul bones could potentially be produced by 1,000-year soul beasts, making them undoubtedly more attractive to soul masters. It was like a goddess who was unattainable versus a neighbor girl who was within reach. No matter how perfect the goddess was, she was not someone most could interact with. In contrast, finding a neighbor girl, though not as perfect as the goddess, was much more realistic. Moreover, external soul bones had an additional advantage over other types of soul bones. Their power could grow stronger alongside the host's improvement in strength, with growth potential far exceeding that of other types of soul bones. The rarity of external soul bones was even scarcer than that of 100,000-year soul bones. Throughout the entire Dalu, only Tang San had obtained an external soul bone. Now, JiangYu also had one, and his external soul bone was acquired from a 10,000-year soul beast, making it significantly stronger than Tang San's 1,000-year external soul bone. Thinking of this made JiangYu unable to contain his excitement. What about Tang San? Even if he had the protagonist's halo, what was there to fear? He would still be pressed beneath him. At this moment, JiangYu was undoubtedly very happy. He initially only wanted to gain the innate soul skill from the fire god insect, but unexpectedly, it brought him a surprise, a new external soul bone. In fact, the fire god insect did not want this either. It was also feeling quite aggrieved. Originally, it had already won against the rocket sparrow and was about to absorb its energy to quickly increase its cultivation. However, JiangYu suddenly appeared and took advantage of the situation. The fire god insect's anger was understandable, which is why JiangYu obtained the external soul bone from it. Soul bones only drop when a soul beast harbors immense hatred. It is precisely because of this that soul bones are so rare. Furthermore, they differ from soul rings. Although the probability of soul bones appearing is very low, they do not always drop like soul rings do. However, they have an advantage that soul rings do not possess. Soul bones do not require the person who kills the soul beast to be the one to absorb them. If a soul master obtains a soul bone and finds it does not resonate well with them, they can choose not to absorb it and sell it instead. It is worth noting that any soul bone, even the most ordinary, is worth a fortune and often hard to find. However, generally speaking, soul masters rarely sell soul bones. After all, for most soul masters, having a soul bone is already good enough, and they would not be picky. Not to mention, the external soul bone that JiangYu obtained is something even titled Douluos covet. External soul bones are extremely rare, and it deserves a name. What should it be called? JiangYu pondered over the name for the external soul bone. Such a rare item must have a striking name to match its worth. After thinking for a long time, JiangYu finally came up with a fantastic name. He would call it the Fire God 8 Wings. Even though this external soul bone was obtained from the Fire God insect, it would be named after it. Of course, the name Fire God Insect 8 Wings sounded rather lacking in prestige, so JiangYu omitted the word insect. As for 8 wings, it was easy to understand because this external soul bone had 8 wings. So it was decided. JiangYu did not immediately retract the external soul bone after thinking of its name, but chose to observe the power of the Fire God 8 Wings in the Hunting Soul Forest. Chapter 199. New soul skill. JiangYu's plan was quite good, but it caused trouble for the soul beasts in the Hunting Soul Forest. In order to quickly master the skills of the external soul bone, JiangYu had to use the soul beast for experimentation. Of course, Jiang Yu did not provoke 10,000-year soul beasts. Although he was not afraid with his current strength, he was too lazy to deal with the hassle. After all, 10,000-year soul beasts were still very powerful, and even if he could win, it would come at a cost. Plus, he didn't need a soul ring right now. Jiang Yu had no intention of adding a soul ring to his sword at this moment, as the quality of the soul beasts in the hunting soul forest was not very high, and there were not many soul beasts at the level of the fire god bug to begin with. Moreover, from a property standpoint, they were not suitable. Jiang Yu flew through the dark forest with the fire god 8 wings. Although the light was dim, the glow emitted by the wings behind him illuminated the surrounding area, so he didn't have to worry about visibility. Before long, Jiang Yu noticed a soul beast resting on a large tree ahead. It was a monkey with a completely fire-red body, and it had 3 tufts of hair on its head that looked like burning flames, forming a mountain shape. Its ears appear to be very large, resembling flying discs. The monkey had thick golden fur around its neck, looking like a scarf, and on either side of that golden fur were 2 strong fire-red arms. Its fingers were similar to a human's, only colored fire-red, and its bright red buttocks were significantly larger than a human's. This monkey's tail was also completely different from an ordinary monkey's. Its fire-red tail looked very dazzling and was extremely soft, especially the tuft of fire-red fur on its tail, which made one feel an irresistible urge to touch it. However, Jiang Yu knew very well that the monkey's tail was not to be touched lightly, as that was where it generated its flame energy. If someone touched it, that soft tail would emit intense sparks. This monkey was named the Fire Monkey, recorded in the Soul Beast Compendium, Spirit Monkey Edition. According to the description, the Fire Monkey loved to eat kiwi fruit. It seemed that kiwi fruit contained something special that could stimulate the flame energy within it, and no matter how much it ate, it could immediately transform into energy and burn. Because of this, the Fire Monkey was very fond of collecting kiwi fruit. Wherever it was, kiwi fruit would hardly be seen. As it had collected them all, Jiang Yu directed his gaze towards the tree hole and found that it indeed contained a large amount of kiwi fruit, enough to fill the hollow. Just what I need. Jiang Yu chose to practice with this fire monkey. He waved the fire god 8 wings, and soon hundreds of sparks gathered on the wings, flying toward the direction of the fire monkey. The fire monkey, which had been sleeping, seemed to sense something and suddenly opened its eyes. Faced with the dense sparks, the fire monkey did not choose to evade, but instead swung its fire-red tail and jumped up and down. That seemingly soft tail played a significant role at that moment, showing no fear of the intense sparks that could knock it away. The fire monkey appeared extremely relaxed, treating the sparks like ping-pong balls, batting them back with its tail, which suffered no damage. Instead, it burned even more vigorously, which was quite incredible. Jiang Yu was not in a hurry. The fire monkey's strength was quite good and qualified to be his sparring partner. At that moment, the fire monkey launched a counterattack, condensing a huge fireball with its tail and suddenly flinging it in Jiang Yu's direction. The fireball moved extremely fast, like a shooting star heading towards Jiang Yu. However, Jiang Yu was already prepared. The fire monkey's attack was exactly what he wanted. Jiang Yu waved the fire god 8 wings, and the 8 fire-red wings unfolded in front of him, wrapping around his body. It looked like a ball, and even though Jiang Yu was wrapped up by the wings in midair, his body still floated in the air. This defiance of gravity would surely astonish anyone who saw it. The fireball hit the wing-formed sphere, but did not break through its defense. Shortly after, it was bounced back, and the fire-red wings began to emit flames outward. It looked remarkably similar to the fire-scale shield, and Jiang Yu speculated that the skill of the fire god 8 wings should be that fire-scale shield. Jiang Yu was quite satisfied with this skill. The fire-scale shield was both offensive and defensive, possessing strong defensive capabilities along with considerable offensive power. The sparks shot rapidly towards the fire monkey, making it busy trying to handle them. Just then, Jiang Yu released the defense of the fire god 8 wings and immediately unleashed the Chixiao Sword. The third soul ring, glowing with rich black light, slowly lit up, and then the Chixiao Sword in Jiang Yu's hand rapidly grew larger, ultimately transforming into a massive longsword 9 meters in length. A vast aura of flames quickly spread outwards, with scorching golden flames burning fiercely. Sensing the momentum emanating from the longsword, the fire monkey suddenly became anxious. It continuously made sounds. The fire monkey had a keen sense of flames. It knew that the human-s attack before it had exceeded its capacity to endure. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. The fire monkey's voice sounded somewhat like a plea for mercy, and combined with its gestures of waving hands, Jiang Yu quickly understood its meaning. Indeed, soul beasts also possessed intelligence. Realizing it could not win, the fire monkey quickly gave up its resistance, repeatedly waving its hands in supplication. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Yu retracted the longsword. He did not want to kill indiscriminately. Since the objective had been achieved, Jiang Yu no longer pressed the fire monkey. And the third soul skill of the fire god bug was indeed quite good. The power of the sword dance exceeded Jiang Yu's expectations. It was indeed the fire god bug's innate soul skill. Moreover, equipping the sword dance skill on the Chixiao Sword was even more suitable than the fire scale shield, allowing it to unleash its full potential, or even be more powerful. Jiang Yu put away the Chixiao Sword, and then ignored the fire monkey, flapping his wings and flying away. Seeing Jiang Yu leave, the fire monkey finally breathed a sigh of relief, repeatedly patting its forehead. It then took out several kiwi fruits from the tree hole and started eating them without even peeling them. Soon, the fire monkey had eaten a dozen kiwi fruits, and the flames on its tail burned even more fiercely. Perhaps this was the only way it could feel secure. Jiang Yu's strength was indeed too terrifying. Chapter 200. Entering the royal city, once Jiang Yu had mastered the new soul skill and soul bone skill, the hunting soul forest, which had been thrown into chaos by him, finally returned to tranquility. The soul beasts in the forest felt quite aggrieved. They hadn't expected that a little human boy would possess such terrifying strength, which was truly hard to believe for both beasts and humans. Especially for some century-old soul beasts, Jiang Yu's actions undoubtedly caused them immense psychological trauma. This also led to them no longer daring to attack the little boy who entered the soul hunting forest. Jiang Yu did not expect that his disturbance would bring such great convenience to other new soul masters, greatly increasing their safety in the soul hunting forest. In Xingluo City, a hint of fish belly white rose from the eastern horizon, and the earth gradually brightened. The dawn spread like rippling water, with fine parabolas slowly rising. The red lines translucent, shining with brilliant golden light. The bright daylight burst forth in the night sky, bringing vitality to the earth. Moments later, the red sun rose slowly, illuminating the sea of clouds. The early birds chirped incessantly, and the city gate was already crowded with pedestrians entering the city. Most of them were residents from nearby Xingluo City, carrying shoulder poles with baskets underneath filled with various fresh vegetables. The villagers from nearby had set out early from their villages to transport fresh vegetables and fruits to Xingluo City, ensuring the supply for the city's residents, while also making a little money. After all, Xingluo City was the imperial city, and a carrot that sold for 1 copper soul coin in the village could be sold for at least 3 copper soul coins here. After days of travel, Jiang Yu finally arrived at Xingluo City with Shui, Bing and the others, and they followed the crowd to the city gate. The city guards on both sides diligently checked everyone entering, and according to the laws of Xingluo, commoners were not allowed to bring weapons into Xingluo City. Not even small knives for cutting fruit, which had to comply with specific regulations. Otherwise, they would be confiscated immediately. However, the restrictions on soul masters were much more lenient. Although soul masters could not openly bring weapons into the imperial city, they were allowed to keep weapons in soul guide devices. This was considered a compromise by the Xingluo Empire. After all, soul masters with soul guide devices were definitely not ordinary, most of them coming from noble backgrounds. And the high prices meant that common soul masters could hardly own soul guide devices. In the Douluo Continent, soul masters were the most noble profession, and among soul masters, nobles were undoubtedly held in even higher regard. They enjoyed real privileges on the Douluo Continent, with both major kingdoms and the Xingluo and Tiando empires offering preferential treatment to nobles. The long line surged into the city gate, and Jiang Yu and the others waited a full hour before reaching the entrance. When they saw that Jiang Yu was accompanied by 3 beautiful women, the surrounding guards looked on with envy. It was so unfair. Why could a little kid have 3 beautiful women while they had none? It is said that beautiful women can represent a man's status, and in the eyes of the city guards, Jiang Yu must be a young nobleman. So they did not dare to neglect him. After a brief procedure, they allowed Jiang Yu and the others to enter Xingluo City. The entry process went very smoothly, and they did not encounter any spoiled young masters who were captivated by Shui, Bing and the other 3 beauties and tried to make things difficult for Jiang Yu. As soon as they entered Xingluo City, Jiang Yu took Shui, Bing and her sister straight to the hotel. Seeing Jiang Yu's excitement, the 3 girls were at a loss for words. Jiang Yu was very fast. Apart from Shui, Bing being able to keep up a little, Shui Yu and Shui Wu clearly could not match his speed and quickly fell behind. However, they could still see Shui, Bing's figure ahead, so they wouldn't get lost. After about half an hour, Jiang Yu finally arrived at the entrance of the Rose Hotel. The Rose Hotel, located in Xinglua Imperial City, was extremely luxurious, with an overall design that balanced aesthetics and grandeur. The exterior walls were even coated with a thick layer of gold powder, shining brilliantly under the sunlight, giving a sense of opulence. Although the Rose Hotel had many branches throughout the Douluo Continent, only 3 had such standards. The only ones comparable to Xinglua City were the 2 Rose Hotels located in Tiando City and Wuhan City. The prices here were naturally not cheap, but Yang Wudi insisted on staying at the Rose Hotel, and the others knew what he was thinking, so they did not expose him. Bai He, as an old friend of Yang Wudi, also supported him. After all, spending some money for flirting was important. Bai He knew Yang Wudi's thoughts about Granny Yao, and he felt that the two were very well matched. He did not oppose Yang Wudi's actions of flaunting his financial power, especially since Yang Wudi covered the hotel expenses, which gave him even less reason to object. Otherwise, Bai He could not afford such an expensive hotel. The Min family could not earn money through selling medicinal materials and secret medicines like the Pa family. Although the Min family was the fastest and top scouts on the continent, Bai He did not want his family to serve any country in the continent. He did not want his family to get involved in war. Therefore, the Min family usually could only take on errands like delivering things. And the commissions from those jobs were obviously not high, which was why the Min family was so financially strained. To survive, Bai He had to give up his proud character and accept assistance from other single attribute clans. Even if he didn't care, his clan still needed to eat. And for the sake of his clan, Bai He had to give up his dignity, which was a helpless choice. As soon as JiangYu entered the hotel lobby, Shui Binger chased after him. The voluptuous and sexy-dressed front desk beauty was visibly surprised when she saw JiangYu and Shui Binger. It was not common for such a young pair to come to a hotel during the day. How desperate could they be? The front desk beauty was clearly shocked. However, she quickly realized that she had misunderstood. They were not there to check into a room. Excuse me, which room is Yang Wudi staying in? JiangYu got straight to the point and asked the front desk for Yang Wudi's room number. The front desk beauty was taken aback. They were actually here to find someone. How could she have thought otherwise? She couldn't help but blush as she realized her mistake. She did not dare to think any further and immediately told JiangYu the room number where Yang Wudi was staying. Room 3601. Knock, knock, knock. JiangYu knocked on Yang Wudi's door. Who is it? Who comes at this time? A dissatisfied voice came from inside the room, sounding like Yang Wudi. When the door opened, JiangYu saw the somewhat unhappy face of Yang Wudi. However, his expression quickly changed. Upon seeing JiangYu outside, Yang Wudi instantly turned his anger into joy. Oh, it's you, kid. Yang Wudi's words carried a hint of delight. You finally came back. Although JiangYu could not be considered his disciple, Yang Wudi still appreciated him very much. Otherwise, he would not have imparted knowledge about medicinal theory to him. Senior Yang, it's been a while. You look even more radiant. JiangYu did not flatter him, but Yang Wudi did seem to have a healthier complexion than before, looking as if he had aged a few years less. Really, Yang Wudi was delighted to hear JiangYu's praise, and it seemed that the old saying was indeed true. Love makes people young. Old goat, where have you been? Just then, a woman's voice suddenly echoed in the room, sounding quite familiar. The owner of the voice had definitely been seen before. Old Lady Medicinal. After a moment, JiangYu exclaimed in surprise. It's her. It's actually Old Lady Medicinal. JiangYu looked at Yang Wudi with a hint of amusement, not expecting Old Lady Medicinal to appear in Yang Wudi's room. It seemed their relationship was progressing very smoothly. Perhaps even. Seeing the indescribable smile on JiangYu's face, Yang Wudi quickly explained, You little rascal, where are you thinking? I must tell you, my relationship with Old Lady Medicinal is very pure, definitely not what you think. Heh heh. JiangYu replied with a smile, Senior Yang, no need to explain. I wish you, an Old Lady Medicinal, an early arrival of precious children. Hearing JiangYu's words, Yang Wudi's mustache bristled in anger. Although he liked Old Lady Medicinal, he had never done anything out of line. During this time, although he and Old Lady Medicinal were often together, they hadn't even held hands. Their relationship was purer than milk. Seeing JiangYu's misunderstanding, how could Yang Wudi not be angry? He didn't care for himself. But what if this got out and ruined Old Lady Medicinal's reputation? You little rascal, don't talk nonsense, Yang Wudi said seriously. Senior Yang, rest assured, regarding what happened between you and Old Lady Medicinal in the room today, I will definitely keep it a secret, JiangYu replied earnestly. Get lost. Seeing Yang Wudi's flushed face and raised arm, JiangYu quickly turned to flee. He wasn't afraid of Yang Wudi making a move. He just didn't want to interrupt their conversation since Old Lady Medicinal was in the room. After all, A woman who could make Yang Wudi show such a shy expression was rare, and it seemed he really liked Old Lady Medicinal. Jiang Yu didn't want to ruin Yang Wudi's romance. The next day, as dawn broke, Jiang Yu and the others arrived at the hotel restaurant for breakfast. The Rose Grand Hotel truly lived up to its reputation as a famous hotel in Xinglua City, with an extremely rich breakfast spread. The restaurant offered hundreds of dishes. Just like a buffet, you could eat whatever you wanted, and there was no extra charge. Although the Rose Grand Hotel was a bit pricey, it had to be said that the service was quite good. Many of the dishes in the restaurant used expensive ingredients, including abalone, shark fin, and sea cucumber. Particularly, the sea cucumbers were larger than those generally found in the market, almost the size of buns. According to the restaurant staff, the sea cucumbers used were specially supplied to the Xinglua Royal Kuja team and were of a premium grade, quite expensive. Upon hearing that they were exclusively supplied to the royal team, Jiang Yu immediately picked dozens of sea cucumbers and placed them on his plate. It was said that the Xinglua Royal Kuja team had abundant energy precisely because they consumed sea cucumbers that far exceeded the effects of ordinary ones. Therefore, Jiang Yu didn't hold back and took many sea cucumbers. When Jiang Yu brought his plate to his seat, everyone was stunned. They had never seen anyone eat breakfast like Jiang Yu, devouring more than a dozen sea cucumbers in one sitting without feeling sick. Jiang Yu paid no attention to the reactions of others, grabbing a sea cucumber and enjoying it heartily. Watching Jiang Yu eat the sea cucumbers, Yang Wudi instantly felt that the fried dough stick in his hand was no longer appealing. Influenced by Jiang Yu, Yang Wudi also got up and walked towards the sea cucumber area, picking a few and putting them on his plate before returning to his seat. First offering some plump sea cucumbers to Old Lady Medicinal. Then, Yang Wudi began to eat the remaining sea cucumbers, and soon, a smile appeared on his face. The taste of the sea cucumbers was indeed very good, far more delicious than what he had eaten before. After breakfast, everyone left the Rose Grand Hotel and headed to the city gate. Yang Wudi had to part ways with the group to travel with Old Lady Medicinal. Although Bai He teased him for being infatuated with women over friends, he was genuinely happy for Yang Wudi to meet someone he liked again. However, Xiao Xiao, who had been following Old Lady Medicinal, did not continue with her. According to Old Lady Medicinal, Xiao Xiao was going to find someone in the Tiando Empire and couldn't accompany her on the journey. Coincidentally, Jiang Yu was returning to the Tiando Empire. So Old Lady Medicinal entrusted Xiao Xiao to Jiang Yu, hoping he could help look after her. Jiang Yu was happy to do so, as it was just one more person, and he didn't dislike Xiao Xiao, so he agreed to Old Lady Medicinal's request. A few days later, Jiang Yu and his group were about to leave the territory of the Xinglua Empire, heading towards the Tiando border, while Bai He was also preparing to take the people of the Minji clan away. However, before he left, he pulled Jiang Yu aside and began to whisper. Jiang Yu initially thought Bai He was just feeling a bit reluctant, but he didn't expect him to propose handing over Bai Qinxiang to him, hoping Jiang Yu could take her along for more training and cultivate her into a strong person. Bai He's action was clearly well thought out. With his experience, how could he not see that Qinxiang had feelings for Jiang Yu? Moreover, this young man before him had top-notch talent that could rival anyone on the continent, even surpassing Tang Hao. If his granddaughter could establish a deep friendship with him, then the Minji clan would also see a complete revival. Chapter 202, Duke Tiando City. After many days of traveling, Jiang Yu finally returned to this magnificent city. As the capital of the Tiando Empire, Tiando City is one of the most prosperous cities on the Douluo Continent, even slightly surpassing Xinglua City. Looking at the wide city walls, Jiang Yu couldn't help but sigh. He had thought he could return after conquering the Liangshan Principality, but didn't expect to encounter some twists and turns. However, thinking of the gains from this journey, Jiang Yu felt it was worth it. Without the interference of the assassins, how could he have had so many adventures? Moreover, it was fortunate that Yang Wudi and the others had established unusual relationships, with Bai He even entrusting his granddaughter to him, which was a huge gain. Let's go. I'll take you all in to eat something, Jiang Yu said generously, waving his hand at the beautiful women beside him. After all the hard travel, they had only eaten dry rations or pancakes. Now that they had finally arrived in Tiando City, they had to find a restaurant to enjoy the good meal. Upon entering the imperial city, Jiang Yu led the beautiful women towards Tianshan Tower. This was a famous restaurant in the city, with chefs who were previously imperial chefs, specifically cooking for the royal family and dignitaries from various countries. Therefore, the prices at Tianshan Tower were not cheap. However, Jiang Yu still had some wealth, so he naturally wouldn't treat the girls beside him poorly. After arriving at Tianshan Tower, Jiang Yu chose a large table to sit at. The other diners, seeing the array of beautiful women next to him, couldn't help but drool, their eyes shining with envy. Everyone was jealous of Jiang Yu, a young boy surrounded by such stunning beauties, feeling it was a waste. What a pity for these beauties. Jiang Yu paid no attention to the whispers around him. After all, the girls beside him were indeed top-notch beauties. Even white agarwood is a rare existence, and in the entire Tiando Imperial City, it is definitely among the top. Even the young ladies from noble families are seldom able to compare. Brother Long, those girls over there are just too beautiful. Why don't we invite those beauties over to drink with us? That guy probably won't dare to refuse. The burly man at the table next to Jiang Yu spoke with a drooling voice, and the big men around him nodded in agreement, clearly approving of his idea. Not appropriate. The muscular man in the middle, with a giant dragon tattoo on his arm, immediately waved his hand and said, "That guy has such stunning beauties following him. His background must be extraordinary. Just looking at his aura, he is definitely of noble birth. This imperial city is different from other places. There are countless high-ranking officials and nobles here, and we are not people they can provoke. If you really can't hold back after dinner, I'll take you to a nearby brothel to find a few girls to have some fun." The man known as Brother Long was clearly the leader of the group, and after he spoke, the other big men had no further objections, each one smiling and thanking Brother Long. Seeing that the group of burly men had given up on the idea of flirting, Jiang Yu no longer paid attention to them and began to order dishes from the staff standing nearby. Jiang Yu ordered the signature dishes of Tianxiang Tower, including golden kumquat beef, Tianxiang bean rolls, abalone sauce, stir-fried chicken with matsutake mushrooms, and fish maw and sea cucumber soup, among others. These are famous dishes served to royal guests from various countries and are also the most ordered by guests at Tianxiang Tower. Since Jiang Yu brought these beauties to Tianxiang Tower, he naturally wanted them to try everything. The speed of serving dishes at Tianxiang Tower is not particularly fast, as the restaurant emphasizes the original flavor, cooking everything fresh. All the dishes are made on the spot, unlike some places that prepare dishes in advance and only need to reheat them after the customer orders. This naturally slows down the serving speed significantly, but the customers coming here are drawn to the restaurant's renowned chefs, and as long as the food quality is good, they don't mind waiting a bit longer. The owner of Tianxiang Tower is quite clever. To appease customers, he specially prepares some cold dishes for each table at no charge. Just after Jiang Yu ordered, other staff members came over with plates containing several cold dishes, including cold seaweed, spicy chicken skin eggs, and cold cucumbers, along with a large bottle of fresh fruit juice. While enjoying the food, Jiang Yu suddenly heard discussions at the neighboring table and couldn't help but feel intrigued. Not long ago, something interesting happened in the Tiando Empire. Have you heard? Oh, what happened? Recently, the Snowy Knight Emperor personally conferred a duke title to a young man. It's said that this newly conferred duke is just a young lad, but he has made tremendous contributions to the Tiando Empire, hailed by the emperor as a once-in-a-thousand-years genius. Unfortunately, this young genius was assassinated by an assassin, and to commemorate him, the Snowy Knight Emperor even spent millions to build a memorial square. While the people around couldn't help but be astonished. What an impressive genius to receive such honors from the Snowy Knight Emperor. One of the most powerful figures in the Douluo Continent actually conferred a duke title to a young lad. This is the highest level of nobility that anyone outside of the royal family can obtain. It is said that this young genius not only has exceptional talent and soul master abilities, but also possesses remarkable skills in military strategy. Alas, what a pity. If he hadn't been assassinated, the Tiando Empire could have completely wiped out the Xingluo Empire and unified the entire Douluo Continent. Old Hong, you're exaggerating too much. Do you really think the 4 great generals of Xingluo are pushovers? Each of them is on par with General Long Yuan. They are definitely the top commanders on the continent. Yeah, in the Douluo Continent, aside from General Long Yuan, the only commanders who can match the 4 great generals of Xingluo are Tooba, Shi from the Spear Hall, and the Valkyrie Mi Lu Sha from the 8th Linda Kingdom. That young man, even if he has remarkable talent, military strategy is not the same as cultivation. Without the trials of war, it's just empty talk. I'm not exaggerating. Even General Long Yuan, the commander-in-chief of the Tiando Empire has 3 armies, highly praises that young man. Oh, hearing you say this, I really want to see how impressive this young genius is. How about we go to the memorial square later? Upon hearing their discussion, Jiang Yu was also a bit surprised. Could it be that another remarkable genius had emerged in the Tiando Empire recently, receiving such recognition from the Snowy Knight Emperor? Even Jiang Yu want to go see. Young genius. Shue's eyes sparkled with excitement as she shook Shui Bing's hand and said, "Sister, shall we go see too?" Chapter 203. Duke of the Heavenly Sword, the memorial square built by the Snowy Knight Emperor for the young genius, is known throughout the entire Tiando city. As such events are rare in the history of the Tiando Empire. Only a few founding figures in the empire's history have received such treatment. Therefore, the fact that the Snowy Knight Emperor specially built a memorial square for a young man has become a hot topic, known even among the ordinary residents of the city. This magnificent memorial square is located in a bustling area on one side of the city, covering an area as large as a football field, with lush flowers and trees surrounding it. Because it is open to the public, since the completion of the memorial square, many tourists have come to visit. And this square has become a well-known attraction in Tiando City, drawing many people. After finishing their meal, Jiang Yu and his companions hurried to the memorial square. Seeing that Yu and the others wanted to take a look, Jiang Yu brought them along. Upon arriving at the memorial square, the interest of the beautiful ladies was piqued. The scenery here is quite nice. If it were on Blue Star, it would definitely become an internet-famous scenic spot, attracting many young ladies to check in. Ice sour plum soup, handmade, 1 copper soul coin per bowl. If it's not good, you don't have to pay. Soon, Jiang Yu heard a selling voice and looked up to see an old man squatting not far ahead. Next to him was a tall stack of wooden bowls. But he didn't have a wooden barrel for the sour plum soup. Just as Jiang Yu was feeling puzzled, he saw someone step forward to buy the sour plum soup. "Soup boss, 1 bowl of ice sour plum soup, please." The customer clearly knew the boss. "Ha ha ha, old son, you're here again." The old man smiled amiably and then began to chant a soul spell. "I have a bowl of sour plum soup. I have a bowl of sour plum soup. I have a bowl of sour plum soup." As the soul spell was released, a rich light suddenly appeared in the old man's hand. Soon, he had a small water ball in his hand, colored similarly to sour plum soup. The small water ball was surrounded by 3 dazzling soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple. It seems that the old man is a food-type soul master. It is well known that food-type soul masters have the slowest cultivation speed among soul masters, and they cannot be compared with battle-type soul masters. Therefore, it is not bad for a food-type soul master to reach the rank of soul master. First soul skill, ice sour plum soup. As the first soul ring on the old man shone brightly, the small water ball in his hand gradually became cold, emitting a slight chill. Soon, the old man picked up a wooden bowl from the side, and the water ball moved above the bowl. With a bang, the water ball burst, and the sour plum soup spilled into the bowl. Seeing the scene, Jiang Yu immediately understood why the old man did not prepare a wooden barrel to hold his sour plum soup. It turned out that his sour plum soup was all made using his martial soul. This is the advantage of food system soul masters. Although they cannot compete with soul masters of other systems in terms of cultivation, their ability to make money is not inferior. It may even be stronger, because they can use their martial souls to create food for sale, which is essentially at 0 cost. Whether it's the old man sour plum soup or the beautiful woman Jiang Yu encountered earlier selling abalone, they are all like this. Even the rare genius with innate full soul power in the food system, Oscar, has set up a sausage stall in the academy to sell his small sausages. Therefore, even though food system soul masters lack combat power, they can still live comfortably. Most of the wealthy figures in the culinary world of Douluo Continent are food system soul masters. They have built a vast culinary empire based on their food system martial souls. They then use their wealth to recruit powerful soul masters to serve them. And ordinary soul masters generally do not dare to offend them, because in Douluo Continent, aside from strength, wealth is also very important. Having money means having a vast amount of resources, which can attract many powerful soul masters. This is also why the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School can recruit so many strong individuals from the martial soul community to serve them. There's no doubt that the reason is partly because the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda is the top auxiliary martial soul in the continent. But it also has a lot to do with the fact that the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School is the richest sect in Douluo Continent. After all, for soul masters, cultivation resources are incredibly important. Ah, so refreshing. The customer took the chilled sour plum soup and began to drink. The cold liquid flowed into his mouth, filling his body with a refreshing coolness. After finishing, the customer took out a copper soul coin and handed it to the old man. "This money is well spent, boss. Your chilled sour plum soup is much better than other shops." It was clear that the customer was very satisfied with the sour plum soup sold by the old man, and a bright smile appeared on his face as he repeatedly gave the old man a thumbs up. Seeing this, Jiang Yu also approached. The weather in Tiando City was extremely hot. Even in the morning, it was very warm. Chilled sour plum soup could drive away some of the heat, and soon he arrived in front of the old man. He immediately asked for a bowl of chilled sour plum soup. The old man, seeing another customer coming, skillfully released his soul skill and soon a bowl of chilled sour plum soup emitting cold air was ready. Jiang Yu took the large bowl and began to drink. But he was different from the previous customer. If that person was just guzzling water, then Jiang Yu was savoring the sour plum soup like fine wine, drinking slowly and carefully. The icy sour plum soup flowed gently into Jiang Yu's mouth, trickling down his throat, and he felt the heat gradually diminishing. This was definitely not ordinary sour plum soup. The martial soul of a food system soul master is not simple. Although Jiang Yu did not know the exact effects of the old man's first soul skill, he could guess some of it. This chilled sour plum soup should have the effect of dispelling heat and calming the nerves, making it a rare drink in hot weather. While Jiang Yu was drinking the sour plum soup, Shui Wearer and the others had already arrived at the most important central area of the memorial square. In the wide square stood a large statue, depicting a very handsome young man, looking lifelike. The plaque bore his name, Duke Tianjin Jiangyu. How could it be him? Shui Wearer looked at the statue in shock. She never expected that the young genius mentioned by others was actually Jiang Yu. He didn't seem to fit the image of a genius at all. Shui Wearer thought to herself. She couldn't believe that the Snow Knight Emperor valued him so much, even going so far as to grant him the title of Duke. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Shui Binger's eyes. It was indeed rare to see such a young Duke. It is known that even the supreme commander of the three armies of the Empire, Grand Marshal Galong, only holds the title of Marquis. Chapter 204. Mature Beauty JiangYu? After seeing the words on the statue, Bai Qinxiang was taken aback. Her large eyes, resembling those of a model, were filled with confusion. This was clearly Jiang Shangyo. Could it be? He was using a fake name before. Bai Qinxiang quickly thought of something. Some adventurers use a fake name to avoid trouble when traveling. Jiang Yu clearly thought the same way, but while Bai Qinxiang understood, she was still quite displeased. She hated the feeling of being deceived the most. The Snow Knight Emperor really invested a lot, actually granting him the title of Duke. She wondered if he would regret it upon learning that Jiang Yu was still alive. A smile appeared on Shui Binger's face. After all, a duke has a fief. According to the title standards of the Tiando Empire, a duke's fief must have at least 10,000 households of land, which is already equivalent to a small city. Moreover, within the fief, Jiang Yu's authority would surpass that of the city lord, and all official appointments in his fief would have to be recommended by him before being reported to the empire. Even the empire would have no right to bypass Jiang Yu. Although Shui Binger came from one of the 7 major sects, the Heavenly Water sect, she couldn't help but feel a bit envious of Jiang Yu. The status of an imperial duke is not much inferior to that of the sect masters of the 7 major sections. Jiang Yu had only awakened his martial soul for a short time, yet he had already obtained the title of duke. If he were the son of the emperor, it wouldn't be surprising, but he had no relationship with the royal family at all, which was astonishing. He actually became a duke. This means he is. Her small face was filled with shock. No one knew better than her what this meant. Even in the Star Luo Empire, there was no such young duke. Truly incredible. Just after Jiang Yu finished drinking the chilled sour plum soup, he was pulled by Shui Binger and several beautiful women to the statue. He was initially puzzled about what these women had seen that made them so eager to pull him along, thinking they were too thirsty. Surrounded by so many beautiful women, Jiang Yu felt a bit unaccustomed, but when he saw the statue ahead, he was also taken aback. He never expected the Snow Knight Emperor to be so generous as to grant him the title of Duke. This was something Jiang Yu had not anticipated. In fact, the Snow Knight Emperor's decision to confer the title of Duke to Jiang Yu was made after careful consideration. It was not a random decision. Jiang Yu's contributions were indeed significant, but not to the extent that he deserved the title of Duke. If it weren't for the fact that Jiang Yu was from the 7 Treasure Glazed school and was also the disciple of the Sword Dalu, the Snow Knight Emperor would not have granted him the title of Duke. He also did not expect that Jiang Yu would evade the assassination attempt. The Snow Knight Emperor had only intended to bestow a title, which would also provide an explanation to the 7 Treasure Glazed school and prevent Ning Fengji from feeling dissatisfied. Unexpectedly, he also became a duke. Jiang Yu was quite happy. After all, this title of Duke was something worth celebrating for him. He suddenly thought of a senior named Xiao Bao, who also had multiple identities and 7 beautiful wives. Now his situation was somewhat similar to that of that senior, and thinking about this made Jiang Yu feel quite pleased. In the future, when introducing myself to others, I will say, standing before you is a disciple of the 7 Treasures Glazed School's inner sect, an apprentice of the sword fighting Doa, a duke of the Heaven Do Empire, and the strongest eater personally fed by His Holiness the Pope of the Spirit Hall. Of course, I can't actually say that. It's just something Jiang Yu thinks about. Now, Jiang Yu finally feels like he has received some treatment akin to that of a protagonist. In terms of status, he has obviously surpassed many people. In terms of relationships, aside from Wu, he has a good rapport with many beautiful women. He even has a stunning female elf as a maid, which is something Tang Sen never had. Moreover, in terms of talent for cultivation, Jiang Yu can say he is quite a bit stronger than Tang San. Whether it's the Chixiao Sword or the sword itself, their quality is higher than the Haotian hammer and the Blue-Silver Emperor. Not to mention that Tang San's Blue-Silver Grass Martial Soul hasn't even evolved into the Blue-Silver Emperor yet. Upon reflection, Tang San isn't that terrifying. Aside from his Tang sect hidden weapons being a bit tricky, Jiang Yu has completely outperformed him in other aspects. As for hidden weapons, although Jiang Yu finds them somewhat troublesome, he doesn't fear them too much. After all, he has cultivated the Hongming Purple Qi path, and coupled with the many medicinal treasures he has consumed to improve his physique, his physical strength is likely not inferior to that of a titled Dalu. Even Tang San's Zhuge crossbow wouldn't be able to harm him. Furthermore, the very advanced hidden weapon techniques are impossible for Tang San to use with his current strength. So there's no need to worry too much. After learning that Jiang Yu had been granted the title of Duke, Bai Chunxiang and Shui Yuer began to press him for gifts. Jiang Yu didn't refuse. He was in a very good mood, so he took a few beautiful women to the Heaven Do Great Soul Arena to shop for gifts. As one of the largest buildings in the Heaven Do Imperial City, the Heaven Do Great Soul Arena is not just a venue for soul master competitions. It is also the largest commercial center in the Imperial City. It has the most comprehensive range of goods, from gold and silver jewelry to divine weapons, and even soul bones. As long as you have enough money, you can buy anything you need at the Heaven Do Great Soul Arena. Upon entering the Great Soul Arena, a staff member came to attend to Jiang Yu and the others. It was a female staff member, standing at least 6 meters tall with long black hair. Her figure was exceptionally mature, resembling a ripe peach. All her flesh was in the right places. Although she looked a bit plump, she did not appear overweight. While the female staff member's looks couldn't compare to those of the beautiful women next to Jiang Yu, her figure was very attractive. Shui Binger and the others were indeed beautiful, but they had yet to fully mature. It seemed this one was a big client. Jin Xiang saw the various beautiful women surrounding Jiang Yu and immediately realized that his status was extraordinary. How could an ordinary person have so many stunning beauties? There's no doubt Jiang Yu must be a noble. Thinking of this, a brilliant smile instantly appeared on Jin Xiang's face, completely different from her previous mechanical smile. She had been at the Heaven Do Great Soul Arena for a while and knew that powerful figures often came and went, so even if there were better jobs, she still chose to work at the Great Soul Arena. Her goal was to find a wealthy husband and achieve a leap in social status. After all, doing well is not as good as marrying well. For a girl like Jin Xiang, who came from an ordinary background, it was incredibly difficult to rise to a higher social status. Fortunately, her appearance and figure were quite decent, so she thought of taking a shortcut, relying on her looks to find a partner from a noble background. Chapter 205. Temptation. Seeing the female staff member ahead, Jiang Yu's eyes lit up. Although her looks were slightly inferior to those of the beautiful women beside him, her figure was top-notch. She had clearly developed very maturely. Even with Jiang Yu's discerning eye, he couldn't help but glance at her a few more times, which made Jin Xiang feel a bit smug. She was very confident in her body. No man had ever escaped her captivating figure. All the male employees in the Great Soul Arena had long been enamored with her, but unfortunately, her standards were too high, and she looked down on the men around her. At most, she considered them backup options. "Welcome, young sir," Jin Xiang said with a bright smile, slightly bending at the waist. "I am Jin Xiang, and I am very happy to serve you." A dazzling flash of white caught Jiang Yu's eye, almost blinding him. "Wow, that's really big." Jiang Yu swallowed hard, trying to remain calm, not wanting to lose composure with so many beautiful women watching. How shameless. Bai Qinxiang looked down at her own somewhat flat chest and couldn't help but mutter, "Is being big that impressive? She looks like a cow, with no sense of beauty at all." A hint of red appeared on Bai Qinxiang's face. She disliked cows the most, compared to the hostility from other women. Shui Yuer seemed indifferent. There was even a hint of appreciation in her eyes. She seemed to swallow hard like Jiang Yu, showing that she was quite satisfied with Jin Xiang. "Sister, you are really beautiful." Shui Yuer suddenly jumped in front of Jin Xiang and immediately hugged her arm. Faced with such sudden praise, Jin Xiang was a bit at a loss, but she still appreciated Shui Yuer's words. After all, no woman dislikes being complimented by others, especially by someone of the same kind. This made her feel even more accomplished. Jiang Yu began to suspect that Shui Yuer was, as the person involved. Jin Xiang didn't think too much about it. The culture in Douluo Continent was still relatively conservative, so she couldn't think in other directions. Jiang Yu, on the other hand, had seen too much of this kind of thing back on Blue Star. After being influenced by various films and novels, he naturally associated Shui Yuer's actions with that aspect. Under Jin Xiang's guidance, Jiang Yu and his companions quickly arrived at the gift shopping area. This area spanned thousands of square meters, filled with a dazzling array of goods. With at least hundreds of merchants operating there, the items for sale were categorized into many types, including not only jewelry and jade, but also many local snacks from Heavendo City. Even roast soft-bone rabbit and Heavendo sausages were beautifully packaged and could be given as gifts. The vast space didn't feel chaotic at all. All the stalls were arranged aesthetically. Upon entering, the beautiful women around Jiang Yu seemed to have entered a grand exhibition, each showing great interest in the place. After all, it's said that a woman's nature is to shop. Even someone as cold as Shui Binger, a genius girl, had her eyes sparkling at the sight of so many items. It seems that even the most capable women cannot escape the powerful pleasure that shopping brings. As they rushed off to choose items, Jiang Yu decided to wander around alone. But Jin Xiang clearly wouldn't miss this rare opportunity to be alone with him, quickly moving closer to Jiang Yu. Faced with her enthusiasm, Jiang Yu said nothing. After all, this was her job. It's not easy for anyone. So Jiang Yu didn't refuse. Along the way, Jin Xiang intentionally or unintentionally leaned closer to Jiang Yu. If it were any other man, he probably would have immediately started showing off his skills. However, Jiang Yu was not like ordinary men. After all, he was already accustomed to being taken advantage of by beautiful women, so this could only be considered a small matter to him. Jiang Yu was generous and didn't hold it against her. A real man could take a loss without fuss. It wasn't a big deal. With Jin Xiang by his side, he had explanations for some unfamiliar items, which saved him a lot of trouble, and he quickly bought several things. Throughout this process, Jin Xiang kept trying to tempt Jiang Yu, but he wasn't easily swayed, so she could only take advantage of him in small ways, without gaining anything substantial. Jiang Yu wasn't that foolish. Looking at an older woman was one thing, but marrying her was out of the question. Seeing that Jiang Yu was so unyielding, Jin Xiang realized she had encountered a tough opponent. Jiang Yu's performance exceeded her expectations. She had thought dealing with such a young man would be easy, but she didn't expect him to be so experienced. No matter what tricks she used, Jiang Yu could easily deflect them. Jin Xiang had no idea that Jiang Yu had grown up among women, not to mention Bibi Dong and Hulayina. Even one of his maidservants would be considered a school beauty adored by many men on Blue Star. Such level of beauty could only help Jiang Yu with bathing massages and foot rubs. It was clear that Jiang Yu was not comparable to ordinary boys, and the beauty trap had no effect on him. Seeing that she couldn't get a hold on Jiang Yu for a long time, Jin Xiang felt a bit anxious, but the other party was very astute. He neither rejected her physical contact, nor said anything superfluous, completely unlike a child, but more like a seasoned old fox. Jin Xiang couldn't help but sigh. She had met her match this time, but she wouldn't easily admit defeat, as dealing with men was her forte. If she couldn't handle a mere child, how could she have the face to continue in the entertainment industry? Soon, Jin Xiang unleashed all her skills and continuously threw out big moves at Jiang Yu. But Jiang Yu on the opposite side seemed like an old monk in meditation, completely unresponsive. No, to be precise, he did have some reaction. Jiang Yu was a bit more rigid than before. His posture was straight, especially his legs, which were as straight as pillars, firm and upright. His whole body radiated a sacred light. Jin Xiang suddenly felt a sense of guilt, as if the person before her was no longer Jiang Yu, or rather, he had transformed into a divine being. The figure before her was so pure and noble that it evoked no feelings of desecration. No, Jin Xiang quickly shook her head, suppressing the distracting thought. How could she have such absurd ideas? The other party was just a kid. Apart from being a bit handsome, he was no different from other men. How could he compare to a god? Jin Xiang couldn't help but think to herself, her expression quickly returning to normal. Chapter 206. Bibi Dong's pride. The items in the Soul Arena were incredibly abundant. Even though Jiang Yu was not someone who enjoyed buying things, he still ended up purchasing quite a lot during his visit, spending several thousand gold soul coins. No wonder people say that soul masters, despite being the noblest profession on Douluo Continent, are also the most extravagant, making it extremely difficult for ordinary soul masters to compete with noble soul masters. In Douluo Continent, the rich can rely on resources to enhance their cultivation speed, while the poor can only depend on mutations. Just like Ma Hongjun, He was able to escape the plight of being an ordinary soul master because his awakened chicken spirit mutated and evolved into a phoenix spirit, which allowed him to receive Flander's training. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to enter the Shrek Academy, as Flander looked down on ordinary soul masters. He needed students who were already geniuses, not those who could be trained into geniuses. In this world, where martial spirits were paramount, possessing a phoenix spirit made Ma Hongjun undoubtedly a genius. That is why Flander made an exception to take Ma Hongjun as a disciple and allowed him to enter the academy for study. Thinking of this, Jiang Yu felt fortunate, his mind flashing back to the moment he met Bibi Dong. It was a sunny day, and the two met deep within the Douluo forest. Though Jiang Yu didn't know why he was there, he only knew that the encounter was spectacular. Bang, 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 boom. Deep within the Douluo forest, the originally tranquil and quiet jungle suddenly erupted with a deafening sound. Powerful soul beasts close to the forest depths began to flee in panic. These 10,000-year soul beasts were not lacking in intelligence compared to humans, although they didn't know what was happening deep within the forest. It was the territory of 100,000-year soul beasts, and their instincts drove them to avoid that area to prevent being affected. The battles between 100,000-year soul beasts were not something mere 10,000-year soul beasts could intervene in. As a large number of soul beasts fled, 3 figures were seen chasing deeper into the forest. If other soul beasts saw this, they would surely exclaim in disbelief. How could humans dare to intrude into the territory of 100,000-year soul beasts? That was too audacious. The 3 figures exuded an incredibly powerful aura, and clearly, they were not ordinary individuals. Among them, 2 had soul power fluctuations that reached the level of tidal Douluo. Moreover, their soul power was so deep that it was far beyond that of newly promoted tidal Douluo. They were definitely seasoned veterans at the tidal Douluo level. What was surprising, however, was that these 2 powerful elders flanked a woman on either side, treating her with utmost respect. This indicated that the woman's status was not ordinary. Although the woman was not tall, she exuded a strong sense of oppression. She wore dazzling golden martial artist attire, and her figure looked very tight. Her ample bosom was partially exposed, full of elasticity. The woman's skin was exceptionally fair and tender, making one unable to resist composing a symphony of admiration for her body. Atop her head, she wore a 9-curved purple gold crown that shone with an extremely dazzling light. Even though one could still vaguely see that the woman had some age, she still gave off a youthful aura and remained vibrant and captivating. This woman was the new ruler of the Spirit Hall, the new Pope, Bibi Dong. The 2 elders beside her were the renowned Zhu Duo and Gue Duo of the Spirit Hall. These 2 had always acted together and were the first tidal Douluo powerhouses to serve Bibi Dong. This time, they accompanied Bibi Dong to the Douluo forest to assist her in hunting for soul rings. Although the Pope was much younger than them, her cultivation progressed rapidly, even rivaling the Hao Yin Duo, having already reached level 90. Although Qian Dalu supported Bibi Dong's ascension to the papacy, her cultivation still raised many doubts. The only way to dispel those doubts was for Bibi Dong to break through to the tidal Douluo realm. The 2 tidal Douluo had already tied their fates to Bibi Dong, naturally hoping that the Pope would become even stronger. The number of tidal Douluos in the Spirit Hall is not small, and an ordinary tidal Douluo may not be able to suppress all others. Therefore, the 2 elders chose a target for Bibi Dong, which is a 100,000-year soul beast. Although there are many tidal Douluos in the Spirit Hall, none possess a 100,000-year soul ring. Once Bibi Dong obtains a 100,000-year soul ring, she will certainly silence those who doubt her. However, hunting a 100,000-year soul beast is not easy, especially those in the depths of the Douluo forest, whose strength is so formidable that even the 2 tidal Douluos do not dare to confront them lightly. If it weren't for the news they received that the 2 kings of soul beasts, the sky blue bull python and the titan giant ape, had left the Douluo forest, they wouldn't have dared to rush in. Upon arriving in the depths of the Douluo forest, Bibi Dong and her group quickly locked onto their target, a soft-bone rabbit that had cultivated for 100,000 years. Although the talent of the soft-bone rabbit is not comparable to that of the titan giant ape, an ancient beast, the level of the soul beast after reaching 100,000 years does not differ greatly. The combat power may vary slightly. In terms of combat ability, the soft-bone rabbit is obviously not the opponent of the titan giant ape, but the gap in strength is not as large as imagined. Even the titan giant ape cannot easily crush the soft-bone rabbit. After all, both are 100,000-year soul beasts. Bibi Dong is well aware of this, so she did not insist on obtaining the soul ring from the titan giant ape, especially since the titan giant ape excels in strength. While her 2 martial spirits are not strength-based. Instead, the speed of the soft-bone rabbit greatly enhances her two spider martial spirits. So, she immediately chose the soft-bone rabbit. As expected of a 100,000-year soul beast, its speed is astonishing. Looking at the incredibly fast figure ahead, Bibi Dong couldn't help but exclaim, which made her more determined to acquire the soft-bone rabbit's soul ring. It seemed she would have to trouble the two elders. Bibi Dong said to the two titled Douluo experts beside her, clearly having prepared in advance. The reason she brought the Juth Douluo and the Gui Douluo on this mission was not only because of their powerful strength, but also due to their martial spirit fusion technique. Although their extreme stillness domain has average attack power, it is a rare binding-type martial spirit fusion technique. If used properly, it is definitely not inferior to any other fusion technique. Therefore, Bibi Dong brought the two of them to this place. Chapter 207. Success, let's make our move. The two titled Douluos looked at each other and said in unison. As they spoke, both released their martial spirit fusion technique. The Gui Douluo and Juth Douluo had been together for decades. Although they were not blood brothers, they shared a bond closer than that of blood brothers. And their tacit understanding was not something others could match. Extreme stillness domain. Soon, the martial spirit fusion technique was activated, and both titled Douluos emanated dazzling golden light. The brilliance instantly enveloped the area surrounding hundreds of meters in the forest, and a massive power broke through the void, descending upon the Stardow forest. In an instant, a huge domain was formed centered around the two Douluos, and all living beings within it were restricted. Even the softbone rabbit, which had already reached 100,000 years of cultivation, could not withstand this immense power. Its body seemed to be bound by something, and it soon became immobile. Seeing that the softbone rabbit was finally trapped in the domain, the two titled Douluos couldn't help but laugh. Their martial spirit fusion technique could even withstand an attack from the Sword Douluo, who was known for his powerful attacks, let alone the softbone rabbit. As the two elders controlled the softbone rabbit, a hint of joy flashed in Bibi Dong's eyes. The 100,000-year soul beast was right in front of her, and even the usually composed Pope could not help but feel a ripple of excitement. Bibi Dong quickly rushed towards the direction of the softbone rabbit, and the two elders did not impose the powerful force of the domain on her, so her actions were not affected. Bibi Dong moved quickly. After activating her martial spirit, her spider legs played a crucial role, and the mountainous terrain of the Stardow forest actually gave her an advantage. Before long, Bibi Dong approached the softbone rabbit, and, with a push of her spider legs, she leaped into the air and landed right in front of the softbone rabbit. Seeing its terrified expression, Bibi Dong couldn't help but smile slightly. The softbone rabbit thought it could escape her control with its impressive speed, but that was too naive. The two elders' martial spirit fusion technique was indeed remarkable. Even these powerful 100,000-year soul beasts found it difficult to resist. Obey and become my soul ring. Bibi Dong's gaze sharpened, and a cold light shot from her eyes. Immediately, a layer of crystal-clear dark green light spread from her, and 3 pairs of dark green spider legs quietly emerged from her back. Bibi Dong's arms transformed into spear-like appendages, entirely dark green and extremely sharp, emanating a chilling radiance. Without hesitation, Bibi Dong swung the dark green spear and pierced it into the soft bone rabbit's body. The spear, transformed from her spider legs, was filled with terrifying poison, and powerful toxins continuously surged from Bibi Dong into the softbone rabbit. Even with its formidable 100,000-year body, it could not avoid the effects. Although Bibi Dong had not studied poison, the toxins associated with her martial spirit were far more potent than those of Douluo Bo's green phosphor snake emperor. While Douluo Bo was titled as a poison master, his green phosphor snake poison was not the strongest in the Douluo Continent. Bibi Dong's spider poison was much more powerful. Under the influence of the spider poison, the soft bone rabbit's complexion quickly turned purple, clearly indicating that even this 100,000-year soul beast could not withstand such terrifying toxicity. It was not surprising, as Bibi Dong's martial spirit is among the top-tier spider-type martial spirits. In terms of quality, her martial spirit is not inferior to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect's signature martial spirit, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, and Bibi Dong's strength far exceeds that. Besides receiving the inheritance of the Rakshasa god, she also successfully passed the trials from the City of Slaughter, gaining a powerful domain of slaughter. Therefore, even without breaking through to the title Douluo level, she already possesses strength comparable to that of a title Douluo, making her a true genius. As the toxins continuously poured into the soft bone rabbit's body, its complexion grew increasingly grim. However, under the effects of the extreme stillness domain, The soft-boned rabbit could not escape and could only remain stunned in place, waiting to be slaughtered. As the poison increased, the soft-boned rabbit sighed inwardly, little dance. The soft-boned rabbit thought of its daughter. Although their clan's racial talents lagged behind those of top soul beast clans, its daughter's talent was indeed extraordinary, considered a once-in-a-millennium genius of the soft-boned rabbit clan. What delighted it even more was that little dance had established a very close relationship with the powerful soul beasts in the forest, the sky blue bull python and the titan giant ape, and had experienced great fortune, consuming a rare heavenly material, which significantly enhanced her own aptitude, nearly catching up to top soul beast clans. Moreover, after consuming the heavenly material, Little Dance's cultivation had increased by about 30,000 years. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to break through the 100,000-year limit at this time. In order to ensure that Xiao Wu could advance to a 100,000-year soul beast, her two sworn brothers left the Stardow Forest to search for treasures that could enhance her realm. Unexpectedly, this gave Bibi Dong and others an opportunity. Fortunately, these villains in front of her seemed unaware that Xiao Wu was also about to become a 100,000-year soul beast. The soft-boned rabbit felt a bit relieved at this thought, even forgetting the pain it was experiencing. Feeling the severe damage caused by the spider poison to its body, which had been cultivated for 100,000 years, the soft-boned rabbit knew that escaping from the clutches of these villains was impossible. At this moment, a sense of desolation arose within it. Although soul beasts live much longer than humans, even a titled Douluo only lives for 200 to 300 years. Soul beasts can casually live for thousands or tens of thousands of years, which cannot be considered short. However, the difficulty of cultivation for soul beasts is much greater than for humans. It took the soft-boned rabbit 100,000 years to reach the pinnacle of soul beasts. It was captured by a few humans who had not cultivated for even 100 years. It was even about to become the soul ring of the woman in front of it, rendering its 100,000 years of cultivation worthless. It would merely serve as a wedding dress for humans. Upon thinking of this, the soft-boned rabbit felt extremely unwilling. If it weren't for the fact that the two elders' martial soul fusion skill had such tremendous power that even it, a 100,000-year soul beast, was restrained, it would have escaped long ago. How could this woman in front of her succeed so easily? Seeing the soft-boned rabbit's appearance, Bibi Dong's smile grew even more exuberant because she knew that this 100,000-year soft-boned rabbit was completely hers. Chapter 208, Soulbone. Bibi Dong was not deceived by the soft-boned rabbit's cute appearance and quickly dealt with this powerful soul beast that had broken through to 100,000 years. Before long, the soft-boned rabbit fell into a pool of blood, and a dazzling red halo slowly emerged from its body. A smile instantly spread across Bibi Dong's face. "Thank you, two elders, for protecting me." Without any hesitation, Bibi Dong quickly sat cross-legged on the grass, directing her consciousness into the red soul ring, absorbing the powerful energy within it. Buzz, 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 the soul ring emitted a series of sounds. Bibi Dong remained unfazed, fully opening her soul power to accelerate the absorption of the energy inside. The energy within the 100,000-year soul ring was immense, even with Bibi Dong's talent. She almost couldn't withstand the energy impact of the soul ring. Fortunately, Bibi Dong had awakened her dual martial souls, and the two martial souls absorbing the soul ring had strengthened her body to an incredible degree. Her physical quality was absolutely not inferior to that of the likes of Zhu Douluo, and she might even surpass them. Moreover, Bibi Dong's was incredibly strong. It could be said that she was on the verge of being unbreakable. Except for Yu Xiaojing, perhaps no one could shake her powerful will. Not even the soul impact of a 100,000-year soul beast. During the process of wrestling with the remnants of the soft-boned rabbit's soul, Bibi Dong's defenses became increasingly solid. Initially, the soul that surged into her body posed a slight threat to her. But as the energy within the soul ring was continuously absorbed, the fluctuations of the remaining energy diminished, becoming completely non-threatening. After about an hour, Bibi Dong successfully completed the absorption process of the soul ring, and a bright red soul ring appeared on her magic spider martial soul. This was the coveted 100,000-year soul ring, a treasure so rare that it was even more precious than external soul bones. "Congratulations, Your Holiness." Upon seeing Bibi Dong successfully absorb the 100,000-year soul ring from the soft-boned rabbit, the two elders of the Spirit Hall instantly showed excitement on their faces. Those within the Spirit Hall who had previously questioned the Holy Pope would surely have nothing more to say now. This was a 100,000-year soul ring, a super soul ring that even titled Douluo experts found difficult to obtain. On the Douluo Continent, apart from that forbidden existence, Only the Holy Pope could possess such fortune to obtain a 100,000-year soul ring. The two elders looked at Bibi Dong with envy. Unfortunately, they had already absorbed their 9th soul ring and could no longer absorb any more soul rings, so they could only imagine. However, the Pope's promotion to title Douluo would also reassure them. Now, Bibi Dong's position as Pope was finally solidified. Even Dalu could not shake her position. More soul masters within the hall would become Bibi Dong's steadfast supporters. The two elders would also gain higher status, becoming the strongest elders comparable to the elder group. One reason why Jiang and the others became Bibi Dong supporters was that while Bibi Dong's power was much weaker than that of the Grand Elder Dalu, she possessed an extraordinary royal aura that was not comparable to an ordinary woman. Moreover, Bibi Dong was the newly appointed pope, with her rightful authority. As long as she did not commit acts that would incite public outrage, no one could shake her position in the spirit hall. The two elders couldn't help but feel fortunate to have chosen to stand by Bibi Dong. Otherwise, they would not have had the chance to stand on equal footing with the elder group. Those elders, relying on their relationship as sworn brothers of Dalu, had always acted recklessly in the spirit hall, disregarding everyone. Even Douluo and the others had suffered at their hands, but unfortunately, this group of elders was very powerful, each having soul power exceeding level 95, with Dalu backing them. This former pope, although he had not been the pope for many years, had accumulated prestige that no one could match, not even Bibi Dong. Thus, even though the elder group's members had offended many, no one dared to say anything. Seeing Bibi Dong break through to the title Douluo realm, Douluo and the others couldn't contain their smiles and hurriedly congratulated her. The young pope did not lose herself in this moment. She walked towards the soft-boned rabbit to search for soul bones. Unlike other soul beasts, a 100,000-year soul beast would definitely produce a piece of soul bone. Soon, Bibi Dong discovered a crystal-clear bone on the soft-boned rabbit's body, radiating a brilliant light. It was clearly a soul bone. Without hesitation, Bibi Dong picked up the 100,000-year soul bone and prepared to absorb it. The process of absorbing a soul bone was much easier than that of a soul ring. Bibi Dong effortlessly absorbed this treasure that all soul masters desired into her body. After absorbing the powers of the soul ring and soul bone, Bibi Dong's soul power remarkably broke through to level 93. Generally speaking, once one reaches the title Douluo realm, each increase in soul power requires a significant amount of time to break through. Some might even take years to raise their soul power by just one level. Yet Bibi Dong had increased her soul power by 3 levels in one go. However, it was not surprising. Bibi Dong absorbed a 100,000-year soul ring and the power of a 100,000-year soul bone. And soul beasts reaching 100,000 years could be said to undergo a fundamental transformation far beyond that of ordinary soul beasts. Therefore, Bibi Dong's cultivation improved so significantly, leaving others only to envy her. Just as Bibi Dong was about to leave the Stardow forest after absorbing the soul bone, she suddenly heard the distant sound of a baby crying. This sound instantly captured Bibi Dong's attention. After all, this was the core area of the Stardow forest. How could there be a baby here? Bibi Dong quickly crawled towards the direction of the crying sound, and the two titled Douluos hurried to follow. Although their martial spirits were not known for speed, they moved very quickly, not any slower than speed-type martial spirits. After all 3 were titled Douluos, and at this level of cultivation, there were no significant weaknesses left, making them incomparable to ordinary soul masters. This is why even 10 peak soul Douluos are no match for a soul master who has just entered the title Douluo realm. Soon, the 3 arrived at the location of the baby, and upon seeing the baby's appearance, Bibi Dong suddenly felt a strange sensation. The baby was exceptionally beautiful, completely unlike an ordinary person, and a dazzling light radiated around its body, exuding warmth. Just as Bibi Dong was captivated by the sight, a stream of water suddenly sprayed from the baby's body. Chapter 209. The power of one clan. Bibi Dong never expected to be splashed in the face by a baby. Her expression one of shock, but she did not become angry. Instead, she found herself somewhat admiring the child in her arms for having the audacity to urinate on her. The more she looked at the child, the more she liked him. A long-lost maternal love surged within her. The fact that this child could remain safe and sound in the Stardow forest, with the surrounding soul beasts not attacking him, showed that he had remarkable luck. Elders, I have a connection with this child. Why don't we take him back to the spirit hall? Bibi Dong said to the 2 elders. Everything is decided by the Pope. The 2 titled Douluos replied in unison. The child before them had an extraordinary aura, far from being an ordinary child. It was a wise decision for the Pope to take him back to the spirit hall, and besides, he was just a child. The Spirit Hall was not short on resources. Not to mention one child, even thousands of children, the Spirit Hall could afford to raise. It is said that the 7-treasure Glazed Tile School is as rich as a nation, possessing immense wealth. But the riches accumulated by the Spirit Hall over the years would definitely not be inferior to that of the 7-treasure Glazed Tile School, and might even exceed it. Thus, Bibi Dong brought the baby back to the Spirit Hall and named him Jiang Yu based on the name engraved on his identification token. Whenever Jiang Yu recalled this experience, he couldn't help but marvel at its strangeness. He never expected that upon crossing into the Douluo Continent, he would encounter Bibi Dong and even splash her in the face, and that this high and mighty Pope not only didn't get angry, but instead took him back to the Spirit Hall. It was truly a fascinating feeling. I, of the Power Clan, have always been upright and honest, and have never stolen anything from you. What is the purpose of your accusations? Do you really think the Power Clan can be bullied? Today, you must give us an explanation. A shocking shout interrupted Jiang Yu's thoughts, causing him to look in the direction of the voice. The Power Clan? Could it be him? Since practicing the Hongming Purple Chi path, Jiang Yu's physical body had made tremendous progress, and his eyesight was no less than that of Tang San, who cultivated the purple extreme demon boy. Thus, even from a distance, he was able to see the figures ahead. There are 3 people surrounded, with the one in the middle being an elderly man with white hair and beard, his short hair standing upright like steel needles. The old man was quite robust, his gaze deep as an abyss, standing there like a towering mountain, immovable and exuding an aura of silent power. Despite his white hair, he appeared vigorous and spirited. Standing beside him was a middle-aged man and a relatively young boy, all 3 having similar appearances and robust physiques. It was him. Jiang Yu quickly recognized the young boy. He was the one from the previous competition in the palace. That person was Talon from the Power Clan. This meant that the 2 companions beside him were obviously Talon's father and grandfather. Jiang Yu's gaze landed on Talon's grandfather, the strongest member of the Power Clan, a titan whose soul power had reached the Soul Sage level. In the original story, the first Soul Master Tang San subdued was this titan elder. It was with his help that Tang San managed to subdue the other 3 single-attributed clans and the Master Craftsman S Guild, laying the foundation for the Tang sect. Jiang Yu was also very interested in Titan, as although he was only at the Soul Douluo level, his sheer strength meant that even titled Douluos would not dare to claim they could match him. Moreover, Titan was one of the 3 great master craftsmen on the Douluo Continent, and his skills in forging were exceptional, making him a rare talent. Jiang Yu thought to himself that it was a pity for such a talent to be with Tang San. If he could win him over, it would be a great choice. As for the Spirit Hall, Jiang Yu knew that the hatred between the Power Clan and the Spirit Hall ran deep. Initially, due to Tang Hao, the entire Spirit Hall attacked the Haotian clan. The single-attributed clans affiliated with the Haotian clan and the Spirit Hall had a significant conflict, resulting in heavy casualties among the 4 major clans, while the Haotian clan's leader chose to retreat, declaring that the Haotian clan would withdraw from the Soul Master community. After this battle, the 4 single-attributed clans suffered devastating blows and announced their withdrawal from the Haotian clan, moving to develop in different cities. Although the Haotian clan acted very unreasonably at that time, treating the 4 single-attributed clans as cannon fodder, it was actually the Spirit Hall that slaughtered them. With such deep-seated hatred, how could the Power Clan forget? Thus, they would never ally with the Spirit Hall. Jiang Yu did not plan to have the Power Clan ally with the Spirit Hall. As long as they did not ally with Tang San, that was enough. Without the Power Clan support, he wanted to see how Tang San would establish the Tang sect. This way, the pressure faced by the Spirit Hall would also be somewhat reduced. It was because of the support from the Tang sect army that the strength of the Tiando Empire completely surpassed that of the Xinglor Empire, bringing significant trouble to the Spirit Hall. Although battles between high-level soul masters would affect the progress of the war, without so many Tang sect disciples participating, the Spirit Hall would have defeated the Tiando Empire long ago. Even Tang San could not influence the overall situation. Therefore, Jiang Yu intended to get close to Titan and perhaps win him over. At that moment, Titan had also clashed with those who were causing trouble for them. Both sides were preparing to fight. The 5 muscular men surrounding Titan and his grandson were not as exaggerated in stature as those from the Power Clan, but they exuded a sense of strength. In an instant, the 5 activated their martial spirits, which were all the same, an enormous elephant glowing with a gem-like brilliance. When the giant elephant appeared, the earth trembled, and a terrifying pressure emanated from the elephant's soul masters, instilling fear. Diamond Mammoth. The onlookers quickly recognized their martial spirit. which was the signature martial spirit of the Elephant Armor Sect, one of the 7 major sections. Although the strength of the Elephant Armor Sect was not as formidable as the top 3 sects, it had a deep foundation. What it lacked was a titled Douluo to hold the fort. Nevertheless, the sect leader, Jun, possessed peak soul Douluo strength and should not be underestimated. As ordinary titled Douluos did not dare to provoke him lightly. In the Soul Master community, he was known for his formidable presence. In addition to Jun, the Elephant Armor Sect had another Soul Douluo stationed, making their strength second only to the top 3 sects among the 7 major sections. Titan certainly knew that these were members of the Elephant Armor Sect and immediately understood the reason. Chapter 210. Mighty guerrilla. Since the Power Clan arrived in the Tiando Imperial City to develop, the Elephant Armor Sect has always wanted to merge with the Power Clan, hoping to strengthen their sect and rank among the top 3 sections. However, Titan has consistently refused to give Jun any face, repeatedly rejecting the merger proposal. Although the Elephant Armor Sect is quite powerful, and their signature martial soul, the Diamond Mammoth, is one of the few that can compete with the Power Clan's Mighty Gorilla in terms of strength on the Douluo Continent. Merging the 2 sects would indeed be a good proposal. It would also help the Power Clan to break out of their predicament and secure a place in the Tiando Imperial City. However, the character of the Elephant Armor Sect's leader is not commendable. He has no sincerity in merging with the Power Clan and only seeks to swallow them whole. Titan knows that Jun's motives are impure, which is why he rejected the Elephant Armor Sect's proposal. He does not want the Power Clan to be seen as subservient to others. Moreover, the Elephant Armor Sect does not possess the strength to make Titan submit. Although Jun's soul power is higher than his, he may not necessarily be able to suppress Titan in pure strength. With Titan's pride, how could he be willing to submit to someone weaker than him? In the past, the reason Titan recognized Tang Hao as his master was that Tang Hao's innate talent and strength is considered the best on the Douluo Continent, even surpassing that of the Power Clan, which is known for its strength. Furthermore, Tang Hao is one of the few who has no prejudice against the profession of blacksmithing. And what makes Titan even happier is that this top talent in the Soul Master community shows a strong interest in forging. Titan guided Tang Hao in forging, and it wasn't long before he displayed astonishing talent in the profession, quickly becoming a divine blacksmith. It should be noted that on the Douluo Continent, apart from Titan, only Luo Gao can be respected as a divine blacksmith. Tang Hao only dabbled in forging, yet he still reached the level of a divine blacksmith. Indeed, he is truly a genius. Only someone like Tang Hao could make Titan genuinely willing to serve him. Jun is clearly not qualified. I didn't expect the famous leader of the Power Clan to steal things. It's a pity that our sect leader still wanted you to join the Elephant Armor Sect. The old man, standing in the middle, had a mocking expression on his face. Although he looked at least 90 years old, his muscles were extremely robust, completely inconsistent with his age. The body of a soul master is much stronger than that of an ordinary person, and after being nourished by soul power, their appearance and physique are not comparable to ordinary people. This old man is named Shan, the vice leader of the Elephant Armor Sect. His status is even higher than that of the leader, and even Jun has to call him uncle. Shan is also a top expert in the Elephant Armor Sect, with soul power reaching level 83, making him a genuine soul doa. You're talking nonsense. Titan is not a person with a gentle temperament. On the contrary, he has a very irritable temper. Seeing himself being slandered like this, how could he possibly endure it? I didn't expect your Elephant Armor Sect to be so despicable, using such underhanded tactics. Go tell Jun that the Power Clan will never associate with you lowly people. Titan shouted angrily. He despises such petty behavior. If the Elephant Armor Sect had straightforwardly used their strength to pressure the Power Clan, he would have respected them as men. But to slander the Power Clan as thieves is truly despicable. Titan couldn't help but feel fortunate for not having agreed to Jun's proposal to join the Elephant Armor Sect earlier. Since Titan, the clan leader, refuses to drink the wine offered, we can only proceed with official business. If you're a member of the Elephant Armor Sect, then giving you that item is no big deal. However, you not only refused to join the Elephant Armor Sect, but also took something that belongs to the Elephant Armor Sect. This is an acknowledged provocation against us. Today, the Power Clan must give the Elephant Armor Sect an explanation. Shan's gaze was piercing as he stared at Titan. The soul power of the two was comparable, and Shan had been in the soul realm longer than Titan. While others fear the mighty gorilla martial soul of the Power Clan, he does not. The Diamond Mammoth martial soul of the Elephant Armor Sect possesses not only immense strength, but also unparalleled defensive capabilities. Even though Hu Yinshan is slightly weaker than Titan in pure strength, the gap is not significant, and with the powerful defense of the Diamond Mammoth, Hu Yinshan is quite confident in this battle. Moreover, there are only 3 people on the opposing side, one of whom is still a mere child, while the Elephant Armor sect has 5 soul masters, all of whom are elites within the sect. Hu Yinshan has no reason to fear Titan. An explanation. Let's see if my fist agrees. Titan didn't say much and immediately charged at Hu Yinshan with a punch. As long as he dealt with this soul Douluo, the others would not pose a threat. Since the Elephant Armor sect has resorted to such shameless tactics, Titan, as the leader of the Power Clan, naturally needs to make these reputation-destroying petty people understand the cost of slandering the Power Clan. Although Hu Yinshan is also a soul Douluo, Titan did not take him seriously, merely throwing a punch without even using a soul skill. This action thoroughly angered Hu Yinshan, as Titan not even using a soul skill was undoubtedly the greatest insult to him. For the sake of his pride, Hu Yinshan also refrained from using a soul skill, throwing a punch in return. The strength granted to him by the Diamond Mammoth itself is already over 10,000 pounds, even without using a soul skill. The power of this punch should not be underestimated, and its might is definitely not inferior to that of an ordinary soul master's 10,000-year soul skill. Hu Yinshan let out a cold snort, thinking Titan was too arrogant, believing he could crush their Diamond Mammoth martial soul just with brute strength. The mighty gorilla is indeed known for its strength, but the Diamond Mammoth is not weak and may even have a slightly higher overall quality than the mighty gorilla. Titan clearly miscalculated. Hu Yinshan confidently watched this punch, unleashing his own pressure completely. Bang, the 2 massive fists quickly collided, producing an astonishing sound, and a strong gust of wind swept around, causing the surrounding spectators to retreat in disbelief. This can't be human. How can there be such powerful strength? Titan and Hu Yinshan were not disturbed by the spectators' exclamations. At this moment, they were fully focused on observing each other. The Diamond Mammoth martial soul of the Elephant Armor sect is indeed extraordinary, and even Titan must admit that the Elephant Armor sect has some impressive skills. Although Hu Yinshan's strength is slightly inferior to his, it is very close. Without using soul skills, defeating the opponent would still require some effort from him. Chapter 211. Talon. Although Hu Yinshan may not match Titan in overall strength, he is not to be underestimated. When he gained fame on the Douluo Continent, Titan had not yet reached the realm of Soul Saint, and he has extensive combat experience that is absolutely not inferior to Titan's. Therefore, while Titan's punch is indeed powerful, Hu Yinshan was able to withstand it. Of course, this is also related to the support of the Diamond Mammoth. The reason why the Elephant Armor sect can be selected as one of the 7 major sects is closely related to its signature martial soul. And there is a saying that circulates vaguely in the soul master community: the unparalleled Tyrannosaurus Rex, the invincible defensive mammoth. The Tyrannosaurus Rex refers to the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, which is hailed as the #1 beast martial soul in the world. The mammoth, of course, refers to the Diamond Mammoth martial soul of the Elephant Armor sect. Although some people disagree and believe that the armored giant rhinoceros martial soul of the Yu family has defense that is not inferior to that of the Diamond Mammoth, and may even be stronger, this is merely the opinion of a small number of individuals. Despite the controversy, no one questions the powerful defensive capabilities of the Diamond Mammoth. From Huiyin Mountain's performance, he indeed did not bring shame to the Elephant Armor sect. It is worth noting that the Titan is not an ordinary soul fighter. His strength is enough to rival a peak soul fighter, and for Huiyin Mountain to take a punch from him without falling is already quite remarkable. Seeing Huiyin Mountain withstand his blows, Titan couldn't help but show a pleased expression. It is hard to find an opponent like him, and he was somewhat excited to meet someone who could match him in strength. Watching from a distance, Jiang Yu was also amazed by the clash between Titan and Huiyin Mountain. As a powerful attack-type soul master, although his path is different from the 2 muscular men, there are still many aspects he can learn from them. The 2 in front of him did not use any unnecessary tricks, relying entirely on their own strength to confront the enemy. This is what is often said in the martial arts world: 1 force subdues 10 skills. Because in the face of absolute strength, any trick is superfluous. Although Jiang Yu is different from the awakened beast martial soul attack-type soul masters, he has cultivated the Hongming Purple Qi Dao, and his explosive power is absolutely not inferior to that of strength-type soul masters. It is important to note that the Hongming Purple Qi Dao is not an ordinary technique. The reason why the Flying Peng God General is hailed as the #1 God General in the Divine Realm is closely related to this technique. Even the universally recognized strongest physical body in the three realms, the Demon Lord, could not gain any advantage over him. Douluo Continent is merely a small world, far from the higher realm of the divine realm. It could be said that even the secret techniques passed down by the number one sect, the Haotian sect, are akin to garbage in comparison to the Hongming Purple Qi Dao. No, it is even worse than garbage. The gap between the two is that significant. Roar. Huyan Mountain suddenly exerted force, letting out a tremendous roar, his face already drenched in sweat, while Titan appeared to be completely at ease, showing no signs of effort. It is evident that Titan's strength is superior to Huyan Mountain's. Third soul skill, Mammoth Charge. The third purple soul ring on Huyan Mountain instantly lit up. After releasing the soul skill, the power within him at least increased several times, and his muscles gradually swelled. As a genius of the Elephant Armor sect, Huyan Mountain's third soul ring is naturally extraordinary, with a lifespan that even surpasses 1,500 years, originating from extremely powerful soul beast, the Earth Dragon Elephant. This soul beast is known for its immense strength and contains the bloodline of dragons. It is renowned for its ferocity. And even the king of soul beasts dares not underestimate the Earth Dragon Elephant. Under the effect of the soul skill, Huyan Mountain's power erupted completely, and the confidence in his eyes returned. Although Titan's strength is greater than his, it does not necessarily mean he is a match for Huyan Mountain's Mammoth Charge. Finally, it looks like something. Titan's tone showed no hint of fear. He clearly did not regard this level of power as anything significant. It seemed that only now was he prepared to get serious, as he had merely been toying with his opponent before. Titan, don't be so arrogant with your words. Huyan Mountain roared angrily. How dare Titan look down on him like this, completely disregarding the Elephant Armor sect? It was truly despicable. I don't believe you can withstand this move. Huyan Mountain fixed his blazing gaze on Titan, hoping to catch a hint of fear in his opponent's eyes. Unfortunately, there was not a trace of fear in Titan's eyes. Instead, they ignited with intense fighting spirit. It was rare for him to be genuinely unafraid. Huyan Mountain was momentarily taken aback. Third soul skill, Tiger Demon Power. The soul rings of the Strength family are all inclined towards power, and Titan is no exception. His third soul ring comes from a more than 1,500-year-old Diamond Tiger Demon Beast, a mutated form of the Diamond Tiger. A 100-year-old Diamond Tiger Demon Beast is enough to contend with a 1,000-year-old Diamond Tiger Soul Beast, while the 1,000-year-old Diamond Tiger Demon Beast that Titan absorbed is not even a match for a typical 5,000-year-old Soul Beast. In terms of quality, although the Diamond Tiger Demon Beast is somewhat inferior to the Earth Dragon Elephant, it is not far behind. After all, both dragons and tigers are top-tier soul beasts. Moreover, Titan follows a pure power route, making the difference in soul ring quality almost negligible. Given that Huyan Mountain is much older than Titan and his vitality is no longer at its peak, the advantages of Huyan Mountain are not as significant as anticipated, and he is even somewhat inferior to Titan. Therefore, although his third soul skill, Mammoth Charge, is powerful, it still cannot gain the upper hand in the competition against Titan. In fact, after Titan released his third soul skill, he completely suppressed Huyan Mountain, creating an overwhelming pressure that was hard to withstand. At the same time that Titan and Huyan Mountain were in a standoff, other soul masters from the Elephant Armor sect were also engaged in battle with Tainuo and Tai Long. Because the Elephant Armor sect had the advantage in numbers, Tainuo and his son quickly found themselves at a disadvantage. If it weren't for their tough skin and strong bodies, relying solely on their physical resilience to withstand the attacks of the opponent, they would likely have already been captured by the soul masters of the Elephant Armor sect. However, even so, Tainuo and his son were already covered in wounds, and if this continued, they would surely become easy prey. The soul masters from the Elephant Armor sect are all renowned strong individuals within the sect, and their strength is naturally not weak. Although their talent cannot compare to that of Tainuo and his son, they have been active in the Soul Master community for many years, accumulating extensive combat experience. On the other hand, the strength of the Strength family is clearly holding them back. Although Tai Long is a rare genius of the Strength family, his strength has only just broken through to the Soul Sovereign realm. This level of strength is hardly sufficient. Chapter 212. The God of the Tiando army, especially Tai Long, who has the lowest soul power among them. Even though Tainuo is there to protect him, the soul masters on the opposing side are not pushovers. Even Tainuo cannot guarantee that Tai Long will not be harmed by the soul masters of the Elephant Armor sect, and some soul skills indeed landed on Tai Long. Despite his tough physique, he still found it hard to bear. If it weren't for the powerful body granted to him by the strength gorilla, he might have been taken down long ago. However, despite this, Tai Long's condition is not good either. Even though he has activated the rock shield, he was still injured by the iron fists of the elephant armor sect soul masters and was spitting blood. In fact, the strength gorilla martial soul of the strength family is not much inferior to the diamond mammoth martial soul. Unfortunately, the gap in soul power between him and the opponent is simply too vast. Even if he possesses the #1 beast martial soul in the world, the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, it is still impossible for him to defeat the opponent. Before long, Tai Long was already covered in wounds, completely suppressed by the opponent's storm-like attacks. Fortunately, the one attacking Tai Long was only a soul master from the elephant armor sect, while the rest were besieging Taino, who, being at the Titan level, naturally received the enemy's focused attention. Faced with such a perilous situation, Tai Long did not give up. As a core disciple of the Strength Clan, he absolutely could not bring shame to his family. So, even though he was injured all over, he still resisted fiercely, displaying a strong posture against the opponent's attacks. This kid is quite a good soul master. The Elephant Armor Sect soul master couldn't help but secretly praise Tai Long. Although they were enemies, they still appreciated such a tough opponent, as the Elephant Armor Sect consisted of a bunch of straightforward men who favored strong and fierce individuals. What a pity. You belong to the Strength Clan. Although the Elephant Armor Sect soul master liked talents like Tai Long, he would not forget the command of his sect leader. The Titans and others not only disobeyed the Elephant Armor Sect's merger proposal, but also repeatedly insulted the sect leader, so the Strength Clan had to pay the price. The Elephant Armor Sect soul master immediately unleashed his strongest soul skill, the Elephant Demon Power Fist, causing his own strength to surge in an instant. With his muscles rapidly expanding, the situation gradually turned unfavorable for Tai Long. The gap in soul power between him and the Elephant Armor Sect soul master was simply too great, making it impossible to withstand this blow. Just as that massive fist was about to land on Tai Long, Jiang Yu moved. His speed was incredibly fast. The people around didn't even see his shadow, and a crimson longsword quickly appeared in Jiang Yu's hand. The moment the Chixiao Sword emerged, a blazing aura spread from Jiang Yu, causing the temperature around to rise rapidly. Just when the Elephant Armor Sect's soul master thought he could finish off Tai Long with one strike, he suddenly realized that his fist had not hit the enemy at all, but was instead blocked by the suddenly appeared fiery red longsword. The intensely burning flame energy surged into his body along his fist, and the Elephant Armor Sect soul master felt an unprecedented wave of heat wash over him. He had never encountered such a terrifying flame power before. Even the people from the Blazing Fire Sect could not possess such fearsome flame energy. Upon seeing the color of the soul rings on the sword, the Elephant Armor Sect soul master's face revealed an expression of disbelief. The soul rings on that long sword. Although the first 2 yellow soul rings on the Chixiao Sword were not commonly seen in the soul master community, there were indeed geniuses with such optimal soul ring configurations. And there were over 100 such individuals within the Elephant Armor Sect. Thus, this soul ring configuration, which seemed unattainable to ordinary civilian soul masters, was not considered particularly rare by the members of the Elephant Armor Sect. What truly shocked the Elephant Armor Sect soul master was that the soul rings from the 3rd ring onward on the Chixiao Sword were all black. Everyone in the soul master community knows that only the 10,000-year soul beasts can produce black 10,000-year soul rings, which means that the opponent actually possessed 10,000-year soul rings at the soul sovereign level, something only soul kings could absorb. This had never happened in the soul master community before, and it could no longer be described simply as talent. Jiang Yu. Tai Long was taken aback to see the person blocking the attack in front of him was actually Jiang Yu, his teammate from the palace. How did he end up here? The whole Tiando Empire knew that Jiang Yu had encountered an assassination on his way back from the Liangshan Principality, and even the Snow Knight Emperor believed he had died for the country, which is why he was awarded the title of Duke to honor his contributions as a role model for the people. But unexpectedly, Jiang Yu appeared unharmed in the imperial city, indicating that the assassins had failed. What was even more shocking was that his strength had significantly improved during this time, and he had absorbed 10,000-year soul rings. Tai Long slapped his face, feeling a sharp pain, and realized he was not dreaming. The person in front of him was indeed the real Jiang Yu. Who are you, and why are you intervening in the affairs of the Elephant Armor Sect? Although the Elephant Armor Sect's soul master saw Jiang Yu as just a child, he did not underestimate him. He was not one of those wandering cultivators. Since the opponent could obtain 10,000-year soul rings, he must be extraordinary. Moreover, The damage from the flames on that sword was still ongoing. 7 Treasure, Glazed Tile School. JiangYu. The voice was small but filled with power. JiangYu. The Elephant Armor Sect Soul Master looked at the front in shock, his voice filled with excitement. You are the genius of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, the Tiando War God, JiangYu. Nowadays, the entire Tiando Empire spread the word that the greatest contributor to the Liangshan battle was not the legendary Grand Marshal Gailong, but a young soul master who had only recently awakened his martial soul. Even Grand Marshal Gailong felt ashamed and willingly ceded the title of Tiando War God to JiangYu. He even claimed, on the continent, no one can match JiangYu in terms of military strategy and warfare. JiangYu should be the #1 commander of Douluo Continent, unmatched by anyone. Once Gailong's words were spoken, it immediately caused a huge uproar. The 4 great war gods of Xingluo all spoke out to refute Gailong's remarks, and a fierce debate ensued, with even the female war god joining the verbal contest, questioning JiangYu's abilities. It should be noted that JiangYu was just a young boy, and he had never been on the battlefield before. How could he possess such capabilities? Many believed Gailong said this to create a godlike figure for the Tiando Empire, making Xingluo hesitant to recklessly invade Tiando territory. Moreover, this move could avoid overshadowing Gailong, as his achievements were already very prominent, reaching a point where there was nothing left to award. Chapter 213. The Might of Chixiao. Although Taino and Tailong had unleashed far greater strength than usual, the few soul masters from the Elephant Armor Sect were not to be underestimated. They were not only elites of the Elephant Armor Sect, but also well-known soul masters on the Douluo Continent. The most ferocious attacker among them, a robust man, even surpassed Taino in strength. His fists, like mountains, swung with a fierce wind, achieving an astonishing level of power and speed. This robust man was named Huyan Kuei. Although he was only from a collateral branch of the Huyan family, his talent surpassed that of ordinary direct descendants, making him an extraordinary genius within the Elephant Armor Sect, earning him the title of Elephant King, and he was recognized as having the talent to advance to Soul Douluo. Huyan Kuei alone was already evenly matched with Taino. Not to mention there were 2 others assisting him, while Taino had to also look after Tailong. After all, Tailong had just broken through to the Soul Sovereign level, and the gap in strength compared to the experts from the Elephant Armor Sect was simply too vast. Taino could not afford to let Tailong be attacked by the opponent, so he inevitably had to fight with some constraints. A few members of the Xiangjia sect, of course, did not overlook Tianyuo's weakness, completely disregarding any notions of martial ethics. During the confrontation between Huyan Kuei and Tianyuo, they continuously harassed Tailong, striking fiercely without caring that he was just a child. This scene vividly illustrated the cruelty present in the world of soul masters, where strength is the ultimate authority in Douluo Continent, embodying the law of the jungle with no regard for respect for the elderly or love for the young. An elder dressed in yellow martial attire, with a dark expression and eyes as sharp as a hawk's, seized the opportunity and charged towards Tailong with both fists raised, a sinister smile of impending success on his face. In his view, Tailong was already in his grasp and could not escape. With this achievement, his status in the Xiangjia sect would be further solidified, possibly even leading to promotion by the sect leader. A sinister laughter emerged, and Tailong, seeing the Soul King approaching, knew there was no way to avoid it, and could only muster all his strength to face the attack. There was no other choice. The gap between them was like a chasm, and Tailong could not escape. Rather than that, he might as well fight back fiercely, so as not to tarnish the reputation of the Leaf family. Tailong immediately unleashed the Soul Skill Rock's Guardian. Although the name sounded defensive, it was not so. Under the enhancement of this skill, Tailong's strength surged rapidly, as the effects of the Soul Skill were released. The elder scoffed upon seeing the boy not fleeing, but choosing to resist. He thought to himself that it was foolish for a mere Soul Zune to think he could contend with him. The elder looked at Tailong with arrogance, his steps quickening. Bang! As their fists collided, a tremendous shockwave erupted, tearing a large hole in the elder's sleeves. His expression changed dramatically as he stared in disbelief at Tailong. Clearly, he had underestimated Tailong's power. This genius of the Leaf family was far from an ordinary power-type soul master. No wonder he was the grandson of the Leaf family's leader. The elder couldn't help but marvel internally. No wonder the sect leader wanted to absorb the Leaf family. With their addition, the Xiangjia sect would certainly qualify to compete for the top 3 sections. This way, the Xiangjia sect would not lag far behind the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect in terms of strength. Without Hao Yan, it would be difficult for other sects to contend with the Xiangjia sect. since the Haotian sect was forced into seclusion by the Spirit Hall. The Xiangjia sect had been eyeing the top 3 sect positions. The 7-treasure Glazed Tile sect, with 2 title Douluo stationed, was a force even he and Jun dared not challenge for the title of the #1 sect. However, if they could absorb the Li family to enhance the Xiangjia sect strength, they would possess the capital to rival the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Both He and Jun and Titan were outstanding among the Soul Douluo, and their partnership would be sufficient to resist ordinary title Douluo. They might not be able to secure a position against the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, but at least they could claim the 3rd seat, entering the ranks of the top 3 sects and enjoying endless glory. Just as the elder was lamenting, Tai Long finally could not hold on any longer, being pushed back repeatedly by the massive shockwave, retreating dozens of steps. Under the pressure of such overwhelming power, Tai Long could not help but spit out several mouthfuls of blood. The elder's force struck Tai Long's body, leaving him with an indescribable discomfort, almost breaking his ribs. However, achieving this much was already quite remarkable. After all, the opponent was a power-type Soul King with a formidable Diamond Mammoth spirit, capable of contending with Soul Emperor-level experts. That Tai Long, who had just stepped into the Soul Zune realm, could withstand the full force of the elder's attack was indeed something to be proud of if it were to be known. Cough, cough. Cough. Tai Long could not help but start coughing, the pain causing his face to turn pale. Seeing this, the elder rushed forward. It was clear that Tai Long had lost the ability to resist. As long as he could capture him, he could use him to threaten Titan into submission. The thought of such a great achievement being within reach made the elder impatient. Just when the elder thought he was about to succeed, a sword emitting blazing golden flames shot towards him from afar, catching him off guard. The fiery long sword was extraordinarily magnificent. The elder, having traversed the Soul Master world for many years, had never seen such a dazzling long sword. Moreover, the pressure emanating from the sword was incredibly powerful, overwhelming him with its terrifying force, making him tremble involuntarily. Whose martial spirit is this? It exudes an unparalleled royal aura. The elder's expression suddenly turned grave, as the soul ring configuration on the sword shocked him greatly. If the first 100-year soul ring was somewhat acceptable, the 3rd black soul ring was nothing short of astonishing. Who would have thought that someone could absorb a 10,000-year soul ring at the Soul Zune level? This was truly an unprecedented miracle in the world of Soul Masters. What kind of hero bullies child? This is simply a disgrace to all Soul Masters. A tender voice rang out, and the elder turned towards the sound, seeing its owner, a small boy. Indeed, the one who acted was Jiang Yu, someone Tai Long was somewhat familiar with. Moreover, the opponent had used numbers to overpower them, which was truly disgraceful. Hence, Jiang Yu intervened, using the Chixiao Sword to thwart the elder's attack. It's him. Seeing Jiang Yu, Tai Long couldn't help but be surprised. Although he had only met Jiang Yu once, he had heard many rumors about him. He was naturally aware of Jiang Yu's strength. In Chapter 214, one word drives away the Xiangjia. If it weren't for the genius Jiang Yu, how could their hastily assembled team have won the competition back then? After all, they were up against super talents like Yu Qianheng and Feng Xiaotian. Yet even these 2 formidable figures could not gain any advantage against Jiang Yu, ultimately losing the match and becoming a stepping stone for his rise. The Li family had always revered the strong, and Jiang Yu's power had long conquered Tai Long. He even felt an urge to call Jiang Yu his elder brother, although he was slightly older than Jiang Yu. There were not so many rules in the Soul Master world. It was more about strength. Whoever had the hardest fist could be the big brother, and no one would question that. Even a famous Soul Master with some notoriety on Douluo Continent had taken a disciple much younger than him, and no one mocked him because his master was a title Douluo. Others could only envy him. That was someone standing at the peak of Douluo Continent. The status of a title Douluo was enough to rival the emperors of the 2 great empires, and even surpass them. Not to mention being a disciple of a title Douluo, even being a servant had many people fighting for the opportunity, and it wasn't guaranteed to get it. With Jiang Yu's potential, he would undoubtedly cultivate to the title Douluo level, and Tai Long felt no shame in being a younger brother to a future powerhouse. Although the strength of the Li family is not weak, it has been a long time since a title Douluo-level powerhouse has emerged. Although his grandfather's strength is not much worse than that of an average title Douluo, someone like Douluo Bo, as long as he does not use poison, Titan might not necessarily lose. However, Titan is only a Soul Douluo. He hasn't reached that level yet. Even if he can barely compete with an average title Douluo, his strength ultimately does not reach that level. Not to mention, if Titan's strength broke through to the title Douluo level, Will the people from the Elephant Armor sect dare to bully them so much? Hu Yanjun dared to pressure them into joining the Elephant Armor sect because he relied on his soul power being higher than Titan's. The people of the Elephant Armor sect initially thought this operation was almost certain to succeed. Although the Li family is not weak, they still held the advantage. However, unexpectedly, because of the intervention of a young man, the situation reversed. With Jiang Yu's current strength, Hu Yanshan did not take him seriously, but his background was too powerful. Even the Elephant Armor sect did not dare to underestimate him. No matter how arrogant Hu Yanshan was, he did not dare to offend the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Moreover, Jiang Yu is a disciple of the Sword Dalu, and just based on that identity, even Hu Yanjun, the sect master of the Elephant Armor sect, would have to be polite. Kook in the Douluo Continent does not know that the Sword Dalu is extremely protective of his disciples. If he found out that his disciple was being bullied outside, even Hu Yanjun, as the sect leader, would not be able to withstand the Sword Daluo's wrath. Furthermore, the emperor of the Tiando Empire, Shui, also valued Jiang Yu greatly, even going so far as to confer him a duke title, which made his intention to win him over very clear. Although the Elephant Armor sect has a close relationship with the Spirit Hall, Hu Yanshan also knew that if the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School and the Tiando Empire really wanted to cause them trouble, the Spirit Hall might not help them at this time. In recent years, although the situation on the continent has been turbulent beneath the surface, it still appears relatively calm on the surface. The Spirit Hall would not break the hard-won peace for the sake of the Elephant Armor sect. After much consideration, Hu Yanshan decided to stop the attack on the Li family for now and see if he could persuade Jiang Yu not to interfere in the matters between the Elephant Armor sect and the Li family. Little brother, Hu Yanshan said as kindly as possible, I have heard your name even in the Elephant Armor sect. I have heard that not only is your talent remarkable, but your military skills are also exceptionally profound, even better than the Tiando army god, Marshal Galang. Today, I see it is indeed well-deserved. I, Hu Yanshan, as the Grand Elder of the Elephant Armor sect, hope that you can show some face and not interfere in our dispute with the Li family. In the future, the Elephant Armor sect will surely reward you greatly. If an average soul master heard the words of the Grand Elder of the Elephant Armor sect, they would likely hesitate and might even give face to the Elephant Armor sect. After all, the strength of the Li family is still quite inferior to that of the gigantic Elephant Armor sect. However, what Hu Yanshan faced was Jiang Yu. Others might fear the Elephant Armor sect, but he did not. Face. Jiang Yu really did not want to give the Elephant Armor sect that face. This was an opportunity to win over the Li family. If he could gain Titan's gratitude, this deal would be incredibly worthwhile. What is the mere Elephant Armor sect? It is important to know that Titan is one of the three great craftsmen renowned on the continent, with profound forging skills. Even the forging techniques of the Hao Ian Duo were learned from Titan. If it were not for the quality of the Hao Ian hammer itself, Tang Hao might not surpass Titan in technique. Moreover, what is rare is that Titan does not reject innovative forging methods, so among the three great craftsmen, his spirit of innovation surpasses that of the other two. For such an outstanding talent, Jiang Yu did not want to miss the opportunity. He even wanted to subdue Titan, or else leave him for Tang San. It would be better to intercept him now, even if he could not subdue Titan. Establishing a deep relationship with him would still be quite beneficial. Additionally, Jiang Yu wanted to learn forging techniques from Titan. If he could resolve the conflict for the Li family, he would definitely not refuse that request. What is the Elephant Armor sect? Jiang Yu's attitude became extremely firm. The Li family is under my protection. If you are sensible, take your people and get lost. Since the Emperor Shui Yi has conferred a duke title upon him, it could indeed be utilized. Hu Yanshan's face instantly turned extremely ugly. This kid was simply too arrogant. He even dared to insult the Elephant Armor sect. The seven great sects are the top sects on the continent. Hu Yanshan, as the Grand Elder of the Elephant Armor sect, does not even need to bow to the Emperor of the Empire. His status is indeed prestigious. Now, he's being humiliated by a young brat, which made him furious. If it were not for the Sword Daluo's face, he would have already moved to tear this kid apart. Kid, dare to insult the Elephant Armor sect? I'll settle this with you today. A soul master from the Elephant Armor sect, seeing the sect and the Grand Elder being insulted, could not contain his anger and was about to take action against Jiang Yu. However, he was stopped by Hu Yanshan beside him. Although his anger was no less than that of the Elephant Armor sect disciple, for the sake of the bigger picture, he had to do this. At this stage, he could not afford to offend the Seven Treasures, Glazed Tile School, and the Tiando Empire. Since that's the case, then the Elephant Armor sect will give the Seven Treasures, Glazed Tile School this face. However, the mountain does not turn, the road turns. I hope you remember this incident today, and in the future, the Elephant Armor sect will naturally seek to regain this face. Although Huyan Shan had a compromise, he still made a stern statement to avoid losing face for the Elephant Armor sect before taking his sect members away. Thank you, Brother Yu. Seeing the crisis lifted, Talon hurriedly stepped forward to express his gratitude. After all, the two were old friends. We are all friends. No need to be polite. Jiang Yu smiled at Talon. It's just a small effort. It must be said that Jiang Yu knows how to speak. Talon and the others behind him, including Titan, immediately developed a good impression of Jiang Yu. It seems that this young man is not someone who seeks to repay favors at such a young age. He possesses such character. Truly a hero emerges from youth. Looking at Jiang Yu, Titan could not help but think of that figure who dominated the Soul Master world. With a heroic spirit unmatched by anyone, known as the #1 genius of the continent, the Haotian Law. Only he could make Titan willingly regard him as a master. Junior JiangYu, I have met Senior Titan. Jiang Yu bowed to Titan. Oh, you know my name? Titan, coming back to his senses, was taken aback. He had no interaction with this newly appointed duke. How did the other party know him? Of course, Jiang Yu blurted out a stream of flattery. The name of the Li family patriarch, Senior Titan, is known throughout the Douluo Continent. You are a renowned power-type soul master. There are very few on the continent who can surpass you in pure strength. What is even more admirable is your forging skills, which are extraordinary, and you are revered as the god craftsman by all blacksmiths on the continent. This is a rarity, even more so than a title Douluo. Hearing Jiang Yu's words, Titan's face turned red. Although he was a clan leader, he had never received such praise before. Moreover, it was regarding his proud forging skills. It should be noted that in the Douluo Continent, the status of blacksmiths is very low. Even a god craftsman is only famous within the blacksmith community. A far cry from the highly praised profession of soul masters. Jiang Yu, little brother, you flatter me. Titan smiled warmly at Jiang Yu. Not only did the other party resolve the crisis of the Power Clan, but at such a young age, he had also cultivated to the realm of Soul King. His talent even surpassed that of his master. Haotian Dalu, Tang Hao. Such a person, he could not dare to treat as a child, but completely as an equal. I, an old man, thank you for your help, little brother. Otherwise, that group of beasts from the Jia sect wouldn't have let the Power Clan off so easily. Titan bowed and clasped his fists, paying his respects to Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu quickly dodged and went forward to help Titan up, but unexpectedly, he almost made a fool of himself. It turned out that Titan was too heavy, and Jiang Yu did not use his internal power, nearly being overwhelmed by Titan. Fortunately, he reacted quickly. He immediately exerted force to withstand the terrifying power coming from Titan and lifted him up. Titan looked at Jiang Yu in shock, not expecting that a small body could unleash such powerful strength, not at all inferior to him, a soul Dalu with a great ape martial spirit. It's worth noting that Jiang Yu was just a soul king, and he was not a soul master who relied purely on strength. Yet he was able to crush the Power Clan in terms of power. This was truly incredible. I didn't expect the little brother to have such divine strength. It truly makes me feel ashamed. Titan's eyes were filled with admiration, clearly indicating that this was his heartfelt opinion. Although Titan's compliments made Jiang Yu somewhat proud, he did not show this emotion and continued to look at Titan with a calm demeanor, just as he always did. This scene deepened Titan's fondness for Jiang Yu. He had seen many geniuses, but those people, proud of their exceptional talents, all looked down on others like a proud rooster. A genius like Jiang Yu, who was neither humble nor arrogant. Titan had only seen one before, and that was his former master. Senior, you're joking, Jiang Yu said calmly. This little bit of strength means nothing in front of you, and your forging skills are something I can't even aspire to. I also like to forge some things, but after years of exploration, I still can't get started. Compared to you, I'm truly far behind. Jiang Yu intentionally brought up forging, as this would not only help Titan regain some face, but also piqued Titan's interest in him. After all, a soul master genius, like him wouldn't usually pay attention to the profession of a blacksmith. Sure enough, Jiang Yu's words instantly attracted Titan's interest. The two began to chat regardless of the noise around them, and they talked for a long time. The more they chatted, the more excited they became. Although Jiang Yu's forging skills were not remarkable, he often expressed many creative ideas, which even made Titan, the master craftsman, marvel. After all, Jiang Yu had been influenced by modern knowledge. Although he had not specifically studied the forging industry, he had at least researched some history related to it. This was a foundation of thousands of years, and even Titan had to bow down to it. Although the Douluo Continent had developed significantly over tens of thousands of years, many professions had made great progress, but there were also many that remained stagnant or even regressed, and blacksmithing was one of them. There was simply no way around it. The status of blacksmiths was too low, which led to many people being unwilling to engage in this exhausting profession that earned little money. Therefore, the profession of blacksmithing had never developed. Even Titan, as a master craftsman, probably wouldn't be looked upon favorably if he weren't the leader of the power clan. This was the current situation of blacksmiths on the continent. It was rare to encounter such a talented young genius who was so interested in forging. And Titan was very pleased, talking nonstop for an hour. The nearby Talon stared at his grandfather in shock. He rarely saw him so talkative. It was as if he had become a different person. Through this conversation, JiangYu also gained a lot, gaining a deeper understanding of forging skills. Titan was indeed one of the 3 master craftsmen of the Douluo Continent, and his forging skills were truly unparalleled. JiangYu wanted to learn forging techniques, and for him, Titan was the best teacher. He listened carefully to everything Titan said, absorbing all the knowledge. Tiando City, the residence of the Power Clan. After leaving the Grand Soul Arena, Titan led JiangYu to where the Power Clan lived. Seeing Titan's enthusiasm, JiangYu did not refuse. And since he also intended to visit the Power Clan, he followed along. Although the Power Clan's residence did not look luxurious, it gave a sense of grandeur. The main gates on both sides were forged from strange metals, looking very sturdy. Along the way, Titan proudly introduced the Power Clan's residence, and JiangYu learned that the main gates had been reinforced with precious metals like secret silver, making it impossible for even a Soul Sage-level powerhouse to easily cause damage. This was not just a residence, it was clearly a castle. This residence was a proud creation of the Yu clan. In terms of house construction skills, no one on the continent could surpass the Yu clan, Titan introduced with pride. JiangYu certainly knew of the Yu clan's capabilities, but still pretended to be shocked. The several beauties beside JiangYu also showed some surprise on their faces, but did not say anything. After all, they had also seen the world. Wow, this is too magnificent, Bai Qinxiang exclaimed in feigned surprise. Titan's face turned red. He had recognized Bai Qinxiang, his niece. As soon as he left the Grand Soul Arena, the two had already acknowledged each other, so he felt a bit embarrassed, knowing that this was Bai Qinxiang giving him face. After all, this little niece had visited the Power Clan when she was very young, and although she was just a child back then, she wouldn't have forgotten this residence. Once inside the main hall, Titan chased everyone out and instructed his clansmen to host Bai Qinxiang and the others with the highest standards, leaving only Jiangyu in the hall. The two chatted for several hours without leaving the hall, and when they got hungry, servants naturally brought food, so they weren't starving. It wasn't until dusk that their conversation ended, and Jiangyu left the Power Clan with the several beauties. However, due to Titan's insistence, Bai Qinxiang decided to stay at the Power Clan for a few more days, so she didn't leave with everyone. After leaving Tiando City, Xiao Xiao and Shui Binger also said goodbye to Jiangyu. The two sisters had been away from their sect for a while and needed to go back to check on things. As for Xiao Xiao, she came to the Tiando Empire to find someone, so Jiangyu didn't say much, just advised her to be careful on the way. After parting with the girls, Jiangyu took Luna to the 7-treasure Glazed Tile School's residence. With Jiangyu's current soul power, it didn't take long for him to arrive at the 7-treasure Glazed Tile School. When the disciple guarding the gate saw Jiangyu's appearance, he was so surprised that he stepped back repeatedly. After a moment, he finally reacted. Why you, Jiangyu, you didn't? The gatekeeping disciple stammered. I'm fine. Quickly go notify the sect master and my master. Just say Jiangyu has returned. Jiangyu said with a calm expression. Understood, understood. The disciple hurriedly released his martial soul, which took the form of a brown bird. After unleashing his first soul skill, a pair of wings sprouted from his back. Before long, Jiangyu saw several figures rushing over, including Ning Fengji, Sword Dalu, Bon Doluo, and Ning Rongrong. Jiangyu's gaze fell on Ning Rongrong, who looked even more beautiful after such a long time apart. Heaven bless the 7-treasure Glazed Tile School. Seeing Jiangyu return safely, Ning Fengji's smile reappeared. He hadn't smiled since Jiangyu went missing. Only upon seeing him again did he regain his former spirit. You brat, where have you been? Although Sword Daluo concealed it well, the concern on his face was evident. Before Jiangyu could answer, a graceful figure suddenly leaped into his arms. It was, of course, Ning Rongrong. Feeling the budding softness against his chest, Jiangyu's heart warmed. Wah! Ning Rongrong immediately burst into tears. They all said you were harmed. I didn't believe it, but after so long without seeing you, I'm so glad you're back. JiangYu gently stroked Ning Rongrong's hair, looking down at the beautiful girl in his arms, and felt a surge of affection seeing her tearful expression. Don't cry. I'm back now. JiangYu comforted Ning Rongrong in his arms, watching his daughter throw herself into JiangYu's embrace. Ning Fengji felt a twinge of jealousy, but chose not to disturb the couple, especially since he intended to betroth Ning Rongrong to JiangYu. So he didn't say much. After a moment, JiangYu shyly pushed Ning Rongrong away. It wasn't that he didn't want to hold her a bit longer, but the others were staring at him, making him uncomfortable. Plus, her father was right there. JiangYu was afraid Ning Fengji might lose his temper. At this moment, Ning Rongrong also realized what was happening. Her crying stopped abruptly, and a blush appeared on her face. However, she did not pull away. JiangYu straightened his clothes and then greeted the elders one by one. Xiaoyu, quickly tell us who sent people to harm you during your trip to Liangshan. Even my disciple dares to be touched. If I find out who it is, I'll skin him alive. Sword Douluo's anger erupted. Seeing the concerned expressions on the elders' faces, JiangYu didn't waste time and immediately recounted all the experiences he had gone through in recent days. Of course, he kept some secrets to himself, including matters related to Yang Wudi, only mentioning that he was saved by a mysterious old man. After hearing about JiangYu's series of encounters, Ning Fengji and the others were somewhat shocked. They hadn't expected that JiangYu would gain so many fortuitous encounters from misfortune. It should be noted that both the 10,000-year whale glue and the purple-red Zhu fruit were rare treasures for body refinement. For an ordinary person to acquire even one was an enormous stroke of luck, let alone having both. Even more enviable was that in just a few months, JiangYu's soul power had broken through to rank 39. Moreover, he had also obtained a treasure of the soul master world, an external soul bone second only to a 100,000-year soul ring. Brat, release the soul bone, Sword Douluo said with envy. Although JiangYu didn't understand why Sword Douluo wanted him to release the soul bone, he obediently released the fire god's 8 wings, and a burst of golden light shone forth. 4 pairs of fiery red wings sprouted from JiangYu's back, their spots bursting forth with dazzling brilliance, attracting everyone's attention. Ning Fengji and the others were sharp-eyed and could easily tell the uniqueness of the soul bone on JiangYu's back. Watching the external soul bone on JiangYu, Sword Douluo's eyes narrowed, and then a massive wave of soul power erupted from his body, pressing down on JiangYu. The sudden change did not frighten JiangYu. He knew Sword Douluo would not harm him. Sure enough, Sword Douluo then stated his intention. He wanted to use external power to help JiangYu fully integrate with the external soul bone. Once they were fully integrated, no one could take the external soul bone away from him. Gradually, the soul power pressing down on JiangYu reached the level of rank 50. Yet, JiangYu still maintained a calm demeanor, without even a drop of sweat. Good boy, Sword Douluo praised repeatedly. Then he released an even more powerful soul power, quickly breaking through to rank 60. However, even then, JiangYu only slightly furrowed his brow. He and even released his martial soul. It seemed this was not his limit. Sword Douluo no longer held back with JiangYu's current physique. He was afraid that even rank 70 soul power would not be able to pressure him. Soon, the soul power released by Sword Douluo reached rank 73, and a hint of pain appeared on JiangYu's face. Yet he still did not release his martial soul. It wasn't until Sword Douluo's soul power reached rank 81 that JiangYu finally unleashed the Chixiao Sword. As the sword emerged, an overwhelming imperial pressure surged forth. Charging towards Sword Douluo, the Chixiao Sword sensed the power belonging to the 7-killing sword and mistakenly thought it was being provoked, immediately unleashing unprecedented strength. The Chixiao Sword is the emperor among swords. In its presence, all swords must submit, leaving no room for offense. Feeling this astonishing sword intent, even Sword Douluo felt a bit startled, and the 7-killing sword within him betrayed a hint of panic. Sword Douluo quickly withdrew his soul power and then asked Bone Douluo for assistance. Old Bone, I'll give you a chance, you come. Sword Douluo felt a bit uneasy. Having been companions for many years, how could Bone Douluo not see Sword Douluo's facade? However, he also knew this was not the time for jokes. He immediately released the Bone Dragon Martial Soul, unleashing rank 90 soul power right from the start. This time, JiangYu felt unprecedented pressure. Even with his current physique, it was difficult to withstand the soul power suppression of a titled Douluo. Fortunately, Bone Douluo had no intent to kill him. Otherwise, just based on this pressure, JiangYu would have to kneel. Only now did he realize the gap between himself and a title Dalu. Jiang Yu was not the only one shocked. Dalu was equally astonished. Jiang Yu was merely a soul master, yet he could withstand the soul power suppression of a soul Dalu. This proved that his body had reached an incredible realm. When Dalu raised his soul power to rank 91, Jiang Yu's fire god's 8 wings suddenly made a crackling sound. The external soul bone completely fused with Jiang Yu, no longer separating from him. It was not until this moment that the fire god's 8 wings truly belonged to Jiang Yu. Outsiders, even titled Dalu, could not take away the external soul bone from him. Chapter 217, The Special Blue Silvergrass. Years later, Barak Kingdom. Within the kingdom, there are 2 most important cities. One is the capital city of Barak, where King Barak resides, and the other is Soto City, located in the heart of the most fertile plain in the Barak Kingdom, known as the Granary of Barak. Both cities are guarded by thousands of elite soldiers and are crucial to the entire kingdom. At this time, just past noon, the sun blazed fiercely, scorching the earth. As 2 young men walked through the gates of Soto City, they looked to be around 10 years old, a boy and a girl. Although the boy wasn't dressed extravagantly, he was handsome and striking, resembling a young nobleman. He stood about 1.8 meters tall, wearing a light blue martial artist outfit, and on his hand was a ring with a gemstone made of pure jade, clearly worth a fortune. The girl wore a simple white long dress, giving off a clean feeling, with short hair that reached her ears and a delicate, fair face radiating a noble aura. The 2 were Jiang Yu and Ning Rongrong. It was unclear where Ning Rongrong had heard about the name Shrek Academy, but after learning about its story, she insisted on coming to see it. Jiang Yu could only accompany her. After entering the city, Jiang Yu casually asked a passerby about the registration time for Shrek Academy and learned that the exam was the day after tomorrow. So they weren't in a hurry to head to the academy. Since they had never been to Soto City before, it was better to spend a couple of days sightseeing with Ning Rongrong. Although Soto City was much smaller than Heavendo City, it was still bustling with activity. The streets were crowded with throngs of tourists, keeping the soldiers maintaining order quite busy. Jiang Yu and Ning Rongrong casually tried some local delicacies before heading to a hotel. Soon, they arrived in front of a luxurious hotel, which stood 3 stories tall. Although not very large, the decor was exquisite. The exterior was adorned with roses, and a red plaque bore the golden words Rose Hotel. Upon entering, a rich rose fragrance enveloped them, making them feel refreshed. Suddenly, a loud commotion broke the tranquility. Even before reaching the counter, they could hear it from a distance. A crowd had gathered, and Ning Rongrong instantly became interested, pulling Jiang Yu to move closer. Jiang Yu appeared calm. If he guessed correctly, it was likely Tang San and Dai Mubai who were fighting. The reason for their fight was somewhat amusing. It was over a room. Dai Mubai had originally planned to bring a pair of twin sisters for some academic research, but unexpectedly, the room had been rented to Tang San by a new staff member. The 2 had a disagreement and started fighting. By the time Ning Rongrong and Jiang Yu arrived, Tang San and Dai Mubai's battle had already escalated, both having activated their martial souls. Dai Mubai, martial soul, White Tiger, level 37 soul master, please guide me. 3 shining rings gradually rose beneath him, 2 yellow and 1 purple, surging with powerful soul energy. Huh? A soul master. Ning Rongrong was a bit surprised. This boy looked to be only around 10 years old, but had cultivated his soul power to such a level. Such a genius was rare even in the 7-treasure Glazed tile school, and she hadn't expected to see one in a remote place like Soto City. After a brief moment of surprise, Ning Rongrong's expression returned to normal. Although the potential of this white tiger soul master was stronger than hers, it was nothing compared to Jiang Yu. Tang San, martial soul, blue silvergrass, level 29 weapon soul master. Accompanied by a deep blue glow, a cluster of deep blue grass suddenly sprouted from his palm. Although it was still ordinary blue silvergrass, it had undergone many changes. The slender blades were covered with snake patterns, and the leaves were no longer flat but cylindrical, dotted with fine spikes. 2 circles of yellow soul rings rose from Tang San's feet, swirling above him. Blue silvergrass? Ning Rongrong couldn't help but exclaim. This useless martial soul can also be cultivated. The mere fact that blue silvergrass could reach such a level completely shattered Ning Rongrong's understanding. In the eye of the storm, Tang San's expression darkened, but he quickly concealed it. Your martial soul is just blue silvergrass. Dai Mubai also looked astonished. There are no useless martial souls, only useless soul masters, Tang San responded loudly, seemingly wanting everyone nearby to hear. The waves of skepticism came one after another. Tang San's statement did not gain the approval of the crowd. In the Douluo Continent, talent is linked to martial souls, and only those who awaken top-tier martial souls are considered geniuses. Useless martial soul? They had never seen anyone rise to the pinnacle of soul masters relying on a useless martial soul. Brother Yu, didn't you say that before? Ning Rongrong nudged Jiang Yu with her jade arm, knowing that he had said this when awakening his martial soul. Looks like you're really famous. Even in a small place like Soto City, you have fans. Ning Rongrong couldn't help but tease. Jiang Yu felt a bit embarrassed. That phrase wasn't his original. Well said. Dai Mubai's deep blue eyes showed approval, clearly agreeing with Tang San's words. Little Master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. There are no useless martial souls, only useless soul masters. Let me experience what is special about your blue silver grass martial soul. Soon, the two began to fight. Although Dai Mubai's soul power was much higher than Tang San's, he did not gain any advantage. Tang San's strange Tang sect inner strength made even the assault type Dai Mubai wary. Seeing that the opponent was not easy to deal with, Dai Mubai no longer held back and immediately unleashed his 1,000-year soul skill, his strongest soul skill, White Tiger Vajra transformation. This time, Dai Mubai finally regained some face. Although Tang San was nimble and had many techniques, his martial soul was just blue silver grass. In the face of a 1,000-year soul skill, he was still somewhat at a disadvantage, merely managing to hold on. However, Dai Mubai also noticed that Tang San had some hidden methods, so he did not press too hard. He even offered the room to Tang San and Xiao Wu, claiming that if they encountered any trouble at Shrek Academy, they could mention his name. After saying that, Dai Mubai took the twin beauties and left, as there were no more rooms here, but that didn't mean there weren't any in other hotels. He was eager to relieve his urges with the twin sisters beside him. What Dai Mubai didn't notice was that his scene of leaving the hotel with the twin beauties was coincidentally seen by a stunningly beautiful girl with a youthful appearance. In broad daylight, how could such a lecherous insect be worthy of being my husband? This engagement is better off disregarded. Under a large tree not far from the hotel, a girl dressed in leather, perfectly showcasing her sexy figure, was none other than Zhu Zhuqing, who immediately made up her mind to dissolve her engagement with Dai Mubai. Chapter 218. Meeting Tang San again after a long time, I didn't expect Xiao San to learn how to book a room. Jiang Yu walked straight toward Tang San. He was no longer the Jiang Yu who had just crossed into the Douluo Continent. He no longer feared Tang San. The so-called Tang sect hidden weapons were merely tricks in Jiang Yu's eyes now. And as for the Jing Tian skill, compared to the Hongming purple energy technique he cultivated, what did that amount to? You? Who are you? Hearing someone tease him, Tang San couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. But when he looked up and saw the figure ahead, his anger disappeared instantly. Although they hadn't seen each other for years, how could Tang San not recognize that figure? The shadow Jiang Yu cast on him years ago was still vivid in his mind. All those years of hard training were to surpass Jiang Yu. However, as Jiang Yu approached, and Tang San sensed the aura emanating from him, his expression changed. He could feel that Jiang Yu was at least several dozen times stronger than before. A sense of helplessness arose within him. What are you doing here? Tang San secretly circulated his Jing Tian skill, and after a full cycle of internal energy, the pressure brought by Jiang Yu gradually weakened. Xiao San, who is he? Xiao Wu felt the aura from Jiang Yu and quickly hid behind Tang San. She sensed that the person ahead was extraordinary, possessing a mysterious power. Even though Xiao Wu had transformed from a 10,000-year soul beast, she still felt apprehensive about the power radiating from Jiang Yu. With her head lowered, she didn't dare look up at Jiang Yu. Having met him once before, Tang San didn't think much of it and assumed Xiao Wu was just shy. Xiao San, is this your girlfriend? Jiang Yu said, pointing at Xiao Wu with a hint of knowing curiosity. This was his first time seeing Xiao Wu, and he couldn't help but scrutinize the beauty before him. Although the girl was young, her figure was remarkably developed. Her silky black hair was neatly braided into a scorpion braid that hung down to her calves. She wore only a pink top that wrapped around her budding curves. And even more attractive was her slender waist that seemed too thin to grasp. Her long, straight legs were encased in white pants, displaying a perfect golden ratio. The girl's eyebrows resembled a crescent moon, and her bright, large eyes complemented her somewhat round, rosy face, making her not only beautiful, but also a bit charming. Oof. Seeing Jiang Yu's gaze fixed on the girl in front of him, Ning Rongrong immediately felt uncomfortable and reached out to pinch Jiang Yu's waist. Jiang Yu couldn't help but hiss in pain. Although Ning Rongrong's temper had calmed down over the years, her innate rich girl demeanor remained unchanged. Every time JiangYu chatted with other girls, Ning Rongrong would inevitably feel jealous, which made things difficult for JiangYu, as his charm could easily attract many girls. "Stop it," JiangYu said sternly, stopping Ning Rongrong's mischievous hand. Ning Rongrong had to give up, although she had a bit of a spoiled temperament. She knew that she had to give her man face in public and couldn't let him lose face. "Brother Jiang, you're joking," Tang San said seriously. "This is my adopted sister." Although he said that, a hint of confusion flickered through Tang San's heart. Could he really treat Xiao Wu as a sister? Could their relationship remain purely sibling-like? How could I think like that? Tang San, she is your sister. Even if she is just an adopted sister, she is still a sister. How can you? Tang San immediately extinguished that thought, not daring to continue down that path. "By the way, Brother Jiang, what brings you to Suatawa City?" Tang San quickly changed the subject, feeling puzzled about Jiang Yu's appearance here. Did he also come to study at Shrek Academy? Just thinking about that possibility made Tang San feel helpless. He didn't want to attend classes at the same academy as Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu didn't expect Tang San to have so many inner thoughts, and he certainly didn't expect that today, in Tang San's eyes, he had become his greatest rival. "I heard there's a special Soul Master Academy in Suatawa City called Shrek Academy. Although it's not very large, it has produced many famous Soul Master powerhouses. So I brought my little sister here to take a look." Indeed, he was here for Shrek Academy. Upon hearing this answer, Tang San instantly wanted to give up on participating in the entrance exam for Shrek Academy, but thinking about the task the master had given him, he knew that was impossible. What a coincidence! Tang San forced a smile. "My sister and I are also going to register at Shrek Academy. Maybe we'll be classmates in the future." Thus, Jiang Yu and Ning Rongrong stayed at the Rose Hotel. Although there was only one room left in the hotel, the room was spacious enough. Not to mention just a few of them, even 10 people could stay without any problem. Although the hotel room was decorated somewhat ambiguously, both Jiang Yu and Tang San had matured enough in their hearts, so they didn't feel awkward at all. However, Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu couldn't help but feel a bit shy, as young girls often have many thoughts. But this strange emotion didn't last long and was quickly diluted in their conversation. Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu found common interests in the original story. They were relatively close friends, so there was no awkwardness in their chat, and they quickly became familiar with each other. Little Master, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. The next day, after having breakfast at the hotel, Xiao Wu suggested going out for a stroll, and they soon arrived at a small shop located in a bustling area of the city. The shop wasn't large, but the sign hanging above was unlike any other store. It depicted a circular imprint with several special symbols. Ordinary people might not understand the meaning of these symbols, but Jiang Yu, Ning Rongrong, Tang San, and Xiao Wu knew exactly what they were. It depicted a sword, a hammer, and a blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, identical to the imprint on the Martial Soul Hall's token. They wondered why it appeared on the sign of such a small shop. Seeing this shop, a smile appeared on Jiang Yu's face. If he guessed correctly, this shop was one of the famous Golden Triangle shops in the Soul Master world, operated by Flender, the founder of Shrek Academy. The golden dragon beard needle that Tang San held was obtained from Flender here. As they stepped into the dimly lit shop, a unique energy fluctuation instantly caught their attention. This energy was very similar to that in the Martial Soul Hall, and they quickly realized it was due to the presence of soul guidance devices. They never expected that such a small shop would have soul guidance devices. Ning Rongrong was somewhat surprised. After all, while most soul guidance devices didn't have offensive capabilities, their manufacturing process was extremely complex and had long been lost. Therefore, all existing soul guidance devices today were passed down from ancient times. As the saying goes, rarity makes something precious. Thus, each soul guidance device was quite valuable, and just one could buy the entire shop in front of them. It seemed the shop's owner was not an ordinary person. Ning Rongrong, being a genius from a major sect, deduced that the owner of this shop was someone extraordinary from such subtle observations. Chapter 219. Fish Bladder in the Dimly Lit Shop. A large space held only one person lying on a wooden recliner, eyes closed, swaying with the chair. It goes without saying that this person was the shop's owner. He appeared to be around 50 years old. Although he had entered middle age, he maintained a good physique with very strong muscles, clearly a practitioner. However, this person's appearance is somewhat unrefined, with a protruding chin, wide cheekbones, a flat face, and a slightly hooked nose. His face resembles the sole of a shoe, giving off a crafty impression. At first glance, he looks like a shrewd businessman. What is even more amusing is that he wears a pair of crystal glasses, which adds a touch of absurdity to his appearance, making it seem mismatched. As Tang San and Xiao Wu entered the store, they immediately focused on the soul guide devices inside, but Jiang Yu was carefully observing the friend in front of him. This director of Shrek Academy, although not described in detail in the original text, has quite a few highlight moments and is even more likable than Yu Xiaojiang. Boss, how much for this crystal? Not long after, a sudden voice broke the tranquility of the store. It turned out that Tang San had discovered the existence of the board crystal and wanted to acquire it. Fran, who was disturbed, clearly felt quite affected and started teasing Tang San. Soon, the originally priced 100 gold soul coins board crystal had skyrocketed to 500 gold soul coins. This infuriated Xiao Wu, and even Tang San shook his head, preparing to leave the store, as that amount of money was not trivial. And he couldn't afford it, just relying on the soul master subsidies from the Spirit Hall. Just as he was about to leave, however, Fran's gaze fell upon the jade belt at Tang San's waist. As if recalling something, the usually profit-driven Fran suddenly changed his mind, not charging a single gold soul coin, and gifted the board crystal to Tang San. Jiang Yu merely smiled at this, while others might not know the reason behind it. He understood that Fran must have recognized the jade belt at Tang San's waist. This was undoubtedly Yu Xiaojiang's item. With Fran's friendship with the master, how could he not recognize Yu Xiaojiang's personal belongings? In an instant, he guessed Tang San's identity. Even if he was greedy, he would never cheat Yu Xiaojiang's disciple. Witnessing this scene, even Jiang Yu had to sigh that it was good to have someone backing him up. However, Jiang Yu had no thoughts about the board crystal in Tang San's hands. Although it was the best material for making dragon whisker needles, specifically designed to break inner strength, it had no use for Jiang Yu. Once the Emperor Fire was unleashed, no hidden weapon would be effective. Anything approaching Jiang Yu would be melted by the powerful force of the Emperor Fire, while others might be restrained by Tang San's hidden weapons. And even titled Dalu might fall victim to a sneak attack. Jiang Yu was not afraid. A mere hidden weapon could not harm him. After leaving the store, no one felt like shopping anymore and immediately returned to the hotel. As soon as they entered the room, Tang San hurriedly dragged Xiao Wu towards the restroom. After all, Jiang Yu was an outsider and his biggest rival. How could he expose the secret of the board crystal? What do you think they're rushing to the restroom for? Ning Rongrong's big eyes were filled with curiosity. Could it be for that kind of thing? Upon thinking of this possibility, Ning Rongrong's mouth opened wide enough to fit sausage. What are you thinking? Jiang Yu flicked Ning Rongrong's forehead lightly and smiled. I don't know who you learned that from. At such a young age, you should be learning the right things. Ouch, that hurts. Ning Rongrong pretended to be in pain, rubbing her forehead with her small hand, not knowing to be gentle. If you break it, you'll be responsible. Stop pretending. How could this little strength possibly hurt you? Jiang Yu was not fooled by Ning Rongrong's act. No one knew this little devil better than him. Over the years, her acting skills had become increasingly superb. If she were on Blue Star, she would definitely sweep the major film festivals. Oof. Seeing that Jiang Yu didn't comfort her, Ning Rongrong instantly felt dissatisfied, thinking he didn't understand how to cherish a girl. You won't be able to find a girlfriend like this. You need to be gentle with girls. You should pamper them more. How can you be so blunt and rough? Jiang Yu smiled slightly and said, Anyway, I'm not sure girlfriends. A bunch of beauties are chasing after me. You. Ning Rongrong immediately exploded, her face full of resentment. Although Jiang Yu's words sounded a bit arrogant, upon reflection, they were not wrong. Over the years, countless women had thrown themselves at him, from fire dance far away to the women he brought back from outside. Ning Rongrong could feel the admiration from Bai Chunxiang and the elven girl towards Jiang Yu. Moreover, she heard that Shui Binger from the Tianshui Academy also had special feelings for Jiang Yu, and even the Emperor of Tiandou had intentions to marry his daughter Shui Ku to Jiang Yu. If it weren't for Ning Rongrong pestering her father Ning Fengji and Sword Daluo grandfather to temporarily decline the Tiandou Emperor's marriage proposal, Jiang Yu might have already become the prince consort of the Tiandou Empire. Seeing Ning Rongrong puffed up like an angry cat, Jiang Yu hurriedly took her small hand to comfort her. All right, stop making a fuss. Jiang Yu had a gentle expression. Looking at Jiang Yu's exceptionally handsome face, Ning Rongrong's anger instantly vanished. Sure enough, she was a face control. No matter how Jiang Yu provoked her, as long as she saw his handsome face, she couldn't help it. The moon slowly climbed into the sky. During the long night, Jiang Yu and the others did not go out of the hotel, even having dinner delivered to their room, during which some misunderstandings arose. Little Master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. The following is even more exciting. It was unclear what the waiter was thinking, but he handed Jiang Yu and Tang San each a transparent fish bladder. The shape was almost identical to that of a condom. Although the materials were different, Jiang Yu quickly understood the purpose of this item. As for Tang San, upon seeing the fish bladder, his face couldn't help but turn red. In his era, this fish bladder was used as a contraceptive. Although he had never used one, many of his senior brothers and sisters in the Tang sect had. When he first entered the outer sect, he was responsible for taking out the trash. And every day he would collect a basket full of these fish bladders, especially those elders with profound inner strength who would use at least 3 of these every time. Although Tang San's mentality was mature, he was still a beginner and didn't know how to respond at that moment. Jiang Yu, however, had more experience. He returned the fish bladder to the waiter and handed over a few gold soul coins to send him away. A small storm was thus resolved. After the waiter left, Tang San finally realized and was somewhat at a loss with the fish bladder still in his hand. "Hey, you haven't taken this back yet." Tang San waved the fish bladder in his hand, but the waiter had already walked far away and didn't hear Tang San's words. "Just keep it. It would be nice to play with it as a balloon," Jiang Yu teased. Tang San's face darkened instantly. "A balloon? Does this thing have any other uses?" Looking at the fish bladder in his hand, seeing that it was covered in oil, he quickly threw it on the ground. He certainly didn't want to play with a balloon. Chapter 220. Small. Early the next morning, the group exited Soto City through the South City Gate, heading towards Shrek Academy. After leaving the city, they traveled south, with vast farmlands filled with various grains on both sides of the official road. Soto City truly lived up to its reputation as the capital of grain. Jiang Yu and the others walked for a long time without finding any buildings resembling an academy nearby. Just as they were about to give up, they finally spotted a small village ahead. As soon as they entered the village, they found the entrance crowded with people, most of whom were young boys, accompanied by their parents. A table was set up at the entrance, behind which sat an elderly man, probably in his 60s. What surprised a few people was the tattered plaque hanging from the wooden archway at the entrance. It only had a few simple words on it: Shrek Academy. In front of the words was a green avatar that looked like the head of a humanoid monster, all green. The old man behind the table also wore an identical green circular badge on his chest. This was likely the emblem of Shrek Academy. No way. Ning Rongrong stared at the scene before her, somewhat dumbfounded, unable to believe that such a small village was home to the famous Shrek Academy in the world of Soul Masters. For a moment, Ning Rongrong felt a significant sense of disappointment. After all, Soul Masters who graduated from Shrek Academy could earn titles as high as a Viscount in the Empire. This was not comparable to a Viscount granted by the kingdom. The prestige of titles in the 2 major empires was quite high. Ning Rongrong couldn't help but look at Jiang Yu, her face filled with admiration. At such a young age, he was neither a prince nor an illegitimate son of the Tiando Emperor, yet he was granted the title of Duke by the Tiando Emperor based on merit, which was simply mythical. This was even more impressive than her father Ning Fengji. It was said that girls are outgoing, and this statement certainly held true. If Ning Rongrong could marry Jiang Yu, her father Ning Fengji would likely have even less status. Poor Ning Fengji, who was still unaware that his pampered little girl had already leaked some information. Looking at the somewhat shabby registration area, Jiang Yu said nothing and immediately pulled Ning Rongrong into line. Tang San followed suit, taking Xiao Wu into the queue. The first few boys had poor qualifications, and none of them were selected successfully. This made many people angry, as the registration fee was not cheap, 10 gold soul coins. In the end, they were dismissed by the old man's statement that their ages did not meet the requirements, as the academy only accepted children under the age of 13. Moreover, the registration fee was non-refundable. This was clearly a scam. A group of parents became furious. At this moment, Dai Mubai made his appearance. As the top fighter among the students of Shrek Academy, he was naturally called upon to handle such a disruptive scene. Dai Mubai wasted no time. As soon as his 3 soul rings appeared, he instantly intimidated the crowd. With this commotion, the number of people in line decreased by a third, as no one wanted to give Shrek Academy their money for free. Another boy approached the old man, and unlike the others, he was full of confidence. His parents stood behind him looking proud. The parents confidently placed 10 gold coins in the wooden box, waiting for their son's performance. The boy met the age requirement for the Academy's admission standards, but he only had a 100-year yellow soul ring. Moreover, his martial soul was just a thick vine. Although this martial soul resembled Tang San's, it was not grass, but rather a type of vine. Not qualified, just when the boy was feeling proud. The old man's words hit him like cold water, causing him to shiver. The parents were clearly dissatisfied with the old man's statement. After all, their son's first soul ring was a 100-year soul ring. Not everyone could have that. The parents couldn't help but argue back. The old man's expression turned cold, and he snorted. Shrek was a type of monster. Even among soul beasts, it was a very strange existence. The meaning of Shrek Academy was Monster Academy. It only accepted monsters. Anyone over the age of 13 or with a soul power below level 21 should not waste time here. This place did not welcome waste. As he spoke, the old man released an incredibly powerful aura, causing Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong to tremble, while Jiang Yu remained calm and indifferent, as if unaffected. The old man's reaction made him somewhat surprised. Even with his soul emperor-level pressure, he could not shake a child, which made him look at Jiang Yu with higher regard. A flash of red light appeared, and a long soul with countless fine patterns appeared in the old man's right hand. Even more shocking was that 6 soul rings appeared on him, instantly becoming the focus of the crowd. The colors of the 6 soul rings were 1 white, 1 yellow, 3 purple, and 1 black. 1 10-year soul ring, 100-year soul ring, 3,000-year soul rings, and 1 10,000-year soul ring. Although it was not the best soul ring combination, he was a genuine 6-ring soul emperor. Upon seeing this, the group of parents fell silent, not daring to protest any further. Who would dare offend a soul emperor-level powerhouse, especially one with a 10,000-year soul ring? Soon, the parents took their children and left, and the originally crowded line of over 100 people dwindled to just a dozen. Soon it was Ning Rongrong's turn. Upon seeing Ning Rongrong, the old man trembled, as if recognizing her identity. His expression instantly changed to one of fear and respect. He quickly allowed her to pass the test. Then it was JiangYu's turn. The old man determined through bone reading that JiangYu was already 13 years old. Logically speaking, he did not meet the standards, but upon seeing he was accompanying Ning Rongrong, and judging from his earlier performance, it was clear that this boy was extraordinary, definitely a genius among geniuses. Thus, he allowed JiangYu to pass the test as well. Following that, Xiao Wu and Tang San also passed the first admission test of Shrek Academy. Just as the registration was about to end, a girl suddenly arrived late, rushing to the registration site like a gust of wind. She looked even younger than Ning Rongrong, with long black hair cascading over her shoulders, standing about the same height as Ning Rongrong with fair skin. However, her presence felt very different from Ning Rongrong's. Her extremely voluptuous figure was very mismatched with her age. If one did not look at her face, they might think she was a young adult, especially with her impressive bosom, which would attract the attention of all men. In contrast to her sultry figure, the expression on the girl's face was very cold, exuding an icy arrogance that seemed to emanate from her bones, giving off a feeling of keeping people at arm's length. Xiao Xiao. Upon seeing the arriving girl, Jiang Yu's eyes lit up, unexpectedly encountering a familiar face here. Wait. Xiao Xiao, why are you at Shrek Academy? Looking at her figure and temperament, Jiang Yu instantly thought of a certain possibility. Chapter 221. Tang San's shock. Although he had his suspicions, Jiang Yu did not reveal them. He stepped forward and took Xiao Xiao's delicate hand, his face full of excitement. It's you. Xiao Xiao, no, it should be Zhu Zhuqing. Seeing Jiang Yu here, her frost-like beautiful face actually flushed with a rare blush, becoming shy. At this moment, she realized that her feelings for Jiang Yu were different from those for others. Even when facing Dai Mubai, she had never experienced such a wonderful feeling. Watching Jiang Yu pull and tug at the big-breasted beauty behind him, Ning Rongrong's face instantly turned green. A strong sense of crisis emerged. Her intuition told her that the beauty before her posed a far greater threat than Ho Wu and the others. Looking at those undulating peaks and then glancing down at her own slightly flatter areas, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but sigh. If he were a man, he would also choose the beautiful woman across from him. After all, beauty can cover up many flaws. The girls in the sect said that men like women with ample figures. Are you still going to sign up? Just as Jiang Yu and Zhu Zhuqing were pulling at each other, an annoying voice sounded nearby. It was the old man responsible for registration, who was eager to return for a meal and didn't want to continue dawdling. Sign up. Zhu Zhuqing gently pushed Jiang Yu's large hand away and quickly went to the old man. Soon the old man determined that she was qualified. More students passed the test than he expected. After completing the first round of testing, the old man handed them over to Dai Mubai and hurried off to eat. Dai Mubai had no choice but to lead the newcomers into the village. The buildings in the village were all wooden, very simple and plain. It was clear that this village was not wealthy. After walking a short distance, Dai Mubai took them to an open area, surrounded by wooden houses. This open space was about 500 meters wide. The students who had passed the test earlier were waiting in front. After Dai Mubai briefly explained the rules, he hurried away. At that moment, a lazy voice called out, "Sausages for sale." Come and take a look. Oscar brand sausages, delicious and sweet, cheap and plentiful. Looking up, they saw a person not far away pushing a cart and calling out. The person was dressed simply, with tidy short hair and a full beard, but had big peach blossom eyes. His gaze shifted to the girls in the candidate lineup, and it was clear his intentions were not pure. Smelling the aroma of grilled sausages, the nearby group couldn't help but feel their appetites stir. Having only eaten a little that morning to participate in the entrance exam, they now felt a wave of hunger triggered by the scent of the sausages. Tang San saw that Xiao Wu was also hungry and immediately went to buy a sausage. Ning Rongrong wanted to buy one for Jiang Yu too, but just as she was about to stride towards the sausage stall, Jiang Yu grabbed her. Confused, Ning Rongrong was brought close to Jiang Yu and Zhu Zhuqing. Jiang Yu then quietly informed them that the sausages in front of them were not real grilled sausages, but produced by the owner's martial soul. Huh? How could there be such a disgusting martial soul? Ning Rongrong's appetite was instantly extinguished. Just thinking that the sausage was produced by a soul master made her lose her desire to eat. Even Zhu Zhuqing no longer looked at the grilled sausages. Only Tang San foolishly bought 2 sausages and happily handed one to Xiao Wu. Just as they were about to eat, Dai Mubai arrived just in time to stop Tang San and Xiao Wu from consuming the expired sausages. He then seriously instructed Oscar to make new sausages. After all, he appreciated Tang San and didn't want him to be taken advantage of. What? Is there something wrong with these sausages? Tang San looked suspiciously at the fragrant grilled sausage in front of him. Oscar also knew he couldn't provoke Dai Mubai. As a food-type soul master, even if his soul power was higher than that of a strong attack-type soul master, he was still not their match. Moreover, Dai Mubai was a 3-ring soul master, with much higher soul power than him. I got a big sausage. Oscar's lewd voice rang out, momentarily stunning everyone. 2 yellow rings appeared around him, and then a sausage identical to the one in Tang San's hand appeared in his grasp. Originally, Ning Rongrong had some doubts when Jiang Yu said the sausages were produced by the owner's martial soul, but seeing this scene, her disgust towards Oscar instantly grew. Although food-type soul masters can awaken various meat-related martial souls, they're usually steaks, chicken legs, etc. This was the first time she had seen someone awaken a sausage. This made it especially hard for people, especially girls, to accept from a sensory perspective, especially combined with the soul incantation Oscar recited. Even Tang San couldn't accept it, quickly placing the sausage back on the charcoal grill. Then he followed Dai Mubai away from the sausage stall. Upon reaching the teacher responsible for the front test, Dai Mubai whispered to him before leading the way, as their talents meant they didn't need to participate in the current assessment and could pass directly. Other students, seeing this scene, couldn't help but voice their discontent, loudly declaring it unfair and clearly suggesting there was a hidden agenda, demanding an explanation from the teacher. The teacher in charge of the assessment coldly informed them that any student with soul power exceeding level 25 did not need to participate in this round of assessment. The students didn't believe that Jiang Yu and the others could reach level 25 soul power. Little Master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It's more exciting ahead. They thought it was just the teacher's excuse to allow this group of privileged students into the academy. Facing the doubts, Dai Mubai directly took out the crystal ball used to test soul power. The group wasted no time. Tang San was the first to place his hand on the crystal ball, and sure enough, his soul power reached the standards set by the teacher. Following him, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing also tested their soul power, and all met the standard. It was Jiang Yu's turn to test. He did not immediately place his hand on the crystal ball. You might as well change to another crystal ball, Jiang Yu said with a faint smile. I'm afraid your level of crystal ball won't be able to withstand the pressure of my soul power. Hearing Jiang Yu's words, Dai Mubai was obviously taken aback. After all, the crystal ball in his hand could withstand fluctuations of 30-level soul power. Jiang Yu looked only slightly older than Tang San. Could it be that his soul power had already surpassed the 30-level limit? Seeing Dai Mubai's disbelief, Jiang Yu said nothing more and directly summoned his martial soul. A long sword exuding imperial might appeared in his hand, surrounded by 4 soul rings. Yellow, yellow, black, black. If the first 2 soul rings were still somewhat normal, then the 3rd and 4th soul rings were somewhat incredible. The black soul rings represented that these soul rings had been around for about 10,000 years. How could this be possible? Generally speaking, the age of the 3rd soul ring a soul master can absorb would never exceed 1,700 years. Seeing the soul rings on Jiang Yu's martial soul, everyone was shocked. This scene shattered their long-held perceptions and completely overturned the ironclad rules of the soul master community. Even someone as composed as Tang San couldn't help but take a step back, feeling a strong sense of defeat. He had thought that after all his hard work over the years, even if he didn't surpass JiangYu, he wouldn't be weaker than him. But now they had a 2-soul ring gap. The age difference between them wasn't significant, but the gap in soul power was like a chasm. How could he possibly surpass JiangYu? Upon seeing JiangYu's martial soul, Dai Mubai's expression instantly turned grave. The moment his evil-eyed, white tiger martial soul was summoned, it actually trembled. After all, his martial soul was a top-tier beast martial soul. Even facing the continent's #1 beast martial soul, he would not feel the slightest fear. Yet now, JiangYu's martial soul had instilled fear in his own martial soul. The teacher in charge of the assessment looked at the soul rings on Jiang with a face full of disbelief. Even though Shrek Academy is known as the Monster Academy, the admission requirements only ask for students to be around 12 or 13 years old and to have obtained 2 soul rings. JiangYu's current strength is already enough to graduate. With his talent, he would be considered a monster-level figure even in the continent's top forces. He never expected to come to Shrek Academy. The assessment teacher immediately instructed Dai Mubai to take JiangYu and the others to participate in the final round of the assessment. Although he knew that with the talents of JiangYu and the others, they would definitely be able to enter the academy, the rules still had to be followed. And moreover, these geniuses probably wanted to prove their strength as well. Soon, Dai Mubai led the group to another open area. This place was much smaller than the previous one. A middle-aged man, looking about 50, was sitting on a chair, dozing off. "Teacher Zhao, I've brought people for the assessment." "Oh, I can't believe there are actually people who made it to this round this year, and there are 5 of them. Not bad, not bad." The middle-aged man opened his hazy eyes and looked at the group of young boys and girls with surprise. After a moment, this teacher, Zhao, got up from his chair. He was not tall and looked quite ordinary, but his muscles were well developed, making him appear extremely strong. His broad shoulders were like city walls, and his outerwear could not conceal his robust muscles, giving off a strong sense of oppression. Teacher Zhao stretched lazily, looked at the young boys and girls in front of him, and rubbed his large fist, which was as big as a sandpot. "Since you were able to come to this round, it proves that your talents are quite formidable. However, talent does not mean everything. Soul masters must speak with strength. Combat experience is essential for every soul master." With a smiling gaze sweeping over JiangYu and the others, Zhao Wujia announced his name and requested to battle with them. As long as they could withstand his attacks for the duration of an incense stick, they would pass the assessment. Moreover, as long as one person could hold out until the end, it counted as all of them passing the test. Dai Mubai, upon hearing this, immediately opposed, saying jokingly that Zhao Wujia was a soul sage. Even the most talented JiangYu might not be able to pass the test. However, Zhao Wujia did not heed Dai Mubai's advice and insisted on testing the new students. He quickly took out an incense stick from his pocket, pinched it with his fingers, and surprisingly lit it directly. With a snap of his fingers, the incense was already inserted into the ground. Seeing that the decision was made, Dai Mubai had no choice but to inform the new students about Zhao Wujia's strength. Upon hearing that Zhao Wujia was a soul sage, except for JiangYu, the faces of the others showed shock. Even Tang San was no exception. Despite his own abilities, he had to be cautious. After all, besides having high soul power, Zhao Wujia's martial soul was also a very powerful beast martial soul, the Great Strength Diamond Bear. This martial soul had almost no weaknesses and possessed terrifying defensive capabilities, making it difficult for soul masters of the same level to shake his defense. He was indeed the immovable King Zhao Wujia. Ning Rongrong couldn't help but exclaim. She initially thought it was just a person with the same name, but upon learning that this teacher's martial soul was also the Great Strength Diamond Bear, she realized that this seemingly unremarkable teacher was indeed that legendary figure. She never expected him to be hiding in Shrek Academy as a teacher. Back then, the immovable King Zhao Wujia offended the Spirit Hall, the most powerful force on the continent. The Spirit Hall sent dozens of bishops to besiege him, but unexpectedly, Zhao Wujia burst out of the siege. The bishops of the Spirit Hall were at least Soul Emperor-level powerhouses, and at that time, Zhao Wujia was merely a Soul Emperor. Moreover, the Soul Emperors of the Spirit Hall were not comparable to those of ordinary forces. Even so, a dozen Soul Emperors could not stop Zhao Wujia, which showed how terrifying he was. Ning Rongrong looked at JiangYu, realizing that whether they could win this assessment depended greatly on him. Although Zhao Wujia was very formidable, Ning Rongrong believed in JiangYu, convinced that he would have a way. Despite knowing Zhao Wujia's strength, the group did not back down and began to introduce their own abilities. when they heard that Jiang Yu's soul power had reached level 49. Everyone except Ning Rongrong was taken aback. They never expected Jiang Yu to be on the verge of obtaining his 5th soul ring. Moreover, both his 3rd and 4th soul rings were 10,000-year soul rings, while Zhao Wujie, as a soul sage, only had 3 10,000-year soul rings. It seemed that the key to the outcome of this match rested on Jiang Yu. Everyone looked at Jiang Yu, waiting for his plan. Even the usually arrogant Tang San was eager to see what he would do. Jiang Yu took the initiative and began to lay out the strategy. Rong, you will be responsible for support. Xiaowu, you will handle close combat. Zhu Qing, you will take the flank and use your speed to distract him. Tang San, you will control Zhao Wujie's attacks, and the rest will be left to me. After Jiang Yu finished speaking, he looked at everyone and said, who agrees and who disagrees? Ning Rongrong and Zhu Qing nodded, agreeing with Jiang Yu's plan, while Xiaowu looked at Tang San. After thinking for a moment, Tang San nodded. Since he agreed, Xiaowu naturally had no objections. For now, they could only set a simple strategy, and the effectiveness would have to be tested in actual combat. Only by fighting would they know just how powerful their opponent was. At the very least, among them, Jiang Yu had a 10,000-year soul ring, which undoubtedly narrowed the gap between them and Zhao Wujie. Otherwise, with their 100-year soul rings, how could they compete with Zhao Wujie's 10,000-year soul rings? The gap between 100-year soul skills, 1,000-year soul skills, and 10,000-year soul skills was like the difference between heaven and earth. A 10,000-year soul ring could even make up for the gap between martial souls. Even a 10,000-year soul skill released by the blue silvergrass, which was widely regarded as a waste martial soul, was stronger than a 1,000-year soul skill from a strong attack system soul master. Although it had not been heard in the soul master community that a blue silvergrass soul master possessed a 10,000-year soul ring. This was also why all soul masters hoped to have a 10,000-year soul ring. Chapter 233. Sword Intent. The 7 treasures turned into Glazed. As a support type soul master, Ning Rongrong was the first to take action. She spun in the air, and brilliant 7-colored light surged from her body, where the 7-colored light gathered. A 7-colored pagoda, over a foot tall, appeared in Ning Rongrong's right hand. The pagoda shone with light, exuding an aura of nobility. Ning Rongrong looked like a fairy from the heavens, exuding a celestial quality. 2 circles of yellow soul rings quietly circled around her. The 7 treasures are famous. The first being strength. The first yellow soul ring slowly floated up and enveloped the 7-colored pagoda. Ning Rongrong pointed with her left hand, and 4 beams of colorful light simultaneously released, enveloping Jiang Yu and the other 3 teammates. In an instant, Jiang Yu felt a warm energy surge into his body, filling him with power, and even the soul power within him began to boil. Hey! Zhao Wujie looked at the pagoda in Ning Rongrong's hand, his eyes gleaming with interest. He did not expect that among the candidates this time, there would be a descendant of the 7 treasures Glazed Tile clan. This was one of the wealthiest families on the continent. It seemed that the academy's funding would not be a concern. Zhao Wujie couldn't help but chuckle to himself. The 7 treasures Glazed sect is well known, and the second ability is speed. Several beams of colorful light floated out again, enveloping a few people. They felt their bodies lighten. Truly, it is the strongest auxiliary martial soul on the continent, and its support effects are indeed impressive. At that moment, Zhao Wujie moved, but he didn't rush towards Jiang Yu and the others. Instead, he crouched slightly, and with great force, he slammed his fists into the ground. Zhao Wujie knew the power of the 7 treasures Glazed sect. Although the students before him were vastly inferior in soul power, he understood that even when fighting a rabbit, a lion must use all its strength, so he did not underestimate these children. His attack was not specifically aimed at Ning Rongrong, but the large-scale release of energy was clearly intended to interrupt Ning Rongrong's support effects. Jiang Yu flashed and stood in front of Ning Rongrong. With all his soul power unleashed, the Chixiao Sword manifested and emitted a loud sword cry. As the Chixiao Sword appeared, all swords bowed in submission. Holding the Emperor's sword, Jiang Yu looked like an emperor. Within 100 miles, soul masters who had awakened their sword martial souls sensed the invincible sword intent radiating from the Chixiao Sword and trembled in fear, not daring to unleash their martial souls. The powerful sword intent blocked Zhao Wujie's pressure, causing this soul saint to frown secretly. Jiang Yu's strength shook even Zhao Wujie, who was known for his power. With a loud rumble, the earth trembled, and a wave of yellow energy was released towards the students. Especially, more power was directed at the direction where Jiang Yu was located. A blue-black vine struck silently. Tang San also made his move. The vine did not have spikes. as Tang Xin only granted it the effect of his first soul skill. The vine quickly wrapped around Xiao Wu's waist, and as Tang Xin leaped, he lifted her body into the air. With Jiang Rongrong protecting him, Tang Xin knew there was no problem, so he only focused on Xiao Wu. As for Zhu Zhuqing, they were not familiar, and with his current strength, he could only lift Xiao Wu. He could only watch her performance. Zhu Zhuqing, being a soul master, reacted very quickly, darting out from the side to avoid the shockwave. Xiao Wu go! Tang Xin shouted, raising his hands to push forward, flinging Xiao Wu like a hidden weapon. Having been together for so many years, their tacit understanding needed no words. Xiao Wu didn't even need to look to know where Tang San's hands were. With a push from Tang San, Xiao Wu sprang off his hands like an arrow shooting toward Zhao Wujie on the ground. Seeing Xiao Wu pouncing towards him, Zhao Wujie did not dodge. He was somewhat bored and felt that the opponent's soul power was too low, and as a soul master, their strength was limited. Therefore, Zhao Wujie allowed Xiao Wu to attack. Xiao Wu certainly would not miss this opportunity, her body curling up in the air, rolling forward. Just before reaching Zhao Wujie, she extended her body, completing the martial soul possession in midair, and both feet stepped onto Zhao Wujie's shoulders. Two muffled grunts sounded as Xiao Wu's feet landed on Zhao Wujie's shoulders, but Zhao Wujie had a look of enjoyment. Comfortable, little girl, put in a bit more strength. Feeling looked down upon by Zhao Wujie, Xiao Wu snorted coldly, her entire body bursting with power, twisting and spinning in the air. At that moment, the spike vines had already wrapped around Zhao Wujie's body, tightening and releasing the toxins contained within, while at the same time, the vines that surged from the ground pushed his body up, lifting his feet off the ground. Although Zhao Wujie was very strong, he still couldn't stabilize his body once off the ground, and Tang San's blue-silver grass wrapped around him, preventing him from moving wildly. With Ning Rongrong's support, the soul power exerted by Tang San and Xiao Wu had already exceeded their previous levels. However, Zhao Wujie, known as the Unmoving King, did not use all his strength until he was controlled by the opponent, at which point he unleashed his internal power. Xiao Wu, who was spinning, suddenly froze. Her body was pulled back by Zhao Wujie. With a loud bang, the vines on Zhao Wujie's body shattered, scattering to the ground. The blue-silver grass martial soul was merely a useless martial soul. Tang San had not yet awakened the bloodline of the blue-silver emperor, even though he had added 200-year soul rings to enhance the toughness of the blue-silver grass. But against a powerful opponent, it was still insufficient. This was also his greatest weakness. At that moment, Zhao Wujie let out a low roar, and his body began to swell. His already terrifying muscles almost doubled in size. Even his height increased by a meter. He looked extremely imposing. 7 dazzling soul rings emerged, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black. 7 terrifying soul rings attached to him. Ding 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 ding. A series of dense sounds came from behind Zhao Wujie, and Xiao Wu seized the opportunity to entangle him. The dense sounds were the attacks launched by Zhu Zhuqing. After activating her martial soul, Zhu Zhuqing's eyes became very different. Her left eye turned dark green, and her right eye was bright blue. Her hands transformed into claw-like spikes. Her attacks were extremely precise, forcing even Zhao Wujie to unleash his martial soul for defense. Facing Zhao Wujie's full defensive power, Zhu Zhuqing's attacks did not easily take effect. Zhao Wujie's body was as hard as a metal fortress, showing no signs of being affected. Zhu Zhuqing was bounced back by the force he unleashed. Seeing this, Jiang Yu quickly stepped forward to catch the fiery girl who had been knocked back, pulling her into his embrace, an astonishing sensation coming over him. Chapter 224. The Diamond True Body. Jiang Yu carefully felt the tender skin of the beauty in his arms. Momentarily lost in thought, Zhu Zhuqing's face turned red. Jiang Yu's strong physique and the heat radiating from him made her somewhat entranced. Her feelings for Jiang Yu were complex. He was the first man she truly liked. As for Dai Mubai, although they had an engagement, they had not met often, and despite being a prince of the Star Luo Empire, Dai Mubai was notorious for his promiscuity, flirting with women everywhere. He even engaged with prostitutes for brothels, bringing shame to the royal family of the Star Luo Empire. Zhu Zhuqing had initially doubted these rumors, thinking they might be slander from other princes. But when she saw Dai Mubai coming out of a hotel with a pair of twin sisters, she realized the rumors were true. This made her, who had felt a bit guilty, instantly firm in her thoughts. "Don't force yourself," Jiang Yu said with concern, looking at the beauty in his arms. "Zhao Wujie is a soul saint, and an outstanding one at that. It's already impressive that you can withstand the power of his 10,000-year soul skill. Jiang Yu did not blame Zhu Zhuqing. Instead, he gave her enough face and acknowledged her strength. Zhu Zhuqing, having struggled on the continent for so long, could see through Jiang Yu's sincerity at a glance. She knew that Jiang Yu was not lying to her. Bastard, even at a time like this, you're still flirting. Ning Rongrong glared at Jiang Yu and Zhu Zhuqing's intimate actions, feeling extremely angry. Watching from the side, Dai Mubai felt an overwhelming anger. Though he didn't know why he was so angry. It was a subtle feeling, as if he had been cheated on. Although Dai Mubai did not recognize that the beauty Jiang Yu was holding was his fiancée, he still felt an instinctive anger and discontent towards Jiang Yu's actions. On the other side, Tang San used Xiao Wu as a hammer to attack Zhao Wujin. Although Tang San's hidden weapon technique posed some threat to Zhao Wujin, it couldn't truly shake him. Not to mention the gap in soul power. Even in terms of martial soul quality, they were far from Zhao Wujin. There was no need to mention the blue silvergrass. The soft-bone rabbit was also not a top-tier martial soul. Although any soul beast that cultivated for 100,000 years would have a smaller gap in their true forms compared to true strength. The soft-bone rabbit was clearly inferior to powerful soul beasts like the Titan giant ape. Moreover, Xiao Wu had not yet reached the peak of her cultivation and could not unleash the true power of the soft-bone rabbit. Faced with Zhao Wujin's great strength King Kong ape, even with Tang San's hidden weapon support, they could not gain any advantage. Zhao Wujin's furious attacks instantly pushed Xiao Wu back, causing her to spit out blood and fall into Tang San's arms. Xiao Wu's injury ignited Tang San's anger. He wasn't as furious when he was being suppressed earlier, but seeing Xiao Wu hurt made him completely furious. Just as he was about to take out his crystal board, JiangYu made his move. The third soul skill, Sword Dance, was activated. The black soul ring in the third position lit up. The Chixiao Sword in JiangYu's hand instantly thickened and continued to grow, eventually transforming into a nearly 10-meter giant sword. A violent burst of fire elements erupted, causing the temperature in a radius of 1,000 meters to rise rapidly. Feeling the power emanating from the Chixiao Sword, Zhao Wujin frowned. Although JiangYu's soul power was vastly inferior to his, he sensed a strong threat. Zhao Wujin dared not be careless and immediately unleashed his 10,000-year soul skill. At that moment, he no longer regarded JiangYu as a student. The power JiangYu displayed was enough to be his opponent. The fifth soul skill, Gravity Compression, was unleashed. Zhao Wujin ignored Tang San and the others and focused all his efforts on JiangYu, shouting loudly as he activated the powerful soul skill. A tremendous pressure descended, and everyone felt the weight of gravity pressing down, especially JiangYu. It was evident that this force was specifically targeting him, while the others were merely collateral damage. Even so, the faces of the others showed signs of pain, especially Ning Rongrong, the support-type soul master. Although JiangYu had been training Ning Rongrong daily to enhance her endurance and physical attributes over the years, Ning Rongrong was still a support-type soul master. Even though her physical qualities had significantly improved compared to her original self, facing a powerful attack type, Soul Sage's 10,000-year soul skill was still challenging. Comfortable. Although JiangYu bore most of the gravitational pressure, there was no sign of pain on his face. Instead, he looked relaxed. Comfortable? Zhao Wujin looked at JiangYu in astonishment. It was the first time he had seen someone shout that they felt comfortable in front of his gravity compression. Even Frank couldn't do that. Although Frank's soul power was higher than his, if it weren't for the cat eagle martial soul's flying ability. Zhao Wujin feared he wouldn't lose to Frank. Seeing JiangYu so relaxed made Zhao Wujin furious. It was the greatest humiliation to him. As a soul sage, he couldn't deal with a student. It was truly a huge disgrace. You forced my hand. Zhao Wujin was enraged, and without caring for the assessment anymore. His expression clearly indicated that he was about to get serious. The seventh soul skill, Martial Soul, True Body. The seventh soul ring flickered, and Zhao Wujin's body began to swell, hair rapidly spreading over his skin, covering his entire body. He transformed completely. No, he could no longer be called a human. Zhao Wujin was changing into a bear-like creature. Martial Soul, True Body. Dai Mubai looked in horror at the Zhao Wujin ahead of him. He hadn't expected that in this ordinary assessment, Zhao Wujin would unleash his Martial Soul, True Body. Looking back at JiangYu, his gaze had changed. To force a soul sage to use their Martial Soul True Body was beyond the description of a monster. Compared to JiangYu, he was merely an ordinary person. No wonder the teacher said that only those above Soul Sage could be called advanced soul masters. The Martial Soul True Body was indeed powerful, and ordinary soul masters were no match for it. Tang Sen recalled what the master had said. This was his first time witnessing the martial soul true body, and the shock it brought him was unimaginable. Kid, to force me to use my martial soul true body, even if you lose, you can still be proud. Zhao Wujin had now transformed into a real great strength King Kong bear, but his accent remained unchanged. It was clearly Zhao Wujin speaking. My martial soul true body allows me to use all soul skills within the 7 rings, except for the martial soul true body itself. At 150% of their original power, with a 200% increase in defense. With your strength, it is impossible for you to win. Zhao Wujin deliberately stated his true power, clearly hoping JiangYu would back down. After all, this was just an entrance assessment. Zhao Wujin didn't want to make things difficult for a student. Chapter 225, Blue Silvergrass. JiangYu knew the gap in soul power between him and Zhao Wujin, but he had no intention of backing down. He wasn't afraid of title Douluo, let alone a mere soul sage. Although the Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo were merely training JiangYu and didn't use their true strength, JiangYu's ability to last for about 100 moves against these 2 top title Douluo was already remarkable. If it were someone else, they might not even last a single move. They would likely kneel in the face of the pressure from a title Douluo. Thank you, Teacher Zhao, JiangYu confidently responded. But as a fellow attack-type soul master, I would like to experience the true power of the great strength King Kong bear. JiangYu's words drew gasps from the crowd. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing looked worried, while Tang San and Xiao Wu also showed expressions of concern. One must understand that Zhao Wujin had already unleashed his martial soul true body, and his strength had reached its peak. With Zhao Wujin's power, let alone JiangYu, even an ordinary soul sage would not be able to match him. Dai Mubai looked at JiangYu, feeling increasingly unable to see through this new student. Others might not know, but he was aware of how terrifying Zhao Wujin was after unleashing his martial soul true body. He feared it could withstand the might of a soul Douluo. Even he dared not engage Zhao Wujin in battle. This new student was too formidable. Oscar, hiding in the corner, watched everything happening on the field and couldn't help but mutter to himself. I thought Dai Mubai was already strong enough, but it turns out this newcomer is even stronger. Once he enters the academy, Dai Mubai's position may need to be adjusted. It was not surprising for Oscar to think this way. After all, he had never seen anyone confront Zhao Wujin head-on. Even Dean Flinder had only managed to slowly wear him down by leveraging his flying advantage. Seeing JiangYu appear so unassuming yet confident, Zhao Wujin's eyes flashed with appreciation. He thought back to when he was the same way. Even when facing a formidable enemy, he never shrinks back. Even when confronted by more than a dozen opponents from the Spirit Hall with higher soul power, he dares to take the initiative and fight his way through. For soul masters, the strength of their martial spirit is indeed important. But the courage to confront strong enemies and still draw their sword is the most crucial aspect of being a soul master. Although there are not many geniuses awakening advanced martial spirits on the continent, there are still some each year. However, those who possess such courage are few and far between. At least, Zhao Wujia has never seen such courage. Even in recent years, the Academy's most outstanding student, Dai Mubai, does not exhibit this kind of bravery. Although JiangYu was not suppressed by his momentum, which made Zhao Wujia feel a bit embarrassed and slightly annoyed, the thought of encountering such a genius excited him. And he couldn't help but rub his fists. Since you insist on this, don't blame me. Zhao Wujia had no intention of holding back. He also wanted to see JiangYu's true strength. At this moment, Zhao Wujia had already regarded JiangYu as a true opponent. Holding back would be an insult not only to himself, but also to the other party, so he could only go all out. Right from the start, Zhao Wujia unleashed his second soul skill, Great Strength Diamond Palm. He then quickly released his third soul skill, Gravity Enhancement, increasing the gravity around JiangYu to its maximum. JiangYu felt a powerful force of gravity pressing down on his body. If he hadn't consumed the 10,000-year whale gel that greatly improved his physique and absorbed several 10,000-year soul rings, along with the Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion, a super spirit beast, he would probably find it hard to endure. Facing Zhao Wujia's violent attacks, JiangYu did not panic. He knew that remaining calm was crucial at this moment. Gripping the Chixiao Sword tightly, even facing Zhao Wujia's peak strength, he did not use his Divine Demon Sword or the Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion martial spirit, as the 3 martial spirits were simply too extraordinary. It was likely that no one on the continent had ever awakened 3 martial spirits. Even those who could awaken 2 were already exceedingly rare, let alone 3. JiangYu also did not want to reveal his trump cards. For dealing with Zhao Wujia, the Chixiao Sword was sufficient. This was not because he looked down on Zhao Wujia. The Chixiao Sword was already one of the top martial spirits on the Douluo Continent, while Zhao Wujia's Great Strength Diamond Bear was at most an advanced martial spirit. Although the difference between a top-tier martial spirit and an advanced martial spirit is only one level, the gap between them is vast. This single-level difference is greater than the gap from a soul master to a titled Dalu. The third soul skill, Sword Dance, was activated. The third soul ring, glowing with intense light, slowly lit up, and the Chixiao Sword in Jiang Yu's hand began to grow larger and thicker, quickly transforming into a 10-meter giant sword. Seeing the enormous sword ahead, Zhao Wujia was momentarily stunned, but he quickly regained his composure. At this moment, Zhao Wujia was like an arrow on the bowstring, unable to hold back. If he were to be forced back by Jiang Yu, he would have no face to remain as a teacher at Shrek Academy. Golden flames erupted rapidly, sweeping around him, the intense heat blazing fiercely. The appearance of the Emperor Fire caused Tang San, who was far away, to feel a sense of dread. Logically speaking, with Tang San's willpower, he shouldn't have felt such fear. But then again, his martial spirit was blue silvergrass. Fire has a significant restraining effect on plant-type martial spirits. This was an instinctive reaction of the blue-silver grass martial spirit, which naturally affected Tang San. He initially thought that after adding soul rings, the quality of the blue-silver grass would also improve. Although the current blue-silver grass was much stronger than when it first awakened, it was still insufficient when encountering a more powerful martial spirit, especially a fire-type martial spirit. Tang San glanced at his other hand, where the Haotian hammer martial spirit was located. At this moment, he even had the impulse to add a soul ring to the Haotian hammer martial spirit. If he could cultivate the Haotian hammer, he would possess the most powerful force, making him fearless against anyone. However, he was merely thinking about it. The master had said that he could not add a soul ring to the Haotian hammer until the conflict between the two martial spirits was resolved. Forget it. Although the blue-silver grass martial spirit has significant limitations, the Tang San's hidden weapons are enough to deal with some powerful soul masters. Tang San recalled his greatest trump card. That is the Tang San's hidden weapons. Jiang Yu didn't expect that his performance would even shake Tang San a bit. At this moment, he had no time to worry about Tang San. Zhao Wujia's bear paw was already fiercely pushing towards him. Watching the enormous bear paw descending from the sky, Jiang Yu grasped the Chixiao Sword and struck back. Bang! When the Chixiao Sword made contact with the bear paw, the ground trembled, and even though Zhao Wujia had powerful soul power shielding him, the scorching flames still charred his bare paw, releasing a savory aroma of cooked meat. This caused the students present to swallow their saliva secretly. Of course, Dai Mubai and Oscar did not dare to show it. If Zhao Wujia found out, they would be in trouble. After all, Zhao Wujia was their teacher, and he had plenty of ways to deal with them. How could this kid's fire attribute be so intense? Zhao Wujia found it hard to believe. Chapter 226. Student Zhao Wujia had traversed the Soul Master world for many years and had seen many fire-type Soul Masters. Yet even that fiery woman, known as the Killing Angle in the Golden Iron Triangle, who possessed a fire dragon martial spirit, had never controlled flames of such extremity. The flames released by Jiang Yu had clearly reached the standard of ultimate fire. Otherwise, it would not have been able to break through the defense of his great strength Diamond Bear. This was not something ordinary flames could achieve. Although he temporarily forced Zhao Wujia back, Jiang Yu did not let his guard down. After all, the opponent was a soul sage. If pushed to his limits, one cannot be sure what Zhao Wujia might do, and it was very likely he would forget that this was just an assessment and unleash his true power. Sure enough, moments later, Zhao Wujia let out a loud roar, enduring the scorching power of the Emperor Fire, and with all his might, he pushed towards Jiang Yu. His massive body, like a mountain, rushed forward. Although the great strength Diamond Bear martial spirit was not known for speed, it was not as sluggish as other powerful attack-type beast martial spirits. As those colossal hands overshadowed the sky and pressed down from afar, Jiang Yu slid to the back of the great strength Diamond Bear, and the Chixiao Sword in his hand erupted with force. Jiang Yu threw it with all his strength. The fire sword shot towards the great strength Diamond Bear's rear. Zhao Wujia initially felt a tingling sensation. However, soon the intense pain forced him to halt his attack on Jiang Yu. He clutched his backside, crying out in agony. Although Zhao Wujia's great strength Diamond Bear martial spirit was known for its high attack and high defense, it depended on who the opponent was. The Chixiao Sword was hailed as the Emperor's Sword, the King of Swords. If it couldn't even shake the defense of the great strength Diamond Bear, then it wouldn't deserve to be called an Imperial Sword. Unexpectedly, he could even defeat a soul sage. Tang San had an expression of disbelief. Although he was confident that he could withstand Zhao Wujia's attack using hidden weapons, if he said he could defeat Zhao Wujia, especially as easily as Jiang Yu did, Tang Sen would not dare to assert that. Ever since encountering Jiang Yu, Tang Sen had faced setbacks at every turn. Even though he had cultivated the Tang sect's internal skills and hidden weapon techniques, he still felt a sense of being suppressed. Tang Sen even had a gut feeling that even if he revealed all his trump cards, he would not be Jiang Yu's opponent. Jiang Yu, on the other hand, did not realize that his earlier performance would put such immense pressure on Tang Sen. Finally, I didn't lose. Jiang Yu silently sighed. Facing a soul sage, especially one as powerful as Zhao Wujia, who could challenge opponents of higher ranks, even a soul Dalu would find it tricky. Moreover, there was a huge soul power gap between Jiang Yu and Zhao Wujia. If one were to say Jiang Yu could win, no one would believe it. Yet the result before him, Jiang Yu actually won against Zhao Wujia without relying on external forces, purely based on his own strength. This was simply outrageous. Even Dai Mubai, standing nearby, wore a look of shock. As a strong attack-type soul master himself, he understood Zhao Wujia's strength very well. If it were him, even just in training, he wouldn't dare to spar with teacher Zhao, who had the Titan Great Bear martial soul, let alone a real battle like Jiang Yu's. It seemed that in the future, the position of the top student at Shrek Academy would change hands. However, Dai Mubai had no objection to this. Although he was arrogant, he always respected the strong, as the Xingluo royal family had always revered power. Whoever had strength could rise to power. Even the position of emperor was determined by strength. Without it, no matter how wise one was, they could never inherit the throne. For instance, Dai Mubai's father, in terms of wisdom and influence, was not as good as several of his brothers back then. Yet he was the first to cultivate to the soul emperor realm, with a talent far surpassing that of his brothers. Because of this, Dai Mubai's father was able to inherit the throne of the Xingluo Empire. If he could gain the assistance of such a person, then the throne would be within reach, and he would no longer need to fear other competitors. Dai Mubai couldn't help but think of winning Jiang Yu over. Although he was somewhat displeased with Jiang Yu's earlier competition over women, if he could obtain the throne, he wouldn't mind giving up one woman or even the pair of twins by his side. As long as he could inherit the throne, what woman wouldn't he have? There was no need to offend such a talented soul master over one woman. Having grown up in the royal family, Dai Mubai understood this principle well and immediately suppressed his displeasure. He only wanted to win Jiang Yu over now. Kid, you are impressive. Zhao Wujia, while not exactly a paragon of virtue, accepted his loss gracefully, even if he lost to a student, which would be a significant blow to his pride. A true man would not be fazed by such setbacks. Zhao Wujia released his martial soul, returning to his original self, and addressed Jiang Yu and the others. This match was my loss. You all passed. Welcome to Shrek Academy. Zhao Wujia opened his arms in a welcoming gesture. The 5 students before him were all rare talents, especially Jiang Yu, who had great potential to cultivate to the title Douluo level in the future. If Shrek Academy could produce a title Douluo powerhouse, then funding would no longer be an issue for the academy. The surrounding kingdoms would surely invest in it, supporting Shrek Academy. This would also improve the treatment of the teachers, who currently relied solely on tuition fees and donations from students' families to maintain basic teaching standards. Mubai, take them to choose their dormitories. After Zhao Wujia finished speaking, he left the playground, leaving the rest of the formalities to Dai Mubai. After Zhao Wujia left, Dai Mubai did not idle either, leading the new students to the academy dormitories. Although called dormitories, they were essentially wooden houses in the village, looking somewhat shabby. The walls of the wooden houses were made of a mixture of mud and straw, with thick thatch covering the roofs. Sunlight dappled on the thatch, creating a blend of golden light and grass color, making the shabby grass house somewhat bearable. Looking at the thatched house, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but frown. She never expected the environment at Shrek Academy to be so poor, with students having to sleep in grass houses. She had never slept in a grass house before. Compared to Ning Rongrong's disdain, the others did not show any obvious dislike. The inside of the thatched house featured large communal sleeping areas, with no individual rooms, forcing Ning Rongrong and the other girls to share a room. JiangYu had to squeeze in with Tang San and Oscar, thus solving the room issue. Time quietly passed into the evening. The sky outside was gradually darkening. Oscar, meanwhile, revealed his lecherous side and began discussing the allocation of female students with Jiang Yu and Tang San. Oscar attempted to allocate one female student for himself, but unexpectedly faced collective resistance from Jiang Yu and Tang San. Chapter 227, The Mysterious Person. Are you kidding? Although Tang Xin claimed to see Xiao Wu only as a younger sister, in reality, his feelings for her were more than just that. How could he allow Oscar to have a chance? As for Jiang Yu, among the new female students, apart from Xiao Wu, they were all his women. How could he allocate them to Oscar? Seeing that both new students disagreed, Oscar intended to continue speaking, but upon seeing their resolute expressions, he had to stop. Who told him he was just an auxiliary soul master? Even if he had strong offensive power, he couldn't possibly match these two new students, especially Jiang Yu. This was someone who wasn't afraid even of Zhao Wujie. Oscar dared not retort. Late at night, when all was quiet, Tang San and Oscar had already fallen asleep. Jiang Yu put on his clothes, tiptoed to the door, opened it, and let the moonlight pour in. After closing the door, Jiang Yu was about to find a place to relieve himself when a noise came from a distance. Who is it? Jiang Yu followed the sound and quickly pursued it. Someone intruding into Shrek Academy at this late hour surely had ulterior motives. Soon, Jiang Yu chased the mysterious person out of the boundaries of Shrek Academy. They arrived in a nearby forest where the person disappeared into the trees, making it impossible to see them. Without hesitation, Jiang Yu followed into the woods, unafraid that the mysterious person would take action against him. Observing their behavior, they did not seem like a bad person. Inside the forest, the underbrush was thick, and the ground was covered with blue grass. Although this blue-silver grass had strong vitality, it was commonly found across the continent. It was a very ordinary plant. Those that could cultivate to 1,000 years of age were few and far between. This common grass was mostly food for soul beasts, especially the soft-bone rabbit, which fed on blue-silver grass. Come out. Jiang Yu stopped and looked into the dim space ahead, his eyes slightly wary. Who are you? The mysterious person did not respond directly, but said faintly, I didn't expect to find such a talent in this small place. With your talent, reaching the title Douluo level is completely within your grasp. Draw your sword. As the mysterious person spoke, he stepped out from the dark space and stood a few meters away from Jiang Yu. Let me see your sword. The mysterious person was tall, cloaked in black, with a black hood covering his head. From his appearance, one could only tell he was a man. As the mysterious person spoke, he raised his right hand, and a black light gathered in his palm, transforming into a huge object. 9 soul rings appeared on his body, 2 yellow, 2 purple for black, and 1 red. The 9 soul rings did not pulsate like Zhao Wujie's. They simply remained still at different positions on his body. 9 soul rings. Upon seeing the soul rings on the mysterious person's body, Jiang Yu immediately guessed his identity. In the Douluo Continent, the number of titled Douluos is not many, so it is easy to distinguish which titled Douluo it is based on their characteristics. The glaring red soul ring is extremely rare even among titled Douluos. Aside from the Pope Bibi Dong, only that retired soul master who has been hailed as the most gifted in the Haotian sect in 100 years. The Haotian Duo Tang Hao, who is also rarely seen in the Douluo Continent, possesses it. Jiang Yu did not expect that Tang Hao would not go to find Zhao Wujie to teach his son Tang San a lesson, but would instead come to him. Could it be that he is jealous of my strength compared to Tang San? Jiang Yu thought to himself, realizing that Tang Hao had always secretly protected Tang San and might have some thoughts seeing his talent surpass that of his own son. However, a dignified titled Douluo should not bully a child for such reasons. Jiang Yu silently scoffed. The mysterious person saw that Jiang Yu did not show any fear upon seeing the 9 soul rings on him and couldn't help but nod in approval. Not to mention a child, even some titled Douluo powerhouses would feel fear upon seeing the soul ring configuration on him. 100,000-year soul ring is not comparable to ordinary soul rings. Aside from him, there is probably only the current Pope of the Spirit Hall who possesses one. Kid, don't say I'm bullying you, the mysterious person said confidently. I will suppress my soul power to your level, and I won't use self-created soul skills, only relying on the power of the martial soul itself. With that, the mysterious person lifted the hammer in his hand. Then bring it on. Jiang Yu didn't hesitate. Since he had the opportunity to meet the famous Haotian Duo, he wanted to see just how powerful this legendary strength-type soul master was. A flash of red light appeared, and a long sword appeared in Jiang Yu's hand. This sword was magnificent in appearance, looking cold and imposing, giving a strong sense of pressure. Indeed, the mysterious person saw the words Chixiao in pure gold on the sword and showed an excited expression. It truly is the Chixiao Sword. The mysterious person's tone was filled with shock. 3,000 years ago, the continent's #1 weapon martial soul was not the current Haotian hammer. Back then, there was a saying on the continent, martial soul supreme, the sword Chixiao. If the divine soul does not emerge, who can resist? The mysterious person, highly revered, the Chixiao Sword. In his opinion, even though it was a divine bestowed martial soul at the peak of martial souls, it still fell slightly short compared to the Chixiao Sword. His clan had fought against several clans with divine bestowed martial souls, and even those with angel martial souls like the Qian family did not intimidate them. The angel martial soul was not significantly stronger than their clan's inherited martial soul, but the Chixiao Sword was different. 3,000 years ago, the mysterious person's ancestor had fought against a soul master with the Chixiao Sword martial soul. In that battle, the Chixiao Sword soul master completely suppressed his ancestor's hammer with the sword in hand. If it weren't for the subsequent disappearance of the entire Chixiao Sword sect, and no soul master awakening the Chixiao Sword appearing again on the Douluo Continent, how could the position of the continent's #1 weapon martial soul have fallen to their clan? Although the mysterious person knew the reputation of the Chixiao Sword, he still felt unconvinced. He wanted everyone to know that the Haotian hammer was not inferior to the Chixiao Sword. The title of the continent's #1 weapon martial soul was well-deserved, and as long as he defeated the Chixiao Sword soul master, he could prove this, and no one would question it anymore. The mysterious person also wanted to see what was so special about the legendary Chixiao Sword martial soul that it could suppress all weapon martial souls for so many years. Therefore, in order to have a fair fight, the mysterious person not only sealed most of his soul power, but also did not plan to use self-created soul skills or some powerful techniques. He wanted to compete fairly with the power of the martial soul itself against the Chixiao Sword martial soul. The mysterious person gripped the hammer tightly, staring ahead, not intending to strike first. At his level, he naturally had the dignity of a powerhouse and would not take advantage of others. Chapter 228, The Imperial Sword Domain Today. While Zhao Wujie and Jiang Yu were fighting, Tang Hao had been secretly watching. When he saw that Jiang Yu's martial soul was the Chixiao Sword, even Tang Hao couldn't help but be a bit surprised. That's why he came to find Jiang Yu late at night. He didn't even care that Zhao Wujie was bullying his son. After all, Zhao Wujie couldn't escape from here. Jiang Yu, seeing Tang Hao being so bold, was not angry. After all, he was facing the famous Haotian Dalu, known as the #1 attack-type title Dalu in the Douluo Continent. Although he had suppressed his soul power to a level similar to Jiang Yu's, the skills and experience of a title Dalu were not something Jiang Yu could compare to at this moment. In that case, let us do it. Jiang Yu held the sword with one hand, his aura erupting, and his entire demeanor changed, exuding a powerful presence. Jiang Yu infused his soul power into the Chixiao Sword, and also sent a portion of his mental power into the sword. This was the sword technique contained in the Chixiao Sword, unity of man and sword. Buzz, buzz, buzz at that moment. The Chixiao Sword seemed to have gained sentience, instantly flying out of Jiang Yu's hand. The Chixiao soared across the sky, carrying golden flames as it flew forward, tracing a golden arc in the air. This is... Tang Hao looked shocked. He had never thought of using a martial soul in such a way. This sword was so peculiar, and the soul rings on the sword did not light up, indicating that this move was not a soul skill. Could it be a self-created soul skill? Tang Hao looked at Jiang Yu in disbelief. He could actually create a soul skill. This was even rarer than having innate, full soul power. The number of soul masters who could create their own soul skills was very few. Facing Jiang Yu's self-created soul skill, Tang Hao, although confident he could withstand it, still focused intently since he did not know the effect of the opponent's soul skill. Tang Hao tightened his grip on the Haotian hammer. Since the opponent was using a self-created soul skill, he naturally had to respond with the soul skills of the Haotian sect to see who truly was the #1 weapon martial soul. Tang Hao exerted force with his legs, and his entire body erupted with power. He was a soul master who relied purely on strength. No matter who the enemy was, he would crush them with pure strength. At this moment, the power exuding from Tang Hao could only be described as terrifying. The strength of an attack-type soul master was already above that of other types of soul masters, and with Tang Hao's martial soul being the Haotian hammer, known for its strength, combined with his pure strength approach, even though he had suppressed his soul power to a level similar to Jiang Yu's, his strength had no limits. Even Zhao Wujie might not be as powerful as he was. Tang Hao shifted his foot and swung the Haotian hammer, a massive object in his hand showing no signs of hesitation. A whirlwind swept up around him. Tang Hao's hammer techniques had reached an unparalleled level, and the hammer swung with no openings, making it difficult for others to counterattack. Indeed, he was worthy of being the Haotian Dalu. Jiang Yu knew that Tang Hao was not easy to deal with, but when he truly faced him, he found that this Haotian Dalu's strength far exceeded his expectations. Even the sword-wielding Dalu, known for his killing prowess, was slightly inferior in comparison to Tang Hao. The Haotian hammer collided with the incoming Chixiao Sword from afar, and the two top-tier martial souls erupted with completely different powers. The Haotian hammer represented pure strength, crushing everything with its ultimate power, while the Chixiao Sword exuded supreme pressure, as if it were a lofty sovereign, instilling fear in all living beings. In terms of raw power, the Chixiao Sword might not match the Haotian hammer, but the overwhelming sword intent made the Haotian hammer tremble. This was the first time Tang Hao saw his martial soul exhibit fear. Although it was not much, it was enough to shock him. This had never happened before. Even when facing the angel martial soul of the former pope of the Spirit Hall, his Haotian hammer had never shown fear, even unleashing unprecedented power to firmly suppress the angel martial soul. In that battle, Tang Hao had just reached the title Dalu level and had not yet added soul rings. Yet he managed to break through the siege of the Pope of the Spirit Hall, several title Dalu, the Platinum Bishop, and a large group of renowned experts on the continent. He even severely injured the Pope. All along, Tang Hao had been confident in his martial soul. The Haotian hammer rightfully deserved the title of the strongest weapon martial soul on the continent. But today, the Haotian hammer actually felt fear toward the Chixiao Sword. Great Sumeru hammer. Although he couldn't use all his strength, Tang Hao still employed his strongest technique. This great Sumeru hammer was the most powerful inherited soul skill of the Haotian sect, traditionally passed down to only the sect leader. Although the current sect leader was Tang Xiao, he couldn't even use this great Sumeru hammer technique. Tang Chun had only passed this great Sumeru hammer to his grandson Tang Hao, showing how high his expectations were for him. The great Sumeru hammer could fuse all of one's soul rings into one, injecting them all into the Haotian hammer, transforming into the purest power and attack power, exhibiting strength that surpassed one's own soul power, following the path of overwhelming strength. However, Tang Hao did not truly unleash the full power of the great Sumeru hammer, as it would not be honorable to win that way. But forcing him to use the great Sumeru hammer was already enough for JiangYu to feel proud. It should be noted that even when facing ordinary title Dalu, Tang Hao would not use the great Sumeru hammer technique. He only resorted to Haotian sect's strongest hammer technique when facing powerful opponents. Tang Hao's first soul ring shone brightly, and all the power within it surged into the Haotian hammer. For a moment, the Chixiao Sword was suppressed by the power of the Haotian hammer. The supreme imperial sword was actually being pressed down by the Haotian hammer. JiangYu did not dare to hold back. His soul power erupted completely, connecting with the Chixiao Sword, which seemed to sense the provocation from the Haotian hammer. The sword body emitted a rumbling sound, and at that moment, the Chixiao Sword was enraged. It had always been the one to suppress others. No one had ever been able to suppress it. Not even the Xianyuan sword had ever humiliated it like this. An unprecedented power suddenly manifested. The hidden power within the Chixiao Sword erupted completely. This power formed a peculiar sword domain. Merging with the Chixiao Sword, JiangYu instantly comprehended this power. Within the sword domain, all weapon martial souls' powers would be halved, and sword martial souls' powers would be reduced even more. Meanwhile, the power of the Chixiao Sword would be increased by 100%. In addition, the fire attribute of the Chixiao Sword would also be enhanced by 100%. Moreover, within this sword domain, the opponent's mental power would also be affected, potentially causing dizziness. Imperial Sword Domain. JiangYu named this completely new power the Imperial Sword Domain. After all, the Chixiao Sword was the sword of Imperial Way. Tang Hao furrowed his brow, seeing that he was about to suppress JiangYu. He did not expect that the Chixiao Sword in his hand would erupt at this moment, awakening the power of the domain. Even titled Douluo, who stood at the pinnacle of soul masters, might not necessarily awaken the power of the domain. Chapter 229. The Power of the Domain. JiangYu had actually awakened the power of the domain. Tang Hao looked at the young man in front of him with shock. The talent of this young man was actually stronger than that of his son, having grasped the domain at such a young age. Even a genius like him could not achieve this at JiangYu's age. As the Imperial Sword Domain appeared, Tang Hao felt that the Haotian hammer in his hand was instantly suppressed, and even the power of the great Sumeru hammer technique was significantly weakened, to the point that he could not unleash the original power of the Haotian hammer. This was the magic of the domain. Tang Hao no longer held back. The killing intent on his body erupted instantly, transforming into a thick black mist that enveloped his body. The black mist swirled, making one shudder involuntarily. The surrounding creatures dared not move. Even the blue-silver grass on the ground retracted, no longer absorbing the power of moonlight. The powerful killing intent surged towards the Imperial Sword domain. The pressure around Tang Hao gradually diminished. This was his domain, killing god domain. At that time, in the City of Slaughter, he had endured hardships and passed through the numerous tests of the City of Slaughter with great willpower to successfully obtain the killing god domain. It should be noted that in the past 10,000 years, only a handful of people had passed the tests of the City of Slaughter. The difficulties involved were comparable to achieving the title Dalu rank, and those who succeeded were all extraordinary talents. Once the killing god domain emerged, Tang Hao's momentum instantly increased significantly, and the power within him erupted accordingly. In contrast, Jiang Yu side, due to the influence of the killing god domain, experienced a 10% decrease in strength. Although this 10% decrease did not significantly impact Jiang Yu's overall strength due to the enhancement of the Imperial Sword domain, his opponent was not an ordinary soul master. This was one of the strongest people on the continent. Both sides did not dare to underestimate each other. The black killing god domain and the fiery red, golden Imperial Sword domain occupied the air, clearly distinct from each other. The two top domains refused to give way, neither willing to concede, showcasing the dignity of top-tier domains. The commotion in the forest awoke Flander and Zhao Wujia, who got up from their beds and headed towards the small forest. Flander unleashed his cat-eagle martial soul, and after the martial soul manifestation, a pair of huge wings appeared behind him. His entire body was covered with a layer of feathers, and his eyes turned orange-yellow. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black, black. 7 dazzling soul rings emerged from him. After manifesting his martial soul, Flander's speed increased significantly with a flap of his wings. He flew hundreds of meters and quickly rushed into the small forest. As for Zhao Wujia, he was not adept at speed to begin with, let alone compare himself to Flander, who possessed a flying martial soul. Compared to Flander, his speed could only be described as slow, but fortunately, the small forest was not far from the academy. A few hundred meters away from JiangYu, Flander slowly descended and stopped in the grass. Although it was night, Flander could still see JiangYu and Tang Hao in front of him, thanks to the enhanced vision granted by his cat-eagle martial soul, unaffected even by the darkness. Upon seeing the hammer in the mysterious person's hand, Flander's face was filled with shock. He then thought of someone. It was actually him, Flander murmured, unable to believe that the Hao Yiandao would appear at Shrek Academy. Wait, the person beside him was a student who came to enroll today. Flander couldn't believe this scene. JiangYu was actually on par with the Hao Yiandao. Although it was obvious that the Hao Yiandao was suppressing his realm, it was still astonishing enough. Such a genius can no longer be described as a monster. Even since Flanders founded Shrek Academy, he has only accepted geniuses. But someone as stunning as JiangYu has never appeared before. Such a person is bound to reach the pinnacle of soul masters in the future. There is even hope for becoming a god. Perhaps he could become the first person to ascend to godhood in 10,000 years on the continent. At the thought of this, Flanders became quite excited. If he could truly cultivate a god, Shrek Academy would surely gain fame across the continent and become a #1 academy. Wealth and glory would be within reach. Just as Flanders was lost in his fantasies, Zhao Wujia arrived at the small grove. Seeing Flanders squatting there in a daze, he patted Flanders on the shoulder with his large hand, instantly pulling him back to reality. Zhao Wujia. Flanders knew without thinking that the one disrupting his thoughts was Zhao Wujia, the only person he found so annoying. Although Flanders felt a bit angry, he still tried to lower his voice to avoid alarming the two people ahead. Principal, what are you doing squatting here? There are intruders at Shrek Academy, and you're not chasing them away? The sky was dim, and Zhao Wujia couldn't see the slightly angry expression on Flanders' face. Nor could he discern the identities of the two people in front. He only knew that those who intruded into Shrek Academy at midnight must have ulterior motives. Wait. Just as Zhao Wujia was about to rush out, Flanders reached out to hold him back. Although Zhao Wujia was tall and strong, the principal of Shrek Academy was not to be underestimated. That person ahead is not someone you can provoke, Flanders warned. If you don't want to get beaten up, just wait here obediently. Beaten up? Zhao Wujia frowned. If someone else had said this, he wouldn't have believed it at all. But since it was Flanders who said it, and they had been together for so long, Zhao Wujia knew what kind of person Flanders was. Although he was greedy and stingy, he wouldn't speak carelessly. Since he said so, it meant that the other party must have a significant background. Generally, it would take a peak soul Dalu, even a title Dalu, to make Zhao Wujia unable to fight back. This left Zhao Wujia puzzled. How could such a person come to a small place like Shrek Academy? Flanders and Zhao Wujia thought they were hiding well in the grass. But they didn't know that their movements had already been sensed by Tang, Hao, and Jiang Yu. Although Jiang Yu's realm was not as high as Tang Hao's, his spiritual power was not weak, especially since he had absorbed the power of the Sky Dream Iceworm, the only million-year soul beast on the continent, which was also a spiritual type. It could be said that Jiang Yu's spiritual power was not inferior to that of a title Dalu and might even exceed that of an average title Dalu. However, neither of them spoke, nor did they mind having someone watching from the side. As the two great domains erupted, Flanders and Zhao Wujia felt immense pressure, but after all, they were soul saints. Moreover, Tang Hao had suppressed his soul power and hadn't used all of it, so Flanders and Zhao Wujia could still bear it. The two were fixated on the front. Tang Hao wielded the Haotian hammer, and the Killing God domain erupted completely, resembling the legendary Killing God, imposing and mighty. Jiang Yu held the Chixiao Sword, and the Emperor Sword domain was fully unleashed, like an ancient emperor ruling over vast mountains and rivers. Chapter 2:30, Primordial Purple Qi. When encountering a talented individual, it was a match of equals. Neither Jiang Yu nor Tang Hao was willing to back down. One wielded a sword, the other held a hammer. The two great domains were released to the extreme. Jiang Yu rarely used the Earth Shackle Sword technique, and the Chixiao Sword burst forth with a strong sword light. The yellow sword light contained boundless murderous intent and a mysterious aura. Faced with this mysterious power, Tang Hao couldn't help but grip his Haotian hammer tightly. The 100-meter sword light was dazzling like the sun. Flanders and Zhao Wujia, hiding in the grass, felt a bit of fear from this power. It seemed that this kid hadn't shown his true strength in today's assessment. Otherwise, Zhao Wujia couldn't help but murmur. At this moment, seeing Jiang Yu's performance, Zhao Wujia finally understood how powerful Jiang Yu's true strength was. Seeing that 100-meter sword light, Tang Hao was surprised but not afraid. He had never yielded to anyone, not even to a peak Dalu. That was what he was most proud of. Tang Hao swung the Haotian hammer and charged forward. The enormous hammer was incredibly light in his hands, as if it weighed nothing. His attack appeared simple and unadorned, lacking flashy effects, but it was filled with immense power. Bang, the large hammer collided with the Chixiao Sword, and the powers of the two great martial souls intertwined, creating a storm that erupted outward from their point of contact. Surrounding 100-meter tall trees were bent by the strong wind, and the blue-silver grass on the ground was even uprooted and scattered everywhere. Even Flanders and Zhao Wujia, who were several hundred meters away, were pushed back by the strong wind. However, it seemed that Flanders retreated further, as he was a sensitive attack-type soul master and did not have Zhao Wujia's robust build, so he naturally had to retreat more. In contrast, although Zhao Wujia's soul power was lower than Flanders, his strength was greater. The Haotian hammer and Chixiao Sword clashed, and the power that erupted grew stronger and stronger. The chaotic sword energy of the Chixiao Sword impacted the hammer, and the host, being one with the martial soul, also faced tremendous pressure. Both Tang Hao and Jiang Yu's soul power was rapidly depleting. The more powerful the soul skill, the greater the consumption. After a series of clashes, the soul power within both of them had dropped to less than 10%. Unless Tang Hao released the suppression on his soul power, this battle was likely to determine a winner soon. With Tang Hao's character, he would never resort to bullying the weak. He would not release the seal. Seeing that he couldn't suppress Jiang Yu for a long time, Tang Hao instantly understood why the Chixiao Sword had always been regarded as the #1 weapon martial soul on the continent. It was indeed powerful. Even Tang Hao had to admit that with the Chixiao Sword present, the Haotian hammer could not be called the #1 weapon martial soul. Realizing this, Tang Hao reluctantly withdrew the Haotian hammer. At this moment, his soul power was no longer sufficient to launch a powerful attack, and he had already gained significant advantages in this battle. Continuing to entangle would not be the act of a great man. Watching Tang Hao retract the Haotian hammer, Jiang Yu finally relaxed. If they continued to fight, he might not be able to achieve victory either. Fortunately, he held on against this immense pressure. No wonder it's the Chixiao Sword. You haven't tarnished this sword. Although Tang Hao was completely covered in clothing, it was not difficult to hear from his tone that he was sincerely praising Jiang Yu. In the future, in a world of soul masters, there may be only a handful who can compare to you. No, there may be no one who can stand shoulder to shoulder with you. Tang Hao clearly recognized Jiang Yu's strength, and for him to say such words was already quite remarkable. Although his son Tang San had awakened innate full soul power and even possessed twin martial souls, in his view, these were not enough to surpass Jiang Yu. Tang Hao did not know that Jiang Yu had 2 more martial souls, Otherwise, his expression would likely have been even more interesting. Even so, the fact that he could say such words with his strength has already proven that Jiang Yu's position as the number one is basically unshakable. After all, Tang Hao's vision and realm are not something an ordinary title Dalu can compare to. You two come out. After losing to Jiang Yu, Tang Hao didn't say much, but he couldn't help feeling a bit unwilling. Right now, he urgently needed someone to vent his frustrations. Originally, he wanted to find Zhao Wujian to seek an explanation for Tang San, and now he was already here, so he didn't need to go looking for him anymore. Greetings, my lord. Although Flinder recognized the identity of the mysterious person, he didn't reveal it and respectfully flew in front of him. Zhao Wujian also didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly quickened his pace toward the mysterious person's direction. A title Douluo was not someone he could provoke. Tang Hao didn't say much, grabbing this renowned soul master and giving him a beating. However, Tang Hao was still measured and did not injure any vital areas. So although the other party felt pain, there was no actual damage. After the beating, Tang Hao also taught the other party some techniques and how to use power. Then he turned around and left. No one saw the hint of bright red that spilled from the corner of Tang Hao's mouth. The previous sword energy had clearly affected him somewhat. Although this effect was quickly suppressed, what Jiang Yu was able to achieve was already remarkable. Jiang Yu also didn't stay in the small woods any longer. He had gained a lot from the earlier conflict and had a deeper understanding of how to use power. So he hurriedly took his leave from the two academy teachers. Jiang Yu quickly ran back to his dormitory. He gently sat cross-legged on the bed, carefully reflecting on the battle with Tang Hao. As the sky began to brighten, Jiang Yu stepped out of his room and went to an open space to practice the Hongmeng Purple Qi. A great sun slowly rose in the sky, and a wisp of purple energy gradually emerged. Jiang Yu operated his technique, slowly absorbing the purple gas from the sky. As the purple energy entered his body, his skin emitted a rich purple glow, making him appear even more divine. The innate purple energy is extremely precious. It only appears at the moment the sun rises on the Douluo Continent. No one on the entire Douluo Continent knows the mysteries of the innate purple energy, so no one has been able to cultivate with it. Moreover, even if someone knew the effects of the purple energy without a high-level technique, they wouldn't be able to absorb the purple energy around the sun. Only Jiang Yu and Tang San could utilize the purple energy for cultivation due to their techniques. Just as Jiang Yu was absorbing the purple energy to nourish his body, Tang San also got up to cultivate, as only the morning's innate purple energy could allow his purple extreme magic eyes to reach full mastery. However, Tang San didn't absorb much purple energy, as the technique he practiced was far inferior to Jiang Yu's, making it impossible for him to compete with Jiang Yu for the innate purple energy. Tang San only absorbed the leftover purple energy after Jiang Yu had finished absorbing it. So for all these years, his purple extreme magic eyes hadn't even reached the small success stage. Tang San was unaware that most of the innate purple energy had been absorbed by Jiang Yu and thought there was only that little amount available. Chapter 231, Strategy. I don't know when my purple extreme magic eyes will reach small success. Tang San couldn't help but sigh. Cultivating the purple extreme magic eyes requires absorbing innate purple energy to make progress. However, innate purple energy is extremely scarce on the Douluo Continent, even less than in his previous world. Tang San did not know that the innate purple energy had been absorbed by Jiang Yu and thought it was a problem with this world. He sighed in frustration, shook his head helplessly, and stopped cultivating, contemplating yesterday's battle. Jiang Yu's performance far exceeded his expectations. With his current strength, he simply couldn't match Jiang Yu. Even with Tang Sek's hidden weapons, it wouldn't work, unless he could create hidden weapons that ranked among the top in 100 solutions. But those hidden weapons needed a strong inner force as a backing, unless they were machine expansion type hidden weapons, like the Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needle and Peacock Feather. However, the manufacturing process for these hidden weapons is extremely complicated, and the material requirements are exceedingly strict. With his current conditions, it would be impossible to create them. And even though he had experience in making these hidden weapons before, remanufacturing them would still take a considerable amount of time, plus he would need to find materials smoothly. Although Tang San was eager to quickly create the Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needle and Peacock Feather, so he could make up for the gap in strength against opponents like Jiang Yu, he also knew that such matters couldn't be rushed. Rather than anxiously waiting, it would be better to first improve his soul power. Thinking of this, Tang San felt an urge to practice the Haotian hammer. Although the blue silver grass had greatly improved in quality due to the soul ring's enhancement, it was still just grass. It could handle ordinary soul masters. but it was somewhat lacking when facing genius soul masters with awakened, powerful martial souls. If he could cultivate the Haotian hammer, then he would have the confidence to contend against Jiang Yu. Tang Xin still didn't know that last night his father, the renowned Haotian Dalu, even used the inherited soul skill of the Haotian sect and still lost to Jiang Yu. If he had known, he probably wouldn't have had such thoughts. Who? Jiang Yu exhaled a breath of turbid air. At this moment, his spirit was incredibly full, and his entire body was filled with power, his physical quality having improved again. Go. His stomach let out a rumble. Jiang Yu rubbed his belly, realizing he hadn't eaten since he had been cultivating up until now, and felt a bit hungry. It's time for breakfast. I should go find Rong and the others. Jiang Yu guessed that Ning Rong and Zhu Zhuqing also hadn't eaten breakfast, so he decided to find them together. The girls' dormitory was not far from the boys' dormitory, only about a dozen meters away. Soon, Jiang Yu arrived at the entrance of the girls' dormitory. He didn't push the door open directly. After all, besides Ning Rong and Zhu Zhuqing, there was also Xiao Wu inside. So, Jiang Yu called out Ning Rong's name directly at the door. After a short while, the door opened, and Ning Rong and Zhu Zhuqing walked out, still wearing the same outfits as yesterday, looking a bit lazy. Rong, Zhuqing, Jiang Yu, unafraid of their surprise, generously said, "Do you want to go have breakfast together?" Breakfast? Ning Rong rubbed her drowsy eyes. She had been hungry for a long time. Upon hearing there was breakfast, her face immediately lit up with excitement. "You go wait for me," Ning Rong said as she turned back to her room. "I'll go call Xiao Wu. We'll go eat breakfast together." She hadn't forgotten about her other roommate. Zhu Zhuqing walked out of the door slowly towards Jiang Yu, and it was hard to tell if it was because she had just woken up or for some other reason, but her face was flushed. "How are you?" Zhu Zhuqing said shyly. "In yesterday's assessment, it was all thanks to you holding back the examiner. Did you get hurt?" Seeing her concerned expression, Jiang Yu couldn't help but feel warm. Although he had not suffered any injuries, he knew he definitely couldn't say that directly. Ahem. Jiang Yu pretended to cough a few times, squinted his eyes, and feigned a look of discomfort. After all, the other party was a soul sage and a power type 1 at that. Facing her was still quite stressful. Although there was no significant damage, he still inevitably suffered some internal injuries. Jiang Yu elongated his voice and gently said, "But as long as you weren't hurt, then it's worth it. This little injury doesn't mean anything." As Jiang Yu spoke, he pretended to cough a few times. Zhu Zhuqing, who had never experienced such a situation, quickly fell into it. No one had ever treated her this way before. In an instant, a part of her body became wet. Tears streamed down from her eyes. Seeing the beautiful girl cry, Jiang Yu knew his words had an effect and was just about to step forward to comfort her. Just then, Ning Rong's footsteps came from inside the room, and Zhu Zhuqing hurriedly rubbed her tears. She didn't want Ning Rong to see this scene. Jiang Yu had no choice but to withdraw his embrace. Soon, Ning Rong and Xiao Wu came out, with a hint of fatigue on Xiao Wu's face. But otherwise nothing seemed unusual. No wonder she was a transformed spirit beast for 100,000 years, after being toyed with by Tang San as a weapon yesterday. She suffered no damage. She was truly resilient. At that moment, Tang San also arrived at the girls' dormitory. Seeing Jiang Yu at the door, he was momentarily taken aback. But then he understood. Jiang Yu was here for the same reason he was. Only he was looking for Xiao Wu to have breakfast together. When Xiao Wu saw Tang San, her fatigue disappeared in an instant, and she bounced over to him. After chatting for a while, they saw Xiao Wu wrap her arm around Tang San's, appearing intimate. Seeing this, Ning Rong followed suit and reached out to hold Jiang Yu's hand. Her straightforward personality didn't adhere to the notion of gender differences, and given the open atmosphere of Douluo Continent, Ning Rong felt no wrongdoing in her actions. Zhu Zhuqing watched Ning Rong hold Jiang Yu's hand and couldn't help but feel a bit envious. She wanted to be like Ning Rong, but with her personality, she found it difficult to hold a man's hand in front of so many people. Noticing Zhu Zhuqing's hesitation, Jiang Yu felt a bit of pity for her. She was different from Ning Rong. Ning Rong was loved by her father and two grandfather-like titled Daluos, growing up in an enviable environment. Although Zhu Zhuqing's father was a duke in the Star Luo Empire, a position of great power, her background was not inferior to Ning Rong's. However, the Star Luo Empire valued strength above all, and even the royal family and dukes were fundamentally based on strength. A harsh environment can cultivate a person's resilience, but staying in such a cold atmosphere for too long inevitably leads to oppression. Therefore, Zhu Zhuqing could not be like Ning Rong. Their personalities were filled with differences. Jiang Yu subtly extended his other hand to reach for Zhu Zhuqing, and her cold hand instantly filled with warmth. Chapter 232. Phoenix. Zhu Zhuqing had never held hands with the opposite sex before. This feeling was warm, something she had never experienced before. Zhu Zhuqing tightly grasped Jiang Yu's hand. Thus, Jiang Yu held the hands of both Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong as they searched for the location of the dining hall in the village. Tang San, watching Jiang Yu hold the two girls, was somewhat surprised. This was possible too. Although Tang San had exceptional talent in cultivation, he was not so gifted in matters of the heart. He had always been immersed in hidden weapons and inner strength cultivation, never having had deep contact with women. The scene today greatly moved him. Jiang Yu, unaware of Tang San's thoughts, had been searching for a long time without finding the dining hall, causing him to grumble. What kind of school was Shrek Academy? Did they not even have a dining hall? Jiang Yu was too lazy to continue searching and had a sudden idea when he saw the busy villagers nearby. Since he didn't know where the academy's dining hall was, why not buy some food from the villagers' homes? Although it was still early, the villagers, unlike soul masters who could sleep in, had to work in the fields and were surely already up. Hearing that Jiang Yu wanted to buy food from the villagers, Tang San had no objections. He was too hungry and didn't want to look for the dining hall anymore. Just as they were about to find a villager's house to buy food, a commotion came from a distance. They turned to see a boy and girl arguing about something. The girl looked around 15 years old, with an ordinary appearance and simple farmer's clothes, likely a child of the villagers. The boy she was arguing with looked about the same age, short and chubby, with short hair and small eyes, his face round and fleshy. Most amusingly, he had two small tufts of hair above his lip, seemingly just sprouting from puberty. Ma Ongjun, don't look for me anymore. I want to be with you. Suehua, can we not break up? No, to be honest, I don't dislike you. But you're just two. You should find someone else. Breaking up is fine, but you have to come back to me once more. Then I'll agree to your request. As Ma Hongjun reached to grab Suehua, she hurriedly backed away like a frightened little rabbit. But Suehua was just an ordinary girl. How could she escape Ma Hongjun's grasp? Soon, she was caught, and the chubby boy pulled her into his arms. Just as Ma Hongjun was about to force himself on her, Jiang Yu quickly shouted, "Let go of that girl." Jiang Yu released the hands of the two girls and quickly stepped forward. Where did this kid come from, daring to meddle in my business? Ma Hongjun cursed, his anger rising as he prepared to grab Suehua for a more intimate encounter. But he didn't expect someone to stop him. Jiang Yu noticed the anger in Ma Hongjun's eyes and knew he was about to explode, but Jiang Yu was not afraid. Even if it were not a fully evolved evil fire phoenix, he would not fear even a true phoenix. Although the phoenix was revered as the king of birds, controlling the ultimate fire, known as the most powerful fire element, the imperial fire contained in the Chixiao Sword was also regarded as the emperor of fire. With the imperial fire unleashed, all other flames would submit. Moreover, after years of cultivation and nourishment from the sun god's power, Jiang Yu's Chixiao Sword had long surpassed the realm of the initial ultimate fire. Even the true phoenix fire could not shake the imperial fire contained within the Chixiao Sword. Ma Hongjun, since she doesn't want to be your girlfriend, why force it? A coerced relationship is not sweet, and as friends, why must you resort to violence? Jiang Yu advised. He understood that Ma Hongjun's behavior stemmed from a defect in his martial soul, but that was no excuse for forcing Suehua if he truly had needs. He could solve them himself. You make it sound easy. Ma Hongjun swung his fists, a faint purple light flashing around him as he began to use his soul power. Jiang Yu did not evade. He faced Ma Hongjun head-on, exerting force in his calves, straightening his waist, and condensing all his strength into a single punch. Bang! With a muffled sound, Ma Hongjun stumbled back several meters. He never expected such a robust young man could not even take Jiang Yu's punch and suffered a great loss at their first encounter. No, it's impossible. Ma Hongjun looked at Jiang Yu in shock. You are also a soul master. Since entering Shrek Academy, he had never suffered such a huge loss. Among the students, Ma Hongjun considered himself no worse than anyone else. Even Dai Mubai could only rely on his high spirit power to keep him at a disadvantage. Even so, Dai Mubai could not possibly push him back with a single punch. Ma Hongjun looked at Jiang Yu unwillingly. Phoenix possession. The strength of the person in front of him was far superior to his own, and Ma Hongjun could only release his martial soul, hoping to stabilize the situation. After all, in the world of martial souls, there were not many souls higher than the Phoenix martial soul. Those top-level martial souls were all inherited from the strongest families on the continent. Ma Hongjun did not believe that Jiang Yu was a soul master from those powerful families. as those noble children had no need to attend Shrek Academy. Phoenix. Upon hearing that Ma Hongjuan's martial soul was the Phoenix martial soul, everyone present, except Jiang Yu, couldn't help but be shocked. It is known that this is a top-level martial soul, definitely not inferior to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan's inherited martial soul. In fact, it might even be stronger. However, soul masters who awaken the Phoenix martial soul are extremely rare on the continent, and so far, no sect has been formed, which is why its reputation is not as loud as the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. Phoenix. Ning Rongrong couldn't help but think that the girl from the Heavenly Water sect had awakened the Ice Phoenix martial soul. It was said that the girl had a close relationship with Brother Yu. Just because she awakened the Phoenix martial soul, she dares to compete with me. If not, I'll find an opportunity for her and this fatty. Ning Rongrong began to plot secretly. If she informed the leader of the Heavenly Water sect about Ma Hongjuan's news, he would definitely snatch Ma Hongjun away. After all, in the entire Heavenly Water sect, only Shui Binger had awakened the Ice Phoenix martial soul. Most members of other sects had awakened water attribute martial souls like dolphins and water flying phoenixes. If Ma Hongjun and Shui Binger were to combine, their child would have a high probability of awakening the Phoenix martial soul. Perhaps after the combination of the two Phoenix martial souls, an even more powerful mutated Phoenix martial soul would be born. There have been precedents for this in soul master families that rely on bloodline inheritance. Strong unions only get stronger. Therefore, some powerful soul master families on the continent generally only marry families of similar status. Unless a soul master awakens a top-level martial soul, those powerful families would lower their requirements. Even if you're a grassroots soul master from a common family, you can still become the son-in-law of a great family. Although Ma Hongjun did not look impressive and clearly appeared to be from a grassroots background, none of that mattered. What mattered was that he had awakened the Phoenix martial soul. Just thinking about this made Ning Rongrong's mouth curl into a smile. Chapter 233. Acting skills. The biggest difference between beast martial souls and tool martial souls is that after the martial soul manifests, the soul master's body will change in the direction of the soul beast. This beastification greatly enhances the soul master's physique. Generally speaking, soul masters who awaken beast martial souls are much stronger than those who awaken tool martial souls. Of course, once they reach the soul sage realm and the tool soul masters obtain their true form, this situation would reverse. After the Phoenix manifested, Ma Hongjuan's short hair instantly grew long and gathered toward the center. A purplish-red light surged from within him, emanating an intense heat. Two circles of yellow light appeared around him. Thick feathers sprouted from his exposed arms, and his hands transformed into claw shapes. Seeing Ma Hongjun with his martial soul manifested, Xiao Wu couldn't help but chuckle, then mocked that his martial soul was a type of local chicken. Ma Hongjuan's Phoenix martial soul, combined with his round body, did indeed not resemble the legendary martial soul. Instead, it looked somewhat like the commonly seen in the village. Even Ning Rongrong couldn't help but tease him. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong's words enraged Ma Hongjun. He was most furious when others called his Phoenix martial soul A. Although most of the villagers in his village awakened martial souls, his was definitely not A. Even if his martial soul had flaws, it was still a genuine Phoenix. Triggered by their remarks, Ma Hongjun, regardless of whether he was facing a girl, activated his first soul ring, opened his mouth wide, and a stream of thin purplish-red flames spat toward Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong. Jiang Yu and Tang Sen would certainly not just stand by. They both took action, but their approaches were different. Tang Sen released blue silvergrass, gently wrapping it around Xiao Wu and pulling her to his side to avoid Ma Hongjuan's flames. Jiang Yu, however, swiftly moved to stand in front of Ning Rongrong, facing the purplish-red flames head-on. Seeing Jiang Yu block the attack for her, Ning Rongrong, standing behind, displayed a mixture of worry and sweetness on her face, her expression extremely complex. However, Ning Rongrong's worries were clearly unnecessary. Even the true Phoenix flames could not harm Jiang Yu. The purplish-red flames caused him no damage at all. In the flames, Jiang Yu stood with his hands behind his back, his figure extraordinarily tall, with light continuously surging from within him, golden light surrounding him, making him appear like a deity. The Chixiao Sword appeared in Jiang Yu's hand, with 4 dazzling soul rings floating above the sword. Yellow, yellow, black, black. For soul rings. A black 10,000-year soul ring. Upon seeing the soul rings on the Chixiao Sword, Ma Hongjun shook his head repeatedly, his face filled with disbelief. Ma Hongjuan's perception was instantly overturned. How could someone have a 3rd soul ring with a 10,000-year level? Although Ma Hongjuan's grades at the academy were not impressive, he still knew some common sense in the Soul Master world. The lifespan of a third soul ring was clearly only over 1,000 years. Once it exceeded that lifespan, a soul master's body could not withstand the impact of the soul ring's power unless there were extraordinary materials to improve their physique. Even so, he had never heard of any soul master with a third soul ring exceeding 5,000 years, let alone one around 10,000 years. Although Ma Hongjun seemed simple-minded, it did not mean he was foolish. On the contrary, he was quite astute. Seeing Jiang Yu's martial soul, he realized that this opponent was not one he could contend with. Knowing he had kicked a hardboard, the anger on Ma Hongjuan's face instantly transformed into a smile. He recalled his flames. Thud! Ma Hongjuan's legs softened, kneeling on the ground. The fierce demeanor he had just moments ago turned him into a pitiful, simple-minded fat man. Big brother, I was wrong. Ma Hongjun looked at Jiang Yu innocently. Please don't hold it against me. I had no choice. If it weren't for the flaw in my martial soul, I wouldn't have troubled Xiao Cui. Watching Ma Hongjun back down, Jiang Yu couldn't help but smile. Since he knew he was wrong, he did not plan to make things difficult for him. Xiao Cui quickly rushed in front of Ma Hongjun to support him, looking at him with concern. Xiao Cui was afraid Jiang Yu would take action, so she hurriedly helped explain. In fact, Xiao Cui did not dislike Ma Hongjun. She could even say she liked him very much. However, Ma Hongjun was too aggressive in some aspects, coming to her 3 times a day, each time lasting about half an hour. This intensity was unbearable even for ordinary girls, let alone female soul masters. Although Xiao Cui liked Ma Hongjun, she had no choice but to break up with him. This led to the earlier scene of Ma Hongjun entangling with Xiao Cui, causing their misunderstanding. At this moment, Dai Mubai also rushed over. Seeing Ma Hongjun kneeling on the ground and the nearby Xiao Cui, he instantly guessed what had happened. Since they were all classmates, Dai Mubai didn't want the new students to misunderstand Ma Hongjun, so he immediately began explaining the side effects caused by Ma Hongjuan's mutated martial soul. Although Ma Hongjuan's grass chicken martial soul had mutated, and it was a positive mutation, the Phoenix martial soul was just too powerful, leading to some side effects that troubled Ma Hongjun greatly. In simple terms, it meant that the evil fire would rise and couldn't be suppressed, and it had to be vented out. This was why Ma Hongjun had particularly high demands in certain aspects, leading him to frequently change girlfriends. Fortunately, he was a soul master and received subsidies from the martial soul hall. Otherwise, he might not even be able to find a girlfriend. However, no girl could endure Ma Hongjuan's perverse demands. During this time, all the suitable girls in the village had been driven to their limits by him. If this continued, he would have to go to the city to find one. So, he could only cling to Tsuehua for help. Thus, a misunderstanding came to an end. Since Ma Hongjun did not do it on purpose, no one continued to trouble him. One could only say that Ma Hongjuan's martial soul was too peculiar. Dai Mubai's arrival also saved Jiang Yu and the others from searching for the cafeteria everywhere, and soon the group arrived at the cafeteria. The so-called cafeteria was merely a regular thatched hut, and the food was prepared by a few villagers hired by the school, serving simple breakfast. Besides steamed buns and eggs, there was only rice porridge. However, although it was simple, the portions were quite generous. Being very hungry, the group didn't complain and began to eat the steamed buns right away. Jiang Yu peeled the eggs, placing the shells in a small dish, then broke the steamed bun and stuffed the smooth, white egg inside, squeezing it tightly before taking a big bite. Seeing Jiang Yu enjoying his food so much, the others followed suit, peeling their eggs and stuffing them into the steamed buns. The taste was indeed different, although it was just regular steamed buns and eggs. Eating them together was surprisingly delicious. During this meal, everyone ate more than usual. Even Ning Rongrong, who usually had a small appetite, ate several more. Chapter 234. Oscar. While eating, Dai Mubai explained the rules of Shrek Academy to the new students. Compared to the rules of other Soul Master Academies, Shrek Academy's rules were incredibly lenient. In simple terms, aside from prohibiting robbery and pillaging, there were hardly any restrictions, and they even encouraged gambling and fighting, hence the nickname Monster Academy. Of course, while these rules seemed somewhat bizarre, upon reflection, they made some sense. After all, Douluo Continent was a mysterious world that emphasized martial power. Individual martial power could override everything. Encouraging fighting was thus understandable. After all, the importance of battle in familiarizing oneself with one's martial soul was self-evident, and enhancing battle experience was crucial for a soul master's strength improvement. So it was reasonable for the academy to encourage students to fight each other. However, Jiang Yu thought that encouraging gambling was unnecessary. Although the dean said that gambling was a psychological game that greatly benefited mental resilience, judgment, and observation skills, Jiang Yu still believed this was merely Flender's personal quirk and shouldn't be imposed on the students. After explaining the academy's rules, Dai Mubai reminded the new students to prepare their tuition fees because the first class of the semester was collecting money. There was no way around it. Shrek Academy was too poor. All the teachers had to rely on the students' tuition to live. Each year, the tuition wasn't too expensive, only 100 gold coins, which was manageable for low-level soul masters who received subsidies. However, Shrek Academy didn't enroll many students each year. Even with the new ones admitted this time, there were only 8 students. Therefore, the teachers at the academy didn't live very well. Fortunately, the dean had a shop in the city to do some business to support the academy. Additionally, Dai Mubai also contributed some gold coins to the academy, allowing Shrek Academy to maintain normal operations. Ding ding ding, just as Dai Mubai finished speaking, anxious voices echoed in the academy. This was a call for students to gather on the playground. When the group arrived at the playground, they discovered someone already standing there, looking quite tired, holding a sausage and eating it slowly. Who was this? Ning Rongrong looked at the person with some confusion and secretly said to Jiang Yu, "Could it be that there's another new student? But I didn't see him during yesterday's assessment. Could it be that the dean took money and let him in through the back door?" Jiang Yu looked at the person ahead and instantly recognized his identity. Oscar had completely changed. His facial hair was cleanly shaved off. His peach blossom eyes, paired with his handsome features, made him even more attractive than Dai Mubai. He looked like a dashing young nobleman. That was why Ning Rongrong didn't associate him with the Oscar who looked lewd, had a lewd martial soul, and lewd soul skills. Not to mention Ning Rongrong, even Tang San and Xiao Wu didn't recognize him as the sausage vendor from yesterday. Unexpectedly, even Xiao Ao was paying attention to his image. Seeing Oscar like this, Dai Mubai couldn't help but tease. Looks like the allure of beautiful women is quite strong. As if his thoughts were seen through, Oscar awkwardly scratched his head. He indeed had some thoughts about the new female students, as Dai Mubai had said. However, he also knew that Tang San and Xiao Wu had a deep relationship, and Ning Rongrong was clearly a pair with Jiang Yu, so his target was Zhu Zhuqing. Although she looked cold, her figure was the hottest among the girls. A standard cute face with ample bosom. Oscar knew that if he maintained his previous image, he would definitely not be liked by girls, so he had changed his appearance. He was quite confident about his looks. To be honest, Oscar's appearance was indeed good. In the academy, he was only slightly less attractive than Jiang Yu. In terms of looks alone, Dai Mubai couldn't compare to him. However, Oscar's plans didn't work out. Zhu Zhuqing didn't even look at Oscar. Her affection was solely for Jiang Yu, and no matter how handsome other men were, it didn't matter. Moreover, in her eyes, Jiang Yu was the most handsome in the world, and no one could compare. This left Oscar feeling quite frustrated. He didn't expect that even his most prided looks couldn't impress the girls. This was what he considered his greatest asset. As a food system soul master, Oscar didn't excel in other aspects. Although he was a rare innate full soul power, his limitations as a food system soul master were quite significant. It's well known that food system soul masters basically had no offensive capabilities, and their physique was at most slightly stronger than that of ordinary people. Even if a food system soul master cultivated to the level of a titled Douluo, their attack power still couldn't compare to an ordinary battle soul master. It was precisely because of the limitations of food system soul masters that although Oscar was handsome, he still couldn't find a girlfriend. In this regard, he was even worse off than Ma Hongjun. Don't be fooled by the fact that the latter was a little chubby. But after all, he is a battle soul master, and he has awakened the Phoenix martial soul. Although it looks like a lowly chicken, according to the dean, it is indeed a genuine phoenix. It just hasn't successfully transformed yet. Once the transformation is successful, it will amaze the soul master world. It can be said that Ma Hongjun's future is very bright, even more dazzling than Dai Mubai. Oscar, this innate full soul power student, is actually at the bottom of the academy. Just when Oscar was feeling down, a middle-aged man walked over from another direction on the playground. Seeing this person, Tang San and Xiao Wu were visibly startled. The newcomer looked to be in his 50s and had a sturdy build. His face looked a bit strange, with wide cheekbones, a flat face, and a bit of an eagle hook nose. He wore a pair of crystal glasses, giving him a somewhat cunning appearance. "Isn't this the cunning merchant?" Xiao Wu said in shock. "What cunning merchant?" Oscar said, confused. "This is our Shrek Academy's dean, the four-eyed cat eagle, Flender. He is a genuine high-level soul saint, stronger than Teacher Zhao, and possesses a flying-type beast martial soul. After hearing Oscar's words, Xiao Wu obviously relaxed, but after a while, she seemed to think of something and continued to ask, I wonder if our academy has any Seoul Douluo-level powerhouses? Xiao Wu's sudden voice rang out. Do you think Seoul Douluo is like the blue-silver grass on the ground, commonly seen everywhere? Not to mention the academy. Even the surrounding kingdoms don't have any Seoul Douluo-level powerhouses. Only then did Xiao Wu stop feeling nervous. Tang Sen also didn't understand why Xiao Wu would ask this. Why she was so anxious about Seoul Douluo. Among the few of them, probably only JiangYu knew why Xiao Wu was so nervous. Although she is already transformed, she hasn't completely detached from the category of the 100,000-year soul beast, completely becoming a human. Once she cultivates to the Seoul Douluo realm, she might be able to see through her origin and know her identity as a 100,000-year soul beast. Xiao Wu, what's wrong with you? Tang Sen looked at Xiao Wu and said. Xiao Wu shook her head and somewhat concealedly said, It's nothing, just afraid that the cunning merchant uncle will cause trouble. Tang Sen smiled wryly and said, He shouldn't. After all, he is the academy dean, so he shouldn't hold your offense against him. Chapter 235. Support type. Tang San's words drew Oscar's teasing. Who in the entire Shrek Academy doesn't know that Flinder is notoriously stingy to the point of being vengeful? Flinder, who was walking towards the playground, seemed to have heard Oscar's complaint, and his gaze suddenly drifted in Oscar's direction, with a flash of a different light in his eyes. Oscar felt a cold sweat break out. He then realized that Flinder had heard his earlier words. Oh no, the dean must have heard what I just said. This time I'm in trouble. Given his personality, he will definitely retaliate. Flinder walked up to the several students and briefly said a few words of welcome. Then he got straight to the point, telling the students to pay their tuition fees to Teacher Lee in charge of finance. After paying the money, they could go back and rest. Flinder's teaching methods are quite peculiar, actually scheduling the first class for the evening. However, before leaving, Flinder called Oscar and Ning Rongrong. Unlike the other students, these two were support-type soul masters, so naturally, their teaching methods were different from those of the other students. On the Douluo Continent, everyone has their own set of cultivation methods. With different martial souls, the cultivation methods are naturally different. So Flinder does not teach students how to cultivate. He teaches how to use their martial souls. Although Ning Rongrong and Oscar have different martial souls, they are essentially both support-type soul masters. However, Ning Rongrong provides attribute enhancements, while Oscar enhances through food. This also leads to their lack of sufficient combat ability. So for a support-type soul master, the most important thing is the ability to escape. As long as you run fast enough, no enemy can defeat you. Flinder is right. For a support-type soul master, speed is the most important. To train Ning Rongrong and Oscar's stamina, Flinder ordered them to run quickly around the village and to return before lunch. Otherwise, they wouldn't have any food to eat. Ning Rongrong had no objections to this training. She glanced at Jiang Yu and then ran outside. Jiang Yu was not worried about Ning Rongrong. Watching her agile figure, Jiang Yu couldn't help but smile. Ever since Ning Rongrong awakened her martial soul, he had trained this little princess a lot, every time making her cry out not to. Even so, Jiang Yu still didn't let up on Ning Rongrong, maintaining strict training for her. Running a few kilometers is nothing compared to the training plan Jiang Yu set for Ning Rongrong. Seeing that Ning Rongrong had already run out, Oscar, even if he was reluctant, had no choice but to follow her. Watching Ning Rongrong and Oscar run out, Flinder pointed at Tang San, instructing him to go to the office. Jiang Yu saw this scene and didn't say much. He knew Flinder wanted to ask Tang San about Xiaojiang. Jiang Yu didn't leave the playground. He casually found a patch of grass and lay down on the ground. Zhu Zhuqing saw this and also sat down closely beside him. Dai Mubai frowned. Zhu Zhuqing's relationship with Jiang Yu was too intimate, which made him a bit uncomfortable. However, even so, Dai Mubai suppressed the urge to act. It's simple. He couldn't beat Jiang Yu. If he really acted, it would just be self-humiliation. Although Dai Mubai was proud, he wasn't foolish. Jiang Yu lay there, enjoying the sunlight, with a faint body fragrance wafting from beside him. This fragrance naturally emanated from Zhu Zhuqing. As the spring breeze brushed by, the girl's fragrance drifted into Jiang Yu's nostrils, making his mood soar. Zhuqing, you smell so good. Jiang Yu turned his head, glancing at the beauty beside him. You. Zhu Zhuqing's face instantly turned bright red. She didn't expect Jiang Yu to be so direct, daring to tease her so openly in public, seemingly not shy at all. Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai was so angry that his nose twisted. He prided himself on being a master at picking up girls and wouldn't dare to tease girls so blatantly. Jiang Yu's courage was even greater than his. Even more infuriating was that the girl Jiang Yu was teasing was the one he liked. How shameless. Zhu Zhuqing stammered for a long time before saying this one sentence. But from her tone, it was clear she wasn't angry, just a bit shy. Just when Jiang Yu and Zhu Zhuqing were being ambiguous, Ning Rongrong had already run for several hundred meters. Her physical fitness was much stronger than Oscar's, who couldn't catch up with her at all. Seeing this, Oscar became anxious. He didn't want to lose to a girl, so he quickly recited a soul chant. I have a big sausage. Support-type soul masters must match their soul skills with soul chants to complete their soul skills. Oscar's martial soul is a sausage, which is why his soul skill sounds a bit lewd. However, the sausages his martial soul produces are of excellent quality. After all, they are rare meat products. Moreover, Oscar is also a rare innate full soul power, and those who can awaken innate full soul power are geniuses among geniuses. Moreover, Oscar is a food-type soul master, and his talent even surpasses Tang San's. After eating the sausage, Oscar felt a surge of power throughout his body, and his fatigue was instantly wiped away as he rushed towards Ning Rongrong. However, Ning Rongrong turned out to be more resilient than he had imagined. She released the 7-treasure Glazed tile, granting herself agility enhancement, which significantly increased her speed. The 7-treasure Glazed sect is indeed the #1 auxiliary martial soul in Douluo Continent, and the power it adds far exceeds that of other auxiliary martial souls. If Oscar were not born with full soul power, his auxiliary ability could not compare with the 7-treasure Glazed tile. This little chapter is not over yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. With the help of the 7-treasure Glazed tile, Ning Rongrong quickly distanced herself from Oscar, soon covering half the distance. After training with Jiang Yu, Ning Rongrong's endurance had greatly improved, and even after running thousands of meters, she showed no signs of fatigue. Despite eating the large sausage, Oscar still couldn't catch up to Ning Rongrong and soon gave up, slowing down. His physical quality couldn't match Ning Rongrong's, so he could only rest while running, and before long, it was noon. Ning Rongrong had already completed the laps set by Flinder and returned to the academy playground. When she saw Zhu Zhuqing beside Jiang Yu, she couldn't help but feel a bit jealous. Originally happy to see Jiang Yu waiting on the playground, she didn't expect him to be flirting here. This made it hard for her to be happy. Ning Rongrong angrily ran towards Jiang Yu, forcefully pushing Zhu Zhuqing aside before sitting down on ground. Seeing Ning Rongrong's angry expression, Jiang Yu thought she was mad at Flinder and didn't think much of it. Rongrong, don't blame the dean, Jiang Yu hurriedly comforted. He is not wrong. Although the auxiliary ability of the 7-treasure Glazed tile is considered the best on the continent, it lacks sufficient offensive power. Even with my protection, it is still not your own strength. Therefore, your self-protection ability is particularly important. If you can have a speed that the enemy cannot catch up to, then even the strongest enemy cannot threaten you. Facing Jiang Yu's comfort, Ning Rongrong was somewhat speechless. She wasn't angry because of Flinder. It was all Jiang Yu's fault for attracting so many women. Chapter 236. Competition thanks to Jiang Yu's training. Ning Rongrong's physical quality was much stronger than in the original. Therefore, she did not slack off on the tasks assigned by Flinder and even exceeded the expectations. This also meant that the scene of Ning Rongrong arguing with Flinder did not occur. So after Oscar completed the task, Flinder took the academy's students to continue training. He lightly tapped his toes on the ground and swiftly headed towards the academy's exit. Although the new students didn't know why Flinder was no longer training on the playground, they still followed him. Everyone quickly caught up. Although Flinder intentionally controlled his speed as a sensitive attack-type soul sage, his speed was not something ordinary students could match. Only Jiang Yu kept up with Flinder, not allowing any distance to form between them. A few steps behind Jiang Yu was the deeply skilled Dai Mubai, followed by Zhu Zhuqing. Then came Tang San and Xiao Wu. Although the Tang sect's footwork was exquisite, it couldn't compare to the straight-line acceleration of sensitive attack-type soul masters. As for Ma Hongjun and Oscar, neither was good at speed, so they naturally lagged behind. Along the way, no one spoke. After walking for several hundred meters, they reached their destination, Soto City. The distance from Shrek Academy to Soto City was not far, and just as they were nearing the southern city gate, Flinder finally stopped. Once all the students caught up, they entered the city. Soto City is located within the Barak Kingdom, so it is not threatened by any outside forces. The city gates are basically open all day long, and they remain open even at night. As they walked along the wide street, all the shops on both sides were brightly lit, and some vendors who only operated at night quickly found their usual spots to sell local snacks or small gifts. Although Jiang Yu and Ning Rongrong had lived in Soto City before, they had never been out at night. However, Jiang Yu was used to big scenes, so he didn't show much surprise. Instead, Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu, having a girl-like nature, appeared quite excited. Seeing interesting things, the two girls couldn't help but move closer to take a few more looks. If it weren't for someone watching, they would probably have gotten lost. Zhu Zhuqing remained cold, only showing a faint smile when her gaze fell on Jiang Yu. Ma Hongjun, on the other hand, was quite different. He was like a conspicuous bag, his eyes darting around, always aiming at the most prominent features of women on the street. He didn't miss any female passerby. Fortunately, he was at the back of the group, and the others didn't notice his lewd demeanor. Flender looked up at the sky, stopped, and instructed the students to keep up. He then led them to an inconspicuous tea shop, where they surrounded a round table to sit. Flender, sticking to his usual stingy nature, only ordered a few cups of the cheapest tea. While drinking tea, Flender pointed to a building not far from the tea shop and said, "Your classroom is over there." Jiang Yu looked in the direction he was pointing. There stood a tall building about 100 meters high from their perspective, with faint lights flickering inside, resembling a giant beast overlooking Soto City at night. Seeing that building, Dai Mubai's expression changed, and a different look appeared on his cold face. "Dean, are you taking them there on the first day?" Flender adjusted his glasses and said lightly, "You are not ordinary people. Remember, you're monsters. Since you're monsters, you need a monster's training method." Strictly speaking, Flender is not a qualified teacher. Although his strength is considerable, he is not good at systematically training students. Flender's teaching method is similar to that of ordinary soul masters, focusing solely on combat, constantly fighting to enhance strength. While this method greatly benefits soul masters training, it requires a high level of quality from the soul masters. Moreover, injuries are inevitable during battles, and continuous fighting can harm the body, which requires the use of rare materials to nourish the body and strengthen the foundation. However, Shrek Academy is not a large sect and lacks other ways to make money, making it impossible to amass great wealth, let alone rare materials. They can't even afford high-grade soul medicines and can only use low-grade soul medicines to heal their bodies. Therefore, Flender had to raise the admission standards of the academy. It's not that he didn't want to accept more students. With his greedy nature, how could he miss the opportunity to collect tuition fees? However, ordinary soul masters simply couldn't withstand his teaching methods, and admitting them to the academy would only add to the trouble. If Jiang Yu were to evaluate Flender's teaching methods, he would describe them as simple and brutal. But for a civilian academy like Shrek Academy, this method is indeed both cost-effective and labor-saving. Flender pointed to the magnificent building and said calmly, "That is the Great Soul Arena. Only prosperous cities are qualified to build one. So whether a city has a Great Soul Arena is an important standard for measuring its strength. Generally speaking, the Great Soul Arena is named after the city it is located in, so this building is called the Soto Great Soul Arena. At the Great Soul Arena, you can compete with anyone in battle against different soul masters. For a country, the strength of its soul arena can even determine its development." Tang Xin couldn't help but question Flender's words. In his view, soul masters were a noble profession. How could they perform like actors on a stage for others to watch? Jiang Yu, however, had a different opinion. In the Douluo Continent, the Great Soul Arena can be considered a unique force. It does not belong to any country or the Spirit Hall and is established by the 7 top soul master families on the continent. Soul masters who gain fame in the Great Soul Arena can acquire not only immense wealth, but also great renown. Moreover, the Great Soul Arena emphasizes fairness. Even if you kill an heir of a powerful faction here, you need not worry about retaliation. For capable commoner soul masters, the Great Soul Arena is one of the few places where they can realize their dreams. Countless commoner soul masters have emerged from the Great Soul Arena and become coveted by various factions. The Great Soul Arena has also become the best platform for commoner soul masters to advance. From this perspective, the Great Soul Arena indeed has its value. Flender then began to explain the rules of the Great Soul Arena. According to him, any level of soul master entering the Great Soul Arena can only represent their soul in battles. Winning a match earns them a badge. Each victory grants corresponding points, and reaching a certain number of points allows them to upgrade the badge. The badge symbolizes the level of the Great Soul Arena and is universally recognized in any Great Soul Arena in the Douluo Continent. The badge levels are distinguished by quality, starting from the lowest, the Iron Badge, and ascending through Copper, Silver, Gold, Purple Gold, Sapphire, Ruby, to Diamond, totaling 8 levels. As he spoke, Flender's gaze swept over the students. Your task is to obtain at least a silver badge before graduation. Understand? This was Flender's requirement. Chapter 237. The Jade Foot Combination. Don't underestimate the silver badge. Although its level is not high, it is not so easy to obtain. Even Dai Mubai, who had participated in battles at the Great Soul Arena for over a year, had only won 2 points. To upgrade from an iron badge to a copper badge requires 100 points. Indeed, winning a match in the Great Soul Arena earns 1 point. But losing will deduct points. Even if the points reach the threshold for copper badge promotion, if the points drop below 100, the qualification for the copper badge will be revoked. Upgrading from a copper badge to a silver badge requires 1,000 points. Of course, victories among copper badges yield more points than iron badges, with 10 points awarded for each win. The Great Soul Arena gathers countless powerful soul masters from various regions, many of whom have rich combat experience. Even talented soul masters may not win easily in the Great Soul Arena. Dai Mubai's talent, while not at the top level, is already quite impressive, yet he still faced many setbacks in the Great Soul Arena. There are 3 types of competitive formats in the Great Soul Arena. One is a sparring format, grouped by level based on the number of soul rings. Killing is prohibited in sparring, making it suitable for newcomers to the Great Soul Arena. Regardless of the format, there are 3 types of match formats: 1-on-1, 2-on-2, and group battles. After informing the freshmen about the rules of the Great Soul Arena, Flander paid for the tea and led them towards the Great Soul Arena. The Soto Great Soul Arena is indeed the most magnificent building in Soto City, with a huge oval dome shining brilliantly, radiating dazzling golden light in the night. The interior of the Great Soul Arena is vast and can accommodate over 60,000 spectators, resembling a gigantic stadium. Registering for battles at the Great Soul Arena is quite simple, with virtually no restrictions. You just need to fill out a registration form to participate. The registration form is also straightforward, requiring only your name, age, place of origin, and martial soul. Then you can receive an Iron Soul badge, of course, after paying a registration fee of 10 gold coins. After obtaining the badge, the staff conducted a soul power test for them to determine their levels. Before each battle in the Great Soul Arena, a soul power test must be conducted to determine opponents. Flander would not cover the registration fee for the students, so Jiang Yu and the others had to pay it themselves. Fortunately, they weren't short on money. However, before Jiang Yu could take out his money, Ning Rongrong paid for him, making him feel like a freeloader. It made sense, though. Ning Rongrong's family was incredibly wealthy, a true little heiress, and being with her did make Jiang Yu feel like he was living off her. When the staff registered the badge, they found that Jiang Yu had already registered before and informed him that he could not register again. Jiang Yu then remembered that he had participated in a match at the Great Soul Arena with Fong Ping, but after the match, his Iron Soul badge went missing, so he had forgotten about it. Jiang Yu had to inform the staff that his badge was lost and asked if it could be replaced. The staff had clearly dealt with such situations before and naturally helped Jiang Yu with the replacement process. A new badge still required 10 gold coins, and the staff did not refund the coins he had just paid. After successfully registering, they quickly moved on to the battle ranking. As newcomers, they were not qualified to compete in the main arena and could only participate in sub-arenas. Winning a match with an iron badge not only earns points, but also a bonus of 10 gold coins. Losing means no bonus. Many soul masters come for the prize money, so every arena is packed with competitors. Since Jiang Yu and the others came together, they were all assigned to the same arena, though their opponents' levels varied according to the number of soul rings. Different Great Soul arenas have different ticket prices. For example, the one-on-one matches in the sparring sub-arena that Jiang Yu and the others participated in had the cheapest ticket prices and the least audience. The participating soul masters were housed in a common resting room, which was quite spacious. The arrival of Jiang Yu and the others quickly drew the attention of others, especially since they were quite young. However, no one mocked them or sought trouble. Everyone was meditating to ensure they maintained their best condition for the upcoming matches. Ning Rongrong tugged at Jiang Yu's clothes excitedly and said, "Brother Yu, although each soul master can participate in only one match per day, they can participate in different types. Let's also sign up for a 2-on-2 match." Jiang Yu smiled lightly and said, "No problem." After all, Ning Rongrong was a support-type soul master, and there was no way she could win in a one-on-one match. She could only participate in 2-on-2 and group battles. Since Ning Rongrong was not familiar with the others, and Jiang Yu was the strongest among them, she immediately paired up with him. Seeing Jiang Yu and Ning Rongrong form a team, Tang San and Xiao Wu also teamed up. Dai Mubai took the opportunity to invite Zhu Zhuqing. However, Zhu Zhuqing didn't want to team up with Dai Mubai and went straight to where Jiang Yu was, blushing and timidly sending out a team invitation. Of course, Jiang Yu wouldn't refuse. Thus, the two successfully formed a team. This move triggered Ning Rongrong's dissatisfaction. However, although she was called the Little Witch, she wouldn't throw a tantrum at Jiang Yu, and outside, she gave Jiang Yu enough face and wouldn't cause trouble. Ning Rongrong secretly grew angry. Little Master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Dai Mubai had no choice but to team up with Ma Hongjun or Oscar. Although he was unhappy, he could only do so, since the one-on-one battles still had to wait. The few of them went to register for the 2-on-2 area. Jiang Yu and Ning Rongrong raised their Iron Fighting Soul badges for the staff to check. You need to come up with a name for your combination. According to the rules of the Great Fighting Soul Arena, both the 2-on-2 matches and team battles required a combination name, which would help the arena's host introduce them. Jiang Yu thought for a moment and said, the combination with Rongrong will be called Jiangrong combination, and with Zhu Qing, it will be called Yuzhu combination. Jiang Yu's combination names were quite simple. Tang San, upon seeing this, also named his combination with Xiao Wu the Sanwu combination. The staff immediately carved the combination names onto their badges. The combination names were quickly finished. When Jiang Yu took the badge and saw the carved names, he was instantly at a loss for words. It read, Jiangrong combination, Yuzhu combination. This staff member was really unreliable. How could they make such a mistake? Not only Jiang Yu and the others were affected, but even Tang San and Xiao Wu's combination was engraved as Sanwu combination instead of Sanwu combination. Just as Xiao Wu couldn't help but get angry, her one-on-one fight was about to start, so she could only accept this combination name and ran off to the one-on-one fighting area. Jiang Yu didn't want to carry this combination name. Jiangrong combination was fine, but Yuzhu combination had to be changed. Otherwise, he would be seen as a pervert. He didn't want to be pointed at by others. Since they still hadn't reached their match, he had to change it quickly. Chapter 238, Han Run. When Jiang Yu proposed to change the name, the staff member looked impatient and coldly said, to change the combination name, you can only re-register your Iron Fighting Soul badge. Only in this way can you change it, and any achievements already obtained will be cancelled. The staff's words left Jiang Yu speechless. Was this a scam? It was hard not to wonder if the staff had intentionally made a mistake to earn a registration fee again. However, Jiang Yu was too lazy to argue with the staff. He wasn't short of that money. Jiang Yu took the badge in his hand and then asked Zhu Zhuqing for her badge to re-register together. At that moment, the matches on the field had already started. The first to compete was Xiao Wu. Although it was a separate competition area, the space was still considerable, providing enough room for Soul Masters to have thrilling matches. Perhaps due to the separate venue, there weren't many spectators at the moment, and they looked somewhat sparse. Xiao Wu's opponent was a muscular man, towering at nearly 2 meters tall, with muscles as hard as granite and skin as dark as coal. His big round eyes were filled with fierce light, and when he stepped into the arena, he let out a deafening roar, making quite an impression. You could tell he was a power-type attack Soul Master, giving off a strong presence. In contrast, Xiao Wu looked like a neighbor's little sister, making it hard to believe she could be a match for the muscular man. To the audience, this match seemed to have no suspense, which led to a lack of enthusiasm among the spectators. Only a few people shouted the name of the muscular Soul Master. Although the muscular Soul Master had a fearsome appearance, he wasn't actually bad. Seeing his opponent was a little girl, he forced a smile and advised Xiao Wu to withdraw from the match, not wanting to hurt her. Naturally, Xiao Wu wouldn't back down. As soon as the match started, she launched a fierce attack. First Soul Skill, Waist Bow, activated. Even with the muscular Soul Master's strength, it was difficult for him to shake off Xiao Wu's unique attacks once she got close. With one kick, she sent the muscular man flying. Fortunately, there were protective ropes at the edge of the arena, which cushioned his fall, and he landed outside the ring with a dull thud. The entire Great Fighting Soul arena fell silent, and the audience was eerily quiet. Even the host looked surprised. No one expected the match to end like this. And the one who won was a little girl. After the silence, a roar of cheers erupted. The audience, coming back to their senses, applauded Xiao Wu's performance. And for a moment, the applause was thunderous. Who wouldn't love such a beautiful and powerful little girl? Xiao Wu's performance piqued the audience's interest, and the previously uninterested spectators became lively. Next up was Jiang Yu, whose opponent was an ordinary-looking man. The man appeared to be in his 40s, with a slender build and flowing white hair. He didn't look like a tough opponent. However, his martial soul presented a stark contrast. Such a small person had a blue giant hammer, which weighed at least several hundred pounds. This Soul Master didn't follow the agile attack route. Instead, he chose the strong attack route. Jiang Yu sensed the aura of the Soul Master opposite him, and knew his opponent was not simple. This giant hammer Soul Master had reached the same level as him, at level 49. Moreover, his soul ring configuration was impressive, with 2 yellow and 2 purple, which was the best soul ring ratio. Jiang Yu released the Chixiao Sword, and the blazing long sword emitted golden red light, with flames rising from the blade, causing the surrounding air to ripple. The giant hammer soul master didn't underestimate Jiang Yu because he was a child. On the contrary, he was very cautious. A child could cultivate to his level, and with a better soul ring configuration, this child was undoubtedly a rare genius. Han Run's ice hammer landed heavily, and the first soul ring lit up. Cold water surged, creating a dozen ice crystal barriers around him, establishing a solid defense. Han Run's actions drew criticism from the audience. They came to the arena to watch intense matches, not to see someone cowering and passively defending. It should be noted that Han Run's previous fighting style was extremely swift, overpowering his opponents with immense strength. Now, facing a child, he had switched to defense, instantly transforming from a tiger to a sheep. Jiang Yu was the first to strike. He flicked his wrist, and a golden flame spiraled along the sword's edge. 9 flames shot out from the Chixiao Sword in quick succession, quickly melting the layers of ice crystal barriers. The ice crystals released by the ice hammer were evidently inferior to the level of the extreme fire. The rising white mist revealed the ice blue hammer shadow, with the hammerhead's wave-like pattern glistening with cold light. "Go!" Han Run shouted, and a second soul ring on the hammer glowed. Thousands of water droplets erupted, and a torrential rain appeared, forming ice spikes in the air. Accompanied by the sound of the pouring rain, countless ice spikes crashed violently into the surroundings. Jiang Yu was undaunted, wielding the Chixiao Sword and swinging it into a flaming wheel. Wherever the sword energy swept, the falling ice spikes turned to white mist, causing him no harm at all. Han Run saw this and picked up the ice hammer. Leaping forward, the heavy giant hammer surprisingly did not slow him down. Bang! The 2 martial souls collided, the sound of metal clashing resonating like thunder. The imperial fire from the red sky sword clashed violently with the cold air emanating from the ice hammer, creating a golden blue halo that exploded like fireworks in the arena. At that moment, Jiang Yu suddenly withdrew the red sky sword, spinning around, the sword body emitting scorching sword energy that stabbed toward Han Run's lower body from various angles. Han Run quickly reacted, blocking with the ice hammer, as cold water transformed into a giant water dragon swirling around him. The splashing flames did not extinguish upon encountering the water dragon. The quality of the imperial fire had long surpassed elemental limitations. The red sky sword spun like a burning sun wheel rising into the air, the flames on the sword body coalescing into fireballs that fell towards Han Run. The massive water dragon instantly dispersed, transforming into countless droplets that scattered on the arena floor. How is this possible? Han Run looked at Jiang Yu's red sky sword in disbelief. His ice hammer was a high-level martial soul. Logically, the cold water attribute it carried should counterfire. Even fire attribute soul masters with higher soul power levels than him had been defeated because of his martial soul. But this time, his ice hammer martial soul was completely suppressed by the fire attribute soul master. Han Run exclaimed it was impossible. He had won so many matches in the arena, yet he never expected to lose to a child. Seeing Han Run stunned, Jiang Yu naturally would not miss this opportunity and immediately struck with one sword. The red sky sword knocked Han Run back, and the audience watched as he retreated out of the arena. Synopsis: Jiang Yu crossed over to the Douluo Continent and was adopted by Bibi Dong. He initially wanted to live a simple life, but unexpectedly was chosen to be sent as an undercover agent to the 7 Treasure Glazed School. Even more unexpectedly, the martial soul he awakened turned out to be the legendary Imperial Dao Sword, the Red Sky Sword, as well as the Divine Demon Sword held by Jing Tian in the game Xianjin 3. From then on, Jiang Yu's life changed. Bibi Dong, as expected of the child I have chosen, the future of the Spirit Hall, and my daughter relies on you.